Chapter 1, Treating Money Like Dirt. Man, I was just on my way to find you. Here's the Casio I bought you. Put it on and see how it looks. At the entrance of the Jiangzhou Hotel, Chen Dong held the gift in both hands and eagerly looked at his girlfriend in front of him, who was wearing a pleated skirt and had a delicate figure and white skin. Last week Feng Xiaoman suddenly proposed to break up. Chen Dong thought that she was playing a little sex again. In the face of 2 years of feelings he naturally could not let go. The watch had cost him over $2,000 and over a month of hard work to buy, just to make his girlfriend happy. You have the nerve to make me wear this kind of groundhog? Feng Xiaoman glanced at the cheap watch and flaunted her wrist. See, Patek Philippe's platinum time, more than $1 million. This is worthy of my current status. The diamonds on the dial shook Chen Dong's eyes, and he asked in a very puzzled manner, where did you get so much money for this? Feng Xiaoman and he are both students of Jiangzhou University, just an ordinary family. More than $1 million to buy a watch, or dollars. When did she become so rich? From Wang Peng, of course. Feng Xiaoman stroked the wristwatch with a proud face, turned her head to look at Chen Dong's face and warned, in the future, you D-Silk don't come to bother me. We two are no longer a class of people. Chen Dong was instantly struck by lightning and stayed in place. What do you mean by Xiaoman? Feng Xiaoman glared at Chen Dong and said in a cold voice, I am now Xiao Wang's girlfriend, and in the future, I will be married into a wealthy family, living in a villa and driving a supercar. It has nothing to do with you D-Silk anymore. But, I'm your boyfriend. Feng Xiaoman snapped. I already told you to break up last week. Are you deaf? Or is there something wrong with your brain? Chen Dong was dumbfounded. Feng Xiaoman said that breaking up is a common occurrence. Since the last time he said that the whole person is out of touch, he thought he just had to buy gifts as usual, never realizing that she had become someone else's girlfriend. Chen Dong shook his head repeatedly and grabbed Feng Xiaoman's shoulder and said bitterly, Xiaoman, don't be fooled by Wang Peng. He can't count his girlfriends in Jiangzhou University on both hands. Zhang Fei from the Art Academy got knocked up by Wang Peng. Wang Peng dumped her straight away, and now she's so depressed she's going to kill herself. Wang Peng just wants to cheat your body. How can he marry you? Feng Xiaoman shook off Chen Dong and said excitedly, I'm happy to be cheated. At least I can still get money. What can I get with you? With only a countless mortgage and a meager salary, not to mention Ferraris and villas, you can't even satisfy me with luxury items like Givenchy Chanel. Chen Dong cannot understand why Feng Xiaoman has become like this. She used to be just a little bit of vanity, and now she has simply fallen into the eyes of the money. I can understand that you like money and luxury, but there's a fire pit ahead of you. You can't just jump into it. Enough. Feng Xiaoman growled sternly. It's only with you that it's a pit of fire, or a pit of nothing. Hurry up and get lost, lest young Wang misunderstand. Only then did Chen Dong notice that Feng Xiaoman had just walked out of the hotel. He immediately felt a heavy blow to his heart, not daring to imagine what Feng Xiaoman had just done in the hotel. At this time the hotel door opened. Wang Peng dressed in a designer suit, hair combed clanking out. Seeing Chen Dong, he laughed. Yo, isn't this Chen Dong? Wang Xiao. Feng Xiaoman walked over with a pandering face and snuggled into Wang Peng's arms. As Chen Dong looked at the two of them, his eyes could not help but turn a little red, and his fists subconsciously clenched. He has been in a relationship with Feng Xiaoman for 2 years, and Feng Xiaoman has never given him a good face, and her smiles are few and far between. The relationship between the two was just at the stage of holding hands, not even connecting with a kiss. But in front of Wang Peng is so pandering. A few days of work to open a room. When a woman's heart changes, it can never come back, and he and Feng Xiaoman can never go back to the old days. Chen Dong, what are you holding in your hand? Wang Peng asked with a frown. Feng Xiaoman picked up. I don't know where I found the ground floor goods, and I'm still stalking to give them to me. It's really annoying. Wang Peng scoffed. Casio? You're giving away junk that doesn't even cost $100,000? Chen Dong gritted his teeth and glared angrily. This watch was already considered a luxury for him, but it was not even a piece of in Wang Peng's eyes. Young Wang, let's not waste time with this guy. Didn't you say there's a reception later? There are still a lot of rich kids, let's hurry up and go. Don't be late. Feng Xiaoman pulled Wang Peng's arm, completely treating herself as Mrs. Wang, wanting to be among the high society. Wang Peng, however, was unimpressed. Wait for me in the car first. I'll have a chat with Chen Dong. In the face of Wang Peng's command, Feng Xiaoman naturally did not dare to go against it, and before leaving, she viciously glared at Chen Dong, as if in warning. Wang Peng lit a cigarette and said carelessly, Chen Dong, I didn't expect you guys to be such a waste. Talk to Feng Xiaoman for 2 years, she is still a chick. TSK. Should I say no? Feng Xiaoman's body is really good. It's completely different from in school. Ah. Ha ha. Chen Dong's fingernails were snapped into the flesh and blood. Even though there was a lot of humiliation in his heart, his face remained unchanged. A gold-digging woman is just a gold-digging woman. It's a perfect match for you. That's the kind of gold-digging girl I like, who makes me rich. Wang Pang let out a loud laugh and got into his Ferrari, slapping the door mockingly. Chen Dong, in the future, come to this hotel for work-study. My family owns it, and I'll pay you more when the time comes. Trying to get a Ferrari early. Feng Xiaoman, the co-pilot, covered her small mouth and laughed delicately. Wang Xiao, he can't afford a Ferrari even if he works for a lifetime. I'm talking about tires. Ha ha ha. The two men laughed indulgently and took off with a kick of the gas. Watching the Ferrari sail away, Chen Dong only felt a sense of powerlessness welling up in his heart. He sat paralyzed on the ground, completely disillusioned with the world's already, and gave up his last struggle. All roads lead to Rome, but some people are born directly in Rome. One could never surpass the Wang family no matter how much one struggled. What love? Truly nothing in front of real money. Ding! Treat money like dirt system binding complete. Suddenly a voice flashed through Chen Dong's mind. A curtain of light appeared before his eyes. Host Chen Dong. Strength, 70. Intelligence, 101. Physical strength, 80. Spirit, 88. 100 per capita. Truth value, 0. The next second the voice in his head sounded again. The system's daily amount of $10 trillion is refreshed in the early morning. Done for sincerity. Host spending to worthy people reward sincerity value. Can be freely exchanged for skills. Spend to the ulterior motives of people, then deduct 10 attribute points. Transferring money to your own account or to another person's account does not reward genuineness. The host is rewarded 1 attribute point for each billion spent. Money is nothing. Money is dung. And the host cleans up quickly. Chapter 2. I'm buying a building. Chen Dong looked at the light screen in front of him with a shocked face and touched it with his hand, realizing that he was the only one who could look at this light screen and could not even touch it. Treat. Money like dirt? Chen Dong stroked his chin. Skeptical. He walked into a supermarket next to the hotel and bought a bottle of Evian that he had never dared to buy before. Chen Dong chose fingerprint payment instantly without $8. Once again, he looked at the system. Host Chen Dong. Strength, 70. Intelligence, 101. Physical strength, 80. Spirit, 88. Truth value, 0. Today's balance, 99999999999999992. $10 trillion. It's actually true. Ha 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 ha. Chen Dong laughed out loud. And in the next instant, he took a deep breath. Lighten up. I'm going to treat money like dirt and hurry up and clean up all this money. This garbage. Chen Dong took a taxi to the Zhengzhou Bay sales office. Now that he is a rich man, he naturally can no longer live a stifled life and has to enjoy himself. Zhengzhou Bay is the latest Riverview mansion created in the whole Zhengzhou. The city government also wants to make this place into Zhengzhou CBD, and the price of a flat has been speculated to $60,000. An absolutely rich area. Push open the door. Chen Dong's footsteps. The real estate consultants in the sales hall glanced at Lin Dong, still keeping their heads down and going about their own business. Chen Dong walked directly to the front desk and said, I want to buy a house. A woman who was fixing her makeup swept a glance at Chen Dong and faintly said, Do you have an appointment with a real estate consultant? No. If you don't have one, go ahead and wait over there. You'll be greeted by a real estate counselor in a few minutes. Chen Dong frowned and glanced at her badge and asked in a puzzled manner, Aren't you a real estate consultant? The real estate consultant named Lu Hui said impatiently. So what? This house is $60,000 a square foot. Can you afford it? And still receive you? Don't look at your behavior. Lu Hui, engaged in the real estate industry for many years, has long been refined a pair of fiery eyes. There are basically no natural arrivals in high-end luxury properties like this one, and you have to rely on the real estate consultant's own resources and client network. And which one of them is not a big boss in his 40s or 50s who comes here to buy a house? Where are the young people? Guess this guy is just a smelly D-slickwo came to have a good time. Introducing him is purely a waste of words. Chen Dong smiled to himself. Going out these days without a good skin is still not an option. However, he was not angry. After experiencing Feng Xiaoman's matter, he was much more open-minded. At that moment a woman in her early 20s came walking quickly, tall and youthful in a black professional outfit. Su Qingru bowed deeply and said with a smile, Sir, I'm the real estate consultant of Zhengzhou Bay. Su Qingru, why don't I introduce you? She's just started a month ago and it's almost the end of the month and she hasn't opened a single bill yet. You can't book any big rich clients without resources and connections. Like Chen Dong, this kind of naturally visiting customers as a sales champion Hui sister cannot see. She is extraordinarily cherished. Chen Dong nodded and said, Show me the best house types you have here. No problem. Sir, please follow me. Su Qingru didn't expect the other party to come up to see the best house type, and her heart couldn't help but feel a little excited. Taking the key to the sample room, he led Chen Dong to the sample room of the king of the first building. Lu Hui contemptuously mocked, Foolish, still really take him as a big customer. Su Qingru took Chen Dong to the model room. Mouth like a river introduction, Mr. Chen. Zhengzhou Bay mansions are all large flat, each set of 600 square feet or more adjacent to the Jiangzhou Trade Center. The city's best elementary school and junior high schools are in the school district. Our building is the king of the first floor, with a panoramic view of the river from the 10th floor up. Chen Dong stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and nodded in satisfaction as he looked out the window. Not bad. Su Qingru continued her introduction. Sir, our Jiangzhou Bay mansion comes with its own hard furnishings. The floors are all made of fragrant sandalwood solid wood and are worth $2 million. The bathroom is even set with 26 rubies, worth $3 million. The glass is bulletproof, $5 million. Toilet, inlaid with gold, $900,000. Chen Dong turned around in the house, and the hard furnishings of the entire room embodied one word: luxury. This kind of house he couldn't even think of before. If Mr. Chen is in a hurry to move in, we in Jiangzhou can immediately install mahogany furniture worth $3 million. No need. Chen Dong shook his head. Mr. Chen, the mahogany furniture is free. Freebies are even less necessary. If you're going to install the best, install the best. Su Qingru heard this feeling today. Open single is expected. Ah, Mr. Chen, that you feel this house. Nice. Buy it. Su Qingru almost jumped up in excitement. Mr. Chen, then which floor are you looking to buy? There are 2 units in the king of the first building in Jiangzhou Bay, except for the 8 that have already been sold. You can pick the rest as you like, from the first floor to the top floor. Chen Dong stroked his chin. If you live by yourself, it's still the top floor that has a good view, but it's still better for your parents to live on the first floor. Mr. Chen is so filial. The price of the first floor is also 10% cheaper, and it comes with a 300 square feet garden, so parents can still plant some flowers and plants. Su Qing concurred. I still prefer the top floor though. Top floor is of course better. Not only has the apron but also the sky garden. So Mr. Chen is planning to buy a floor or the top floor. Su Qingru had thought that the other party was a great filial son, and it seemed that she had overthought it, but for the sake of the billing she continued to concur. Either floor is pretty good, so let's buy them all. You're buying 2 floors? Su Qingru froze, and hurriedly said, Mr. Chen, our project in Jiangzhou Bay doesn't allow loans. It must be paid in full. Dong Chen said, who said I want to buy 2 floors? I want to buy 1. Chapter 3, Fooled, right? Su Qingru, a pair of almond eyes, stared at the boss, the corners of the mouth slightly twitching. A building? Chen Dong leaned on the sofa and nodded. Is there any problem? Su Qingru hesitated for a long time and said, Mr. Chen, I've been introduced for so long. This is my due diligence. It's okay if you don't buy it, but it's not so bad to make fun of me, right? She hadn't seen any big boss buy more than 2 houses in Jiangzhou Bay. This young man opens his mouth to a building, which is ridiculous. Chen Dong smiled slightly. It seemed that this little girl did not quite believe in her own abilities. It is just a building. I am not interested in joking with you. Grab the contract. Okay. Su Qingru see him so confident. A time also cannot decide, so he can only take Chen Dong back to the sales office. A pair of eyes from time to time to Chen Dong for fear that he ran away. When she arrived at the sales office, Su Qingru was in a hurry to get the contract. In the manager's office, Jiang Menghan was fixing her makeup. She was only 28 years old and had already climbed to the position of general manager. It's all about the face and the wrist, so it's important to keep yourself looking beautiful at all times. Manager, I need the contract, Su Qingru shouted as she advanced. Jiang Menghan was stunned. Yo, billing today? For this newcomer who had just graduated, Jiang Menghan still took care of her, and she could always see the shadow of her own youth in her body. But care is also limited to everyday life, and things like performance are all up to you. Jiang Menghan took out a contract and handed it to her. Now that we're billed, it's on me tonight. Su Qingru didn't have the heart to think about dinner and shook her head back and forth. Manager, 1 contract isn't enough. Jiang Menghan was a bit surprised. How many orders have you opened here? 102 singles. What? You're not being lied to, are you? Jiang Menghan exclaimed. 102 orders. She had never seen anything so strange in all her time in the sales department. Su Qingru was a little embarrassed for a moment. I don't feel quite like it. She certainly didn't want Chen Dong to be a liar. She really wanted to open a bill so badly that she wanted to give it a try despite her skepticism. Jiang Menghan sighed, convinced that Su Qingru had been tricked, and got up. I'll go see who wants to buy 102 sets. Jiang Menghan stepped on her high heels and her aura was all over the place. A visit to the reception room reinforced the idea in my mind. However, he has to be deeper than those real estate consultants. His face did not move and said, Hello Mr. Chen. I am the manager of the sales department of Jiangzhou Bay. Jiang Menghan, I heard that you want to buy 102 sets of property? Chen Dong looked towards Jiang Menghan. She was seen wearing a black professional outfit, nearly 175 in height, with a shapely and curvaceous figure. Her long, Slender legs were wrapped in silk stockings and were full of temptation. The delicate face was painted with light makeup, charming but not demonic. Su Qingru was at least a school flower-level beauty, but standing next to Jiang Menghan completely became a companion. Exactly. Jiang Menghan's mouth hooked up charmingly. Mr. Chen. Jiangzhou Bay Mansion 60,000 per square foot. A set of almost 40 million. There are a total of 112 sets in one building. In addition to the 10 sets that have already been sold, you will probably have to spend more than $4 billion. Chen Dong smiled. So this woman did not believe in herself. Only 4 billion or so? That's so little. The corner of Jiang Menghan's mouth twitched. More than 4 billion was still too little? I wonder what kind of business Mr. Chen's family is in? Need to buy so many properties? Jiang Menghan practitioners so many years have not seen which big bosses have nothing to do to buy so many houses. Have the money to develop a real estate is not good? Moreover, Chen Dong is too young. Either he is the heir of a big family and the $4 billion is just pocket money, or he is just pretending here. But she preferred the latter. She knew about all the big families in Jiangzhou, just to be able to fly up to the branch and become a phoenix one day. But she had never heard of the Chen family. Ms. Jiang is worried that I can't pay? Jiang Menghan smiled and said, not really, 4 billion is not a small amount. Just reminding Mr. Chen. Once the contract is signed cannot be reversed. Chen Dong laughed out loud. To me it's just a small amount. Not to mention 4 billion. Even 400 million 4 trillion is nothing in my eyes. One's own even if one spends $10 trillion today. There will be another $10 trillion tomorrow, and this $4 billion is really just a hair's breadth. Jiang Menghan stared at Chen Dong's eyes, could not see any panic and weakness. She really did not understand where this kid's confidence came from. In that case, then I'll prepare the contract for Mr. Chen. Jiang Menghan got up and went to get the contract. She wanted to see how capable Chen Dong was. If he dared to make trouble in Jiangzhou Bay, he would not be able to get out of this gate today. You really think you can't clean him up with one woman? A few moments of effort. Jiang Menghan retrieved the contract, and Chen Dong signed it. Jiang Menghan asked without hesitation, how does Mr. Chen intend to pay? Fingerprints. Jiang Menghan sharply opened the program for Chen Dong to make the payment. Mr. Chen, please make the payment. 102 properties, counting various fees, totaling $4.3 billion. Her mind is very calm. Want to see how Chen Dong end? Aside Su Qingru nervous. This can be about whether she can bill today. Eyes have been staring at the screen. Chen Dong did not hesitate for a moment. Drop. Payment is successful. For a moment the reception room was quiet as hell. Jiang Menghan's pupils gradually dilated. This guy actually really has 4.3 billion. Chapter 4. Do you know anyone who sells airplanes? Jiang Menghan has been mixed up in the workplace for many years, and the paper-rich life of the upper class makes her long for it. Although many boss dudes had offered to adopt her, Jiang Menghan knew that being adopted was nothing more than a bird in a cage, unable to even see the light. To truly cross the class must marry into the heir of a truly magnificent family. Jiang Menghan had always been aiming for this, and today she finally found her chance. $4.3 billion to buy a house and forget about it. How can you mobilize so much money if you're not the heir of a big family? Qingru, why don't you hurry and get the key for Mr. Chen? Jiang Menghan hurriedly ordered. It was only then that Su Qingru slowed down from her joy as she answered and hurriedly exited the reception room. Ms. Jiang, do you think I'm still bragging now? What are you talking about? Mr. Chen. Just now I just wanted to care about Mr. Chen. Jiang Menghan's attitude suddenly became much more ambiguous. From the chest Hui pulled out a business card, smilingly said, Mr. Chen. This is my private business card. In the future if there are any real estate problems can consult me. Can help, I must help. Fingers as white as green onions gently slid across the palm of Chen Dong's hand. It made Chen Dong's bones almost crisp, and in his heart, he said, what a seductive siren. After receiving Jiang Menghan's business card, the afterglow was still there, and all of them were Jiang Menghan's private social accounts. Jiang Menghan joked, Mr. Chen is really a big spender. I wonder what kind of business Mr. Chen is busy with now? Chen Dong laughed. I'm just a student. I'm not doing any business. It's just that some of the money in my hand is just too much to spend. It's a real headache. Jiang Menghan gulped. A student's identity could mobilize more than $4 billion. What a huge family this had to be. Jiangzhou even has this kind of hidden big family. It seems that he still hasn't touched the core of the upper class in Jiangzhou. Mr. Chen, the furniture in Jiangzhou Bay hasn't been moved in yet. Why don't I help you with the follow-up? I'll notify you first once you can move in. Jiang Menghan made a furtive attempt to introduce herself, not intending to let this opportunity pass. As long as one climbed up to Chen Dong, one could be considered to have truly come into contact with the upper echelons of society. Chen Dong still had to go to school. Naturally he didn't have time to deal with the matter of the house, and he could also see Jiang Menghan's deep meaning. For such a beautiful woman to throw herself at him, he naturally wouldn't refuse. In that case, it will be a bother to Ms. Jiang. You can live in the house in Jiangzhou Bay as you like, just notify me when the top floor is ready, Chen Dong faintly said. Rich is not the same. Like Jiang Menghan, such a woman he did not even dare to think. Now the other party took the initiative to stick to himself. With Feng Xiaoman as a forewarning, he was however calm. After all, with his current financial power, he could find any woman prettier and more active than Jiang Menghan. Thank you Mr. Chen for your appreciation. I promise to satisfy Mr. Chen. Jiang Menghan covered her small mouth and laughed. It is true that if you take the initiative, you will have a chance. And how domineering it is to say that you can live in any house for $40 million. Su Qingru returned at this time with a large set of keys. Mr. Chen, here are your keys. Chen Dong turned his head to look at Su Qingru. This little girl was considered to be the only one in the entire sales office that did not judge people by their appearance. This kind of simple-minded and serious little girl is really rare. This quality is especially prominent when compared to Feng Xiaoman. Chen Dong casually took off a key and handed it to her. Su Qingru was stunned and looked at Chen Dong in confusion. Mr. Chen, what are you doing? Chen Dong explained. This house is considered your reward. Su Qingru was flattered and waved her hands. Mr. Chen, this is all what I should do. How can I live in your house that? Living in a $40 million mansion. Something she couldn't even think about. Jiang Menghan, who was on the side, thought that Chen Dong was looking at Su Qingru, and she knew clearly that it was impossible to want to dominate Chen Dong. Instead of that, it would be better to appear generous. Directly pulling Su Qingru's arm, she said, Qingru, Mr. Chen looks up to you and lets you live and you should be grateful to people. How can you brush off Mr. Chen's face? But, there's no buts. Don't thank Mr. Chen yet. Faced with the manager's lobbying, Su Qingru could not well refuse, only to see her make a deep bow to Chen Dong, and said with heartfelt gratitude, many thanks to Mr. Chen. Don't worry Mr. Chen, I will definitely try my best to do the things Mr. Chen has explained. Receiving the key in Chen Dong's hand, she still didn't feel quite real. She was living in a cheap rental house yesterday. You can move into a $40 million mansion today, and it's all because of Chen Dong. Dropping, harvesting genuinely worth 10. A voice suddenly came from Chen Dong's mind. He had actually gained 10 points of truth value? There was no need to think about it to know that it must have been obtained from Su Qingru. At least this little girl was genuinely thankful to herself. It seems like it's okay to spend money on a gift or something, and it might be genuinely worth it to receive it at some point. After leaving the reception room, Jiang Mengli even personally escorted Chen Dong. Lu Huihui at this time shouted, Manager, I just opened a single. You can give me the evening to prepare a celebration banquet. Jiang Mengli smiled. I'm afraid I have to prepare a celebration banquet for Su Qingru today. She opened 102 orders in one day. What? Lu Huihui was shocked. How is this possible? There's nothing impossible. By the way, this is Mr. Chen, also a VIP who bought 102 properties. You guys have to treat him well in the future. Jiang Menghan introduced. Chen Dong smilingly greeted Lu Hui. Lu Huihui almost fainted. He looked down on the guy even bought a building? According to the 1,000th of the commission, that is 4 million unexpectedly slipped away from their eyes. Cheap Su Qingru that in turn for nothing. It was too late for her mind to catch up with her, but it was too late. Jiang Mengli personally sent Chen Dong out of the sales office. Seeing that Chen Dong wanted to take a cab, he asked curiously, Mr. Chen, have you not taken a driver's license? Chen Dong lightly coughed. He had taken a driver's license when he was in school, but unfortunately he didn't have the money to buy a car. I have a license, but I'm too lazy to drive. Jiang Menghan said tentatively, but without a car, it's not convenient in case of any emergencies. For a character like Chen Dong, she did not mind at all if the car picked her up as a chauffeur. Chen Dong nodded. What you said makes sense. I wonder if Miss Jiang recognizes the airplane seller? Flying airplanes? The corner of Jiang Mengli's mouth twitched. That's right. In case of an emergency, it's even more inconvenient to be stuck in traffic, so you might as well get an airplane, which happens to have a tarmac on the top floor anyway. Jiang Mengli gulped. She felt that her pattern was small. A car? Does he need a car? Does Miss Jiang know anyone who sells airplanes? This I really don't know, but I can help Mr. Chen ask in the circle. Jiang Menghan can only promise first. She accompanied a lot of big bosses to buy a car, but buy an airplane is really the first time. Then I'll trouble Ms. Jiang. Chen Dong left the sales office and got on the subway intending to go back to school first to deal with the night. Open the system and distribute the 43 points of attributes harvested evenly among strength, stamina, and spirit. Host, Chen Dong. Strength, 100. Intelligence, 101. Physical strength, 100. Spirit, 91. Truth value, 10. Today's balance, 99956999999992. Chen Dong felt a warm current flowing through his body, and his strength and stamina instantly increased by a lot. The slight elevation of spirit did not bring about much of a change to Chen Dong. Open the genuine store and it's even more full of stuff. What medicines, kung fu, everything. I'll go. There are still immortal cultivation techniques? Chen Dong's eyes were fiery and excited as he hurriedly clicked on a copy of the 9 Revolutions Xiangong. I can't believe I need one. 800 true values? How long do I have to save up this little bit? The stuff at the real store is good, but none of it is a bargain. Chen Dong secretly sighed. It seems that we can only save slowly, but at least there is a running start. Chapter 5, The Flora's live room can't be cold. Brother, don't feel bad. The sky's the limit. I'll introduce you to a prettier one someday. Chen Dong had just returned to his dorm room when he received a call from his good brother Yang Chang. There are 4 people in their dormitory. The other 3, all moved out to live with their girlfriends, only Chen Dong a person alone in the room. When Chen Dong also wanted to move out in Feng Chanxian cohabitation. However, Feng Chanxian live and die do not agree, always with him and said, the most valuable time for a woman to get married to give him. Now Chen Dong sort of understand. Feng Chanxian just want to use her precious ones to hang Chen Dong. Let Chen Dong spend money on her. And once she finds a better one, she won't hesitate to kick Chen Dong out. Chen Dong's heart stung at the thought of this. How could he be so stupid? There were so many chances that he didn't even get a heart-on, and he just believed that there was some bull ***** pure love in this world, so much so that he is now abandoned and humiliated. Hey, brother, say something, don't do anything stupid. Tomorrow brother will help you contact beautiful women, to which type can be guaranteed and Feng Chanxian good. Brother, are you listening to me? You squeak ah. Yang Chang on the other end of the phone was anxious and incomparable. As soon as he heard that Chen Dong was dumped by Feng Chanxian, he immediately called to comfort him. He was a good brother to Chen Dong and knew Chen Dong's character very well. Chen Dong is a person to the love of nature. He gave his heart to Feng Chanxian but just take him as a spare tire. ATM. Yang Chang was really worried that Chen Dong would not be able to accept this result and thus do something drastic. So he on the other end of the phone was on the verge of jumping on his feet in anxiety. I'm fine. Chen Dong finally spoke. When Yang Chang heard it, he was thrilled. Brother, don't lie to me. I will go back to the dormitory to see you now. No, you have a good time with your 2. I'm really fine. Chen Dong finished speaking and directly hung up the phone. After lying on his bed and playing with his phone for a while, he felt hungry and got up to go to the cafeteria. There was a small grove of trees outside the cafeteria, and as Chen Dong passed by there, he heard a heavenly song. He walked over to see that it was Su Shui, the flower of the music department, who was there live. Su Shui looks beautiful, snow white skin, or long legs. The voice is also so good. It is reasonable to say that her fans, casually, should have a few million, yet she has a pitifully small following, not even 100,000 fans. One is because she only sings and never shows her face. Secondly, because a lot of people who give her gifts have other ideas, such as meeting offline and so on. All of them were rejected by her, and over time, those tycoons will not patronize her live room. That's why her live room is so cold, but she herself doesn't care. She's live just because she loves to sing. Chen Dong. Su Shui saw Chen Dong and smiled as she took the initiative to greet him. She has a really sweet smile, like the warmth of winter sunshine. Although she was the head of the music department, she was not at all standoffish and was very down to earth. It's still live. Aren't you going to eat? Chen Dong inquired with a smile. I just finished eating, and I've only been live for a while. Su Shui said. Oh, I won't bother you then. Chen Dong laughed. Su Shui nodded, and Chen Dong was about to leave when, not far away, there were a few more demurely dressed schoolgirls walking over. They are all from the music department. I don't know how much makeup they have on their faces, but compared to Su Shui's light makeup, they were all eclipsed in an instant. Su Shui, how many people are watching your live broadcast today? A female student asked in a slightly provocative manner. There are almost 500 people already. Su Shui replied sweetly with a smile. What? Only 500 people? Su Shui, do you know how to broadcast live? Do you want me to teach you? That female student mockingly asked again. The rest of them, too, all scoffed. No need. Su Shui refused dryly. She just wants to sing, and then someone likes to hear her sing and that's it. She didn't want to be like these people. Scratching her head in front of the camera. He, you want us to teach you? We're still not doing it. The rejected female student, feeling that she had lost face, sneered at Su Shui again. Su Shui simply ignored it. They were not far away from Su Shui, and they also started to broadcast live. After opening the phone's camera, the whitening filter directly takes the whole world and makes it nothing but white. Then they turned on their tuners and began to like snakes in front of the camera. Thank you for the gift, brother. I love you. I love your big rocket so much, brother. I love you so much. Brother, I'm in PK. Help me with my gift. These women live sure have a way with it. It didn't take long for the number of people watching in the live room to exceed 10,000, and all kinds of gifts were brushed up. The girls at this time, again looked toward Su Shui with a face of contempt, all thinking in their hearts, such a pretty face, such a good figure, and such a melodious voice, and yet they're going to waste it. If I had that kind of condition, I'd have been on the list of the big spenders and high flyers a long time ago. Even if the list is not on the big money, everyday life show a face, dance, income at least 4 or 5 figures or more, in favor of Tama pretending to be noble, refusing to show his face, and refusing to meet with big brother Pengjiai in private. You deserve to have a daily income of not even 200. These girls despised Su Shui to the extreme in their hearts. They were too noisy, and Su Shui changed places. They immediately looked like generals who had won a victory, and their faces were all smug to the core. Shendong was very dissatisfied when he saw the smug look on the faces of those goddesses. A few demonic ES who also want a ride on Su Shui's head? It just so happens that old me can't spend all my money. So let's brush some gifts for Su Shui. He took out his cell phone, opened the software, and entered Su Shui's live room. He directly rushed 100 million, opened the gift bar, and chose the most expensive gift in there, splendid starry night. What a big rocket. It's nothing compared to this gorgeous starry sky. In an instant, all sorts of stars smashed down in Su Shui's live room, gorgeous special effects that directly cover the screen. Su Shui's cell phone configuration is not high, and it directly lags. The live stream immediately exploded. Asterisk. The super tycoon is here. Straight up 99 gorgeous stars. That's ing $10,000 around. Is it the anchor's boyfriend? So damn rich. Landlord, pay attention to me. Chen Dong, whose online name is Kind Dong Dong, became an instant center of attention, as he, a super tycoon, descended. The popularity of the live broadcast room instantly soared to 100,000. Most of them were beautiful hostesses, and even the few demonic ES from earlier came in, wanting to catch a glimpse of this big tycoon. After all, swiping 999,000 in one breath would be very rare. Sister Shui, let's PK. Su Shui's screen name is called Sister Shui. Suddenly someone swiped $990,000 for her, irritating the top 10 ranked anchors, and someone entered the live room and forcefully approached her for PK. Chapter 6, scoring $10 million? Su Shui responded passively. A red line and a blue line collided hard in the live room. The red line was Su Shui's PK value, and the blue line was the PK value of the other anchor. For only a moment, the red line was suppressed out of sight by the blue line. It was the dozen or so dirtbag bigwigs in the other side's live room coming together. The other party was the third-ranked big anchor, and the dirtbag bigwigs in the live room were all super rich. Together they powered up, and the spectacle was unimaginably spectacular. Airplanes, rockets, sports cars, flowers, all like no money to the top. The screen had been completely flooded with gifts and even the comments were unreadable. In less than a minute, the gifts swiped in the other party's live room had already exceeded 1 million, while Su Shui's live room, the gifts were only a few hundred scattered gifts. What's going on? Where is that tycoon? Some people were puzzled, desperately at Su Shui. Why didn't that tycoon move at all? Su Shui froze. She didn't know what was going on either. It can't be a brainiac, can it? Suddenly don't know what kind of madness. Swiped all the deposits in one go. So there's no money left? Some people began to speculate. Su Shui's few classmates, all of whom had smiles on their faces at this time, began to gloom and doom in the live broadcast room. Anchor slept with that guy last night. That's why that guy is hot-headed today. Is this reliable information? How do you know? I went to school with her and saw her get in the car. Seriously? Got a picture? With the rumors of those demonic ES, Su Shui's live broadcast room had been messed up. That third-ranked big anchor was also a big disappointment. It was thought to be a newcomer on the rise, and she came to suppress it so she could show off her strength. Where did she think that what she encountered was just a hollow pillow? This live broadcast was no longer meaningful, and the tycoon bigwigs in her live room had already stopped swiping gifts. Anyway, they had already swiped more than $1 million, and the gifts in the other party's live room were less than 5,000. So it was a sure win anyways. Right at this moment, a golden comment appeared in Su Shui's live room. Each word was golden, like it was carved out of gold, and it was very blinding and eye-catching. Who's talking bad about me? Asterisk. The tycoon has appeared. The golden comment was sent by none other than Chen Dong. After he swiped a 99 Splendid Stars package just now, the system directly upgraded his account to a top-tier gold VIP. That's why the comments he posts, every word, is as golden as gold. Toho, your family's anchor PK is about to lose. Dirtbag, why didn't you move a bit just now? Toho, Is the anchor is not really sleeping with you? Dirtbag, are you really swiping with your savings? Is there any money left now? There were countless comments that nearly drowned Chendong. He hadn't moved earlier because he was typing his meal and couldn't even look at his cell phone with a dinner plate in his hand. It was only now that I sat down that I had time to turn on my cell phone. Those comments. He didn't bother to answer and just said, "There's no way my family anchor can lose. Little brother is so courageous. But there's only 10 seconds left in time. It's unlikely that you still have a chance." Oh. The other party live-streamed provocatively. After Chendong appeared, the tycoon bigwigs in her live broadcast room began to frantically brush gifts again. PK was a total of 2.5 minutes, and in that remaining minute or so, those tycoon bigwigs swiped over 2 million more gifts. Therefore, even if Chendong was rich, it was too late. Unless he can swipe the 99 gorgeous stars in a single breath for a 10-in-a-row package. One gorgeous star is 10,000. 99 is 999,000. A 10-in-a-row package is $9. 99 million. It's not possible to swipe so many in one go in the dirt. The only time this live streaming app has ever appeared is the #1 ranked Big Anchor. But then it was reported that it was an official heat made in conjunction with the big anchors, and it wasn't even swiped that much. Therefore now, everyone had decided that Su Shui would definitely lose. However, just at the last second when the PK would end, an unimaginably spectacular scene appeared in the live broadcast. Chain after chain made up of star arrangements exploded, and the screen was completely flooded with special effects, like endless fireworks were blooming here, dazzling to the extreme. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what the am I seeing? Gorgeous chain of stars. This is a joke to me, isn't it? That tycoon, he really gave away 99 gorgeous stars in a 10-in-a-row package. This is not even a tycoon? It's a god. Without batting an eyelid, nearly $10 million was dumped. God, oh, do you still lack friends? Mr. God, I'm a. Can we be friends? God ho, several of our sisters love you. God oh, please pay attention to me. The live stream had blown up, with comments and special effects intertwined in a never-before-seen spectacle. The number of people watching has long exceeded 5 million. Su Shui's cell phone is poorly configured, and it's already stuck hot and smoking. She had literally never dreamed that someone would swipe over $10 million in gifts for her. The rest of the people were even more surprised that this divine hero could actually be so shocking. 1 star for 10,000. And if you can swipe a star in the live room, you can be called a tycoon bigot. Chendong is not a one-by-one brush, is directly brushed the top of the 99 package, that is, 99 gorgeous stars, or 10 consecutive shots, a breath of 999. It really shocked the entire live streaming community. That big anchor who had forced Su Shui to PK and ranked third had already fled in ashes. The dozen or so tycoon bigwigs in her live broadcast room are also like frosted eggplants. All of them are absent, and they don't dare to fart. Su Shui was moved even if she didn't care about this anymore, and she took the initiative to add Chendong's friend. Thank you for swiping so many gifts for me. You're welcome. Why are you helping me? Su Shui inquired curiously. She had a small crowd in her live room, and she remembered all the people who showed up regularly. Chendong had never swiped a gift before, so how did he suddenly become so generous? It's not like he's got some kind of non-consensual idea about her, is it? If that was the case, she would return all the proceeds she got from the gift. She wasn't that kind of casual woman. I was in a bad mood today, and hearing your song made it much better, so I'm grateful to you for swiping these gifts. Chendong laughed. He was dumped by Feng Qianqian and was indeed in a bad mood. Su Shui's singing voice was as moving as heavenly music. When they usually met, Su Shui had never looked down on him. Chendong now had plenty of money, so he was naturally willing to spend money on Su Shui. Really? Can we make friends? What's your micro signal? Su Shui smiled and inquired. From Chendong's sincere words, she could see that Chendong did not mean anything else before she was willing to make a friend with Chendong. Great! Send it to you right away. Chendong sent his micro signal over, and Su Shui smiled sweetly again. When I'm free in a few days, I'll treat you to dinner. Okay, Chendong agreed. Su Shui finished the live broadcast and returned to the dormitory to receive a cooperation message from the labor union to join her in slaughtering that fat sheep Chendong. Chapter 7, Buying Clothes. Su Shui didn't even think about it and directly pulled the plug. To cooperate with the union is to seek skin with a tiger, and I don't know how many anchors have been half killed by the pit. More importantly, Su Shui had already considered Chendong as her friend, so how could she possibly pit her friend? Undeterred, the union switched accounts and sent her another message. You decide the revenue share, and you can draw up the contract. Su Shui still didn't even think about it and directly hacked it. No matter what the union offered, she would not agree to it. In the end, the labor union was forced to do nothing, and even directly began to threaten, if you don't agree, you won't want to mix in the live circle in the future. Su Shui finally responded. A simple reply. I want to know how many accounts you have for me to hack. The labor union was directly exasperated and spat out blood. The first time they had seen an anchor who didn't give them face so much. They coldly dropped a sentence. "You will definitely regret this." Still unconcerned, Su Shui continued to pull the plug. Dropping. Harvest True Value 50. After eating and returning to the dormitory, Qindong lay on the bed when the system's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. He was stunned. Is Su Shui really that grateful to me? Before that, he was harvesting 10.0% of his heart's value. Su Shui here, directly harvested 50. That $10 million was not spent in vain. His mouth cracked open with laughter. Qindong remembered the matter of buying an airplane again, and did not know if Jiang Menghan had contacted the seller. He immediately sent a message to Jiang Menghan. Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry, I haven't contacted the seller yet, or you should go ahead and buy a car tomorrow. Jiang Menghan quickly replied. Qindong was somewhat helpless and could only agree to go ahead and buy a car. I don't know much about cars, can you accompany me tomorrow? Qindong inquired. Mr. Chen, it is my honor to serve you. Please give me your address and I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. Jiang Menghan replied excitedly on the other side of the phone. The opportunity to get close to Qindong was something she was begging for, so how could she possibly turn it down? Qindong sent her the location, and the next morning, she drove to the location. Seeing Qindong walk out from the school gate, she stared in shock again. Mr. Chen, are you really a student? Qindong glanced back at the school gate and laughed. As good as fake. Jiang Menghan was even more excited in her heart. Before Qindong told her that she was a student, she did not believe him, because how can a student just casually come up with over $4 billion? Now that she had seen it with her own eyes, she was finally fully convinced. When Qindong walked over, she immediately pulled open the car door and respectfully said, Mr. Chen, please get in. After Qindong got into the car, she gently closed the door again before getting into the car herself. She respectfully really looked like Qindong's full-time driver, which made Qindong a little embarrassed. When the car passed by a clothing store, Jiang Menghan suddenly stopped, and Qindong curiously asked, why did you stop? Jiang Menghan looked Qindong up and down. Mr. Chen, what you are wearing is too mismatched with your status, so I suggest you change into some better clothes. It wasn't that Qindong hadn't thought about changing into a few better sets of clothes, but what to do with all these expensive clothes? He didn't know a thing about it. Wearing it haphazardly on his body, he will be ridiculed as a thug and a dirt old man. That's why he didn't act. Today, Jiang Menghan was here, so it seemed like she could be asked to help herself. To be honest, I don't know much about matching clothes. Can you help me choose a few sets? Qindong sincerely inquired. Mr. Chen, it's my honor to serve you. In the future, you don't need to ask me. You can just give orders directly. Jiang Menghan said with another excited face. It was indeed an honor for her to serve Qindong. After all, there are a few students in this world who can casually come up with a few $1 billion. The two get out of the car and enter the clothing store. Welcome. The clerk walked over with a big smile on her face and asked enthusiastically, may I help you? Without even thinking, Qindong replied, bring out the most expensive clothes in your store. The clerk mentally twitched. Who is this guy? He's so rich? You want to see the most expensive clothes, or take them all out? The clerk looked Qindong up and down. Looking at how he was dressed, he did not look like someone who could spend money here. It was fortunate that Jiang Menghan was following beside her. Jiang Menghan's professional small suit was also tens of thousands of dollars a set. With her outstanding temperament and tall figure, she was no ordinary person at first glance. The sales clerk thus did not blow Qindong out. However, she still patiently introduced, Sir, we are a branded store here. The most expensive clothes are designed by the top designers in Europe. This is more than $100,000 for the design cost alone. Do you think you still need it? The design fee for a dress is more than $100,000. Then buying it is definitely $500,000 or $600,000 to start with. The clerk explained in such detail, firstly to probe Qindong's bottom line, and secondly to make Qindong know what to do, so as not to waste time in doing so. Bring the payment machine. Qindong saw what she was thinking and didn't talk nonsense to her. I'll make an advance of $10 million in your store first, then I'll take my time to pick it out. The clerk's heart twitched again. Sir, you're not kidding me? You really want an advance of $10 million up front? Why are you so nagging? Go get your manager. This is an honored guest. You're not qualified to receive him. Jiang Menghan couldn't watch from the side and reprimanded the clerk. If this little sales clerk knew that Qindong had bought a building in the Riverview mansion without batting an eyelid, she definitely would not have said so much nonsense. The little sales clerk immediately went to call their manager. Not long after, a woman wearing a small white professional suit with a sexy figure appeared in front of Qindong. What can I do for you, sir? The clothing store manager inquired. Bring the payment machine over, Qindong said impatiently. The manager brought the payment machine over, and she had already heard the little clerk say that Dong wanted to make an advance of $10 million in advance. In her heart, she absolutely did not believe it. DDT. Dong's finger pressed on top of the payment machine, and a mechanical voice rang out in the clothing store. Branch fingerprint payment successful. Payment amount, $10 million. Everyone was dumbfounded that there was really an advance of $10 million. The manager and the little clerk, their attitudes both instantly changed 180 degrees. The manager yelled out, "Quickly, bring over the most expensive ones of the men's suits." She was afraid that Dong had run away. "It's been a while since I've had such a great customer. People who can casually advance a $10 million up front can definitely casually spend tens of millions." The pretty little sales clerk began to attentively help Dong undress, and a piece of expensive suit was put on Dong's body. "What do you think?" Dong turned his head to ask Jiang Menghan about each item he tried on. "Yes." Jiang Menghan nodded. She suddenly felt a bit redundant. With tens of millions of dollars of clothes on her body, even if she was a pig, she would be able to bear the temperament. Not to mention that there was a professional like the clothing store manager pointing out on the side. She really couldn't do much to help. However, Dong still consulted her every time, which made her heart grateful beyond measure. Chapter 8, A Luxury Car for You. Mr. Chen, welcome to your next visit. The manager of the clothing store led all the employees to stand on both sides. Their waist bars were bent to 90 degrees as they respectfully sent Dong away. And the one just now, the first small clerk who received Dong, was still inwardly afraid at this moment, because almost, she had offended Dong, a big client. Luckily, Dong did not bother with her, or else she would be screwed for the rest of her life. Dong, who changed into the expensive suit, his temperament changed at once. Between his hands and feet, there is a noble atmosphere, which attracted countless beautiful women side-eye, some bold a little, but also to come over to ask for WeChat with Dong. When Jiang Menghan saw this scene, for some reason, her heart was very upset. She immediately pulled Dong into the car and said with a smile, "Mr. Chen, we still have to go car shopping." Dong nodded. Jiang Menghan started the car, and it wasn't long before they arrived at the 4S store. Dong, who was dressed in an expensive suit, walked into the 4S store. No one dared to look down on him. On the contrary, he attracted the attention of all the store employees. "That outfit, isn't it designed by a top European designer? The design fee alone is more than $100,000. The value of this set of clothes, at least $1 million to start with. This is a big customer." Someone got excited and took the initiative to run towards Dong. "Sir, I'm shop assistant No. 1. May I serve you?" The rest of the sales clerks were not willing to show weakness and ran over, scrambling to serve Dong. In a short while, the manager was alarmed, jogged over, bent his waist into 90 degrees, and said to Dong with a respectful face, "Sir, I am the manager here. May I ask what kind of car do you want to see?" Dong Chen said, "The most expensive." The manager and all the clerks sucked in a breath of cold air. From the fact that Dong was dressed, it could be seen that Dong was not an ordinary person and would definitely spend hard when he came here. Where did they think that Dong's spending was still beyond their expectations? Surprisingly, he opened his mouth to see the most expensive car here. The manager excitedly said again, "Sir, this way please. The two most expensive cars in our store are the Lamborghini Aventador, priced at $6.2 million, and the Ferrari SF90, priced at $5 million. Which one do you see you like?" The manager had already led Dong to the VIP showroom inside. There was a red Ferrari and a blue Lamborghini parked there, both so dazzling in their cool bodies under the lights. Dong turned his head to Jiang Menghan. "Which one do you like?" Jiang Menghan looked puzzled. "Mr. Chen, you're the one buying the car. Why are you asking for my opinion?" Dong laughed. "There are exactly two here, one for each of us." Jiang Menghan was stunned. "Mr. Dong, what do you mean by that? You are giving me a sports car?" Dong nodded. Jiang Menghan was even more stunned as she asked with great incomprehension, "Mr. Chen, why did you send me the car?" Dong laughed, "Because you have helped me a lot." Jiang Menghan looked at Dong suspiciously. Her mind was trying to think, what had she helped Dong? Come to think of it, it seemed like she was not helpful to Dong at all. In that case, why did Dong give her such an expensive car? Just as she looked puzzled, Dong smiled again and explained to her, "You drove to pick me up and took me shopping for clothes. You've been so helpful to me, so I want to thank you properly." Jiang Menghan was completely stunned. Isn't it a small matter of lifting a finger? Moreover, she had her own purpose in doing this for Dong, which was to get close to Dong and gain more benefits. However, Dong was grateful to her for these small things and had to send her an expensive sports car. In her heart, she really couldn't believe that all of this was true. No matter who it is that encounters something like this, they are not going to believe that it could be true. Got your ID card? Check in now, Chen Dong added. These words pulled Jiang Menghan back from her thoughts, and she looked at Chen Dong dumbly, not joking with her. What Chen Dong said, all true. Really want to send her a $5 or $6 million of expensive sports car. Jiang Menghan immediately felt the corners of her eyes sour, and she almost cried. No one had ever been this nice to her since she was a little girl, and even if it did, it would be for another purpose. For example, to send her a bag, or hinted in advance, to sleep with her. She did not agree. The other party immediately flipped. Chen Dong gave her a sports car, but only because she helped Chen Dong do two small things with her hands. This is a good way to imagine how much she has been moved inside now. Over the years, she had maneuvered between men, and had always felt that men were just something to be used, and definitely not something to give her feelings to. So much so that now, she didn't even have a boyfriend. She approached Chen Dong to get favors from him as well. Now, her mind has changed. A man, without making any conditions with her, is going to give her an expensive sports car just because she did two small and insignificant things. Inside her heart, she was really touched. Looking at Chen Dong again, it was already completely different. Chen Dong seemed to have turned into a mountain in her heart, so tall that she could only look up to it. What are you waiting for? Come over and check in. Is it because you don't have your ID card? Chen Dong urged again. Those female sales clerks around them were envious of Jiang Menghan. There are those with poor self-control who are drooling. A 5 million plus sports car, eyelids are not blinking to send out how they want to be Jiang Menghan themselves. When checking in, some of the female sales clerks' hands are always not honest. Touching Chen Dong's hands, Chen Dong looked up to see them. One by one, their eyes were as if they were trying to hook the soul, and they looked straight at Chen Dong. Chen Dong looked puzzled. Are you all sick? Why are you looking at me with that kind of look? It took a while to go through the formalities, and as both Chen Dong and Jiang Menghan had nothing to do, Jiang Menghan pulled Chen Dong over to take pictures. Such intimate interactions could enhance their relationship. First, Jiang Menghan stood next to the limousine and asked Chen Dong to take her picture. Then there was the time when she asked Chen Dong to stand next to the limousine, and then she took a picture of Chen Gao. After the shoot, they all posted the pictures to their friends. Jiang Menghan is okay. She is the manager of the sales department of the Riverview Mansion. Her social status is already high, and she often participates in car shows. Uploading such photos in her circle of friends did not cause too much reaction. The others just assumed she had gone to another car show. Not so for Chen Dong, whose photo caused a sensation just after it was uploaded to his circle of friends. Congratulations to young Master Chen on his joyful acquisition of a luxury car. Upstairs, are you trying to laugh me to death so you can inherit my joy beans? For a poor man like Chen Dong, he wouldn't be able to afford it even if he struggled for 1,000 years. Chen Dong, it's so hard for you to get a part-time job in a 4S store. You don't work properly. You actually take pictures of the store's luxury cars. Aren't you afraid of being fired? Not only stealing a luxury car, but also got a set of fake name tags to wear on the body. Isn't it dumped by Feng Chanshan? This stimulation is also too big. Chapter 9, Jiang Menghan's character. The mocking messages from the circle of friends did not bother Chen Dong in the slightest. Standing in a different position changes the perspective of things. It's like a man who doesn't care what the ants do to him because he can just stretch out a finger and press them to death. Welcome to the next visit. At the entrance of the 4S store, the manager led all the employees to send Chen Dong and Jiang Menghan off cheerfully. The two of them drove directly to the Riverview Mansion, as Chen Dong wanted to see how his house was getting along, and he also wanted to quickly pick up his parents to enjoy their happiness. The car that Jiang Menghan drove was driven home for her by the employees in the 4S store. In the Jiangzhou Development Zone General Manager's office, General Manager Zhuo Rui stood in front of the desk with some apprehension, not daring to breathe, for in his place sat a man in his 50s, majestic in a designer suit. This man was none other than the chairman of the Jiangzhou Ben Development Zone, Zhou Huan. Manager Zhuo, how are the company's recent sales? Zhou Huan inquired. Very good. Sold a building yesterday. Zhuo Rui laughed. A look of disbelief immediately appeared on Zhou Huan's face. Manager Zhou, are you kidding me? Zhuo Rui disgruntledly said. If I remember correctly, the highest purchase record was just one person, who bought 2 houses. Who is so rich that they purchased a building in one day? Dre said. The person who bought a building was a student. Pust. Zhuo Rui hadn't even finished speaking when the coffee in Zhou Huan's mouth directly sprayed out. A student who can purchase a building here? Manager Zhuo, do you think you believe yourself when you say that? Zhou Huan's face had revealed a very dissatisfied look. A person to buy a building is already exaggerated enough. Did not think, there is more exaggerated. That is, to buy a building is a student. This is not an ordinary property. They are all luxury apartments. Any one of them is tens of millions of dollars to start with, and it takes at least a few $1 billion to buy the next building. A student, where did he get so much money? Zhou Huan immediately felt that Zhuo Rui was making fun of him. If Zhuo Rui doesn't give him a perfect explanation today, then Zhuo Rui really has to roll. Chairman, I didn't lie to you. It's already spread around the company, Zhuo Rui explained again in a panic. Great, bring me the details and I'll take a look. Zhou Huan sneered. Chairman, this matter is Jiang Menghan's responsibility. I'll immediately call her to see you, Zhuo Rui added. Jiang Menghan? Zhou Huan pondered the name. She is one of the most promising employees in the company. At less than 27 years of age, he has become the manager of the sales department and is very competent. Zhou Huan was all set to focus on her. Yet now, she really sold a building in one day? If it's true, it's natural to fire up the promotion. If it's fake, then she's going to off with Dreary. Tell her to come see me immediately, Zhou Huan ordered. Zhuo Rui took out his cell phone and called Jiang Menghan's office. General Manager, our manager is not here. She didn't come to work today. The office employee received the call and said in some panic. What? Didn't show up for work? What did she go for? Dre was very angry. The chairman came back and wanted to see Jiang Menghan, but Jiang Menghan actually didn't come to work. How could he explain to the chairman? We really don't know. The employees in the sales department office were on the verge of crying with anxiety. Zorui could only hang up the phone helplessly. What's wrong? Zhou Huan immediately inquired when he saw that his face didn't look right. Jiang Menghan didn't come to work, Zhuo Rui awkwardly explained. Didn't show up for work? What did she do? Zhou Huan growled in dissatisfaction. How can you be the general manager? The sales manager didn't show up for work and you didn't even know? Are you in cahoots with her to lie to me? Zhuo Rui was frightened and panicked, and quickly swore. Chairman, if I want to lie to you, I shall not die. Zhou Huan's face eased a bit, and then he droned in a cold voice. Hurry up and call her back. Zhuo Rui immediately nodded. Yes. He immediately took his cell phone again and dialed Jiang Menghan's private number. At this moment, Jiang Menghan was driving with Chendong to rush back to the Riverview mansion. Upon receiving the call, she immediately inquired curiously, General Manager, what is it that you're looking for me for? Jiang Menghan, where have you been? You're the sales manager and you don't show up for work. Do you know how serious the consequences are? You get back to the office immediately. The chairman is waiting for you. Dre took the phone and was reprimanded. Jiang Menghan immediately apologized. General Manager, I'm accompanying a client. I'm really sorry. I'll rush back to the company right away. The two hung up. Zhou Huan immediately inquired. What is she doing? Dre said. She said she was with a client? In Zhou Huan's head, some bad images immediately appeared. What does a pretty young manageress do when she goes to accompany a client? Cootie. It all comes to mind. Zhou Huan's impression of Jiang Menghan was instantly bad to the extreme. I originally thought that she relied on her abilities to get to where she is now. It didn't occur to me that she still relies on a woman's best means after all. Zhou Huan turned his stern gaze to Zhuo Rui. You honestly explain. How in the world did she become the sales manager? Zhuo Rui instantly changed his face dramatically. What does Zhou Huan mean by asking that? He couldn't be guessing that Jiang Menghan had something unseemly going on with him and that's why she became the general manager of the sales department. Zhuo Rui completely panicked, kneeled on the ground, and swore to Zhou Huan again. Chairman, I swear to God, I have nothing with her. She really relied on her ability to become the sales manager. Zhou Huan sneered. Is it by ability? We'll know when we meet her later. He stood up from his seat and walked towards the window, expecting to be gazing at the scenery, but at that moment, two luxury cars drove into the company building. The doors opened, and on one of the red Ferraris, the person who came down was none other than Jiang Menghan. Zhou Huan was very surprised and turned his head to ask Zhuo Rui. Already Jiang Menghan's salary. Can she afford a Ferrari? She makes up to $560,000 a year. She can't afford it, Zhuo Rui replied. Then come and see. Zhou Huan sneered. Zhuo Rui walked to the window and saw Jiang Menghan next to the Ferrari, and in this instant, she was also stunned. Where did she get the money to buy such a luxury car? Zorui exclaimed. It seems that she is on the list of big money, so she doesn't even come to work. Zhou Huan sneered and asked Zhuo Rui, Manager Zhua, do you still dare to say you have nothing with her? From a luxury car, Zhou Rui could already tell Jiang Menghan's character. He naturally didn't believe a single word of what Zhuo Rui had just said. At this time, Zhuo Rui was really unable to defend himself. The only way to ask everything was to wait for Jiang Menghan to arrive. At this time downstairs, Jiang Menghan and Chen Dong parted ways for the time being. Jiang Menghan came to the upstairs office company. As soon as she entered the door, she felt that the atmosphere was not right, and the killing atmosphere was not right. Chapter 10, Call me Cho. Good day, Chairman. Good day, General Manager. Jiang Menghan greeted with a smile. Don't dare, Zhou Huan said in a conspiratorial manner. How would I dare to let Ms. Jiang call me Chairman? Jiang Menghan's face changed. What did Zhou Huan mean when he spoke like this? She didn't move, still smiling as she asked, Chairman, what is it that you are looking for me for? Zhou Huan sneered, I heard that mess. Jiang created a miracle yesterday, selling a building by herself. Is this true? Jiang Menghan immediately laughed. Chairman, you are mistaken. The person who sold out a building is not me. It's a new employee. Her name is Su Qingru. Zhou Huan sneered, regardless of whether it's a new employee or an old one. I just want to know whether this matter is true or not. Jiang Menghan laughed. Of course it's true, Chairman. I'll show you the details right away. Zhou Huan laughed. Good. In his mind he was thinking, I'll see what you can come up with. Trying to fake it? That's simply not possible. Because, can be recognized instantly in a good scam as long as there is no transfer amount. Therefore, Zhou Huan had already decided in his heart that he would not look at the rest of the documents prepared by Jiang Menghan, just to see if there was a transfer amount. If not, then, it's definitely a scam. Shuorui and Jiang Menghan, all of them have to get lost. It didn't take long for Jiang Menghan to enter the office once again with the documents. Zhou Huan picked it up and directly flipped to the last page. Seeing the $3 billion transfer amount on it, he was instantly dumbstruck with surprise. Get the accountant here. I want to check the books. He immediately gave another order. Obviously he didn't believe the amount of money that was typed on paper for the transfer. The only way to prove that what Jiang Menghan said was true was to check the company's account and really transfer in $3 billion. It didn't take long for the company's accounting supervisor to arrive at the office, and he asked with a curious look on his face, Chairman, General Manager, what are you looking for me for? Bring me the most recent income bill immediately. Zhou Huan gave the order. The accountant casually operated a few times on the computer in front of him, and the details of the company's capital income instantly appeared on the page. Seeing one of the lines, after 43, there is a large series of numbers. Zhou Huan did not even hold back to count in detail. It really is $3 billion. He was completely stunned and his face changed. His company actually did sell a building a day. Simply miraculous, mythical, and hard to replicate. He immediately stood up and took the initiative to stretch out his hands, holding Jiang Menghan's hands, and said with tears in his eyes, Manager Jiang, thank you for your dedication to the company. The company will definitely not treat you poorly. This month your bonuses, all doubled. Thank you, Chairman. Jiang Menghan said gratefully. General Manager Zhuo Rui breathed a sigh of relief on the sidelines. Selling a building was real, and the chairman's suspicion of him just now could be completely eliminated. Manager Jiang, can you still contact that big client? I want to see him for a while, Zhou Huan said with some excitement again. The person who casually took out $3 billion to buy a mansion definitely had an unusual status, and he definitely had to go and flatter him. I'm right downstairs. I just came back with him. The client I'm meeting today is him. Jiang Menghan said. I'll invite him up here. Zhou Huan shook his head. No, I'll go see him in person, so as to appear sincere. Good. Jiang Menghan led the way, and Zhou Huan and Zhuo Rui both followed behind, wanting to see what kind of person this big client was. Now it was finally clear to them where Jiang Menghan's car came from. It must be from that big client. People who casually put up $3 billion for a building don't care in giving away an expensive luxury car. In the reception room, the real estate consultants were carefully waiting for Chen Dong. In case Chen Dong was happy today and was buying a building, they would be rich. The one who serves most attentively is definitely Lu Hui. Yesterday, there was obviously an opportunity to sell a building in front of her, because she had an eye problem. Hard to miss. Her intestines were repenting, and she cried all night last night. How can I not work harder when I see Dong Chen again today? However, Chen Dong did not even look at her. At this moment, Chen Dong's gaze was almost all focused on Su Qingru's body. This girl is really good. Yesterday Chen Dong gave her a set of mansion, directly to let her realize wealth freedom. Yet she still came to work with dedication and didn't become high and mighty and uncaring just because she had acquired a mansion. She is still so modest and courteous, thoughtful and meticulous. Chen Dong's house. There is no wrong person to send. Just then, the door to the reception room was pushed open, and Jiang Menghan, Shuo Rui, and Zhou Huan walked in. Except for Chen Dong, everyone instantly stood up and greeted. Good day, Chairman. Good day, General Manager. Good day, Manager. Everyone sit. Zhou Huan waved his hand and the crowd sat down apprehensively. Zhou Huan and Zhuo Rui's gazes immediately all focused on Chen Dong. Is this the man of honor? The one who bought a building in one breath? It's true that he's a talented man, with an impressive appearance and extraordinary demeanor, and between his hands and feet, he has a noble aura. Zhou Huan and Zhuo Rui both praised in their hearts. Chen Gao's current temperament has changed greatly, not just by that body of clothes. After sending Jiang Menghan a luxury car, he gained another 20 points of sincere value. He added them all to the various attributes of his body. It gave him a change of essence. Even if he wears very ordinary clothes now, it will make those who see him feel that he is not ordinary. Hello, Mr. Chen. Zhou Huan took the initiative to come over and wanted to shake hands with Chen Dong. Chen Dong was puzzled. Which one of you? He's our chairman. Jiang Menghan laughed. Oh, chairman. Hello. Chen Dong faintly extended his hand. He was sitting and Zhou Huan was standing. The height was different. Zhou Huan knots did not bend down. This appeared somewhat comical, but Zhou Huan did not show any dissatisfaction on his face, because a young man who casually took out $4.3 billion definitely came from a terrifyingly large family. Such a person, Zhou Huan must befriend. I don't dare to dare. You can just call me Xiao Zhou. Zhou Huan laughed again. How can this be good? Chen Dong said indifferently. I heard that you guys are looking for Jiang Menghan for something? Has it been resolved? I still have to ask her to show me the house. Of course it's solved. Zhuo Rui interjected from the side. In the future, Manager Jiang will specialize in serving you. Any requests you have, you can mention them to her. Good, then I won't be polite. Chen Dong stood up and said to Jiang Menghan, let's go. Jiang Menghan nodded and was about to leave with Chen Dong when Zhou Huan's phone suddenly rang. It was another shareholder of the company Zhang Long who called. Old Zhou, there is a problem with the funds. The previous customer was a fraud and rolled away our money. Zhang, who was anxious on the other end of the phone. What's gotten into you? That's $20 billion. With such a big hole and a broken capital chain, the company will immediately go out of business. Chapter 11, $50 billion. Zhou Huan was so exasperated that he cursed over the phone. Not long ago, he met a foreigner, claiming to be the heir of some foreign family, and wanted to cooperate with him to expand his company's industry abroad. He believed it in his head and sent another company know-it-all, Zhang Long, to talk about cooperation. Where did it occur to him that the foreigner was actually a crook who had rolled up nearly $20 billion of his company's assets? Such a big hole cannot be filled. When the financial chain is broken, the company will immediately go out of business. Zhou Huan was already anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Zori was smart enough to kick out all the employees at the first opportunity. Otherwise, they knew these company insiders, and once the word got out, the company would surely go out of business even faster. What should I do? Zhou Huan howled. His hands, his hair, an instant mess, struggled for a lifetime. A careless, is it going to be this kind of lose completely and utterly? He no longer has the spiritedness. He had just now looked at the beam of the room, and endless despair was shown in his eyes. Chairman, don't think about it. This matter, we still have a way. Zhuo Rui sensed that the situation was not right and immediately persuaded Zhou Huan. What else can be done? That's a $20 billion hole. The company's assets are all pressed up. The company is finished. You prepare to find the next family. Don't be dragged down at that time. Zhou Huan sighed. He was already as if his heart was dead. Chairman, we may be able to ask Mr. Chen Dong for help, Zhuo Rui said. A glimmer of light immediately appeared in Zhou Huan's eyes. Will this work? That's $20 billion. Can he take out that much money? Even if he can come up with it, what makes him help us? Zhou Huan shook his head again, thinking that this was unreliable. Chairman, it's better to try than to sit here and wait for death, Zhuo Rui persuaded. After pondering for a long time, Zhou Huan suddenly shouted, quickly take me to see Mr. Chen Dong. Chen Dong had taken Jiang Menghan away just now. He was not a member of the company, and anything that happened to this company had nothing to do with him. Zhou Huan and Zhuo Rui rushed out of the reception room, and within a few steps, they heard someone talking. You know what? The company is going out of business. We need to hurry up and find the next one. Zhou Huan and Zhuo Rui turned back to look at the same. The one who moved the right and wrong was a female employee, with a snarky face, a snob at first glance. Worried, they didn't have time to pay any attention at all and went directly to the Riverview mansion to look for Chen Dong. Mr. Chen Dong, please save my company. In a mansion, Zhou Huan knelt down and pleaded loudly when he saw Chen Dong. Is it that serious? Chen Dong asked indifferently. To tell you the truth, this time, my company has a deficit of $20 billion, and if I don't make up for this amount, the company will immediately close down. Mr. Chen Dong, I am truly out of options. I beg you to help me out. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you suffer. I will mortgage all the company's assets for you to borrow this money. What do you think? Zhou Huan asked anxiously again. Life and death are on the line. If Chen Dong didn't agree, his company would inevitably go out of business. The rest of the company would pounce like hungry wolves and eat the remnants of his company's assets, down to the dregs. At that time, he was completely finished, and there was no other way out at all but to hang himself and jump off a building. Therefore, his life and death were now really in Chen Dong's hands. Don't be so flustered. It's not just money. The last thing I need is money. Chen Dong helped Zhou Huan up and said, I will immediately inject $50 billion into your company. Clunk, clunk. Clunk! The sound of 3 jaws dropping to the ground suddenly resounded through the place. The owners of these 3 chins were none other than Zhou Huan, Shuo Rue, and Jiang Menghan. 50 billion? Is Chen Dong serious or joking? Although they knew that Chen Dong was very rich and casually bought a building, yet it's $50 billion. It has exceeded the total assets of this company. Can Chen Dong really come up with so much money? Jiang Menghan, Zhou Huan, and Zhuo Rue all had their jaws dropped in shock. What's wrong with you guys? Is it because you think that $50 billion is too little? Chen Dong inquired with a puzzled expression. No, quite a lot. Zhou Huan reached up and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This was the real rich man of Tamar. In the past, he was a $10 billion man, and in this city, he was the one who called the shots. At that time, he already felt very impressive. And now, compared to Chen Dong, he knows what is a rich man. $50 billion casually out, and still feel less. When compared to Chen Dong, he immediately felt that he had become a little kamikaze. It's good that it's not too little. Can transfer money to you now, Dong Chen said. Or fingerprint transfer. Thank you. Zhou Huan had become somewhat incoherent with excitement. Mr. Chen, this way please. He personally opened and closed the door for Chen Dong, not even daring to straighten his waist, humble and truly like a slave. Chen Dong sighed in his heart. This is a rich man, really too good. Before yesterday, Zhou Huan such a big person, he may not have the qualification to see aside. And now, the other party was so faceless and humble before him that it was unimaginable. This is unbelievable. Transfer successful. Amount $50 billion. After hearing this voice and seeing the value on the screen, Zhou Huan was so excited that he almost fainted. Luckily, Dre held him up. Mr. Chen, you are my savior. Please accept my obeisance. Zhou Huan knelt down and kowtowed to Chen Dong again. Don't be polite. Just a little money. Chen Dong laughed, and in his mind, a voice sounded at the same time. Dropping. Gaining true heart value 30. Chen Dong is slightly stunned. Zhou Huan is so grateful to me. I've contributed 30 points of truthfulness. He opened the system. Host, Chen Dong. Strength, 105. Intelligence, 106. Physical strength, 105. Mental, 96. Truth value, 110. Today's balance, 9991699991992. The truth value was already over 100. One step closer to the 800 points of truth value needed for the 9 turns of Xiangong. He was satisfied. Mr. Chen Dong, within today, we will get the contract done. From today onwards, you are the major shareholder of the company, accounting for 67% of the shares. Do you see anything else you would like to order? Zhou Huan inquired with another respectful face. The $50 billion injected by Chen Dong exceeded the total assets of the company, which was why he had more shares than everyone combined. I can't believe it's almost 70%. That's a really kind of scary number. Yet Chen Dong still doesn't care. Let Jiang Menghan help me deal with the matter of the company's shares. By the way, do I have personnel rights now? Chen Dong inquired. Of course. Zhou Huan asked apprehensively. Who do you want to promote? Promote her. Chen Dong pointed at Jiang Menghan and finished, then pondered. And Su Ruching, that girl is good. Promote her too. Good. Zhou Huan immediately agreed. From now on, Jiang Menghan is promoted to general manager. Su Ruching is promoted to sales manager. Chapter 12, Lu Huihui is a demon again. While appointing the positions, Zhou Huan was also desperately winking at Zhuo Rue, older brother. At this time, you mustn't mess up. By making Jiang Menghan the general manager, Zhuo Rue would have to step down from the position. If Zhuo Rue was dissatisfied and took the opportunity to cause trouble and upset Chen Dong, the consequences would be serious. That's why Zhou Huan desperately hinted at Zhuo Rue with his eyes. However, he was completely overthinking it. Zhuo Rue is a smart person. Chen Dong injected $50 billion into the company, and the size directly more than doubled. The company needs talent to expand, and he's a patriarch, so he's sure to be rehired. Today, he had also made a great achievement, which was to persuade Zhou Huan to go and ask Chen Dong for help. So, Zhou Huan will definitely not treat him poorly. Today retired from the position of general manager. Tomorrow may be promoted to vice president. Such a good thing. Little cute. It's the only one who won't do it. Also, by taking the initiative, he could leave a good impression on Chen Dong. Chen Dong was now the largest shareholder of the company, and the benefits of leaving a good impression on him were absolutely unimaginable. So now, Zhuo Rue not only but to agree, but also to compliment Jiang Menghan a few sentences, to let leave a good impression in a little better. Chairman, you are really too wise. Manager John's ability is there for all to see. You should have promoted her to general manager a long time ago. Compared to her, we old people, we are really dying. A company, want to develop better, must have young blood, fresh blood, because they have the impulse to advance. have the energy, can lead the company to a better glory. Zhuo Rui laughed. Zhou Huan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He threw another look at Dre. Zhuo Rui immediately understood that soon, he was really going to be a vice president. General Manager Jiang, please go and announce the appointment of Manager Su Ruqing. Zhou Huan added very politely to Jiang Menghan. Good. Jiang Menghan turned around and left the office, while Chen Dong was left to continue negotiating the contract. As long as Chen Dong had any grievances, Zhou Huan and Zhuo Rui would immediately revise them. In fact, they don't even need to be so careful, because Chen Dong is not bad at all. He has a $10 trillion quota every day. 50 billion is really a little bit of hair to him. On the first floor office area, all the employees are not working, gathering together in twos and threes, getting high on melon seeds and drinking tea. The company seems to have turned into a food market. There was only one person who was diligently and conscientiously organizing the contract for the sale of the house. She is Su Qingru. Qingru, why are you still working so hard? The company is about to close down. It's better to contact the next one. Next to her, there was a voice that sounded eerie, and the person who spoke was Lu Huihui, who was high on melon seeds. As long as you're in the company, you should work hard. Su Qingru didn't even lift her head, not even bothering to take care of Lu Huihui. Oh, so what if I'm working hard? After the company closes down, it's still not to get out. Lu Huihui scoffed, and began to brag with other people. I have contacted another company. The base salary commission bonuses are higher than this side. Really? Sister Huihui, can I go there with you? The crowd gathered around Lu Huihui and asked excitedly. Of course, Lu Huihui was surrounded by the crowd, and her inner vanity was greatly satisfied. However, she didn't even contact any bull company. What are you all doing gathered here if you're not working properly? A cold cry suddenly rang out, and the crowd was startled. Lu Huihui is also a shiver, because the person who spoke is exactly Jiang Menghan. However, as soon as she thought, the company will soon close down, they are all going to leave, and Jiang Menghan, the general manager, will not be able to threaten her at all. She was immediately not afraid in her heart. Manager Jiang, company is going out of business. What kind of prestige are you still playing? Lu Huihui sneered at Jiang Menghan. Who told you that the company is going out of business? Jiang Menghan inquired with an icy face. Just now in the reception room we all heard. The chairman of the board of directors was cheated by others 200 million. Company's capital chain is about to break. Not collapse can still survive? Oh, Lu Huihui continued to sneer. Jiang Menghan's face was ice cold, and she didn't pay attention to Lu Huihui, but looked at the rest of the people. Do you also think that the company is going out of business? Although the people think so in their hearts, but not Lu Huihui so bold. So one by one are silent. If you still believe in the company, go to your workstations and sit down. I have something important to announce. Jiang Menghan droned in a cold voice again. The crowd ingested Her Majesty, immediately returned to the position to sit. Well, of course, there is a person exception. That is Lu Huihui. She continued to get high and spit on the floor, much to the annoyance of the cleaning lady. Manager Jiang, what are you announcing? Someone asked curiously. According to the chairman's instructions, Su Qingru is now promoted to sales manager. Everyone applauded. Jiang Menghan announced loudly. Everyone was instantly stunned, and Su Qingru even raised her head in disbelief. Su Qingru has only been here for a month. How did she become a sales manager? She's the sales manager. What's Manager Jiang? Did she get promoted too? Su Qingru really makes me jealous. Why don't I have such a good life? The crowd murmured. Lu Huihui then continued to snicker, but also continued to sneer and mock. The company is about to close down, but also play to buy people's hearts. The set of, this is not funny? The crowd felt that she had a point, and they all nodded in agreement. Jiang Menghan's face was icy cold, but she did not slow down and asked, do you all believe that Lu Huihui said that the company is going out of business, and then you all want to leave the company right away? The crowd was silent, but from the expressions on their faces, it was clear that this was what they were thinking in their hearts. They just didn't dare to say it. Anyone who thinks like that, immediately go to the finance office to receive half a year's basic salary and then leave the company. Jiang Menghan added. Lu Huihui immediately clamored. What are you waiting for? Go and resign. If you're late, you won't get paid. Although many people want to go at this time, but ultimately really pay action. Or only Lu Huihui won. A bunch of idiots. Lu Huihui cursed. These people do not go. She can run faster. The speed of the huge ship sinking that is very fast. Maybe tomorrow the company has no money. Jiang Menghan looked at the people who stayed behind, and a satisfied smile appeared on all of their faces. You guys refuse to resign, so you're willing to share the company's pain and suffering? In that case, let me tell you all good news. Lu Huihui stopped. What good news can there be? She would like to hear it. Her face is all sneers. Mr. Chen injected $50 billion into our company and became our company's first major shareholder. The scale of our company has directly expanded by double. Everyone now doesn't need to be worrying about wages, but should instead consider whether or not they have the ability to be promoted to a better position. Once Jiang Menghan said these words, everyone stared incredulously. Chapter 13, A Cousin's Plea for Help. Manager, are you telling the truth? Is Mr. Chen really that rich? To actually be able to take out $50 billion? What exactly does Mr. Chen do? The crowd murmured, unable to believe what their ears were hearing. Mr. Chen casually bought a building. Do you think it will be a difficult thing for him to come up with 50 billion? Jiang Menghan said indifferently. The crowd immediately felt that what she said made sense, so they all believed what she said. And this month's sales performance is good. The chairman said. Everyone's salary bonus doubled. Jiang Menghan announced another good news. Wow, great. Thank you, manager. Thank you, company. The crowd cheered. Jiang Menghan's stern gaze looked at Lu Huihui, who was already dumbfounded. Except you. Of course, because you've already resigned. No. Lu Huihui screamed, Manager. I was just joking. I am willing to suffer with the company. Manager, give me a chance. Jiang Menghan said with an icy face. How about you walk away yourself? Or shall I call security to blow you out? Lu Huihui instantly six godless. Finished. Completely finished. She does not go also have to go. The rest of the staff, all relieved, fortunately just did not have a feverish mind, and Lu with the trouble. Otherwise, they would have been kicked out by now. I'm also considered to have a career. Looking at the signed contract in front of him, Chen Dong felt a wave of emotion in his heart. Growing up, his family was poor, and his parents had suffered an unknown amount of hardship in order to support his education. Their biggest wish is for Chen Dong to graduate, find a better job, and then marry and have children. If now, they were to know that Chen Dong had such a career, I wonder how happy they would be. Renovate the house faster. Chen Dong gave the order. He must renovate it quickly and then bring his parents to the city to enjoy their happiness. Yes. Jiang Menghan and Su Qingru stood aside and both responded respectfully. Don't disturb me if you are not in trouble that cannot be solved. Chen Dong informed both Zhou Huan and Zhuo Rui again. Yes. Chen, understand. We won't disturb you easily. The two hurriedly said. Chen Dong is now the largest shareholder of the company, with nearly 70% of the shares. It can be said that this is his company. That was why Zhou Huan and Zhuo Rui, both of them, were so careful with him. Chen Dong took the car keys and drove back to the school. At the school garage, Chen Dong parked his car and just came out. When he ran into a few classmates, those people were first stunned, and then all of them sternly questioned. Chen Dong, you've come here again to take pictures of luxury cars? You are shameless. They had all seen the pictures of the luxury car that Chen Dong had uploaded to his circle of friends. Naturally, no one believed that Chen Dong could purchase a luxury car, so just about all of them think that the limo photos were all stolen by Chen Dong. Chen Dong now appeared in the garage. Surely he came to steal photos of the luxury car again. These people were thus filled with contempt for Chen Dong. This outfit is not bad. Which stall bought it? Another person noticed the expensive suit on Chen Dong's body, and it was obvious that none of them believed that it was bought by Chen Dong at a high price. That was why they were mocking that these were ground floor goods. Chen Dong looked calm and said to the person who reached over and wanted to touch the clothes on his body, it is best not to touch it indiscriminately. These clothes are more than $1 million apiece. You can't afford to pay for it if you touch it. Ha ha. This group of students all laughed out loud. Some people even laughed so much that they couldn't stand up, covered their stomachs and squatted on the ground. Obviously, none of them believed what Chen Dong said and they all felt that Chen Dong was telling them a very funny joke. Only the one who reached out and touched the clothes on Chen Dong had a serious expression. Is it not a ground floor product? You may not be able to tell from the appearance, but a mold is definitely instantly palpable. That person just now only felt like touching on silk, too silky and smooth. There is absolutely no way that the groundlings could be made of such material. Is this dress really authentic? This shouldn't be. Isn't Chen Dong a poor man? Where can he afford expensive genuine goods? Could it be a pickup? He was lucky today. He met a rich man throwing out garbage, and there just happened to be 2 pieces of authentic clothes in it. This is also unlikely. The clothes on his body are so new and so well fitted. It seems to be carefully selected, or just bought today. It is absolutely impossible to be thrown away garbage. So where did Chen Dong get so much money to buy such genuine and expensive clothes? This person is pondering. The rest of the people are laughing. And Chen Dong has long since left in stride. With money and a strong bottom line, the mentality is different. And those who mock him will sooner or later realize that they are the ridiculous clowns. Dormitory. Chen Dong was lying on his bed, playing with his cell phone, when suddenly someone sent a wiki to him. Cousin, what are you doing? Zhang Li is Chen Dong's cousin. The two have been very good relations since childhood. She is also studying at the university. Her family conditions are better than Chen Dong's family, and she used to often succor Chen Dong. Getting ready for bed, Chen Dong returned. Don't go to sleep first. Come to my live room and help me praise. Zhang Li sent over another Wi-Fi message. Chen Dong was puzzled. When did you start live streaming as well? Recently started live broadcasting. The popularity is so lukewarm. Cousin, you quickly come to support me, and I'll share half of the pocket money I earn with you. Zhang Li sent another wiki over to urge. Alright, I'll put some gifts on you to get the popularity up. Chen Dong smiled as he sent over a wiki. Forget it, cousin. How many dimes do you have on you? Don't I know it well enough? You can just like it for me and manage the comments. Zhang Li texted again to urge. Chen Dong smiled. Not in return to other. Only asked the platform and live account. Zhang Li is live on Quick Legs and the name of the live stream is Lovely Lily. Chen Dong used to play Douyin, and the first time he played Fast Legs, he registered an account still called Kind Dong Dong. After entering Quick Legs and searching for Lovely Lily Live, Chen Dong directly entered. The popularity is really dismal. Not even 50 people and the numbers keep dropping. The gifts swiped were even less, not even $10 full, and his cute little cousin, Zhang Li, has pulled out all the stops, even using methods like eating chili peppers, and still hasn't salvaged the situation of declining popularity. Chen Dong heart a little heartache this little girl. In fact, she sings and dances or quite good, only because she just started to live. No popularity. Her talent cannot show, so can only first use this alternative method to gain attention, attract traffic, but still the result is very little. Chen Dong took a deep breath. It was his turn to strike. He casually recharged $100 million and then left a comment on the live broadcast. Anchor, you need to find someone to PK and attract traffic. Immediately, someone taunted. With just these few people, isn't it a self-indulgence to look for someone to PK? People won't even agree to PK when they see how little traffic you have. This guy is new here, right? Doesn't know anything? Shame on him. Chapter 14. Barking at a dog if you lose. These comments make sense. Without popularity, how can you PK when other anchors won't even look at you? Chen Dong searched up in his heart. He had to help Zhang Li to get some popularity first before he could do so. How is this supposed to work? Just when he was in some difficulty, someone suddenly sent him a private message, and he clicked on it to see that it was actually customer service. Dear sir, thank you for your support of this platform. I am your exclusive customer service. You can directly find me for any service you need. Chen Dong was somewhat stunned. There's actually a full-time customer service for him? That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Yet on second thought, this is not an exaggeration at all. He just signed up for an account to recharge 100 million. Definitely a big customer. Platform company does not want to find a way to please Chen Dong. That is really sick in the head. That's what's so great about having money. Chen Dong immediately returned a message. Immediately put up the Lovely Lily Live room on the front page for me. If you can make it to the front page, you're a big anchor, with at least 1 million followers to start with. Lovely Lily, live room attention number, even 100 are not. So customer service, half a day did not respond to Chen Dong. This directly pissed off Chen Dong. He recharged another billion, then sent over a message. Let your manager serve me. General customer service, not qualified to talk to me. This time the reaction over there was lightning fast. A message was immediately sent over. Kind Dong Dong, mister. I'm really sorry. I'm the customer service manager. That customer service has been fired just now. Your request has been met. Don't believe me? Go to the homepage and look. Chen Dong immediately scratched the screen to go to the homepage. And sure enough, he saw that the Lovely Lily live room was hanging above. Still the first position. He was then satisfied and wasn't bothering with the customer service manager. Who's Lovely Lily? The new big anchor that Quick Legs dug up? On other platforms, there's no such character among the famous anchors. Grass. Fell for it. It's a small anchor. How did a small anchor hang on the front page? Is it a relative of the owner's family? A relative of the boss's family needs to come and earn this small amount of money? It must be a bug in the system. It's unbelievable luck to get stuck on a bug like this. Please give me a bunch of them. The fans of all the major live broadcasts were clamoring. All of them were discussing. Who was this, Lovely Lily? Why did it suddenly appear in the first position on the homepage? Some people were attracted to enter the live broadcast room, and found that it was only a small anchor, and then they all shouted that they were fooled, thinking that it was a system bug, so they have retreated. But there are also many people who stay. The number of people in the live room, from the original 40 or 50, directly rose to 200 or 300. This can PK. Chen Dong left another message in the live broadcast. Anchor, quickly take advantage of the high popularity now and go find someone to PK to attract more popularity. No one was opposing Chen Dong this time. All of them were persuading Zhang Li to go to PK. Zhang Li agreed and casually ordered one. And after entering, An enchanting woman was dancing inside. Little sister, you have to be punished if you lose. The enchanting woman looked like she was winning. A smug look was all over her face. What punishment? Zhang Li had even eaten chili peppers and wasn't afraid at all. What about you being so small? Sister won't bully you. If you lose, you'll learn to bark like a dog. The enchanting woman laughed. This was too humiliating. But for the sake of popularity, Zhang Li could only fight. Sister, you have to learn how to bark even if you lose. Zhang Li responded. Ha 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 ha. Sister won't lose. The enchanting woman, really full of confidence. The number of people in her live room is nearly 15, and tonight the three big brothers are all in the. She also used a small number to sneak into Zhang Li's live room, and she saw that, although the number of people in Zhang Li's live room is 200 to 300, but the gifts that are brushed, but not even 100, it is clear that they are all here to whore themselves out. Key case, it is simply not possible to brush the gifts, so she was sure to win. Zhang Li was equivalent to an ant in front of her. PK starts. A red line and a blue line collided hard on the screen, only for a moment, and the red line was suppressed almost invisible. That's because, on Zhang Li's side, there were only a few scattered gifts. On the side of the enchanting woman, the gift quickly broke 10,000, and then it was broken 100,000, converted into soft sister coins, it was several thousand. Zhang Li could totally describe her as a rout. The number of people in the live room, also in the rout, lowered to the extreme. From the original 200 or 300, reduced to 20 or 30, Zhang Li was completely disheartened and was so ashamed that she was about to directly exit the live broadcast. However, she was a person of her word, and there was absolutely no way she would back out of a fight. She was ready to learn how to bark like a dog and be taunted. Just when there were only the last 10 seconds left in the time, Chen Dong, who had been silently watching the screen, revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the enchanting woman who was dancing on the opposite side of the live broadcast, he faintly said, "You're too happy too early." He pressed his finger on top of the big rocket gift, 100 straight rounds to the sky, instantly sensationalizing everyone on the air. Holy, big rockets, 100 in a row. What kind of joke is this with me? When did you have 100 consecutive big rockets? How come I didn't know? Isn't the maximum number of shots from a big rocket 10 in a row? What's with the 100 rounds? Chen Dong just let the customer service manager to do it for him. 10 consecutive hair brush up is too slow. Directly on the hundreds of consecutive hair he is not overjoyed. He has already told the customer service manager to get him 1,000 consecutive hair and 10,000 consecutive hair. The customer service manager immediately went to rush the programmer. His head was almost bald for the programmer. Sister, you lost. 100 consecutive big rockets is $100,000, and the gifts of the other party's live room only add up to 5 or 6,000. So the other party not only lost, but also lost completely and utterly, losing their armor and woes. Bark like a dog, bark like a dog, bark like a dog. Countless people in the comments section started leaving messages. The enchanting woman, however, sneered, "I didn't promise to learn how to bark when I lose." It's true that she didn't promise, because what she said was I won lose. But this is also playing a scoundrel. Zhang Li was so angry that her little face was swollen. Little sister, this is a lesson for you. Don't be so naive in the future, the enchanting woman smugly added, and then hung up the connection. Don't be angry. I'll help you teach her a lesson. Chen Dong began to comfort Zhang Li in the live broadcast. How are you going to teach her a lesson? Dirtbag? Is it reporting? There are so many of these shameless people that reporting is useless. Seeing these comments, Chen Dong did not respond as he had already entered the live broadcast room of the enchanting woman. Brother Dong Dong is here. Welcome Brother Dong Dong. As soon as the enchanting woman saw Chen Dong, she immediately howled in excitement. At once swiped $100,000 of 100 consecutive big rockets of the tycoon. Which anchor will not like? The enchanting woman thought that it was her charm that drew Chen Dong to her. I'll give you a chance. Go apologize to Lovely Lily and learn 10 barks before learning 10 barks, and I'll pretend that what happened just now didn't happen. Chen Dong directly typed out a comment. Idiot. The enchanting woman was dumbfounded. Chen Dong turned out to be looking for trouble. She cursed and decisively pulled Chen Dong black. Without saying anything, Chen Dong immediately connected to the customer service manager. Chapter 15, Another Grandma Joe. Mr. Kind Dong Dong, I'm really sorry. We'll take care of it right away. The customer service manager responded immediately. A cold sweat came down on him in front of the screen. Just registering an account and recharging $1 billion. Who can be so generous? He also thinks that swiping gifts is too slow, and he must be given the opportunity to develop big rockets with 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 rounds in a row. Such a customer is a god. How dare someone call God names? That's a death wish. What are you going to do about it? Chen Dong inquired. Block her from the live stream. The customer service manager responded. This is too cruel. Chen Dong sent over an expression of surprise. The customer service manager pondered. Is Chen Dong still at his mercy? So he replied, then it will be blocked for 7 days. Don't seal it for a day. Chen Dong responded. Customer service manager, thoroughly puzzled. A day is not sealed. Chen Dong really so generous? Turn off her filters, beauty face, slimming, and special effects. All for me. Chen Dong sent this message over, and the customer service manager was directly dumbfounded. A pent-up emoji was immediately sent along with it. That's a really tough move. Kill and kill. It's scarier than just sealing it, because you can still recreate your account if it's blocked. And to have her appear in front of an audience with a veiled face would be straight up social death. After all, how many live broadcasts nowadays don't turn on beauty effects and the like? Maybe this will be the second Grandma Joe pillow, and it'll be front page news tomorrow. In the live broadcast room of the Enchanting Woman. The Enchanting Woman didn't feel the crisis coming at all and was still scratching her head and dancing. Her fans went wild with gifts and messages. Sister Demon is so beautiful. The most perfect goddess in my heart. Love Demon Sister. So envious of Demon Sister's body. Sister Demon's skin is so white, just like a snowflake. Sister Demon, I'll wait for you for the rest of my life. Sister Demon, I've sold all my houses and am painting 10 big rockets for you. Fans have gone into a frenzy, but just then, whitening disappeared, filters disappeared, face slimming disappeared, body slimming disappeared, special effects were all gone, even the sound card was gone. A nearly 150-pound, cross-faced, buck-toothed, pot-bellied, waxy-skinned, 40-something-year-old woman appeared before them. The old woman spoke in a voice that sounded like sandpaper rubbing, stinging their eardrums. That fat potbelly is still twisting around. Those watching the live stream immediately felt like they were under a mental weapon attack. Vomit. Countless sounds of vomiting rang out. Holy. Countless comments greeting each other's mothers soared up like rockets in the live broadcast. The Enchanting Woman does not know, because she danced. Away from the screen is very far, but also there desperately the body. Scratching his head. These usually look very seductive action, and now only let the people who saw the live broadcast, and a burst of nausea and regurgitation want to vomit. What's even more blistering is that she's yelling again. Babes, gift swipe up. I'm twerking for you. Normally, with the addition of the sound card, the sound is also full of temptation. However, now, the people watching the live broadcast, the spirit is once again polluted. Holy, I swiped over $100,000. Why a fat old woman? Give me back my hard-earned money. This is fraud. I want to call the police. The live stream was filled with wailing and cursing. The Enchanting Woman returned to the screen and saw this scene, a look of incomprehension on her face. What's the matter? Familiars? Why are they all cursing? She inquired suspiciously. Family Nima. You pig. Who is family with you? Countless abusive comments appeared in the live broadcast again. Enchanting Woman then realized that her beauty face, filters, thin body, thin face, special effects, are all gone. Her truest side, exposed to the audience. The way she looked, she actually stunned herself, hurriedly and closed the live room. However, this is simply not over. Countless gullible fans directly reported her. Her live room was blocked forever. The next day she managed to make front page news, and a second Grandma Jabiro appeared. She's worse than even Grandma Joe Biro, because many of her gullible fans have gone to court to sue her. What the hell is going on? The beauty effects in my live broadcast, how come they suddenly disappeared into thin air? Is the system failure? Or, the Enchanting Woman's obese body lying on the bed? How can not think to understand what the hell is going on? If it was a system failure, why was she the only one with a system failure in her live room? If it's not a system failure, then what's this all about? She suddenly thought of the tycoon's warning to her. However, even a tycoon can't be so capable. She was completely frantic. Lin Dong re-entered Zhang Li's live room and caused a stir as soon as he entered. The tycoon is here. Welcome tycoon. Countless fans left messages on the screen. Zhang Li was also shouting sweetly, thank you, brother Dong Dong, for swiping the big 100 consecutive rockets for me. Lin Dong responded indifferently. You're welcome. To Heyo, the woman who just played tricks when she lost the live PK broadcast. The beauty effects in the live broadcast room suddenly all disappeared, and her true face was exposed in front of everyone. It was actually a fat and chubby old woman. Did you do this? Someone ate Chen Dong inquired. After all, Chen Dong had just said that he was going to help Zhang Li out. It just happens to be that he left this period of time. The opposite anchor is in trouble. This is really too coincidental. Want not to suspect him cannot. However, Shandong did not respond. To Heyo, there's a godly hero above Douyin with the exact same name as yours. You guys can't be the same person, right? Another person ate Shandong inquired. The same bravado, the same generosity, is a person will associate them together. However, Chen Dong still didn't have any response. Everyone pay more attention to the anchor. Don't be me. In order not to be disturbed, Chen Dong posted another comment like this. Yet again, it was straight up high tide on the air. Obviously, this was Zhang Li's live room, but Chen Dong's popularity had directly thrown off Zhang Li by 8 blocks. If Zhang Li knew that the person whose popularity had crushed her was her cousin, surely she would immediately kill to come to Jiangzhou to find Chen Dong to settle the score. With Chen Dong's support, Zhang Li continued to PK with other anchors. All the way through, no anchor could block around Chen Dong's identity, which also added to the suspicion, was the divine hero who had swiped 999 glorious stars in one breath on Douyin. Some of the anchors list one big brothers. When they heard his mighty name, they were directly scared and surrendered. The anchor was even far away, and even the courage to PK was gone. Zhang Li had no trouble killing the No. 1 ranking in the South towns. The system also sent her an invitation at this time, asking her to participate in the urban district PK competition and PK with the number 1 ranked anchor in Jiangzhou. Qin Xiushuan, Chapter 16, PK Schoolgirl. Qin Xiuxian is the schoolflower of Jiangzhou University, the president of the dance club. She is not only beautiful and alluring, but the dance is even better, and is the goddess in the hearts of countless Jiangzhou students. Once Chen Dong had seen the dance that she had contributed to the school's celebration, and it could really only be described in 4 words, a natural beauty. It was because of these outstanding conditions of hers that she had become the number 1 in the Jiangzhou district without even a month of live broadcasting. For a small anchor like Zhang Li to peak with her, it would really be like eggs touching stones. However, with Chen Dong's support, the situation would be completely different. Fans who followed the peak all the way over left messages in the comment section, asking Zhang Li to continue the PK. They wanted to see if Zhang Li could still perform miracles with Chen Dong's support. If it was possible, Chen Dong's identity could basically be determined that he was that godly hero of Douyin. Chen Dong is also willing to go to PK, but Zhang Li refused, because she is a person who understands. All the way to PK over. Chen Dong has already spent more than 2 million for her. She cannot bear to spend Chen Dong's money. Brother Dong Dong, thank you for your support. I'm tired today. Let's play tomorrow, Zhang Li said sweetly. Chen Dong bitterly smiled and shook his head. This little ninny, actually still polite with him, really too outgoing. He was helpless. Zhang Li refused to go to PK, can only stop. He was also ready to go to bed and rest. The rest of the fans, naturally disgruntled, took to the comments section. There's a time when a tycoon is afraid, isn't there? Isn't it already known that that anchor has the support of Wang Peng, the big brother of List 1? I heard that Wang Peng is the top rich second generation in Jiangzhou, super rich, and has already smashed several million on the school flower anchor. The tycoons in our live room have a little bit of money, but it's not even comparable to the other side. Chen Dong's expression, serious. It's not because these fans are sneering at him in a shady way. Instead, 2 piercing words caught his eye. Wang Peng, the rich kid who stole his girlfriend Feng Xiaoman. Is he looking for another girl? I can't believe he's dropping so much money on a school flower. In the past, Chen Dong had no money and had to endure. And now, if he still lets Wang Peng be arrogant, then he is really sorry for the 10 trillion credits that the system gives him every day. Anchor don't rest, connect to PK right away. Chen Dong sent out a message quickly. Zhang Li was about to close the live broadcast room. When she saw this message, a difficult situation appeared on her face. Brother Dong Dong, I want to sleep. Going to PK right now. Chen Dong sent another message over, like a command, making people not dare to resist at all. The live feed blew up straight away. Holy, the landlord is going to make a statement. Can it be a match for the school anchor? I see hanging. After all, the school flower anchor has the support of super rich second generation Wang Peng. In the comments section, countless people left messages, and they all began to persuade Zhang Li to hurry up and go to PK. In the end, Zhang Li was forced to agree. She took the initiative to connect with Qin Xiuxian, and in a short while, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's beautiful. I can't believe I didn't use my beauty face. This is pure natural beauty, and such a perfect body, worthy of being the school flower of Jiangzhou, the goddess of countless students' dreams. Only for a while, in Zhang Li's live broadcast, there are countless fans who have rebelled. Although she looks cute, she is really somewhat eclipsed by Qin Xiushuan. This makes her pressure even more tremendous. This PK, there is simply no chance of winning. And at this moment, what she didn't know was that Qin Xiuxian was feeling equally stressed. Because Qin Xiushuan, this evening, has promised Wang Peng an excessive condition. Wang Peng had already dropped millions on her. Was it really just to appreciate her talent, her beauty, her dancing? Obviously it was impossible. The man thing, who knows all about it? So, if Wang Peng supports her tonight and takes out the first place in other urban areas, they are going to go on a hotel date. The moment Qin Xian saw Zhongli, she knew she was going to win. Whether it is temperament, body, looks, all inferior to her. The fans are even more different by a factor of 10. Although the other side of the live room has a tycoon, but she live room but there is Wang Peng, this super rich second generation, a PK. Without suspense, Qin Xuan is destined to go to Wang Peng's bed for the night tonight, and at this time Wang Peng, complacent to the extreme. He is willing to spend so much money on Qin Xian. In addition to the looks and figure, there is a more important reason, that is, Qin Xian is still a. This would really be too valuable, such a perfect woman, actually still averagin', cannot believe it. So Wang Peng must take Qin Xuan down tonight. With everyone having their own thoughts, Zhang Li and Qin Xian's PK began. Only for a moment, Zhang Li was routed. The fans in Qin Xian's live broadcast room were complacent. No way, the number 1 ranked anchor in South City is so weak? Isn't our school anchor lying down to win? Don't get too happy, their dirtbag big brother hasn't made a move yet. A small tycoon, compared to a super rich second generation like Wang Xiao? 2, whoever strikes, it's just a mantis. Oh, so sad. The goddess won and is going to a hotel with Mr. 1. I'm also opposite the earthly big brother to step up. Can't lose, defend our goddess. Wang Peng held a red wine and looked at the screen, and the corner of his mouth hung a cold smile. Time is almost up, and he should hammer it. In the gifts section, we have just added the big rockets with 100, 1, 000 and 10, 000 rounds. His fingers hesitated above the 100th and 1000th rounds. 100 consecutive hair is 100,000. 1,000 consecutive hair is 1,000,000. As for 10 million 10,000 consecutive hair, he KO did not even consider. Because although he has money, he can't afford to be tossed like this. Eventually, his finger landed on top of the 1,000-link big rocket. In for you to spend $1 million. Oof, tonight I will definitely play it all back, he thought viciously in his heart. 1,000 consecutive big rockets erupted. The live room directly exploded. Asterisk. Wang Xiao has made a move. What a bold move. Directly swiping $1 million. Is this going to be a one-shot deal? The opposite anchor's earthy big brother, who hasn't moved a bit yet, has been scared off? Sure enough, he's a trashy little tycoon. And in front of the really rich Wang Xiao, he's instantly revealed himself. The goddess is sure to win. And I'm still not happy at all because the goddess is about to go to Wang Xiao's bed. Woohoo! Qin Xian's heart was like death when she saw this scene. This might be her fate. Zhang Li's live broadcast, countless people ate Chen Dong, but Chen Dong did not respond at all. Everyone thought that he escaped. Zhang Li, however, did not care. After all, Chen Dong had already spent a lot of money on her. Just when the last second of time was left, Chen Dong's finger was placed on top of the 10,000 rounds of big rockets. Chapter 17, even the rich kids play dead. Boom, rumble, rumble. 10,000 big rockets exploded in the live broadcast, directly causing a sensation, and the screen was almost shattered. Looking at the special effects that were gorgeous to the extreme, everyone had an incredulous look on their faces. Is this the strength of the tycoon in the opposite live room? Where in the world is this still a tycoon? It's simply a godly tycoon. One big rocket is $1,000. 10,000 rounds is 10 million. He actually directly swiped 10 million. To Hema Ho. Simply has been the luxury of inhumanity. His name is exactly the same as that godly man on Douyin. Could they really be one and the same? Shun Hao, I want to have monkeys with you, begging for attention on my knees. God Hawk, give me a little bounty. I'll do whatever you want me to do. The people on both sides of the broadcast have gone crazy. I thought that Chen Dong had already fled, and Zhang Li was bound to lose. Qin Xian was even more sorrowful, thinking that tonight, it was really impossible to escape Wang Peng's clutches. Where did he think that not only did Chen Dong not escape, he also made such a shocking move at the last second? This was the same scene as the scene on the fighting sound, brushing the 99 splendid star 10 consecutive packages. So there is speculation that the two Godhawks are the same person. Some people have asked Chen Dong about it, and Chen Dong has ignored all of them. He only left a faint message in the comment section. I heard that the opposite anchor's top one big brother is a super rich second generation? Still dare to have a PK? It's no fun to brush less. Directly tens of thousands of consecutive big rockets. Silence. On both sides of the live broadcast room, both fell into a deathly silence. Chen Dong was deliberately provoking Wang Peng now. At this time, Wang Peng, his face was green, the wine cup in his hand, also ruthlessly smashed down on the ground. He had just thought that in brushing 1,000,000, he could settle the matter. In one fell swoop even more. He thought that Chen Dong had already escaped. Where do you think? Chen Dong directly with him to 10 million, and then again in the live broadcast, asked him if he wants to continue PK. It was a slap in the face, a hard slap in his face, and he asked him if it hurt. As a rich second generation of Jiangzhou, how could he endure? Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Tell me who you are. Wang Peng secretly sent a message to Chen Dong. Chen Dong did not reply to him, but instead directly left a message in the comments section. Opposite brother list 1. Don't private message me. You're not a beauty. I'm not interested. If you're capable, I'll see you in PK. Pust. When Wang Peng saw this comment, he was almost angry and spit out blood. Chen Dong started to provoke him again. Did he take it or not? If he catches it, he can't catch it for 10 million. Although his family was rich, they couldn't afford such consumption. But if you don't answer it, the live room is no longer silent, and all kinds of comments are coming out. Zhang Li's fans were beginning to taunt in her live room. What kind of rich kid? Only $10 million and you're stunned. This is too much trash. It can't be helped. Who told him to face the god Ho? Rich second generation can only be reduced to a poor man. If you don't dare to PK, then quickly admit defeat. It's really embarrassing to hold on like this. There were also a lot of cynical comments in Qin Xiu Xian's live broadcast room. Mr. Wang, I heard that you have a big family and you're still short of this kind of money? Young Wang, should we them? You squeak ah. The brothers are still waiting for you to take the lead. Young Wang, you can hold a beautiful woman if you win. You're not suddenly not interested in beautiful women, are you? Young Wang, you're not really starting to like guys, are you? Wang Peng clenched his fists so tightly that his nails were sinking into his flesh. How arrogant he used to be. How wretched he was now. Because he used to be the one getting paid to humiliate people. And now he was also humiliated by others with money. This backlash naturally came to be very terrible. What made him even more furious was that the schoolflower Qin Xiuxian actually shouted in the live broadcast as well. Young Wang, the young woman doesn't want to lose. Help me. This was clearly a deliberate attempt to pick a fight and bring him down. He wanted to get Qin Xiuxian's body. Qin Xiuxian had long been disgusted with him, so well taunted him. How could he let go? After she shouted, the comments on the live stream, once again, exploded. Wang Peng, are you dead? The goddess has spoken. Why don't you respond? Do it or admit defeat. Why are you playing dead? Thought you were really rich, but it turns out you're just a swollen-faced, fat-assed piece of... I despise you. The people in the live broadcast room no longer had any respect for Wang Peng. In the past, when he was mentioned, he was always referred to as Young Wang. He is now mentioned with a mouthful of nationalist. Wang Peng face are suffocated swollen, but in the end or no response at all. Because, even if he can be in the take 10 million out of the spell, but, the other party casually take out a 10 million. Obviously in the take out a few tens of millions of dollars is also not a problem at all. So if he continues to fight, the result can only be one. Money and wealth. Playing dead was indeed the best thing he could do right now. No fun. Chen Dong left another message in the comments section. Since you don't dare to answer the battle, admit defeat. Qin Xiuxian happily admitted defeat. Tonight, she not only made a big profit, but also successfully rejected Wang Peng, which can be described as a double happiness. The only thing that is beautiful is, that godly man is not her fan. Good night, brother Dong Dong. Zhang Li shouted sweetly. Good night. Chen Dong responded indifferently. The comments at the end of the live broadcast were all, God Ho, pay attention to me. I'm a talent anchor and can perform my talent for you. God Oh, we're twins and we can dance. Chen Dong frowned. Martyr. Took him for what? He almost didn't hold back and went to the client to block all of these. In the end he wasn't that lackluster. He would have liked to go to bed like this. Suddenly for some reason, he wanted to go to Qin Xiuxian's live room to see, so he opened his phone again to log in, and then directly into Qin Xiuxian's live room. It was better if he didn't go, but it almost pissed him off. Wang Peng, who had pretended to be dead just now, immediately jumped out again after seeing the two sides disconnect. I'm very sorry guys, just went to the restroom. Ha, how come there's no PK? Did the other side admit defeat? The people in the live broadcast room instantly had 10,000 alpacas racing through their hearts when they saw this message. I've seen shamelessness, but I've never seen such shamelessness. Xian, I prepared tens of millions for you. Just now if that guy dares to PK, we'll certainly beat him. Cannot find the southeast and north and south. Wang Peng started leaving messages in the comments section again. Thank you, Young Wang, Qin Xiuxian said in a salty manner. Then tonight, will you be able to go with me, to enjoy the beautiful night view? Wang Peng continued his shameless inquiry again. Sorry, she doesn't want to. Before Qin Xiuxian could reply in a hurry, there was suddenly a person, who suddenly ate. Wang Peng said, who the hell are you? You. Wang Peng just wanted to swear. Instantly dumbfounded. The rest of the group was just as stunned as he was. The comments all of a sudden came raging out like a blizzard. Here comes the God Ho. Welcome the God Ho. Chapter 18. Wang Peng becomes Wang Lao. God Ho, let me dip into your hoity-toity spirit. Maybe one day I'll become as hoity-toity as you. God ho, you're so rich. Do you need an escort? I'm good at all 18 martial arts. Brother Gato mwahahaha. Pay attention to the little woman, please. Qin Xiao Xian's live broadcast room. The comments had boiled over. People of all colors jumped out to greet Chen Dong, just to gain a little attention from Dongchen, like the protagonist of the live broadcast, has become Chen Dong, rather than the school flower anchor Qin Xiao Xian general. This made Qin Xiao Xian's heart somewhat jealous. Dong Chen, why didn't you say hello to her first? This directly blew up her live room so that she, the protagonist, was left out in the cold, which is really too much. However, on second thought, her heart snickered again. Chen Dong came to her live room. Is it because Chen Dong is already her fan? If this is true, then she'll be almost wealth-free for the next 10 years. Therefore she immediately shouted sweetly in the live broadcast, "Welcome brother Dong Dong. Wahahaha. Asterisk. Goddess spilled her guts. First time I've ever seen that. Goddesses can turn out to be so cute. A godly man is a godly man. Even a goddess has to bow down. That's the Gato effect. It's horrible." When Wang Peng saw this scene, he was immediately infuriated again. He has given Qin Xuxuan a few million gifts, yet Qin Xuxuan is superficially likable and respectful. In fact, he has always been on the end. It's that, all I need is your money. If you don't have it, get out attitude. And Chen Dong just came to the live broadcast room, and has not yet brushed a gift. Qin Xuxuan actually began to pamper him. Who the hell would accept that? Wang Peng's liver was about to explode. Wang Xiao, I heard that you didn't TPK. Regret not following me just now? Now I've come to fulfill your wish. Chen Dong left a message in the comments section. Let's just swipe the gift PK. Let's see who is the top one big brother in this live room. Wang Peng was so depressed that he wanted to spit out blood. He had thought that Chen Dong had already gone offline, so he could come out and act like a pussy. And by the way, see if he could ask Qin Xuxuan out. Where did he think that Chen Dong would actually take the initiative to kill here, and also want to PK with him for the position of ranking one big brother? Although he is now the first big brother of the list, but, as soon as Chen Dong makes a move, he is definitely going to be reduced to the second list. His emotions, instantly, broke his defenses. Come on, I'm afraid of you. Wang Peng yelled in the live broadcast. Asterisk. Godly man is going to start brushing gifts. Everyone guess, how much will he brush? It's not going to be 100 straight rockets, is it? Are you looking down on God Ho? He starts out with at least 1,000 consecutive shots. I have a feeling that he's going to go straight to 10,000 straight shots. That's $10 million. The anchor can share a few million. Gosh, I'd be worth dying for if I could receive such a gift. The crowd was talking, but the discussion was all about Chen Dong. And who is Wang Peng? Wang Peng? The rich second generation who swelled his face to become fat? Now who the hell knows? Of course, even if everyone forgot about Wang Peng, Chen Dong would not forget. He began to leave messages in the comment section. Wang Xiao, you're the big brother of list 1. You go first. Wang Xiao clenched his fists, and 10 consecutive large rockets appeared on the air. If usual, this $10,000 can also cause a sensation. Qin Xiao Xian must sweetly shout his name to thank. Now, however, the nerves of the crowd had long since been numbed by Chen Dong. $10,000 to brush it off. And that's all that's left in the comments section. Send out the callers? Don't brush it if you can't afford it. Still the top rich kid in Zhangzhou? Did you feed all your money to the dogs? Rubbish. Don't embarrass yourself. Wang Peng didn't get angry and die suddenly tonight. It really is a good heart tolerance. Forced by public opinion. He went straight to a few hundred consecutive big rockets. Gorgeous special effects exploded on the air. The big rocket looked like it was real, and the hand holding the phone was shaking. After all, it was a gift purchased for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Your turn, Wang Peng coldly reminded Chen Dong. Just this point? Young Wang really isn't swiping some? There's no way this amount of money will make the school goddess sleep with you. Chen Dong sneered again in the comment section. When Wang Peng saw it, his face was red with anger, like a monkey's butt. He felt that this, kind Dong Dong, was deliberately coming to target him. However, his memory hadn't offended this number. Why did the other party take this stance of not stopping until he was dead? He really couldn't figure it out. Divine hero, ignore that poor guy. You're letting us in for a shock. Qin Xiaoxian was a fan, and she had 8 Chen Dong. They want to be in a glimpse of that 10,000 continuous big rockets, bombing together dazzling scene. Good. Chen Dong was very dry and pressed his finger on top of the 10,000 continuous large rocket. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Qin Xiaoxian's live broadcast room, once again, exploded. Tens of thousands of big rockets of special effects bombarded the screen in turn. The colors have been so brilliant that nothing can be seen. The hands of the crowd holding the cell phone really trembled. Poorly configured. Directly dead. The special effects lasted nearly 5 minutes before stopping the comments section of, naturally, blew up again. God Ho is mighty. God Ho is so damn mean. God Ho actually did brush 10,000 big rockets. God Ho, you are truly a god in my heart. Even Qin Xuxuan was so excited that she wanted to shed tears. 10 million 50-50 she gets 5 million. She was so moved that she directly said several times in the live broadcasting room, "Thank you brother Don Don. Thank you brother Don Don. Thank you brother Don Don." In the end, she stood up, even in front of the screen, and danced a dance for Chendong to thank him. Her body posture, exquisite dance, every action, let person lingering reverie, full of temptation, screen in front of the people see, are drooling. Even Chendong also wiped the corners of his mouth. Indisputably his horse's natural beauty. Wang Peng was even more suffocated out of a belly of bath fire. Originally, he could have taken this soft and delicate body tonight, because Chendong messed up, he lost all his efforts. Kind Dong Dong only remembers you. Wang Peng cursed in his heart and flamed offline. Chendong also went offline, but not long after, he received a private message from Qin Xiuxian. Brother Dong Dong, can you add a wiki? Yeah, Shandong agreed. Thank you, brother Dong Dong. No, the two added each other's wizards and then started chatting. Brother Dong Dong, so you're in Jiangzhou, can I invite you for a meal tomorrow? When Qin Xiuxian knew that Chendong was also in Jiangzhou, she immediately made an invitation to Chendong. Chapter 119, a cousin who is valuable. What girl doesn't want a rich guy? Qin Xiuxian was no exception. This rich man is still different from other rich men. For example, Wang Peng, he has money. Spend money on Qin Xiuxian. The purpose is very clear, is to want Qin Xiuxian to go to bed with him. Chendong was different. He had spent tens of millions of dollars on only his first day of getting to know Qin Xiuxian, and had yet to make any excessive demands. Not even a hint. This indicated that it was very likely that Chendong really liked Qin Xiuxian or was attracted by Qin Xiuxian's talent. At this time, Qin Xiuxian naturally wanted to seize the opportunity. A man who genuinely likes you and is willing to spend money on you and is very rich. What woman could not be impressed? That is why Qin Xiuxian, after learning that Chendong was also in Jiangzhou, took the initiative to invite Chendong for dinner to deepen her feelings. Her only worry now is that Chendong must not be too ugly. Chendong naturally agreed very quickly. The school flower invitation. Do not go, that is a little cute. Dropping. Harvesting 30 points of true heart value. Dropping. Harvesting 20 points of true heart value. Early the next morning, Chendong was woken up by the sound of the system. The 30 points of true heart value were contributed by his cousin Zhangli. 20 points of true heart value were contributed by Qin Xuxuan. He opened the system. Host, Chendong. Strength, 105. Intelligence, 106. Physical strength, 105. Mental, 96. Truth value, 130. Today's balance, 10 trillion. There were already 130 points of true value. He took out 20 points and added them to strength, intelligence, physical strength, and spirit, and saved all the rest. And when he saved enough for 1800 points, he would take them to exchange for the 9 turns of Xiangong. Dropping. With another system light sound, Chendong immediately felt as if a warm current had appeared in his body, and after a few seconds, he instantly felt that he had become more mentally focused, more physically energetic, and his strength had become much greater, and his brain was also much more lucid than before. He opened the system again. Host, Chendong. Strength, 110. Intelligence, 111. Physical strength, 110. Mental, 101. Truth value, 110. Today's balance, 10 trillion. Looking at the changes in the various attributes, Chendong was very satisfied. Before long, even if he did not redeem the 9 turns Xiangong, he would still be able to become a superhuman. Cousin, why didn't you come to my live room last night? Chendong was about to go eat breakfast when he suddenly received a call from his cousin Zhangli. Chendong was stunned. Why didn't he go? He spent more than 10 million for Zhangli. This girl still does not know that I am, kind Dong Dong. Chendong mentally searched for a moment. It is better to continue to keep this password. Cousin, I am sorry. Something happened. Last night, Chendong pretended to be embarrassed and explained. Stop it, cousin. I know how difficult it is for you. Did you go to work part-time to earn money again? Zhangli inquired on the other end of the phone. Chendong looked stunned and laughed. Cousin, you are so smart. Cousin, you have to study and work at the same time, so you'll wear your body out. Give me your bank card. I'll transfer some money to you. Zhangli urged on the other end of the phone. This is not too good, right? Chendong refused. Cut the crap and give it to me quickly. I'm not short of money right now. Zhangli urged again. Where did you get the money? Chendong inquired as he pretended not to know. Last night's live broadcast, I met a godly man. People brushed more than 15 million gifts for me. I'm now a little rich woman. You hurry to give me your bank card. I'll transfer 200,000 living expenses to you. Zhangli was again excited on the other end of the phone. Chen Dong's heart warmed. This girl is really righteous. When she has money, she did not forget about his poor cousin. She actually wanted to transfer $200,000 directly. Chen Dong can't accept it, or it will be exposed. However, he still has to knock a little. Otherwise, this girl has money to learn bad. Then it is not good. Cousin, be careful. When people give you money, they might have other intentions. Chen Dong reminded. No Zhongli responded. That godly man. He didn't say anything about his requirements. It could be that your cousin is naturally beautiful and attracted him with her talent. Chen Dong frowned slightly. This was really not a general shamelessness. You need to save your money even when you have money. Don't learn the hard way. Chen Dong reminded again. Cousin, I know. This money I'm going to save up and start a business after graduation. Your cousin, I don't want to be a vase. It's a strong woman who wants to do something. Zhangli bragged again on the other end of the phone. A few million did not make her lose her mind. Chen Dong was satisfied with the result, and the two chatted for a while longer before hanging up the phone. When he was eating in the cafeteria, Chen Dong received another prestige number from Qin Xiao. This number was just handled by him, and the people who know about it at the moment are Su Qingru, Jiang Menghan, Qin Xiao, and a few others. Even Chen Dong's cousin Zhang Li does not know yet. Brother Dong, I have already booked a box in the Zhengzhou Bend Hotel. At 6 o'clock in the evening, you can a little to be on time. Chen Dong searched up Zhengzhou Bend Hotel. With Zhengzhou Bend Development Group has no relationship? He immediately called to inquire about Jiang Menghan. Dong Chen, that's our property. Why are you asking about it? Jiang Menghan was happy to receive Chen Dong's call. Chen Dong had again promoted her to general manager and sent a luxury car to her. She had been waiting for it, and Chen Dong had taken the next step with her. It was not good for her to take the initiative to call to find Chen Dong, when she was anxious and incomparable in her heart. Chen Dong actually took the initiative to call. A friend invited me to dinner there. The box number she booked is Rose Hall 209. You upgrade me to VIP. Chen Dong commanded. Okay, Dong Chen, I'll do it right away. Jiang Menghan responded respectfully. Then she carefully prompted Chen Dong. Dong Chen, you are now the largest shareholder. You should come and familiarize yourself with our company. You can't keep being a shirker like this. I'm here to familiarize myself with the company. Definitely looking for Jiang Menghan to familiarize herself with it. That way Jiang Menghan would have the opportunity to get close to Chen Dong. Her little plan is too good. However, a small company with assets of only a few tens of billions, Chen Dong doesn't care at all. You are responsible for the company's affairs. If something big happens, talk to me. Chen Dong directly hung up the phone. Jiang Menghan was despondent on the other end of the phone for a long time. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Xiao set off. Today she was well dressed, wearing a super short skirt underneath, two straight and slender jade legs wrapped in black silk, full of unimaginable temptation. Above wearing a low-chested t-shirt, the neckline there is a piece of snow white. Let a person unlimited reverie. Not only was her body perfect, but her face was also perfect, too delicate to pick out a single flaw. At 5:30, she arrived at the Zhengzhou Bend Hotel. This was one of the top-class hotels in the entire Zhengzhou. It was definitely not a good idea to be cheap when inviting Chen Dong, a godly man, for dinner. I made a reservation for Rose Hall Box 209. Qin Xiao had just finished saying this to the waiter when she realized that the waiter's eyes had changed as he looked at her. What's going on here? She was puzzled in her heart, and led by the waiter, she went directly to the VIP box on the topmost floor. Chapter 20, The Identity of Chen Dong. The Zhengzhou Bend Hotel has 33 floors. The topmost VIP box can overlook the night view of Zhengzhou. The price, and it's expensive. The minimum consumption is also $500,000 to start, and also have to make a reservation. Qin Xiao was brought here by the waiter and was completely stunned. Have you guys made a mistake? I booked just the regular box. There's no mistake. This is the place. It was arranged by our Chen Dong himself. Your Chen Dong? Who's that? Do I know him? The expression on Qin Xiao's face became even more astonished. She invited God Ho to eat. The result suddenly appeared at Chen Dong. Her ordinary box turned into a VIP box. Simply let people cannot understand. What is going on? The waiter looked surprised too. She looked at Qin Xiao and asked curiously, aren't you going to invite our Chen Dong for dinner? How come you don't know who he is? Qin Xiao was even more stunned when she heard this. You, Mr. Chen, are the God Ho, kind Dong Dong? The waitress shook her head. I don't know about that. Qin Xiao immediately pursued and inquired. How old is he? What does he look like? The waiter still shook his head. I've never seen Chen Dong either. It was arranged from above. saying that you invited Chen Dong for dinner. And then Chen Dong gave the order to change the box you booked into a VIP box. After hearing what the waiter said, Qin Xiaoxian was even more curious in her heart. Who is this Chen Dong? In her heart, she could not help but bubble up with even greater worries. The person who is the chairman of the board is definitely not young, and definitely have a family. She didn't want to go as a mistress, much less be eaten by an old cow for her tender grass. Therefore, she decided in her heart, when she sees Chen Dong later, she will simply invite him to have a meal and express her gratitude. For the rest, and don't develop anything. At 6 o'clock, Chen Dong arrived at the Zhengzhou Bend Hotel on time. He has a special work permit that allows him to swipe open all the doors of the Zhengzhou Bend group, so he went straight to the top floor and opened the door to the VIP box. Hello, school mistress Qin. Chen Dong walked in with a confident smile on his face, and Nono graciously sat down opposite Qin Xuxuan. You are, Chen Dong? Qin Xiaoxian was surprised when she saw Chen Dong. School lady Qin recognizes me? A hint of curiosity also appeared on Chen Dong's face. Qin Xiaoxian was the school flower. It was normal for people in the school to recognize her. Chen Dong, a poor man, this is the first time to meet with the school flower. The other party actually directly shouted out his name. He was really surprised in his heart. Qin Xiaoxian immediately took out her cell phone, opened the campus website, ranked the first post as Poor Man Chen Dong. Was rich young Wang Peng snatched his girlfriend, greatly stimulated, stealing shots of luxury cars, delusion of their own to become a second generation of rich. Who the hell is so unethical, posting this kind of post indiscriminately? Chen Dong was instantly enraged. One look at the poster. Wang Peng. The person who left the most messages was also Wang Peng. There are also some comments that Wang Peng replied with how Chen Dong's ex-girlfriend Feng Xiaoman. Chen Dong was immediately infuriated, and the veins on his forehead flared up. It seems that the lesson given to that last night is still too light. Find an opportunity to make his family bankrupt. Chen Dong secretly thought in his heart. He quickly calmed down. I didn't realize that the schoolgirl is also so nosy. Chen Dong lightly laughed. Who exactly are you? Qin Xiaoxian inquired as she looked at Chen Dong seriously. You invited me to dinner and you still don't know my identity? Chen Dong said indifferently. You're the god Ho, Kind Dong Dong? And the owner of this restaurant, Chen Dong Dong? Qin Xiaoxian inquired in shock. Don't I look like it? Chen Dong faintly laughed. How is this possible? Qin Xiaoxian was surprised again. You're so rich, how could you be robbed of your girlfriend by Wang Peng? Qin Xiaoxian already felt like she was being bombarded by five thunders at this point. Swipe $10 million of God's money at a whim. The owner of the top restaurant in Zhengzhou. I can't believe a rich kid stole my girlfriend. Who dare to believe this is true? Chen Dong laughed lightly. Didn't you say, snatched away? Since it can be snatched away, there is naturally nothing to retain. Qin Xiaoxian quickly calmed down when she heard this. All those pictures you took of luxury cars, did you buy them yourself? I'm so rich, I'll buy 2 luxury cars. That's not too much at all. Last night, you approached me for PK and swiped my gifts, but you actually did it to teach Wang Peng a lesson? Wang Peng stole my ex-girlfriend. Shouldn't I teach him a lesson? Qin Xiaoxian heard Chen Dong's answer. Her heart was a little lost. She thought that Chen Dong really liked her or appreciated her talent. It didn't occur to me that it was just to teach Wang Peng a lesson. Inside, though, she was happy. One is because Chen Dong does not have a girlfriend right now, and that Feng Xiaoman is really blind. The second is, Chen Dong is actually so young and handsome. She was worried just now that Chen Dong is an old man, and now these worries, all can be eliminated. Mr. Chen Dong, why did you hide your identity as a tycoon? Qin Xiaoxian inquired curiously again. Just call me Chen Dong. Don't be so polite. Chen Dong laughed lightly. I'm so young and have so much wealth. I'm sure I'll be targeted by many people. When you're rich, you can't see through the heart, but when you're poor, you can see through the heart. So you understand. I hide my identity just to see through hearts. After hearing what Chen Dong said, Qin Xiaoxian nodded heavily. I hope you can continue to help me keep this password. Chen Dong laughed again. No problem. Qin Xiaoxian agreed in a single breath. Throughout the entire meal, Qin Xiaoxian was in a state of confusion. She didn't even know how she finished the meal. Zhengzhou University, a poor student who was robbed of his girlfriend by a rich young man, transformed into a godly man and became the Chen Dong of the Zhengzhou Grand Hotel. The Zhengzhou Grand Hotel is simply a property of the Zhengzhou Bend Group. This Chen understand, is simply just this hotel Chen Dong, or the entire Zhengzhou Bend Group's Chen Dong? The former is fine. The family fortune is a few hundred million at most. If it is the latter, Zhengzhou Bend Group South market value is close to 50 billion ah. If it is the Zhengzhou Bend Group's Chen Dong, then how rich should it be? Qin Xiaoxian already did not dare to think down. It can be inferred from the fact that Chen Dong does not put the rich young man Wang Peng in his eyes. He should be the Chen Dong of the entire Zhengzhou Bend Group. Such a young and rich tycoon. Feng Xiaoman actually dumped him as D-Silk? Qin Xiaoxian shook her head. She could no longer imagine just how stupid Feng Xiaoman was. Still, I should be thanking her. Otherwise where would I have gotten the chance? Qin Xiaoxian was thinking this again in her heart. Chen Dong, the young and rich tycoon. She must chase after him. This had become her life goal now. Bro, how are you doing? When Chen Dong returned to the dormitory after eating with the schoolgirl, he saw three familiar figures: Yang Chang, Zhang Tian, and Xiao Bo, all of whom were his roommates. You three aren't out there rolling around and mixing. How come you're willing to come back? Chen Dong was astonished. This was the first time that these three had returned to the dormitory en masse. It's not because of you. Their reply made Chen Dong even more surprised. Chapter 21, The Schoolflower Chases Dongchen. What happened to me? Chen Dong was astonished. It's not just a woman breaking up with you. Are you as irritated as this? Actually go to steal a luxury car, posing as a mansion son. Our four big villains' faces are all lost to you. Yang Chang hated the iron and said, he is the boss of the dormitory. The dormitory under his leadership. The four people living in the dormitory. To obtain Jiangzhou University a resounding title, the four villains. Brother, don't feel bad. Didn't I already tell you? We'll help you figure out the woman thing. The dormitory's second oldest, Zhang Tian, continued. We've already gotten in touch with the sisters at the Jiangzhou Art Academy, so we'll throw a party in 2 days and let you pick your girlfriend. Xiao Bo, the oldest three in the dormitory, continued. Those who study art, you should know that they are all about body shape, looks, and temperament. Definitely 10,000 times better than Feng Xiaoman. So brother, you really don't be upset. After these three people finished speaking, Chen Dong was still stunned. Where is he irritated? These three guys believe the rumors in the school forums too? And he's got girls to party with? He was really a bit speechless. Still, he was touched in his heart. Although these three assholes, who were usually heartless, were quite concerned about him, the little old dormitory brother, when it mattered. I'm fine, you guys don't need to worry. Go back and accompany your girlfriends. Chen Dong laughed. No way. The three shook their heads collectively. We're really worried that you'll do something stupid in the dormitory as soon as we leave. We'll stay with you tonight no matter what. The three people forcefully stayed to accompany Chen Dong. Tonight, Chen Dong lost sleep. Martyr. These three snores are as loud as a cow roar. They must all be driven out today. The next morning, Chen Dong secretly decided in his heart. Chen Dong, you're still alive? I thought you hanged yourself. In the morning, Chen Dong walked into the classroom and was immediately ridiculed. On the forums, rumors have been spreading about him. Some say he has hanged himself. Some say he has jumped. Others say he can't think straight and has gone to jump in the river. Anyway, all kinds of rumors are going around. This must be Wang Peng's doing again. He was severely humiliated by the god Ho, Kind Dong Dong. Since they both had the word dong in them, he put the blame on Chen Dong. He not only makes rumors, but also pays others to post rumors together. Chen Dong's big name, in Jiangzhou University, is already unknown. Otherwise, his three good brothers would not rush back to the dormitory. Even his girlfriend is not accompanied, just specifically come to watch him. Just worry about him in case he cannot think to do something stupid. My brother is not that fragile. Shut the up or I'll get you. Yang Chang was a tall bull and was the captain of the school's basketball team. With a roar from him, the man who had taunted Chen Dong immediately shut his mouth. Many students, however, still whispered, what a pity. His girlfriend was snatched away by Wang Peng and he doesn't even dare to let out a single fart. And what for evils? For rats, I guess. I heard that he spent so much time with Feng Xiaoman and still had to pay for holding hands. And after Feng Xiaoman dumped him and Wang Peng, she was directly taken to a hotel by Wang Peng without even wearing a condom. Maybe Feng Xiaoman is now pregnant with Wang Peng's child. These whispered comments continued until the end of class at noon. Yang Chang, Zhang Tian, and Xiao Bo can't hold back and want to teach those people a lesson. However, Chen Dong stopped them with a calm face. This naturally made those people even more despise Chen Dong. Passing by Chen Dong, he spoke to Chen Dong with scorn in his eyes. May I ask if senior brother Chen Dong is here? A pleasant voice suddenly rang out at the door, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Everyone turned back to see a figure as beautiful as heaven. She was wearing a very usual short skirt and short sleeves, perfect but endlessly seductive. The exposed arms and legs were so bright you couldn't keep your eyes open. The delicate and perfect cheeks are more than pickable. There was only one person who could have such a perfect body and perfect face in the entire Jiangzhou University. The schoolflower, Qin Xiaoxian. Is there something wrong with my ears? Who did Qin Xiaoxian come to see? I think I heard her say that she was looking for schoolmate Chen Dong. With that tone, the two seem to be on good terms. It's not like they are in love, is it? After a brief moment of stupefaction, the classroom erupted into heated debate. Who would dare to believe that school beauty Qin Xiaoxian would come to see Chen Dong? They hope. Just now, their ears heard wrong, and more hopefully, what they are experiencing at this moment are all dreams, because Qin Xiu Xian is the goddess of their dreams. However, soon their hopes were dashed. The ears were even more not misheard. What happened in the next second even made them want to gouge their eyes out, because they all saw a scene they definitely didn't want to see. Qin Xiu Xian had already spotted Qindong's figure and immediately walked over in big strides, pulling Qindong's hand and said, "Let's go have lunch." Poof, poof, poof. Countless heartbreaking sounds rang out, and the classroom mourned, "My goddess, my heavenly fairy, actually really fell in love with Qindong. I'm not living, someone stab me and end my pain. God, what have I done? You want to punish me like this? Why should I be allowed to see my goddess going to dinner hand in hand with another man?" Yang Chang, Xiao Bo, and Zhang Tian were also dumbfounded. Asterisk. Old four so great? Just got dumped on one foot and got the schoolgirl on the next? Damn, no wonder he's so calm. I thought he was pretending. I didn't realize that he'd actually gotten the schoolgirl already. Awesome. Is worthy of being one of our 4 great villains? Brother, I admire the 5 bodies. Qindong himself was embarrassed at this point. What's gotten into Qin Xiu Xian? Why did she come to him in public like this? Making him the center of attention all of a sudden made him very uncomfortable. There is no way. He is too good. Young and golden. Family wealth of billions. But also not philandering. Such a good man. Who does not want to get? The school flower also has to take the initiative. Otherwise the opportunity is gone. That was why Qin Xiu Xian was so bold and took the initiative to come to Qindong. She also did not mind in the slightest that people said that they were already in love, and even had a faintly happy smile on her face. Other boys see. Naturally the heart is again like inserting a knife. One by one ghostly cry, "Qindong, I swear to be at loggerheads with you." All of these people feel that they have been humiliated. In the morning, they were mocking Qindong, who was dumped and stimulated to commit suicide. At noon, the school flower took the initiative to send to the door. Qindong's face actually showed an impatient expression. Can imagine how big the blow these people received. One by one, they wanted to tear Qindong apart. Pa! Yang Chang went up and slapped him, cursing, "All be honest with me." With him in the center, no one dared to mess around, and those boys could only stare with murderous eyes at Qindong and the schoolgirl holding hands and leaving in stride. Chapter 22, Peach Blossom Luck? Major event. Schoolflower Qin Xuxuan has a boyfriend. Who is it? Wang Peng? I heard he's already spent millions on Qin Xiu Xian. What Wang Peng? Bull asterisk. After spending millions on him, Qin Xiu Xian didn't even let him touch her hand. Then who is Qin Xiu Xian's boyfriend? Keep your ears open and listen carefully. This person, you can never imagine. He is Qindong, who was robbed of his girlfriend by Wang Peng. What? School beauty Qin Xiu Xian is in love with Qindong? Are you guys mistaken? Don't question the ability of our Zhengzhou gossip group. They are eating in the restaurant. Don't believe you, go and see the school cafeteria. Because the food is so bad, the dogs usually do not come. However, today, there is a sea of people, just because schoolgirl Qin Xiu Xian is in love with poor man Qindong. The people who come here are here to seek confirmation as to whether the news is true or not. Quite a few people are loaded with fantasies in their minds that absolutely this must be false. One is the flower of Jiangzhou University. The rich young man spent millions of dollars to chase her, and he couldn't even touch his hand. One is a poor guy who just got his girlfriend taken away. How can two people like this not come together? However, when they came to the school cafeteria and saw the two figures sitting together to eat, countless people's hearts were broken again. And at this moment, they wanted to believe it or not. Is Qin Xiu Xian out of her mind? Rich young man chased her and she didn't say yes, but actually fell in love with a poor guy? What kind of virtue does Wang Peng have? It's not like you guys don't know. Only the kind of girls who love vanity will be cheated by him. Even if Qin Xiu Xian doesn't want to find Wang Peng that kind of philanderer, she won't go to find a poor guy like Qindong, right? This world is crazy. The same people with no money. Why am I not favored by the schoolgirls? The crowd was talking. Wang Peng also received the news, and immediately took Feng Xiaoman and dared to come to the school cafeteria, wanting to see whether this is true or not. Young Wang is here. Wang Peng's arrival caused a sensation. The crowd looked at him in a very weird way. A few days ago, he robbed Qindong's girlfriend and was talked about. He was also very proud and showed off everywhere. And now, the goddess that he spent millions of dollars and didn't even hold his hand, actually sat there with Qindong, eating sweetly. It was a ing slap in the face. When the crowd looked at that expression on his face, they were close to directly punching the word idiot in the face, because he really is idiotic enough. After spending so much money, it turned out that Qindong effortlessly pried away. It was difficult for him to remain here, as he would be even more humiliated if he continued to stay here. with a gloomy face, he turned around and ran away. Not even Feng Xiaoman cared, and at this time, Feng Xiaoman, seeing that to the figure of eating with the school flower, inwardly sour, tears flowed out. Chen Dong initially told him that Wang Peng is not a good thing, just want to play her. She did not believe it, and insisted on staying with Wang Peng for the sake of money. Results, Wang Peng, who was sweet-talking a few days ago, completely treated her as a plaything after sleeping with her a few times. Thinking back to the beginning, being spoiled like a princess by Chen Dong. Although Chen Dong is a little poor, her requirements, almost all of them have been satisfied, and now, she can really only use the word miserable to describe it. With tears in her eyes, she fled. Looking at the surrounding sea of onlookers, Chen Dong was extremely uncomfortable. Next time you look for me, don't make such a big deal out of it, he reminded Qin Xiuxuan in a low voice. Is that bad? Qin Xiuxian was full of concern. Do you realize how much pressure this puts on me? Chen Dong was annoyed. Pressure is motivation. Why don't you officially announce our relationship? Qin Xiuxian suggested with a smile. You're the school flower. Can you be a little more reserved? Chen Dong wanted to knock her head. There's no need to be reserved when you run into someone you like. Qin Xiuxian laughed with a smug face. Like an imp. Who would have thought that the school flower of Jiangzhou University could also have such a cute side? Although she took the initiative to find Chen Dong and brought some pressure on Chen Dong, the benefits were also quite a lot. For example, no one dared to look down on and ridicule Chen Dong now. Who dares to despise the one who can chase the schoolgirl to her hand? Wang Peng, who stole his ex-girlfriend, is even more of a joke by comparison. So in Chen Dong's heart, he was still quite grateful to Qin Xiuxian. Dong Chen, if you don't come to the company to listen to our report, we will resign and quit. When school was over in the afternoon, Zhang Menghan took the initiative to call with Chen Dong. Chen Dong, the company's largest shareholder, the company's affairs, but did not ask. This is too much. Zhang Menghan and Su Qingru have resigned threat. Chen Dong is very reluctant to go to report the work of the location of the Jiangzhou Bend Hotel. Little brother, can you do me a favor? Chen Dong had just entered the hotel when a beautiful woman suddenly leaned over. Chen Dong measured the beauty if the total score is 10 points. This at least 9.5 or more. No matter the body, looks, just a little worse than Jiangzhou University school flower. Why is she looking for Dong Chen? Like Qin Xiuxian, she knows that Chen Dong is super rich, so she took the initiative to come and fall for it? What favor? Chen Dong inquired. Come with me to a room, the beautiful woman added. To a room? Chen Dong's eyes widened. Is there really such a good thing? What about the fact that he's not a saint, obviously begging for it? Yes, Chen Dong and the beautiful woman took the elevator to room 302 on the 8th floor. The beauty knocked on the door of the room. A thick smoke immediately came out from the room. Chen Dong and the beautiful woman were both choked back. Under the somewhat dim light, Chen Dong saw two plump men swallowing clouds. The one who opened the door to the room was a middle-aged woman with a grim face. Not a good person at first glance. Immortal jump? In Chen Dong's mind, this term immediately popped up. That's not right. Shouldn't a fairy jumper go in first and then knock on the door? This situation right now, it's completely reversed. Although Chen Dong could not see what was going on, he was not worried at all because this was his territory. If he really wanted to play fairy jump with him here, he would not even know how to die. Zhang Jingmei, what do you mean? I asked you to come and discuss the script, and you actually brought a man here. In the room, an angry curse suddenly rang out, and the one who cursed angrily was one of the plump men. Director Xie, I should be asking you what you mean. You have to negotiate a script in this hotel room, and there's another man here. What the hell do you want? The beautiful woman angrily inquired. That plump man was immediately asked the face of a stiff. Half a day later, only embarrassed. This is the investor. Yen Ini and Yen Boss. Us that play. He invested 50 million. Do not rest assured that you, the leading lady, so come to take a look. Chapter 23, Seeing an Injustice, Helping a Friend. Think I'm a 3-year-old child? You guys are trying to eat me here without even a crumb left. The beauty sneered and ridiculed. The man known as Director Xie, somewhat dumbfounded by the beauty's reputation, could only threaten directly. Do you still want to be the female lead in this movie? If you want to, come in and discuss the plot with Boss Yen. Ha! A cold smile emerged from the corner of the beautiful woman's mouth. I'm sorry, if it's already the price of my body in exchange for the female lead in this drama, I don't accept it. After saying this, the beautiful woman turned around and was about to leave. Stop her! The man known as Director Xie shouted. Cooked duck couldn't just fly away. The grim-faced middle-aged woman who opened the door immediately reached out to grab the beautiful woman's wrist. Get lost! Chen Dong shouted, though he wasn't one for meddling. However, these people in the room in front of him disgusted him greatly. So this is idle business. He's going to take care of it regardless. Who the hell are you? Mind your own business. The one sitting on the sofa, Boss Yen rushed at Chen Dong and threatened loudly. Ha! Chen Dong also laughed coldly. It seems like you guys want to make a scene. Fine. I'll immediately call out all the restaurant waiters. The man known as Director Xia lost his temper. He's still a bit of a celebrity in the director's circle. It would be a bad influence on him if it became a big deal. So he could only persuade that Boss Yen to let Chen Dong and the beauty leave. Pop. As soon as Chen Dong and the beauty left, Boss Yen backhanded and slapped Director Xia hard in the face. Didn't you say it was done? You are deliberately embarrassing me. Director Xia looked aggrieved. Boss Yen, I also did not expect that this girl is so stubborn. Even let her be the female lead. She actually still refuses to yield. Why don't you play historical love? They're all from the same school. There's not much difference. Pop. Boss Yen slapped again, hard on Director Xia's face. That Shi Qing, he's such a lousy piece of. How can he compare to this Zhang Jingmei? I can inquire clearly. She has not had a boyfriend, is a virgin. Otherwise, I will invest $50 million for your crappy drama? Director Xia, still looking aggrieved, cried to Boss Yen. This Zhang Jingmei, she just won't agree. There's nothing I can do, unless I kidnap her. Boss Yen said in a cold voice, I'm adding $50 million of investment to your lousy movie, and you have to do everything you can to get her into my bed. Otherwise, Lousy will not only take back my investment, but will also tell my friends in the circle that everyone is not investing in your movie in the future. Director Xia was completely flustered and immediately assured Boss Yen, don't worry, I will definitely get her into your bed. In his heart, he scolded all 18 generations of Boss Yen's ancestors. A little money is terrific. He is at least a somewhat famous director in the circle. Actually so not put him in the eyes. Too excessive. Director Xia cursed in his heart, but his mouth still had to desperately please him, otherwise, he was going to lose this big gold master. Thanks for your help and what happened just now. Downstairs in the hall, the beautiful woman expressed her gratitude to Chen Dong, pulling out a sword when I see a roadblock. This is what I should do. Chen Dong laughed. He admired this beautiful woman. And these days there were too many women who slept with the entire crew for a movie. It's really so rare that a beautiful woman can resist temptation. So Chen Dong was willing to help her. What do you do? The beauty curiously asked Chen Dong again. This, reading. Chen Dong laughed. I am a student of Jiangzhou University. How about you? I'm a student of the Jiangzhou Art Academy. The beauty laughed. What are you doing here at the Jiangzhou Bend Hotel? Is it a part-time job here? It is normal for college students to work and study and go to the hotel part-time. So Chen Dong simply admitted it. I'll treat you to dinner someday when I'm free. The beautiful woman laughed. Good. Chen Dong agreed in a single breath. After leaving her contact information, the beautiful woman turned to leave, harvesting 10 points of true heart value. In Chen Dong's mind, the system's voice rang out, which made him overjoyed. I didn't spend any money this time, but I actually gained a genuine value. It's really great to help people. And at that moment, as the beautiful woman was leaving the hotel, she inadvertently turned around and saw a scene that made her incredulous. The hotel attendants were bowing to Chen Dong, and the beautiful woman could vaguely still hear. The attendants were saying, Chen Dong, General Manager Jiang and Manager Su are both here, waiting for you in the VIP box on the top floor. The beautiful woman was taken aback for a moment. Mr. Chen, what Chen Dong? This work-study college student is the chairman of the board here? Are you kidding me? However, she saw that Chen Dong walked towards the elevator in large strides, and the waiter followed behind, with fear and trepidation, which in turn made her have to believe that this hard-working college student might really have an unusual identity. Jiang Menghan and Su Qingru reported on their work, only making Chen Dong want to doze off. Mud. Having money and still living such a tiring life. Aren't I rich for nothing? He made an excuse to go to the restroom and then just slipped away. Jiang Menghan and Su Qingru, looking at the large pile of work documents on the table that they had not yet had the chance to report to Chen Dong, were almost exasperated alive. Brother Dong, you are finally back. Just after arriving at the dormitory, Chen Dong was warmly greeted by Yang Chang, Jiang Tian, and Xiao Bo. You three are sick. Chen Dong was stunned. This was the first time they had called out to Brother Dong. The size of the dormitory is ranked according to age, and Chen Dong is the youngest, so he is the fourth oldest in the dormitory. You can even chase the school flower, to deserve a name of Dong. Yang Chang laughed. A vicious chill ran down Chen Dong's spine. Don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with the school flower. Chen Dong was annoyed. And you three, what are you doing here if you don't go back to accompany your girlfriend? He didn't want to be woken up in the middle of the night by the sound of snoring. Brother Dong, remember what I told you about the party last night? We've already made an appointment. Tomorrow night at the Jiangzhou Bend Hotel. But you're having a bit of a hard time now. Is that school girl your girlfriend or not? Jiang Tian asked worriedly. No, Chen Dong responded decisively. I don't think it can be either. the schoolgirl is used to eating big fish and meat, so she came to fish for a poor guy like you. Of course, there's another possibility, using you as a shield. After all, she's being chased too hard by the rich second generation and doesn't want to say yes, so she's looking for you to draw fire. Xiaobo frowned. In that case, the schoolgirl is restless. Then we have to hurry up and make her lose her mind. Yang Chang put one hand on Chen Dong's shoulder and said seriously, tomorrow night's party, you must go, find a girlfriend, and break the relationship with the schoolgirl, so that you won't be targeted by those rich youngsters from Wangpang. Chen Dong had a bit of a headache. If he doesn't go, these three brothers will carry him there too. Instead of being troublesome and difficult at that time, it would be better to simply say yes now. Good, I'll go tomorrow night, Shandong said. Aha! Yang Chang, Zhang Tian, and Xiaobo nodded heavily. Before Chen Dong went, he first called the hotel manager and asked him to order the waiters in the hotel to pretend that they did not know him. He did not want to be in more trouble. Chapter 24, he's Chen Dong. Not a poor D Silky, 4 beauties, all from one dormitory, came to Jiangzhou Art College. Their names were Zhang Lan, Zhou Xiaoman, Wang Hui and Zhang Jingmei. Zhou Xiaoman is Yang Chang's girlfriend, and Yang Chang's family has a little bit of money so he can ask these beauties out. At the entrance of the Jiangzhou Bend Hotel, 4 beautiful women arrived first and were discussing there. Xiaoman, your boyfriend asked us to party. Does he want to introduce us to those brothers in his dorm? Zhang Lan inquired. She was tall and wearing short sleeves. Half of her fragrant shoulder was exposed. Very tempting. I don't know yet. He just said that he asked everyone to meet for dinner. Zhou Xiaoman shook her head. She had a petite figure and a very delicate melon face, like white jade. Ha! Wang Hui laughed coldly. Actually, it's nothing to introduce us to those brothers in his dormitory to get to know us. Just don't ever introduce us to that D-Silk Chen Dong. I heard that his girlfriend was robbed by a rich second generation, and he didn't even dare to put a fart. Whoever follows him is out of luck. This is really a good thing that does not come out of the door. But bad things spread 1,000 miles. Chen Dong's matter of being robbed of his girlfriend is actually known even to the people of the Jiangzhou Arts Academy. Chen Dong? When Zhang Jingmei heard this name, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. How could it be such a coincidence? Yesterday, she met someone here who was also named Chen Dong, and she had thought that the other party was working hard and working part-time here. Where did she think that the other party's identity was not ordinary at all? The hotel attendant, addressing him as Chen Dong, even groveled. They can't be alone, right? Zhang Jingmei chanted in her heart, suddenly thought again. This idea is too ridiculous. A D-Silk who was robbed of his girlfriend by a rich second generation. How can it be Chen Dong? That's hilarious. They're coming. Zhang Xiaoman shouted as she looked at a silver BMW driving over in the distance. That's her boyfriend Yang Chang's car. She immediately walked over and the car stopped in front of the hotel. The car door opened and Yang Chang stepped down from the car, holding an exquisite box in his hand. Xiaoman, it's for you. What ah? Zhang Xiaoman was filled with doubt. Chanel new perfume. $50,000 a bottle. Yang Chang laughed. Hubby, thank you. Zhang Xiaoman happily took it in her hand and hugged Yang Chang's neck with a big mouthful. The people around him ate a wave of dog food and were envious in their hearts. Zhang Lan and Wang Hui were thinking in their hearts, if only I could find such a rich boyfriend too. Just then, Chen Dong, Zhang Tian, and Xiaobo also walked down from the car one after another. How come? He's here too? Zhang Jingmei saw Chen Dong and her face immediately showed surprise. Chen Dong also saw her and smiled as a greeting. He can't be. Poor D-Silk Chen Dong? But how is that possible? Zhang Jingmei was confused. Her head was filled with the image of the hotel attendant respectfully addressing Chen Dong yesterday. Ladies, let me introduce you. These 3 are my good brothers. Yang Chang began to introduce the 3 Chen Dongs. Introducing Zhang Tian and Xiaobo as nothing. When introduced to Chen Dong, Zhang Lan and Wang Hui's faces immediately revealed an exaggerated look. So this is the Chen Dong schoolmate who was robbed of his girlfriend by a rich second generation. But he himself didn't even dare to fart. When these words came out, Yang Chang and Zhou Xiaoman were both 10,000 times more embarrassed. Zhang Tian and Xiaobo are even more angry. Isn't this too much to give face? Where can you reveal your shortcomings as soon as you meet? They immediately fought for Chen Dong. Your news is too outdated. Do you guys know whose girlfriend is the Jiangzhou University's school flower that rich second generation spent millions of dollars but couldn't even chase after? Is now? Zhang Lan and Wang Hui had exaggerated expressions on their faces. You two aren't going to tell us that she is Chen Dong's girlfriend, are you? Zhang Tian laughed. That's right. Xiaobo also followed. My brother just looks ordinary, but the person is really great. A potential stock. Otherwise it is impossible to get the favor of the school flower. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Lan and Wang Hui let out a loud laugh. You too, you're really quite good at telling jokes. If the schoolgirl was his girlfriend, he'd still have time to come to this party? What is the purpose of you guys organizing this party? Everyone is clear. Even if you want to elevate his status a little, it's not such a funny method. You guys really think we're cuties? Ha, Xiaoman. I'm sorry, I can't give you this face. We're going back to bed. Zhang Lan and Wang Wei, turning around and going. It's a waste of time and money to socialize with poor DS like Chen Dong. As for what Zhang Tian and Xiaobo said, what Chen Dong is a potential stock, the school flower is attracted. Even more nonsense. If you really want to attract the schoolgirl, you'll still come to this kind of party? Isn't that a contradiction? So they don't want to stay here a moment longer. Zhang Xiaoman stomped her feet anxiously, and now she, inside and outside, is not a person, can only look at Yang Chang with a ghostly angry gaze. Obviously, she was also complaining. Why did Yang Chang bring Chen Dong? This poor D Silk? This will harm her, and Zhang Lan and Wang Wei sisters cannot do. Chen Dong, however, was calm with a natural look on his face, as if what was happening around him had nothing to do with him. Zhang Jingmei had been secretly observing Chen Dong. She had been wondering in her mind as well, which one is he? Poor D Silk Chen Dong, or Chen Dong, who is honored as Chen Dong? If he's really Chen Dong, how could he be robbed of his girlfriend by a rich kid? If he is not Chen Dong, at this moment was ridiculed by people like this, and how can still look so calm? And that schoolgirl from Jiangzhou University, does she really just like a poor D Silk? This is absolutely impossible. The schoolgirl must have discovered his true identity. That's right, he's definitely Chen Dong. The identity of poor D Silk Chen Dong is definitely his disguise. Although I don't know why he's in disguise. This is a perfect opportunity to socialize with him. I definitely can't miss it. So what if he has a schoolgirl girlfriend? Good boyfriends are snatched by their ability. Zhang Jingmei inwardly firmed down. She to Chen Dong image is good. After all, Chen Dong yesterday helped her a hand. So she wants to steal Chen Dong from the hands of Jiangzhou University school flower. Hello, schoolmate Chen Dong. Nice to meet you. Zhang Jingmei immediately walked towards Chen Dong and took the initiative to extend her hand in greeting. In this scene, Wang Hui was dumbfounded. Zhang Lan was dumbfounded. And Yang Chang and Zhang Xiaoman were also dumbfounded. There was also Zhang Tian and Xiao Bo, who also felt very unbelievable. Originally thought, today's party has no chance. Where did Zhang Xiaoman dormitory, the best body, the most beautiful looking Zhang Jingmei, actually took the initiative to come over to shake hands with Chen Dong and greet him. It's almost too much to believe this scene is real. Has this guy saved the galaxy recently? How come he attracts beautiful women so much? On the front foot, the schoolgirl just flirted with him. And then there's this beautiful girl. In Zhang Tian and Xiao Bo's hearts, they were puzzled. Wang Hui and Zhang Lan were anxious. Zhang Jingmei, you're stupid. Why do you want to date this poor D woman? Chapter 25, refusing to be the lead actress in a $100 million investment. Poor D Silk? Oh, Zhang Jingmei hard-cold smile, if let you two see. Yesterday the hotel waiter in front of him, respectfully shouting Chen Dong appearance. You two will know. He is what you cannot reach the existence. Chen Dong Shueyo has a very attractive special charm on him, so I'm willing to go out with him. It's just that I don't know if he can look at me. Zhang Jingmei smiled again and said. She also gave Chen Dong a grudging look. Her hand had been extended for half a day. Why didn't Chen Dong shake hands with her? Chen Dong was in a daze at this moment. What's going on? This pretty girl wants to go out with him too? Is it because you saved her yesterday? He still doesn't know that his Chen Dong's identity has been guessed by others. Snap! Zhang Tian was behind Chen Dong and slapped Chen Dong on his head. Dongzi, what are you staring at? A beautiful woman is taking the initiative to ask for a relationship. So hurry up and say hello. Only then did Chen Dong react. Panicking and stretching out his hand, he shook Zhang Jingmei's delicate jade hand. Hello, my name is Chen Dong. Zhang's exquisitely delicate hands were soft as bones and very warm. She held Chen Dong's hand tightly and laughed. You talk to the school flower of your school. Zhang Tian and Xiao Bo immediately jumped out and yelled loudly. Beauty, don't misunderstand. Dongzi really has nothing with the schoolgirl. The schoolgirl was being chased too hard by the rich kid, so she used him as a shield. Is that really the case? Zhang Jingmei looked at Chen Dong with a playful look in her eyes. It seemed that none of his good buddies in the dormitory knew his true identity yet. The schoolgirl was never chasing him because she was being chased too closely by the rich kid and used him as a shield. Zhang Jingmei was very confident in the judgment of her heart. Aha! Chen Dong nodded woodenly. Zhang Jingmei looked at him with a smile on her face. Even if the schoolgirl is really after you, I'm still confident that I can snatch you away. What's that supposed to mean? A declaration of war? Brother, what kind of good deed have you done? As soon as this big beauty met, she actually started to snob on you. Zhang Tian and Xiao Bo looked at Chen Dong. Wang Hui and Zhang Lan were on the sidelines, stamping their feet in anxiety. Zhang Jingmei, are you out of your mind? Why are you chasing after this poor D woman? If this gets out, We'll all be disgraced along with you. Zhang Jingmei didn't care. If you two want to go back, hurry up and go back. We still have a party to go to. Zhang Tian and Xiaobo also hurriedly said, yes, yes, yes. I'll call a car for you. After a long time, there is finally a girl who wants to go out with Chendong, or a big beauty. As Chendong's diehard friends, they definitely don't want this good deed to be ruined. That is why they were so proactive and wanted to send those two beauties away. Who said we're leaving? Wang Hui and Zhang Lan both shook their heads. We have to stay and watch, lest some people are not honest with their hands and feet. Although they did not explicitly say who, but the meaning is also very clear, is only Chendong. If it was someone else, they would have been furious. But Chendong looked as if he had not heard it, and the expression on his face was always so calm and collected. There are only two kinds of people who can do that. One is a real cutie, who can't understand the meaning of other people's words. The other is one that is so strong inside that it can completely ignore any gossip. Obviously, Chendong was the second kind of person. The reason why he is so strong inside is because he has enough backbone. And this backbone, naturally, comes from his real tycoon identity, Chendong. The more Zhang Jingmei looked at it, the more she liked it, and her heart was all joy. Mr. Zhang, what a coincidence. We meet again. As Chendong's group of people were about to enter the hotel, a plump figure suddenly walked over this way. He was no other than the director named Xie Ming from yesterday. When Zhang Jingmei saw him, she instantly looked disgusted. Director Xie, what do you want to see me about? Xie Ming laughed. I'm sorry about yesterday. I have good news for you now. Zhang Jingmei faintly said. What good news? Xie Ming laughed. Boss Yan added another $50 million of investment. The total investment has reached the scale of 100 million. Or you as the female lead. When these words came out, Zhang Xiaoman, Zhang Lan, and Wang Hui were all stunned. The scale of the investment of more than $100 million. That is the treatment of a first-tier female star. Zhang Jingmei is still just a student. That Boss Yan and this director are actually willing to show up so much to hold her up. In their hearts, they were beyond envious. Xie Ming heart at this time also complacent. 100 million scale investment. Win the heroine. How many girls can resist such a temptation? You Zhang Jingmei will not be an exception. Obediently go to Yen Boss bed. Yen Boss serve comfortable it. Xie Ming thought in his heart, turned his head to look at, stood not far away, with him the same body fat Yen Enian. This thing, 100% 10 to 9 stable. Yen Enian was already fantasizing about how he was going to teach Zhang Jingmei in bed. Bitch, son, pretending to be noble. Lousy 100 million smashed down. Let's see how you still pretend. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in being the lead in that movie. However, Zhang Jingmei's reply directly shocked the entire audience. Young me, what are you saying? That's the leading lady of a big movie with $100 million invested in it. You're actually not interested? Wang Hui and Zhang Lan were stunned. Yan Enian and Xie Ming were also shocked. Is there really anyone in this world who can resist that kind of temptation? You know, this drama in case of famous star that is unlimited ah. Where did Zhang Jingmei get the nerve to say no? They do not know. Zhang Jingmei bottom line comes from her bottom line. She wants to be an actress, wants to go to the theater, but if has sold her body as the price, she will not hesitate to say, no, can you send me home? Zhang Jingmei looked at Chendong and inquired with a sweet smile. This was undoubtedly a knife that pierced hard into that Boss Yan's heart. He invested $100 million in force. Zhang Jingmei even said no, now even in his face, sweetly calling a boy to send her home. Obviously intentional. It's all about doing it to him and making him angry. It was hard for him, suffocating, and there was nothing he could do about it. Think about him once. Spend money to invest. Which actress can't take it? The first line and second line have not escaped his clutches. And now, it was rejected by a student. He really couldn't accept it, and his heart instantly held a resentment, and he almost vomited blood. Good, Chen Dong agreed, and he greeted Yang Chang, Zhang Tian, Xiao Bo and the rest of them, and left with Zhang Jingmei. Hello, Director Xie. Hello, Boss Yan. Not everyone has a backbone like Zhang Jingmei. Zhang Jingmei's front foot just left. Wang Hui and Zhang Lan came up. Zhang Xiaoman also wanted to come up, but, with her boyfriend here, she didn't dare in the end. After all, that's a heroine who invested $100 million. Who wouldn't be impressed? Should I call you Chen Dong? Or Chen Dong? On the way back, Zhang Jingmei suddenly asked Chen Dong Dao. Chapter 26, looking for a game master. Chen Dong looked stunned. What Chen Dong? Zhang Jingmei smiled sweetly. I saw it all yesterday. The hotel attendants, treating you with respect. They all called you Chen Dong. Chen Dong frowned, knowing that he could not pretend anymore. Other than you, does anyone else know about this? Chen Dong inquired. Zhang Jingmei shook her head. Then don't let others know, Shandong said. Zhang Jingmei nodded heavily. This was followed by a curious inquiry. Why are you hiding your identity as a rich man? Dong Chen said. In order to see through people's hearts. He took the same set of words that he had used on Qin Xiu Shen and brought them out again, repeating them to Zhang Jingmei. He now sort of understood that Zhang Jingmei was willing to go out with him. So it turned out that she had already known that his identity was not ordinary. There was no resentment in his heart because the world was that realistic. By doing so, Zhang Jingmei was also considered to be honest with him. Otherwise, if you run into a woman with a heart of gold, you know that your identity is not ordinary, but you still have to pretend not to know. How terrible the consequences will be. Just think about it, will also make people shudder. Do you play games? Zhang Jingmei was a smart girl. She immediately changed the topic and pulled Qindong to go and sit down on a nearby step before pulling out her cell phone and starting to play games. I'm more of a novice, Shandong said. Me too. Zhang Jingmei laughed. Two people who are both relatively new to the game, and only a few games in, are met with a torrent of abuse. Are elementary school kids on ing vacation again? Can you play? Can't play, get out. Wasting my time on ing dropping stars. Chen Dong frowned. Watch what you say. You will also encounter experts. If they scold you like this as well, will you accept it? Grass. Beaten dish still dare to talk back? I'm a 3-star king. How many are better than me? Hurry up and get out. It's really bad luck for me to team up with you guys. Zhang Jingmei couldn't take it anymore when she saw the abusive words and wanted to end the game. Chen Dong did not. He only coldly inquired. You go and find 2 people. We'll go and find 3 people. And play a hand in a fight, and shout grandpa if you lose. Ha 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 ha. The opposite side sent over a big string of laughing emojis. Are you guys going for 3 elementary school kids again? You guys are definitely going to lose then. Don't ing bull. Promise if you dare. I'll go find someone immediately. Shendong was on fire. Only a 3-star king dares to scold people like this? These people must be taught a lesson today. Good. We'll answer the battle. And if we lose, we must keep our promise and shout grandpa. The opponent responded. Where are we going to find someone? Zhang Jingmei looked anxious. The other side are all experts. Qindong did not panic and opened the Quick Legs Live software. The private message from the customer service manager arrived right away. Esteemed Mr. Kind Dong Dong, welcome to our platform again. You can directly aid me for any service you need. Qindong was not polite and immediately told the customer service. Help me make an advertisement. 100 consecutive big rockets. Recruiting experts above the 10-star king. Accompany me to play a game. There are extra rewards for a good fight. The customer service manager was stunned to see this private message. Esteemed Mr. Kind Dong Dong, do you enjoy playing this game? That's why you asked an expert to play with you? Cut the crap and hurry to find me someone. Chen Dong urged. Yes. The customer service manager responded. Zhang Jingmei stared at Chen Dong's cell phone screen with a hint of surprise on her face. Isn't the most expensive gift from Quick Legs the one with 10 consecutive big rockets? When was there 100 consecutive rounds of big rockets? Tonto, it's been there since I started playing. Zhang Jingmei was astonished. Did you ask the customer service to add this gift? How did you do that? Chen Dongdao, I just registered my account and recharged 1 billion. Then they increased it as I requested. In Zhang Jingmei's heart, there was a sudden shock. Just registering an account and recharging $1 billion. Just how rich is Chen Dong? Simply trenchant. Curious again, she inquired. Why did you add 100 straight shots? Chen Dong faintly said. 10 consecutive rounds are too slow to brush up. Not only did I have them add 100 consecutive swipes, there are also 1,000 consecutive swipes and 10,000 consecutive swipes. That one key press. 1,000, 10,000 big rockets explode together. The scene is too cool. Zhang Jingmei heart a burst of speechless. This is the rich people plain and simple life? Directly take money as fireworks to blow up and play. She didn't know what to say. In fact, her family had a little bit of money, at least tens of millions of dollars, so she had lived a very leisurely and wealthy life since she was a child. And now when compared to Qindong, she finally knew what it meant to be poor. While the two were talking, the major live broadcast rooms of the Quick Legs platform had already exploded. Asterisk. Godhawk is looking for someone to play the game. And I'm going to go. Why does it have to be a 10-star king or above? Can the Godhow lower the standard a bit? I'm just 1 star short. Hurry up and sign up. If you're late you won't get a chance. What does that one hand mean? Is it playing a handful of times and then giving 100 consecutive swipes of a big rocket? Many people's attention was focused on a handful. What exactly is it about getting someone to play with you and giving a brush with 100 straight big rockets? Or, play a handful of times and brush 100 straight big rockets? Many people asked the customer service, which in turn asked Qindong. Qindong directly and simply responded. Play a handful of times and brush 100 consecutive big rockets. Customer service feedback immediately caused another stir on the platform. God ho, you are my ancestor. Too damn generous. You're so generous. You're giving me 100 consecutive rockets in one go. If I accompany the God Ho to play dozens of games today, old man is a millionaire. Papa How, we're here. You can have all the fun you want. Customer service to Chendong found more than 10 people. Chendong left the 3 highest segment level, and the rest sent a few 10 straight big rockets to send off. Thank you Papa How. Those people were so grateful that they left messages. One 10-round big rocket is $10,000, and several are tens of thousands of dollars. They came here, but they didn't do anything, just got tens of thousands of dollars. It could be imagined that Chendong's position in their hearts at this moment was definitely more intimate than even their own father. The 3 people left behind were even more excited. The rest of them just reported for duty and actually got tens of thousands of dollars. But they still had to play with Chendong. Chendong definitely could not treat them poorly. How does it play? Ancestor How? You tell me. The 3 of them left messages asking. Chendong first added wizards with them, and then directly pulled them into the king's game room. Those 2 schoolchildren. Has Hema escaped? Why haven't you found them yet? I don't have time to spend with you guys here. Hurry up and yell for Grandpa. If you do, we're going to go play with someone else's team. 3 Kings Game Masters saw this message as soon as they entered the room. At once they realized what was going on. Godhawk games are not played well and are being bullied, so that's why they are looking for an expert to play with them. The 3 of them howled as if they were playing chicken blood. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm going to kill you today and make you self-absorbed. Chapter 27, Grandfather of the Godfather. Who is it? Such a big mouth. Not afraid to flash your back? Those 3 had already found 2 helpers, both 5-star kings. When they saw that Chendong and Zhang Jingmei did not respond for half a day, they thought that the 2 of them had escaped, so they left messages and cursed again. Where do you think? Just at this time, Chendong and Zhang Jingmei, looking for 3 people, as soon as they saw them, with a chicken blood general, angrily scolded, and they say they'll kill them until they go into self-imposed isolation. They obviously didn't believe it. How could 2 people at the level of elementary school students find the expert who killed them autistic? That's why they were sneering in such a conspiratorial manner. However, as soon as they opened the information of those 3 people, the 5 people on the opposite side of the room, all of them were dumbfounded. I go, 18-star king? What kind of joke is this with me? This one is higher, actually 25 stars. This one is a bit more impressive. 9th place in the Wulong district, 37-star king. After reading the trio's profiles, those 5 people were almost scared out of their wits. Did you mess with that, boss? I can't believe they called in 3 such experts at once. They're most powerful. Only 5-star king. The other 3, the worst is 18 stars. How can this still play? Hurry up and get ready. I'm going to kill you all single-handedly. The 3 experts, like chicken blood, howled again. It's not a game they're playing now. It's money. A big 100-round rocket for $100. 000. Who could resist such a temptation? Grandpa, we were wrong. We admit defeat. The ones who were unbeatable just a moment ago instantly conceded, leaving messages in the comments section, frantically etching Chendong and calling out to Chendong's grandfather. Grass, how can you just admit defeat? At least play a hand. The 3 king masters were anxious. Without playing even one hand, how could Chendong brush them with 100 consecutive big rockets? If I had known that the big one would scare them like this, I should have taken the small one. I'm very satisfied with the performance of you 3. One of you will brush you with 1,000 consecutive big rockets later on. Chendong faintly left a message. What? How, ancestor? You're going to brush us with 1,000 consecutive big rockets? Did you make a typo? The trio inquired timidly. 1,000 straight shots is $1 million. They were so excited. Their hearts were beating out of their chests. No mistake. Chendong responded lightly again. You guys came just to scare these 5 people into calling out to my grandpa. I'm very satisfied with the result. Thank you, Ancestor How. You are truly our ancestor. The 3 of them left an excited message. The opposite side was also stunned. Is that 1,000 big rockets in a row on fast legs? That's $1 million. Grandpa, which great god are you? The 3 kings experts responded with a sneer. Do you know about the godly Ho, Kind Dong Dong? Of course I know. On Douyin, he swiped $10 million for an anchor. Quick leg up. He swiped $10 million each for the 2 anchors. He's a deserving god's man. Could it be that Grandpa is, Kind Dong Dong? Counting you guys still have a little brain. Know what kind of person you have offended. Today if you don't shout Grandpa, don't apologize. Every time you play the game in the future, I'll chase you to kill you with a broken mind. Don't dare to play in the game. The 3 king masters sneered and laughed again. Message. Grandpa Shenhao, we were wrong. Spare us. We will never underestimate people again. The few people on the opposite side of the room started apologizing frantically again. It's not good to mess with anyone, but to mess with the Godhawk. It's true he's no match for you, but he's got money. Take out a few $1 million at random and you can get a master to abuse you. If those guys don't sincerely apologize, they won't be able to play this game in the future. Because they must be hunted down by countless masters. Directly messed up their mentality collapse. See the game want to vomit. Get lost. Chen Dong coldly responded. A few people on the opposite side flew away. Chen Dong followed his promise and entered the live broadcasting room of those 3 people, and each of them swiped 1,000 consecutive big rockets, which immediately caused another sensation. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Master how is Master how? Too damn how. Actually swiped 1,000 consecutive big rockets. How long has this been going on? How many games did you play? 1,000 big rockets in a row? Master how? Master how? Well, find me if there is anything in the future. I will definitely serve you as a dog and horse. The mouths of those who saw the big rocket special effect in the live room were watering. 1,000 big rockets exploding. That's $1 million. How long do they have to work to have $1 million? It's really just downright ho-hum. Already trenchant. I'll take you back to school. Chen Dong put away his cell phone and smiled at Zhang Jingmei. Zhang Jingmei's heart was still shaken, although she already knew that Chen Dong is Chen Dong. Chen Dong is rich and has an unusual identity. However, Chen Dong spending money in front of her tonight still shocked her. Millions, just like this casually spent, just to take a breath, make the other party yield and shout grandpa. The life of a rich man is truly unimaginable. She sighed in her heart. After returning to the dormitory, Zhang Jingmei lay on the bed, her heart vibrating, still unable to calm down for a long time. The shock brought to her by Chen Dong's trenchant nature was just too great. It was possible that she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Just then, her cell phone suddenly rang. She thought Chen Dong was calling, and opened it to see that it was her mom calling. She immediately picked up the phone. Mom, what are you looking for me so late? Zhang Jingmei inquired. Daughter, you take a few days off from school. Find a place to hide. During this time, don't go home. I have already given you the card. Played more than $100,000. You have to save it. The voice speaking over there was very anxious and chaotic. Zhang Jingmei's heart immediately thumped jump. Something happened at home. Mom, what happened at home? You tell me. Zhang Jingmei asked anxiously. Alas, your father told him, don't go to find that what credit company to borrow money. He did not listen. Had to go to borrow, but also said that the interest rate there is low. $10,000 on a few points of interest. Where do I think it's a set of loans? The default is terribly high. Your father sold the company. The money is not enough to pay back the account. The other side has a social background. And when your father couldn't pay the debt, they got people to come to the house every day to make trouble. After that didn't work, they said they'd come to the school to see you. That's why you have to hurry and find a place to hide. Don't let those people catch you. They'll do anything. After hearing these words, Zhang Jingmei was like suffering a bolt from the blue. She never thought that her own family, too, would encounter a set of loans. How horrible is this? Just in this school she attended, there were several cases of people who were forced to jump to their debts because of loan sharks, who took fruit photos. She couldn't imagine that she could be like that. She clutched her legs and curled up on the bed, shivering. Where can I get money, so that I can take it home to pay off my bills? Zhang Jingmei cried. It's not even about having money. Loan sharks are maggots that won't stop until they've sucked the last drop of blood out of you. Chapter 28, Borrowing Money. Zhang Jingmei is in a desperate situation. Her family's company if sold are not enough to pay the debt. Then this debt, at least more than 100 million. What's she gonna do? She reached out her hands and pulled her hair as hard as she could. She couldn't feel the slightest bit of pain because she was going crazy. It was then that she suddenly thought of someone who could help her family pay off their debt. That person is Chen Dong. Chen Dong casually spent a few $1 million in order to take a breath. He had just signed up for the Quick Legs platform and directly recharged $1 billion. It's definitely a very simple thing to get him to take out $100 million now. However, what makes Chen Dong take $100 million to help her? Just because she's chasing Chen Dong? Chen Dong didn't promise to be her boyfriend either. Even if it is promised, $100 million. Chen Dong has a reason not to help her, because it is really too much. Zhang Jingmei fell into painful contemplation. Again after a long time, she made a decision. If this method didn't work, then she would have no choice but to finish herself off, lest she be humiliated in the future. She took out her cell phone and dialed Dong Chen's number. Beauty Zhang, why are you calling me so late at night? Chen Dong inquired curiously on the other end of the phone. Chen Dong, come out. I have something very important to tell you. Zhang Jingmei urged over the phone. What is it? Can't you tell me over the phone? Can we talk about it tomorrow? Chen Dong inquired, as he was already preparing to go to bed. You hurry up and come out. I beg you. Just say it tonight. Zhang Jingmei's voice carried a sobbing tone, and Chen Dong realized that something was wrong. Immediately, he persuaded. Where are you? I will come to you immediately. Mirror Lake Park. Zhang Jingmei said a location and Chen Dong immediately rushed there. Under the cool moonlight, Chen Dong saw a forlorn figure. She looked so forlorn as she sat on the bench. Chen Dong was filled with doubt. Was this the Zhang Jingmei he knew? It's only been a while. How did Zhang Jingmei become like this? This was a far cry from the previous Zhang Jingmei who was spontaneous, intelligent, and like a bright pearl. What happened to you? Chen Dong walked over to inquire. Zhang Jingmei turned her head to look at him, a wave of determination showing in her eyes. Where do you like it? Chen Dong was puzzled. What do you mean? Zhang Jingmei said, don't pretend. You should know my purpose very well. Just pick any place. Let's hurry up. Chen Dong was completely confused. You want. He couldn't believe that Zhang Jingmei had looked for him out to. To be honest, he's still a virgin now. With Feng Xiaoman for so long, it is true that you have to pay for touching your hand. Suddenly a big beautiful woman was so direct. To him, where did he bear it? Immediately, he was scared and backed up. Don't worry, it's my first time. I'm not the kind of girl you think I am, Zhang Jingmei added. Chen Dong had calmed down by this time. Zhang Jingmei's character, although he had only known her for 2 days, he already knew her well. $100 million investment in a leading lady can't even bring her to her knees. And now, she took the initiative to find Chen Dong to offer herself. She must have encountered a trouble that she could not solve. What the hell happened to you? Can you tell me about it? Chen Dong looked at her and asked seriously. Zhang Jingmei hesitated for a moment, and told Chen Dong about what happened at home. Then she added, I really don't know what to do now. I don't want to be humiliated. I want to die once and for all. However, my parents still can't escape those people. I also have a younger sister who will definitely be poisoned by those people as well. So I really have no choice but to beg. Do whatever you want with me as long as you're willing to lend me this money. Zhang Jingmei opened her hands in a manner that allowed her to be slaughtered. Chen Dong shook his head. Zhang Jingmei was immediately struck by lightning. What does it mean for Chen Dong to shake his head? Can't see her? She is still very confident in herself. No matter her body and face, she is a masterpiece. She also studied art and performance. And that aura is more than enough to make you want to be there. If that's the case, why is Chen Dong shaking his head? Zhang Jingmei once again fell into despair. Looking at the park lake next to her, she was about to dive in headfirst. So it's just about money. Thought you had something more important for me. Give me your account number and I will transfer the money to you. Chen Dong was full of concern. Zhang Jingmei was directly stunned. Did Chen Dong not hear clearly what amount she just said? He actually did not care about this 100 million. Zhang Jingmei really did not know how to answer Chen Dong. What are you waiting for? Give me the account number. I'll transfer $200 million to you directly. Chen Dong added. $200 million? Zhang Jingmei's eyes widened once again. She couldn't believe what her ears were hearing. It was thought that Chen Dong would not even lend her this $100 million. After all, they've only known each other for 2 days. She was ready to sacrifice herself. If it still doesn't work, kill yourself. Where did you think that Chen Dong was not giving her 100 million, but 200 million, which is completely beyond Chen Dong again faintly said, 100 million to pay off the debt, 100 million as the capital, rise again in the east, earn it back to me. Oh, for the first time in her life, Zhang Jingmei was so moved that she directly jumped into Chen Dong's arms and cried, don't cry, don't cry, the clothes are dirty for me, I'm too lazy to wash them when I go back. Chen Dong shouted in annoyance, he doesn't have a girlfriend, and the automatic washing machine in the dormitory building is broken. He is most annoyed with washing clothes. I will wash. You? Zhang Jingmei broke into a smile and pounded Chen Dong's chest a few times. She gave Chen Dong her bank account number. Chen Dong immediately transferred 200 million to her, harvesting a true heart value of 100. What's with the? Hearing the system voice ringing in his head, Chen Dong could not believe it. The most was to brush gifts for Su Shui, harvested 50 points of sincere value, so actually even more exaggerated. With 100 points, Chen Dong almost jumped up in excitement. Host, when someone thanks you sincerely for the second time, the value of sincerity you receive will be increased tenfold on top of the last time. After listening to the system explanation, Chen Dong finally understood. The last time was yesterday, when Chen Dong heroically saved her beauty. Zhang Jingmei was grateful to him and increased her true heart value by 10 points. Today's second thank you, on top of the 10 points, increases tenfold, making it this 100 points. Chen Dong immediately opened the system. Host, Chen Dong. Strength, 110. Intelligence, 111. Physical strength, 110. Mental, 101. Truth value, 220. Today's balance, 999989960300000. The truth value had changed to 220 points. One step closer to exchanging 1800 points for the 9 turns of Xiangong. You're really letting me off the hook just like that? Zhang Jingmei, who had gotten the money, returned to her usual smile on her face. She teased Chen Dong and asked, Chapter 29, Iceberg Beauty. Chen Dong lent her $200 million. She was willing to offer herself. Chen Dong can do anything to her. However, Chen Dong did not touch her. It was not that she was not charming enough, because she saw the fire in Chen Dong's eyes. Yet, why did Chen Dong still not touch her? This reason may be unknown to Chen Dong himself. Maybe, it's the little bit of justice that remains in Chen Dong's heart that is at work. He didn't want to take advantage of the situation. Daughter, you hurry up and run. They will come to Jiangzhou early tomorrow morning to arrest you. Chen Dong sent Zhang Jingmei back to school for the second time, and halfway there, Zhang Jingmei received another call from her mom, Lu Xiaoying. Glancing at Chen Dong, Zhang Jingmei hurriedly consoled, Mom, doesn't need to run. I borrowed $200 million and can help you guys pay off your debts. $200 million? What nonsense are you talking about? Are you crazy? Lu Xiaoying was anxious. She should never have told her own daughter about it, because it's straight up irritating madness. However, it can't be done without saying it. Those people are going to Jiangzhou to arrest her daughter. She couldn't control it, and the tears flowed. Mom, it's true. I found a very rich boyfriend who lent it to me. Zhang Jingmei looked up at Chen Dong. Her cheeks were a little red. Very cute. Boyfriend? When? Daughter, you didn't lie to Mom? Lu Xiaoying again asked anxiously on the other end of the phone. Help! Zhang Jingmei handed the phone to Chen Dong. Chen Dong was helpless and took the phone. Auntie, don't be anxious. The money thing has been set right. Who are you? Lu Xiaoying hurriedly inquired. Chen Dong hesitated, and Zhang Jingmei immediately snatched the phone back. Mom, he is my boyfriend. Now do you believe what I said? I will transfer the money to you guys later. It's my boyfriend's money, but you'll have to pay it back later when you guys get back on your feet. Good. Lu Xiaoying was overjoyed. Daughter actually found such an excellent boyfriend. She once again shed tears. Of course, this time it is not sadness and grief, but tears of joy. Daughter, what's your boyfriend's name? Bring him back on vacation and let Mom take a look. Lu Xiaoying said happily on the other side of the phone again. Zhang Jingmei glanced at Chen Dong and then told her mom. I'll try my best. He's very busy at work. They made small talk for a while longer before hanging up. Chen Dong sent Zhang Jingmei to the entrance of the school. Zhang Jingmei looked at him and laughed again. Are you really going back just like this? Not thinking about it? Chen Dong blared at her. He will consider it. But tonight, absolutely not. It's still the same reason. The little bit of justice left in his heart is at work. If he moved Zhang Jingmei tonight, it would really be taking advantage of someone's danger. Worse than a dog or a pig. Good night and good dreams. Chen Dong said indifferently and turned around to leave. Be careful on the road, Zhang Jingmei instructed as she stared at his back, her eyes filled with loss. Awesome Chen, why don't you sign an autograph for me? I really haven't seen someone as powerful as you. Chen Dong returned to Jiangzhou University. It's late, but there are still people on the road. He was immediately surrounded by a crowd. Those people were looking at him with wild adoration, making him look puzzled. Could it be that my identity as a rich man has been exposed? Is that why these people worship me so much? He muttered in his heart. Not right. The only ones who know my identity are those few people, and none of them can possibly say it. Since this is the case, what are these people fuming about? Chen Dong pushed through the crowd as he walked towards his dormitory building. Downstairs, outside the fence, stood a large circle of people. Chen Dong, another face puzzled. Something happened. He walked over and finally realized why there were so many people here. Under the moonlight, an icy figure stood there, like a goddess on the top of the snowy mountains. Her white clothes were flowing. Her temperament was outstanding. It was Jiangzhou University, and the school flower Qin Xiuxuan, the icy beauty of the icy mountain beauty Lan Yuhan. No wonder it attracts so many people. However, how did Lan Yuhan appear here? She's in the school's music department and doesn't do anything else but practice every day. However, it is so late, but appeared outside the boys' dormitory. Is simply more surprising than seeing dinosaurs in this era. Although Lan Yuhan is amazingly charming, Chen Dong has really seen too many beautiful women recently. Jiang Menghan, Su Qingru, Qin Xiuxuan, Zhang Jingmei, and Su Shui. He has been a little immune. So, he just looked at it a couple more times, turned around, and walked away. Schoolmate Qin Dong, please wait. A very cold voice entered Chen Dong's ears. He couldn't believe it. Was this Lan Yuhan calling him? He turned back and saw that Lan Yuhan's icy eyes were staring at him. It was like he was being watched by the goddess of the snowy mountains, in a trance, and he was suddenly a little disoriented. You're calling me? After Chen Dong reacted, he immediately extended his finger and pointed at himself inquiringly. Lan Yuhan nodded. Something wrong? Chen Dong inquired with a surprised face. I came here specifically to find you. Can you come with me to the piano room? Lan Yuhan inquired. The The people surrounding the area instantly looked at Chen Dong with murderous eyes. Chen Dong suddenly just ran into those people. All shouted him Chen Powerful. Is it because Lan Yuhan initiative to find him? When you think about it, it's really possible. The school goddess seeks him out during the day. The iceberg beauty came back to him in the evening. The two big beauties of the school, both involved with Chen Dong, want not to say that Chen Dong is powerful. Those people who want Chen Dong's signature are trying to dip their luck, so that they can also easily receive the favor of beautiful women. Ms. Lan Yuhan, what exactly are you looking for me for? Tell me clearly first. I am going to the piano room with you, Chen Dong said indifferently. The murderous eyes around them intensified. A beautiful woman invites you and you're still so hesitant? Are you showing off on purpose to make us feel bad? The onlookers, all a bit unable to stand. If they have long been assholes, followed Lan Yuhan to the piano room. Favorably, Chen Dong said no, not to go without figuring out the reason. This really owes a beating. You play the violin, right? Lan Yuhan inquired. Chen Dong's heart, at once, twinged. Feng Xiaoman is definitely a great beauty. 2 years ago, Chen Dong, who was still poor, how did he chase her? It's all about the violin. However, in this materialistic age, talent is less than in front of money. From the moment Feng Xiaoman was snatched away by Wang Peng, Chen Dong swore that he would never touch a violin again. Therefore, he very simply rejected Lan Yuhan. Sorry, I won't. Rumors stop with the wise. Chen Dong, who had said this, turned around and left. No one could stop him. Back in his dormitory, lying on his bed, he couldn't sleep for a long time. The night was slightly cool, and he decided to get up and walk. Just as he arrived downstairs, an icy figure immediately attracted him. Chen Dong fixed his eyes on the iceberg beauty, Lan Yuhan. Chapter 30 Lan Yuhan's reason for looking for Dong Chen. Why is this ninny still here? It can't be that she is waiting for me, right? Chen Dong was puzzled in his heart. If that was really the case, then she was too persistent. Chen Dong walked over. Why are you still standing here? Lan Yuhan saw him and said in an icy voice, waiting for you. Chen Dong frowned. I won't. You don't have to wait. Lan Yuhan took out her cell phone. A beautiful piece of music floated out, and a scene of elves dancing under the moonlight naturally came to mind. This is a famous piece of music that Chen Dong once played on the violin. Inside, there are also some beautiful women's laughter. When did Lan Yuhan secretly record it? She has this fetish? This really shocked Chen Dong. You will. Lan Yuhan looked at Chen Dong with firm eyes. Come with me to the piano room. Chen Dong was embarrassed. What exactly do you want me to do? Lan Yuhan said, practice tonight, and tomorrow you'll play an ensemble piece of Liang Zhu with me. Do you have any important performances tomorrow? Chen Dong asked curiously again. Tomorrow the examiners from the Vienna Conservatory of Music will come to take the test. My biggest dream is to enter that school. Lan Yuhan explained. No wonder this girl is so persistent. Music is almost her second life, and that exam tomorrow is vital to her. There are so many people in the music department. Why is she looking for Chen Dong to help? Although Chen Dong is a little talented, but ultimately amateur, fooling little girls can still go to the exam with her. Then it can only be described in 4 words, disgraceful. I was targeted. Lan Yuhan faintly explained. Why were you targeted? Chen Dong inquired curiously again. Lan Yuhan didn't say anything. With only pleading and cold eyes, she urged Chen Dong to hurry up and go with her to practice the piano. They only have 1 night left. If they didn't practice, it would really be too late. Chen Dong was ultimately a soft-hearted person and agreed. Piano room. Chen Dong held a violin and Lan Yuhan held a cello, and began to play an ensemble song Liang Zhu. Beautiful music floats out. A moment. Piano room is like a soul in general. The air are as if vaguely visible. The 2 butterflies there to favor the dance. Joyful and lively. However, as the song enters the high tide, the cheerful music gradually becomes mournful, and the butterflies are also dissipating a little bit. This world, as if there is only bleakness left. Chen Dong simply cannot keep up with the rhythm. He is ultimately an amateur level. The tune became staccato all of a sudden, and both men had to stop. Chen Dong was very embarrassed. Sorry. Lan Yuhan's cold face did not have any emotional fluctuations at all. She only said 2 very simple words to Chen Dong. Continue. She is a very obsessive person and clings to the things she loves. She never spends time complaining, remorseful or anything like that. She never had but one thought in her head. If she could not do it once, she would do it twice. And if she could not do it twice, she would do it 3 times until she learned it completely. So she was very patient, trying little by little with Chen Dong, pointing out Chen Dong's little by little progress. Yet one night was ultimately too short. It was only when it was going to be dawn that Chen Dong barely managed to keep up with Lan Yuhan's pace. At this rate, it is impossible to pass the exam. Chen Dong felt a little guilty in his heart. Lan Yuhan is still expressionless, and continues to practice over and over again. Lan Yuhan, is this the helper you found? This level is too poor, isn't it? The door to the piano room was suddenly pushed open, and a man in a tuxedo walked in. A mocking sneer hung on his somewhat pale cheeks. Upon seeing Chendong, he immediately waved his hand and laughed. Give me the violin. It's not something you pull like that. Chendong handed the violin over. The man took it in his hand. A cheerful music suddenly exploded in the piano room. Like the space here, suddenly all in a small stream, up and down, meandering and floating, so that people's hearts are very shocking. One song to go. He returned the violin to Chendong, and sneered and ridiculed again. Learn from it. Music is an art. Not everyone can play it. It requires talent. After ridiculing Chendong, he turned his head to Lan Yuhan and said, there are still a few hours to go before the exam. I'll be waiting for you in room 808 of the Jiangzhou Hotel. With those words he turned and walked away. At this moment, Chendong understood everything. He's a classmate you used to play in an ensemble with, isn't he? Chendong inquired. Lan Yuhan nodded. He knows that this exam is important to you, so he used this to threaten you to sleep with him? Chendong inquired curiously again. Lan Yuhan nodded coldly again. It is also because of him that you are being targeted and there is no one to ensemble with you. That is why you came to me? Chendong inquired curiously again. Lan Yuhan nodded coldly again. This guy is shameless enough. What kind of person is he? Can you actually be so powerful? Chendong inquired curiously again. Kong Tao. Lan Yuhan coldly uttered the name of the man from earlier. Kong Tao? Chendong was slightly surprised. The little prince of the music department. His parents are both professors in the school. I heard that he is a good student with both good character and good education. How come he is so underhanded in private? Lan Yuhan was silent. Chendong did not know that Kong Tao was even more underhanded than he thought. In order to force Lan Yuhan to go to bed with him, he used his parents' connections to turn all of this year's exams into an ensemble, so that Lan Yuhan had no chance to play alone. He also warned others that he was not allowed to work with Lan Yuhan. This way Lan Yuhan can only find him, to obediently sleep with him. However, he never dreamed that Lan Yuhan would be so rigid in her character that she would actually go directly to the amateur Chendong for help. But the results are very unsatisfactory. Let's continue. Lan Yuhan still said coldly. Chendong was a little heartbroken for her. It's been practicing all night. Aren't you hungry? Let's go eat breakfast first. Chendong laughed. Lan Yuhan hesitated and agreed to go to the restaurant with Chendong. Without eating, it's going to be low blood sugar. You might pass out and be taken to the hospital before you can even take the test. Isn't that the iceberg beauty Lan Yuhan? The person she did beside her is Chendong? I heard last night that the iceberg beauty was looking for Chendong. I still didn't believe it, but I didn't think that it was true. That's a goddess who is on par with the school flower Qin Xiuxian. How did she get hooked up with Chendong again? After this Chendong was dumped by Feng Xiaoman, did he suddenly open up the Runtong two veins? The day before yesterday, he hooked up with the school flower, and today he hooked up with Lan Yuhan. Laozi really envied him. Draw your sword. Draw the sword. Old man will cut him. Laozi's goddess. Oh, Chendong and Lan Yuhan appeared in the restaurant, causing another sensation. Countless people wanted to draw their swords on Chendong. After all, two of the school's goddesses were involved with Chendong. Who could not hold a grudge? In the corner, Kong Tao was also eating. He saw Chendong and Lan Yuhan and his face was gloomy. Chapter 31, Threats. Lan Yuhan, you didn't go to the hotel to wait for Laozi, but you are actually eating with a guy here? A nameless fire surged in Kong Tao's heart as he stood up and walked towards Chendong and Lan Yuhan's table. Lan Yuhan, you should know how important this exam is to you. If you miss it, you may never have another chance. Do you really want to ruin your entire life because of some so-called dignity? Kong Tao placed a room card in front of Lan Yuhan. Be a good boy and wait for me at the hotel. Otherwise this exam, you don't want to pass. Lan Yuhan's face was cold, but her eyes were filled with anger. Kong Tao was too shameless to use this method to threaten her. What should she do? One is life, one is dignity. She is in pain in her heart, and it is simply difficult to choose. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out from the side, picked up the room card and threw it into the trash can. Another bowl of unfinished white porridge was picked up and dumped inside the trash can as well. White kanji mixed with the room card. Kong Tao saw, first stunned, then his face surged with anger. You Hema, dare to throw my room card? You looking for death? The person who threw away the room card was none other than Chendong, who had a calm face as he threatened Kong Tao. There are quite a few iceberg beauty suitors around you. If you let them know that you gave the iceberg goddess room card, do you think they will do something? Kong Tao, who was just incomparably angry, immediately lost his temper when he heard this, and he warned Chendong in a cold voice, don't you mess around, or else I'll make you get the hell out of this school. Chendong said indifferently, I will give you 1 minute to disappear from my presence immediately. Otherwise, you will definitely get out of this cafeteria. There were already people around who had their eyes looking this way. Kong Tao was a thief and lost his temper, sneered twice, stood up and left. Lan Yuhan, you pinning your hopes on this amateur is the biggest mistake of your life? Kong Tao walked away with the sneer of mockery again. You're wrong, Chen Dong suddenly said in a cold voice. I'm not at an amateur level, and Lan Yuhan will definitely be able to pass this exam. You polish your dog's eyes and watch the process properly. Ha! In response to Chen Dong's response, Kong Tao just sneered twice like this before turning around and walking away. One could imagine the extent to which he held Chen Dong in contempt. He dared to do so because he had just seen Chen Dong's level. Within the amateur, it is definitely a master, but compared to the professional, can really only be described as garbage. However, what he doesn't know is that Chen Dong has a system. Chen Dong also just remembered that he had a system. In the system store, he could exchange his sincerity value for playing skills on various instruments. There are also arrangers, composers, lyricists and singers, all available for redemption. He spent 30 points of sincere value to make himself an all-round musician, not only able to sing, play, compose, and arrange music but also proficient in a variety of musical instruments. And each of these skills exceeds the highest level in the world. That would be really scary. For someone else to be proficient in one thing and call it a master. He is proficient in all of them. What should he be called? Sovereign? The godfather of music? Genius? All of these were no longer worthy of his talent. That's why he told Kong Tao with certainty that he could help Lan Yuhan pass the exam. Using up so much of his true heart value, Chen Dong's heart was definitely hurting. I don't know how much more heart, how much more money it will take to earn it back. But, although it was meaty, he did not regret it, because he had already decided to help a person. It was definitely to help to the end. Lan Yuhan does not know this. She looks very lost. Life for her, perhaps at this moment, really has come to an end. After eating and resting, Chen Dong went to the exam room with her. The exam room was in a large auditorium, and the music department was there, attracting some other students as well. In the first row, sat a white-haired foreigner who had come from the Vienna Conservatory. Today's examiner. The rest, some are teachers from the University of Zhengzhou, some are from other schools. Those taking the test are already backstage ready to go on. Chen Dong and Lan Yuhan walked in and were immediately met with ridicule. Lan Yuhan, I heard that you have found a master of the bright room who can barely keep up with you already. Ha ha ha. Lan Yuhan's face was cold and did not respond. The master is in the bright room. It really isn't a lie. This one is taking such a solemn exam, but he doesn't even have a single piece of formal clothing. Is this treating this place like a food market? What do you know? People are self-aware, and know that they don't have a chance. That's why they don't even bother to wear formal clothes. Anyway, going up there is just going through the motions, and you'll probably be brushed off right away. These sneers were still not responded to by Lan Yuhan. She was only inquiring how Chen Dong had prepared. Kong Tao came to her side again and sneered. We're lined up at the back on the court, so if you change your mind, I'll still help you. This Kong Tao, really completely shameless, with so many people backstage. It's amazing that he can even say it. It's really a beast. Get lost. Chen Dong drank. Don't disgust people here. He pulled Lan Yuhan away. Kong Tao stared at him with an angry face, and in his heart, he was already calculating how to clean up Chen Dong when the exam was over. If it wasn't for Chen Dong repeatedly messing up, perhaps Lan Yuhan would have already given in to him. Candidates to the ring. Someone came in and announced. The people backstage, one pair after another, went on stage. After the performance, the examiner who came from the Vienna Conservatory of Music, kept shaking his head. Obviously none of them were up to his standard. It wasn't until the Kong Tao pair came on that things and changed. A smile broke out on his ever-disgruntled face. Next to them sat a man and a woman, the parents of Kong Tao. Their cheeks were already as happy as chrysanthemums, and they hurriedly said to the examiner, Honorable Mr. Douglas, the man who is performing on the stage is our child. His name is Kong Tao. In the future he will go to the Vienna Conservatory of Music, and I hope you can take more care of him. Examiner Douglas nodded. He's very talented. He'll definitely become a master musician in the future. Thank you Mr. Douglas for praising him. He will definitely work hard. Kong Tao's parents, again, roared in a hurry. After Kong Tao's pair had finished performing, only Chen Dong and Lan Yuhan were underneath. The moment the two walked onto the stage, it was an instant sensation. It's not that they're so great, it's that they're so funny. Lan Yuhan was wearing a purple formal evening gown with an icy temperament that made her look like a goddess on top of the snowy mountains. And Chen Dong was too casual. T-shirt, shorts, slippers. Examiner Douglas became furious. This is a desecration of music. Tell him to get lost. The exam didn't even need to continue. Examiner Douglas was directly about to eliminate Chen Dong and Lan Yuhan, Kong Tao's parents. However, stopped the examiner Douglas. Dear Mr. Douglas, geniuses are all different. This one dares to dress like this, obviously has absolute confidence in himself. He is trying to attract you with his talent, and not by this dress. Chapter 32, Soul-Shaking Musical Performances. Kong Tao's parents are so bad, they knew that Chen Dong was at the amateur level. That was why they deliberately praised Chen Dong in front of Examiner Douglas. This was to make Chen Dong even more humiliated. Examiner Douglas did not know this and actually believed the words of these two, thinking that Chen Dong was really a genius. So he sat down again. Ha! Kong Tao watched from the backstage, a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Chen Dong was about to lose his face. Lan Yuhan is also sure to immediately regret that she did not obediently submit to him. Otherwise, where could she follow Chen Dong to disgrace herself on the stage? Can I sing a song alone first? On the stage, Chen Dong suddenly asked, "What's going on? Does this guy even understand the rules of the test? I have a feeling he's just here to make trouble. Get off your asses and don't insult the music in our hearts." The crowd cried out. Luckily there were no eggs in their hands or they would have thrown them at the stage. Does this guy know that he can't do it? So he simply breaks himself into a comical clown to avoid suffering more taunts? Kong Tao frowned again in contemplation. Lan Yuhan's icy face also changed slightly as she reminded Dong Chen in a low voice, "Stop fooling around and hurry up with the performance." It was clear that she had lost all hope and just wanted to get it over with and get out of here. Chen Dong, however, acted as if he had not heard what she had said. He actually took the initiative to bow toward the audience, and then smiled. "Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to sing a song. And next, I'll make an offering." Ha 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 ha. The people in the audience, unable to hold back any longer, burst out laughing. "Marred, who gave him a chance? This guy is too shameless. Did he go to the wrong theater and mistake the stage for a music exam for a burlesque show? What a ing clown. It's defiling the sacred and beautiful music in my heart. Get the down. Is Lan Yuhan out of her mind? Why would she find this person to play with her?" Kong Tao completely put his heart down. Chen Dong had really turned into a comical clown. Examiner Douglas frowned tightly. Obviously he has already had doubts about this genius. Kong Tao's parents sneered and watched the good show. The rest of the examiners, shaking their heads, pens in their hands, are ready to draw a huge fork at any time. And at this time Chen Dong on the stage, after a smile, suddenly, his eyes changed. Ah! He opened his mouth and a high-pitched dolphin sound floated out like it instantly pierced the souls of everyone here. In an instant, everyone was baffled. They looked at Chen Dong on the stage as if they were looking at a monster. How could he possibly have such a high range? It's already at C8, right? No, it's C9. No, it's C10 already. This is completely beyond the limits of the human body. Once the world record was only C8. How the hell did he do that? Is it a once-in-a-century genius? It may not be possible to find such a person for 1,000 years. What's even more terrifying is that with such a high pitch, it's still so pleasing to the ear. It doesn't make you feel noisy and bored at all. Too scary. This guy turned out to be him just now pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Everyone was talking amongst Chen Dong's tenor. Even the examiner, Douglas, stood up and looked at Kong Tao's parents with excitement. "You didn't lie to me. He really is a genius." Kong Tao parents, the face is very ugly. They just lied. Originally to make Chen Dong more humiliating. Where do you think? Chen Dong actually really is a genius. That awful tenor would have made him world famous straight away. They lifted a rock and smashed their own feet. They had to hurry to remedy the situation. "Mr. Douglas, the rule of today's test is ensemble. He alone, as talented as he is, if the ensemble can't do it, he's going to be eliminated," Douglas said. "Such a genius must be proficient in musical instruments. He'll pass the exam with flying colors." Ha! Kong Tao's parents, both sneered in their hearts. "You won't praise him like that when you realize he's an amateur later." And at that moment, behind the stage, Kong Tao, who was secretly watching, thought the same thing in his heart. He had not counted on the fact that Chen Dong actually had such a terrifying tenor. But so what? Today's exam is an ensemble. That one doesn't work. He can't help Lan Yuhan pass the exam even if his range is high. He continued to wait for the scene in which Chen Dong was disgraced to appear. After all, he had already appreciated the level of Chen Dong's inability to keep up with Lan Yuhan's rhythm. As the song ended, Chen Dong smiled and said to the somewhat disoriented Lan Yuhan, "Let's begin." Singing that high just now, he actually didn't have the slightest bit of fatigue. Simply a monster. Lan Yuhan nodded back to her heart. Waiting for her own rhythm must be a little slower, or Chen Dong will certainly be more not on. Where to think? As soon as Chen Dong just played, the sound was as if it was infused with a soul, once again striking one's heart. Each chapter, each symbol, feels like it beats on one's soul. People's attention, once again, is attracted, and the pulse, breathing, and heartbeat, all seem to be integrated into the music played by Chen Dong. It had only been less than a minute before a fine cold sweat broke out on Lan Yuhan's forehead. Chen Dong's rhythm is too fast, she can't keep up at all. And Chen Dong's rhythm is not only fast, but also not a little messy. Like his hands, really possessed by the elves. It's no longer music that people can play. It's a miracle. The sound of heaven. No one ever imagined that a violin, too, could play such a wide range of tones. After 2 minutes, Lan Yuhan completely gave up playing, because she could no longer keep up with Chen Dong's rhythm at all. She was at least at an average professional level, yet she could not even keep up with Chen Dong's rhythm. One can only imagine how Chen Dong's interpretation has reached at this moment. It was no exaggeration to say that the world's top musicians would be instantly eclipsed if they came here to play with Chen Dong. The stage had been completely reduced to a performance venue for Chen Dong. He didn't just play Liang Zhu, the world's greatest hits, not a single one. What was originally just a simple examination stage has turned into the world's top music performance hall. All of them held their breath and listened carefully. Like their souls, they were really being washed and sublimated. They didn't dare to miss a single syllable, a single symbol. An hour later, Chen Dong finished playing. Silence, the dead silence of the auditorium. Everyone is still silent in the performance just now. After a full 3 minutes, people reacted. In the auditorium, a thunderous applause immediately erupted. Examiner Douglas even stood up and directly rushed onto the stage. Kneeling in front of Chen Dong, "Honorable sir, are you sent by God? The playing techniques you just performed, were they all taught to you by the music scene in heaven? I swear, I really haven't heard such a stunning musical performance before." Chapter 33, Kneeling. The people in the audience were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Douglas is an examiner sent by the Vienna Conservatory. He was conquered by Chen Dong's musical talent and actually knelt down to Chen Dong? This is too unbelievable. And Kong Tao and his parents, as well as those who were just ready to watch the good show. At this time, their faces all turned more ugly than pig liver. They had wanted to make Chen Dong lose face. Where did they think that they would directly let Chen Dong make a splash here? Even Douglas was convinced by Chen Dong and knelt down to him. They really wanted to slap themselves. Lan Yuhan was also dumbfounded as she looked at Chen Dong with her icy cold eyes. This person in front of her, was it really Chen Dong who couldn't even keep up with the rhythm last night, when he practiced with her? How did you become so powerful overnight? Obviously, no one can become so powerful overnight. Chen Dong was originally so powerful. He had been hiding his clumsiness from last night until the exam today. No wonder this guy was so confident in the cafeteria, saying that he could definitely help me pass the exam. He's actually so powerful, but he didn't tell me. He's simply an asshole. Lan Yuhan complained in her heart. Her ice-frozen heart began to melt a little bit at this moment. The rest of the student teachers all cast unimaginable looks of adoration at Chen Dong. Really awesome. An exam that hardens him into a solo performance show, or the world's top solo performance show. Even the examiner was shocked to his knees. This is simply a wunderkind that will not be found for 1,000 years in the Mar. To come here dressed so casually, I thought it was a clown. Where would I have thought that it was actually the world's highest-ranked temple master? Unlike the crowd's shocking and complicated mood, Chen Dong is still so calm, looking over at Douglas, who was kneeling to worship him. What God? What heaven? I'm just an ordinary student. Old man, are you the examiner? Did we pass the exam? Douglas excitedly said. Passed, and with your talent, you should be a tutor and train more talented people. Would you like to teach at the Vienna Conservatory of Music? I swear, the school can pay you a salary of 10 million euros a year. The moment these words came out, the people around them, again, fell into unimaginable shock. What? The examiner is actually inviting him to be a mentor? And offer a whopping 10 million euros a year. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. But already his talent. I'm afraid that the annual salary of 10 million euros is low. Chen Dong had a puzzled look on his face. He was not short of money right now. Old man, I'm not interested in going to whatever conservatory you have. I'm just here to help my friend pass the exam. You guys just take her in. Chen Dong pulled Lan Yuhan down in front of Douglas. This beautiful young lady is overly talented and has great attainments in music. I am very happy that she is willing to go to the Vienna Conservatory of Music to study. After praising Lan Yuhan fiercely, Douglas turned his words around and started pleading with Chen Dong to go to the Vienna Conservatory of Music as well. And it was implied that Chen Dong could be in for a raise if he wasn't satisfied with the pay. Chen Dong still had a puzzled look on his face. He really did not lack money. Old man, you can just accept her. I'm a person who doesn't like to leave my home and go to a foreign country, so don't you talk to me, Chen Dong said indifferently. Then can I hire you as an honorary tutor? It is not necessary for you to go abroad. Just your consent to let us at the Vienna Conservatory of Music hang a portrait of your greatness in the most conspicuous place of the school. Don't worry, we will pay you 1 million euros a year, Douglas pleaded again. Around them, another shudder ran through them. The most obvious places to hang out at the Vienna Conservatory of Music can be the long history of the masters who have made great contributions to music. For example, Beethoven, Mozart. Isn't hanging the portrait of Chen Dong there equal to those people? And Chen Dong is still alive. Just hanging there. Doesn't it mean that he is already the #1 musician in the world today? Is this Douglas giving him too much credit? What gives him the right to make such a decision? In fact, he is not simply the examiner. His real identity is the rector of the Vienna Conservatory of Music. Fearing that Douglas would continue to pester him, Chen Dong nodded in agreement. Thank you, sir. By the way, I forgot to ask your name? Douglas said with some embarrassment. Chen Dong. Chen Dong uttered his name. Very well, Mr. Chen Dong. I remember your name. Please stand over here. We'll take a picture of you so we can make a portrait, Douglas said excitedly again. Chen Dong was very impatient, stood in accordance with his instructions. His assistant immediately took out the world's most advanced high-definition camera. On Chen Dong is a burst of fierce shooting, a few minutes before the end. Can I leave now? Chen Dong inquired. He was here to help, and Lan Yuhan had already successfully passed the exam, so it was time for him to leave. Mr. Chen Dong, wait, I still have many musical questions to ask you. Where could Douglas let Chen Dong go so easily? He hugged Chen Dong's thigh and said with a smile. Chen Dong was annoyed and directly pushed Lan Yuhan out as a shield. If there is any problem, you can tell this beautiful lady to convey it to me. I still have things to do. I'm really busy. Goodbye. Chen Dong directly pushed Douglas away and turned around to leave. But at that moment, he saw Kong Tao, who had already hidden in the corner. A cold smile immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. Old man, have you accepted this person? As Chen Dong insisted on leaving, Douglas was filled with loss. When he suddenly heard Chen Dong questioning him, he immediately turned his head in excitement. Mr. Chen Dong, he has been accepted by us. Are you asking us to take good care of him as well? You can rest assured that he will definitely live to receive the best educational resources at the Vienna Conservatory of Music. Chen Dong shook his head. Fired him. What? Douglas was stunned. Why? Mr. Chen Dong, isn't he your classmate? Chen Dong shook his head. This person, his moral character is corrupt, even using rules, forcing female students to sleep with him. Let him learn music. That is a defilement of the sacred music. Really? After hearing what Chen Dong said, Douglas did not hesitate and walked over to Kong Tao. You're fired. And the entire music industry will blacklist you as well. You'll only have to do something else from now on. Kong Tao's face changed miserably. He knelt down and pleaded loudly. Mr. Douglas, you don't listen to his nonsense. I really didn't. His parents also fell to their knees and pleaded. Mr. Douglas, my son has been learning music since he was 2 years old. You can't be so cruel. You give him a chance. Douglas shook his head firmly. It wasn't me who didn't give me a chance. It was the divine voice angel sent by God who didn't give him a chance. You guys might as well tell him to do something else instead. Chen Dong had a chill. This foreigner is sick. Surprisingly, he gave him the nickname of divine voice angel again. He's full of escaped from here. Lan Yuhan ran out after her. She suddenly felt that music didn't seem to be that important anymore. She caught up with Chen Dong and asked curiously, do you have a girlfriend? Right at this moment, a heavenly fairy-like figure, with lotus steps, walked over, and it was none other than the school's flower girl, Qin Xiuxian. Chapter 34, Car Accident. It's not a good time for me to come. Qin Xiuxian threw a big blank stare at Chen Dong. I didn't disturb you guys, did I? Chen Dong felt the smell of gunpowder permeating the air. He immediately found an excuse to escape from the place. Oh no, I forgot to take my leave. I have to hurry back to class. Otherwise I'll definitely fail the course. Chen Dong flew out of here. The only two big beauties left here were Qin Xiuxian and Lan Yuhan. Isn't music the only thing in your world? Why are you suddenly interested in men as well? Qin Xiuxian asked provocatively. He is the most beautiful music. Staring at Chen Dong's back, Lan Yuhan said fondly. Chen Dong, you are now the largest shareholder of the company, and are fully qualified to become a member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. So you should hurry and come to South City. In the afternoon, Chen Dong received a call from Zhou Huan. Jiangnan Business Alliance was originally just an alliance formed by merchants in this area of Jiangnan to facilitate business. Later it became a status symbol. No matter how rich you were in this area, if you weren't a member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance, you would be mocked as a thug and a dirtbag. That's why this membership is so crucial. It was Zhou Huan who called to urge Chen Dong to go to the South City. The Gangnam Business Alliance's gathering this year is being held in South City. Zhou Huan was going to introduce Chen Dong into the Business Alliance and become a member within. Alright, I'll go and ask for a vacation immediately. Chen Dong did not reject Zhou Huan's kind words and immediately went to his homeroom teacher to ask for a leave of absence before driving to Nanchang. Ha, that guy in the car is Chen Dong? Your eyes are blurred. That's a Lamborghini Aventador. The cheapest one costs more than $6 million. How can that poor guy Chendong buy it? Yeah. The whole school. Not many people can afford it. It must be my eyes that are blurred. The person in the car is definitely not Chendong. Chendong drove the Lamborghini Aventador and sped onto the highway, heading straight to the southern city. Nanchang is 200 to 300 kilometers from Jiangzhou, a few hours away. Just after getting off the highway and passing through an intersection, Chendong was waiting for the traffic light when suddenly a Mercedes-Benz rushed towards him and crashed hard into his Lamborghini. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard, and the front of the car was directly deformed. The airbag popped out of the car, and Chendong was fine. He immediately pushed the door to get out of the car, and a wave of anger in his heart instantly rushed out. Can the other party drive? He stopped at the intersection. Actually will be hit. Is a female driver? The front end of the car across the street was also warped. The door opened and someone stepped out, and it was really a female driver. The look is still beautiful, and the body is also very good. Wear is also very sexy. Below are tropical pants, revealing 2 snow-white thighs straight and long. Above wearing a short shirt, only the wrapped up, but also plaited section, revealing a flat belly. Right? No. Sorry. I just got my license. The beautiful driver ran over and hurriedly bowed to apologize to Chendong. Don't worry. I promised to fix the car for you. The beautiful woman couldn't get her words out of her mouth. Lamborghini Aventador. The cheapest is more than $6 million. The front end has been completely deformed. Sold. Her Mercedes-Benz cannot afford to repair, and her Mercedes-Benz is still a loan to buy. The beautiful woman's face instantly became worse than a bitter melon. Forget it. Chendong's heart was originally holding a wave of anger to find the female driver to settle the score. Where thought the other party actually so polite, apologized even if actually took the initiative to offer compensation. With other female drivers completely different, Chendong's heart of anger immediately disappeared without a trace. He won't be holding the female driver accountable. Forget it? Are you serious? The female driver looked at Chendong with a bit of disbelief. Aha! Chendong nodded. Thanks. Thank you. The female driver thanked her again. When she bent over, a large portion of her spring light was exposed. Chendong could not help but gulp a mouthful of saliva when he saw it as well. The female driver started calling for a tow truck. Chendong also took out his cell phone and dialed Zhou Huan's number. I had a traffic accident at the highway intersection. You arrange a car to pick me up, Chendong said in a cold voice. Chendong, is it serious? Are you injured? Zhou Huan asked anxiously on the other end of the phone. I'm fine. Hurry up and send someone, Chendong added. Okay, Chendong, you wait a moment. I'll send a special car immediately, Zhou Huan said anxiously. Chendong and the female driver to find a place to sit down. The female driver's name is Chu Shi, is a stewardess, just recently got a driver's license. Today's vacation, so drive out to practice. Where do you think? Actually had a car accident. Fortunately, Chendong did not count with her, or she could not afford to compensate for selling her. She was very grateful to Chendong in her heart. Chu Shi, is this your boyfriend? A car pulled up in front of the two and walked down to a woman dressed very demurely. You could smell her pungent perfume from a few meters away. When Chu Shi saw her, the corner of her eyes slightly showed a trace of disgust, but she still replied seriously. Sister Wang, you've misunderstood. My car had a car accident with his car, and we're waiting for a tow truck. This person called Sister Wang, who was also a flight attendant, is still the foreman. Chu Shi will be so polite to her. Is that the Mercedes you just took out a loan for? It totaled over $600,000, right? Make sure to make him pay for it. Sister Wang turned her head and looked viciously at Chendong. Chu Shi's face immediately changed. Sister Wang, don't talk nonsense. It's already a blessing that people don't ask me to compensate them. Sister Wang laughed coldly. That Mercedes-Benz of yours is over $600,000. Is his car more expensive than yours? Sister Wang looked Chendong up and down with a look of disgust. Chendong came in a rush, dressed casually, and it was normal to be looked down upon. Chu Shi really anxious bad. Chendong's car, more than $6 million. Her car, only more than 600,000. A difference of 10 times. Or she took the initiative to crash into it and take full responsibility. Sister Wang, however, is here yelling that she wants Chendong to pay for the damages. In case Chendong gets angry and counts with Chu Shi, then Chu Shi will have to use his next life to work to pay off his debts. So Chu Shi hurriedly pulled Sister Wang to the side to prevent her from continuing her nonsense and angering Chendong. Sister Wang, what are you doing here? Chu Shi inquired curiously. I came to block that deadbeat. He said he was on a business trip, but he must have rolled and hung out with that vixen. Now the vixen must be in his car. Let me catch it. I will definitely make them look good, Sister Wang said with a fierce face. Chu Shi shook his head for a moment. Sister Wang is more than 30 years old. When the junior rose to the top and squeezed the original match away, I did not expect that I would have to end up in this situation. Ha, isn't this a Lamborghini? Whose car is it? At least a few $1,000,000, right? Too bad it's wrecked. Shu Shi, is this your Mercedes? You're not going to tell me you were in a car accident with a Lamborghini? Sister Wang saw the two cars involved in the accident and inquired in shock. Shu Shi nodded. She looked incredulous again. Impossible. It is absolutely impossible. For him to be dressed like that, he doesn't look like someone who can drive a luxury car. Could he have stolen it? Shu Shi, let's call the police. Chapter 35, Targeting Dong Chen. Sister Wang took out her cell phone and really wanted to call the police. Shu Shi was completely anxious. Sister Wang, don't judge people by their appearance, Shu Shi advised. Where am I judging people by their looks? Does he look like a rich man with that damn look? It's a multi-million-dollar car. He must have stolen it. The owner of the car may have put out a bounty of hundreds of thousands of dollars by now. We can definitely make a killing by calling the police for tips. Sister Wang didn't listen to Shu Shi's persuasion at all. Her finger had already pressed down and was about to dial the number. Just then, in the distance, a few luxury cars were traveling rapidly this way. The foremost one is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, worth more than $20 million. It's still not rich enough to buy it. You have to have a status that you want to match. Behind a few are a few million starting luxury car. Sister Wang saw. The saliva is almost flowing down. She grabbed Shu Shi's hand and said excitedly, so many luxury cars are here. They're not here to catch this thief, right? I told you he was a thief and you didn't believe me. He won't be able to run away today. He even dares to steal this kind of luxury car. He won't even know how to die. A hint of shaking also appeared within Shu Shi's heart. Could it be that the Lamborghini was really stolen, as Sister Wang said? Now the real owner is coming to the door? At that very moment, a scene that shocked them beyond measure appeared. Several luxury cars stopped in front of Chendong, and on the Rolls-Royce Phantom, a middle-aged man in an expensive suit walked down, jogged in front of Chendong, and respectfully inquired, "May I ask if you are Chendong?" Chendong said, "I am." The middle-aged man immediately said, "I'm Jodong's driver. He arranged for us to pick you up." Chendong frowned. "I'm just one person. What's the point of sending so many luxury cars?" Little did he know that this was Zhou Huan building him up. So many luxury cars pulling Chendong to the Jiangnan Business Alliance gathering place. Others know at a glance that Chendong's identity is not ordinary. Then, Chendong will be very easy to become a member of the Business Alliance. Do you want to go together? Chendong turned his head to ask Shu Shi. At this moment, Shu Shi and Sister Wang were both in a state of confusion. Especially Sister Wang. She was dog-eyed and did not believe that Chendong had such a good car. She also bet out that Chendong was a car thief, and she was ready to call the police. Where did she think that a fleet of luxury cars drove up? She thought that it was the rightful owner who came to catch Chendong, the thief, and she was ready to watch the show. Where did he think that the luxury caravan had come to pick up Chendong? What kind of status does this Chendong have? It's actually a luxury fleet of cars to pick up. This is simply too scary. Upon hearing Chendong's inquiry, Sister Wang again narcissistically thought that she was being called, and immediately ran her ass over. You turned out to be Dong Chen? It's an honor to meet you. My name is Wang Ju, and I'm willing to go with you. Sister Wang smiled. Chendong frowned in disgust. The driver was Zhou Huan's full-time chauffeur, and his best set of skills was observing words. Obviously, the person Chendong told to go along was not this woman whose perfume on her body could smoke people to death. Get lost. He kicked over, and Sister Wang fell to the ground, her mouth letting out a miserable scream. Ouch. It hurts. Shu Shi walked over with an incredulous face. You want me to go with you? What about the car? Don't worry, this young lady. We'll take care of the car, the driver said again in a hurry. It was his part of the duty to solve the boss's problems. Okay. Shu Shi got into the car, and Chendong first sent her home and left their contact information with each other before going with the driver to the location of the Jiangnan Business Alliance's gathering. It was a resort, built with dozens of acres of fish ponds for fishing, surfing, and swimming. A favorite summer getaway for the big boys. Dong Zhou, are you kidding? The biggest shareholder of your company who came today really injected $50 billion into your company at one time? On the shore, in a mahogany-built pavilion, several business tycoons were drinking tea inside. Among them was the chairman of Jiangzhou Bend Group, Zhou Huan. Mr. Li, never lie to you. He really took out $50 billion without batting an eyelid at that time. His identity is definitely not ordinary, and he is most likely the son of a hidden family who came out to practice, Zhou Huan said with a serious face. Dong Zhou, if what you say is true, then I would be too eager to meet this great man. The person who was addressed as Mr. Li, whose name was Li Gang, said with another look of fascination. The remaining few business bigwigs also nodded their heads, wanting to see Chendong immediately. It wasn't long before Dong Chen arrived and was led up to the attic. When Zhou Huan saw him, he immediately stood up and smiled. Chen Dong, you're finally here. Are you alright on the road? Chen Dong laughed. It's fine, thanks for sending someone to pick me up. Zhou Huan said. We're all family. You're too polite. Dong Chen. As the two spoke, the rest of the people looked at Chen Dong, with a hint of doubt showing between their brows. This is the big shot who casually took out $50 billion and is most likely from a hidden family out for training, Chen Dong? Several bigwigs from the business world glanced at each other with doubts in their eyes. That's a pretty ordinary outfit, isn't it? Even if it's intentionally low-key, it's impossible to not even have a single piece of formal wear, right? Is Zhou Huan playing a trick on us? There's no such thing as $50 billion or a big shot. He just wants to package a big shot out and get them to agree to him becoming a member of the business alliance. That way his company will have 2 members and his weight in the business alliance can increase. If that's true, then he's too shameless. Several business leaders exchanged eye contact, their faces showing dissatisfaction, and at this time, Zhou Huan is still unaware of the activities of their minds, smilingly pulling Chen Dong over to greet the crowd. Mr. Li, didn't you just say that you wanted to see Dong Chen? He's here, Zhou Huan joked. Li Gang had an expression on his face that was neither yin nor yang as he laughed coldly. Dong Zhou, style is equated with strength. If he's not even a first-class member, then there's really no need to meet. Zhou Huan laughed. As long as you guys agree, I'll invite him to become a member right away. Li Gang said. Good. Pay the junior membership fee of 1 billion members immediately. Chen Dong was slightly stunned. It costs so much to become a member? Zhou Huan said to him. Chen Dong, don't worry, the money is from the company. When Li Gang's few people heard this, they exchanged eye contact again. The company is paying for it, not the individual, and it is obviously wrapping it up. Their eyes turned even more contemptuous, and they naturally spoke even more nonchalantly. Dong Zhou, the rules have changed. In order to become a member, you must pay for it yourself. And immediately, Li Gang laughed. When did this rule change? How come I didn't know? Zhou Huan was astonished. Just now, a few of us agreed together. Li Gang laughed again. Zhou Huan became furious. What the hell do you guys mean? Are you doubting me? Chen Dong is definitely qualified to become a member. I'll vouch for it with my head. He could see that these people were deliberately targeting Chen Dong, which was why they were so angry. Chapter 36, Level 10 Membership. Dong Zhou, take it easy. No one wants your head. We just want to know if this Mr. Chen Dong, can he take out $1 billion to become a first-class member here? If he can't even take out this amount of money, then there is no need for him to stay here. Li Gang's group sneered. Zhou Huan was furious. He had never dreamed that these people would become suspicious of Chen Dong's identity and thus deliberately make things difficult for Chen Dong. Ordinary people are not so bad, but when did they, the big businessmen, become so dog-eyed? Zhou Huan was furious and pulled Chen Dong to leave. He was always convinced that Chen Dong's identity was not ordinary. Letting Chen Dong become a member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance is not to elevate Chen Dong's status. On the contrary, it is to let Chen Dong come to elevate the status of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. These dog-eyed business bigwigs, since they are so uneducated, then let them cry later. However, Chen Dong did not leave as he inquired with a curious expression. What are the benefits of becoming a member when it costs so much money? Li Gang said. There are many benefits, such as, you and another person at the same time fancy a piece of land. You if you are a member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance, he would not dare to fight with you because, if he fights with you, he will be subject to suppressed by the entire Jiangnan Business Alliance. Chen Dong nodded. Not bad. I agree to become a member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. Li Gang sneered. It's not something you can become a member just by saying you agree. Someone has to recommend you, and pay $1 billion. Dong Chen said. I have Zhou Dong recommending me, and $1 billion. I can get it right away. Li Gang sneered. It's your personal payment, not going through the company's account, and it's paid immediately. Chen Dong inexplicably said. If I'm not personally paying for it, am I still looking for help? Pay now. Li Gang and the others will believe it. Is Chen Dong really unusual? Wasn't it Zhou Huan who packed it in to get a membership position in? They immediately asked someone to bring the payment machine, wanting to see if Chen Dong had that ability or not. Tick. Payment successful. Payment amount $1 billion. Soon after, Chen Dong completed the payment with his fingerprints. A group of business bigwigs were dumbfounded. It's really paid for from a personal account. He's not packaged. We seem to have really misunderstood. A group of business bigwigs all looked at Chen Dong and Zhou Huan with some guilt. They had really misunderstood just now. Ha! Dog's eyes. Zhou Huan sneered again. No one squealed, because they did just dog-eared it. There are even levels of membership? Chen Dong was suddenly curious and asked. What is the highest level? The more money you spend, the higher the rank? What are the benefits of a higher-ranked member? Zhou Huan immediately pulled him to the side. Dong Chen, becoming a level 1 member is fine. There's no need to become a higher-level member. Because there is no other substantial benefit to becoming a high-ranking member, other than letting others know that you have an unusual status, and it's going to cost a lot of money. The last thing Chen Dong cared about was money, since he had already become a member. How could he be like Zhou Huan and the others and only be a level 1 member? After he pressed, Zhou Huan finally told him, there are actually 10 levels of membership, and each additional level costs 1 billion. Chen Dong, 1 level of membership is already enough to make your status prominent. The others, it's really an IQ tax. Although he had made it so clear, Chen Dong still insisted on upgrading his membership to the highest level. He doesn't care if he pays the IQ tax. Who says he has the money? Li Gang's group of people, again, were dumbfounded. Dong Chen, you're not kidding? To ascend to a 10th level member, you need to spend 10 billion. With this 10 billion, what wouldn't you do well? Why do you have to buy this false title? Chen Dong said indifferently, it's only $10 billion. I think it's worth it. You guys just help me upgrade. The bigwigs in the business world here quickly witnessed another miracle. Chen Dong actually really spent another $9 billion and paid immediately. Where did he get all that cash? All present were business tycoons, yet no one can mobilize tens of billions in a single day. Even billions would take a couple days to pump out. Chen Dong was taking out $10 billion without batting an eyelid. The people here suddenly thought again. What Zhou Huan had told them earlier, that without batting an eyelid, Chen Dong had taken out $50 billion and injected it into Zhou Huan's company. They didn't believe it just now, but now it seemed that it was all true. Chen Dong's identity also made them begin to suspect that there was a real possibility that he could be a person from a hidden family, out for training, or else he could not be so rich. The golden badge of the 10th level member was worn on his body, and Chen Dong's temperament changed abruptly. Even if he was still wearing very ordinary clothes, the business bigwigs present at the scene were shocked to see him and did not dare to breathe. Zhou Huan is very satisfied with this result, and told these people that Chen Dong's identity is not ordinary. None of these people believe it. Now it's their turn to reach out? Serves you right. He sneered twice and ignored these people. Instead he said to Chen Dong, Chen Dong, you just came here and are not familiar with it. Let me take you out for a walk. Chen Dong laughed. Good. The two left the attic and went out into the world. Not far away was a pool, in which many beautiful women were swimming, dressed to the nines. Zhou Huan smiled at Chen Dong with a mysterious face. Chen Dong, these are all first-line models invited from all over the world. Which one do you fancy? Take her to the private pool inside to hand her over for a swim. Private pool, hand her over for a swim. What happens? Cootie. It all comes to mind. Chen Dong was completely uninterested. These women, I don't know how many hundreds of hands. He didn't want to get sick. After all, he had money and he wanted to live a long life. You go teach the girls how to swim. I'll go to the private pool alone to have some fun. Shandong said. Alright, Chen, understand you have something to do. Feel free to find me. Zhou Huan laughed. After Chen Dong nodded his head, he immediately rushed towards the group of models. The private pools really live up to their name, with one exclusive to each person and each area, larger than the pools outside packed with models. It's not just swimming inside, it's also designed for surfing and you can adjust the temperature. In the shore also set up a rest area. Tired lying in the chair, drink a glass of red wine. Very chinny. Isn't that the star Nolan? Why is she here? Chen Dong suddenly saw an actress walking by the pool. He used to enjoy watching movies and TV dramas starring this actress, and was considered half a fan. Therefore, he paid more attention to it. This is a gathering of business bigwigs. Is this actress also? Chen Dong shook his head. The identity is not the same. Some things, really dare not imagine. Ah! A scream suddenly came from the private pool next door. Chen Dong immediately burrowed out of the water. It's that actress voice. Something happened to her. Chapter 37, Rescue. Chen Dong climbed out of the pool, casually wrapped a towel around him and rushed towards the private pool next door. Bitch, I spent so much money to let you swim with me, and you're acting high and mighty. Next door at the private pool, a plump, 40-something man was pressing the head of the actress, Nolan, dead center into the water with his hand. Nolan struggled violently, but the strength was not as great as the other party, and had already choked on several mouths of water, and would definitely have an accident if he continued like this. Boss Wu, Nolan is the first time she accompanied someone to swim. She doesn't know anything. You let her go. There was a woman in her 30s desperately shouting by the pool. She's Nolan's agent. This Wu boss invested a large sum of money in a movie to the entertainment company that Nolan works for. In return, it was Nolan who was to come and swim with this boss Wu. Nolan initially thought that it was just a simple swimming. Where did he think that after coming here, he realized that the other party was going to do that kind of thing with her in the pool? Nolan was surely not going to agree. She had never done anything like that before. She immediately had to leave. Where did she think that this completely angered Boss Wu? It was Boss Wu who grabbed her by the hair and pressed her head into the water to force her to comply. She doesn't know any better. And you don't know any better? Why didn't you teach her beforehand? Wu Qian turned his head and cursed at the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman thought in her heart, teach her beforehand and she definitely won't come. This girl is stubborn as hell. Boss Wu, please let go. If this continues, someone will really die. The middle-aged woman shouted anxiously again. Wu Qian still didn't let go of his hand. Instead, he sneered again. If it takes a life, it takes a life. I'm not afraid to kill someone. Tomorrow, just by a front-page news. The actress swimming suddenly leg cramped round. When these cold-blooded words came out, the middle-aged woman was immediately shocked and shivered. In the world of the rich, everything is settled with money. What about actresses? They can still be crushed like ants. Seeing Newland's struggling movements getting smaller and smaller, is that she has reached her limit and is really about to be drowned? Bang! Suddenly a bottle of red wine flew over by the pool and hit Wu Qian's head. The bottle shattered and Wu Qian's brain was broken. Blood and liquor mixed together and flowed into the pool in a striking manner. Wu Qian let go of his hand due to the sharp pain on his head, and he immediately cursed, who the hell threw a bottle at me? Me. Chen Dong strolled over ringing a bottle of red wine. I smashed it. You have a problem with that? Who are you? Wu Qian asked angrily as he covered the wound on his head with one hand and pointed at Chen Dong with the other. A member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. Chen Dong responded indifferently. How come I've never seen you before? Wu Qian inquired angrily again. I just joined. Chen Dong said indifferently. Just joined? How dare you hit me? Do you know what rank I am? Wu Qian asked angrily again. What grade is it? Chen Dong curiously inquired. In his heart, he wondered if this guy had spent $10 billion, just like himself, to buy the false title of a 10th level member. I'm a level 3 member, and if you hit me, I'll gather the other members and expel you, and the person who introduced you in will also be expelled. After you don't have the protection of your Jiangnan Business Alliance membership, I'll slowly get you killed. Wu Qian sneered and roared again. Yo, turned out to be only a 3rd level member. I thought you were over 10 levels. Chen Dong shook his head, worrying for nothing. When Wu Qian heard these words, he was stunned. What do you mean? This new member who just joined is not afraid of himself. A 3rd level member? In the Jiangnan Business Alliance, it was true that higher-ranked members could not obtain more substantial benefits than lower-ranked members. But those who are willing to spend an extra amount of money and upgrade their membership are definitely more powerful than those who refuse to spend an extra amount of money and upgrade their membership. Otherwise, he couldn't have taken the money and trashed it like that. You have to know that every time you raise a level, you have to spend a whole $1 billion more. Even business tycoons can't support it. So, more people who have spent money to upgrade their membership levels are definitely existences that cannot be messed with. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for it to appear that after Chen Dong spent $10 billion and raised his membership to level 10, even though he was still wearing very ordinary clothes, the way others looked at him had completely changed, in that no one dared to doubt him and ridicule him like before. Wu Qian spent a whole $3 billion, put his own membership level, upgraded to the 3rd level. His power, absolutely powerful and terrifying. Chen Dong, a new member, even dared to provoke him, or made the first move to injure him. Then he had a complete excuse to expel Chen Dong and the person who introduced Chen Dong in, together with him, out of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. He could also use his power in the Jiangnan Business Alliance next to join forces with others to suppress Chen Dong and the person who introduced Chen Dong in. When Chen Dong's company went bankrupt, he could just get Chen Dong killed. His idea is good, but unfortunately he doesn't know one thing. Chen Dong's membership is 7 levels higher than him. Wu Qian climbed out of the pool, looked at Chen Dong and sneered twice before walking away. He went to look for other members, and was really trying to unite those people to drive Chen Dong out of the Merchant Alliance. With a calm face, Chen Dong ignored Wu Qian and instead pulled actress Nolan out of the water, asking with concern, "Are you alright?" Nolan was spitting up water. It was hard. Chen Dong reached out and patted her back. She finally felt more comfortable. "Thank you," Nolan hurriedly said to Chen Dong. "No need." Chen Dong smiled faintly. Very sunny. Nolan was looking a little mesmerized at this moment. Chen Dong was the one who had just saved her life, and her heart was filled with gratitude. Chen Dong had his temperament enhanced by the system. Even if he was not the overwhelmingly handsome type, he could still rely on his temperament to attract a large group of beautiful women. And what's more, he looked so young, probably just a student, to have become a member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. Chen Dong's identity background was definitely not simple. Which woman doesn't want to find a husband who has this kind of money and background, is young and golden, has a charming demeanor, and saves her life at critical moments? So under the above threefold reason, actress Nolan Hart, to Chen Dong was born a trace of a different sentiment. "Nolan, are you okay?" the middle-aged woman asked with concern. Nolan immediately looked at her angrily. "Sister Yang, Is this what you call swimming? The middle-aged woman awkwardly said. Nolan, the company can't help it. Boss Wu invested so much money in us, and also hold you as the #1 starring. How you should also return Boss Wu ah. Nolan angrily said. I'd rather not have such a #1 starring role. The middle-aged woman's face immediately grimaced. Do you want to be snowed in for the rest of your life? Now is your best years. If you don't seize the opportunity, when you figure it out one day, you won't even have a place to cry if you want to. Noran fell into silence. People are really too small in front of reality. Kid, you haven't run away yet. A cold laugh came from the distance. Chendong turned his head to see that it was Wu Qian leading a group of people towards this side. All of them were members of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. Chapter 38, Level 10 Membership. Wu Qian was true to his word and immediately found other members to deal with Chendong together. He walked in front, smug. Zhou Huan, Li Gang, these people are followed behind him. At this time, Zhou Huan, Li Gang, only these people all face surprised. With Wu Qian conflict, the person who clashed with Wu Qian, is it Chendong, who has just become a 10th grade member? A 10th level member was in existence on par with the Chamber of Commerce's alliance leader. The ally of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce was very mysterious and did not participate in gatherings like this one. Only a few patriarchs in the Chamber of Commerce had seen him, and those who joined later had almost never seen his true colors. Kid, you're giving me a wild ride. Wu Qian had already worn his 3rd level member's badge on his chest. This would better display his identity and also force Chendong to give in to him faster. Kneel down and apologize to me right now. Wu Qian yelled at Chendong again. Old Wu, forget it, a little thing, don't be bothered. Before even Chendong could speak, behind Wu Qian, Li Gang suddenly advised. Wu Qian's face changed immediately. Li Gang, what the hell do you mean? Did you introduce this guy? Did you see my head? It's all broken, and you're telling me to forget about it? Are you kidding me? Wu Qian rushed at Li Gang and cursed. In the business alliance, Li Gang was on the best terms with him. Now, however, Li Gang is speaking for someone else. He was naturally furious in his heart. What he didn't realize, however, was that it was because Li Gang was on good terms with him that he was persuaded to let it go. Because he was only a level 3 member and Chendong was a level 10. He could not afford to mess with Chendong. Li Gang's piece of goodwill was scolded as a donkey's liverlung. He closed his mouth and refused to speak. Wu Qian smugly yelled again. I now propose that this bastard be expelled from the Jiangnan Business Alliance. Who is in favor? Who is against it? Make a stand now. As Wu Qian said this, he purposely removed his 3rd level membership badge from his chest and waved it in the air so that others could see it and know that he had an unusual status, thus supporting what he said. Yet, the crowd was dead silent. Wu Qian was annoyed and yelled again. Are you all mute? Make a statement. Are you supporting him, or support me? Speak up. Wu Qian, do you really want us to take a stand? Behind Wu Qian, someone finally spoke, and it was Zhou Huan. Wu Qian immediately nodded his head. Zhou Huan laughed. Chendong is the person I introduced in. I support him. Wu Qian's face instantly changed. Zhou Huan, you damn dare to go against Lao Zi? Very well. You also get out of the Jiangnan Business Alliance with Lao Zi. Zhou Huan said indifferently. Am I to get out of the Jiangnan Business Alliance? This requires 2/3 of the members to vote on it. You should ask them for their opinion now. Wu Qian coldly laughed. No need to ask. Lao Zi 3rd level member. The weight is greater than you. This matter is still the person you introduced in. Took the initiative to provoke. So you all need to get out of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. Wu Qian was filled with confidence in his heart. But, what the crowd said next threw him for a loop. People like Li Gang, who had a better relationship with him, were persuading him to let it go. We were all allies. There was no need to bring things to a standstill. And people like Zhou Huan, who did not have a good relationship with him, chose to support Chendong. He couldn't get rid of Chendong at all. What the heck is going on here? I'm a level 3 member and that guy is just a new member. How come he took the initiative to pick a fight with me, and didn't even have a single person to support me in kicking him out? How is it that even Li Gang looks like he's been possessed, only desperately trying to persuade me to forget about it and not helping me deal with that kid at all? Could it be that he has an unusual status? It can't be. A young man like this is at most the son of some bigwig in the business world. To fight with my old man, he should be completely unqualified. Just when Wu Qian was puzzled, how could he not understand why these people in front of him acted in such an abnormal way? Chendong suddenly left in large steps. Wu Qian thought that he had fled. Where did he think that? Not long after, he came back, and he also put on civilian clothes. And, what is that gold glitter on his chest? Wu Qian was a little lost in thought for a moment. That golden thing was none other than Chendong's 10th level membership badge. Wu Qian's eyes were glazed over. A level 10 member, that's a whole $10 billion to get. People who can easily come up with this kind of free money are definitely not ordinary. Wu Qian just got a 3rd level member. In the business alliance is almost to walk sideways. Chen Dong, on the other hand, was actually a 10th level member. Wu Qian's head was, at once, a little dizzy. At this time, he finally understood why even Li Gang, who had a good relationship with him, did not support him to fire Chen Dong. Why other people? One did not agree. Why did Zhou Huan, who was weaker than him, dare to stand up to him openly? The reason for everything is because Chen Dong is a 10th level member. He was not qualified to be compared to Chen Dong at all. In front of Chen Dong, he was just a jumping clown from the beginning to the end. Li Gang, you big shot. Why didn't you tell me he's a level 10 member? Wu Qian cursed angrily in his heart. Wu Qian, you stupid bastard. So many people are supporting him and not you. It is obvious that his membership level is higher than yours. How the hell can you not even see such a simple truth? Has your brain been gnawed by a pig? Li Gang also cursed in his heart. Gentlemen, if you all agree to fire me, I will leave now. Chen Dong reached out, stroked the 10th level membership badge on his chest, and said indifferently, Elder brother Chen, you are joking. Who dares to fire you? I, Wu Qian, will be the first to say no. This Wu Qian is really too-skinned, changing his face faster than flipping a book. Just now, he had roared to expel Chen Dong, but now, after realizing that Chen Dong was a 10th level member, an existence that he could not afford to mess with at all, his face immediately changed, actually even addressed Chen old brother. This is really shameless, disgusting, I don't dare to dare. You, Boss Wu, are so powerful, my Chen Dong's first day of joining the Merchant Alliance, and you're about to fire me. How would I dare to call you a brother? I'd better hurry up and leave, Chen Dong faintly said. Wu Qian's heart, another burst of surprise. On the first day you joined, you spent $10 billion to become a level 10 member. Is this really too much money to spend? Such a rich man, his identity is absolutely extraordinary. Offending him is definitely looking for death. Wu Qian was a bit flustered in his heart. Chen big brother, little brother is wrong. Little brother has eyes and does not recognize Taishan. You raise your hand. Let little brother go. Wu Qian roared loudly in panic again. The people around them immediately burst into another fit of surprise. Is this Wu Qian's admission of weakness too complete? Actually call Chen Dong, a young man, as a big brother, while calling himself a little brother, and also pleaded with the other party to let go of himself. This is not too much dignity, right? However, when they think about it carefully, if they are in that situation of Wu Qian, they may be even more egregious than Wu Qian, because the person who casually took out tens of billions in cash definitely had more than $100 billion in assets. Otherwise it's impossible to have that much liquidity. Messing with such a big man, do not concede. Is it still really want a head iron looking for death? Chapter 39, Cousin's Accident. Brother Chen, you like the actress Nolan, right? I'll let you have her, and I'll never think ill of her again. The conflict between them started because of the actress Nolan. Wu Qian keenly thought of it. Unring the bell. Initiative to let Nolan out. Maybe Chen Dong will not bother with him. He immediately glared at the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman was still in shock. She was dreaming that this young man, who was a little smaller than even Nolan, actually came from a bigger place than even Wu Qian. Wu Qian messed with him, actually also only lowered his breath to beg for forgiveness of the end. She naturally even more dare not offend. In Wu Qian make eyes after, she immediately pushed Nolan and said, go over to say hello to Chen Dong. She worried in her heart, because Nolan this person's temper is very stubborn. It is impossible to please you because you have money, and then in the sale of the body dignity and so on. This time she's here, she's been tricked into coming. So, in case if Nolan ignored Chen Dong and did not go over to greet him, then this matter would not be able to end. Wu Qian was also anxious, and cold sweat came down. His heart was screaming, Auntie, just go over and say hello, can I send you a villa? Just when everyone thought that there was no chance, to everyone's surprise, Nolan took the initiative to walk up to Chen Dong and greeted him with a smile. Chen, understanding, how are you? Nice to meet you, my name is Nolan. The middle-aged woman was dumbfounded. Nolan was taking the initiative to greet Dong Chen. The smiles on their faces are real, not one of those perfunctory fake smiles that you put on just to cope. Why did she treat Chen Dong this way? Could it be that it had already been conquered by Chen Dong? That's unlikely, isn't it? This girl is not a master who will give in just because she has money. Only charisma can subdue her. The middle-aged woman couldn't help but think in her heart, this young man everyone calls Chen Dong, really has such a strong personality? I am also very happy to meet you. Chen Dong smiled lightly as the two of them extended their hands and shook them together. Wu Qian saw the scene and breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Dong should not be looking for trouble from him. Want to go for a walk? I'll give you a ride, Chen Dong asked. Thanks. Norlan immediately agreed. The middle-aged woman, whose jaw was about to fall to the ground, the stubborn nature of Nolan, was really taken down by this young man, actually agreed to go out for a walk. This was simply unimaginable in the past. Dong Zhou, continue to lend me your car for a while. Chen Dong turned his head to Zhou Huan and said, well. Zhou Huan immediately agreed. Does Dong Chen not have a car? Wu Qian hurriedly inquired. Chen Dong had a car accident on the road. The car has been sent to the repair shop. Zhou Huan said. So it's like this. Chen, understand. I have a Maybach. There, this is the key. Please smile. Wu Qian took out the key to curry favor. Forget it. I'd rather drive Zhou Dong's car. Chen Dong took the keys handed over by Zhou Huan, turned around and left. Wu Qian stood there, very embarrassed, but did not dare to show a bit of dissatisfaction on his face. After all, Chen Dong had already burnt his bridges by not bothering with him, so how could he dare to be dissatisfied with Chen Dong? Chen Dong drove Zhou Huan's Rolls-Royce Phantom and drove actress Nolan around the streets. He really could not believe it in his heart. This scene in front of him, as if it were a dream. The actress he used to only be able to lick his screen was now actually sitting right next to him. It was still him who had relieved the situation today, or else the actress might have actually had an accident. That's what rich people do. Life is too good for them. Dropping. Harvesting 20 points of true heart value. The voice of the system resounded in Chen Dong's mind. Saving the actress's life was not in vain. He opened the system. Host, Chen Dong. Strength, 110. Intelligence, 111. Physical strength, 110. Mental, 101. Truth value, 260. Today's balance, 10 trillion. Earlier, in order to help Lan Yuhan, he had spent 30 points of true heart value. Later, Lan Yuhan thanked him, which earned him another 30 points of true heart value. With this addition and subtraction, his sincerity value was not less. So now, together with the 20 points of sincerity value that actress Newlin had appreciated him for, his total sincerity value had reached 260 points, which was a big step closer to 1800 points to exchange for the 9 turns of Xian Gong. Chen Dong was satisfied with the result. Isn't that Zhang Li? Chen Dong, who was driving his car, suddenly saw that several men were assisting a female into a hotel. The woman seems to be drunk, her body is limp and weak, and several men are assisting her, and her eyes are lewdly looking around. What do they try to do to women in hotels? Cootie. It all comes to mind. And that woman, it was Chen Dong's cousin Zhang Li. Ever since he was a child, Chen Dong had been very close to his cousin, and because his family was poorer, his cousin's family didn't subsidize him much. And now, watching, cousin was drunk, pulled into the hotel. Chen Dong heart, a wave of anger, immediately whistled out. Baird. He stopped the car on the side of the road and threw the keys to the actress Nolan. You drive back. I have things to do. He opened the car door and got out, rushing toward the hotel without looking back. Cousin absolutely can't be alright. Chen Dong thought in his heart and rushed into the hotel. Welcome. The welcoming lady standing at the door bowed and shouted to Chen Dong. Chen Dong ignored it and directly rushed to the front desk and asked the attendant, which room are the ones who just opened the room in? The waitress blankly glanced at Chen Dong and said in a cold voice, I'm sorry, the hotel has to protect the privacy of its guests, so I can't just tell you. Can't you see that it was a couple of guys who brought a drunk girl to the room? If something happens to this, can your hotel pay the responsibility? Chen Dong asked angrily again. Sir, isn't this still out? Can you stop messing around here? Otherwise I'll call security. The waiter said in a cold voice again. Chen Dong's face instantly changed. How could she say such cold-blooded words? What do you mean? Nothing has happened yet? Do we really have to wait for the moment when something happens? Chen Dong did not know that the waitress was cold-blooded because she had received money, and she had seen this kind of thing too much. The leader who pulled Zhang Li to the hotel is a rich young man in the South City who often gives them these waiters red packets, and at least 5,000 at a time to start. That's why they turned a blind eye, even offered to help cover for it. Chen Dong, on the other hand, looks like a person who has no money. That's why the waiter is so cold-blooded and perfunctory. Call your manager out to me, Chen Dong yelled. Any later and it would be too late. Security! Security! The waiter yelled. There's a disturbance here. Several security guards immediately rushed over, holding sticks in their hands, and yelled at Chen Dong. You are really looking for death? Dare to make trouble here? Do you know who our boss Qian Duo is? He just became a member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance last year. No one would dare to care if the old men get you killed here today. Chen Dong's eyes instantly lit up when he heard this. A member of the Gangnam Business Alliance? He immediately took out his cell phone and dialed Zhou Huan's number. Dong Chen, how does an actress taste? Zhou Huan thought that Chen Dong had already had that with Nualan, so he joked. Dong Zhou, is Shander there? Tell him to answer my call. Chen Dong yelled loudly. The voice was very urgent. Zhou Huan's face changed. Chen Dong, did something happen? Chen Dong Dao, my cousin was drunk and dragged to his hotel. The security guards in his hotel are so awesome, and they want to kick me out. You tell him that if my cousin loses a hair, I'll make him sorry he ever came into this world. Chapter 40, The Kid's a Troublemaker. Chen Dong. I'm really sorry, please give the phone to the security guard. When Shander learned that Chen Dong's cousin was about to have an accident at his hotel, he was almost scared out of his wits. How terrifying is the family background of someone who casually takes out $10 billion and rises to a 10th level member? It was simply unimaginable. Although he is also a member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance, he belongs to the bottom of the list. His total assets add up to the same amount of money as Chen Dong's promotion to member. So when he knew that Chen Dong's cousin was about to have an accident in his hotel, could he not be afraid? When Chen Dong was angry, he would really be lifeless. Wu Qian was the best example. Before he knew Chen Dong's 10th level membership status, how arrogant was he? He was all set to unite the crowd to drive Chen Dong out of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. However, knowing Chen Dong's 10th level membership status, how humble is he? All kinds of softening and showing goodwill. Even his favorite actress? He had to take the initiative to push Chen Dong. When he heard that Chen Dong did not have a car, he even took the initiative to give out his own ride to curry favor. As a result, Chen Dong did not even look at him. He was embarrassed and humiliated in front of the crowd, and as a result, he still did not dare to put a fart. In his heart, he was also glad that Chen Dong did not bother with him anymore. So from that you can guess what Shander is feeling right now. Maybe he's going to be completely moneyless as a moneyed man. And it's not just the money that's gone. Even your life will be gone. Don't do anything yet. Let's see whose phone this guy can call to rip us off. The security guards were in no hurry to make a move when Chen Dong called, because they all thought that Chen Dong was just pretending to deceive people. From the way Chen Dong was dressed, one could tell that he was a man without money or power. This kind of person they have seen a lot, so they are not in a hurry to tear down. First accompany Chen Dong to act for a while, play enough and slowly packing Chen Dong. Right at this moment, Chen Dong handed over his cell phone, and the security chief took it in his hand with a sneer before stretching his voice and asking in a conspiratorial manner, "Hello, which one are you? Are you trying to warn us that if we do not obediently cooperate with this gentleman, there will be very serious consequences?" The head of security forced himself not to let himself laugh out, while the rest of the security guards, their stomachs were hurting from laughing. "I am your father. What kind of dog bastard are you? Report your name and work number. I'm going to kill you." Shen Duo heard this yin and yang words on the other end of the phone, and immediately burst into a rage, because he could already imagine how these idiots, and how they would treat Chen Dong, and Chen Dong would, in the end, definitely settle the score on his head. Therefore he was really scared to death, which was why he was so angry and cursed. The security chief's face immediately changed. The hand holding the phone trembled. The rest of the security guards were surprised to see this scene and asked, "Captain, what's wrong with you?" Yes, President's voice. The security chief whispered, "Captain, you're having trouble with your ears, aren't you?" How could it be the president's voice? The security guards all inquired in shock. "I've been to the annual meeting. I've heard the president speak live, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that," the captain said again in fear. He can even contact the president? What kind of person is he?" The security guards were looking at Chen Dong with fear on their faces. "General, President, what are your orders?" The security chief, no longer have just the yin and yang long tone of voice, his voice inquiry. "Immediately kneel down and apologize to that Chen Dong in front of you, then follow his orders. If you guys can't do it, Laozi may know which school your son attends." Qian Duo's stern voice came over, and the security chief was scared out of his skin in a cold sweat again. Before Qian Duo did legitimate business, he was a mixer on the road, and his heart was ruthless. He was targeted by him, and he definitely would not have a good ending. "President, I know, I will do as you ordered." The security chief hung up the phone, and with a plop, he fell to his knees in front of Chen Dong. "Chen Dong, I have eyes and I don't recognize Taishan. Please spare me." The surrounding security guards were dumbfounded. "Captain, why are you kneeling for him? You all hurry up and kneel too, or you'll be killed." And that's from the president himself. The captain turned his head to yell again. A group of security guards, who would believe it, all knelt down. "Find my cousin immediately. If anything happens to her, I will level your place to the ground." Chen Dong roared. Yes. The head of the security team yelled, rolling to his feet and rushing toward the waiter. "Hurry up and find out which room the group just opened." The security chief yelled at the waiter. "Is there such a rush? Can this person really contact the president? It can't be that he got someone to impersonate him, right? After all, voices are capable of imitation. It's better to be investigating. After all, the head of that group is young Master Bai." The waiter looked Chen Dong up and down before saying with full concern. She still firmly believed in her judgment that it was impossible for Chen Dong to be rich, much less contact their old boss. As for that voice on the phone, voices can be imitated. It won't cost much to hire a professional in this field. And the young Master Bai she was talking about had an uncomplicated background. His father, by Tiger, is a small tycoon in Zhang City, with assets of more than $1 billion in the major departments, and also has a lot of relationships. That's why she didn't dare to disturb young Master Bai's pleasure. And that young Master Bai usually also gave her a lot of red envelopes, so she was even more happy to serve that young Master Bai. Did you find out? Chen Dong anxiously inquired. Inquiries take time, the attendant said impatiently. Do you need me to call your president again? Chen Dong angrily inquired again. You don't move to threaten people with the president. If you have the ability, you come to check it yourself. Why are you yelling at me, a woman there? Are you still not a man? The waitress began to deliberately be unreasonable with Chen Dong. This made Chen Dong's teeth itchy. Time can't be delayed, or Zhang Li will really be in danger. Just as he was about to make the call for the second time, a middle-aged man in disheveled clothes hurriedly ran this way. Good manager. The middle-aged man who came over with a small cannon was the hotel manager, who was panting and trembling with fat, but didn't dare to stop for half a second. He was just getting up from the pretty waitress. Can imagine how anxious he is now. Yet why was he in such a hurry? Only because Chen Duo called and informed him that Chen Dong, a 10th level member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance, was at the hotel, and asked him to come immediately to follow Chen Dong's orders, or they would all be lifeless. Chen Duo, this is prescient. What kind of security waiter in his hotel? He knows it in his heart. The king of hell is good to see, but the little ghosts are difficult to deal with. These people do not know Chen Dong's power, and will definitely not cooperate with Chen Dong properly. That was why he called the manager out to follow Chen Dong's orders. Are you Dong Chen? My name is Fong Qiao. You can just call me Xiao Fong. Immediately let the waiter find out which room my cousin is in. Don't be wasting time with me. I'm an asshole. The anxious Chen Dong, also disregarding his image, began to break into curses. Chapter 41 Hotel Manager Leads Rescue Teams. Chen Dong was really anxious. So much time had passed that he no longer dared to imagine what his cousin was going through. That's why it's this unimaginative cussing. He has already sworn secretly in his heart, if his cousin really has an accident, none of the people here will want to live. Mr. Chen Dong, calm your anger. I will go investigate immediately. The manager's shirt was already wet with cold sweat. Shan Dong was fuming. He's a 10th level member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. The security guards and waiters, who had no idea what this 10th level membership meant, he was very clear about it. At the Jiangnan Business Alliance's party, Chen Duo wanted to drive Chen Dong away, but he didn't even see Chen Dong get angry. And now, Chen Dong not only got angry, but also cursed. Can imagine how serious things have become. The manager didn't dare to delay in the slightest, immediately rushed to the waiter and yelled, "Immediately check which room those people are in." The waiter took out the same set that he used to deal with the security guards just now. Manager, this person is dressed so plainly, it looks like he is a liar. We'd better investigate it. After all, there is young Master Bai in this matter. I think you're looking for a fight. A manager is not on the same level as a security guard. Obviously, Shander asked for the manager and was calling a private number, so the identity is definitely not fake. The waiter even gave him a delay. Is it idle to offend Chen Dong not hard enough? They will die fast enough in the future. The manager raised his hand and slapped the waiter hard across the face. At least a pound of dust billowed out, blurring his vision. The waitress's plastic face was almost crooked. She cried out with tears in her eyes, "Manager, don't hit me. I'm wrong. I'll check it right away. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you can't find out, I'll kill you." The manager roared again, directly snatched a stick from the security guard, held it in his hand and started counting. 1, 2, 3, got it. Room 808. The waiter shouted in a crying voice. Bang! The manager took the stick and smashed it on her head, and the blood sprayed. The waitress immediately fainted and died. You too, throw her in the trash. The rest of you, follow me upstairs. The manager yelled. Yes, manager. The two security guards who were called were scared to the point of trembling. How serious has this matter become in the end? The manager has taken it upon himself to beat people up. Looked at the head broken blood of this waitress. Surely has been concussed. Medical good are likely to become an idiot. But all of this, it is all her own self-inflicted. They immediately carried her out, found a large garbage can filled with all kinds of rotting, sour and foul odors, and threw it in. It's also thoughtfully covered. The manager, on the other hand, personally led the rest of the security guards and killed room 808. In the room, Zhang Li was lying on the bed. Her small face was red, and she didn't know how much wine she had drunk. She was fully clothed, and those people hadn't made a move on her, only because they were still debugging the video equipment and fiddling with various props. These people are complete and utter scum. Scum and perverts. They can't just get Zhang Li drunk and sword Zhang Li so simple. Will also use a variety of props to torture, make Zhang Li worse than death. leaving a variety of gynecological diseases. With serious months cannot get out of bed. What's even more perverted is that they will also film it all and threaten the victim not to call the police, or else they will publicize it all over the internet and make the victim lose his or her name. So a lot of people who suffer from their brutalization do not dare to voice out but can only eat this bitter fruit in silence. There are people with a weak character, but they will be threatened again and again to satisfy their perverted beast jade. Eventually cannot stand, jumping off the building to commit suicide abound. Young master by. It's done. You can play now. On the sofa sat a young man with yellow hair, slim, 2 fingers holding a cigarette. He was swallowing clouds. He is Bishop. After hearing someone call out to him, he immediately walked over. With a sardonic smile on the corner of his mouth, he looked up and down at Zhongli, who was lying on the bed. Not very pretty, but really cute. I heard that it's still a fledgling. Must have a good time today. Bai Xiao finished with a cold smile and stretched out his hands, about to rip the clothes on Zhongli's body. Boom! There, at the door, there was a sudden loud bang. Someone's kicking in the door. They unlocked the door. The room card wouldn't open it, so they had to kick it in. Someone heard a voice and became anxious. Who's kicking the door? The police? Have we lost the plot? They committed enough crimes to be shot 5 times, so now they are very afraid. What's the panic? Bai Xiao has connections. Everyone calm down. Carry the female to the restroom and hide her. Chang Shun, bring 2 decks of poker. Let's pretend to play cards here. A man with a dry, thin body and red hair said. He was the gang's doghead mastermind. Hearing his words, the gang immediately worked closely together. Zhang Li was hidden in the restroom. The rest of the people took out the poker and set it on the bed, making a gesture of playing cards, while the dog-headed warlord went to the door and took the initiative to open the door that had already been kicked out of shape. What are you doing? Violently kicking the door. Want to burglarize the house? The dog-headed military division is worthy of being a dog-headed military division. Directly defines the behavior of the other party, as a home invasion robbery. Occupying the legal high ground in this way, people, in general, will really be concerned and afraid. Yet, he had no idea whose people they had moved this time. What's more, he didn't know that the middle-aged man standing in front of him at the moment, unkempt in his clothes, was the hotel manager. Shut up! The hotel manager instantly burst into a rage, twisting his stick and slamming it on the head of the dog-headed military man. At once, the dog-headed military division hit the head and blood spattered. The rest of the security guards, they also rushed up to make up for the knife. Without a few strokes, it broke several ribs of this dog-headed military officer. The pain of this dog-headed military officer directly fainted. The people in the room who were still pretending to play cards were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Who's on the other side? How come they're so ruthless? The moment they met, they paralyzed one of them. It was unimaginable. Your hotel security? When the manager's group of people all rushed into the room, Bai Xiao's group of people only then saw clearly who they were. At once, Bai Xiao, a group of people all roared, "You watchdogs, what are you doing here? Know who is here?" Bang! The security guards twisted their sticks and rushed forward, violently beating people as they saw them. Originally, they were anxious in their hearts, and even the manager personally came to the rescue. Things have been so serious that they can't imagine. These people even dare to call them watchdogs? It really doesn't know how to spell death. Aha! Soon the house was filled with the sounds of screams. One by one, the punks, beaten, spitting blood, fell to the ground. The bed. Bai Xiao was unable to maintain his composure and yelled, "Stop! My father is Tiger Bai. How dare you guys touch my men?" Chapter 42, All broken arms and legs. Is Bai Tiger? The manager laughed coldly and swept the stick in his hand across the room, hitting young Master Bai's mouth hard. Bang! A few teeth flew out of young Master Bai's mouth, mixed with blood, and he let out a pig-killing scream. You dare to hit me? I'll let my father get you killed." How dare he threaten someone when he can't even speak clearly? Without hesitation, the manager slammed down another hard stick. Young Master Bai instinctively raised his arm to block. Click! Broken hand bones. Aha! He let out another piercing scream. "Big brother, don't hit me. Why are you hitting me?" Young Master Bai finally gave in and inquired in pain. "Where is the girl?" the manager asked angrily. In the bathroom." Young Master Bai agonized. The manager immediately rushed into the bathroom with someone else, and there was another person inside, the very same punk who had brought Zhang Li to hide in the bathroom. He heard the screams outside and was too frightened to move. When the manager saw him, he roared, "Pull out and beat him to death." 2 security guards rushed up and dragged him out, picking up their sticks and beating him severely. In a flash, the man also let out a piercing scream. Luckily it was just in time. These assholes haven't made a move yet. Seeing Zhang Li's clothes intact, the manager let out a sigh of relief. He immediately called for someone and carried Zhang Li out. It was placed on the sofa outside. It so happened that at this time, Chen Dong walked in from outside and saw that Zhang Li was fully clothed and had not been violated, so he was relieved. Mr. Chen Dong, the manager trotted over, pointing at the punks on the ground with broken arms and legs, and asked menacingly, "What to do with these assholes? You see to it." With an icy face, Chen Dong picked up Zhang Li and added, "Reopen a room for me." Yes. The manager nodded his head and arranged for a person to help Chen Dong get a room. The rest of them stayed behind and walked with him towards the gangsters. "Keep beating. Break all the arms and legs." "Yes." The guard twisted his stick and charged again. "Dad, come and save me. I'm at the Pearl Hotel. They're going to beat me to death." Young Master Bai had one hand unbroken, and while the manager was talking to Chen Dong, he hurriedly called his dad, Bai Tiger, for help. When Tiger Bai learned that his son had been beaten, he immediately called dozens of people and killed the hotel in several vans. It so happened that at that moment, the hotel owner, Shander, also rushed back with his men. The two parties met at the main entrance of the hotel. "Boss Chen, what do you mean? My son consumed in your hotel, and I heard that he was seriously injured. This matter you must give me an explanation." The former tiger went forward and asked. It was possible, he thought, that this was a misunderstanding. His son wasn't unenlightened. People like Shander are not to be messed with and will never be messed with. That's why his questioning seemed so polite. Snap! Where did you think the Qian duo raised his hand and slapped him, ruthlessly smacking him in the face, and then broke out, "Bai Tiger, your son almost killed me today. I will not let go of you father and son." Tiger Bai covered his face, dazed from the beating. "Brother Qian, what's going on here? My son is not the kind of person who is not open-minded. It is impossible for him to provoke you." Tiger Bai was completely flustered, with no more of the tiger's domineering demeanor. He's just over $1 billion, but Shander is tens of billions of dollars, so he can't afford to mess with him at all. "Do you know about the Jiangnan Business Alliance?" Shander inquired with a cold smile. "Of course I know. I even pleaded with old brother to invite me to join the club. However, I'm not qualified at all," Tiger Bai said awkwardly. In his heart, he was thinking, could this matter be related to the Jiangnan Merchant Alliance? Jiangnan Merchant Alliance. A 10th level member has appeared today. Qian Duo sneered again. A 10th level member? Are you kidding? That's going to cost $10 billion. Tiger Bai was stunned. Although he hadn't joined the Jiangnan Merchant Alliance, he still knew the situation there well. Level 10 members are the top tier members and cost $10 billion, and the substantial benefits gained are no more than those of a tier 1 member, purely a vanity title. But, the person who is willing to spend such a huge sum of money on such a false title has an absolutely powerful and unimaginable background. Otherwise it is impossible to take so much money to just spend. Such a person was in existence that should never be messed with. Qian Duodi, what is this 10th grade member doing? My son won't be messing with. Bai Tiger was instantly drenched in cold sweat, and he no longer dared to think down the road. He was praying in his heart, but hopefully he was worried. His own son, even if he has no eyes, it is impossible to provoke such a big man. That 10th level member's cousin was kidnapped by your son with people to my hotel. Your son that little, you usually don't know to control it? Qian Duo said, more and more angry. Another slap, ruthlessly pumped in by Tiger's face. Bai Tiger was dumbfounded and sat paralyzed on the ground. The last trace of fantasy in his heart was broken. What his son had messed with was actually a 10th grade member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. No wonder Shander was so angry about getting him killed. Boss Qian, you help me. This thing I really don't know. It's all that little guy who did it. It has nothing to do with me. Bai Tiger knelt on the ground and pleaded loudly. It's no use begging me. You'll have to be forgiven by that great man. I'm even going to apologize to him. Shander said with a helpless face. Boss Qian, you take me with you, and I will serve you as an ox in the future. I will serve you for the rest of my life. Tiger Bai roared again. It was a matter of his life, dignity and all that stuff. Couldn't care less. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. Who did Tiger Bai offend? He was actually scared like this, especially those little brothers brought by the Bai Tiger. Usually the Bai Tiger in front of them is a real tiger, with the emperor of the earth like, who do not dare to provoke, and now humble like a pug. Really let people cannot believe that this scene is real. Cousin, where is this? Am I dreaming? In the hotel suite, after Qindong poured water on Zhang Li's face, Zhang Li came to her senses and saw Qindong sitting beside her. She immediately inquired with a puzzled face, you were drunk and were brought to this hotel. Fortunately I arrived in time or the consequences would be unimaginable. Qindong's face was stern as he said, I just had one drink. How could I be drunk? Could I have been drugged? Zhang Li recalled. At that time, she was eating in the restaurant and asked for a cocktail. When a person walked past her and accidentally touched her, she did not feel abnormal, sat down and continued to eat, and after drinking that cocktail, She felt dizzy. What happened afterward? She did not know. Could it be that someone really drugged her and brought her here? And fortunately her cousin Chen Dong arrived in time so that she wasn't spoiled by those people? Cousin, thank you. Zhang Li expressed her gratitude to Chen Dong and inquired curiously, why did you come to South City? Bang bang bang. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. Chapter 43, How Good Is Cousin? Chen Dong walked over and opened the door to the room, and immediately saw two men in their 40s, carefully standing at the door. Chen Dong immediately asked curiously, who are you guys? Mr. Chen Dong, I'm Qian Duo. I'm very sorry for today's incident and for making your cousin suffer. Please forgive me. As Qian Duo spoke, he directly knelt down and raised his hand to deliver two slaps, fiercely slapping himself on the face. The other person, who was none other than Tiger Bai, found it hard to believe that the 10th level member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance was actually someone so young. To be so young and to be able to take out $10 billion meant that his family was absolutely unimaginably powerful. Immediately, he was also scared to the point that his legs went limp and he knelt down, roaring loudly, Mr. Chen Dong, I don't have the slightest idea about what my son has done. You can rest assured that I will definitely not favor him. I have already called the police that he is put under arrest and will definitely shoot him. Tiger B is not talking about it. You can have another son if you don't have one. If he doesn't have it, there's nothing left. So he really has made the decision to foreclose on that son of his. Slap. Like Qian Duo, he also raised his hand and slapped himself a few times after saying these words. His face was swollen from all the slaps, and he didn't dare to pause for a moment. Cousin, who is it? Zhang Li walked over and was stunned to see the two kneeling on the ground. Isn't this Bai Tiger? Is this the old general manager of Qian Duo? Bai Tiger and Moneymore are the number one figure in the South City, often on TV that kind of, and various departments accompanied by the staff. However, now, they were all kneeling in front of Chen Dong to apologize. Zhang Li looked at Chen Dong with a surprised face. When did this poor cousin of hers become so powerful? Those scum. You deal with them properly. Don't try to deceive me. Consequences are clear to you. Chen Dong said in a cold voice. Yes yes yes. Chen Du and Bai Tiger responded while wiping the cold sweat on their foreheads. This was the pressure brought to them by the $10 billion superiors. That son of Bai Tiger's really couldn't be saved. Okay, you guys go away. Don't come and disturb my cousin's rest. Chen Dong drank in a cold voice again. The two of them were like amnesties, and they thanked him in a hurry, then fled the place in an extraordinary manner. Cousin, what happened to those two just now? Back on the sofa, Zhang Li curiously asked Chen Dong again. The person who brought you to the hotel is Bai Tiger's son. Now his son can't live. Chen Dong said indifferently. Zhang Li opened her mouth wide in surprise. Cousin, when did you become so powerful? Chen Dong helplessly said. This is my secret. Don't tell your parents yet, and don't tell my parents either. Zhang Li nodded, her heart still in a million shocks. She simply couldn't accept that her poor cousin, all of a sudden, had become so terrifyingly powerful. The characters of the South City's ranked names, Bai Tiger and Qian Duo, actually have to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. This is really simply unbelievable. Are you hungry? I'll take you to eat. Chen Dong asked. Kinda hungry. Zhang Li laughed. Chen Dong took her out the door, and just as she came out, she saw a 34-year-old man, wearing a straight suit, standing respectfully at the door, not daring to breathe a breath. You are the hotel manager? Chen Dong recognized such a person and inquired curiously. What are you doing here? Dong Chen. Mr. Chen instructed me to be here at your disposal. Do you have any orders now? The manager asked with a smile. The manager of a 5-star hotel is here at my brother's beck and call? Zhang Li felt, again, a little dizzy in her head. The shock that Chen Dong brought to her today was just too much. We want to eat. Make arrangements. Chen Dong said in a cold voice. Okay, Dong Chen. This way please. The manager was overjoyed. What's the biggest thing he's worried about with Shander? Shandong made a request to them? It's not that Shandong doesn't make demands with them. Because if you don't make a request, you are holding anger in your heart, and you may come after them at any time. Only by making the request did it really mean that they were forgiven, which was why he was so happy. Chen Dong and Zhang Li arrived at the restaurant, and immediately a top chef sent the best delicacies. Zhang Li is a foodie, and her eyes went straight after seeing these delicacies. Eat slowly, no one is stealing from you. Looking at Zhang Li who wolfed down her food, Chen Dong laughed. Cousin, how on earth did you become so powerful? Tell me, Zhang Li inquired as she ate. This cannot be said. You only need to know that your cousin is not an ordinary person now. Chen Dong faintly laughed. After eating and returning to the suite, without resting for long, Chen Dong received another call from Zhou Huan. Dong Chen, is your cousin alright? Zhou Huan inquired with concern over there. It's fine, thanks for your help. Chen Dong laughed. Where? You are too polite. Zhou Huan laughed. There's a banquet tonight, do you want to come to it? Chen Dong turned his head to look at Zhang Li and asked with a smile. Cousin, going to the banquet? To be, Zhang Li yelled, throwing her hands up in the air. Chen Dong is going to take her to meet some big people, so that those people know that Zhang Li is his cousin. Lest one day there is another person who is not open-minded to move his cousin. You arrange for a car to pick me up at night. Chen Dong Dao. Good. Zhou Huan said happily. At 6 o'clock in the evening, a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked in front of the hotel, attracting the attention of countless people. Zhang Li saw it and was stunned again. Cousin, is this the car that came to pick us up? It costs more than $10 million, right? Aren't you too rich? Hurry up and get in the car. Chen Dong did not want to listen to her nonsense and pushed her into the car. The car started going and headed to the meeting point of the Gangnam Business Alliance. A lot of people have already gathered there. All of them are big businessmen, with a fortune of billions to start with. On top of that, there are a lot of modeling stars. They gathered in twos and threes with glasses of wine in hand, smiles on their lips as they talked to each other. Chen Dong brought Zhang Li in, and Zhang Li immediately stared. In amazement again, the scene in front of her was too opulent. Other than that, the crystal lamps hanging above them are at least $1 million to start with. Zhang Li was surprised. Cousin, are we coming to the palace? Chen Dong's heart is also very shocked, because he is also the first time to participate in this high-profile banquet. But he has money. The bottom line is sufficient, and he quickly stabilized his mind. Dong Chen, you're here? Zhou Huan was the first to spot Chen Dong and walked over with his wine glass. Immediately afterward, Li Gang, Xian Du, Wu Qian, and all these people, all of them walked over with their wine cups. Zhang Li immediately looked a little dazzled again. Usually she likes to watch the news, but also aspires to start a business as a strong woman. In front of her, these business leaders are often interviewed on TV, and invested everywhere in the main. Now all of them are coming towards her. No, it was towards her cousin. How powerful is her cousin? She no longer dared to think about it. Introduce everyone. This is my cousin Zhang Li. Please take care of her in the future. This kind of thing today, don't ever happen again. After a brief greeting, Chen Dong immediately pushed Zhang Li in front of the crowd. Chapter 44. Zhang Li is being targeted by an old man. Miss Zhang Li is naturally beautiful, intelligent and charming. Zhou is honored to know you. Zhou Huan was the first to extend his hand to shake Zhang Li's hand. When Zhang Li saw him, she was directly stunned. You are the chairman of the Jiangzhou Bend Group, Mr. Zhou Huan? I am also very pleased to meet you. Zhang Li also stretched out her hand and shook it together. She felt like she was electrocuted. Jiangzhou Bend Group has a market capitalization of 40 or 50 billion. The chairman of their company is now shaking hands with himself. Zhang Li really couldn't believe that this scene was real. Ms. Zhang Li, my humble self Wu Qian. This is a business card. In the future, if you have something in Kongchang, just call this number to find me. Wu Qian stepped forward and respectfully handed over a business card. Zhang Li took it in her hand and felt a little hot. She said with another surprised face, You are Mr. Wu Qian, the richest man in Kongchang? I am very happy to know you. Thank you. Wu Qian was moved to some tears. Chen Dong's cousin was so polite to him. Chen Dong would definitely not be looking for trouble from him because of today's conflict. Ms. Zhang Li, I am Li Gang. Welcome you to visit Cloud City. All expenses are fully covered by me. This is my business card. Li Gang also stepped forward and handed out a business card. The rest of the big brothers also have come up to greet, handing out business cards. Zhang Li received the hand as a little soft. She secretly pinched herself to see if she was dreaming. So many business bigwigs, either praising her or handing her business card to show her goodwill. For her who was still a student, really cannot accept that these are facts. Alright, you go play. Chen Dong patted Zhang Li's shoulder and laughed. His purpose had been achieved, and Zhang Li would be under a lot of pressure if she continued to stay here. Okay, cousin. Zhang Li turned and ran away. All the big men smiled at the sight of her lively and adorable appearance. Dong Chen, let me introduce you to two people. Zhou Huan had a mysterious look on his face as he brought Chen Dong to a rest area, where a man and a woman were sitting, both in their 30s, and appeared to be the type of people who had successful careers. Dong Chen, this is Mr. Long Chen Long, this is Ms. Ning Yu Ning. Their company is developing an oil field and lacks capital. Do you want to invest in shares? Zhou Huan smiled and inquired. Long Chen and Ning Yu, who appeared to be professionals, immediately took out a bunch of information and placed it in front of Chen Dong, then introduced it in detail. Where did Chen Dong understand this? Directly asking Zhou Huan, what do you think? Zhou Huan nodded and said, that's a big oil field. There are more than 1 billion tons of oil stored, and it's definitely a big money maker to develop it. I've already invested more than $2 billion in it. Chen Dong laughed. The fact that you can invest more than $2 billion shows that this is reliable. So I'll invest as well. Long Chen and Ning Yu were a bit excited as they hurriedly inquired, Dong Chen, how much do you intend to invest? In their thoughts, the amount that Chen Dong had invested must be similar to Zhou Huan. Chen Dong extends 2 fingers. The 2 hearts said, indeed, just invest $20 billion first. Chen Dong said indifferently, put. Long Chen and Ning Yu sprayed out in one mouthful, thinking that their ears had misheard. They confirmed again, Dong Chen, how much are you investing? Chen Dong smiled faintly, invest $20 billion up front, and when it really makes money, I'll increase the investment. Long Chen and Ning Yu were to their core. Zhou Huan had just told them that Chen Dong was very rich, and if he invested in it, it would definitely start with 10 billion. These 2 people did not believe it at that time. Just now, they were all thinking that Chen Dong's investment would definitely be the same as Zhou Huan's. When Chen Dong extended his 2 fingers, in their hearts, they were even more certain of this thought. Where do you think? Chen Dong stretched out 2 fingers. Not 2 billion, is 20 billion, or the initial investment, and later make money, but also increase the investment. 2 people at this time, the shock of the heart that is really indescribable. Dong Chen, if you really invest $20 billion, you will be qualified to enter the board of directors and have decision-making power. Long Chen and Ning Yu again rushed to Dong Chen. I still have to study. I don't have time to make decisions or anything. Dong Zhou, I will trouble you with these matters in the future. Chen Dong smiled faintly. Long Chen and Ning Yu, again almost a mouthful of wine sprayed out. Still in school, out of 20 billion investment? Which big shot son is this? Both of their perceptions were kind of turned upside down today. While Chen Dong was here talking about investment, Zhang Li was roaming around with her cell phone. She saw a lot of celebrities and immediately went up to take pictures and then uploaded them to her circle of friends, causing a sensation. Zhang Li? Just when Zhang Li was playing very happily, she suddenly heard a slightly puzzled voice. She turned her head and saw a woman with thick makeup. She also frowned in confusion and asked, Are you Wan Yao? Why are you wearing such thick makeup? The heavily made-up woman was none other than her classmate Wan Yao. Zhang Li, why are you here? Wan Yao inquired curiously. My cousin brought me here. Zhang Li mentioned her cousin and was just beaming with pride, because she only realized today that her cousin turned out to be so powerful. So many business bigwigs, when they saw her cousin, they were all courteous, also polite to her as well. This in the past is simply unimaginable. That poor cousin of yours? Isn't he in Zhengzhou? Why did he come to South City? Did he drop out of school to work here? Is he a cleaner or a security guard? Wan Yao asked curiously. What cleaners and security guards? My brother is a big shot now. When the bigwigs in the business world here see him, they all have to be polite and courteous. Zhang Li said with a disgruntled face. He. Wan Yao mocked again. You're really sick. Go see a doctor sometime. Zhang Li said angrily. Who's sick? What I said is true. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to see him. Wan Yao shook her head. I don't want to meet up with a poor sour guy. Bad luck. She turned around and was about to leave, but at that moment, a man in his 50s or 60s with a shaven head and a short, fat body walked over, and after looking at Zhang Li, he asked curiously, Yao, who is this cute little beauty? Wan Yao glanced at Zhang Li and sneered, Hubby, she's my classmate Zhang Li. Husband? Zhang Li's eyes widened in some disbelief. She had long known that Wan Yao adored vanity and was a gold-worshipping woman. Did not expect to worship to this extent. I can't believe she found someone who was 50 or 60 years old and could be her grandfather to be her husband. In Zhang Li's heart, there was a sudden chill, and she turned around to leave. However, unbeknownst to her, she was already being watched by the older man at this point. Zhang Li went to school with Wan Yao. Wan Yao was brought here by him. Then Zhang Li, too, must have been brought here by some other big shot. These kinds of women are gold diggers and can be taken down for a price. Recently he wanted to change his tastes, and a cute style girl like Zhang Li was just right. So he stopped Zhang Li with a smile. Can I ask you out to dinner? I'll pay you $100,000. Chapter 45, Removal. Sorry, no time. Zhang Li turned around and left. What's the idea of giving her $100,000 for dinner? Little cutie. Can all guess. Zhang Li wasn't short of money, so she definitely wouldn't do such a thing. And, even if she is in lack of money, it is impossible to go to sell her body in such a disgusting way. Lily, don't go. Wan Yao rushed up and pulled Zhang Li. Mr. Niu has several $100 million of family fortune. If you have dinner with him, he definitely won't treat you badly. Zhang Li turned her head and looked at Wan Yao incredulously. What did you say? You're asking me to have dinner with him too? Zhang Li really couldn't believe what her ears were hearing. Wan Yao was calling that old man as husband, but persuaded Zhang Li to have dinner with the old man. Can there be anything more disgusting than this? Wan Yao was a smart person. She knew that she couldn't control her old man. Besides, she'd get a kick out of the old man for meddling too much, so she only had to go along with the old man in everything. Even if the old man was going to screw another woman, she had to help. That way the old man would see that she was obedient, so that he would keep her around all the time, so that he would keep giving her money to spend. That's why she came up to persuade Zhang Li in such a shameless manner. Just get the money. Why do you care so much? Let me tell you, Mr. Nyo is very generous. If you serve him well, he will definitely get out. Zhang Li raised her hand and slapped Wang Yao's face. She really couldn't listen to it anymore. She was really already on the verge of vomiting. In this world, how could there be such a disgusting person? Surprisingly, they were also her classmates. She really couldn't take it anymore, and as soon as she pushed Wang Yao away, she turned around and left. The old man's face was horribly gloomy when he saw the scene. A gold-digging girl, how dare she pretend to be noble in front of him? You can't get $100,000? Are you kidding me? He had only spent $20,000 playing Wang Yao, so he felt that his dignity had been insulted. He immediately rushed up, grabbed Zhang Li's wrist, and shouted, "No one has dared to reject Laozi in South City. Today you must sleep with me. Let go of me." Zhang Li struggled violently and yelled. The surrounding people were attracted and cast curious gazes. "Mr. Nyo, what's going on here? You've come here and you're still pretending to be noble? This kind of just owes a beating." Surrounded by people who are little rich, the party was actually divided into two classes. One is the kind that Chen Dong attends, upstairs, and are worth billions or tens of billions to start with. The other, all here to make up the numbers, worth tens of millions to hundreds of millions, up to $1 billion or so, are downstairs. So what's going on downstairs? Upstairs doesn't know yet. Zhang Li was treated as a gold-digging woman brought by that old man by all these small tycoons. They all spoke out in mockery, and none of them came up to help. "I don't know him. Please save me," Zhang Li yelled. The old man burst into a rage. "Hey ma, you eat lousies, use lousies, and still dare to disobey? See if I don't beat you to death." The old man raised his hand and was about to strike when a roar came from behind him. "Stop!" A few security guards walked over, and Zhang Li immediately saw the hope of being saved as she rushed over. "You guys, help me. I don't recognize him. He molested me." The security guard looked at the old man and then at Zhang Li, a puzzled look on his face. "A few big brothers. This is my sister. She's having a tantrum. Leave her alone." Wang Yao walked over with a cigarette. It was easy to smooth out these few security guards. She then made a wink towards the old man to hurry up and take Zhang Li away, or else if it gets too big, she won't be able to wrap it up. "Little, there you go. I'll buy you a bag someday." The old man praised Wang Yao. "Thank you hubby." Wang Yao immediately shouted happily. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "You play innocent for me? Very well. Let's see if you're still pretending later." He squatted down, grabbed Zhang Li's hair, and dragged Zhang Li outside. Luckily, Zhang Li brought her cell phone with her. While the old man and Wang Yao were dealing with those security guards, she hurriedly took her cell phone out and called Chen Dong's number. "Cousin, come help me. I'm downstairs." The old man's face immediately changed, turning his head to ask Wang Yao, "She has a cousin?" He was thinking in his heart, "But don't be a big shot that I can't afford to mess with, or I'll be dead today." "Ha ha." Wang Yao laughed out loud. "That cousin of his is a poor guy. He just dropped out of school to work here. I don't know if he's a security guard or a cleaner." The old man breathed a sigh of relief inside. Snap! He raised his hand and slapped his hand, ruthlessly smacking Zhang Li's face. "Bitch, how dare you call for help? See if I don't kill you." "Wait." The old man was about to hit Zhang Li's when the security guard stopped him. "Go out and solve anything. Don't make trouble here." Good. The old man hurriedly agreed, grabbed Zhang Li's hair and dragged Zhang Li outside. And just then, Chen Dong upstairs received a call and instantly smashed the cup in his hand to smithereens. He rushed down the stairs in spite of himself. The business bigwigs were all startled and curiously asked Zhou Huan, "What happened?" Chen Dong's cousin had an accident downstairs. "What?" These bigwigs are all bursting with anger. Chen Dong just introduced his cousin to them and asked them to take care of them more. But it turned out that something happened here. This is not a slap in their faces. A group of people followed Chen Dong and rushed down. Today, no matter who that is, he can't live. Downstairs, the old man grabbed Zhang Li's hair and had already dragged Zhang Li to the door. Just at this time, he suddenly felt that a murderous aura swept toward him behind him. He couldn't help but turn around and immediately saw a shocking scene. A group of bigwigs rushed down the stairs, and the little tycoons got out of the way. The people downstairs were puzzled in their hearts. The commotion isn't that big. How did it startle all these bigwigs? The old man immediately changed into a smiling face and came up to greet him. "Honored bosses, I'm really sorry that this woman I've brought along has disturbed you, honored bosses. Please forgive me." Every big man, staring at him with death-like eyes, he was puzzled in his mind. Even if he had disturbed these big shots, he wouldn't be so murderous, would he? Especially the one at the front, the youngest big shot. His eyes, as if he wanted to cut me into 1,000 cuts. What's going on here? I haven't offended him, Haven't even seen him before. What is your last name? Just as the old man was puzzled, the youngest of the big men suddenly inquired of him. My last name is Bull, the old man said with a curt smile. Surname Ox? No wonder it's so powerful. How dare you hit my cousin, and also scold her? The youngest one, the big shot, laughed sardonically again. Your cousin? Who? An unimaginable look of panic appeared on the old man's face. Chapter 46, Getting Stronger. He turned his head to Zhang Li and said in panic, No, it can't be her, right? Didn't Wan Yao say that her cousin dropped out of school to work here? How could it be this young big shot? There must be a misunderstanding. The old man's heart held out a glimmer of hope. Cousin, you finally came. Oh, however, the next second, the fluke in his heart was completely broken by a cry. It was no other than Zhang Li who was crying, and it was no other than the young great man she was crying over. He really is Zhang Li's cousin. Right in the middle of the old man, Wan Yao, and a group of small rich people as incredulous gazes, that young big shot walked to Zhang Li's front, helped her up, and tenderly said, Sorry, cousin came late. Let you suffer. It's fine. Zhang Li shook her head. She was a very strong girl. Poof. The old man fell straight to his knees. This old boss, villain has eyes and doesn't recognize Taishan. Villain really doesn't know. She is your cousin. Please, spare villain this time. The old man kowtowed and begged for mercy while yelling. The forehead quickly kowtowed. Impossible. Wan Yao screamed from the side. Zhang Li's cousin. Obviously a poor man. She often calls her cousin. How could he, in one fell swoop, become a big shot upstairs? I'll never believe this is real. Snap. No sooner had she finished her words than there was a slap, hard, across her face. The person who hit her was no other than the old man. Bitch, you still dare to talk nonsense. The old man was beating and cursing. At least several pounds of dust raised, and the people around him desperately fanned their hands or else they were going to choke to death. The facts were already in front of him, and Wan Yao had the audacity to talk nonsense. Isn't this going to anger Chen Dong again? Also, the old man felt like he was being punked by Wan Yao. That's why he beat up Wan Yao so hard. Within a few strokes, Wan Yao's face was deformed by his beatings. After beating Wan Yao violently, he turned his head to look at Chen Dong again, kneeling on the ground with a pug-like pleasing look on his face. This old boss, I really know my mistakes. Please spare me. Chen Dong did not see it, but instead turned his head to look at a business tycoon behind him. Boss Gu, you are the richest man in South City. This little tycoon is from South City. What do you think should be done with him? Chen Dong inquired. The person who was called the ancient boss is a man in his 40s. He reached out and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and roared at the security guards. What are they still frozen for? Drag this old thing down to beat him to death. Within half a year, if he can get out of bed, I'll kill you all. Yes. The security guards panicked and immediately rushed up, grabbing both of the old man's hands and dragging him outside like a dead dog. This old boss, ancient boss, I'm wrong, let me go. The old man struggled and begged for mercy, all to no avail. Soon he was dragged outside and the guards grabbed their sticks and rained them down on him. Within a few strokes, he was beaten unconscious and miserable. Even life root was kicked off. This wasn't the end of it. Qian Duo was a ruthless man. At this time he appeared at the old man's side, and said to the dying old man, that little family fortune of yours, I have long wanted to swallow it. It's just that I didn't do it because I had the Chamber of Commerce in charge. This time you're looking for death yourself, so don't blame me for not being polite. Both of your sons, in the future, will only be able to beg for food in the South City. Could a son of his caliber be any good? Obviously not. It's karma for the family. Listening to the old man's screams outside, the small rich people on the first floor were all scared and trembling. Zhang Li's appearance was deeply embedded in their heads. It should never be messed with in the future. Not only can they not be messed with, their families, friends, relatives, all cannot be messed with, because to mess with is to die. Chen Dong brought Zhang Li to the second floor again, and it was only after a good half a day that the people on this first floor, inwardly, calmed down. At night, Chen Dong lay on his bed, unable to sleep. The events of today had left him feeling very uneasy. At the hotel, if he hadn't gotten in touch with Shander in time, there was no way he would have been able to save his cousin, and he might have been beaten half to death by the security guards. His cousin was almost taken at the party, too. The reason for all this was because his power was too weak. If he had arranged a bodyguard around Zhang Li, this kind of thing would not have happened at all. He has nothing but money. Li Gang, Qian Duo, Wu Qian, those people fear him, because he casually took out so much money, making everyone think that he is a person of the hidden family. However, he was not at all. If those people knew that Chen Dong had nothing but money, what would those people do to Dongchen? Chen Dong did not dare to think about it at all. Having money without force protection is a fat sheep. Therefore Chen Dong's heart, a trace of urgency surged. He wants to quickly form his own forces, so that he becomes a really unchallengeable existence. It is also necessary to improve his own strength, to let others know that even if he is the only one, he should never be messed with. Chendong opened the system. Host, Chendong. Strength, 110. Intelligence, 111. Physical strength, 110. Mental, 101. Truth value, 520. Today's balance, 10 trillion. His genuineness value had skyrocketed to a terrifying 520 points, shocking himself. This was because, for the second time, Zhongli sincerely thanked him. The first time, it grew by 30 points. The second time was a cumulative increase of 10 times on top of the first time, which was why it was so much. This was still a long way from obtaining the 9 turns of Xian Gong. It is not good to always put your hope of becoming stronger on a single Gong method. This is not good. There was also the cultivation technique, which also required physical attributes to meet the standard. Chendong's current physical attributes were clearly not standardized enough. Therefore, he had to boost his body's various attributes first to turn himself into a superhuman, and then he would accumulate his sincerity value and exchange it for merit cultivation. Therefore, he began to add various attributes to his body. The physical attributes, at 100, are the standard attributes of a normal able-bodied human. 110 is a 10% increase on top of that. The 200 is on top of that, doubled. Chendong increased his strength attribute to 300. Intelligence attribute increased to 150. Physical strength attribute increased to 200. Spiritual attributes also increased to 150. After adding these data, Chendong once again opened the system. Host, Chendong. Strength, 300. Intelligence, 150. Physical strength, 200. Spirit, 150. Truth value, 48. Today's balance, 10 trillion. With 3 times the strength of his original, he clenched his fists and immediately let out a crackling and popping burst, which was very frightening. With a 50% increase in intelligence, he immediately felt much more flexible in his mind than before. Doubling his physical strength made him feel like he had inexhaustible power. Mental strength is enhanced by 50%, giving him more energy and focus. Not bad, not bad. While feeling the changes in his body, Chendong chanted with another change. Not only do I need to become stronger myself, but I also need to quickly form a powerful force that belongs to me. Chapter 47, Goodbye. Feng Xiaoman, cousin, I'm taking a nap. Early the next morning, the lazy-bedded Zhongli was forcefully called up by Chendong. Aren't you going to class? Hurry back to school, Chendong urged. Zhongli squinted her eyes, very dissatisfied. Jiangnan Business Alliance meeting point. The scenery is so beautiful that the average person is simply not able to come here. She has not played enough. There are still a lot of delicious not to taste, so she is not willing to leave. However, Chendong decided to go back to Jiangzhou and had to send Zhang Li back to school immediately, so simply ignoring Zhang Li's whispered curses. After breakfast, he stuffed her into a car and forcibly dragged her to South City University. Be careful in the future. Don't get drugged again, Chendong instructed. Got it. Zhang Li's face, still hanging dissatisfaction. Cousin, you also need to be more careful when you return to Jiangzhou, after the free time to come to South City to find me to play. I know. Chendong waved goodbye to Zhang Li. His car hadn't been repaired yet, so he had to ask Zhou Huan to send someone to take him to the high-speed train station to do a high-speed train back to Jiangzhou. The journey was all very smooth, and when he returned to Jiangzhou, Chendong contacted Jiang Menghan to pick himself up. Jiang Menghan was very excited. Chendong took the initiative to contact her, or pick up, so that the feelings of the two, it seems that they can go further. She was so sweet in her heart that she even thought, what about Chendong taking me out for a French dinner later, or go on a day trip and have a candlelight dinner at night? Oops, it's not good to go home too late. Wouldn't that be? Jiang Menghan's cheeks reddened, and she no longer dared to think further down the line. I'm going to set up a separate company with a registered capital of $100 billion, the name of which is Dongsheng Group, and you'll be the executive president, responsible only to me. The company was created for the sole purpose of scouring the world for talent. Ha, what's wrong with your face? Didn't sleep well or are you sick? Halfway through Chendong's words, he suddenly realized that Jiang Menghan's face had changed. He was puzzled and asked again curiously, is it because you feel pressurized, or can't let go of your current job? To be honest, I really can't find anyone before I ask you to help. If you don't want to, I'll just find someone else again. Jiang Menghan's face had turned iron blue. Can't Chendong talk about something else when he's looking for her? She approached Chendong to use work as an excuse. Chendong looked for her and actually still talked about work. She really couldn't stand it anymore. Just now she was still fantasizing beautifully there. Yet now, being slapped in the face was too bad. No problem. But in the end, she still agreed to Chendong. Which direction is the company going? Do you have a plan? Jiang Menghan resumed the attributes of a professional strong woman and asked curiously. Make investments first. Invest in whatever you feel has potential. Don't ever give me heartburn about money. The last thing I need right now is money. Chen Dongdao. He really doesn't seem to have anything but money right now. Good. Jiang Menghan agreed. She let Chen Dong drive. She took out her cell phone and began to formulate various rules and regulations. Look at her face, busy and serious demeanor. Chen Dong surprisingly some infatuation, but also almost a car accident. Sure enough, serious women are beautiful. Without realizing it, Chen Dong arrived at Zhengzhou University. He got out of the car and attracted another wave of attention. Is this poor guy salty? The school flower, the iceberg goddess are entangled with him even. And from such a nice luxury sports car, driven by a great beauty. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How the did I not encounter such a twist of fate when I was screwed in the first place? Lao Zi is still a ing poor D silk. I'm pissed off. This poor guy, he's living too dashingly. Those people's harums flowed down when they saw Chen Dong. What man wouldn't want a beautiful sports car? And more exaggerated still, the beauty of a sports car to send Chen Dong. What this concept? Backwards that kind of beauty, that kind of good sports car. Chen Dong a poor man, why can enjoy too? These people are not convinced, and their eyes are crooked with impatience. Chen Dong walked past them, and each and every one of them hated to want to go up and get Chen Dong killed. Chen Dong, walking on campus, Chen Dong suddenly heard someone shouting at him, and when he looked up, it was his ex-girlfriend Feng Xiaoman and a few of her little sisters. Feng Xiaoman was being assisted. Her face was pale, one hand was still covering her stomach, and her eyes were all agonized. Chen Dong couldn't help but wonder in his heart, what was wrong with her? On second thought, what's wrong with her? Is none of her business, so turn around and leave. You came just in time. Quickly help Xiaoman to the hospital. One of Feng Xiaoman's little sisters stepped forward to pull Chen Dong and exclaimed, to the hospital? What for? I have nothing to do with her anymore. Chen Dong faintly said, Chen Dong, how can you be so heartless as a person? Xiaoman was at least your girlfriend in the beginning. You can't just abandon her like this because she got up by someone and got dumped again, right? Do you have a conscience, man? Do you have any morals? If you don't have this kind of commitment, are you still a man or not? Feng Xiaoman's little sisters all rushed at Chen Dong and cursed angrily. Chen Dong was directly stunned. Feng Xiaoman was knocked up? Who did that? Wang Pong? Ha ha ha. The corner of his mouth revealed an unimaginably bleak and bitter smile. He's been dating Feng Xiaoman for a couple of years, and he has to send a red packet for touching hands. And how long has Feng Xiaoman been dating Wang Peng? Surprisingly, she's ing knocked up. When Chen Dong also reminded Feng Xiaoman did not listen to her, thinking that she could really sit on the BMW and cry. Where do you think? She only cry, not qualified to sit in the BMW at all. Once she was pregnant, Wang Peng couldn't play with her and kicked her directly. Now you're letting Dong Chen take over? Chen Dong is still not a man if he doesn't take it, and has no conscience, no morals, and no feelings? What's this bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Chen Dong angrily said, I'm sorry, but for these words, you should go and talk to Wang Peng instead of coming to talk to me. Is it that Wang Peng is rich and powerful, and it is not good to mess with? You guys just look for me to pinch this soft persimmon? For your information, I'm not one to be messed with. Get out. Feng Xiaoman's little sisters, who were scolded by Chen Dong, had ugly faces, and no longer dared to beep. Feng Xiaoman was anxious, and now the only one who could take her plate was probably Chen Dong. Thinking back to the beginning, Chen Dong was so good to her. Little by little, she couldn't help the tears flowing out. Chen Dong, I was wrong. Give me a chance. You take me to the hospital to abort this child. I promise to be single-mindedly good to you alone from now on. Never again will I go and mess around with other men. Ha! Chen Dong's face was icy cold as he looked down at Feng Xiaoman and mocked. Forget it. You are a big beauty Feng, and I am a poor D silk. What you are going to wear is a $1 million plus Patek Philippe's platinum time. All I can give you is a Casio that costs over $2,000. Our statuses are seriously unequal, so it's better not to be in a relationship in the future. Chen Dong finished these words, turned around and left in stride. Feng Xiaoman squatted from the wind and cried helplessly. This relationship, it is no longer possible. Chen Dong and her, drawing a cruel conclusion. Chapter 48. A penny for your thoughts. Chen Di, finally found you. When there were no classes in the afternoon, Chen Dong rested against a tree in the school's grove. Suddenly, 7 or 8 well-built students came toward him, with sardonic smiles on their faces. What do you want? Chen Dong frowned. He's been at school lately, pulling a hard wave of hate. The 2 most beautiful girls in the school were entangled with him. Those most sought after of them naturally wanted to teach Chen Dong a hard lesson. However, really do it? There are still not many people who dare. After all, Fighting in school had serious consequences. With two people, though, behind the wheel, it's a different story. Those two people, one is none other than the rich second generation Wang Peng. The other is the one known as the little prince of music, Kong Tao. Wang Peng has money. If something goes wrong, he'll spend money to fix it. Kong Tao's parents are both professors. In the school relationship is very hard. Something happened, will not be back disciplinary action. So with those two men jointly vouching for them, these few headstrong people came to trouble Chendong. I'll give you two choices. The first is to drop out immediately and never set foot in Jiangzhou University again. The second one is that we beat you up every day. Which one do you choose? 7 or 8 well-built students sneered at Chendong. Sorry, I'm not choosing any of them, Chendong said indifferently. Moreover, I will give you 5 seconds to disappear from my sight immediately, or suffer the consequences. Ha 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 ha. The 7 or 8 people laughed out loud. Chendong, a person, dared to threaten them? Was this looking for death? Chen Di Silk, give your face. You don't want it, then don't blame us for not being polite. One person stepped forward and was about to make a move on Chendong. In Chendong's eyes, there was no fear at all, just added points for various attributes yesterday. His strength, already, was 3 times that of a normal person. Physical strength is already twice that of a normal person. The speed is more than half that of a normal person. So these people in front of him were no match for him at all. Moreover, even if Chendong could not defeat them and chose to escape, they would not be able to catch up. Hence, what was Chendong panicking about now? What are you guys doing there? A sudden roar came from behind. The crowd turned around to see a patrolling security guard heading this way. There's no fighting in the school. Spread out, the security guard yelled. 7 or 8 people looked at each other. Why did a security guard suddenly appear to meddle in their own business? Immediately someone walked up to negotiate. Hurry up and get out of the way. Don't be an eyesore here, or I'll even beat you up together. They had Wang Peng and Kong Tao backing them up, so they weren't afraid of this meddling security guard at all. Which class are you in? Student ID card out. The security guard was not intimidated. Instead, he raised his tone and yelled. The 7 or 8 men were completely enraged. Damn you, you watchdog, how dare you meddle? I'll get you killed. 3 of them rushed up and were about to punch the security guard. Chendong screamed in his heart that it was not good. The security guard was surrounded by these people because of him. He had to go up immediately to save them. However, at this very moment, something that he had never dreamed of happened. Bang! Only a popping sound was heard, and one of the students who rushed up was blown away by a punch. Bang! There was another pop, and the second student who had rushed up was kicked to the ground. Don't hit me! The third student, on the other hand, was directly frightened and crouched on the ground, screaming loudly. Everyone was dumbfounded. In looking at the security guard, dark skin, the body is not very tall, only a little more than 1.7 meters. A pair of eyes, as if a sharp blade, with him against the eyes of the people, will feel chills. Quite a few people have been scared to the point that their legs started to go soft. This security guard is definitely not an ordinary person. Student IDs out for registration. The security guard bellowed again, and the 7 or 8 people became good this time, walking over and taking out their student IDs. The security guard registered and then let them go. He was also about to leave when Chendong suddenly shouted, "Brother security, thank you for saving me. Can I ask you something?" The guard turned around in surprise. "What do you want to ask? You're so powerful. What did you do for work before?" Chendong inquired with a smile. The security guard had a pained look on his face. "I'm sorry, it's not convenient to tell you." He turned and walked away. Chendong reached out and stroked his chin. Recently, he needed to recruit talents and expand his forces, and this security guard is a ready talent. Just now so robust a student, a punch to the punch, casually scared 7 or 8 students. This have collected around as a bodyguard. Chendong's safety index absolutely exploded. He chased after him. "What's your name? Big brother security guard? Zhao Bailu. What a name. What a bully. How much do you make a month as a school security guard?" 5,000. With food, lodging, and 5 insurance policies. With your skills, it's really too shabby to get this kind of treatment. Why don't you come and work for me? I'll give you 10 times more. The security guard stopped in his tracks and looked at Chendong with an incredulous expression. Obviously, he did not believe that this person, who was still a student, could give him 10 times higher treatment. So, he didn't want to bother. Just then, however, his cell phone rang. He took it out and an anxious look immediately surged across his face. Because, it's the hospital calling. "Hey, are you a patient's family member? Your mom's having a heart attack and needs immediate surgery, so hurry up and prepare $100,000 to come to the hospital." Zhao Bailu's hand trembled as he held the phone. "Doctor, I can't come up with that much money right now. Can you do the surgery first and I'll make up the money afterward? What's wrong with you? So ungrateful? Your mom is dying and you're still haggling here. Are you going to do the surgery or not? Do it or give up. The doctor was over there, cursing in dissatisfaction. On Zhao Bailu's hand, veins rippled one after another, and he almost didn't have control over it and pinched the cell phone to burst into pieces. A penny is hard to heroes. At this time, he even shed tears. Doctor, I beg you, first do the operation. I promise to give you the money as soon as possible. No, you must pay first or give up the treatment. The doctor's attitude was resolute. Zhao Bailu was so infuriated that he shouted up to the sky, almost fainting as his blood flowed out of his mouth. Just when he was at his most helpless, a hand suddenly reached out beside him and snatched his cell phone. Call this number. Give her your hospital's account number and tell her to call $5 million in. The person who snatched the phone was none other than Chen Dong. Who are you? It can't be a trick on us, can it? The people in the hospital will be skeptical. My name is Chen Dong. You guys try it and you'll know if I'm fooling you. $5 million in medical fees. Don't you guys want to earn it? Chen Dong inquired in a cold voice. The people in the hospital, who will believe it, called over the phone. It didn't take long for their account. They received $5 million. The person who transferred the money is exactly Jiang Menghan. Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry for what we said just now. We spoke out of turn. Please forgive us. Money can make the devil work. People in the hospital, changing their faces faster than turning over a book. Chapter 49, Dueling with the King of Soldiers. Cut the crap. Hurry up and save the people. Make sure to use the best medicine and hire the most highly skilled medical experts. If the patient is fine, I will give each of you a red packet of $100,000. Chen Dong instructed again in a cold voice. Mr. Chen, are you telling the truth? Really give us each a red packet of $100,000? The people in the hospital were moved to the point of tears. Their monthly salary is just a few tens of thousands of dollars, and $100,000 is their salary for several months. Chen Dong is really too generous. It depends on your performance. Hurry up and do the surgery. Chen Dong urged again. Mr. Chen, don't worry, the patient is now our own mother. As long as the king of hell himself doesn't come, we will save the person. After another burst of bragging assurances over there, they finally hung up the phone. Your mom should be fine. You don't need to be worrying. Chen Dong returned the cell phone to Zhao Bailu, who was directly dumbfounded and looked at Chen Dong incredulously. You, what the hell are you? My surface identity is a student, but I am actually a rich man. Chen Dong stopped pretending and showed his cards to Zhao Bailu. Rich people are insecure, so they need bodyguards. You're good. I want to hire you. The package is the same as we just talked about. 10 times your current salary, and I'll pay to cure your mother. Will you work for me? Zhao Bailu was once again stunned after Chen Dong's words. Who would have thought that a college student would be so rich? Just make a random phone call and transfer $5 million. Also give the doctors, each $100,000 in red envelopes. That's another couple million gone. Zhao Bailu's heart was truly shaken. I am willing to work for you. In the end, he agreed to Chen Dong's hiring. Very good. Chen Dong smiled faintly again. What did you used to do? Surely you are not an ordinary person? Zhao Bailu hesitated and said his identity and experience. I used to be a soldier. Once I was ambushed on a mission. Only a few of us survived. The rest all died. Later I retired from the army. What he said was very simple, yet waves rippled in Chen Dong's heart. A soldier? Obviously not an ordinary soldier. Definitely the king of soldiers kind. Otherwise in times of peace, how could they go on any mission and still die and get hurt? It's no wonder why he's so tough. However, there was a problem that Chen Dong still could not figure out. You shouldn't be underpaid. Why would you not even be able to take out $100,000? Chen Dong inquired curiously. Of the dead comrades, many of them had families, and my salary, I gave it to the families of those comrades, Zhao Bailu said in a deep voice. Chen Dong was touched inwardly. This Zhao Bailu, with his great skill, love and loyalty, and such filial piety, is a rare talent that must be made to serve him with his heart and soul. The families of those comrades of yours, you get a list out. I'll cover all tuition and living expenses, and provide for them until they graduate from university. Chen Dong added in a deep voice. Mr. Chen, this is too much for you to break the bank, right? Zhao Bailu changed his address to Chen Dong. It's just a little bit of money. As long as you work for me in the future, you can still get more. Chen Dong added. Mr. Chen, in this life, my life, Zhao Bailu, is yours. Zhao Bailu roared again. Chen Dong nodded in satisfaction. By the way, my rich man's identity, you don't say it. I'm a person who likes to keep a low profile. Chen Dong laughed again. Mr. Chen, don't worry. I have received confidentiality training in the army, and will definitely not reveal Mr. Chen's identity. Zhao Bailu assured with a serious face. Good. Chen Dong nodded. Suddenly, his heart itched. He was now 3 times as strong as a normal human being, and his physical strength was twice as strong as a normal human being. This regular person, not an ordinary person, is a normal standard robust human being, so he was curious if he was a match for this Zhao Bailu. How about accompanying me for a couple of moves? Chen Dong laughed. Zhao Bailu's face changed. Mr. Chen, don't joke. I am afraid of hurting you. It's fine, just a couple moves. Chen Dong extended his hand and took the initiative to attack towards Zhao Bailu. Zhao Bailu was very casual and only stretched out one arm to block. He was really afraid that he would injure Chen Dong. After all, Chen Dong looked so harmless, and human and animal, and he, bursting out of the power, can be comparable to a fierce tiger. However, the next moment, a scene that shocked him beyond measure appeared. Chen Dong grabbed his arm and with a forceful swing, he directly threw him out. Bang! Zhao Bailu fell heavily to the ground, and Chen Dong immediately rushed over, asking with concern, "Are you alright?" Zhao Bailu shook his head and stood up from the ground in one go. He looked Chen Dong up and down and asked curiously, "Mr. Chen, how did you get so much strength? There's no way your muscle dimension would allow you to explode with this much power." Chen Dong smiled faintly. In this world, there are many things that cannot be explained clearly. Let's continue practicing. Good. Zhao Bailu nodded. This time he wasn't being merciful. The two of them began to battle again. If it was just jousting, Zhao Bailu's strength was inferior to Chen Dong's. However, he possessed extremely superior fighting skills, and all of them are killing techniques, not the fancy fighting kind. So Chen Dong fought with him, a flip, and was pressed underneath him, and his arm was like a python, wrapped around Chen Dong's neck. If he were to strike with a deadly hand, Chen Dong might not even last 5 seconds. This was the terrifying strength of the king of soldiers. Mr. Chen, you are not injured, right? After 10 minutes, Chen Dong gave up. Zhao Bailu asked Chen Dong Dao again with concern. It's fine. It's fine. Chen Dong waved his hand. I'll be looking for you to spar next time. You go to the hospital to see your mom, then go to Dongsheng Group to find Jiang Menghan. She will arrange a job for you. This is the address and contact information. Alright, Mr. Chen. Thank you. Zhao Bailu once again expressed his gratitude to Chen Dong. If it wasn't for Chen Dong's money, he really didn't know what to do right now. Son, such a big ward costs a lot of money, doesn't it? You still have to keep that money to marry your daughter-in-law. Quickly tell the doctor to send mom to the corridor. The surgery went well, and on the hospital bed, Zhao Bailu's mother awoke and realized she was in a very large ward, and she immediately became anxious. A regular ward, it's a couple $100 a day. A ward of this size costs, at least, a few thousand a day. She just finished surgery, and a large amount of money. So the old man is very distressed money. Do not want to let her son in the indiscriminate spending. Those money also have to stay to buy a house to marry a daughter-in-law for Zhao Bailu. Mom, these are all paid for by Mr. Chen. You don't have to worry, Zhao Bailu said. Who is Mr. Chen? The old man inquired curiously. My current boss, he asked me to work for him, and then he'll pay for your treatment. Zhao Bailu told the story briefly. The old man quickly nodded. Son, this Mr. Chen is a good person. In the future you work for him, you must work hard. Do not sneak around, groping and ghosting, or mom will not recognize you. Zhao Bailu nodded and solemnly swore. Mom, don't worry, my life will be Mr. Chen's from now on. Chapter 50, Molestation by Punks. Chen Dong opened the system. Host, Chen Dong. Strength, 300. Intelligence, 150. Physical strength, 200. Spirit, 150. Truth value, 98. Today's balance, 999000000000000. The sincerity value had increased by another 50 points, which was gained from helping Zhao Bailu, and Chen Dong was very satisfied with the result. Pop! Suddenly a hand slapped on his head, startling him. He turned around to see that the person who patted his head was none other than Yang Chang. Are you out of your mind? Why did you hit me? Chen Dong inquired. Dongzi, I've noticed that you've been dazed lately. Do you need to go to the hospital? Yang Chang asked with concern. Anger bubbled up on Chen Dong's face. Where was he dazed? He was checking the system. In the future, it looks like I'll have to find a place where no one is looking to check the system. I'm fine. Aren't you going to fool around today? Chen Dong curiously inquired. What do you mean fooling around? As a responsible boyfriend, I'm going to accompany my girlfriend now, Yang Chang shamelessly said. Get on with it. Don't waste time here, Chen Dong urged. With him gone, Chen Dong could be completely quiet. Aren't you going on a date with the schoolgirl? I heard from Xiaoman that Zhang Jingmei has also fallen for you. You're really good enough now. School flower, iceberg goddess, Zhang Jingmei, Yang Chang asked with a mysterious face. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Dong pointed at the gate and roared. Yang Chang touched out $2,000, placed in front of Chen Dong. You also loaded. Our men go out cannot lose face. I know you don't have any money, so room money is ready for you. Bang! Chen Dong directly kicked him out. He really didn't know what these people, Yang Chang, were thinking all day long. How can their thoughts be so dirty? What 4P? Is Lousy that kind of person? Chen Dong looked dissatisfied and kicked the $2,000 into his pocket. Then he tried to contact Zhang Jingmei, Qin Xiuxuan, Lan Yuhan, Jiang Menghan, Su Qingru, *******. That chick is so hot. Her ass is wiggling and it's so tempting. At the restaurant, Yang Chang and Zhou Xiaoman had just walked in when Zhou Xiaoman was stared at by a few punks who were eating. The gangsters stared at Zhou Xiaoman's wriggling ass, their harumphs dripping down. Zhou Xiaoman is a student at the art college and sings and dances every day, so she has a great body. Among the gangsters, a bald gangster with a big gold chain and a face full of crossmeat. His name is Xiong. Who's going to get that chick to have a drink with me? Bear inquired as he picked his teeth. I'll go. A yellow hair stood up and walked towards Yang Chang and Zhou Xiaoman. Chick, brother Xiong wants you to go over and have a drink with him. Yang Chang and Zhou Xiaoman both looked puzzled. Who is brother Xiong? Yellow hair reached out to the side and pointed. And Zhou Xiaoman immediately saw the bald man with a big gold chain and a face full of crossmeat, who was picking his feet, and then used his fingers to pick his teeth. Zhou Xiaoman was almost not sickened to death. Sorry, no time. Zhou Xiaoman directly refused, then turned her head back to Yang Chang. Let's change the restaurant. Yang Chang said. Good. The two of them turned around and were about to walk out of the store when yellow hair hurriedly stopped them. What do you mean? Brother Xiong is at least the #1 person in this area. Let you accompany a cup of wine. You dead people how dare you refuse? Do you know the consequences? Yang Chang angrily said. I'm sorry, we don't know that Xiong of yours, so please get out of the way. As soon as he pushed the punk away, he pulled Zhou Xiaoman and headed outside the restaurant. Yellow hair stared at Zhou Xiaoman's twisting and turning buttocks, and his hand was as hard as a cat's scratch, so he directly reached out and touched it. Ah! Zhou Xiaoman let out a scream as if she had been electrocuted. Her body immediately catapulted up and slammed into the glass door. Looking for death. Yang Chang was furious, turned around and punched yellow hair's face. Nosebleed came out for yellow hair. Yellow hair covered his nose with one hand and pointed at Yang Chang with the other and yelled, How dare you hit me? Brothers, come over here. As he shouted, 7 or 8 people surged towards the side together. Yang Chang and Zhou Xiaoman were surrounded. Although Yang Chang was the captain of the school's basketball team and had a robust physique, he couldn't possibly be a match for these 7 or 8 people. Therefore he immediately conceded. This big brother, I'm sorry, I was too impulsive just now. This is the medical fee. He felt out $5,000 and handed it to yellow hair. Snap. Yellow hair raised his hand as a slap, ruthlessly smacked in his face, ********. Nosebleed are given to the old man out. You take $5,000 and want to get rid of things? Tell you, this is impossible. Yang Chang said, how much do you want? Yellow hair laughed fiercely, at least $500,000. And, let your girlfriend drink with us. No way. Yang Chang categorically refused. The money can still be negotiated. But the girlfriend, that is absolutely impossible. Poof, can't let you do that now. Take his girlfriend to Brother Bear. 2 gangsters rushed up and grabbed Zhou Xiaoman's hand and dragged it towards Xiong. Yang Chang tried to save him, but he was directly pressed on the table by the rest of the gangsters. Let her go. Yang Chang yelled. Pa! A slap on his face. Shut up. Shout again and I'll kill you. It would be an honor for your girlfriend to drink with Brother Bear. Yang Chang's eyes were round and the veins on his forehead were rippling. He watched. Zhou Xiaoman was pulled down to Xiong's side. Xiong hugged her, then directly put a cup of wine, poured into her mouth. Zhou Xiaoman's tears were choked out. Yang Chang could no longer hold back. He did not know where to get the strength, directly breaking away from the punk who suppressed him, picked up a bottle and rushed towards Xiong. Bang! The wine bottle ruthlessly smashed on Xiong's bare head, and at once, the bottle was broken and blood was sprayed. Bear covered his head and screamed miserably. You dare to hit me? The surrounding gangsters all froze. This kid really has balls. How dare he hit Brother Xiong? Just as they froze, Yang Chang seized the moment and saved Zhou Xiaoman, shielding her behind. You hurry up and run. Get him. Brother Xiong roared up, and the gangsters came back to their senses and immediately pounced towards Yang Chang. Yang Chang blocked the punks and bought Zhou Xiaoman time to escape. However, the gate was already blocked, so Zhou Xiaoman could only run inside. When she saw the storage room, she didn't even think about it and rushed straight in, then unlocked the door and quickly pulled out her cell phone after pressing her body against the door. Hey, this is Zhou Xiaoman. I'm at the splendid restaurant. Come save me. She dialed randomly and wondered whose number it was. As soon as she got through to one, she cried out in such horror. She was completely flustered, and when others asked her for specifics, she couldn't tell them, just repeating the phrase over and over again. Many people thought she was playing a prank. After all, she was studying acting and had done this before, so after flirting with a few sentences, she was not paying attention. The sound of thumping, knocking on the door grew more urgent, and the door to the storage room was about to be smashed open. Chapter 51, Restaurant Rescue. Dormitory. Chen Dong took a shower and was ready to sleep. Suddenly his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating, Chen Dong still answered the call. "Hey, this is Joe Xiaoman. I'm at the splendid restaurant. Come save me." A trace of doubt appeared on Chen Dong's face. Although Joe Xiaoman was Yang Chang's girlfriend, they didn't know each other well. How did Joe Xiaoman get his phone number? He did not know that Yang Chang had previously asked Joe Xiaoman to help him find a girlfriend, which was why he had given Joe Xiaoman his phone number. This made it convenient for Joe Xiaoman to contact Chen Dong directly after she helped him find a girlfriend. Bang, 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 came the call, and another ear-splitting slamming of the door. Chen Dong had not been caught by Joe Xiaoman before, and hearing Joe Xiaoman's plea for help and hearing this ear-shattering slamming sound, he immediately realized that Joe Xiaoman was really in trouble. Joe Xiaoman is dating Yang Chang, and something happens to her also means something happens to Yang Chang. Yang Chang is Chen Dong's good brother. Chen Dong can't ignore what happened to him. "You guys hold on, I'll be right there to save you," Chen Dong yelled. After hanging up the phone, he immediately dialed Zhao Bailu's phone. "Brother Zhao, come pick me up downstairs in the dormitory." Zhao Bailu had officially joined his company and was now working as his bodyguard. Jiang Menghan specially matched him with an Audi. He also rented a house outside the school specifically for him to live in. After receiving Chen Dong's phone call, he immediately jumped up from the bed, and then quickly dressed downstairs, directly drove to the dormitory outside of Chen Dong's residence. The whole process of the clouds and water, even 5 minutes are not really worthy of the king of soldiers. "Go to the splendid hotel." After getting into the car, Chen Dong yelled. Zhao Bailu didn't ask anything, and with one foot on the gas, the car immediately went out like an arrow out of the string. The splendid restaurant was about 2 kilometers away from the school, and in the past, Chen Dong, Yang Chang, as well as Xiaobo and Zhang Tian, often went there to gather for meals, so they were familiar with the place. It didn't take long for the car to arrive at the brilliant restaurant. Chen Dong looked up and saw that the door was closed, but the lights were really in trouble. He opened the car door and sprinted towards the restaurant, with Zhao Bailu following closely behind him. In the restaurant, the customers had run away, and the owner and the waiters were scared into hiding. Yang Chang was pressed on the table. The door to the storage room was kicked in, and Joe Xiaoman had been caught out. Yang Chang was going crazy and yelled, "Don't move her. How much money is negotiable?" "Ha!" a yellow hair sneered. "After beating up brother Xiong, do you think you can settle it by spending money? We'll deal with you after we take care of your girlfriend." "Ha ha ha." A group of punks, all laughing. Don't, stop." Yang Chang hissed loudly, his voice was hoarse. However, it has no effect at all. Xiong's thick hands has grabbed the clothes on Joe Xiaoman's body. The eye is to tear a hand. Bang! At the gate, there was a sudden loud bang. Everyone was startled, turned their heads, and were taken aback again. The front door had surprisingly been kicked in and 2 men walked in from outside. A man with a unique temperament and an indescribable charm. The other, dark-skinned and lean, had a gaze as sharp as a knife. "Who are these 2 people? Drive them away immediately. Don't disturb my pleasure." Brother Xiong was dissatisfied and yelled. Suddenly walked in 2 people. Heart natural anger burning heaven. That's why the men were called in to get rid of the people. He didn't know that one of those 2 people was also incomparably angry at this time, because he saw that his best buddy was pinned to the table, already beaten and bleeding, and his best buddy's girlfriend, about to be violated. Therefore, the anger in his heart was absolutely unimaginable at this time. He was none other than Chen Dong. "Stop, the restaurant is closed. Get lost, or else I'll kill you too." Yellow Hair walked up to Chen Dong and Zhao Bailu and roared very arrogantly. Bang! Without any hesitation at all, Zhao Bailu directly slammed his fist over, hitting the punk right in the nose. Pride! The punk let out an unimaginably piercing scream, and his body flew straight up, falling heavily to the ground. His nose was shattered and blood gushed out like a fountain in a gruesome manner. Chen Dong and Zhao Bailu, without any pause, stepped on his face and walked straight over. The rest of the gangsters are a little shocked. "Who the hell is this? He came out so hard and hit one of them. What are you waiting for? Get these 2 dead." Brother Xiong roared. The punks reacted and grabbed the bottles on the table and rushed towards Chen Dong and Zhao Bailu. "Mr. Chen, please step back," Zhao Bailu shouted, as he took a healthy step and pounced on him, like a tiger, killing into the flock. Snap! He raised his hand and slapped his hand, slapping it hard. A gangster. The bottle in his hand shattered, and his face was slapped solidly. His body immediately soared up and fell heavily to the ground. Bang! Zhao Bailu kicked again, kicking a punk in the chest, and in an instant, the ribs broke, and the punk spat blood out of his mouth and flew out. Boom! Zhao Bailu backhanded another punch and ruthlessly blasted a gangster's head. The punk didn't even let out a scream before his body convulsed and fainted. 7 or 8 people. Didn't he even have a minute before they all lay on the ground? This is the strength of the king of soldiers. Xiong froze, Yang Chang froze, and Zhou Xiaoman froze. None of them had expected that Zhao Bailu would be so capable of fighting. Both Yang Chang and Zhou Xiaoman were wondering where Chen Dong had found such an expert. Chen Dong had walked up to brother Xiong by now. Why did you touch my brother? Kid, do you know who I am? Lozi is. Before Xiong could even finish his sentence, Zhao Bailu had already grabbed one of his fingers and broke it directly. Please inform Mr. Chen of the information he wants right away, or you'll suffer more pain. Chen Dong looked at Zhao Bailu and froze. This guy had an occupational disease and interrogated Xiong as if he was a captive. My name is Li Xiong. Xiong's voice trembled. I just see that this chick is good looking. That's why I want to ask her to drink with me. I didn't want to do anything else. Asshole. When Yang Chang heard this, he directly burst into a rage. If it wasn't for Dongzi's timely arrival with his men, my girlfriend would have already been taken by you. How dare you say you didn't want to do anything else? Bang! Bang! Yang Chang picked up 2 wine bottles and smashed them hard on Li Xiong's head. Li Xiong was smashed 7 times. His cheeks looked more and more ferocious. Don't go too far. Do you know Master Lin? Chapter 52. Who is the leader of Jiangzhou? Master Lin. Which person? A hint of curiosity appeared on Chen Dong's face. Oh, Li Xiong laughed harshly. You don't even know Master Lin. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant to beat up Lao Zi. You immediately give me an apology, or I will notify Master Lin. You do not know how to die. Snap. Li Xiong had just finished saying this when Zhao Bailu raised his hand and slapped him hard on the face. At once 2 of his teeth were slapped out of his mouth. He howled in pain. Speak politely to Mr. Chen. If you dare to disrespect Mr. Chen again, you will directly lose one of your hands. Zhao Bailu said angrily. Chen Dong saved his mother's life. This favor is bigger than the sky. So, whoever dares to touch Chen Dong, even if it is just disrespectful, he will fight with the other party. Li Xiong, who had been slapped, didn't dare to be arrogant. He could only honestly tell the identity of that Master Lin. Master Lin was originally called Forestry, and after he became the leader of the underground world in Jiangzhou, everyone addressed him as Master Lin. He has 4 great Vajra under him, more than 300 minions. I'm one of the 4 great Vajra, so you guys know now who you've messed with, right? Beat old me like this. Tell you that if you don't take a few tens of millions out, none of you will want to live. Li Xiong shouted madly again. Yang Chang and Zhou Xiaoman instantly turned pale. The leader of the underground world, with more than 300 minions under his hands, is definitely one of the most terrifying existences in Jiangzhou. This gang of punks, their origins are surprisingly so uncomplicated. They're done, really done. Both of them looked at Chen Dong. Chen Dong was dragged down by them, and a trace of guilt welled up in their hearts. However, what they would not have dreamed of was that Chen Dong was thinking in his heart at this moment. Isn't the leader of the underground world in Jiangzhou Hong Tao? I've even seen him at the Jiangnan Business Alliance's party. How did he turn into some kind of forestry? While Chen Dong was thinking, Li Xiong secretly took out his cell phone and sent a message to Forestry. Master Lin, I've been beaten up by someone at the brilliant restaurant in the middle of Hessian Road. You hurry to bring someone to save me. In the underground, Forrest is playing poker with his arm around a scantily clad woman. Every time he gets a good card, he touches the breasts the scantily clad woman. Forestry just loves the hustle and bustle. Suddenly, his cell phone rang and he picked it up to see that it was a message from Li Xiong. Bang! After reading the message, he directly smashed his cell phone to smithereens on the table. The people who played cards with him were instantly scared and stood up, not daring to breathe. Master Lin, what's wrong? It was only after a long time that someone asked cautiously. Li Xiong was beaten up. Forrest angrily roared. In Jiangzhou, how dare someone beat up one of my men? He is tired of living. Master Lin, Brother Xiong is one of your 4 sitting Vajra. Isn't hitting him a slap in your face? He must be killed. Some juniors drummed and roared. Forrest nodded. If he were to beat up his general minions, he could still stay out of the way and just send a few people to take care of it. However, now, the fight is one of the 4 most powerful men under his seat. He will have to step in personally, because, most likely, the other party was coming for him. After all, the position of Jiangzhou's underground world leader was too tempting. As long as it was obtained, earning several $100 million a year would be a breeze. So, He's going to keep the position no matter what. Anyone who provoked him now, no matter who it was, there was only one word: death. Tibetan Mastiff. Call 200 brothers at once and follow me to the splendid restaurant. Forrest gave the order. The Tibetan Mastiff was also one of the 4 great Vedra under him, and immediately went to gather his juniors as he commanded. At this time, at the brilliant restaurant, Chen Dong also took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Good day, Dong Chen. A respectful voice soon came from over there. After all, Chen Dong was a 10th level member, although it was only a vanity title and did not gain more substantial benefits than a first level member. But the person who was willing to spend $10 billion and buy a vanity title is definitely not an ordinary person. That's why Hong Tao, who was only a first-class member, didn't dare to be negligent and greeted him with such care. Are you in Jiangzhou? What are doing? Chen Dong inquired again. Dong Chen, I'm in Jiangzhou. I'm accompanying a few guests. Are you looking for me for something? Hong Tao asked curiously. There's something going on. Can you come to the splendid restaurant in the middle of Hessian Road right now? Chen Dong inquired again. Hong Tao on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment and replied to Chen Dong with great certainty. Chen Dong, wait a moment. I will come immediately. The two hung up. Hong Tao and Forestry. Which one is the leader of the underground world in Jiangzhou? Only when Hong Tao arrives can it be revealed. This is the reason why Chen Dong called Hong Tao to come here. You two go back first. Chen Dong walked over to Yang Chang and Zhou Xiaoman's side. For what's going to happen later? You might be in danger. He is not afraid. With Zhao Bailu, even if he can't fight, escaping is absolutely no problem at all. However, Yang Chang and Zhou Xiaoman stay here. The situation is different. If Chen Dong was distracted, the consequences would be severe. Dongzi, how do I feel like you've changed? Yang Chang said, I can't leave you here. This is because of me. Let these punks find my trouble. I carry it alone. You carry a hammer. Chen Dong cursed angrily. If you don't leave, you'll only drag me down. Hurry up and get out. Under Chen Dong's angry scolding, Yang Chang gritted his teeth, took Zhou Xiaoman's hand and shouted, Go! The two headed out of the restaurant. Hoo hoo hoo. Suddenly there was a whistling sound outside, and a dozen vans came rushing toward the restaurant, all with their high beams on. The blinding column of light shone a snowy white on the windows and doors, and everyone in the restaurant was stunned a little. Wahahaha. Li Xiong laughed with a few of his gangsters. Master Lin has arrived with his men. None of you heirs are going anywhere. Yang Chang and Zhou Xiaoman instantly turned pale. Chen Dong also revealed a hint of worry, but not for himself, but for his good buddy Yang Chang and his girlfriend. Breaker, can it be dealt with? Chen Dong inquired about Zhao Bailu. If they couldn't deal with it, then it was time to consider taking Yang Chang and Zhou Xiaoman to escape from somewhere else. If I could just kill it, it would be much simpler, but if I can't kill it, it's a bit troublesome to deal with it, but I can still handle it. Zhao Bailu responded with a bit of a frown. The troop he once served in was the most mysterious troop in this country. All the moves he learned were killing techniques, because they often carried out missions and encountered foreign elites. If you don't kill each other, you will be killed by each other. If you're not skilled at killing, you'll be taken out by the other side. The fact that he had survived meant that his killing skills had reached an unimaginably terrifying level. However, right now, he is not in the battlefield, and what he encountered is just a group of gangsters. Obviously his killing technique can't be used. Otherwise, it would be better to get a few hundred people killed. So now he fights with people. He must collect the force. The original 10 points of force may make out at most 2 or 3 points. In more than half a point will make people dead. That was why he had told Chen Dong that it was a bit troublesome to deal with those punks. However, he could still solve it easily. Good. Chen Dong nodded, and with these words from Zhao Bailu, he was relieved. Chapter 53, The Power of Killing Techniques. Two idiots, don't even know how powerful Master Lin is. Even dare to talk big here? Li Xiong, who was lying on the ground, was sneering in his heart. To become the leader of the underground world in Jiangzhou? Then I don't know how many life and death battles one has to go through. Forestry is a step-by-step fight that is very strong. Together with his more than 300 little brothers, he is definitely a dominant presence in Jiangzhou. That was why Li Xiong felt amused when Chen Dong and Zhao Bailu discussed whether the two of them could deal with forestry. In his opinion, these two were dead to the world and still didn't know it. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard, and the door was once again kicked in, only to see a tall, thin man in a flowered shirt walk in. He had a harsh gaze, his fists were almost worn down, and he was missing 2 fingers, and there was a striking scar on the left side of his face, all from his countless battles, and he was none other than Forestry. Master Lin. Li Xiong saw him and roared out, "It was these two who beat me like this. You must avenge me." Forest ignored Li Xiong and walked straight to Chen Dong and Zhao Bailu. "Are the two of you crossing the river?" Forest inquired in a cold voice. "In Jiangzhou, there is only one kind of person who dares to move him over the river dragon." just other places, more powerful people, come to Jiangzhou to grab land. For this kind of person, it is absolutely impossible to be merciful and soft, or, this piece of land in Jiangzhou will be missed by many and many people. No, Chen Dong responded indifferently. No? Forrest obviously didn't believe what he said. Not being an overgrown dragon and daring to touch his people, wasn't that looking for death? I don't care who you guys are. Injure my brother and come out with $50 million. Otherwise, you won't be able to walk out of this restaurant. Lin Lin said in a cold voice again. He. Chen Dong laughed. You really aren't generally arrogant. Opening your mouth and asking for $50 million? Are you planning to rob? Do you know what your brother did? He touched my brother's girlfriend and injured my brother. Since you're his boss, I'll talk to you about this matter. Give me $500 million and this will be settled. After Chen Dong finished his words, all the people around him, except for Zhao Bailu, were stunned. Forrest looked at Chen Dong. As if he was looking at a monster, he was thinking in his heart, where did the rash kid come from? He only dared to ask for $50 million, but Chen Dong was so good that he directly asked for $500 million. This is really Hema too arrogant. Li Xiong also stared in disbelief. Someone dared to ask Master Lin for $500 million. This world is really crazy? How can there be such a dumbass? Does he know how to write the word death? Yang Chang and Zhou Xiaoman are also dumbfounded. The person standing in front of Chen Dong, but the leader of the underground world in Jiangzhou. Chen Dong actually dared to ask him for $500 million? Does he really not want to live? Both of them regretted that they shouldn't have come here to eat today, or else all these things in front of them wouldn't have happened at all. Not only were they finished, but Chen Dong was also dragged down by them. In their hearts, they really died of guilt. Kid, at your age, you are one of the wildest people I have ever seen. Forestry coldly spoke to Dong Chen. However, being wild is about having the ability. Let me see what you have the ability to be wild here today. If you don't have the ability, break both your hands first. Let's talk about something else. After saying this, Forestry struck out in lightning. He is tall and thin, and his hands are also very long, and also very flexible. In a flash, it was like two vipers reaching out, directly grabbing at Chen Dong's two wrists. He was going to directly break Chen Dong's hands first, and then talk to Chen Dong about something else. When Yang Chang and Zhou Xiaoman saw this scene, they all shouted anxiously. Li Xiong was lying on the ground when he saw this scene, and the corner of his mouth hung up a cold smile again. Stupid brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven. Do you really think you can be a little bit wild in front of anyone? To be wild in front of Master Lin, then you're just looking for death. I will soon see the miserable sight of your hands being broken. Ha ha ha. Just when Li Xiong laughed, in a flash, next to two more hands, Lightning General reached out. Forestry's two hands, directly caught by those two hands. Immediately, it was like a pincer firmly set in the general. Forestry face changed slightly, turned his head to look. The person who grabbed his hand, it was Zhao Bailu, who stood beside Chen Dong, silent, but with a stern gaze. Bang! In the moment Forestry froze, Zhao Bailu's foot had already kicked out. If it were a battlefield, the kick would have gone straight to Forestry's lower body, killing him instantly. However, this wasn't a battlefield, so the kick, changing direction, went to the small of Forestry's back. Ow ow ow. Even if it is a kick in the belly, Forestry cannot stand it. The body immediately arched, like a shrimp general spasm. How dare you get distracted when you're facing the enemy on the battlefield? Die! Zhao Bailu drank out another sentence. A whip leg thrown out. If it is a battlefield, at this time the place of kicking and striking, will definitely be the joint's weak ground, and the person who is struck, because of the pain cannot stand, the body will immediately crouch, and Zhao Bailu's chain of killing strokes, elbows to the back of the head will immediately be used. Again, in less than 3 seconds, Forestry would have been killed instantly again. It had only been a short 10 seconds or so, and Forestry had almost been killed by Zhao Bailu several times. Zhao Bailu's strength, it was really incredibly powerful, and Zhao Bailu's move, not kicking the joint, but sweeping on the thigh, directly sweeping Forestry out. Bang! Forest slumped to the ground, the sky and the earth. Just now what happened to him, ma? He then felt that someone grabbed his hand and then he just looked back that way. Immediately, his abdomen felt like it had been hit by a meteorite, and he howled in pain. Yet again, in the next second, it was as if there was another iron bar that ruthlessly smashed into his thigh bone, and his entire body flew up and landed heavily on the ground. He dropped his head and really didn't know what had just happened. Li Xiong, who was lying on the ground, was dumbfounded for a while. It took only a dozen seconds for Forestry to fall on the ground. How is this possible? Forestry is relying on his fists to fight his way to the throne of Jiangzhou's underground leader. He has been through an unknown number of bloody battles. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so pretentious to come in alone and leave his men outside. It's that he's confident that one person can handle it. Where do you think? More than 10 seconds. he actually got down. Before the eyes of this scene, are he my hallucination? Li Xiong was almost stunned again. Who the hell are these two guys? Where did the hidden experts come from? It's too scary. Li Xiong does not know. Forestry step by step to fight up the blood battle is indeed very powerful. But in the end, it is still a brawl between punks. Encountering Zhao Bailu, such a horrible person, who really learns killing techniques, is definitely impossible to be a rival. And even unbearable. Tibetan Mastiff, are you dead outside? Give me the old man to bring people to kill in. Forrest failed in his pretenses and was no match for Zhao Bailu. He immediately yelled at the door. There were over 300 of his minions there, and when they swarmed in, you would be instantly overwhelmed even if you were good. Chapter 54, The Real Dragon Head. Brother Mastiff, will Master Lin be alright going in alone? Outside the restaurant, a junior, seeing Forestry enter the restaurant alone, had a hint of worry on his face. What could be the matter? It's not like you guys don't know how powerful Master Lin is. 20 men like you wouldn't even get close to him. Those fools inside, messing with us? Today they only have a way to die. The Tibetan Mastiff roared in dissatisfaction. He looked very rough, his face was bearded, similar to the beast, and more fierce, so he got this nickname. Forrest entered the restaurant alone. He was not worried at all. After all, he had once seen with his own eyes. Forrest mowed down more than 50 people by himself. Those people inside are just dirt to Forestry, and it won't take more than a few minutes for them to go in and clean up the mess, so he was relieved to smoke with these minions. However, a few minutes later, shouts did come from inside, but not for them to go in and clean up the battlefield, but for help. At once, the Tibetan Mastiff and the rest of the people just stared in disbelief. Are you kidding? The people inside, even Master Lin is no match for them? How is this possible? Kill in with me and save Master Lin. The Tibetan Mastiff roared, taking the lead and rushing into the restaurant. They immediately saw another incredible scene. Li Xiong, those people were lying on the ground, and most of them had fainted. Forestry was injured, also lying on the ground. And the other party, surprisingly, there are only 4 people. No, it is only 2 people, because the other 2 people, standing in the back, the body is trembling, obviously cannot be considered a warforce. 2 people, hit Li Xiong 7 or 8 people, and hit the forestry industry. How is this possible? The Tibetan Mastiff stared wide-eyed, full of disbelief. The rest of the punks, they are also a little confused. The underground world is always saying how powerful Forestry is. How is it here? Put over by 2 people? Who the hell are these 2? Isn't their strength too terrifying? What are you waiting for? Get them! Forrest roared. The Tibetan Mastiff gritted his teeth and was about to order the charge over. Stop! A loud roar suddenly came from behind him. A man with a country face and a stocky build walked in from outside the restaurant. Who the hell are you? How dare you tell us to stop? Are you one of those 2 helpers? Kneel on the ground and wait for your punishment. A yellow-haired gangster rushed to the front of the man with a Chinese character face, waving the iron stick in his hand and yelling loudly. Boom! The country-faced man directly threw a punch. The punk, in a flash, fell to the ground, unconscious. The surrounding gangsters all became furious and wanted to make a move against this man with a Chinese character face. Stop! Yet at this moment, another explosive shout rang out. The person who shouted stop was no other than Forestry. The gangsters turned their heads and looked at Forestry with a face that was hard to confidently. Why did Forestry shout at them to stop? All of you, get out! The scene that shocked them appeared again. Forestry even told them to get out? What does this mean? He is not going to clean up Qindong and Zhao Bailu? They were so surprised that they thought their ears had misheard, so they stood there without moving. Are you deaf? Get out! Forrest yelled again. The gangsters then believed that they hadn't misheard and had to turn around and leave the restaurant. Even the injured Li Xiong and the others were carried away. The man with the country face, why does he have such a deterrent power? Even the forestry industry is afraid. Telling these punks to get lost. Isn't this a little too incredible? Just because his name is Hong Tao, is the real leader of the underground world in Jiangzhou. Forestry was nothing more than a puppet supported by their Hong family. The reason for supporting such a puppet was not because he was afraid that his family would be implicated. After all, the underground world is all about gray business. The Hong family tried desperately to whitewash themselves and joined the Jiangnan Business Alliance for this purpose, secretly supporting a puppet like Forestry to control the underground world. In case something goes wrong, cut it directly and let Forestry be the scapegoat, so that the Hong family will not be implicated. That's why Forestry is so afraid of Hong Tao. The other party is the real leader. He can't even compare to an earthworm. If he doesn't listen, just get him killed and put someone else on the throne. Master Hong, what are you doing here? Forrest struggled to get up from the ground and walked over to ask respectfully. Hong Tao ignored him and instead walked straight to Qindong. Qindong, I've given you a fright. This asshole wants to kill or die by your word. Forestry clueless. Yang Chang and Zhou Xiaoman were confused. The people outside the restaurant heard it and were confused. Hong Tao had actually come here to help Chen Dong. What kind of person is Chen Dong? Hong Tao still looks like he has so much respect for him. Forrest couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. The Hong family is one of the largest families in Zhengzhou. Hong Tao is the young family head, but he is so respectful. To Chen Dong, this Chen Dong's identity, it is simply unimaginable anymore. And I have offended him. Forrest was instantly drenched in cold sweat, plopped down on his knees. Chen Dong. Villain has eyes and does not recognize Taishan. I do not know that you are really a foe. Just now there was an offense. Please don't be general with the villain. Knock. Forestry began to kowtow, and within a few moments the floor crumbled, blood all over his forehead. The punks outside the restaurant were horrified at the sight. That's Master Lin, the leader of the underground world. How could he kneel and kowtow to Chen Dong in public? This is simply magic. Li Xiong, who had really messed with Chen Dong, fainted with a howl when he saw this scene. I thought that the two over the river dragons. Where did I think that? Forestry would have to kneel and kowtow. He is dead, and his whole family may be destroyed. The punks were so frightened that they turned around and all tried to run away. Yang Chang was even more wide-eyed. When did my brother have such a powerful status? The bosses of hundreds of gangsters actually have to kowtow to him. Find some time. I must ask him properly. Zhou Xiaoman is even more unbelievable. Previously, when Yang Chang asked her to help Chen Dong find a girlfriend, she was not happy, because Chen Dong's impression in her heart is poor D Silk. To find him a girlfriend, is not it harmful to other girls? However, just now what a powerful gangster boss actually gave him a knee and kowtowed to him. Head broken did not dare to stop. What does this mean? It shows that he is more powerful than this gangster boss. More powerful. How can a person like this be a poor D Silk? His status was simply too high for women like them to reach. Zhou Xiaoman felt a pang of regret in her heart. Don't apologize to me. The one you messed with is my brother. If he wants to forgive you, this will be settled, Chen Dong said in a cold voice. When Forrest heard this, he immediately turned around and knelt down to Yang Chang. This brother, I have eyes but do not recognize MT. Tai, I have offended you. Please forgive me. Yang Chang was once again confused. His family has a little money, but just a few tens of millions. However, now, this leader of the underground world actually apologized to him, or kneeled down to apologize. He pinched himself hard. It wasn't a dream, and his voice trembled as he said, that. Never mind. Knock. Forrest kowtowed 3 more times and bellowed, many thanks for sparing my life. He climbed up from the ground and carefully stood behind Hong Tao, not daring to breathe. Get lost. Stop embarrassing me. Hong Tao drank. Forrest flew away. Chapter 55, Oddball Brother and Sister. Thank you, Master Hong. Thank you, Master Hong. Forrest nodded his head and bowed like a true lackey. He was thankful that Gonzo Hong Tao had spared him. After Hong Tao waved his hand, he immediately fled the restaurant. Master Lin, what the hell just happened? Who was that person outside the restaurant? A junior brother asked curiously. Pa. Forrest raised his hand and slapped it over. No one else who shouldn't be asked, and no one is allowed to pry, or else I'll get you all killed. He was clear about his position as a puppet supported by the Hong family. As a puppet, one has to be aware of the fact that he can't let others know about his relationship with the Hong family, because if he knew, if something happened in the future, the Hong family would be implicated by him. Therefore, once someone knew about his relationship with the Hong family, he would immediately be removed by the Hong family and then support a new person to continue to be a puppet. That's why he strictly forbade his little brother from inquiring into the matter. He led his minions out of the restaurant in flames. You two go back as well. In the restaurant, Chen Dong said to Yang Chang and Zhou Xiaoman. The two were a little hesitant, wanting to ask Chen Dong some questions. However, this was clearly not the right place to do so they could only call it quits and find an opportunity to inquire in the future. Mr. Hong, thank you for your help this time. Chen Dong expressed his gratitude to Hong Tao. Dong Chen is polite. I am entertaining 2 friends. Do you want to get together as well? Hong Tao extended an invitation to Dong Chen. It's not good to disturb you guys, right? Chen Dong didn't want to go. They're all from the Jiangnan Business Alliance. They didn't go to the party last time, and when they heard that you've become a 10th level member, they all wanted to look up to you. Hong Tao laughed again. He had invited him like this, and for Chen Dong to refuse would be very inadequate. So Chen Dong agreed. Zhao Bailu went with Chen Dong. The two drove behind Hong Tao, and it didn't take long to arrive at the Golden Waterfront Casino. This is one of the biggest casinos in Zhengzhou, and every day I don't know how many handsome men and women come here to have fun. The car had just arrived at the entrance of the casino when suddenly a red Ferrari rushed out from the side and almost collided with Hong Tao's car. Did someone get drunk again? Chen Dong frowned as the next scene made it a little difficult for him to understand. only to see Hong Tao rush down from the car with a face of anger, quickly went over to open the door of the other car, screwed the driver down, stood at the intersection his account, Hong Dish. In the future, let me see you drive. I'll throw you into the river. Hong Tao, you've long wanted to get me killed so that you can inherit the family fortune alone. You fart. You do not know how to drive. You still drive. Someday how you die in a car accident do not know. Hong Tao, don't worry. Before I die in a car accident, I will definitely run you over first. The owner of the car is a female, 17 or 18 years old, wearing a halter top and shorts, with a lot of pigtails on her head, and a butterfly tattoo on her exposed little shoulder. She knows Hong Tao? It looks as if they are still family, but why so full of deep hatred? Chen Dong and Zhao Bailu both stepped down from the car, and Chen Dong curiously asked, "Who is this little girl?" Hong Tao was very embarrassed. "Chen Dong, I'll let you laugh. She's my sister Hong Dai. You stay away from my brother. He's no good." Hong Disk skimmed his lips. Hong Tao became even more embarrassed. Chen Dong did not know what to say. How could there be such a brother and sister? It was obvious that he couldn't control what was going on between the siblings, so he stepped aside with Zhao Bailu and watched as they continued to argue. The quarrel stopped after about 10 minutes or so. Hong Tao continued to bring Chen Dong and Zhao Bailu to the party box. Hong Dish insisted on following along. Hong Tao had no choice but to bring her along. "Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, this is Mr. Chen Dong, a 10th level member of our business alliance." In the Supreme Box, Chen Dong met the two guests that Hong Tao had entertained. A surname Li, a surname Wang, are more than 50 years old, slightly fat. They are engaged in the face of the pharmaceutical profiteering industry. The family property are several million. After listening to Hong Tao's introduction, he was astonished. Although they had already heard that 10th level member Chen Dong was young, they did not expect that it was young to this extent. "You're in your early 20s, right? It's amazing that you can just casually take out $10 billion and move up to the top tier 10 membership. This was really something unimaginable. Definitely something that only people who came out of hidden families could do." So those two old bosses immediately treated Chen Dong with all respect. "Chen Dong, how are you? I've heard of your great name for a long time, and when I see you today, your name really lives up to its reputation." The old boss surnamed Li laughed. "Chen Dong is really a hero, so young and so extraordinary. We really admire him." The old boss surnamed Wang also complimented Chen Dong. "The two old bosses are really too polite. We are all members of the Jiangnan Business Alliance, so don't be so outgoing. All sit down." Chen Dong laughed. He was the first to sit down before anyone else dared. This was something that was simply unthinkable before. Hong Tao, Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, all these people are big bosses with tens of billions of dollars. Chen Dong was not even qualified to meet them. However, now, each and every one of them were respectful and courteous to Chen Dong. Being rich is damn good. Chen Dong sighed again in his heart. "Hey, Chen Dong, you are a 10th level member yet. Can you open my brother's first level membership?" Not long after the banquet had proceeded, Hong Dish asked Dong Chen in a low voice. This made Chen Dong really cry and laugh a little. What kind of deep hatred does this girl have with her brother? Why does she have to go against her brother? Expelling a member requires 2/3 of the members to agree together, and only if that person has done something wrong. Shandong said, "Is it wrong for Hong Tao to beat his sister?" Hong Dish inquired again with a serious face. "This, doesn't he count?" Shandong said. "What about beating to death?" Hong Disk asked again with a very serious face. "This, still doesn't count, because this is a family matter." Chen Dong could hardly stand it anymore. What a superb sister. Hong Tao was embarrassed, and several times he picked up the bottle and wanted to smash it over, and finally held back. Mr. Li and Mr. Wang both wanted to laugh, but in the end they held it in. After all, it was Hong Tao who invited them to dinner, and they couldn't let Hong Tao lose face. Boom! With a loud bang, the door to the box was suddenly kicked open. A very cold man in a black suit, wearing sunglasses, walked in. "This is the Supreme No. 1 box?" The man surveyed the surroundings and pulled out a card and threw it on the table. "No matter where my master eats and plays, he only needs box number 1, so please get out immediately. There's $1 million on the card. It's to make up for your losses." Hong Tao was stunned, and Mr. Li and Mr. Wang were stunned. Even Hong Disk was slightly stunned. Where's this arrogant man from? How dare he kick out people from the Golden Waterfront's premier box 1? Are you out of your mind? It's not just anyone who can come here and spend money. It's even more unusual to be in the Supreme Box, to be able to eat in the Supreme Box 1, regardless of identity, status, and power. It is definitely an existence that ranks at the top of the list in this city. How dare he evict them? Who is his master? Chapter 56, The Big Man from the Imperial City. Who is your master? Do you know who I am? How dare you tell me to get out of here? How many lives do you have? Hong Tao walked over and asked in a cold voice. The Hong family is one of the biggest families in Zhengzhou. The leaders of the underground world are nothing more than puppets they support. Today, Hong Tao entertained guests, but someone came in and told Hong Tao's group of people to get out. This hit Hong Tao's face too hard. It was Hong Tao who was curious. What was the other party's origin? Dare to be so arrogant? You are not qualified to know the identity of my master. As for who you are, a Zhengzhou landlord, right? I'm not interested in knowing that much detail. Just get out of the box immediately. Otherwise, if you keep my master waiting, you won't be able to bear the consequences. The cold man wearing sunglasses warned again in a cold voice. Snap! Hong Tao directly smacked a big ear. He had practiced martial arts since he was a child, and had long since been at the peak of the external strength, and a random punch would have a force of several hundred pounds. The man with the sunglasses was knocked straight to the ground. Hong Tao stretched out a foot and stepped on his swollen face. Who is your master? So powerful? Does he know that this is Zhengzhou? Does he know that my name is Hong Tao? On the ground of Zhengzhou, against me, Hong Tao. Is he tired of living? On that person's face, there is a hot and intense pain, and it is even more so that he feels that his jaw is going to be stepped on and dislocated. He took a deep breath, calmed down, and roared in pain. Have the guts to let go of me, and let my master come to meet you. Hong Tao sneered and retracted his foot, and the man struggled to climb up from the ground. Half of his cheeks had been swollen like a pig's head. Go and call your master. Don't try to escape. You won't be able to escape in Zhengzhou. Hong Tao sneered again. You wait. The other roared menacingly and turned to run. Chen Dong, Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, made you all laugh. I can't believe I'm not even at peace after inviting you all for a meal. Hong Tao said to the crowd with an apologetic face. Mr. Hong, we still need to be careful about this. The other party dares to provoke you here. They are definitely big time. Both Mr. Wang and Mr. Li were worried. Nothing. Hong Tao took out his cell phone. He was not a reckless person. How could he not have thought that the other party had come prepared? He dialed a phone. Uncle Zhao, Uncle Feng, please come to the Golden Waterfront Supreme No. 1 box. The people he called to call were none other than the 4 inner strength experts that their Hong family provided. With those 4 in place, he didn't need to be worried about the other party no matter what their origin was. Lobby, Yahtzee area. A man of 27 or 28 years old was sipping red wine with a deep look on his face. Next to him, a very handsome-looking man carefully held the bottle. When the other man finished his drink, he immediately filled it up. Young Song, this is our best red wine in Zhengzhou. How do you feel? The handsome man inquired. The taste is a little bit worse. The man known as Young Song shook his head with some dissatisfaction. Young Song, I'm really sorry. This place in Zhengzhou is really too small. I can't even find a bottle of red wine that satisfies you. I'm really too ashamed. The handsome man added. Yeah, this place is too small, and I don't know why she wants to study at the university here. I have to come a long way to find her. The man known as Song Xiao had a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Sooner or later, Miss Ouyang will understand your feelings. The handsome man persuaded. There's no male near her at school, right? The eyes of this man known as Song Xiao suddenly went ice cold and a murderous aura filled the air. Don't worry, I've been staring in the dark. Whoever dares to come close, I'll deal with them at the first opportunity. The handsome man smiled curtly again. Good. The man known as Song Xiao nodded in satisfaction. This time I came to Zhengzhou. Besides looking for her, there's a second thing. A little Hong Tao. Thinking that just because he became a member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance, he can go against me? Come to Zhengzhou this time and clean him up straight away. When the handsome man heard this, he immediately laughed again. The Jiangnan Merchant Alliance. It's just a bunch of rabble. Where does it compare to the Imperial Capital Business Alliance that you are a part of? Hong Tao is really out of his mind for going against you. Find a time to not only kill him, but also eliminate the Jiangnan Business Alliance as well. When the man known as Song Xiao heard this, a trace of worry suddenly showed on his face. The Jiangnan Business Alliance is not good to move now. The people I planted got the latest information. There's a person from a hidden family who spent $10 billion to upgrade to a 10th level member. This can't be right? The handsome man was stunned. With this kind of status, he should go to the Imperial Capital Merchant Alliance. Why would he go to the Jiangnan Merchant Alliance? Who the hell is he? The man known as Song Xiao shook his head. Currently, I only know that his name is Chen Dong, but his identity and background is not found in any of the hidden families I know. Chen Dong? The handsome man's face showed a trace of shock when he heard those 2 words. It felt so familiar, like he'd heard it somewhere. Suddenly, he shook his head. Again, impossible. Absolutely impossible. That Chen Dong is just a poor D-Silk. Definitely just the same name. You know this person? Seeing the handsome man's surprised expression, the man known as Young Song immediately inquired curiously. Aye. The handsome man had just opened his mouth when a man wearing sunglasses with half of his face swollen quickly rushed over this way. This person was the same person who went to the box to tell Hong Tao and the others to get lost. Young Song, I've been beaten. Very well, Hong Tao beat up Lao Zi's men. Getting rid of him will be justified. Let's go to the box. He stood up, and the handsome man, the one who had been beaten, and an old man, followed him, and together they walked towards the Supreme One box. He really did find someone to pick on purpose. The purpose was to have an excuse to get rid of Hong Tao. Who the hell is he? This is Zhang Zhou. The Hong family is one of the top families in the open. He has that strength to get rid of Hong Tao here? Even if he gets rid of it, he's sure he'll get out in one piece? Does he really take the Hong family that seriously? Where in the world did he get that? His name is Song Hu. He is from the imperial capital, and his bottom line comes from the hidden family he is in. The handsome man's name is Che Yun Gang. He is also the president of the student union of Jiangzhou University. The name of the beautiful woman that Song Hu came to Jiangzhou to find was Ouyang Phoenix, the hidden family Ouyang's family, who had a marriage contract with him, since he was a child but had been running away, so he came to Jiangzhou to attend the university. Supreme One box, Song Hu, Che Yun Gang and a few others walked in. The originally confident Hong Tao's face instantly changed when he saw Song Hu, and at this time, Che Yun Gang also saw Chen Dong. His face instantly also showed a trace of surprise. How could this poor D-Silk be here? He wasn't in a position to talk right now, so he held back his curiosity and didn't inquire. At the same time, Chen Dong also saw him and was curious as to how this Jiangzhou University schoolboy, the president of the student union, could also appear here. Hong Tao, you are really powerful. Last time you robbed my business, this time you beat up my people. You really don't put me, Song Hu, in your eyes. Chapter 57, Don't touch my sister. Hong Tao was scared and backed away, his face ham-fisted as he explained, Xiao Song, I didn't know it was your people. I'll cover the medical expenses, and for the last business, I'll give you all the profits. Ha 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 ha. Song Hu laughed out loud. Lao Zi stabbed you, in compensating you a little medical expenses. Do you promise? An anxious look appeared on Hong Tao's face. He didn't expect that the person who provoked him was actually sent by Song Hu. Song Hu was from a hidden family, and it was simply unimaginable how powerful such a family could be. It was no exaggeration to say that they could crush Hong Tao to death like an ant, while the entire Hong family, however, did not even dare to let out a single fart, because if you let it go, the whole family will be doomed. The two men were feuding because of a business deal half a month ago. Hong Tao didn't know that the boss behind it was Song Hu, so he just grabbed it. Knowing this afterwards, he sent someone to the door at the first opportunity to apologize, but it was of no use. Today here, he is going to let Song Hu all the profits gained from that business. Where did he think that Song Hu still refuses to stop? He was cornered and could only ask Song Hu in a cold voice. Young Song, what exactly do you want? Song Hu laughed harshly. You Tama, a person from a small family in Jiangzhou. How dare you rob my business? Do you know that because of the stupid things you did, you made me a joke in the imperial capital? I should have chopped off your dog's head and used your blood to wash away the mockery and ridicule I received. However, I don't want to kill anyone today, so I'll give you a chance to live. 1. Compensate old me $10 billion. 2. Kowtow to old me and apologize. Hong Tao's face changed. Song Hu's appetite is too big, right? Surprisingly, he asked him to compensate $10 billion, and also asked him to kowtow and apologize. Both conditions, he could not accept, and just then, Song Hu made an even more outrageous move. That is, he took out his cell phone and roared at Hong Tao again. You first kowtow to the old man and apologize. Quickly kowtow. I want to record it and upload it online, so that you are also ing mocked. That's just murderous. Hong Tao couldn't even accept an apology for kowtowing to him. It's amazing that Song Hu was even going to upload it online. How can Hong Tao still stand if this is seen by others? This is simply to step on all of Hong Tao's dignity. More excessive than even killing Hong Tao. Hong Tao yanked his fists tight. Young Song, let's give a way out when we have to spare people. Give a way out. Song Hu cursed. Lousy, where did not give you a way to live. Originally was going to kill you. Now only let you kowtow a few heads. Compensation for 10 billion even if you his horses not still want to get an inch? Hong Tao was furious. His eyes bloodshot. Fists pinched and crunched. Song Hu circled up, like a poisonous snake if he doesn't satisfy him this time. I don't know what kind of excessive things he will do next time. At that time, the entire Hong family, I'm afraid, would really be doomed. He was already thinking about sacrificing himself to save the entire family. Who are you people? Why are you scolding my brother like that? Only I can scold him. Hong Dish suddenly yelled at Song Hu. This scared Hong Tao and immediately stopped Hong Dish, then said to Song Hu, Young Song, my sister is young and ignorant. You mustn't be ignorant with her. Your sister? Song Shao looked at Hong Dish. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. That $10 billion, you don't have to compensate, kowtow thing, also forget it. But your sister has to go with us. After Song-Hu finished saying this, he turned his head and made a color, and the man who had just provoked and was beaten up, immediately walked towards Hong Dai. Don't be afraid, little sister. As long as you are honest, we promise not to harm you or your brother. The man stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, a sardonic smile emanating from the corner of his mouth. Disgusting, lewd, and perverted. Brother, I'm scared, Hong Dish yelled. Don't look at their siblings fighting every day, but they were actually very close. Song-Hu does whatever he wants, even if it makes Hong Tao kowtow, even if you let Hong Tao compensate $10 billion, even if he made a video and uploaded it online, so that Hong Tao would lose face and be unable to gain a foothold. The only thing that won't work is touching his Hong Tao's sister. Get lost. Looking at the man's salty hand that reached over to grab Hong Dish, Hong Tao was completely enraged and kicked over with a kick. Bang! The man suffered an attack and his body instantly arched. The sound of cracking ribs resounded as he flew out. Boom! He smashed against the doorframe, foaming at the mouth and extremely badly injured. Song-Hu froze. Another sardonic smile instantly appeared at the corners of his mouth. Ha 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 ha. The sardonic laughter quickly turned into a big laugh again. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Hong Tao and yelled, "You have guts, knowing that it's my Song-Hu's men, you still dare to injure. If I don't kill you today, I really won't be able to gain a foothold in the future." Boom! Song-Hu rushed towards Hong Tao with a single healthy step, and his fist was like a cannonball, ruthlessly hitting Hong Tao's chest. Hong Tao was not willing to show weakness, having already made a move. There was no way back. He also threw a sharp punch and blasted it. In an instant, the two fists collided in the air. Click here. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Song-Hu's fist, intact, and Hong Tao's fist, flying out a large amount of blood. Hong Tao was defeated. Song-Hu was a member of the hidden family after all. Such a family. There are countless masters. Song-Hu, as long as he wants to practice kung fu, those people can casually point him out, and also make him a master. Dare to call out to me, thought you were more powerful, but it turns out that Hema can't take a hit. Song-Hu taunted. He changed his fist into a claw and grabbed at Hong Disk. Even if the Heavenly King comes today, he won't be able to protect your sister. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hong Tao became furious, ignoring his injuries, and threw another punch. However, Song-Hu kicked him directly to the ground with a whip leg. Brother! Hong Dish yelled, trying to go to her brother's rescue, yet a hand had already grabbed her and was about to take her away. Little brother. Being a man leaves a thread to be seen later. Don't really go too far in everything. 4 old men with white hair walked in from outside. As soon as they appeared, an overriding aura immediately appeared in the box. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Zhao, Uncle Yang, Uncle Li, you're here, Hong Dish shouted. Quickly save my brother. Hong Tao was relieved to see the arrival of the 4. These 4 people were the 4 inner strength experts that the Hong family had spent a lot of money to provide for. Relying on them, the Hong family didn't know how many enemies they had defeated. Forestry kind has become the existence of the underground leader, but also willing to listen to the Hong family at the mercy of the Hong family, is because the Hong family has such 4 experts. With them here, Song-Hu couldn't possibly be hurting his sister a bit. 4 old things, so damn noisy. How dare you teach me a lesson? Uncle Ian, exterminate them. Song-Hu roared loudly. With him came an old man, but after entering, it was like a fossil, frozen in the corner. Song-Hu didn't call out to him, so maybe people had forgotten he existed. After Song-Hu gave the order, he reached the 4 old men with a flash. Chapter 58, All Killing Moves. The 4 old men with white hair were horrified, silent and instantaneous. Is definitely an expert among experts? One of them stepped forward and said, "Who are you?" Bang! The other party didn't say anything and blasted over with a palm. In an instant, a blazing aura exploded in the box. The old man panicked and raised his arm to block, only to hear an explosive sound. Click! The palm and the arm collided together, and the arm was instantly fractured. The old man stepped back, his face once again horrified. Peak inner strength, an expert on the Earth list? The other party still didn't say a word, but continued to burst over. The faces of the 4 old men with white hair changed. Young family master, hurry up and escape. They turned their heads and yelled at Hong Tao. After only one move, one of them was already injured. The old man's strength, unfathomable, was definitely a peak inner strength powerhouse. Such a person is qualified to be ranked on the Earth list. It was a list in the martial arts world. Those who could make it to the list were all incomparably powerful existences. Hong Tao's face changed. His Hong family spent a lot of money to provide 4 internal strength experts, but it is not lower than the one brought by Song-Hu. Is this the gap between the Hong family and the hidden family? The hidden family is really terrible. With the flip of a hand, He could overthrow a family like the Hong family. Hong Tao was decisive. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to leave later. He grabbed his sister and turned his head to Dong Chen, Mr. Wang and Mr. Li, and yelled, "Three of you, today, Hong Mao's hospitality is not good, so each of you run for your lives. We'll make amends some other day." He was about to take Hong Disc and escape through the window. Ha! A cold laugh, as if it were a poisonous sting, reached his ears, making him shudder. Turning his head, the person who sneered was none other than Song Hu. He was also an expert who was about to enter the inner strength realm. Hong Tao is no match for him. He killed towards the Hong Tao siblings while the 4 internal strength experts of the Hong clan were all being held back. Want to leave? That's impossible. Song Hu had a fierce smile on his face, like a wild tiger that suddenly came roaring over. Boom! Hong Tao was cornered and sparred with him, the fist that was already injured. In a flash, the injury was even worse. The wrist was fractured. Brother! Hong Dish hissed loudly, to no avail, as Song Hu's sinfully large hand had already grabbed down towards her. He grabbed Hong Dish's clothes and was about to rip them to shreds, then insulted Hong Dish here. Hong Tao yelled, "Young Song, don't touch my sister. Anything is negotiable." "Oh, what qualifications do you have to discuss with Lousy? Are you richer than me? Are you more powerful than me? You can't compare to me in anything, other than your sister's body, which can make me barely happy. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? No discussion." He pushed harder with his hands and was about to tear his clothes. "Breaker, do it!" Chen Dong, who was standing on the sidelines, could not stand to watch anymore. Hong Tao and Song Hu's feud, he does not want to care, because he knew that he didn't have the power to match it except for his money to provoke a hidden family. What Song Hu did, however, was outrageous. The little remnant of goodwill in Chen Dong's heart made him not allow Song Hu to act recklessly here. Phew! Zhao Bailu, who had been standing behind Chen Dong and was silent, suddenly flashed in front of Song Hu. "You guys also dare to meddle in my business?" Song Hu laughed harshly. These people who were with Hong Tao, he hadn't settled the score with them yet. Now, how dare someone come to stop him? This is really looking for death. Without saying a word, he threw a punch at Zhao Bailu. Zhao Bailu also struck out at that instant. Instead of attacking with his fists, he used his fingertips to point directly at Song Hu's throat. Means longer than a fist. Before Song Hu's fist hit him, his fingers, long ago, had already nudged Song Hu's throat. But in this very moment, Zhao Bailu suddenly thought that this wasn't a battlefield and he couldn't kill anyone. Therefore the finger immediately changed the direction of the attack, pointing at the tip of Song Hu's nose. Click! The sound of a broken nose rang out, and as if Song Hu's entire cheek had suffered a heavy blow, his body fell to the ground on its back in one fell swoop. Poof! The sound of falling down startled the old man who was following him. On the other party's face, for the first time, there was an expression, and with a flash, he broke away from the battle with the 4 internal strength experts of the Hong family, and then flashed to the front of Song Hu. "Young master, are you alright?" the old man asked loudly. Song Hu's face was covered in blood, covering his nose with one hand and pointing at Zhao Bailu with the other, yelling, "Uncle Ian, kill him." The old man, a cold killing machine, immediately turned around and killed towards Zhao Bailu. His 5 fingers, curled up as if they were eagle claws, directly grabbed towards Zhao Bailu's face. This would have ripped off the entire face if it had been scratched. On the side, Chen Dong watched with some trepidation. The old man was too strong. Could Zhao Bailu be his opponent? Phew! Only Zhao Bailu suddenly moved. His figure was very ghostly. In a flash, flashing through the hand grasp, both fingers were like hooks, directly digging into the old man's eyes. The old man was horrified that there would be such a desperate fight. His hand grabbed, although he couldn't grab Zhao Bailu's cheek anymore, but grabbing down in a smooth manner, he would still tear Zhao Bailu's shoulder apart. Zhao Bailu, however, did not care. Directly 2 fingers, scratch his eyes. The result of this was predictable. The move was nullified, and he would surely die. His hand grabbed and he had to change the direction of his attack to intercept Zhao Bailu's hand. As long as Zhao Bailu's hand is caught by him, it can be torn apart in an instant. What he had in mind was that Zhao Bailu would definitely retreat, and then he could take advantage of the opportunity in attacking up. Where did he think that Zhao Bailu did not leg at all a move to tease the leg kicked over? What will happen to the arm? He wouldn't care at all. The face of the old man is once again changing. The lower is one of the most fragile places of the human body, and if it is kicked there, he will definitely die. Zhao Bailu exchanged one of his hands for one of his lives. He definitely wouldn't do it, so his legs violently glared at the ground, and his body was like an arrow off the string, immediately retreating a few steps, dangerously and narrowly, avoiding Zhao Bailu's kick. What kind of person are you? Why are you exchanging blows, all of which are killing moves? The old man inquired. This was the most terrifying opponent he had ever seen in his life. It's not like he hasn't met people who are better than him. None of those people made him feel as dangerous as the Zhao Bailu in front of him, because every move Zhao Bailu made was a killing move. All of them wanted him dead. What will happen to yourself? It doesn't matter at all. In a word, you must die. Who could not fear such a man? Zhao Bailu ignored him and instead turned his head to look at Chen Dong. Dong Chen, do you still want to make a move? No need, Chen Dong said in a cold voice. He didn't want to provoke the hidden family just yet. Young master, this person is probably a strong person on the heavenly ranking. We can't be making enemies with them anymore. The old man also whispered to Song Hu at this time. Chapter 59, The Hidden Sect? A strong person on the heavenly ranking? Are you sure? Song Hu inquired in shock. Young master, it's absolutely right, the old man said with a face of certainty. Song Hu frowned once again. There aren't many strong people like this, even in my Song family. What exactly is the other party's origin? Is it also a hidden world family? Why have I never seen it before? Also, why would someone from the hidden family sit and eat with someone from a small family like the Hong family? Song Hu hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and asking, who exactly is your excellency? Why are you meddling in Song's business with the Hong family? Chen Dong Dao, I don't want to mind my own business, but Hong Tao is a person of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. As a 10th level member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance, since I came across it, it is natural that I have to manage it. Song Hu's face changed. Xia Yungang's face similarly changed. You are Chen Dong, a 10th level member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance? Song Hu asked in shock. It had long been speculated that Chen Dong might be a member of a hidden family, but those hidden families, Song Hu knew that there was no one named Chen Dong. However, now that he had personally met Chen Dong, beside the other party, there were actually heaven-ranking experts protecting him. This proved that he definitely came from a very powerful family. It's not a hidden family. Is it in existence more powerful than a hidden family? This can't be possible. There really is such a family. Why have I never heard of it? Song Hu furrowed his brows and thought, he's actually a 10th level member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance? How is this possible? Isn't he the poor D Silk Chen Dong? Che Yungang was also thinking in horror in his heart. Chen Dong is a poor D woman who was robbed of his girlfriend by Wang Pang, a second-generation rich man. Wang Pang also posted rumors on the school forum, and he didn't even dare to fart from start to finish. How could such a person be a 10th level member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance? How could such a person be someone from a hidden family? Xia Yungang was really a bit confused. Young Song, since you know that Mr. Chen is a 10th level member of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, can you give Mr. Chen face and spare Hong Tao? Chen Dong inquired again in a cold voice. Song Hu came back to his senses, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Since Brother Chen has opened his mouth, Mr. Song can't refuse to agree. Mr. Song will give Brother Chen face and let Hong Tao go. Thank you, Mr. Song. Chen Dong laughed. Then he turned his head again and said to Hong Tao, Mr. Hong, give Young Song a toast to make amends. The grudge between you two is settled. Hong Tao hurriedly went and poured a glass of wine, respectfully handing it to Song Hu's face. Young Song, it was all Hong's fault before. You're a generous man. Drink this glass of wine and spare Hong. Sun Ho took the wine and drank it all in one go. With a smile on his face, he gestured his empty wine glass towards Chen Dong. Chen Dong nodded his head in satisfaction. Young Song is a generous man. Admirable. Thank you for the praise, Young Chen. Mr. Song doesn't dare to take it. He turned his head and looked at Hong Dish. This young lady, just now, Mr. Song took some offense. Please forgive me. Hong Tao was stunned. Hong Dish was also stunned. Song Hu actually apologized to Hong Dai? It's just unthinkable. However, they all knew in their hearts that Hong Tao apologized because of Chen Dong. Both of them immediately threw grateful glances towards Chen Dong. Young Chen, I wonder where your family lives. Mr. Song would like to pay a visit sometime? Song Hu suddenly inquired with another smile. Trying to find out about me? That won't do. Chen Dong thought to himself. His face remained unchanged as he said to Song Hu, my home is in a deep forest. The roads are impassable and transportation is inconvenient, so it is better for Song Shao not to go there. His family is in the countryside, although it is not a deep forest, but it is also dependent on the mountains. Not counting the deception of Song Hu, deep in the mountains? Could it be that his family is a hidden sect? Song Hu pondered in his heart. This kind of secluded sect usually doesn't care about the affairs of the Red Earth, but it definitely can't be messed with, because maybe, with these sects, an old monster will come out. Anyone who messes with them could have chickens coming home to roost overnight. On Song Hu's forehead, a trace of cold sweat appeared. Trying to keep his expression unchanged, he smiled and said to Chen Xiao, since it's inconvenient to go to Chen Xiao's home, then if Chen Xiao is free to come to the imperial capital, Mr. Song is bound to do his best as a landlord and treat Chen Xiao well. Many thanks. I will definitely come when I have time. Chen Dong laughed. Uncle Ian, let's go. Song Hu turned around and led the people away. Chen Dong breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He had finally managed to cope with it. Mud. Is this the people of the hidden family? Sure enough, Tamar is scary and powerful. If this were to be put aside in the past, not to mention the people of the hidden family, even if it was someone like Hong Tao, he wouldn't even be qualified to meet them. And now, the people of the hidden family are polite to him. Hong Tao would have definitely died if he hadn't come to his rescue. Alas, the identity is different. It seems like we have to work hard to adapt. Chen Dong sighed in his heart. Song Xiao, outside. Che Yun Gang wanted to speak. Song Hu asked in a cold voice, what are you trying to say? That Chen Dong, he is a poor D silk from Jiangzhou University. Che Yun Gang was shocked. Poor DS at JNU? You're not kidding? Song Hu was shocked. Young Song, absolutely not. Che Yun just took his cell phone out and quickly opened the campus forum, which contained posts about Chen Dong, as well as photos of him stealing luxury cars. After Song Xiao read it, his heart burst with a mixture of flavors. Uncle Ian, are you sure that person beside him is a heaven-ranking expert? Song Hu inquired. Young master, absolutely. The old man almost fell into his hands just now. Thinking back to the battle just now, in the old man's heart, there was still a pang of fear. How can such an uncomplicated character be scolded as a poor D, and have his girlfriend snatched away by a rich D? Song Hu was somewhat incomprehensible. Maybe it's a game of red dust. The old man thought for a moment and told Song Hu, it's not as if there aren't such tall people in this world. Song Hu frowned. Game of red dust? Could it be that he really came from a hidden sect? He muttered up in his mind. You can't mess with someone like that. Dong Chen, thanks for saving my life. In the future, if you need anything from the Hong family, just say the word. In the box, Hong Tao knelt down to express his gratitude to Dong Chen. Mr. Hong, we are all members of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. Why are you so polite? Chen Dong helped him up. A few people refound a box and ate a meal before parting ways. Xiao Bailu sent Chen Dong back to school. Chen Dong said to him, Breaker, how is your mother's illness? After the operation, I've already started to recover. Thanks to Chen Dong's concern, Chen Dong laughed. It's good to start recovering. During this period of time, you'd better go and accompany the old man. Xiao Bailu worriedly said, Dong Chen, who will protect you if I leave? Chen Dong laughed. I'm a college student who stays in school every day. Where do I need protection? Don't worry about it. Xiao Bailu hesitated for a moment and asked Chen Dongdao, Dong Chen, do you still need people? I have a few comrades who climbed out of the pile of death. After being discharged from the army all these years, they have not been living as well as they should. To be. Xiao Bailu had not even finished speaking when Chen Dong directly interrupted. What he desperately needed right now was a capable fighter like Xiao Bailu. No matter how much there is, I'll take it all. I'll start with a salary of $10,000. If you do a good job, you will be rewarded with a house, and I will pay for your children's tuition. I'll pay for the medical expenses of the old people in my family who are sick. Chen Dong waved his hand. Being rich is so domineering. Chapter 60, the system is a pit. Many thanks to Chen Dong. Many thanks to Chen Dong. Xiao Bailu shouted excitedly. Those comrades of his, they learned the art of killing in the army. When you get out of the military, these skills, you simply can't use them. They are out of step with the world. I can't do anything that's against the law. That's why most of them were like Xiao Bailu before, working as a security guard in a school or a factory and living a very unsatisfactory life. Xiao Bailu had long wanted to talk to Chen Dong about this matter. However, he was worried that Shan Dong would not be happy. Because Chen Dong paid a lot of money to hire him and cure his mother. What does he mean by introducing someone else to him? Treating Chen Dong as a fat goat to be jerked off at will? So he hadn't dared to speak up. Today finally found the opportunity. He asked tentatively, originally did not hold any hope, even already prepared to be scolded. Where did he think that Chen Dong would actually be so happy and agree in one breath? He also offered such a generous offer that his comrades would be overjoyed if they knew about it. Hurry up and call them. The quicker they come over the better. The fare will all be reimbursed. Chen Dong hesitated for a moment and added, those who have difficulties at home can also go to Jiang Menghan to help them out. Yes, Dong Chen. I'll call and inform them immediately. Xiao Bailu said excitedly. Chen Dong nodded and opened the car door to get out and walk towards the school. Xiao Bailu also quickly pulled out his cell phone in the car. Zhang Jingmei? At the entrance of the school, Chen Dong saw a familiar figure, which was none other than Zhang Jingmei, the great beauty of Jiangzhou Arts Academy. He walked up and asked curiously, what are you doing here? Waiting for someone? Zhang Jingmei was a bit surprised to see him. I came to look for you. Just wanted to call you. No. Why did you come back from outside? What did you go for? She gazed at Chen Dong as if she was interrogating a criminal, and even took her nose and sniffed. Chen Dong was annoyed. Was this catching adultery? Isn't Zhang Jingmei's control too broad? What are you looking for me for? Chen Dong inquired. That tomorrow my parents are coming. Want to invite you for a meal. Zhang Jingmei lowered her head, not daring to look at Chen Dong. Her cheeks were red to her ears. Her parents are here to see their son-in-law. That's why she's so embarrassed. Why did you invite me for dinner? Chen Dong inquired with a puzzled expression. You borrowed 200 million to tide my parents over. They wanted to thank you in person, so they invited you to dinner. Zhang Jingmei explained. A little money? No need. It's so late. You should go back to school. It's not safe for a girl to be out here. I'll get you a car. Chen Dong was very sweet and called a car for Zhang Jingmei. Zhang Jingmei wanted to kick him to death. A girl came to him in the middle of the night, and he didn't associate them with the fact that they should go and take care of the hotel owner's business. Zhang Jingmei held a bellyful of anger and was sent back to school by Chen Dong calling a car. She returned to the dormitory, ignoring anyone who called, and slept under the covers, cursing Chen Dong in a low voice all night. Dongzi, give me an honest answer. Who the hell are you? Back in the dormitory, Chen Dong received another call from Yang Chang. What happened today was better than anything that had ever happened to him in his life. They messed with the gangster Xiong, and Chen Dong brought someone to take care of it easily. The gangster called the leading underground world leader, Master Lin, who was thinking to himself that he was definitely finished, and he had even dragged Chen Dong into it. Where do you think? Chen Dong also called a person, directly to that Master Lin, scared to kneel and beg for forgiveness. He thought he was dreaming at the time and pinched himself a few times and felt the pain before he was convinced that it wasn't a dream. So, after leaving the restaurant, he has been wondering what Chen Dong's identity is. It's at this point that you can't help but call and ask. Chang Zi, don't care what my identity is, as long as you remember that we are good brothers. Chen Dong Dao. Wow wow wow. A woman's scream suddenly appeared over there, and Chen Dong's face changed. Yang Chang, what the are you doing? What do you mean at this late hour? You're calling the old man. Shandong was on fire. Yang Chang actually called him when he was doing something. What do you mean? Bullying him for being a bachelor? He's taking back what he just said about them being good buddies. Dongzi, the school flower is pestering you. You don't lay your hands on it. The iceberg beauty is looking for you. You don't lay your hands on it. And there's also Zhang Jingmei. You don't see it. Do you say, you don't deserve it now? You still complain with me what? Roll. Yang Chang let out an angry curse and hung up the phone. Chen Dong shook his head as he put down his cell phone and opened the system. Host, Chen Dong. Strength, 300. Intelligence, 150. Physical strength, 200. Spirit, 150. True value, 198. Today's balance, 100 trillion. Truth is worth an extra 100. There's 50 of them, and Yang Chang and Zhou Xiaoman are grateful for what he got. There are 50 that Hong Tao and Hong Disk are grateful to him for obtaining. He immediately added to the various attributes. Yet it doesn't add up. System, what's going on? I can't add my attribute points. Host, as an ordinary person, your attributes have been added to the extreme. If you still want to add to it, you must become a martial artist. In order to become a martial artist, one must practice martial arts. Chen Dong is worried that martial arts techniques, like immortal cultivation techniques, require more than 1,000 points of sincere value to be exchanged. Then he will have to wait until the year of the monkey to obtain Don't worry, host. The external strength martial arts technique is very cheap and only requires 100 points of true heart value. Does the host want to exchange it? Chen Dong frowned and pondered. Cultivating martial arts, one must also take one step at a time. 100 points. It's a good deal. System, redeem it for me right now. A flash of spiritual light passed through Chen Dong's mind, and various images appeared. The strongest technique of the external strength. Hegemony fist. Those images were the moves of practicing the hegemony fist. Although Chen Dong has memorized it all, it is still time-consuming and labor-intensive to practice. System, is there a quick fix? Chen Dong inquired in his mind. Yes, you can get it by spending 100 points of truthfulness value. The system said. 100 points? I don't have enough right now. Is there another way? Chen Dong asked anxiously. After obtaining the hegemony fist technique and deducting 100 points, he was left with only 98 points, and he hoped that the system would give him a discount. The host can draw a raffle for 10 points once. The system said. This is good. A smile appeared on Chen Dong's face. He was able to draw 9 times. As long as he won once, this was more cost-effective than a discount. Start the lottery immediately. Thanks for the patronage. Thanks for the patronage. Thanks for the patronage. You big shot. Looking at the only 8 points of true heart value left, Chen Dong cursed angrily. This lucky draw system. It's too pitiful, right? 9 consecutive draws actually did not hit once. Chen Dong was really curious as to whether the owner of the previous system was pitted to death like this. Although he hadn't obtained the quick cultivation method, he wasn't in a hurry either. He's now at 150 in both intelligence and mental power. This means that he can have genius-like enlightenment. Even without a quick-fix cultivation method, he could quickly master this external power technique. Chapter 61, Greeting Zhao Bailu's Comrades. Dong Chen, are you free now? When school was over in the afternoon, Chen Dong received a call from Zhao Bailu. Is there something wrong with you? Chen Dong inquired. Two of my comrades are here and want to see you, Zhao Bailu said somewhat apprehensively on the other end of the phone. Really? A happy look appeared on Chen Dong's face. Where are you guys? I'll come and find you guys immediately. Just outside the school, Zhao Bailu said. Alright, I will come out immediately. Zhao Bailu sent a location to Chen Dong, who immediately rushed there. Captain, this Chen Dong you're talking about, is he really that rich? Is he really paying us $10,000 a month? On the side of the road, Zhao Bailu stood next to two dark hulks, all of them about 1 meter 8, half a head taller than him. These two were Zhao Bailu's former comrades, one named Xu Weishang and the other Kuyan. After Zhao Bailu called them yesterday, they immediately rushed to Jiangzhou out of trust in Zhao Bailu. You all went to the hospital just now. My mom is in a VIP ward, and the cost for 1 day is several $1,000s. There are also several caregivers who take turns to wait on her, and all these costs add up to at least $20,000 to $30,000 a day. Where did I get so much money? It's all from Dong Chen. And you guys still doubt Dong Chen? Zhao Bailu said with some dissatisfaction. Captain, don't be angry. We weren't suspicious. We were just too surprised. Xu Weishang and Ku Yan hurriedly apologized. That Chen Dong, what exactly does he do? How come he's so rich? Xu Weishang and Ku Yan again inquired curiously. Chen Dong's identity don't inquire. Also not allowed to say out. In short, you know that he is not an ordinary person can be. Zhao Bailu added, recently Lao Su Lao Yan Lao Yang. Their few sacrificed. The children have received a scholarship. Do you all know? Of course I know. Who gave this? It can't be Chen Dong? Xu Weishang and Ku Yan were stunned. It's from Chen Dong, Zhao Bailu said. Dong Chen also told me that if your family has any difficulties, you can mention them to him as well. In short, as long as you work well for him, he will help you out. Xu Weishang and Ku Yan were stunned. This Chen Dong is really generous and righteous. Although they had not yet met, they were already shaken inside. Breaker, these two are your comrades? As the three were talking, a voice suddenly came from behind them, and they turned their heads to see a young man wearing short sleeves, shorts, and a pair of slippers, walking towards them. Xu Weishang and Ku Yan were puzzled in their hearts. Who is this person? How dare he call their captain by his name? Chen Dong, you're here? Let me introduce to you. These two are my comrades in arms. His name is Xu Weishang and his name is Ku Yan. Zhao Bailu walked over and introduced Ku Yan and Xu Weishang to Dong Chen. Xu Weishang and Ku Yan, directly stunned. This is Mr. Chen. They can't believe it. It doesn't look like someone with money and status in any way. I can't believe you came in a pair of flip-flops and short sleeves and shorts. That's too casual. Hello both of you. My name is Chen Dong. Nice to meet you. Chen Dong greeted with a smile. Hello, Dong Chen. The two nodded their heads. Even though Zhao Bailu had already told them that Chen Dong likes to keep a low profile, and that his explicit identity is a college student, they had already prepared their hearts. However, when they really saw Chen Dong in this manner, they still had some doubts in their hearts. However, out of their trust in Zhao Bailu, they did not lose their manners despite their suspicions. They all acted respectfully towards Chen Dong. Have you guys eaten yet? Chen Dong inquired. Not yet. Then let's go eat and talk about work stuff while we eat. Dong Chen, we've just arrived. Letting you break the bank. It's not too good, is it? Xu Weishang and Ku Yan, somewhat embarrassed, said. It's just a meal. What's the point of breaking the bank? Go to the restaurant right now and find a better one. Chen Dong Dao. The four of them got into the Audi that Zhang Menghan had assigned to Zhao Bailu. Chen Dong took out his cell phone and searched, and saw that a restaurant called Imperial Duke Restaurant was very good and not far from here. So he told Zhao Bailu to drive there. Chen Dong, it's expensive to eat in this kind of place, right? After pouring the destination, Xu Weishang and Ku Yan were immediately shocked. The hotel is 5 stories high and decorated in gold. The welcoming ladies at the door, dressed in red cheongsams, were all model figures. They stand on either side, and when someone enters, they bow and yell, "Welcome." This can be imagined. This hotel grade how high? Absolutely is Jiangzhou one of the most expensive hotel. Xu Weishang and Ku Yan were both shocked. They probably couldn't afford to eat a single dish here on a month's salary. Why would I invite you guys here if it's not expensive? Chen Dong laughed lightly. I'll reimburse all the expenses tonight. You guys don't have to worry about money. Thank you, Dong Chen. The two men said gratefully. There was no longer any trace of underestimating Chen Dong in their hearts. I'm sorry, clothed you enter. When the four reached the entrance of the hotel, they were suddenly stopped by the welcoming lady. Chen Dong wears short sleeves and shorts. Xu Weishang and Ku Yan Who is a peasant name worker dress up? Just Xiao Bailu wears a little better. To come to this kind of high-specification hotel to be blocked is normal. At this time, even Chen Dong was a bit embarrassed. It looks like the only way to make a path is to smash it with money. Rumble. A short, stocky man with thinning hair and glasses rushed out of it. He ran in such a panic that he almost fell to the ground. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. For gentlemen inside please. The man pushed aside the welcoming lady and yelled at Chen Dong's 4 people. Chen Dong and the others were a bit baffled. What was going on? They didn't think much of it and entered the hotel. What's going on here via? Manager? Aren't you not allowed to enter if you're not fully clothed? The welcoming lady asked the man with a puzzled look on her face. Except for them, even if they come in beggar's clothes, they must be put in for me, and I must be notified at the first opportunity. The man's face was serious. Manager? Who the hell are they? The welcoming lady was stunned. No questions, no nonsense, just do what I say, or get out, the man warned sternly. Yes, the welcome lady nodded. Chen Dong and the others were taken directly to the most luxurious box. On the surrounding walls, artwork hangs. Decoration starts at least $1 million. Consumption here, the lowest grade, is also 100,000 to start. Shui Shang and Ku Yan both fidgeted a bit. Relax, don't be so nervous, we are here to eat, not to be eaten, Chen Dong joked, making Shui Shang and Ku Yan less nervous. However, they can't help but be nervous. Spending a meal here, they don't know how many years they have to take out a loan to pay it back. Waiter, bring in the menu, Chen Dong yelled, turning his head. He smiled again and said to Shui Shang and Ku Yan, the two of you must not save me any money today. Saving money is looking down on me. Chen Dong, let go of the point. Good. Shui Shang and Ku Yan nodded woodenly. The waiter didn't come in with a menu, and Chen Dong was a bit annoyed at what was going on. Just at this moment, the door of the box was pushed open, and a group of well-trained waiters wearing red ceremonial clothes walked in with all sorts of fine wines and delicacies. In just a few minutes, a large table was set. Chapter 62, $1 million tip. Looking at the table full of prawns, sea cucumbers, hairy crabs, chickens, ducks and fish, Chen Dong was really confused. It's not that he's afraid to spend that kind of money, but what does this mean for the hotel? He hasn't ordered yet, and just now at the door, the welcoming lady is obviously blocking them. How to suddenly run to one person, invited them in, or invited to this luxury box, at this moment and then come to such an outburst? Chen Dong was really confused. You're the hotel manager? What does that mean? Chen Dong inquired about the short, fat man with thinning hair from earlier. Dong Chen, these are all ordered by Master Hong. He said that as long as you come to spend money in the Hong family's properties, you will be received according to the highest specifications, so all consumption will be free of charge. The manager said with a respectful face. Hong Tao arranged this? This is the Hong family's property? This Hong Tao is also too polite, right? Chen Dong was slightly shocked, finally realized what was going on. So it was all arranged by Hong Tao. The manager stood and nodded his head in a hurry. Chen Dong thought for a moment and then said to him, thank you for your Master Hong's kindness, but I still need to pay for the meal. He opens his door for business. If I don't pay, isn't that putting him at a disadvantage? The manager was immediately terrified, swinging his hands and shouting, no, 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 Chen Dong, don't dare to ask for your money. Master Hong ordered, dare to ask for money, directly break both hands. You just pity the little one. Chen Dong frowned. This Hong Tao was also to that. Alright, your Master Hong has said so. If I were to insist on paying, it would be pretentious. Chen Dong smiled faintly. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your understanding. The manager let out a sigh of relief. I'm very happy with your service, so I'm going to give you a little reward. Let's give you $1 million tip. Where did he think that Chen Dong suddenly changed his mind and said with a smile on his face like this? The people around us are all stunned. $1 million tip? That's too rich, isn't it? The manager immediately waved his hand in panic again. Chen Dong, really can't take your money. Don't make it difficult for the little people. A dissatisfied look appeared on Chen Dong's face. What do you mean? Give you the cost of the meal. You don't want it even if you don't want it. Give you a tip? You don't accept it either. Are you looking down on me, Chen Dong? The manager quickly waved his hand. Chen Dong, you're not tipping. You're breaking the bank. Chen Dong said in a cold voice. You guys have a good service attitude. It's only right to break the bank. Well, don't talk about it. If Hong Tao blames you guys for this matter, you guys call me. Under Chen Dong's strong demand, the manager and the waiter apprehensively received $1 million in tips, worthy of being respected by Master Hong. The tip is more than the cost of the meal. It's too damn luxurious. The manager's group of people walked out of the box, all sighing in their hearts. In the box, Zhao Bailu, Shui Shang, and Ku Yan did not return to their senses for a long time. Zhao Bailu was okay. Having been with Qindong for a while and knowing Qindong's spending power, Xu Weisheng and Ku Yan were directly shocked and didn't dare to speak there. $1 million in tips. How many years do they have to work to get that much money? Qindong gave it out without even thinking about it. Is this the big boss's strong financial power? This is really too much. Eat. What are you waiting for? I don't like formalities. What do you want to eat? Get it straight away. Don't ever leave your hands. Qindong grabbed a large lobster and started to gnaw on it. When the three saw him being so bold, they were not reserved and began to eat meat and drink wine. In large mouthfuls. There's none of that hocus pocus here. What with the ill have a cup to you? What have you? There's just 4 words here. Ho hum. Eat and keep ordering. All in all, have a good time. The job? Work as a bodyguard for me for the time being. The surface identity is a school security guard. And secretly protect me. When he was almost done eating, Qindong began to chat with Xu Weisheng and Ku Yan about the job. The monthly salary is tentatively set at 20,000 a month. There are bonuses, commission and annual dividends for good work. If you do a better job, you will be rewarded with a house. And your children and wives can be brought to live in the city. And your household registration and education can be solved for you. Xu Weisheng and Ku Yan were stunned. Not to say anything else, on that 20,000 monthly salary, they are all willing to stay and work for Qindong. However, Qindong even offered so many generous conditions. There are bonuses, dividends, and even a house for household registration and schooling. The two men's hearts, excited as they were beating out of their chests. Dong Chen, from now on, the lives of our 2 brothers are yours. If you ask us to go to the Mountain of Swords or the Sea of Fire, we will not even frown. Xu Weisheng and Ku Yan swore to Dong Chen, just letting you guys be my bodyguards. You don't need to go to the Mountain of Daggers and the Sea of Fire for me. Qindong faintly laughed. After dinner, Qindong took them to the school, and after slipping a few good cigarettes to the security department, Xu Weisheng and Ku Yan succeeded in becoming security guards at Jiangzhou University. Dongzi, come to the basketball court and watch how I teach Wang Peng a lesson. Qindong was leading Xu Weisheng and Ku Yan to wander around Jiangzhou University and familiarize themselves with the environment when he suddenly received a call from Yang Chang. Yang Chang, Xiao Bo, and Zhang Tian are all Qindong's die-hard friends. They made a special appointment with Wang Peng for a 3-on-3 basketball game. It was to teach Wang Peng a lesson to take it out on Qindong, who told Wang Peng not to open his dog's eyes and steal Qindong's ex-girlfriend. Alright, I'll be right there, Qindong responded. He was still happy to see Wang Peng being abused on the basketball court. He immediately rushed to the basketball court with Xu Weisheng and Ku Yan. What's wrong with you 3? Weren't you going to fight Wang Peng 3-on-3? Why are you all bruised and swollen? Upon arriving at the basketball court, Qindong saw a shocking scene. Yang Chang, Zhang Tian, and Xiao Bo walked out of the basketball gym, hanging their heads, and also had their noses, obviously beaten up. Don't he horse mention it, Wang Peng this smash in, can't afford to play. He even invited foreign aid. Yang Chang put the basketball in his hand and smashed it hard on the ground. Foreign aid? No wonder you guys are so miserable. Qindong shook his head. Wang Peng is a rich second generation. Rich, to invite 2 foreign aid is very simple. Otherwise, as Yang Chang school basketball team captain's identity, can abuse Wang Peng Tama do not recognize him. Yo, isn't this the basketball captain Yang Chang? Why do you want to leave after only playing a few balls? At your level, how dare you be the captain? Hurry up and get out of your seat. In the basketball gym, a few more people walked out. They were all Wang Peng's lapdogs, and they were madly mocking Yang Chang. Obviously Wang Peng authorized it. Yang Chang was angry with his teeth. However, as soon as he thought of the 2 foreign aiders that Wang Peng had invited, both of them were more than 1.95 meters in height and were professional basketball players, he immediately suffocated and could not say anything. Dongzi, I'm really sorry that I can't help you out today, Yang Chang said with a guilty face. Then let me help you out, Dong Chen said. When these words came out, the people around them, all of them, were stunned. You're taking it out on Yang Chang? You're like a rookie basketball player, right? You're almost as funny. Wang Peng's lapdogs immediately laughed. Yang Chang also panicked. Dongzi, don't fool around. You're little level. Singling out Wang Peng can't beat it. Don't go looking for abuse. Qindong sneered in his heart. Looking for abuse? Are you kidding? Learning Master Zhou's basketball skills is only 5 points of true heart value. Chapter 63, 2 great goddesses surrounding Qindong. Qindong wants to take it out on Yang Chang? Did you hear wrong? In the basketball gym, Wang Peng looked at the lapdog in front of him with an incredulous face. Young Wang, there's absolutely no mistaking what I heard. Qindong is right outside the basketball gym. He's about to come in, the dog-leg man anxiously said. Great. A smile appeared on Wang Peng's face. It's a lot more fun to abuse Shandong than it is to abuse Shandong's dead friends. Qindong's technique is still so poor. Wait a minute. He can abuse Qindong to death. you immediately go and invite Qin Xiuxian, Lan Yuhan, these beauties to watch basketball. Wang Peng laughed again. Previously, when Qin Xiuxian was an anchor, he spent millions on Qin Xiuxian, but he didn't even hold her hand. And recently, Qin Xiuxian took the initiative to go to Chen Dong. This is simply him a slap in the face, ruthlessly pumped in his Wang De young master's face. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? Today Chen Dong looking for death, looking for him to play basketball, such a good opportunity. If you cannot let those beautiful women to see Chen Dong lousy look, Wang Peng would never forgive himself. Alright young Wang, I'll go and invite them right away. The dog-legged man smiled and ran away. Wang Peng turned his head again to look at the two foreigners sitting on the resting bench. You two, in a fight for me, $100,000 each. Thank you, Mr. Wang. These two men, both more than 1.95 meters in height, muscular, strong bones, no matter the confrontation or technology, are first class. Coming to school to play basketball is a descending blow. Yang Chang, Zhang Tian, and Xiao Bo were the ones who were abused so badly. It didn't take long for Chen Dong to walk in from outside the dugout with his men. Dongzi, calm down, don't go looking for death. Yang Chang was still continuously persuading, but Chen Dong did not listen at all. Zhang Tian and Xiao Bo are also very anxious. Where did Chen Dong come to play basketball? He purely came to seek abuse. Wang Peng would definitely not show any mercy. Isn't this the Chen Dong student who specializes in taking pictures of other people's luxury cars and fantasizes about becoming a rich man himself? I heard that you play basketball like a rookie. How dare you step into this basketball gym? As soon as Chen Dong saw Wang Peng sneered in a conspiratorial manner. Shui Shang and Ku Yan instantly burst into a rage. Is Wang Peng looking for death? It was the first day of work for the two of them, and Wang Peng had the audacity to ridicule their boss. They immediately had to go over and teach Wang Peng a lesson. Chen Dong stopped them. This is a basketball gym. We have to settle our grudges in a basketball manner. Chen Dong smiled faintly. Young Wang, how about we fight? Wang Peng sneered. You can, but the loser has to pay a small price. Chen Dong laughed. What price? Wang Peng said. How about one person cleaning up this basketball gym? Chen Dong laughed. No problem. Dongzi, are you crazy? This is a set of. Yang Chang, Zhang Tian, and Xiao Bo all anxiously roared. As Chen Dong agreed, Wang Peng's lapdogs immediately desperately poured garbage onto the ground. Whether it's peanuts, melon shells, peels, confetti, soon the seats around the basketball arena are made to look like a dump. Even the garbage in the trash cans, they turned out and dumped it on the floor. Obviously, they are full of absolute confidence. Not to mention the two foreign helpers that Wang Peng invited. Even Wang Peng himself can single-handedly abuse Chen Dong. It's not certain who gets caught in the trap. Don't worry about me. Chen Dong laughed. Make it clear first, the one who loses, is the one who cleans the basketball hall alone, can't find anyone to help. Wang Peng sneered again. He was thinking in his heart, wait and exhaust you this. Chen Dong also smiled faintly. Young Wang, I also mean the same thing. In case you lose, you absolutely cannot spend money on hiring someone to clean up for you. You have to do it yourself. Ha ha ha. The people around him heard this and mocked again. They all felt that Chen Dong was crazy today. Taking the initiative to find the door to let Wang Peng abuse is simply out of his head. Dong Chen, what are you doing? Aren't you going on a date with me? Hurry up and go. A beautiful figure walked in from outside. It was none other than the goddess of countless students' dreams, the schoolflower Qin Xiuxian. Her appearance caused a sensation. Dong Chen is dating her? Hearing those 5 words, countless people's hearts shattered. When did I say I wanted to date you? Chen Dong was puzzled. The words were undoubtedly another blast to those around them. The schoolgirl goes out with you and you're still disgusted? Please be a human being. The crowd roared. Qin Xiuxian desperately gave Chen Dong a wink. She came to help Chen Dong out, using a date with the schoolgirl as an excuse. It was entirely possible to refuse this basketball game so that Chen Dong would not have to be abused by Wang Peng. She really has good intentions. Wang Peng saw it and was very upset. He had called for the schoolgirl to come to see how he would abuse Chen Dong. Where did it occur to me that the schoolgirl came to be about to help Chen Dong out? This is not another slap, ruthlessly thrown in his face. He gritted his teeth in anger and yelled, Chen Dong, if you want to get out of the basketball gym today, you can, but have to turn around from my crotch. Chen Dong turned his head and said in a cold voice, it's not even a match yet. Why should I go out? He turned his head and looked at Qin Xiuxian again. Your heart, I understand, but, if I Chen Dong left today, I would be laughed at for the rest of my life. When these words came out, the people around, even if they had a grudge against Chen Dong, could not help but praise a word in their hearts, having guts, regardless of skill. This is a courage that definitely not many people can have. Well, you'll be killed by them later. Qin Xiaoxian stomped her feet in anger. I think he can win. An icy voice suddenly sounded behind Qin Xiaoxian. She turned her head and immediately noticed an icy voice. It was the school's second goddess, the iceberg beauty, Lan Yuhan. Lan Yuhan's appearance caused another sensation. She was obviously here for Chen Dong. What the hell kind of luck did this Chen Dong have? It's even if the school flower came to help him out. Iceberg goddess life only music. But now even the piano are not practicing. Come to see his basketball game, but also firmly believe that he can win. My heart. Broken again. Many more seniors around them wailed. In the corner, Feng Xiaoman could not stop her tears from flowing out when she saw the scene. She dumped Shandong, thinking that there wouldn't be a girl at school to be Shandong's girlfriend. Where did it occur to me that the two goddesses, both because Chen Dong came to the basketball gym, compared to the goddesses, she is now a broken flower. Wang Peng learned that she was pregnant, so he just dumped her 20,000 yuan, let her go to get an abortion, and was not in charge of her. Thinking back to Chen Dong's booing and warming, Heron the beginning, how she wanted to turn back the clock and start over again. However, this will never be possible. There is no more chance. All she could do was hide in sadness and pain and tears. Chen Dong, hurry up and race, Wang Peng urged. He really couldn't watch anymore. The two goddesses were circling around Chen Dong. Who the hell could stand it? He wanted to abuse Chen Dong immediately, so that the goddesses could see Chen Dong's wretched appearance, so that he could diminish his favor towards Chen Dong, and he could have a chance to lay his hands on the goddesses. Chapter 64, A Terrible Blow. Not letting us play? Then who are you teaming up with? Yang Chang had a surprised look on his face. To team up with Chen Dong now would be to offend Wang Peng, and not many people in the entire Jiangzhou University would dare to do so. The basketball skills of Yang Chang, Zhang Tian, and Xiao Bo were still the top in the school, but Chen Dong didn't let them team up with him. What did he want? Take on those three alone? Isn't he crazy? I have external assistants as well. Chen Feng smiled, reaching out to point at Xue Shang and Ku Yan. Put us on the court? We're not very good at basketball. Xue Shang and Ku Yan were stunned. It's fine. It's not like I'm playing basketball by having you guys on the court. Chen Feng's stern gaze looked towards the two foreigners that Wang Peng had hired. The injuries on Yang Chang, Zhang Tian, and Xiao Bo were all left behind when they fought against those two. The purpose of Chen Dong to let Xue Shang and Ku Yan on the field is to return the tooth for the tooth. Understood. Xue Shang and Ku Yan nodded. The trio changed into their basketball uniforms and started on the court. Chen Dong, I thought you were going to run away. Why did you come so late? Wang Peng arrogantly provoked Chen Dong Dao. Cut the crap and start. Chen Dong sneered. In the first round, Wang Peng kicked off but intentionally gave the ball to Chen Dong. The people in the rest area were a bit confused. This is to cap Dongzi when he shoots, to make Dongzi lose face. Yang Chang was worthy of being the captain of the basketball team, and saw through Wang Peng's mind at a glance. Just simply winning against Chen Dong. Where could it possibly satisfy Wang Peng? He wants to cap and block Chen Dong, so that he can win the pain and make Chen Dong lose even worse and more humiliating. At this time, Chen Dong had already taken the ball and was ready to make a layup. Wang Peng is also preparing to jump. All the people who saw this scene thought that the next second would be Wang Peng's backward and first, leaping high, slapping the ball Chen Dong through and then shocking the whole field. However, a scene that one would never dream of seeing came to pass. Wang Peng was indeed a late starter, leaping high, but one man, jumping even higher than him, dunked the basketball into the basket almost across from him. He was no other than Chen Dong. Boom! The basketball landed heavily on the floor. The people in the basketball gym were shocked to see this scene. How did Chen Dong jump so high? What a beautifully handsome and seemingly dominant dunking position. In him, it's as if I see the figure of Mr. Zhou, towards, dunking the basketball into the basket through Wang Peng. Isn't this ing writing face output? It's only the first ball, and Wang Peng is writing face output? This is too humiliating for Wang Peng, isn't it? Is it really Chen Dong playing? When did he become so horribly powerful? The crowd was talking intensely. This scene was really unimaginable. It was Wang Peng who was going to cover Chen Dong and make Chen Dong's first ball a disgrace. Where do you think? Chen Dong is not the slightest bit spoiled. Directly dunking through him is not any different from writing the face output. Wang Peng really lost his face. He is in Jiangzhou University. Basketball is not the top, but it is also a master. Actually being written face output. This is going to be spread out. His young master Wang's momentary fame will be ruined. Especially here there are two goddesses who are paying attention, or he specially invited them, but it turned out to be to see him lose his face. He really had the heart to die. Young Wang, are you alright? The two foreigners walked over and pulled Wang Peng up from the ground. Both of them didn't put up a fight just now, just to let everyone watch Wang Peng perform. Where was the thought that it wasn't a performance? It was a disgrace. $500,000. Waste him for me. Wang Peng sneered in a low voice. The two guys he hired, in the pros, weren't very skilled, but had an exceptional amount of dirty moves. Just now, Yang Chang and the three of them, they only played a few balls with them, and they got their noses bruised and swollen. Just imagine how hard they hit. Now that Wang Peng had directly sent word to Scrap Chendong to give them $500,000 each, they would definitely be even less merciful. The corners of their mouths revealed a sinister smile as they dribbled towards Chendong. Chendong did not panic as he reached out and waved his hand, and Xu Weishang and Ku Yan immediately complimented him. These two outsiders hired by Wang Peng didn't even put Xu Weishang and Ku Yan in their eyes, though Xu Weishang and Ku Yan, too, looked tall, both standing at 1 meter 8, but those two people, their heights are 1 meter 9.5 upwards. Xu Weishang and Ku Yan, directly shorter than them by a big half head. It just looks so slim. That's why those two, they didn't put Xu Weishang and Ku Yan in their eyes in the slightest. A man dribbled over and faked a dodge to avoid Xu Weishang's interception. An elbow strike, but a hard blast to Xu Weishang's abdomen. The other person, pretending to intercept Ku Yan, deliberately stomped on the back of his foot. If there were no accidents, Xu Weishang and Ku Yan would immediately fall. However, accidents happen. That is, Xu Weishang and Ku Yan, they are not ordinary people. While in the army, the two were honed to bronze. All those years of doing manual labor again, so the strength didn't drop much. Bang! The person who elbowed Xu Weishang's abdomen only felt that his elbow felt like it had touched a steel plate. Painful body trembled. As for the other man, when he stepped on the back of Ku Yan's foot, it was also like stepping on a lump of iron. The top of his foot trembled. After these two had finished attacking and Xu Weishang and Ku Yan were fine, then it was Xu Weishang's and Ku Yan's turn to return the favor. Mazusan pretended to grab the ball and smacked it down. Hoo-hoo! The air felt like it was whistling. At this moment, the person he was going to beat even felt the threat of death. Snap! A thunderous and loud slap exploded. In the basketball hall, the man dribbling the ball was directly smacked and fell heavily to the ground. Like a steel plate coming down, the ground trembled. One can only imagine how ferociously he was attacked, and he directly fainted and died on the ground. The other one, Ku Yan, didn't go easy on him either. A knee top, directly on top of his knee. Click! The sound of a shattered knee sounded. The man instantly planted on the ground, covering his knee and wailing. When the people in the rest area saw this scene, they all had a chill. That's so hard. That guy's knee could be ruined and he'd never be able to do strenuous exercise again. It's basically safe to say that he said goodbye to basketball. Wang Peng, you guys play dirty. Wang Peng froze. It should be him who questioned Chendong. How come Chendong spoke first? He was instantly furious. Chendong, do you want to be shameless? Both of my team members are lying down. It is you who are playing dirty tricks. Bull ********. Chendong angrily cursed. One of you elbowed the abdomen, and one of you footed the instep. Do you think everyone is blind? If you can't afford to play, don't play. Why do you have to be so underhanded? Wang Peng felt like he had eaten countless flies, disgusted and uncomfortable. It is true that they were the first to play dirty tricks, but it was his people who fell. Now that he was accused by Chendong, he surprisingly had nothing to say. It's a suffocating feeling that's really too much to bear. Chendong, this where to find such powerful foreign aid? Actually put the professional athlete in one move. Hemas, too evil. Wang Peng cursed angrily in his heart. Chapter 65, Abusing Wang Peng. Wang Peng, even though you guys play dirty, I'm done with you. You find 2 new people to continue the match. Chendong said in a cold voice. Go on a hammer. Wang Peng cursed angrily in his heart. 2 professional athletes were put on the spot, so how dare he continue? He didn't want to be the third one to lay down. My player is injured and can't be in the game. Let's call it a day. Wang Peng said in a cold voice. You're okay. The 2 of us are fighting one-on-one. Chendong laughed again. You wouldn't be afraid, would you? Didn't you talk yourself up just now? Why are you backing out now? Tell you what, how about we play 5 goals, and if you score 1 it's considered a win for you? That comment is so humiliating. Playing 5 balls, Wang Peng scored 1 is considered to be his win. Chendong, this is how much to look down on Wang Peng. Even a clay man has a fiery temperament, let alone young Master Wang. Chendong, don't think that I'm afraid of you. That goal you scored just now was nothing but luck. One more time, I'll make it so you can't score a single goal. Wang Peng pointed at Chendong and roared. Well then, come and try. Chendong threw the basketball to him. Those who were injured have been dragged away. Outside the 3-point line, Wang Peng was fully concentrated and was looking for an offensive orientation. Hoo-hoo. However, with a flash, Chendong reached out and hooked the basketball directly into Chendong's hand. Chendong turned around and made a backward jump shot. The basketball managed to hit the basket. The people around him were dumbfounded, and Wang Peng was stunned. What a fast reaction time. What a beautiful pitch. In him, I really see the figure of Master Joe. This Wang Peng's reaction is too slow, right? How can he let someone snatch the ball away like this? Is he a wooden chicken? Wang Peng's face was full of embarrassment and embarrassment. The first ball was actually snatched by Qindong. Only a rookie amongst rookies would be in this situation. His face grimaced as he got inside the three-point line and it was his turn to play defense. He opened his hands, his eyes staring at Qindong's movements as he wondered in his head whether Qindong would break through from the left or the right. Bang! Just then, Qindong suddenly accelerated and directly crashed into him. Qindong didn't break through from the left, nor did he break through from the right. It was a direct center blast. Wang Peng was knocked to the ground by him, and one foot still stepped on his face, then leaped high into the air and put the basketball into the basket with a standard dunk. The people in the rest area roared in shock once more at the sight. Heima, Qindong the skill, can play professional league. Joking aside, the pro league players probably aren't as good as him. That was awesome. Dunking in that far from the basket. Lousy is really convinced. Wang Peng going one-on-one with him is purely looking for abuse. No, it's looking for death. The crowd shook their heads and murmured. They could all see that the difference in strength between Qindong and Wang Peng was simply not a dimension. If the fight continued, Wang Peng would be abused alive. Young Wang, are you alright? Sorry for stepping on you. Qindong walked over and asked with concern. Wang Peng's face was swollen by his stomping. Wang Peng looked at Qindong's face was all concerned, but his eyes were flashing with a gloating look. He was almost infuriated and exploded in place. Young Wang, if you are fine, let's continue. You only need to win one ball against me, and it will be counted as your win. Qindong laughed again. Wang Peng's face was blue. Win my ass. There was no way he could win. Qindong, this asshole, actually pretended to be a pig and ate a tiger. Having such great basketball skills, but never showed them. He was really planted today and could only admit defeat. Otherwise he would really be played to death by Qindong. I'm not your opponent. I'm not going to fight. Wang Peng roared in a cold voice. Young Wang, are you admitting defeat? Then the bet just now. Qindong laughed again. What bet? Wang Peng was astonished. Qindong pointed at the garbage all over the ground and laughed. Clean up the dugout. I'm Wang Peng. You're telling me to clean up the dugout? Are you kidding me? Wang Peng roared. Willing to lose the bet. Qindong smiled faintly, and when the bet was made, you added the condition that the loser must clean it up alone and cannot seek help. Wang Peng was about to vomit blood. Before the match, his lapdogs, they all thought he was going to win, so they can create trash everywhere, even in the trash cans, which they rummage through and dump on the ground. The basketball arena was made to look like a dump by them. They all thought about how Qindong would surely die of exhaustion alive when he cleaned up the place later. Where did he think that Qindong had actually defeated Wang Peng in a crushing manner? Wang Peng lost and had to clean up a dugout that at this point looked like it had turned into a dump. How could Wang Peng agree? Lousy won't do it. Wang Peng roared. What can you do to me? Qindong's eyes narrowed. Is young Wang trying to play a scoundrel? Everyone's watching, so don't give your face away. When Qindong finished saying this, Xu Weishang and Ku Yan immediately stood behind him. The two of them were like the Furies, and Wang Peng was scared and backed up. Yang Chang, Zhang Tian, Xiao Bo and the few of them also walked over and threatened at every step. And those dog legs of Wang Peng, seeing the situation, had long run away. Get a mop and broom for Mr. Wang. Qindong drank coldly. Soon, the mops and brooms were brought over, and Qindong smiled faintly again. Young Wang, please, Qindong, I remember today. You wait for me. One day, I will make you regret it. Wang Peng very reluctantly picked up the mop broom and started cleaning up. Where has he ever done this kind of work? Almost died of exhaustion. Those dog legs of his are too lack of morality. Even made some cat poop, dog poop on the ground. He had to pinch his nose and continue to sweep. Literally almost got sickened alive. It took most of the night to get it done and he literally lost half his life. It's really too bad. Not only has he become a joke, he's being tortured like this. Face and face are lost. And in the future, the story posting of the Jiangzhou University forum will have a lot more new material. Brother Dong, you really are hiding deeply enough. I can't see through you more and more. When did you learn basketball? On the way back, Yang Tao hooked Qindong's shoulder and asked curiously. I learned it from secretly watching basketball games. Qindong said perfunctorily. Forget it, I won't ask if you don't say anything. Yang Chang sighed. The last time something happened in the restaurant, he wanted to find Qindong and ask him about it. However, Qindong did not say anything, so he still did not pursue the matter further. That's a real good brother. Today is such a relief. With Wang Peng being taught a lesson like this, he shouldn't be looking for trouble from Dongzi in the future. Zhang Tian roared. If you are looking for it, just keep abusing him and abuse him to death. Xiao Bo laughed. The four people were about to return to the dormitory, when suddenly, All of them stopped in their tracks, because they all saw a beautiful figure, not someone else. It is the school flower, Qin Xiu Xian. Dongzi, looking for you. Seize the opportunity. This bank card you take. The password is Laozi's birthday. The first time don't be cheap. Find a bigger hotel. Yang Chang shoved his bank card into Chen Dong's hand and whispered. Chapter 66. Wang Peng is treated like a licking dog. Come back early tomorrow. Zhang Tian also patted Chen Dong's shoulder and whispered. I'll help you take a vacation tomorrow. Xiao Bo also whispered to Dong Chen. Are you guys a bunch of ing? What do you take me for? Each and every one of you have unhealthy thoughts. Get lost. Chen Dong let out an explosive shout. Those three people Ili made another cheering gesture with Chen Dong before turning around to leave. They are talking nonsense. You don't get angry. Chen Dong awkwardly walked towards Qin Xiu Xian and explained. What did we say? Qin Xiu Xian looked puzzled. I. Chen Dong was speechless. It turned out that Qin Xiu Xian did not hear it, and I should have known that I would not have explained it. Too embarrassing. Looking for me for something? Chen Dong inquired. His hand in his pocket feeling Yang Chang gave him a bank card. It would not be true too. Tomorrow is my birthday. Qin Xiu Xian bowed her head. Oh. Chen Dong nodded. Qin Xiu Xian raised her head with an incredulous expression. Chen Dong was a bit furious by her look. Then he remembered that he had forgotten something. He hurriedly remedied the situation. Happy birthday. And then there was nothing else. Qin Xiu Xian was stumped for more than 10 seconds before she inquired again. Hasn't it occurred to you that you should prepare a gift when a girl tells you it's her birthday? Chen Dong shook his head. No. Qin Xiu Xian collapsed. What kind of extremely straight man is this? Forget it. It's better not to be counting on him to guess his own mind. Or, he will really be pissed off alive. She doesn't want to die young. Tomorrow night, I want you to come to my birthday party. My best friends are here. Although between us, nothing may happen. I hope that you can be my best friend too. Qin Xiu Xian looked at Chen Dong with unblinking eyes. Alright, I will definitely come tomorrow night. Chen Dong nodded his head. Aha! Qin Xiu Xian told Chen Dong the address, turned around and left. Looking at her back, Chen Dong suddenly like ringing something. 2. The bank card that Yang Chang gave him. He immediately rushed up and pulled Qin Xiushuan to the kiosk. What are you doing? Qin Xiu Xian struggled violently. What do you like to eat? Take whatever you like. Empty the supermarket if you're happy. I'll swipe my card. Chen Dong slapped Yang Chang's bank card on the counter. Achoo! In the dormitory, a trace of foreboding suddenly appeared in Yang Chang's heart. He desperately sneezed. What's going on? Just as he was frowning, his cell phone suddenly received a consumption message with a consumption amount of over $50,000. This asshole wouldn't have taken the schoolgirl to the presidential suite, right? Yang Chang roared in shock. Which one of those suites could be that expensive? Other than one of those suites? This kid really knows how to play. Zhang Tian nodded. Just as the three of them were discussing it, there was a sudden knock on the door. They wondered who was knocking on the door at this late hour. When he opened it, it was Chen Dong who was holding a bunch of snacks. All three were dumbfounded. You didn't have a room with Qin Xiushuan? Yang Chang inquired. The $50,000 on my card. You took it all to buy snacks? Yang Chang roared again. Are you feeding the pigs? He nearly collapsed and fainted. He gave Chen Dong's bank card to go to do the right thing. Where did he think Chen Dong actually used to buy snacks? He almost fainted with anger. This night, Chen Dong was directly kicked out by his good brothers in the dormitory. His performance was so disappointing to his good buddies. Xian, I wish you a happy birthday and always be so beautiful. In the box, Qin Xiu Xian's good friends all came and took out their gifts to congratulate Qin Xiu Xian. However, Qin Xiu Xian appeared a bit distracted, because the one she wanted most didn't come. He is Chen Dong. Xian, what's wrong with you? Today is such a happy day. You still have something on your mind? Someone inquired curiously. No. Qin Xiu Xian shook her head. She was thinking in her heart. Chen Dong couldn't have forgotten, right? Or just don't care? So it won't come? She wanted to make a phone call, but held back. If Chen Dong insisted on not coming, wouldn't she be insulting herself by calling? Knock knock. Just at this moment, the sound of knocking on the door suddenly rang out. A happy look appeared on Qin Xiu Xian's face. Had Chen Dong finally come? She immediately went over and opened the compartment door. The person outside the door was not Chen Dong, but Wang Peng. Wang Peng held a bouquet of roses in his hand and smiled at Qin Xiu Xian. Xian, happy birthday. Qin Xiu Xian was embarrassed. She didn't invite Wang Peng, and it didn't occur to her that Wang Peng actually found his way over on his own. They were all classmates, and she couldn't refuse anymore, so she could only let Wang Peng enter the box. Thank you. Qin Xiu Xian took the roses in Wang Peng's hand and casually found a vase to insert them into, and then didn't pay any attention to it. Wang Peng's face turned a little ugly. However, he also held back from having a fit. Xian, today is a special day, so I want to confess my love to you today. Wang Peng took out a box and handed it to Qin Xiuxian. I swear that I am absolutely sincere to you. If I apologize to you any day, I will absolutely be struck by heavenly thunder. He opened the box and inside were the keys to a Mercedes. Many people in the box were immediately attracted. Mercedes S-Class. It's over $1 million, right? Young Wang is too generous, isn't he? If I was chasing me, I'd say yes in a heartbeat. What is Xin Xian waiting for? Why isn't she answering? She's not going to say no, is she? What kind of joke is that? More than $1 million for a car. She can't bear to turn it down? The people in the box were all dumbfounded. Qin Xiuxian surprisingly really refused. Xiao Wang, today is my birthday. I'm happy that you came. I really can't afford to send me such an expensive gift. Qin Xiuxian laughed and pushed back the box containing the car keys. Wang Peng's face turned very ugly. Previously, when Qin Xiuxian was an anchor, he had brushed at least a few million gifts to Qin Xiuxian. However, he did not even touch Qin Xiuxian's hand. Qin Xiuxian took the initiative to go to Chendong, making him almost fall into a joke in the school. Today is Qin Xiuxian's birthday and he hasn't been invited yet. He took the initiative to come, and he also sent more than $1 million of cars. Qin Xiuxian actually refused again. What do you take him for? Goddess teasing D-Silk? It's never been that he, Wang Peng, hooks his finger and the woman obediently goes to his bed. And now, he came like a licking dog to deliver a gift and was actually rejected. The slap, in his face, was too hard. Qin Xiuxian, there hasn't been a woman who dared to reject me. Wang Peng, you're so not giving me face today. Have you thought about the consequences? Wang Peng completely stopped pretending and his fangs were exposed. The people in the box were all scared and trembling. After all, they were all ordinary people who couldn't afford to mess with a rich second generation like Wang Peng. Qin Xiuxian's face also changed. Since Wang Peng was not in disguise, there was naturally no need for her to be polite. She coldly said to Wang Peng, "Young Wang, today is my birthday. Please don't make trouble." Chapter 67 Wang Peng messes with Hong Dan. Trick or treat? Wang Peng's face revealed unimaginable anger. Lousy swiped millions of gifts for you, and yet you say that Lousy came here to make trouble. You dead. What kind of innocence are you pretending to Lousy? Lousy let you become a complete and utter wreck here today. Wang Peng's expression was vicious, like a demon. Qin Xiuxian was frightened and panicked. Wang Peng, what do you want? I'm calling the police. Wang Peng laughed. In Zhangzhou has not dared to manage Lousy. Come on man. As he yelled again, several bodyguards rushed into the box. Wang Peng reached out and pointed at Qin Xiuxian and sneered again. Strip her of her clothes. Yes. The bodyguards immediately rushed up. Qin Xiuxian's friends were anxious and came up to stop them. Stop. Slap. How could a group of students be a match for this group of bodyguards? And they were knocked to the ground in a few hits. Wang Peng, calm down. Have a talk. Someone was lying on the ground to persuade Wang Peng. Wang Peng didn't listen at all. He laughed fiercely again. Qin Xiuxian, you didn't want it when Lao Zi gave you face. It's too late to regret now. It's over. Qin Xiuxian's friends began to despair in their hearts. Wang Peng is a rich second generation. Qin Xiuxian is just an ordinary person like them. Even if they are here today and are insulted by Wang Peng and these people, the most they can do is to lose some money. Wang Peng and they will not be sanctioned in any way. Qin Xiuxian had already been grabbed and the clothes on her body were about to be torn to shreds. They could no longer bear to see that horrifying scene happen, so they all closed their eyes. Bang bang bang. Just then, a sudden sound of a slamming door rang out from outside. Who is it? Wang Peng growled impatiently. Is this the box Qin Xiuxian booked? I'm Chendong. I'm here. The person who knocked on the door was unexpectedly Chendong. On Wang Peng's face, a fierce smile appeared again. Luck is too good. Chendong actually came. Just right. Even Chendong was packed together. He was immediately about to call out for someone to open the door of the box and let Chendong in. Chendong, run! Qin Xiuxian yelled at this time. She knew that Chendong had a history with Wang Peng, and now that Wang Peng was on the verge of losing his mind, Chendong would definitely die if he entered the box. You still dare to tip him off? Wang Peng became furious. I'll give you a little lesson first. Let's see if you still dare to go against me. Wang Peng raised his palm and was about to smack Qin Xiuxian's cheek. Chendong outside the box frowned. Qin Xiuxian shouted at him to run. Was something wrong? Boom! He directly kicked the door to scrap and then rushed in. Seeing that Wang Peng was about to hit Qin Xiuxian, he immediately shouted, Wang Peng, what the hell are you doing? Give me a stop. Wang Peng turned around and saw that Chendong had rushed into the box by himself. Wasn't this throwing himself into the net? A smile appeared on his face. He had thought that Chendong had escaped and could not clean up Chendong today. Where did he think that Chendong was so stupid as to throw himself into the net? Then he naturally would not be polite. Arrest him for me. Wang Peng pointed at Chendong and gave the order, and several bodyguards immediately pounced towards Chendong. Run! Xinxiu Xian yelled again. Wang Peng looked at her and laughed fiercely. He can't run away. These bodyguards of mine, they are all rigorously trained. 1 to fight 10 ordinary people have no problem. Today he is dead. Xinxiu Xian's face was filled with worry, and she was blaming, in her heart, that Shendong should not have come in. Just at the moment when both sides were about to make a move, a few middle school students appeared at the entrance of the box. Can you guys be a little quieter on this side? You're disturbing us. The people in the box were stunned. A couple of middle schoolers dare to scold them? Aren't they too bold? The bodyguard glanced back at Wang Peng. Wang Peng immediately cursed angrily. Damn, where did the little come from? Give me a roll, or even you guys together to clean up. A few middle school students, instead of being intimidated by him, even threatened, watch what you say to us, or when our boss comes, you won't even know how you'll die. The look on Wang Peng's face was once again stunned. He's the young master of the Wang family, and he's actually intimidated by a few middle school students? It's never been done before. He laughed harshly. Which little one is your boss again? Call it to me to see. I'll see how good she is, and I don't even know how I'm going to die? Later I'll beat her so much that I won't even recognize her mother. Good. A few middle school students, without fear, they coldly said to Wang Peng, wait here, our boss will be here soon. The people in the box, all curious, who is the boss of this group of students? So powerful? Even Wang Peng doesn't have the guts to put it in his eyes? It wasn't long before a young girl appeared with a cigarette in her mouth. When Shendong saw her, his expression immediately froze. At the same moment, she also saw Shendong, without thinking about it, and immediately threw the cigarette in her mouth. Chen, big brother. So it is you in this box. The young girl laughed. Hong Disk, why are you dressed like this? No wonder your brother keeps you on a tight leash. Shendong frowned. The young girl was none other than Hong Tao's younger sister, Hong Dai, who was a senior this year and was about to enter college. However, looking at her like this, where is like studying, purely out to fool around. He also received a group of students as little brothers and sisters. Shendong at this time wanted to discipline her for her brother. Brother Chen, sorry for the disturbance. We'll leave right away. The group of students who were awesome and bombastic just a moment ago, led by her, were immediately about to flee. Wang Peng quit. What the is going on here? A bunch of punk-looking students, after coming to provoke him, just want to walk away like that? The boss of these students seems to even know Shendong. That's all the more reason not to let them go. A bunch of ES. Weren't they great just now? Didn't they want to kill me? How come you only know how to escape now? Wang Peng cursed at Hong Dish's group. Hong Dish immediately stopped in his tracks. Big brother Chen has already seen me. Why are there still people scolding me? Could it be that the person who cursed me is not on the same page as Big brother Chen? Hong Disk walked back. Brother Chen, is this person your friend? Hong Dish inquired, pointing at Wang Peng. He, are neither. They are here to cause trouble. Shendong pointed at Wang Peng and his group of men. Understood. Hong Dish's gaze iced down. That person who cursed my little person. What's your name? My name is Wang Peng. What's going on? You won't be able to leave here today either. Wang Peng roared angrily. Hong Dish furrowed his brow and thought. She hadn't heard of this character in her circles. Why does he still dare to be so arrogant? Hong Dish couldn't figure it out. She took out her cell phone. Hong Tao, I'm being bullied. You send someone immediately. Hong Tao? Hearing these two words, Wang Peng's face gathered color. Chapter 68. The Wang family is finished. The name of the young head of the Hong family in Zhengzhou is Hong Tao. That was the real tycoon of Zhengzhou. An existence that would make Zhengzhou tremble if he casually stomped his foot. When the Wang family is compared to the Hong family, it is a mole cricket. The other party can casually extend a finger to press them to death. That's why his face gathered when he heard the word Hong Tao. Wish it was just the same name. No, it must just be the same name. If these few little people can call Hong Tao, isn't that a big joke? The worries in Wang Peng's heart completely dissipated. He sneered at Hong Dish again. That Hong Tao you called. What kind of person are you? Hong Dish said. He's my brother. He'll be right there. Wait. Oh. Wang Peng laughed fiercely again. Little, is your ing brain kicked by a donkey? You yourself are difficult to protect, but still dare to call your brother here? Later on, your brother will be just like you, kneeling in front of lousy begging for mercy. Hong Dish ignored Wang Peng's angry scolding, but said to the several little brothers and sisters around him, all the words he scolded me, write them down and show them to my brother later. Yes, those people took their cell phones and started recording. Wang Peng lit a cigarette for himself, and the corners of his mouth revealed a sardonic smile again. I'll see how long you guys can perform. After about 10 minutes or so, he waited impatiently and immediately cursed again. Little, why isn't your brother here yet? You guys can't be stalling for time, right? Chow, lousy shouldn't have fallen for it. You, go give me a hard lesson to that little. Wang Peng gave an order to a bodyguard, who immediately walked towards Hong Disk. Hong Dish hurriedly hid behind Shindong. She was anxious in her heart and stomped her feet. What's wrong with Hong Tao? Why hasn't he come yet? This asshole. Let's see how I'll clean him up when I get back. Just as the bodyguard came over to make a move, a cold cry suddenly rang out from outside the door. Someone actually dared to touch my sister in Jiangzhou. Who's so powerful? A man with a domineering face walked in. Wang Peng was originally disdainful. He would like to see this little brother. What kind of god is it? Can actually let the little have such a big courage to go against him? Wang Peng. However, after only one look, he was almost scared out of his three souls. Hong Tao. The person who walked into the box was none other than Hong Tao, the young head of the Hong family in Jiangzhou. He had seen Hong Tao, but it was at a great distance because his status was too low and he wasn't qualified enough to get close. The little brother that he just shouted in one mouthful was actually Hong Tao. It's not that the name is the same, it's the person who actually cursed Hong Tao's sister. He almost fainted directly on the ground. But just then, another scene appeared in the box, one that he could hardly comprehend. After Hong Tao entered the box, he immediately spotted Chen Dong. He immediately came up and smiled at Chen Dong. Dong Chen, why are you here? The person my sister is messing with wouldn't be you, would it? Don't worry, I'll take her back and teach her a good lesson right away. Wang Peng was dumbfounded, and the rest of the people were equally dumbfounded. Why was Hong Tao so polite to Chen Dong? There was even a hint of currying favor. He's the young head of the Hong family. To curry favor with Chen Dong could only mean that Chen Dong's status and position was higher than his. But how is that possible? Isn't Chen Dong a poor D-silk? Wang Peng was already a bit dizzy, and with what was happening in front of him, his retarded general brain was obviously unable to process it clearly in time. One by one are too shocking, too surprising. Hong Tao, what are you talking nonsense? It's these assholes who are messing around in Brother Chen's box, and they even called me names. Hong Dish was dissatisfied and stepped on Hong Tao's instep. What? Hong Tao's anger went straight to the sky, and the hole instantly looked like it had turned into an active volcano. He had thought that his sister had offended Chen Dong. Where did he think that it was a few dirty goods? Also dare to call his sister small? Isn't this also equal to scolding him? Who are you? Say your name and let me know. Hong Tao roared at Wang Peng. Poof! Another shocking scene appeared. Wang Peng, who was arrogant and incomparable just a moment ago, all of a sudden, his legs went limp and he fell to his knees. Master Hong, I don't know that your sister is here. Just now I have much offense. Please forgive Master Hong, Wang Peng humbly said. He. Hong Dish laughed coldly at this time. Wasn't you arrogant when you scolded me? Why are you kneeling down and apologizing now? Where's the record I told you guys to keep just now? Show it to my brother. After Hong Dish finished, those of her little brothers, little sisters, immediately took the words that had just been recorded and got them in front of Hong Tao. When Hong Tao saw that, the anger in his heart, once again, erupted like a volcano. Good, very good. From the moment Laozi has memory, in Jiangzhou, you're still the first person to scold the Hong family like this. What the is your name anyway? Say it. This roar of Hong Tao was like a thunderbolt exploding here. Wang Peng's eardrums were almost cracked. He did not dare to be in hiding. Honestly said his name. I am called Wang Peng. Master Hong. I was wrong. I didn't mean it just now. Please let me off. Wang Peng? Hong Tao frowned and thought. Never heard of it. He pulled out his cell phone and called to ask before finally identifying Wang Peng. So you are Wang Tao's son? Hong Tao coldly laughed. Your father Wang Tao in front of Laozi are like a pug. You actually dare to scold my sister? Bang bang bang. Wang Peng immediately began to kowtow, his head smashing the floor with an explosive sound. Hong, Master Hong, it's really a misunderstanding. If I knew that she is your sister, give me 10 guts. I wouldn't dare to curse. Wang Peng roared loudly. It's too late for you to say anything now. The Hong family has been scolded by you. If you don't get your revenge, no one will be able to put the Hong family in their eyes in Jiangzhou in the future. Hong Tao's words were tantamount to sentencing Wang Peng's family to death. Wang Peng's family will suffer retaliation from the Hong family. It's possible that overnight, the whole family, not a single one of them, will be left behind. It is also possible that overnight, the entire Wang family will become beggars and live on the streets. Anyway, how miserable will the fate of the Wang family be? It all depends on Hong Tao's mood. Poof! Wang Peng directly collapsed to the ground. It's over. It's all over. The Wang family is dead. Dong Chen, I'll take my sister back first. I won't disturb your party. After disposing of Wang Peng, Hong Tao bid farewell to Dong Chen again. Aha! Chen Dong nodded as the siblings led the people away, and Chen Dong and the others changed to a private room. Because this box had already been destroyed by Wang Peng's group, there is also Wang Peng lying there like a dead dog, unable to move. Looking at it, it is bad luck. So, It is definitely impossible for them to continue to stay in this box. Everybody sit down. Why are you standing? In the other box, Chen Dong had a surprised look on his face. He didn't sit down, and the rest of the people actually didn't dare to sit down. Chapter 69, An Accident at My Cousin's House. Chen Dong, what exactly are you? Only after Chen Dong spoke did the crowd dare to sit down. A girl with a few freckles on her nose curiously asked Dong Dao Chun. She was Qin Xiu Xian's roommate. I am what I am. What's wrong? Chen Dong looked puzzled. Do you know who that man was just now? Hong Tao is a big shot who often appears on TV. The Hong family is one of the biggest families in Jiangzhou. Wang Peng saw him and was immediately scared half to death. However, why would he be so respectful to you? And calling you Chen Dong, what does that mean? Another man, with an exaggerated face, asked Chen Dong Dao. He was the boyfriend of that freckled girl, Qin Xiu Xian's classmate. After helping Hong Tao a little bit before, he was grateful to me. That's why he was so polite to me. Chen Dong faintly said, a little favor? What favor? The young master of the Hong family needs your help too? Are you kidding? Another tall girl screamed. Chen Dong, we all treat you as a friend. Don't hide from us. What the hell are you? Shandong said. I told you, I am what I am, not what I am. Today is Qin Xiu Xian's birthday. Don't be talking about those unhappy ones. By the way, I was late earlier because I went to pick out my birthday present. Xian, this is for you. Chen Dong changed the topic as he took out an exquisite box and handed it to Qin Xiu Xian. Qin Xiu Xian moved to cry. Not how expensive this gift, she has not yet seen. But Chen Dong, the steel straight man, finally knows that girls have to send girls gifts on their birthdays. She stretched out her delicate hand and opened the box. Everyone looked over. They already knew that Chen Dong's identity was not ordinary, so the gift that Chen Dong sent would definitely be extraordinary as well. They wanted to see what kind of extraordinary gift Chen Dong would send Qin Xiushuan. Ah, it stings. The moment the box was opened, the lights flashed, and the crowd was stung a little to open their eyes. It took a while to get used to it, and they immediately saw that inside the box was a beautiful diamond necklace. Every angle, it's glittering, that's why it's so harsh. A group of girls, directly intoxicated, even though they had already prepared their hearts, knowing that Chen Dong's identity was not ordinary, and the gifts he sent were definitely not ordinary either. However, at this moment, they were still shocked. What Chen Dong gave to Qin Xiuxian was actually a diamond necklace that was worth a lot of money. Not only does it look good and exquisite, there is also an indescribable charm. In the past, only on TV, those tycoon-level big shots open banquet can see. And now, such expensive and exquisite necklace actually appeared in front of them. One by one, the girls' eyes went straight with envy. Can't wait for their eyes to grow directly on top of that necklace. I don't know what you like. The clerk told me that you definitely can't go wrong by buying the more expensive ones. So I bought this most expensive necklace, which cost me more than $8 million. Chen Dong faintly said again. The people in the box, other than him and Qin Xiuxian, the rest of them almost took a breath out of their backs. Qin Xiuxian had long known that Chen Dong's identity was not ordinary, so she was prepared in her heart. And the rest of them, really, were almost shocked to death again. With a necklace bought for over $8 million. It's no wonder it's so piercingly good looking. Thinking back to just now, Wang Peng sent Qin Xiushuan a Mercedes-Benz S, to feel that he is very great. Compared to Chen Dong's necklace, that Mercedes S was pure trash. Chen Dong, come and help me put it on. Qin Xiuxian shouted joyfully. What girl doesn't love something this beautiful? It's also expensive and a gift from the boy she loves. Happiness that Qin Xiuxian had never felt before welled up in her heart. It was only at 10 o'clock in the evening that Qin Xiuxian's birthday banquet ended. The rest of the people had the good sense to leave, leaving only Qin Xiuxian and Chen Dong alone. Qin Xiuxian drank a lot of red wine and her cheeks were flushed like ripe apples. I'll walk you back to your dormitory? Chen Dong inquired. Qin Xiuxian wanted to kick him. Originally thought that he had been enlightened by giving himself such an expensive necklace today. Where did he think that he was still an elm lump? It was so late and she was drunk. Was it appropriate to go back to the dormitory in this condition? Of course it's not suitable. They should go to a hotel. I'm a bit dizzy. It's not good to go back to the dormitory. You find me a hotel. Qin Xiuxian said, her body leaning on Chen Dong's body. Her body was big where it needed to be, slim where it needed to be, and tall where it needed to be. Chen Dong was instantly in a state of mind. He tried to push Qin Xiushuan away, but Qin Xiushuan leaned in even tighter. There was no choice but to take Qin Xiushuan to the hotel. You rest well. I'm going back. The hotel suite. Chen Dong turned around to leave, which completely pissed off Qin Xiuxian. How can we let the duck fly away? Chen Dong, are you a man or not? It's this time and you're still leaving? Qin Xiuxian roared. Why would I stay if I'm not leaving? Chen Dong looked puzzled. Of course, me. A smile appeared on Qin Xiuxian's face as she walked towards Chen Dong. Tonight, you cannot escape from me. She pushed Shindong to the ground. Hey, schoolgirl Qin, be more reserved. This behavior is immoral. Chen Dong shouted. I don't care. You must belong to me tonight. Qin Xiaoxian's attitude was resolute. She hadn't expected to be so forthcoming one day, or her first time. It's really because Chen Dong is so indisputable. It's not that Chen Dong doesn't understand her mind, and it's not that he doesn't want to be with her that. Rather, it was because Chen Dong felt that it was a bit of a multiplier. He's still a decent person, so he couldn't do such a thing. But now, Qin Xiaoxian is so active. If he still refuses, it is really worse than a beast. Chen Dong rolled over and gained the upper hand. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Who's calling him at this hour? It couldn't be Yang Chang and the others, could it? Disturbing Chen Dong's good deed. Chen Dong picked up the phone and was ready to give a big scolding. However, seeing the name, he was stunned. Cousin, why are you calling me in the middle of the night when you are not sleeping? Chen Dong inquired with some annoyance. The person who called him was none other than his cousin Wang Li. Cousin, something's happened to my house. My dad was hospitalized. My mom is injured and in the hospital too. I'm so scared and worried right now. What am I going to do? Wang Li's hasty voice came over, and Chen Dong's face immediately changed. Who hit them? Chen Dong angrily inquired. Wang Li's mom and dad have always been good to Chen Dong. It didn't occur to me that they were all injured and hospitalized now. Chen Dong would definitely not let it go. It's Qian Xiong, Wang Li added. Qian Xiong? The village bully from your village? Chen Dong asked. That's him, Wang Li yelled again. He's so mean. Cousin, what should I do now? Don't panic. I'll come to Nanchang to look for you tomorrow. Chen Dong comforted. I used to go to Wang Li's house and saw Qian Xiong, so I have an impression. That is a bad person, often entangled in the village gangsters to bully honest people. However, this time when he messed with Chen Dong's head, he would definitely not have a good ending. Chapter 70 Qian Xiong comes to my door. Something happened? Looking at Chen Dong's anxious expression, Qin Xiaoxian asked curiously. Something happened to my cousin's family. His parents were injured by village bullies. I'm going to go to Nanchang tomorrow, so please take a day off for me. Chen Dong Dao. I'm not in your class. How can I help you get a vacation? Qin Xiaoxian had a difficult face. You're the school flower. The teacher will definitely give you face. I believe in you. Chen Dong Dao. He straightened his clothes and left the hotel. Qin Xiaoxian looked at his departing back and was a bit lost. Just now, it was just a little bit short, and the result was a lost cause. In her heart, she hated the village bully who had injured Zhang Li's parents. Chen Dong returned to the school and directly found Xu Weishang and Kuyan, and the three of them rushed to the southern city overnight. The next morning, after breakfast, the three Chen Dongs met with Zhang Li. Cousin, why did Qian Xiong injure cousin, uncle and aunt? Chen Dong inquired curiously. The high-speed railroad is going to pass through our village, and it just happens to take up my family's land. The compensation is more than $1 million. Qian Xiong got greedy and wanted to swap his land with mine. My parents didn't agree, so they were hospitalized after he called gangsters to beat them up. Zhang Li spoke sadly. Tears were flowing out of her eyes. Cousin, what should I do now? My parents are in the hospital, but I don't dare to go to the hospital to see them. This is for fear of being caught by Qian Xiong in retaliation. Chen Dong said in a cold voice. Cousin, don't panic. Since I'm here, that Qian Xiong will definitely not be able to run wild. Let's immediately go to the hospital to see cousin uncle and cousin aunt. Zhang Li nodded. The four drove to the hospital. Zhang Li's parents, named Zhang Changgui and Zhu Xiuli, are in a small hospital in the southern city. Zhang Li's family is still quite wealthy, bought a house in the city, but now they can only go to a small hospital for treatment, or worry about Qian Xiong to find the door. Both men were lying on their beds at this point, one with bandages and decking on his legs, the other with bandages and decking on his hands, both very badly injured. The nurse came in to change the medicine and kept frowning. Where are your family members? Why isn't anyone here to take care of you? Do you need me to contact them for you? The two panicked. Don't ever contact our families. The nurse was puzzled. What kind of sick person doesn't contact their family? She would have loved to help, but the patient had already said so she had to stop. After changing the medication, she left the hospital room. When she came downstairs, she saw two strange men with two photos there asking, "Excuse me, have you seen this man?" The nurse walked over curiously and looked startled when she saw the two men in the picture. What are they to you? You've seen them? The two strangers turned their heads in anxious inquiry. It's upstairs in the ward. Are you family? The nurse wondered again. Yes, we are family members. Which ward is the patient in? The two strangers said anxiously. These two patients are so weird. They hurt their hands and feet without notifying their families. The nurse read up. The two strangers were anxious and hurriedly explained. My cousin and his sister-in-law have strong personalities and are dead set on losing face. That's why they won't tell us which ward they're actually in. 202, the nurse said. A look of ecstasy appeared on the faces of the two strangers, and they immediately turned around and ran towards the outside of the hospital. Hey, don't you want to go up and see your cousin and your cousin's wife? The nurse inquired with a puzzled look on her face. Just now, these two people both asked in a hurry, obviously very concerned about the patient, and after knowing which ward the patient is in, but not the first time to go up and ask. This is too strange. Obviously, they are not the patient's family at all. Instead, it's someone sent by Qianxiong to look for Zhang Changgui and Zhu Xiuli. The two rushed out of the hospital and dialed a phone number. And 10 minutes or so later, a van was driving toward the hospital. 7 or 8 people came down from the car, led by a man, tall and fat, wearing a big gold chain and holding a cigar in his hand. He is none other than Qianxiong. The two unfamiliar men from earlier immediately greeted them. Brother Xiong, I found it. It's in Ward 202. Qianxiong glanced up at the hospital, and the corner of his mouth revealed a sardonic smile. Zhang Changgui and Zhu Xiuli are really good at hiding. Actually coming to this kind of small hospital. 2 dogs, did you get their daughter? A man in a jacket walked out. Brother Xiong, their daughter isn't at South City University. She should be in hiding. Qianxiong frowned. If we don't catch their daughter, how can we force them to sign the transfer agreement? That's $1 million. Brothers split it up. Each will get tens of thousands. The people around them were immediately heartened, and someone suggested, Brother Xiong, why don't we continue to send people to look for their daughter? Qianxiong pondered for a moment and said, South City is too big. She intends to hide. It's impossible to find her. I actually thought of a way to force those 2 old things to sign the transfer agreement. Brother Xiong, what solution? The surrounding people asked curiously. Wait, you guys do this, understand? Qianxiong asked. Got it. The people around marveled. Brother Xiong, you're too good. That's a good solution. Qianxiong nodded and led the men into the hospital, going straight up to the 2nd floor. Who are you guys? What are you doing here? A security guard saw that they were coming and immediately came over to stop them. Snap! A gangster rushed up, raised his hand and slapped the guard in the face. Get out of the way. I'll kill you if you get in my way. The security guard was beaten and fell to the ground. The rest of the people were trembling. No one dared to come over and ask questions. In Ward 202, Zhang Changgui's eyelids suddenly fluttered. He immediately said to Zhu Xiuli, It's not good. I feel like something is going to happen. Hurry up and shift. Zhu Xiuli nodded. Zhang Changgui's premonition, every time is very correct. Otherwise they could not have escaped under the control of Qianxiong. Also made a phone call to call their daughter to hide. The 2 men struggled to get up from the bed, helped each other, and just reached the door. A tall, fat figure blocked their way. Changgui, Xiaoli, where are you going? The figure sneered. It was Qianxiong, followed by 7 or 8 others. Zhang Changgui and Zhu Xiuli were immediately blocked back into the ward. Qianxiong, what exactly do you want? Zhang Changgui angrily inquired. Qianxiong didn't panic and took out a document. This is the land transfer agreement. You sign on it and I promise I won't make things difficult for you. No way. The compensation money will have to be used for my daughter's dowry in the future. There's no way it can be transferred to you. Zhu Xiaoli objected angrily. Humph. Qianxiong laughed fiercely. It seems that the lesson given to you guys last time wasn't enough. Do you guys want to do it again? Zhang Changgui coldly said. We won't sign it even if you beat us to death. Humph. Qianxiong laughed again. Folks, how could I? Qianxiong, do something like that? You guys go to the window and check it out. Zhang Changgui and Zhu Xiaoli were puzzled, came to the window and immediately saw that beside the van, 2 men grabbed a woman and were stuffing her into the car. Chapter 71, Zhang Li's appearance. Qianxiong, who is the woman you arrested? Zhang Changgui turned around and asked anxiously. Qianxiong ignored it. Just then, his cell phone rang. He immediately hit the answer button and put it on speakerphone. Big brother, this chick is too intense and wants to escape. Should we teach her a lesson? The person who called over inquired. Teach her a lesson, but don't get her killed. After all, I still need her parents to sign for me now. Qianxiong laughed harshly. Yes, the person on the other end of the phone responded. The next thing was, the man's angry curses and the woman's screams kept coming from the other end of the phone, and vaguely, the woman could be heard shouting in pain. Dad! Mom! Save me! Zhang Changgui and Zhu Xiaoli were completely anxious. This is obviously their daughter. Do you guys think that just because Zhang Li is in hiding, I won't be able to find her? Just kidding. There's no one I can't find in this southern city. Qianxiong laughed again at this time. I'll give you guys one last chance. If you don't sign, you'll sell your daughter to an underground dance hall and let her take customers there for the rest of her life. Zhang Changgui and Zhu Xiaoli completely panicked when they heard this. They hurriedly pleaded with Qianxiong. Qianxiong, you can't do this to our daughter. We'll sign. You release her immediately. Qianxiong laughed. How nice to agree to sign earlier. Do you have to force me to go this far? You guys are just ing cheap. Bring the transfer agreement and a pen. Qian Xiong will be these things. Handed to Zhang Changgui and Zhu Xiuli in front. The two are very reluctant, but for the sake of their daughter's safety, can only tearfully sign this land transfer agreement. And downstairs at that moment, an Audi pulled up outside the hospital. The people in the car were none other than Chen Dong, Zhongli, Shui Shang and Ku Yan. Looking at this small hospital, Chen Dong frowned. Cousin, uncle and auntie, are they in this small hospital? Zhongli nodded. When they called me, they said they were here. This is to prevent Qian Xiong from finding them. Chen Dong nodded, about to enter the hospital when the van drilled out 3 heads, 2 men and 1 woman. The men are all Shander's henchmen, and the woman is a stand-up girl they got for the play. Just now, it was this woman who let out a miserable scream. Let Zhang Changgui and Zhu Xiuli both thought that it was their daughter who had been captured and was being tortured, so they agreed to sign the transfer agreement. Why is Zhang Li here? Both of Shander's men were surprised to see Zhang Li. They were still looking for Zhang Li everywhere. Zhang Li actually threw herself into the net. It's just the thing to get Zhang Li arrested so you can continue to threaten Zhang Li's parents. The two immediately rushed down from the van and walked towards Zhang Li. Zhang Li, Chen Dong, Zhang Li, Shui Shang, and Ku Yan were about to step into the hospital when they suddenly heard a yin and yang voice resounding behind them. They turned around and saw 2 gangster-like people walking towards them. Are you Qian Xiong's men? Zhang Li saw them and said with some panic. Ha! The 2 men laughed harshly. Brother Xiong sent us everywhere to look for you before. I didn't expect that you actually came to the hospital by yourself. We are all Hema looking for nothing. You hurry up and go up with us to see Brother Xiong. Zhang Li was stunned. Qian Xiong is also in the hospital? Worry rose in her heart. Her parents were definitely being coerced by Qian Xiong right now. It was imperative to step in and stop it immediately. Cousin, let's hurry up and go in. Zhang Li shouted. Good. Chen Dong nodded, and the 4 of them sped up to enter the hospital. Stop. The 2 punks, at this time, but yelled, Chen Dong, is that you? You punk, how dare you come and meddle in our business? Chen Dong had been to Zhang Li's house before, and these punks, all of whom were from Zhang Li's village, knew Chen Dong. The punks did not put Chen Dong in their eyes in the slightest. They warned again, only Zhang Li is allowed to go in alone. You wait outside or I'll kill you. While Chen Dong did not speak, Shui Shang and Ku Yan's faces changed. Snap, snap, the 2 men folded back, raised their hands and slapped a slap, ruthlessly smacking on the faces of those 2 punks. Who are you cursing? How dare you hit me? Do you know how many people are in the old me? There are 7 or 8 upstairs. You immediately kneel down and apologize to me, or else, slap. Shui Shang and Ku Yan. One of them grabbed a person's collar and pulled him over to give him a wild beating. The faces of the 2 punks snapped like firecrackers. Within a few moments their faces were swollen. Chen Dong and Zhang Li, by this time, had already entered the hospital. In Ward 202, Zhang Changgui and Zhu Xiuli had already signed the transfer agreement. Qian Xiong's group of people, however, did not leave the ward immediately. Zhang Changgui immediately said angrily, why aren't you guys leaving yet? Qian Xiong laughed coldly. Zhang Changgui, you hide in the east and hide in the west, and it is too difficult for the brothers to find you. Aren't you going to pay a little bit of honorarium? Zhang Changgui was instantly on fire. You occupy our land. You injured us and hospitalized us, and you arrested our daughter. And now you are even asking us for money? Are you people? Can't even do things like you guys. Today, if you want money, there is no money. If you want a life, you kill the old man. Chen Xiong laughed harshly. Zhang Changgui, why do you always think so badly of me? Do I look like someone who would kill someone? He walked over to the window, looked down and laughed. But if you guys jump off yourselves, it's none of my business. Which one of you 2 goes first? Zhang Changgui was horrified. What do you really want to do? Qian Xiong was not paying attention. He turned his head and made a wink. Immediately 2 little brothers came over, grabbed Zhu Xiuli and dragged toward the window side. They actually want to throw Zhu Xiuli from the window. Here, although it is the 2nd floor, fall cannot kill people, but it will also fall hurt. Zhang Changgui yelled. Qian Xiong, you Don. I have a bank card here with $200,000 on it. I will give it all to you. Please don't come and harass our family in the future. Qian Xiong laughed. How much better would you have cooperated like this earlier? Zhang Changgui handed over his bank card, and Qian Xiong's men let go of Zhu Xiuli. What's the password? Qian Xiong, who was holding the bank card, inquired, as Zhang Changgui was about to say it. Dad, a voice suddenly came from the doorway. The crowd turned around and were stunned. The person who appeared at the doorway was none other than Zhang Li. Zhang Changgui and Zhu Xiuli were stunned. Wasn't Zhang Li arrested by Qian Xiong's men? How did she appear here? Qian Xiong was also stunned. Zhang Changgui and Zhu Xiuli's daughters actually came. This is too good. catching their daughters, can also squeeze some oil and water from them. Daughter, run! Zhang Changgui and Zhu Xiaoli also reacted. Their daughter absolutely cannot fall into the hands of this bastard Qian Xiong, otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. Zhang Li stood in the doorway and didn't run away, which gave the punks a chance. The punk closest to the door immediately pounced on him. Chapter 72, Is money behind you? Seeing that Zhang Li was about to be grabbed, a foot suddenly came in from outside the door and viciously kicked at the punk's body. Boom! Only a popping sound was heard as the punk's body flew up and hit the ground hard. The people in the room were stunned. Who kicked this? Wasn't the force too great? The crowd was looking a little scared. Just then the man appeared in the doorway, and at the sight of him, the room, again, fell into consternation. Shandong, Zhang Changgui, Zhu Xiaoli, and Qian Xiong all shouted with some disbelief. The person who kicked out that kick was none other than Shandong. Xiao Dong, why are you here too? Hurry up and take your cousin to escape. Zhang Changgui shouted. Shandong, you punk, how dare you kick my men? Today is the day you die. Want to escape? That is absolutely impossible. Together, arrest him. Chen Xiong laughed viciously. Shandong used to come to Zhang Li's house often, so he recognized it. In his impression, Shandong's family had no money, so his character had some low self-esteem, and he was obsequious, and in his opinion, was a pure waste. How dare you come to meddle in our business now? That's really looking for death. His men, when they caught Shandong, he would definitely throw Shandong down from the second floor and drop Shandong half dead. However, right at this moment, behind Shandong and Zhang Li, two more people appeared. Helpers? When Qian Xiong saw it, the corner of his mouth revealed another hint of mockery. Looking for helpers also do not know to find more people. They can have 7 or 8 people, while Shandong has only found 2 helpers. This is not to send food? Bang bang bang. The two sides immediately exchanged fire, and a scene that Qian Xiong had not even dreamed of appeared. His 7 or 8 men, against Shandong's 2 helpers, did not even last a minute before they were all knocked to the ground. What the hell kind of person is this? How could it be so powerful? For the first time, Qian Xiong knew in his heart what fear was. Shandong, Zhang Li, Shui Shang, and Ku Yan had already walked towards him. What do you guys want to do? Qian Xiong inquired loudly. Pop! Shandong threw a slap on his face. At once, his cheeks swelled up, 2 teeth flew out of his mouth, and he howled in pain. My cousin aunt was injured by you? Shandong inquired in a cold voice. Bang! He kicked again, hard to Qian Xiong's stomach, and immediately Qian Xiong spasmed in pain. Zhang Changgui and Zhu Xiaoli were stunned. It had only been a few months since they had seen Shandong. How had he become so powerful? Not only did he find 2 helpers and beat 7 or 8 of Qian Xiong's men, but he also dared to personally take action against Qian Xiong, knowing that in the past, he was an existence that would only hide when he saw Qian Xiong. Slap! While the two were stunned, Shandong slapped several more slaps on Qian Xiong's face. Qian Xiong's face, already fat, suffered this beating, has swollen like a pig's head. Zhang Changgui and Zhu Xiaoli were frightened, and hurriedly shouted Shandong Dao, Xiao Dong, don't fight. Qian Xiong behind someone. They were afraid that those people would retaliate against Shandong. That's right, I have someone behind me. Hit me like this. I will let you not die well sooner or later. Qian Xiong also went rampant at this time. His eyes were fierce and his cheeks were livid, more like he was trying to eat someone. Pop! Shandong was again slapped and ruthlessly thrown on his face, yet only then did he carelessly ask, who is the backer behind you? Have you heard of Master Qian Duo Qian of South City? Qian Xiong laughed. Qian Duo? Shandong frowned. That name is so familiar. Right, he remembered. Qian Duo was also a member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. There was a 5-star hotel. Before Zhang Li was drugged and brought into the hotel. Fortunately he arrived in time. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Qian Duo is surprisingly Qian Xiong's backer. They are both surnamed Qian. What's the relationship? Qian Duo is my brother. If you hit me, he won't let you go and will get you killed. Qian Xiong roared hideously at Shandong again. Shandong's face was cold. Over the years, no wonder Qian Xiong dared to go around doing evil. The original reason is, Qian Duo is his brother. Now that Qian Xiong has fought, this matter must be completely resolved. Otherwise it will bring endless trouble to Zhang Li's family. Shandong took out his cell phone, found Qian Duo's phone number, and directly called it. Boss Qian? Yes, I'm in South City, Orthopedic Hospital. Is it convenient for you? Come over. Shandong Dao. Who are you talking to on the phone? Is it to plead for you? It's no use at all. My brother won't let you go. Qian Xiong roared hideously again. Shandong ignored him and waited patiently. Not long after, a man in his 40s, full of haste, walked in. When Qian Xiong saw him, he was immediately about to yell. In surprise, this person is precisely Qian Duo. The next moment, however, he was stunned. Chen Duo saw Chen Dong and immediately walked over. Dong Chen, how come you are in this small hospital? What happened here? There was a bunch of assholes lying on the ground, and he was filled with confusion. Chen Dong? What Chen Dong? How could my clan brother be so polite to him? Chen Xiong was completely stunned at this scene. In his impression, Chen Dong was a useless waste. And now, the backer behind him, the South City's Master Qian, was even polite to Chen Dong, even with a hint of currying favor. He thought he had misread the scene in front of him and that it was all an illusion, so he reached up and rubbed his eyes. However, this is the fact, that he is really his clan brother and really treats Chen Dong 10,000 times more polite. Immediately a bad feeling welled up inside him. Boss Qian, is this your brother? Chen Dong reached out and pointed at Qian Xiong to inquire. By now Qian Xiong had already turned his face to the side, not daring to look at him. My brother? I don't have a brother. Qian Duo took a closer look and immediately frowned. Isn't this ing Qian Xiong? We're just in a genealogy. Dong Chen, did he mess with you? Chen Dong pointed at Zhang Changgui and Zhu Shirley and said, these two, one is my cousin's uncle and the other is my cousin's aunt. The injuries on their bodies are all inflicted by Qian Xiong's men. Qian Xiong said that you are his backer, and that he's still looking for you to settle the score with me. Shander's face instantly turned incredibly ugly. Chen Dong, you listen to my explanation. I'm not Qian Xiong's backer at all. This is definitely using my name for nonsense. I'll be sure to take it out on you. And on my cousin's uncle and aunt. Shander pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. It didn't take long for the manager of his hotel, with a dozen or so people, to storm into the ward with sticks. Zhang Changgui and Zhu Xiaoli were terrified, thinking that they were coming to find them. Where did it occur to them that after these people came in, Chen Duo pointed toward Qian Xiong. Click, click. They immediately rushed over and broke Qian Xiong's legs in a few strokes. The ward was filled with Qian Xiong's screams. Looking at Zhang Li's family, who were already terrified, Chen Dong frowned. Take them out and deal with them. Yes. Qian Duo waved his hand, and Qian Xiong and his men, all of them were taken away. Chen Duo used to be a mixer on the road, and the means are ruthless. Qian Xiong, the end of these people can be imagined. The agreement and the bank card were sent back. Chen Dong directly tore the agreement to shreds, and then returned the bank card to Zhang Changgui. Chapter 73, The Strongest External Force. Cousin uncle, cousin aunt, the medical environment here isn't very good. I'll send you to a big hospital. Chen Dong Dao, Zhang Changgui and Xu Xiuli both nodded in agreement. The reason I came here before was to avoid Qian Xiong. Qian Xiong was now cleaned up, and they should indeed go to a major hospital for treatment so that their injuries could heal faster. Chen Dong, go to what big hospital? I got a convalescent center there. The level of medical care, definitely the first few in the South City. The environment is okay. You send your cousin uncle and aunt to me there. Chen Duo suddenly said from the side. Curiosity appeared on Chen Dong's face. Are you telling the truth? Chen Duo laughed. Mr. Qian wouldn't dare to lie to anyone but you. Dong Chen, that place is for the big shots of the South City. Cousin uncle and cousin aunt to go there. Definitely better than going to the hospital. Chen Dong nodded. Thank you very much then. Cousin uncle, cousin aunt, let's go to that convalescent center of General Qian. Chen Dong added to Zhang Changgui and Zhu Shirley. When the two heard that it was for a big shot, their hearts immediately stuttered. Because for the big shots, that price, it's absolutely unimaginably high. They couldn't afford it, so they immediately said no. No money, no money. Qian Duo hurriedly said, it is Qian's honor that cousin uncle and cousin aunt can go. How dare you charge money? Zhang Changgui and Zhu Xiaoli were stunned. Shander is a big shot in the south side. Such a big shot, they could only look up to on TV before. A Qian Xiong, under his name, dares to act recklessly in the village. Just think how awesome he is. And now, he even followed Chen Dong and called their cousin uncle and cousin aunt, and he was still so polite to Chen Dong and them, and even had a hint of fear and currying favor with Chen Dong. And now they've taken it upon themselves to invite them to a sanatorium for big shots, and not charging them a dime. What's going on here? When did Chen Dong become so powerful? In their hearts, the two men were shocked and puzzled. Xiao Dong, can we have a word with you alone? Zhu Xiaoli asked. Yes, Chen Dong replied. Shander and Zhangli, sensible, walked out. How did you befriend Shander? Zhu Xiaoli inquired curiously. He wasn't a good person before. He was a gangster. Zhang Changgui followed suit. In the past, Chen Dong was an ordinary child in their eyes, and even had some inferiority complex. And now, with Qian Duo such a big man, talking and laughing, Qian Duo before, is indeed the road to mix. So this makes them worry that Chen Dong has also gone astray. Otherwise it's impossible to have so much energy in a short period of time. Cousin uncle, cousin aunt, you've misunderstood. Boss Qian was in a car accident last time. I just happened to pass by and took him to the hospital. He is treating me so well out of gratitude and repayment." Chen Dong laughed. "Really?" Zhang Changgui and Zhu Xiuli would be skeptical. "Of course it's true." Chen Dong laughed again. "When have I ever lied to you guys? Also, if it weren't for that, even if I had gone off to do something bad, I wouldn't have been able to do so much in a short time. So you guys just put 100% of your minds at ease. I haven't changed for the worse." "That's good." Zhang Changgui and Zhu Xiuli breathed a sigh of relief, and they agreed to go to that sanatorium in Qianduo. When they got there, they were stunned. It's not a hospital room, it's a villa, nestled against the mountains and water. There is also an artificial lake with swans. It's summer. The lotus ponds are in full bloom and the scenery is truly breathtaking. It's not even an exaggeration to say that this is the best tourist attraction on the south side. And in addition to the beauty of the landscape, it has the best medical team in the south side. The price here, naturally, is extremely expensive, although the money more than one in the guarantee. Do not charge Zhang Li's parents a penny. The two old people, or has been apprehensive. "Dong Chen, what do you mean by this?" Chen Duo asked Qindong with a puzzled look on his face when he saw the extra $100 million on his account. "I can't let you suffer. This is my cousin's uncle and aunt's medical expenses." Chen Dong smiled faintly. "Chen Dong, you're too outgoing. I've already said that I don't want the money, because this is because of me. That bastard Qian Xiong wouldn't have dared to act in such a reckless manner if it wasn't for my banner. So treating my cousin's uncle and aunt is all it is what I should do. So this money, I better return it to you. Qian Duo Dao, you're looking down on me by returning it to me. Since when do I even want to take advantage of this? Mr. Qian, am I such a person in your eyes?" Chen Dong laughed faintly. Shander was scared out of his wits. Who the hell dares to look down on Chen Dong now? Only a few days ago out of the news, the Imperial Capital Chamber of Commerce Song Hu came to Jiangzhou to find Hong Tao to settle the score. If it is not Chen Dong stepped in to stop, Hong Tao may be handed over. So nowadays, Chen Dong had definitely become a godlike existence in the Jiangnan Business Alliance. How dare Shander look down on him? Isn't that looking for death? Since Dong Chen has to give this $100 million for convalescence, then Mr. Qian will have the cheek to accept it. "Don't worry, Dong Chen, your cousin's uncle and aunt. Mr. Qian will definitely do his best to take care of them. They are now my parents," Qian Duo assured. "Good." Chen Dong nodded and smiled again. "I'm going back to Jiangzhou, so I won't bother you anymore. Chen Dong, won't you stay for a meal? I've already prepared the banquet for you. It's going to be several big names. Next time." Chen Dong patted him on the shoulder. "I have a heavy school load, so I'm out on leave this time." "Okay, then we'll get together next time when we're free." Shander laughed. After greeting Zhang Li's family, Chen Dong took Shui Shang and Ku Yen back to Jiangzhou. This trip to the south side was so rewarding. The truth value directly skyrocketed to 358 points. The 300 points were contributed by Zhang Li, who had sincerely thanked Chen Dong for the third time. And just like the second time, it was directly 10 times that of the first time. 50 points were contributed by Chando, Zhang Li's parents together, and that 8 points is from the last balance system. With my current truthfulness value, can I exchange for an inner strength technique? Although he hadn't yet learned the strongest technique of the external force, Bastard Fist, that he had redeemed last time. However, it's better to be prepared. The host needs 500 points to redeem. Chen Dong frowned. Are all the internal power techniques so expensive? Host, the system is giving you the strongest internal strength technique, so of course it's expensive. Okay, I'll redeem it when I've accumulated enough. Host, the system suggests that you should still redeem the outer strength technique instant method first, and then use the rest of your true heart value points for the lottery. Hearing the word lottery, Chen Dong's heart was on fire. Last time I drew 9 in a row. I didn't win a single one. The system isn't pitiful in general. After thinking about it, Chen Dong did so anyway. There was no other reason. He was now at the top of his various attributes and couldn't add more. So he could only use his true heart value to exchange for these things and enhance his strength. After spending 100 points of sincerity value, Chen Dong finally obtained the quick method. After he used it, all sorts of bullying fist attack moves appeared in his mind at once. In less than a minute, he had it all melted away. The hegemony fist was the strongest technique in terms of external strength, and Chen Dong's physical fitness was also 3 times that of a robust normal human. In other words, when he encountered the topmost experts of the external force, he could easily beat 3 of them with one. "Stop the car!" Chen Dong suddenly shouted. Chapter 74, Going to the Budokan Club to find an unlucky guy to spar with. Dong Chen, what's wrong? Shui Shang and Ku Yen both inquired with puzzled faces. "Get off and take a break." Chen Dong Dao. By now the car had already gotten off the highway. Shui Shang parked the car on the side of the road and the 3 of them came down. Chen Dong curiously asked, "What realm are both of you in?" The two shook their heads. We learned the killing technique. I don't know which realm. Either someone else kills us or we kill someone else anyway. Dong Chen said. Cut a deal with me. The two shook their heads. Dong Chen, we're afraid of hurting you. It's fine. Chen Dong laughed. I am not as weak as you guys think. He wanted to try his overbearing fist to see if he could defeat these two. Alright, I'll accompany Dong Chen for a couple moves. Xu Shang stepped out and struck a pose. Boom! Chen Dong landed on his toes, and his fist suddenly blasted over as if it was a cannonball. Xu Shang was shocked and raised his hands to block. Bang! He was directly blown away by Chen Dong's punch and fell to the ground. Are you alright? Chen Dong walked over and helped him up. Xu Shang shook his head. Chen Dong, it seems I really underestimated you. How did you get so powerful? If they only compared their strength, even their captain, Zhao Bailu, was inferior to Chen Dong. However, what they had learned were killing techniques. Therefore, Chen Dong's blowing away Xu Shang with one punch is nothing at all. Don't hold back this time. Make use of your killing technique and I'll see just how strong it is. Dong Chen said. Xu Shang nodded his head, and in an instant, his gaze turned as sharp as the tip of a needle. With a padded step, he rushed to Chen Dong's face. His fingers were like knives, directly stabbing at Chen Dong's heart. Coming good. Chen Dong let out a roar and raised his fist to swing and slam down. The hegemony fist was originally the most domineering attack move, together with Chen Dong's strength that surpasses 3 times that of normal people and twice the physical strength used. It is even more terrifying. For a split second, the air was filled with whistling sounds. It's like space has been distorted. Bared. Chen Dong, however, felt the threat of death at this moment, because Suisheng's finger is about to be inserted into his heart. Even though he could punch Suisheng half to death, yet the one who would eventually die would definitely die him. Therefore, he did not dare to be so hard with Xu Shang. He hurriedly stomped hard, and his body retreated a few steps backward, and the feeling of death only disappeared after. Pulling away from Xu Shang, Chen Dong violently, not physically exhausted, but mentally. Just now he had almost walked on the edge of death. As he retreated, it was fortunate that Xu Shang didn't come after him, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. He now finally knew what mood the old man who had protected Song Hu a few days ago was in when he faced Zhao Bailu. The killing technique is to kill the other party regardless. Such a person can be called the god of death. Who can face them without fear? Even if the realm is lower than you, even if the strength is smaller than you, they can be like an embroidery needle, grabbing a weak point of yours and stabbing it in ruthlessly. You will also pay an unimaginable and heavy price. Chen Dong, are you alright? Xu Shang came over and asked with concern. It's okay. Chen Dong was happy. These two, both of them, were above the strength of external strength, and with such powerful two helpers, he would naturally be happy. The three of them got into the car and continued to Jiangzhou University. Thanks for the patronage. Chen Dong is going to be furious. 15 draws in a row. Or thanks for patronizing. System, tell me the truth. Can this lottery really be drawn? Definitely. Well, I'm trusting you one more time. After 20 consecutive handfuls, Chen Dong's sincere value, only 58 points left when he finally drew once. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the strongest internal strength technique, Cloud Palm. Cloud Palm? This name is soft and fluffy. Is it really the strongest internal energy technique? Of course. Internal strength competes with internal power, and cloud depth means unfathomable internal power. Once the system explained this, Chen Dong understood a lot. Does the host want to continue the lottery? If you obtain the Inner Strength Rapid Achievement method, the host will immediately become an Inner Strength Jedi Master. No need. Chen Dong didn't want to be fooled in. Together with the last time, he had drawn 29 in a row before he finally won once. Or in the case of him freaking out, if he continued to draw, his only 58 points of true heart value left would only end up hitching a ride. He'd better take his time to cultivate. Anyway, he is now the strongest expert of the external strength, and there are still Zhao Bailu, Xu Shang, and Ku Yan around him to protect the general hidden families, and they can't help him, so the craving need for power wasn't so strong for him anymore. After returning to Jiangzhou University, Chen Dong was called to the office by his homeroom teacher and scolded. Chen Dong guessed that the homeroom teacher must be jealous. Chen Dong actually called the school flower Qin Xiuxian to help him ask for leave. How many people in the school cannot be jealous? After Chen Dong unintentionally, a finger, poked through the class teacher just bought a can of Coke. The class teacher smiled and sent Chen Dong out of the office respectfully, and said that this matter will never be pursued. When school ended in the afternoon, Chen Dong went directly to the school's martial arts club. Already the strongest expert of the external force, he felt itchy and uncomfortable when he didn't fight with someone for a moment. It's not like it's going to work to get Xu Weisheng and Ko Yen to do it. This was because those two could not even block a single move from Chen Dong if they did not utilize their killing techniques. After making 2 or 3 consecutive moves, Chen Dong's life would be in danger. Chen Dong only wanted to fight with someone. He hadn't thought about putting his own life on the line yet. Those two do not want to lose their jobs. Nowadays the work is very good, easy to get more money, and there are all kinds of welfare benefits, so it's almost impossible for them to be making a move. Then Chen Dong would only have to come to this martial arts club to find an unlucky person. Who are you? What are you doing here? Chen Dong had just entered the clubhouse of the martial arts club when a person wearing a white practicing uniform stopped him. I've come to spar with everyone. Chen Dong laughed. Just you? The man who stopped him looked him up and down, a hint of contempt in his eyes. Isn't he Chen Dong? Suddenly, someone recognized Chen Dong and immediately yelled, Chen Dong, this D Silk, what's he doing in our martial arts club? Could it be because Wang Peng is going to take revenge on him and he's scared, so he came here to learn 2 moves to protect himself? The people of the Budo Club, talking. Chen Dong had an enmity with Wang Peng, that was almost already a well-known thing. First, Wang Peng stole Chen Dong's girlfriend. Then again, the schoolgirl that Wang Peng had spent millions chasing after had actually thrown herself at Chen Dong. And the day before yesterday, because of the basketball game, Wang Peng was severely humiliated by Chen Dong again. So, Wang Peng is definitely already preparing to take revenge on Chen Dong. As for Chen Dong, a poor D Silk, it was obvious that he would not be a match for the rich second-generation Wang Peng. Then, he only has to learn martial arts to enhance his strength, and he can take a road against the pit Wang Peng. Martial arts is not for anyone to learn. Mop the floor for 3 months first. A man took the mop and bucket and shoved them into Chen Dong's hands. Chapter 75 One man against the entire Budokai club. Mopping the floor? Chen Dong frowned. I came here to spar with you, not to mop the floor. Ha! The person from the martial arts club laughed coldly. Just you. And you're still cutting? Be careful of beating you half to death. Get to mopping or get out. It's already a blessing for you to be allowed to mop the floor here. And you're still yakking about it. Watch out, I'll beat you up right away. The people from the martial arts club did not put Chen Dong in their eyes in the slightest. Who asked Chen Dong to be a poor D Silk in their eyes? Click. Chen Dong was on fire. A broom broke and threw it on the ground. If your ears are not good, give you a repeat. I am here to cut. You can come together or challenge me individually. The Budokai froze. Is Chen Dong out of his mind? Surprisingly, they were really here to spar with them? Isn't this a ing death wish? Since you have an itchy skin that owes you a favor, I will fulfill you. The first one to meet up with Chen Dong, the one in white practicing clothes, sneered and walked towards Chen Dong. Snap! He threw a high whip kick directly at Chen Dong's cheek. It was an attack move that was, at once, vicious and humiliating, because when it hits the face, a little inattention and the person faints. And having your face is definitely a huge humiliation, not to mention the fact that it's with a foot, which makes it even more humiliating. This person was trying to use this humiliating way to whip Chen Dong down with a kick, so that Chen Dong would know the rules here. Just when everyone thought that Chen Dong would immediately fall, a scene that they had never expected in their dreams appeared. Bang! Chen Dong kicked out with a square stump. Although he came out later than the man, his foot, however, kicked the man first. The man's body immediately flew out 3 or 4 meters backward and fell heavily to the ground. The man foamed at the mouth, covered his stomach with a scream, and actually couldn't stand up. The people around them, with shocked faces. When did this poor D Silk become so capable of fighting? And he's really here to cut a deal? Kicking our 5th Dan expert here to the point where he can't stand up. Where the hell is this a sparring match? It's clearly coming to kick the hall. The crowd was furious and stood up, surrounding Chen Dong in the center. Chen Dong, did you come here to cause trouble? Someone asked angrily. I'm here to spar. Chen Dong was annoyed. Are you guys retarded? How many times have I told you to ask me? No matter what you're here for, apologize to Su Chao immediately or I'll get you killed. A very large martial arts club member threatened Dong Chen. Su Chao was the one who had just been kicked by Chen Dong and could not get up. You have to apologize for cutting? Are you guys sick in the head? Chen Dong was annoyed. If I was the one who was not as strong as him and was whipped in the face by one of his whip kicks, would he have to apologize to me as well? Chen Dong, you're damn well looking for death. There are so many of us. You can't possibly be our opponent. The big guy drank in a cold voice again. You guys are only not enough for me to fight. Chen Dong was full of confidence. He has the strongest external energy. If he can't even clean up these people, isn't that a shame? He's here to, at best, cut a deal, and at worst, to kick some ass. You seek death. The big man felt that he had been humiliated. There were so many of them, and Chen Dong actually said that they were not enough for him to fight. How much he was defying them. He waved his huge fist and blasted towards Chen Dong. After Chen Dong gently dodged, a slap was thrown on his face, And at once his 180-pound body fell heavily to the ground. After this big guy made his move, the rest of them, too, made their move together. The punches and kicks were eyeless, like a dense rainstorm bombarding towards Chendong. A minute later, the people who surrounded Chendong all fell to the ground, and the rest of the people all hid to the side, having been scared and trembling. It's too powerful. He's so strong that he can fight with our president. This D-Silk doesn't show his face? Who would have thought that not only is he a basketball expert, but he's actually a martial arts expert. I've heard that he's also extremely talented in music. Otherwise it's impossible to attract the iceberg beauty Lan Yuhan. Why didn't I realize this before? He's a treasure in Tama. Stay away from him, he's too dangerous. The crowd was backing up, almost hiding in the corner of the clubhouse. Chen Dong shouted, "Is there anyone else who wants to spar with me?" The crowd tried to flee the place straight away. It's so pointless. It's too weak. Chen Dong shook his head and turned around to walk out of the clubhouse. Obviously he had not gotten over it. What happened to all of you? Shortly after Chen Dong left, a red dress appeared in the martial arts hall. She is as dusty as a fairy, valiant, and her temperament is outstanding. Skin is like white jade, a red dress, like a blaze, tantalizing madness. She was none other than the red goddess of Jiangzhou University, Ouyang Phoenix. She's also the president of the Budo Club. Looking at their own members of the community, they all fell to the ground, one by one, nose and face, her bright and kind eyes, suddenly glaring round. Who did this? She asked angrily again. To be able to injure so many people from the Budokai, there should be at least a few hundred, right? She searched up in her heart. Could it be that Song who was using this underhanded trick in order to force me to go back? This is too shameless. Her alabaster cheeks were instantly covered with anger. Red makeup fluttered, and she ignited the power of endless temptation. Chandong, that D-Silk, injured us, Su Chao yelled. Chandong? Ouyang Phoenix was unfamiliar with this name. She does not care about the school gossip, and does not relate to other things in the school. She has only Budo in her heart, so it was almost the first time she'd heard the name. Does Jiangzhou University have such an expert? How many people did he bring with him? Ouyang Phoenix also searched in his heart. Besides Song Hu, he hadn't heard of such an expert either. She still felt that the people who had injured her martial arts club had been sent by Song Hu. He's the only one, Su Chao said again in agony. This poor D-Silk, he's really deep in hiding. Never seen him strike before. Where would I have thought that he is actually so ruthless? President, you have to avenge us. One person? Ouyang Phoenix was a bit stunned. For a person to be able to injure so many people, that was definitely Aurea. DY stepping into the outer strength and becoming a true martial artist. Find him for me immediately. Ouyang Phoenix gave the order. Chen Dong could not just let it go when he injured her martial arts club. There was also the fact that she wanted to know if this Chen Dong was arranged by Song Hu. Yes, the people from the martial arts club left the martial arts hall and began to search for Chen Dong throughout the school. Frantically, Dongzi, what did you do again? The people from the martial arts club are frantically looking for you, and looking at that situation, they are trying to get you killed. In the dormitory, Yang Chang's group of people surrounded Chen Dong for interrogation again. Without waiting for Chen Dong to speak, they speculated again. The president of the martial arts club, that's Ouyang Phoenix. She is the goddess in red who is on par with schoolflower Qin Xiuxuan and iceberg beauty Lan Yuhan. Dongzi, did you see that she was pretty and secretly handed her love letters, only to be chased all over the world after the people from the martial arts club found out about it? Chapter 76 Ouyang Phoenix's Letter of War. Chen Dong's face was full of black lines, and he really wanted to give these three people a punch, and beat them for half a year so that they could not speak. What goes through their heads all day long? When did he have a crush on Ouyang Phoenix again? He wrote a love letter? He wrote the hell out of it. I just went to the martial arts club and injured quite a few people. That's why they were looking for me. Chen Dong Dao, Jiang Tian, Xiao Bo, and Yang Chang did not believe what Chen Dong said at all. Chen Dong was their die-hard friend. How many kilograms they knew best. How could he be a match for those people from the martial arts club? Crazy man. One has to live within one's means sometimes. There are some women that really cannot be touched. Yang Chang patted Chen Dong's shoulder and said seriously, you're already surrounded by several beautiful women. Why are you still so philandering? A puzzled look appeared on Jiang Tian's face. Say, that school girl, that night, how many times did you guys get it? Xiao Tian had a gossipy face. Chen Dong's anger shot straight to his head. You three get out. He pointed at the dormitory door. The three didn't leave. In case the people from the martial arts club come to the door, Chen Dong can't cope with it alone, so they have to stay and help. Bang bang bang. Just then, there was a sudden ear-splitting knock on the door. Tao, martial arts club really came looking for us? Dongzi, hurry to the restroom and hide. We'll deal with it, Yang Chang yelled, although the three of them spoke in a way that made Chen Dong want to get them killed. However, they were still very reliable at the critical moment. However, they were really overthinking it. Instead of going to the toilet to hide, Chen Dong took the initiative to go and open the door of the dormitory. "Dongzi, are you crazy?" Yang Chang angrily roared. "Tao, take the guys. Martial arts club people dare to mess around. Directly fight with them." Jiang Tian directly copied a chair. Yang Chang picked up the dumbbells for his workout. Xiao Bo, on the other hand, found an iron rod from under the bed and held it in his hand, which he had removed from the bed. The three of them stood in a tight formation and followed behind Chen Dong. They would strike if the situation was slightly wrong. However, the moment Chen Dong opened the door, each of them were dumbfounded. The people who came to the door were indeed the people of the martial arts club, but all of them were bruised and swollen. Obviously all of them had just been beaten up. Who did this? Just as the three were wondering, they saw another incredible scene. The moment the people from the martial arts club saw Chen Dong, fear was clearly revealed in their eyes, and they were even scared to take a few steps back. Thinking back to what Chen Dong had just said, he had beaten up the people from the martial arts club. Could this be true? But how is that possible? They all knew clearly how many kilograms Chen Dong had. How could he be a match for those people from the martial arts club? "Chen Dong, we're here to place a battle order. Our president, Shang Phoenix, wants to duel you," a few people from the martial arts club said with awe in their voices. "Forget it, I am not good at beating women," Chen Dong said indifferently. "Chen Dong, don't be too arrogant. You think that you can defeat the president by defeating us? That is something that is simply impossible. The strength of the president? We are not even opponents together. It is impossible for you to defeat her as well." A few people from the martial arts club roared loudly. Chen Dong searched up in his heart. That Ouyang Phoenix, is it really that powerful? If it was just the same as those martial arts clubs he'd met before, then he didn't have much interest in dueling, because if you can't even block one of his punches, isn't that a waste of time? If it was really powerful, then Chen Dong would be interested. After all, he had to hone his strength now as well. "Since you guys have made that Shangguan Phoenix sound so formidable, then I will go and meet it," Chen Dong said indifferently. "Our president is waiting for you at the martial arts club. Come right away." A few people dropped these words, turned around and left. Jiang Tian, Xiao Bo, and Yang Chang were still in shock. "Dongzi, did you really beat up the people from the martial arts club?" Yang Chang inquired in shock. "Didn't I already tell you guys just now? There is no need for me to lie about this kind of thing," Chen Dong indifferently said. "Dongzi, when did you become so powerful? How come we didn't know?" Jiang Tian's eyes widened. "Actually, I have been practicing martial arts in the deep mountains since I was a child. The me in your eyes before was all a disguise. The current me is the real me." Chen Dong began to lull. "Dongzi, which deep mountain? I want to go and practice too," Xiao Bo asked with some excitement. "Are you sure you want to go? 10 years are not allowed to go out of the mountain. No internet, no computer, no cell phone, no girlfriend, 10 hours of practice every day. No eating allowed if you don't finish." Before Chen Dong finished his words, Xiao Bo quickly waved his hand and said that he would not go. "That Chen Des is hiding too deeply. I didn't expect that he was actually a martial arts expert. So many people from the martial arts club were beaten up by him. It's really too powerful. Ouyang Phoenix even personally gave him a letter of war. Does he dare to come? If he understood Ouyang Phoenix's past, he would never have dared to come. Yes, yes, yes. At first the school, but there is Muay Thai, intercepting boxing, Taekwondo, mixed martial arts and other clubs. The president of the club, some even can participate in professional competitions, but also achieved considerable results. However, Ouyang Phoenix came directly after the sweep. Finally, only her martial arts club stayed. Those who either add as a martial arts club, or transfer to another school. At that time, but it was a sensation. Even if Chen Dong is powerful, he cannot be her opponent. Coming to duel with her is really just looking for death. So I think Chen Dong will definitely find a reason to avoid the battle. The Budo Club had already gathered a few hundred people, and some people who didn't dare to be interested in Budo had come. One is to see the great red goddess Ouyang Phoenix. Secondly, it is to see which rash young man, and do not know the high ground, come to Ouyang Phoenix here to find death. When they realized that the rash young man was Chen Dong, they were all shocked. In their impression, Chen Dong was a poor D-Silk who didn't dare to say anything when his girlfriend was snatched away by the rich second generation. How did you suddenly become so powerful that you actually came to the Budo Club to cause trouble? So they were really curious in their hearts. Was Chen Dong really that powerful? Or was someone spreading rumors? Therefore, they had all come here to watch the duel between Chen Dong and Ouyang Phoenix. No one is optimistic about Chen Dong, because Ouyang Phoenix is really too powerful. If Chen Dong really comes, he will definitely be beaten up. Thus there were those who felt that Chen Dong would find a reason to avoid the battle. For example, a stomach ache, a headache, a foot pain or something like that. Anyway, There had already been quite a few people looking for such an excuse before, and it wasn't so humiliating for Chen Dong to be looking for it. However, a scene that no one in the room expected happened. Chen Dong is here. I don't know who yelled out, and the gazes of several hundred people converged towards the gate in unison. They initially thought that it was a prank and someone was joking. However, a figure really walked in from the door. He was no other than Chen Dong. ********. Chen Dong still really dares to come? Did he not inquire about Ouyang Phoenix's history? Or did you inquire and still feel confident in yourself that you can fight Ouyang Phoenix? Is he really this strong? The people of the Budo Club, again, erupted into heated discussion. Chapter 77, Chen Dong vs. Ouyang Phoenix. Chen Dong's arrival caused a sensation. He was dressed casually, short sleeves on top, shorts on the bottom, and slippers. This immediately caused another sensation. You know, he was going to compete with Ouyang Phoenix. Being so casual, wasn't it too much to put Ouyang Phoenix in his eyes? The people from the martial arts club were incomparably angry at the sight. They all felt that this was Chen Dong's intention to humiliate them. Therefore, one by one, they jumped out and pointed at Chen Dong and roared, "You bastard! Competing with President Ouyang, how dare you dress so casually? If you defy President Ouyang like this, you'll definitely be beaten up by President Ouyang later on. Don't want to die? It's not too late to kneel down and apologize." Chen Dong's face was puzzled. He was always dressed casually like this after class. What are these people dissatisfied with? And telling him to kneel down and apologize? If he would kneel down and apologize, he would not have come. Off. Chen Dong kicked the one who was yelling the most aggressively and walked up to the temporary ring set up by the martial arts club. "Where is Ouyang Phoenix? I heard that she is very powerful. Don't let me down." Chen Dong stood in the ring and said indifferently, "It certainly attracts countless more hateful eyes. For one thing, it was because they were not used to seeing Chen Dong being so arrogant. You have to know that in the past, Chen Dong was a poor D-Silk in their eyes. Who could stand that a poor D-Silk, whom they used to despise immensely, suddenly transformed into a martial arts expert in front of them, with a very arrogant attitude? The second was that Chen Dong was here to challenge the goddess of their hearts. To even dare to have such an arrogant attitude towards a goddess, this was really looking for death. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Dong was powerful, someone would have already rushed to the ring to beat him up. Where could they have waited for Ouyang Phoenix to make a move? Ouyang Phoenix came, a red dress, colorful and charming, like a blazing fire. It can burn the hearts of the people, all of them, to ashes. Countless people cried out, "Goddess, goddess, we love you. Teach this asshole Chen Dong a hard lesson. Beat the out of him." Although there were only a few hundred people in the Budo Club, it made the place look like it had been turned into a sports concert hall for tens of thousands of people. The sound of the crowd shouting like a mountainous tsunami broke the roof of the room. This can be imagined. What kind of charm Ouyang Phoenix is? Ouyang Phoenix ignored the chance and walked up to the ring. Looking at Chen Dong, who was dressed casually and even stepped on a pair of slippers, her face showed dissatisfaction. This was clearly defying her. "You are fellow student Chen Dong?" Ouyang Phoenix inquired in a cold voice. "I am Chen Dong." Chen Dong smiled back, his eyes looking up and down at Ouyang Phoenix, truly worthy of being the school's red goddess, an existence that was on par with the school's flower Qin Xiu Xian and the iceberg beauty Lan Yuhan. The school flower Qin Xiu Xian is bright and kind, the iceberg beauty is cold and noble, and this one is really a charm in red. Three great beauties, each with their own specialties. Unexpectedly at this moment, it was all related to Chen Dong. "Surprisingly, I didn't know that Jiangzhou University had an expert like you. If I had known earlier, I would have definitely issued a challenge to you a long time ago." Ouyang Phoenix added in a cold voice. "It's not too late now." Chen Dong responded indifferently. Ouyang Phoenix nodded. She reaches out and immediately someone walks to the ring with an agreement. "What does this mean?" Chen Dong was puzzled. "This is a life and death agreement. Wait, if you are injured and disabled or something like that, I can only pay for the money. I will not pay the legal responsibility," Ouyang Phoenix said. Chen Dong looked stunned. "This is ruthless enough to strike. I can't believe you have to sign a life and death agreement before you compete. How bad were the ones who used to compete with her in martial arts? Unbelievable." Instead, there was a roar of approval from the ring, because Ouyang Phoenix didn't make her opponent sign a life and death agreement for every match. Only when she was ready to lay down a heavy hand would she make the opponent sign it. That is to say, Chen Dong is too arrogant. Completely angered Ouyang Phoenix. So, Ouyang Phoenix is going to lay a heavy hand on him. The crowd was happy to see the arrogant Chen Dong beaten up again as the poor D-Silk he used to be. Thus they shouted in excitement, "Chen Dong, are you afraid to sign? If you don't dare to sign, kneel down and apologize." Someone roared, "It's agitation." In the sense that people who are scared will not be able to stand the humiliation and thus have their heads in the sand and sign the agreement. However, Chen Dong was clearly not afraid. much less unable to bear humiliation. No one present had yet been able to humiliate him. He was very quick and signed the agreement because he knew that Ouyang Phoenix was absolutely no match for him. Boom! The two of them formally exchanged blows. Ouyang Phoenix rushed to Qindong with a healthy step and punched Qindong in the face. Qindong only saw that the red shadow flashed in front of his eyes, like a ball of fire coming at him. He immediately raised his arm to block. Bang! Only heard a pop. All collided with the arm. The people under the ring exclaimed, "This stupid! Even take the arm to block President Ouyang's fist. His arm will be broken immediately." Once upon a time, I have seen President Ouyang's fist leave a fist mark on a hard tree trunk. This guy is too rampant, belittling President Ouyang just after the fight. He's going to suffer a big loss now, isn't he? Just at the moment when everyone thought that Qindong's arm was going to be broken, a scene that made them incomparably shocked appeared. Ouyang Phoenix was shocked back, 5 consecutive steps before stabilizing. Everyone was dumbfounded, finding it hard to believe that this scene was real. I read it wrong, didn't I? President Ouyang is the one who initiated the attack. He was actually shaken back by him? This guy, is he really this strong? President Ouyang's face has changed. Has she been injured? The crowd looked on in surprise, and Ouyang Phoenix's face had turned a little pale. It's not that she is injured, but it hurts. That punch just now, hitting Qindong's arm, was like hitting an iron bar. There was also a huge force that erupted out before she was shaken back. Middle stage of external strength. Briefly exchanging hands, Qindong had already familiarized himself with Ouyang Phoenix's strength, which was only the middle stage of the external strength of Wudao. He is the strongest in this realm. So Ouyang Phoenix, it is impossible to be his opponent, and it is okay to accompany him to practice. Next, our Ouyang Phoenix fierce attack. Qindong has always been a simple defense, but it is Ouyang Phoenix was shocked back. He breathes evenly. Nothing. Ouyang Phoenix, however, has been tired panting, fragrant sweat dripping. The large martial arts social hall has become very quiet, because right now even the little cutie could all see that Ouyang Phoenix was bound to lose. They are not willing to accept this reality. That's why they are so quiet, and they are all praying in their hearts that a miracle will appear, and that Ouyang Phoenix will suddenly burst out of the divine power and teach Qindong this poor D-Silk a hard lesson. Yet this is clearly impossible. Not bad, not bad. Although your strength is not great, you can barely still accompany me to practice. Today you have reached your limit. Continue on another day. Qindong faintly said to Ouyang Phoenix. After saying this, he was about to leave. Under the ring, when someone suddenly stopped him. You immediately admit defeat and then apologize to Miss Ouyang, or else the consequences will be too much for you to bear. The person who stopped Qindong's face was icy cold and warning. Chapter 78. Cha Yungang came to apologize. These few people, who weren't from the martial arts club, weren't crazy fans of Ouyang Phoenix. They were quiet when they watched the bout earlier. At this time, if they had not suddenly come out to stop Qindong, they would probably have been completely ignored by the people around them. Qindong was wondering in his heart, who are these people? Actually let him admit defeat, but also to apologize to Ouyang Phoenix when, among the crowd, someone exclaimed, nah, aren't those guys, the right-hand man of the student council president Che Yungang? It's really them. They're ostensibly students from Jiangzhou University, but they're actually bodyguards sent by the Che family to protect Che Yungang. Is so powerful? You actually sent bodyguards to follow you to school? Wang Peng can't even compare, right? Wang Peng is just a piece of trash in front of Cha Yungang. The Cha family can just stick out a finger and press the Wang family to death. By the way, why didn't Wang Peng come to school today? These people do not know that the Wang family has been destroyed by the Hong family. The whole family has been living on the streets as beggars. There have long been rumors that senior Che Yungang likes Ouyang Phoenix. Thus no one has ever dared to get close to Ouyang Phoenix. I didn't think that this rumor would be true. It would be normal for Qindong to embarrass Ouyang Phoenix, and for senior Che Yungang's bodyguard to stop him and make him admit defeat and apologize. Hearing the crowd murmur, Qindong finally realized what was going on. The man at ringside, however, was still wrong, because they only know one thing and not the other. The person who likes Ouyang Phoenix is not Cha Yungang, but Song Hu. Cha Yungang was just one of Song Hu's lapdogs, responsible for helping him guard Ouyang Phoenix in school so that no other boys could get close. However, all these, it was none of Qindong's business. Asking him to admit defeat and apologize? That was impossible. I'm sorry, I didn't lose, so I won't admit defeat. I haven't done anything wrong either, so I won't apologize. Qindong suddenly said in a cold voice. Everyone present was shocked. This idiot, is he going to directly provoke senior Chi Yungang? He thinks he can fight, so he can provoke senior Cha Yungang? That's hilarious. Senior Cha Yungang can just get a few experts to come and make him die without even knowing how. The crowd all hugged their bladders and watched the show. thinking in their hearts that Chen Dong was definitely finished today. As expected, those Che Yun Gang's bodyguards rushed at Chen Dong and threatened, "If you don't admit defeat and apologize, you won't be able to walk out of here. You guys want to stop me? You are not qualified enough." Chen Dong shook his head. "We are not qualified enough, but young Master Che is already on his way here. Do you really want to clash with him? You won't even have a chance to regret it when the time comes." Oh, those people sneered. "Sorry, I won't regret it." Chen Dong left in large strides. The people in the club all shook their heads. Chen Dong is too arrogant, directly provoking Che Yun Gang. The bad luck may not be only him, but maybe his family. The president is coming. Just then, the person sitting at the back suddenly let out a yell. A very handsome young man walked in from the door. He was none other than the schoolboy of Jiangzhou University, the president of the student union. The family background unfathomable Che Yun Gang. His presence certainly set off a new wave of excitement. This was because everyone was looking forward to how Che Yun Gang would teach Chen Dong, this arrogant and cocky D-Silk, a lesson. Might keep him here on his knees all night. Might just break both his legs. There's also the possibility that he'll be told to get the hell out of Jiangzhou and never be allowed to come back. These people, all kinds of strange guesses. However, a scene that made them incredibly shocked and incredulous appeared. Fellow student Chen Dong, I'm really sorry, there are too many things going on in the school. I just now realized that. Ouyang student's match with you is just a simple match. Please don't blame her. Che Yun Gang nodded his head to Chen Dong and said. Everyone present was dumbstruck. Even Ouyang Phoenix was no exception. Who's Che Yun Gang? Student Council President. The school grass of Jiangzhou University. The family background is unfathomable. Rich kids like Wang Peng are trash in front of him. Ouyang Phoenix was the person he liked, but now she was in a mess by Chen Dong. Everyone thought that when he came, he would teach Chen Dong a hard lesson. Where did they think that he would actually apologize to Chen Dong? He also asked Chen Dong not to blame Ouyang Phoenix. This. The people present were truly speechless. Is this senior Che Yun Gang a fake? How could he possibly apologize to Deschen? Am I blind? No one in the room could believe that this scene was real. Che Yun Gang was torn in his heart. He couldn't help but apologize. Chen Dong's identity is not ordinary. The last time his master came to Jiangzhou to clean up Hong Tao, it was Chen Dong who blocked the way, and only then did he fail to achieve his goal. His master had already guessed that Chen Dong might be from a hidden sect. Even the hidden world families were not willing to mess with such an existence. Ouyang Phoenix competed with Chen Dong. In case he angered Chen Dong, the consequences would be hard to believe. As Song Hu's lapdog, he helped Song Hu guard Song Hu's fiancée, Ouyang Phoenix, at school, and that couldn't go wrong. Therefore, even if he is reluctant, in his heart, he now has to apologize to Chen Dong on behalf of Ouyang Phoenix. Don't worry, I won't blame her, Dong Chen said, turning around and about to leave. Che Yun just breathed a sigh of relief. The crowd was dumbfounded as they watched Chen Dong leave. You're really just going to leave? It's not a hallucination. What kind of identity is this D-Silk, anyway? Surprisingly, even Che Yun Gang came to apologize in a low voice. This scene is just too hard to believe. It's sure to blow up the whole school today. Wait. Suddenly, Ouyang Phoenix, who was in the ring, shouted, Since you won against me, the martial arts club should make you the president. Chen Dong froze. Being the president? Not interested. I don't care. Anyway, you're the president of the martial arts club now. If something happens to the martial arts club in the future, you must step in. Ouyang Phoenix suddenly looked like a little schoolgirl who was suddenly being roguish. It was a real eye-opener for everyone around. The reason why she insisted on making Chen Dong the president was because she had already guessed that Chen Dong must have an unusual identity. Otherwise, Song Hu's dog's leg, Che Yun Gang, couldn't have lowered his voice to him like that. Therefore, she thought that Chen Dong might be able to help her get rid of her marriage with Song Hu. It was not surprising that she would rely on Chen Dong like this. Not interested, Chen Dong still simply said 3 words and left. He really just wanted to find someone to spar with and move his muscles. As president of something, he didn't have that free time. Dong Chen, are you free now? Chen Dong went to the cafeteria to eat when he suddenly received a call from Zhou Huan. Dong Zhou, what is it? Chen Dong inquired. The Alliance Master wants to see you, Zhou Huan said. The ally of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. The Jiangnan Business Alliance was originally just a few traders holding together to keep warm, and later developed into the current Jiangnan Business Alliance. But, Chen Dong has always felt that this Jiangnan Business Alliance is not as simple as imagined. It's very mysterious. For example, the alliance leader of the Jiangnan Merchant Alliance was almost a godly dragon. He seldom attends even the Business Alliance gatherings, so much so that many members don't recognize him. He suddenly wants to see Dong Chen now. What does he want? Chapter 79, inviting Dong Chen to be the ally. At a tea house, Chen Dong met Xiahou Wu, the alliance leader of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. Out of Chen Dong's expectation, Before he came, Chen Dong thought that Xiahou Wu was an old man. Where did he think that he was very young? Only in his 30s. Hello, Mr. Chen. Xiahou Wu was an easygoing looking person and dressed casually in a white tai chi suit. As Chen Dong came in, he took the initiative to greet Chen Dong. Hello, Mr. Xia. Chen Feng laughed, extending a hand and shaking it with him. Chen Dong, before I came here I heard that you were very young. I didn't think that you would be so young. Really a hero. Young and promising. Xiahou Wu laughed. Mr. Xia is flattering. And Mr. Chen didn't expect you to be so young as well. Before I came here, I thought that you, the Alliance Master, was an old man. Chen Dong also laughed. Before I became the Alliance Leader, the Jiangnan Merchant Alliance's Alliance Leader was indeed an old man. At that time, the Jiangnan Merchant Alliance wasn't this big either. Xiahou Wu laughed. Chen Dong's expression was slightly startled. What does Hahu Mo mean by that? Did he make the Jiangnan Business Alliance as big as it is now? If that was true, then he was definitely not a simple character. Dong Chen is overthinking it. I'm just a stray dog that was chased out of the imperial capital. Xiahou Wu laughed again. Chen Dong's face was once again stunned. You know what I'm thinking? Xiahou Wu said. Dong Chen, none of this is important. Mr. Xia came to you today to talk about an important matter. What is it? Chen Dong asked curiously. What do you think about Song Hu finding trouble with Hong Tao? Xiahou Wu asked curiously. Song Hu said that Hong Tao stole his business and made him lose face. That's why he came to trouble Hong Tao. Isn't this matter like that? There are other hidden agendas? Chen Dong asked curiously. There must be something else hidden. Xiahou Wu laughed coldly. Already Hong Tao's little family background. Is it possible to snatch Song Hu's business? Besides, even if we snatch it, Song Hu will just send someone to say hello, and Hong Tao will honestly off. Yet what was the result? Hong Tao had finished this deal before Song Hu sent someone to tell Hong Tao that he had robbed him of his business. Hong Tao immediately sent someone to the door to apologize. But Song Hu avoided it. Hong Tao was ready to give all the money he earned to Song Hu. But Song Hu still avoided it. He has one mind, to get Hong Tao killed. This is obviously a setup specifically for Hong Tao. Chen Dong frowned after hearing these words. He'd actually thought about it before. The Hong family was at best a large family in Jiangzhou. Song Hu was a hidden family in the imperial capital. Hong Tao, in his great ability, could not possibly go and steal Song Hu's business. So there's definitely something wrong here. Today Xiahou Wu re-mentioned this. Let Chen Dong more feel. Song Hu find Hong Tao trouble purpose. Not so simple. Did they have a grudge before? Chen Dong inquired curiously. Xiahou Wu shook his head. Then why do you have to put Hong Tao to death like this? Chen Dong curiously inquired. Because Song Hu's target was never the Hong family, nor Hong Tao, but the Jiangnan Merchant Alliance. Xiahou Wu added with a cold smile. All of the large and small business alliances in the country have basically submitted to the feet of the Imperial Capital Business Alliance. There are only a very few merchant alliances that have not submitted to the Imperial Capital Merchant Alliance. The Jiangnan Business Alliance is one of them. So Chen Dong understood it. Hong Tao is just an excuse for Song Hu to find trouble. The real purpose is to eradicate the Jiangnan Business Alliance from its roots. That day fortunately Chen Dong was there, stopping Song Hu. Not then the fruit is really unimaginable. After Xiahou Wu finished speaking, Chen Dong was silent for a moment before he curiously asked, You sought me out to discuss how to fight against the Imperial Capital Business Alliance? Chen Dong's IQ attribute had been raised to 150 points. So many things, you don't need to explain them to him, just point them out and he'll know. Dong Chen is wrong. However, this time, Chen Dong still guessed wrong. Xiahou Wu smiled again and said to Dong Chen, I did not invite Dong Chen here to discuss with you how to fight against the Imperial Capital Business Alliance. Rather, I want to ask you to lead the Jiangnan Merchant Alliance against the Imperial Capital Merchant Alliance. Mr. Xia, are you kidding me? I'm leading the Jiangnan Business Alliance? Wouldn't I become the alliance leader then? Chen Dong shook his head. That's right, as long as Dong Chen is willing, I'll immediately give up the position of alliance leader to you. Xiahou Wu said. Me as an ally, others serve me? It's better to forget about it. Chen Dong rejected Xiahou Wu without a second thought. The reason is simple. To be an ally you have to be at the front. Chen Dong did not want to become the target of the Imperial Capital Business Alliance's attack. Dong Chen, you've already joined the Jiangnan Business Alliance. Don't say you're a 10th level member. Even if you're a first level ordinary member, you're still a target of the Imperial Capital Business Alliance. That is why it is useless for you to run away. On the contrary, by becoming an alliance master, you can obtain more resources. That way when you fight against the Imperial Capital Merchant Alliance, you can live a little longer. Xiahou Wu added. The alliance leader is still you. Chen Dong's attitude was resolute. There was no way he was going to be the one to stand out. Xiahou Wu was a bit helpless, and retreated. Then it should be okay for Dong Chen to be a vice ally, right? You're a 10th level member. and you're not even a vice ally. It's too detrimental to your status. Chen Dong pondered for a moment. If he did not even agree to be the vice alliance leader, Xiahou Wu would definitely not let it go. Chen Dong did not want to continue being pestered, so this time, he agreed to Xiahou Wu very quickly. Good. Xiahou Wu nodded his head in a hurry, a smile all over his face. I will immediately announce to the entire business alliance that from this moment on, Dong Chen is the vice alliance leader of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. Just say it secretly. There's no need to make such a big scene. I'm still studying. I like to keep a low profile, Chen Dong faintly said. The corner of Xiahou Wu's mouth twitched. Still reading? He shook his head, truly unable to believe what kind of identity background Chen Dong had. Only Chen Dong leading the Jiangnan Merchant Alliance was able to hold back the Imperial Capital Merchant Alliance's attack. This was also the reason why Xiahou Wu had ceded the position of alliance leader to Chen Dong. Mr. Xia, I'm curious, who drove you out of the Imperial City, and for what reason? Chen Dong suddenly asked with a smile. Xiahou Wu looked at him and was silent for a long time. Because of a woman, and the man who drove me away. Soon you will know, because, sooner or later, the Imperial Capital Business Alliance and the Jiangnan Business Alliance will collide violently. Chen Dong understood that Xiahou Wu might have been a member of the Imperial Capital Merchant League in the past. However, because of a woman, he had clashed with the bigwigs of the Imperial Capital Business Alliance. He was no match for his opponent and left the Imperial Capital to Jiangnan. The Jiangnan Business Alliance at that time was still a very small chamber of commerce. He intentionally supported it because he hoped that, one day, this merchant alliance would be able to rival the Imperial Capital Merchant Alliance. However, the Imperial Capital Merchant Alliance was too strong, and he simply couldn't fight. At the same time, the Imperial Capital Business Alliance had also sensed that he was behind it. Hence there was, the clash between Song Hu and Hong Tao. The purpose was to, well, force him out. It was just unexpected that a 10th level member, Chen Dong, had appeared in the Jiangnan Business Alliance. What's more, he didn't expect Chen Dong to step in and drive Song Hu away. Xiahou Wu saw hope in Chen Dong, which was why he had invited Chen Dong to be the alliance leader. Chen Dong was curious about that woman in his heart. Just what kind of woman was it that could make Xiahou Wu and the bigwigs of the Imperial Capital Business Alliance fight like this? Chapter 80, Helping Out. Dong Chen, what did the ally say to you? Walking out of the tea room, Zhou Huan immediately went up to ask. He wasn't qualified to see Xiahou Wu yet, so he had been waiting outside. He asked me to become an ally, but I didn't agree. Chen Dong Dao. Zhou Huan was almost speechless with shock. Other people, it was very difficult to become a member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. And Chen Dong, this alliance master, took the initiative to ask him to become the new alliance master. And he actually refused. Zhou Huan really didn't know what to say. If this matter spreads, it will definitely instantly stir up several provinces and cities in Jiangnan. From this, we could also see how powerful Chen Dong really was. Zhou Huan's attitude towards Chen Dong had become more cautious again. Chen Dong, where are you? Pretty Zhang, what do you want? Before he could return to school, Chen Dong received a call from Zhang Jingmei. This isn't going to make him meet the parents again, is it? Zhang Jingmei had already told Chen Dong many times. My parents have been waiting for you for 2 or 3 days, so meet them. They don't mean anything else. They just want to thank you in person. Zhang Jingmei pleaded on the other end of the phone. Her parents had really taken Chen Dong as her boyfriend, so they kept calling and urging her to bring Chen Dong back to meet him. She had no choice but to call Dong Chen again and again. Alright, Chen Dong couldn't do anything else but agree. I'll wait for you at school. Come pick me up right away. Zhang Jingmei added. Good. Chen Dong agreed. His Lamborghini Aventador had been repaired and returned, and was parked in the school garage. When Chen Dong returned to school, he immediately drove it to the Jiangzhou Arts Academy. This academy gets a lot of luxury cars in every day. After all, it's full of big beautiful women. However, even though these beauties were already accustomed to seeing luxury cars, many of them still let out screams after seeing the Lamborghini driven by Chen Dong. After all, this Lamborghini that Chen Dong drove was too expensive. The lowest configuration was more than $6 million, and the highest configuration exceeded $10 million. Chen Dong lacked everything but money, so his car was definitely the highest configuration, exceeding $10 million. When encountering such a group of gold-worshipping women, it was normal that they would scream, "Handsome, care to take me for a ride? Tonight belongs to you." A long-legged beauty yelled after the car. "Handsome, just let me ride in your co-pilot." Chen Dong had a headache. Had he known that he would have waited outside for Zhang Jingmei? It was hard to arrive at the place where Zhang Jingmei had positioned herself. The car was already followed by a group of beautiful women. When they saw that Chen Dong was heading towards Zhang Jingmei, they immediately had the sense to walk away, because they know they can compare themselves to Zhang Yongmi in one way or another, like long legs, big and such. However, Zhang Jingmei is an all-rounder. Not only does she have big boobs and long legs, but but she also has an exquisite melon face, which is simply a scourge of the country. How can they compete with that? So they all left on their own. These people were also puzzled. They hadn't heard that Zhang Jingmei had a boyfriend, right? Why did one suddenly appear today? She was also so rich, driving a multi-million-dollar luxury car. Each of them was really drooling with envy. What took you so long to come? Zhang Jingmei immediately said with some dissatisfaction when she saw Chen Dong coming down from the car. Why are you positioning yourself at the school? Do you know that I almost had a car accident just now? Chen Dong complained in dissatisfaction. There were just too many beautiful women surrounding him just now, and if he accelerated the gas a little bit, he would have crashed into someone. Zhang Jingmei even complained that he was slow in coming, which made Chen Dong's heart really very unhappy. There's something I want to ask for your help, Zhang Jingmei said. What is it? Chen Feng's face revealed doubt. See those two people over there? Zhang Jingmei stretched out her finger and pointed dozens of meters away. Under a tree, a short and fat middle-aged man was pestering a petite girl. There was a Mercedes-Benz Model S parked next to it. About $1 million. Chen Dong was curious. What happened to those two? Zhang Jingmei was dissatisfied. The woman is my bestie Yunxi. That middle-aged man is so disgusting, treating my bestie as a gold-digging woman too. Every day, he drives his Mercedes to harass. My BFF has been forced to jump off a building, so I want to ask you to help her. Shandong said. How can I help? Zhang Jingmei said. Drive your limousine over there and tell that middle-aged man that my best friend is your girlfriend, and just tell him not to harass him in the future. Chen Dong frowned. You're not jealous? Zhang Jingmei's face changed slightly. I believe you. Alright. Chen Dong sweated. He didn't even trust himself. Zhang Jingmei actually still had so much trust in him, it really surprised him a bit. He obliged, got into his Lamborghini and went straight for it. $100,000 a month. I'll take care of you. Cut the crap. Hurry up and get into my car, or I'll call someone to get you. The middle-aged man was threatening Yunxi at this moment. Yunxi was a bit scared and said to the middle-aged man, I already have a boyfriend. He'll come pick me up later. The middle-aged man laughed coldly. Your bottom line, I've inquired clearly. You don't have a boyfriend at all. You're still a fledgling now. Otherwise, how could I spend $100,000 a month to keep you? I'm telling you for the last time. If you don't get into my car and go to the hotel with me today, I'll find someone to disfigure you. Yunxi was completely terrified. Zhang Jingmei told her that she would find someone, posing as her boyfriend, to warn the middle-aged man not to harass her. How come that person hasn't come yet? Is Zhang Jingmei lying to her? If that man hadn't come before, she'd have been finished, because she knows that the middle-aged man in front of her is a gangster on the road. Some forces she really can't afford to mess with. What to do? She jumped to her feet impatiently. The middle-aged man also couldn't wait, directly reached out and grabbed her white wrist, to force her to drag her into the car. Boom! Just then, the Mercedes suddenly let out a loud bang. The middle-aged man and Yunxi were both startled and turned around to see a maroon-colored Lamborghini, crashing hard into the Mercedes. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. This is the luxury car he just bought. He immediately let go of Yunxi and rushed over to curse angrily. Do you know how to drive? Old man's car is parked on the side. You actually crashed into it. Are you blind? Chen Dong pushed open the car door and walked down, looking at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, My eyes aren't blind. I was looking at the collision. The middle-aged man froze, and so did Yunxi. Seeing the right place to hit? Isn't this too arrogant? You sick in the head? Why did you purposely hit my car? The middle-aged man growled. Because you idiots want to touch my girlfriend. Chen Dong laughed faintly again. Chapter 81. The people we called were scared to their knees. The middle-aged man was stunned. Which one is your girlfriend? Chen Dong angrily said. Which one did you say it was? It's her? The middle-aged man asked in disbelief, turning to point at Yunxi. Chen Dong nodded. No way. The middle-aged man howled. I've inquired about her. She doesn't even have a boyfriend. Shandong said. Now there is. Do you have a problem with that? The middle-aged man paused for a moment, and ultimately didn't say a word. Yunxi's face was filled with shock when she saw Chen Dong. Was this the person that Zhang Jingmei had told her would come to help her? He's actually so rich, driving a tens of millions of dollars luxury car? Where did Zhang Jingmei find such a rich man? It can't be her boyfriend, right? In her heart, Yunxi had already envied Zhang Jingmei to death. Chow! It's a waste of time. The middle-aged man, cursing, was about to leave. Wait, Chen Dong drank. You have something else? The middle-aged man turned his head to look at Chen Dong. Chen Dong had wrecked his car. Under normal circumstances, he should seek compensation from Chen Dong. However, Chen Dong was driving a multi-million-dollar luxury car. Such a person was either rich or noble. He probably could not afford to mess with him, so the choice was made to hold back on having to leave. Where did he think that Chen Dong would actually still not let him go? What's that supposed to mean? You think he's a bully? kneel down and apologize to my girlfriend. Chendong really thought that he was easy to bully. He knows this kind of punk. Dogs can't change their minds. If we don't let him give in completely here today, another day when Chendong is not around, he might still come and harass him. Therefore, Chendong wanted to make him completely submit. Yunshi was scared. He knew that the middle-aged man was a gangster. Chendong has money and may not be able to afford to mess with it. She did not want to cause trouble for Chendong, so she immediately said, "No, no, don't harass me in the future, just don't come." No way. Chendong's attitude was resolute. You are my girlfriend. If he harasses you, he must kneel down and apologize. Yunshi's expression froze. At this time, she was thinking in her heart, how good it would be if Chendong was really her boyfriend. The veins on the middle-aged man's forehead rippled one after another. Kid, don't go too far. You hit my car and haven't asked you for compensation. And you're actually asking me to kneel down and apologize? Do you really think I'm made of clay? The middle-aged man roared angrily. Yes, yes, yes. You reminded me that you have to pay for my car when it's wrecked, Chendong said with another smile. The middle-aged man almost vomited blood in excitement. Isn't this really too bullying of Chendong? He crashed his car, told him to kneel down and apologize, and now he wants him to pay compensation. Does this really treat him like a sick cat? The middle-aged man roared. Kid, having a few dollars is amazing, isn't it? Believe it or not, I will find someone to remove your arm today? Chendong said indifferently. Who are you looking for? Call it in for me to take a look. The middle-aged man took out his cell phone and threatened again with a ferocious face. Kid, in giving you the last chance, today's matter, as if it has never happened. Otherwise, I will really call out for someone. He still did not want to clash with Chendong until the last minute. After all, Chendong drove a multi-million-dollar luxury car. Such a person, either rich or powerful, a gangster like him, may not really be able to afford to mess with him. However, Chendong was aggressive and really bullied people too much. He had no chance to endure even if he wanted to, so he could only fight to the death. You cut the crap and hurry up and call someone. I have itchy hands and want to move my muscles. Chendong Dao. He still had really itchy hands right now, which was a common problem of martial arts experts. He couldn't find anyone to spar with right now, and it was fine to beat up a few punks to get over it, so he really hoped that the middle-aged man would hurry up and call someone. The middle-aged man was forced to really have no choice, dialed a number, and the ferocious expression on his face had disappeared, replaced by a pleasing smile. Even his voice was humble. Hey, brother Xiong, I'm Mao San. I'm at the Jiangzhou Art Academy. I ran into a rich second generation who crashed my car and made me kneel down to apologize and compensate him. The middle-aged man briefly told the person he was looking for what happened here. Mao San, you're really a piece of. What's so great about being a rich kid? You're a gangster, and you're afraid of him? Kneeling down to apologize and make amends? Compensate him, kill him. On the other end of the phone, a brawny voice came over, directly scolding the middle-aged man. Brother Xiong, I can't get it. This guy is a head taller than me. Or you bring someone. The middle-aged man smiled fawningly again. Fine, tell that kid to stay put and I'll bring someone right away. The man on the other end of the phone roared. The middle-aged man hung up the phone and immediately laughed again with a hideous face. Kid, you're dead. Do you know who the old man called? Shandong said. Who is it? Do you know the reputation of Brother Xiong on the road? The middle-aged man asked with a sardonic smile. Brother Xiong? Chendong's brows furrowed. This name, it seemed like he had heard it somewhere before, but he could not recall it, so he shook his head. Ha! The middle-aged man laughed. You haven't even heard of Brother Xiong's reputation, and you have the audacity to go against me? Are you really tired of living? You won't even know how you're going to die. Snap! Chendong raised his hand and slapped it over. Speak to me in a civilized manner. The middle-aged man's face was swollen by the whip. He was beaten out of temper, and walked to the side with a ferocious face, thinking in his heart, I'll see how long you can still be rampant. The moment Brother Xiong comes is the time of your death. After waiting for about 20 minutes or so, a few black Audis stopped in front of Chendong and the others. In the car, a dozen people walked down, and the middle-aged man immediately went over to greet them. Zhang Jingmei, who was not far away, was directly frightened when she saw the scene. Oh no! This guy is surprisingly coming from such a big place. Chendong is going to suffer. She wanted to rush up, but reason stopped her, because it was useless for her to rush up at all. Security! Get the school security to help. She immediately turned around and went to find the school security, and at that moment, a tall, strong, hairy man was asking the middle-aged man, where is that kid? Is it really that arrogant? He crashed your car and told you to kneel down to apologize and pay compensation? I'm going to make him regret coming to this world today. Yunshi was terrified when she heard the roar. She hurriedly said to Chendong, hurry up and run, or else you won't have a chance. I'm sorry that I victimized you. It's fine. Chen Dong's face was filled with confidence. With me here, no one can hurt you. When Yunqi heard this, her heart was moved again, and she began to fantasize again. How good it would be if this was really her boyfriend. Those people had already come over. She was already thinking that dying with Chen Dong would be a blessing. However, in the next second, a scene that shocked both her and the middle-aged man appeared. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, the group of punks that came finally saw Chen Dong. The burly man in the lead was directly almost paralyzed with fear. He howled inwardly. How could it be him? Poof! He had already rushed over at a speed unimaginable to the human mind and directly knelt at Chen Dong's feet. Chen Dong, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was you. Chapter 82, even Master Lin must kowtow to me. You are? Looking at this burly man kneeling on the ground in front of him, a trace of doubt appeared on Chen Dong's face. I seem to have seen you somewhere before? Chen Dong, I'm Li. Oh no, I'm Dog Bear. Last time in the hotel. Not open-minded to mess with your friends. You have a lot of adults. Stay a dog life. I really appreciate it. Knock, knock, knock. As the burly man spoke, he kowtowed to Chen Dong more than 10 more times. Chen Dong finally remembered who he was. Brother Xiong, one of the 4 King Kongs under the seat of the leading underground world leader forestry. Last time at the splendid hotel, messing with Chen Dong's best friend Yang Chang and his girlfriend, was taught a hard lesson by Chen Dong. I did not expect to meet up again today here. Chen Dong's face went ice cold. Are you here to find trouble with me? No, 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 no. Li Xiong hurriedly roared out loud. Chen Dong's single sentence had already caused him to stutter in fear. Dong Chen, I really didn't know that it was you. Otherwise I definitely wouldn't have come. It was only after a long time that Li Xiong slowed down. He hurriedly explained to Chen Dong. If it's not me, you can just bully people? Chen Dong added with an icy face. The lesson you were given last time wasn't enough? Are you still a gangster? Li Xiong was covered in cold sweat. Panic roared. Chen Dong lesson is right. I immediately changed my ways. Go to work in the factory. Never again inappropriate punks. Good. Chen Dong nodded in appreciation, and Li Xiong let out a sigh of relief. Brother Xiong, what kind of person is he? You actually kowtowed to him? The middle-aged man was already stunned behind him. He had gotten Li Xiong here to help him teach Chen Dong a lesson. When he came, Li Xiong also bragged on the phone that he would make Chen Dong regret coming to this world. Where did he think that after coming, without saying anything, he would directly kowtow to Chen Dong? What the hell is going on here? Is this still the famous Xiong? How did he become so lowly? Like a dog? Snap! Before the middle-aged man could figure out what was going on, a huge palm suddenly smacked him in the face. The person who hit him was none other than Li Xiong. Li Xiong grabbed another handful of his hair, pressed him to the ground, and yelled, kowtow to Chen Dong and apologize. You dog bastard. How the hell did you mess with Chen Dong? Knock knock. The middle-aged man was pressed by him to kowtow a dozen times. His forehead was broken, his head was dizzy, and his eyes could not open. He didn't do anything. He just harassed my girlfriend, and wrecked my car. Chen Dong said indifferently. What? You dare to harass Chen Dong's girlfriend? I'll get you killed. Li Xiong jumped up violently and stomped on the middle-aged man's zigong root. Ow ow ow. The middle-aged man let out a pig-killing howl, twitching in pain. The gangsters who came with Li Xiong were all scared to death. What are you waiting for? Smash his car for me. Li Xiong roared again. A group of people immediately rushed towards the middle-aged man's Mercedes. Bang bang bang. Not long, the car was smashed to scrap. Middle-aged man is still curled up on the ground screaming. Li Xiong another kick in his face roared, dead or not? Not dead to the old man out of Jiangzhou. Or I see you once, beat you once. The more he talked, the angrier he got, and he kicked the middle-aged man in the face a few more times. The middle-aged man's face was covered in blood and he fainted. Dong Chen, do you have any more orders? If not, I will take my leave. Li Xiong instantly changed his appearance again when he spoke to Chen Dong. Just now, beating the middle-aged man was so fierce, and now, it really looks like a pug dog. Go away. Remember, don't be a bully in the future. Chen Dong waved his hand. I know, thank you, Dong Chen, for not bothering with me. Li Xiong fled the place in a hurry with his men. Brother Xiong, who the hell is that guy? You're actually so afraid of him that you're kowtowing to him? On the way back, the little brothers were all incredulous. Don't say that I have to kowtow to him, even if Master Lin sees him, Li Xiong said helplessly. The minions were in complete shock. Brother Xiong, you're joking, right? Master Lin is the leader of the underground world. You have to kowtow even to see him? What exactly is his status? The juniors inquired in shock again. Don't ask nonsense. Anyway, you can't afford to mess with it, and you must avoid him when you see him. Mao-san, this bastard, almost killed me today. At night, you must drive him out of Jiangzhou. If I see him again, I will definitely kill him. Li Xiong yelled again. Yes yes yes. the minions responded in a hurry. College. Looking at the scrapped Mercedes, and the unconscious middle-aged man on the ground, Yunchi was completely stunned. She turned her head and looked at Chen Dong. What exactly do you do? These gangsters? But they came to find Chen Dong's trouble. But after they came, they kowtowed to Chen Dong. This is too magical. Yunchi's 3 views had been subverted, so she was really curious in a million ways. What exactly did Chen Dong do? Even the gangsters were fearful of him like an old man. Was he an even bigger gangster? Just like you. I am also a college student. Chen Dong smiled faintly. Yunchi shook her head. Beating her to death, she would not believe what Chen Dong said. Are you guys alright? Zhang Jingmei's voice came over and Chen Dong turned his head to see that Zhang Jingmei had rushed over towards the side with a few security guards. What's going on here? Looking at the scrapped Mercedes-Benz, and the middle-aged man lying dead or alive on the ground, Zhang Jingmei and the security guards were stunned. This guy's enemies just came after him to settle the score. Beat him up like this, and smashed his car. Chen Dong Dao. No. Zhang Jingmei shook her head. Wasn't he the one who called the punks to come after you? How come he got beaten up? Chen Dong Dao, you're looking at you the wrong way to trouble him. Alright, let's leave things here to the security guards. Let's go first. Zhang Jingmei will believe it and got into Chen Dong's car. Chen Dong first drove to the repair shop. The front end of the car was a little broken, and it was quickly fixed. Only then did he go to Zhang Jingmei's house. Zhang Jingmei's home is in Kaicheng, a small county that takes more than an hour to drive to from Jiangzhou. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening when they arrived at Zhang Jingmei's house. Big brother, what time is it? Why hasn't your son-in-law come yet? Has he forgotten you? He's so unruly, isn't he? How dare he make his father-in-law wait for him? Is there such a thing as a son-in-law? Uncle, I'm hungry. When are we going to eat? When he comes later, we must talk about him. Before they even entered the door, they heard a murmur inside, and both Chen Dong and Zhang Jingmei were embarrassed. Chen Dong looked at Zhang Jingmei with a skeptical expression. Wasn't it a simple meeting with her parents who were grateful to Chen Dong? What was going on here? Zhang Jingmei had a headache. Her parents already considered Chen Dong as her boyfriend, and her father was very fond of showing off. So, when Chen Dong came today, he called all his friends and family to show off how great his son-in-law is and to satisfy his vanity. Chapter 83. Don't believe Dongchen has money. When Zhang Jingmei came, she had already told her parents many times, never call relatives and friends, just their family, just meet them. Where thought? Her parents' mouth said good, will not call friends and relatives. The result, home but called a bunch. This led her how to face Chen Dong? After hesitating, Zhang Jingmei said to Dongchen, why don't we go back? Chen Dong looked at her serious face and knew that she also did not know that there were so many people coming to the house. The trace of dissatisfaction in his heart immediately dissipated. He smiled faintly. Since we're here, let's go in. Chen Dong. I'm sorry. Zhang Jingmei really felt guilty. It's fine. Chen Dong shook his head and knocked on the door of the room. Who is it? Someone inside inquired. Me. Zhang Jingmei responded. Cousin is back. The door to the room opened and a 12-year-old girl bounced out. Very lively, she was Zhang Jingmei's cousin. She saw Chen Dong roar and yelled again. Brother-in-law is here too. Zhang Wei, who was chatting with a group of relatives and friends in the living room, immediately ran out when he heard his son-in-law coming. You are Chen Dong? Zhang Wei enthusiastically extended his hands with a smile on his face. You are? Chen Dong looked at him with a puzzled expression. I am Zhang Jingmei's father. Welcome to my home. Zhang Wei enthusiastically said. Please come inside. Chen Dong walked into the house as he was guided by him. Zhang family is also very rich in the small county, so the house is very large, more than 200 square meters. Dozens of people stay in it do not feel crowded. Xiao Dong, you're here. Drink tea. A charming woman, who was also full of smiles, carried a cup of tea to Chen Dong's face. She was Zhang Jingmei's mother. Lu Xiaoying. Xiao Dong, you're tired from the drive, aren't you? Change your shoes first and relax. Zhang Wei personally brought another pair of slippers to Chen Dong. Thank you. Thank you. Chen Dong nodded his head in a hurry. Just after changing her shoes, Lu Xiaoying brought hot water and a towel. Xiao Dong, wash your face, it'll be more comfortable. Good good. Chen Dong took the hot towel, and all those friends and relatives of the Zhang family on the side all looked dumbfounded. Luckily, they knew that Chen Dong was Zhang Jingmei's boyfriend and Zhang Wei and Lu Xiaoying's son-in-law. If they didn't know, they would have thought that Zhang Wei and Lu Xiaoying were serving the young master, which was too attentive, right? Being a son-in-law to this point is an absolute ceiling. Big brother, what exactly is the origin of this dragon son-in-law of yours? As for you to serve him in such a lowly manner? Next to him, a man who looked a lot like Zhang Wei said in dissatisfaction. He was Zhang Jingmei's second uncle, Zhang Chang. Don't see what's so great about him either. Coming to your house with short sleeves and short pants, that's too casual. Besides Zhang Chang, a woman, somewhat conspiratorially, said, he was Zhang Chang's wife. You didn't know to buy some gifts even when you came. Are you too poor to get out of the house? Too unruly, right? Another woman in her 30s sneered. She was Zhang Jingmei's sister-in-law, and had a particularly high vision, so she hadn't even married yet. Seriously, I really don't see where he's better than Ding Chang. The Ding family and your Zhang family are definitely a good match in this Kaifeng city, so it's better to marry Jingmei to Ding Chang. They're a perfect match, a perfect match. Zhang Jingmei's third aunt began to matchmake for Zhang Jingmei again. The Ding Chang she mentioned is a famous flower in Kaicheng, and has been chasing Zhang Jingmei for a long time, but Zhang Jingmei's parents are still sober in the head, so they haven't said yes, and with Chen Dong as a good son-in-law, it was even more unlikely that they would agree. The people who are in the same generation as Zhang Jingmei's parents are talking about Chen Dong. The words are filled with disappointment and dissatisfaction. The younger generation, on the other hand, were all asking when they were going to eat. It was now almost 8 in the evening, and they had delayed until now in order to wait for Chen Dong, and each of them was so hungry that their fronts were sticking to their bellies. Bunch of snobs, I'll let you know how powerful my son-in-law is later. Zhang Wei sneered in his heart. Everyone get ready, let's go to the dining room for dinner immediately. Zhang Di shouted loudly, and the children in the room immediately jumped up and down. Zhang Wei had long ago booked 2 wine banquets at an upscale restaurant in Kaifeng. It was also equipped with a special car to pick up this large group of people. A large group of people sat down in the restaurant's luxury box, looking at the group of family and friends, who are still constantly discussing and mocking Chen Dong. Zhang Wei's face showed a cold smile. It's time to let you snobs know how powerful my son-in-law is. He picked up a glass of wine, smiled and said to the crowd, "Quiet everyone, I have a few words to say." The crowd immediately quieted down. Some time ago, my business had a bit of a problem, which made me really almost lose my family. Luckily, all of you sitting here made a timely move to help me out, which allowed me to tide over the difficulties and get back on my feet. So I want to toast you all with this glass of wine and thank you for your help. Zhang Wei laughed. Many people lowered their heads in shame, and even Zhang Jingmei's second uncle was somewhat embarrassed, because, when their family is in trouble, these people are waiting to see the joke, and there are few who really help. Now Zhang Wei is thanking them, in this way, and he will feel embarrassed if he slightly points his face. Of course, here I want to focus on thanking someone. If not for him lending me 200 million, I simply could not have risen again. When Zhang Wei said this, everyone was all stunned. Big brother, who lent you $200 million? How come you never told us? It's too rich, isn't it? 200 million I can't believe I can even lend it out. How much interest did he calculate for you? Can you borrow some for me too? The crowd gathered around Zhang Wei, wanting to know who the wealthy man who had lent Zhang Wei $200 million was. This matter, Zhang Wei hides too deep. Before they also curious. Zhang Wei had been almost finished. How suddenly rise? Zhang Wei had never told them, and today they realized that someone had lent Zhang Wei $200 million. Who exactly is that god of fortune? The crowd really desperately wanted to know too much. He is no other than my good son-in-law, Chen Dong. Zhang Wei reached out and pointed at Chen Dong and shouted, "What? Dong Chen borrowed $200 million from you? Big brother, are you kidding? Big brother, if you want to elevate your son-in-law, you should find a better reason. Look at him. Does he look like a rich man? People family Ding Changhan casually wear a piece of watch as a few million. That is the appearance of the rich. Look at your son-in-law. Shorts, short sleeves, like a farm name worker. Can he also come up with $200 million? When these relatives and friends of Zhang Jingmei knew that the person who lent her father $200 million was Chen Dong, they all did not believe it. There they sneered. This made Zhang Wei's face ugly. Originally, he also wanted to show off in front of these people, so that these snobs would know how powerful his son-in-law was, so that they would all not dare to underestimate his son-in-law, and at the same time satisfy his vanity. Where did you think that it would be made into a joke? Chapter 84, My godfather told me. Big brother, even if you don't want to tell us who that god of wealth is, why would you say such things to lie to us? Zhang Chang roared with great dissatisfaction again. This really made Zhang Wei somewhat speechless. Zhang Wei really didn't know why Chen Dong would be so low-key. He has his financial strength, casually buy a better set of clothes to wear on the body. These relatives and friends will not look down on him. Now it's great that he's obviously rich, but he's ridiculed by these snobs as a poor man. Zhang Wei was useless no matter how he explained. He was really worried in his heart that Chen Dong would get angry. If a rich man like Chen Dong gets angry, the consequences will be very serious. Hooray! Chen Dong looked like he did not hear what the people around him were saying, and from the beginning to the end, he was very silent, like when the people around him did not exist at all. Zhang Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the scene. Everyone, let's eat! Someone yelled out. It's Big Brother's treat today, so don't be polite. Order whatever you want to eat. Hearing this, Zhang Wei's face turned blue. When he was in trouble, all these people pretended not to see. Now that he's re-emerged, one and all are treating him like a cash cow again. He really regretted it. He should have listened to his daughter and not called these people. Now it's good that he's purely being slaughtered by these people as a pig. Chen Dong, you have never had such a good meal, right? Someone who had drunk too much wine started counting Chen Dong again. You've taken advantage of our Zhang family to be able to eat such a good meal. Yes, yes, yes. Chen Dong nodded his head to cope with the situation. He knew that the man had drunk too much. That's why he didn't take it into account. Look at you. How do you deserve our Jingmei? You'd better get lost yourself. Don't disgrace yourself in the future. Zhang Jingmei's third aunt yelled at Chen Dong again. This pissed Zhang Jingmei off. Third aunt? Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Jingmei's sister-in-law quit. Also began to reprimand Zhang Jingmei and Chen Dong. Jingmei, where did your third aunt go wrong? If you are looking for a man, you need to find a good one. What are you looking for now? Can you come up with $1 million? Probably can't even come up with 100,000 down payment. Zhang Jingmei's third aunt immediately took over the conversation and said, Right. Jingmei, find a man really need to find a good condition. Young Master Ding Chang, who has adored you for a long time, has also sworn that as long as you are willing to marry him, he guarantees that he won't dabble in womanizing again in the future. Zhang Jingmei's family were all completely enraged. It really is all about lifting the table. It's really impossible to eat this meal. Can these snobs use their heads a little? Would the Zhang family be so attentive to Chen Dong if he hadn't lent $200 million to the Zhang family's god of wealth? It was really unbearable for them to disparage Chen Dong in such a way. Jingmei, Uncle Zhang, Auntie, you're all eating here. A man in a white shirt walked over this way. There was no need to look to know that the shirt he was wearing was definitely a limited edition, with a price tag of at least $100,000. He also wore a watch on his hand, golden and priced at least $1 million to start. As soon as he appeared, all of the Zhang family's relatives and friends became attentive. Young Master Ding, why are you here for dinner as well? Please have a seat. Someone made way for a seat, and this man sat down. He was none other than Ding Chang, the one that Zhang Jingmei's third aunt had been hanging on to. I happened to pass by here, and I didn't think that I would meet you guys. My luck is really too good. Ding Chang laughed. While saying this, he was looking at Zhang Jingmei's third aunt. Obviously, he didn't just happen to pass by here, but Zhang Jingmei's third aunt intentionally informed him of his arrival. Young Master Ding, I've heard that you've recently become the godson of our Kai City's richest man. Sui, is this true? Zhang Jingmei's third aunt began to intentionally elevate Ding Chang's status. My godfather appreciates my talent. That's why he accepted me as such a godson. Let everyone laugh. Ding Chang laughed. When he said that, he was admitting it. The Zhang family's friends and relatives, again, began to compliment. Becoming the godson of the richest man. You will soar. Who dares to laugh at you? Your godfather has invested in your family's property, right? It's about to double in size, right? Ding Chang nodded. My godfather has directly invested $300 million. In less than 2 years, my family's assets can definitely reach 1 billion. Really? Young Master Ding, your family is really too rich. I'm toasting you. The crowd moved closer to Ding Chang. It was as if he had become the jewel in the crown here. Compared to him, Chen Dong had really dimmed like a lump of coal. After bragging about Ding Chang to the top, the crowd's words changed and they began to persuade Zhang Jingmei's parents again. Big brother, what are you waiting for? You don't want such a good son-in-law in front of you. You have to let that poor guy be your son-in-law. What exactly do you want? Zhang Chang roared at Zhang Wei in dissatisfaction. He was still waiting for Ding Chang to lend him money. If Ding Chang is not related to the Zhang family, why did he lend him the money? That's why he's now the emperor's emperor. I see nothing to hesitate about this. Since everyone is here today, let's finalize this marriage. Zhang Jingmei's third aunt really is an octogenarian. This kind of thing, she is also qualified to make the decision? Zhang Jingmei's face was ugly, and her parents' faces weren't much better. If he wasn't worried about hurting Ding Chang's face, he might have just lifted the table. In telling everyone a good news, Ding Chang suddenly laughed again, and the crowd immediately perked up their ears. My godfather has become a member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. Ding Chang laughed. The crowd looked puzzled. Jiangnan Merchant Alliance. What is that? Ding Chang's eyes revealed contempt. These people's status was too low. They didn't even know about the Jiangnan Business Alliance. He had to explain. To put it simply, it's a rich man's club. Anyone inside has billions of dollars in family assets. Becoming a member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance is even more of a status symbol. And it also enhances one's status. In our entire Kai City, there is only one person that has become a member of the Jiangnan Merchant Alliance. And he is my godfather. When these words came out, it was like thunder exploding here. Everyone was stunned. We have many rich people in Kaifeng City, but only one of them can become a member there. I can't imagine how rich the people in there are. These friends and relatives of the Zhang family all sighed. My godfather told me that there's a 10th level member in there. Do you guys know how he became a top member? Ding Chang said with another mysterious face. The crowd all shook their heads, and even Zhang Jingmei's parents were drawn into curiosity. He directly pays $10 billion in membership fees. Ding Chang was shocked again. $10 billion? That's too rich, isn't it? Don't top members get more benefits than normal members? Someone from the Zhang family asked curiously again. My godfather told me that the top member is just a false title. Just like the noble title in some countries. It's not useful for anything other than symbolizing status. The benefits received are no more than those of a low-level member. But for someone who can spend $10 billion for such a false title, think about it. His identity background, his power and money. How huge is it? The crowd closed their eyes and couldn't even imagine it. Chapter 85. Sudi is coming to pay her respects to Dongchen. After Ding Chang ruthlessly bragged about his godfather for a while and elevated his status, he seemed to have only realized that Qin Dong existed and turned his head to look at Qin Dong with a cold smile. Who is this one? A relative of the Zhang family? Why haven't I seen it before? Zhang Jingmei's third aunt immediately stepped forward and roared. Young Master Ding, leave him alone. A poor D-woman who's here to dabble in food and drink. Ding Chang sneered. Since he's here to dabble in food and drink, he shouldn't be sitting at the banquet. Waiter, bring him a small table and let him eat on the floor. Yes, Zhang Chang's group roared. Zhang Jingmei and her parents. Their faces were extremely ugly. Whose feast is this anyway? It's Ding Chang's turn to give orders here? What's even more excessive is that the person he targeted is the life savior of the Zhang family. That's why Zhang Jingmei was immediately enraged. Ding Chang, don't go too far. He's my boyfriend. Your boyfriend? When Ding Chang came, Zhang Jingmei's third aunt had already told him, so he was mentally prepared. Otherwise, after arriving, he would not have bragged about himself like this to shock Zhang Wei and Lu Xiuying, thus obediently marrying his daughter to him. It was also impossible to intentionally humiliate and belittle Qin Dong like this. However, when he personally heard Zhang Jingmei tell him that Qin Dong was his boyfriend, he was still very angry. Zhang Jingmei, I've been chasing you for so long, even if you don't agree to me, you don't have to go to AD Silk, right? Are you deliberately humiliating me? Ding Chang asked angrily. My business is none of your business, Zhang Jingmei said. Besides, have you ever seen AD Silk who casually takes out $200 million? Can your Ding family afford to take out so much money in one breath? It's not like my father didn't borrow money from your Ding family when his business suffered a setback. How much did your Ding family borrow? $5 million? And how much interest did you calculate for my father? Now you're bragging in front of me about how great you are and how great your godfather is. What the hell does this have to do with our family? And deliberately humiliating my boyfriend like that? Who are you? Did you pay for this meal tonight? Get out if you're fine. Zhang Jingmei stunned everyone with a flurry of angry curses. They all couldn't believe that Zhang Jingmei, who was usually quite well behaved, was able to curse out such words. Zhang Jingmei was really pushed. Qin Dong could definitely be considered the Zhang family savior. Tonight's banquet was mainly to invite Qin Dong. It's the other family and friends that come to rub it in. Now can be good. Ding Chang with those people, even turned against the guest, to drive Qin Dong from the banquet to the ground to eat. Anyone with a bit of conscience would be outraged and would never allow this to happen. Ding Chang actually questioned him aggressively. What is he really? What qualifications are there to speak here? Just because his godfather is some kind of sibui. Godfather is so great, go find his godfather. What are you yelling about here? It's just hilarious. Good. Very good. Ding Chang half a day before he came back to his senses. He pointed at Zhang Jingmei and roared. Your Zhang family is going against me, Ding Chang, right or wrong, isn't it? I'll tell my godfather right away and ask him to go all out to suppress your Zhang family's industry, making your Zhang family bankrupt within 3 days. Young Master Ding, don't. Zhang Jingmei's second uncle, third aunt, and sister-in-law all became anxious. Jingmei doesn't know any better. Don't bother with him. Big brother, sister-in-law, come and persuade young Master Ding to calm down. Do you guys really want to go bankrupt? Zhang Jingmei's parents, with a difficult look on their faces. They indeed could not afford to mess with Ding Chang's godfather, the richest man in Kaicheng, Sibui, so they immediately also softened and begged for forgiveness. Ding, Jingmei just drank too much, so don't take it out on her. You grew up together and you'll still be good friends. Humph humph humph. Ding Chang laughed fiercely. It's fine to ignore it, but he must get the hell out of here right now. Ding Chang reached out and pointed at Qin Dong. Tinkerbell. Just at this time, Qin Dong ringtone rang. He took it out and looked at it. It was an unfamiliar number. As if no one else was there, he picked up the phone. Who is this? May I ask if it's the Vice Alliance Master? A careful and respectful voice came from over there. What Vice Allies? Qin Dong was puzzled. The other side froze. Aren't you Vice Alliance Master Qin Dongchen? This is a call from Dong Zhou Huanzhou. He said that you have come to Kaifeng City and asked me to receive you well. It was only then that Chen Dong remembered that he was the vice alliance leader of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. He really doesn't care about any of this. It didn't occur to me that others didn't think so. That is a symbol of power, identity, and status. They don't dare to be sloppy in the slightest. That was why they were treating Chen Dong with such caution. Oh, I am Chen Dong. I did come to Kai Chang. Which one are you exactly? Chen Dong inquired. My name is Sui. I've just become a member of the Jiangnan Merchant Alliance, Vice Alliance Master. Where are you? I'll come to receive you right away. The person on the other end of the phone, who turned out to be the richest man in Kaifeng City, Sui, asked cautiously. No need. I'm eating. Chen Dong Dao. Then can I pay my respects to you? You made a trip to Kaifeng City. It would really be too rude of me if I didn't pay my respects to you. Sui carefully said again. Kaesong can be considered his turf because he is the richest man in Kaesong. He just became a member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance, and the Vice Alliance Master came to his territory, but he didn't come to pay his respects. Does he still want to mix in the Jiangnan Business Alliance? So whether Chen Dong agreed or not, he had to come. Chen Dong was afraid of being pestered and troubled by him in the future, so he told him where he was. Vice Alliance Master, Mr. Sibu will come over immediately. Please wait a moment. The side said another respectful sentence before hanging up the phone. Who are you talking to on the phone? Everyone looked at Chen Dong curiously. A man named Suyi had to come and pay me a visit. I told him there was no need, but he refused. I had no choice but to tell him that I was here. Chen Dong said helplessly. The box was dead silent. A moment later, Ding Chang let out a pig-killing roar. You D-Silk, you dare to insult my godfather. Ding Chang roared at Chen Dong. Chen Dong looked puzzled. Who insulted your godfather? Hey ma, my godfather is Si Bui, but you say Si Bui came to pay a visit to you. What are you? My godfather will come to see a poor D-Silk like you? If you don't kneel down and apologize to me today, I'll kill you. Ding Chang roared angrily again. Finally, he had found a chance to clean up Chen Dong. Just now, when he told Chen Dong to get lost, he was actually all bottomed out, because he has no reason why he should let Chen Dong roll. It was different now. The person who talked to Chen Dong on the phone was actually also called Sui, the same name as his godfather. He could just make an issue out of this and ruthlessly clean up Chen Dong. Let him stay away from Zhang Jingmei and dare not come to Kaicheng. That would make it easy to take down Zhang Jingmei. Zhang Jingmei's second uncle, third aunt, sister-in-law and those people, all frantically accused Chen Dong. Zhang Jingmei and her parents are also a little anxious. Although Chen Dong is rich, but Sudi is the richest man in Kaicheng, also joined the Jiangnan Business Alliance. Chen Dong definitely cannot afford to mess with. Therefore, they all started apologizing to Ding Chang on behalf of Chen Dong. Ding Chang, Chen Dong made a slip of the tongue. He didn't mean it, so don't take it personally. Chapter 86, have you seen this? My godfather was humiliated. Can I not take it personally? Ding Chang roared. As the words changed, a sardonic smile appeared on his face again. However, since uncle and auntie are personally pleading for this D-Silk, I'll give you guys face, as long as this des kneels down and kowtows to me 3 times, and then you guys agree to my marriage to Shizumi. This will be over. This. Zhang Jingmei's parents both had a difficult look on their faces. They couldn't agree to either of these 2 conditions. Chen Dong is their daughter's boyfriend, but also their family's life savior. How can they break up Chen Dong and their daughter? Also, it would be even more impossible to make Chen Dong kneel and kowtow. So, they can't make a decision. Big brother, sister-in-law, are you guys really stupid? Those people, Zhang Chang, couldn't stand to watch from the sidelines. You guys don't want such a good son-in-law as young Master Ding, but you have to hang on to that D-Silk. Chen Dong, what benefits can he bring you? Did he give you guys some kind of ecstasy? Is that why you guys are so confused? That's right. Such a good son-in-law can't be found by lanterns. If you miss this village, you really won't have this store. These people are talking so much that the room is collapsing. Chen Dong, who was born as a party involved, however, seemed as if he had absolutely nothing to do with what was happening here. It's time to eat and drink. What the people around him said, it's like he didn't hear it. This had completely enraged Ding Chang. He was still waiting for Chen Dong to kneel down and apologize to him, but Chen Feng simply treated him as if he did not exist. He picked up a wine bottle and walked towards Chen Dong. Poor D-Silk. I'll let you know the consequences of messing with me. Ding Chang. He raised the bottle and smashed it hard on Chen Dong's head. Don't! Zhang Jingmei yelled, her face pale with anxiety. Ding Chang, calm down. Zhang Wei and Lu Xiaoying yelled back, yet everything was already too late. Well played, Zhang Chang and those people, all clapped their hands in praise. Snap! However, a scene that they had never dreamed of happened. At the moment when the bottle was about to hit Chen Dong suddenly slapped out and slapped Ding Chang's face hard. Ding Chang was directly hit and fell to the ground. He reached up and touched his cheek, which was swollen and burning with pain. he glared at Chen Dong and roared, You hit me? I will immediately ask my godfather to find someone to kill you. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed Sabai's number. At this time Sabai was on his way to the hotel. He was inwardly apprehensive. The person he was going to meet was the Vice Alliance Lord. I heard that in Zhengzhou. He even drove away Song Hu, who came to Hong Tao's trouble from the Imperial Chamber of Commerce. Hong Tao is not an ordinary person. Their Hong family can be said to be one of the major families in Zhengzhou. Instead, he was overwhelmed by Song Hu. If it wasn't for the Vice Alliance's intervention that day, Hong Tao might have been handed over. So it could be imagined how powerful this Vice Alliance master was. One could also imagine how apprehensive Sui, who was about to meet the Vice Alliance master, was. He was thinking over and over again in his mind, the scene of meeting with the Vice Alliance Lord absolutely can't have a little bit of rudeness, or his future will all be ruined. Tinkerbell. Just then, the cell phone rang. The cell phone was at the secretary's place and the secretary told him, Mr. Su, it's your godson Ding Chang calling. Should I answer it? Suri, I said. Answer it. Ask him what's up. The secretary picked up the phone. Young Ding, what do you want? Secretary Wu, where's my godfather? I have something to find him. I've been beaten up. Ding Chang roared angrily over there. Who hit you? So arrogant? Don't you know that you're Mr. Sibu's godson? The secretary asked angrily. A poor D-Silk, cried and roared Ding Chang over there. The secretary turned his head to Sibu. Mr. Sibu, how to deal with it? Sudi searched up. Is there someone who dares to challenge my old man's position in Kaesong again? Why else would they beat up my godson? Isn't this a slap in my face? Has Sudi's temperament, if it was before, surely immediately sent people to help Ding Chang. However, not today. He still had to meet the Vice Alliance Master. Tell Xiao Chang to bear with him, and when I meet that big shot, I'll immediately help him out. Sudi said. Good. The secretary told Ding Chang what Sudi had ordered. Ding Chang hung up the phone with a fierce smile on his face as he roared at Chen Dong again. My godfather has gone to meet a big shot. When he finishes meeting, he will come right away to get you killed. Now it was useless even if Zhang Jingmei's family pleaded for mercy, because Chen Dong had actually punched him in the face. He's Sudi's godson. Isn't slapping him in the face the same as slapping Sui in the face? Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for Chen Dong to walk out of Kaifeng City alive. Zhang Jingmei is anxious, and Zhang Jingmei's parents are also anxious. What to do? They really regretted in their hearts that they had known that they would not have invited Chen Dong to Kaicheng, much less call out their snobby relatives and friends. They don't come, there's nothing behind them at all. There's no chance to regret it now. Knock knock. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. The door's ajar, and a head cautiously poked in. Vice Alliance Master, are you eating here? Chen Dong turned his head and saw a man in his 40s, with a slightly chubby figure and a formal look. Who would have thought that he was the richest man in Kaicheng? Sui? You are Sui? Chen Dong inquired. It is you? You turned out to be the Vice Alliance Master? Sui was startled when he saw Chen Dong and immediately trotted over. Chen Dong looked puzzled. We've met before, haven't we? An embarrassed look appeared on Sui's face. The last time the Merchant Alliance gathered, I was still just an associate member and could still only observe from the periphery, so I've met the Vice Alliance Master. I really didn't expect that the big shot who spent $10 billion to become the topmost member was the Lord Vice Alliance. Oh, so that's how it is. Chen Dong nodded his head. Sudi had seen him before and knew he was a top member, but didn't know his name. When he came, Sudi knew that Chen Dong was the Vice Alliance Master and knew Chen Dong's name now, but he did not know that Chen Dong was that top member. That's why he was so surprised now. Vice Alliance Master, it's rare for you to come to Kaifeng City once. This box is a bit small and doesn't match your status. I'll upgrade it for you. What do you want to eat? I'll arrange it right away. Sudi said with another pleasing smile. No, I'm almost done eating, since you've already met me. Go back to your business. Dongchen said. Well, Mr. Sudi won't bother the Vice Alliance Master anymore. Sudi nodded repeatedly and was about to bid farewell to everyone in the box. Anyone who could sit and eat with Chen Dong was definitely not an ordinary person. He wouldn't dare offend any of them. So nodding his head and bowing his head, he smiled and said, Gentlemen, Sibu Mao takes his leave. When you come to Kai City to play in the future, let me know. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you, Mr. Host. Godfather. A cautious voice reached Sibuyi's ears. Sudi finally raised his head, and for a moment, he was stunned. Chapter 87, The Ding family is finished. Little Ding, why are you here? Looking at his godson, Ding Chang, suspicion appeared on Sui's face. Turning his head to look again, he was stunned again. Zhang Wei, Zhang Chang, why are your brothers here too? Sui was a little disbelieving. When he entered the box just now, his attention was fully on Chen Dong, so he did not look at anyone else. He thought that these people, their identities were not simple. After all, sitting with Chen Dong for dinner, could never be simple characters. Where did he think that they were all from Kaesong, some of whom he recognized? What he didn't expect was that his godson, Ding Chang, was actually here. What's going on here? Could it be that his godson has gotten to this big shot, Dong Chen, ahead of him? If that was really the case, then that would be great. A look of approval appeared on Suyi's face, and in his heart, he was thinking, this godson really hasn't been accepted in vain. Godfather, why did you call this poor D Silkvice ally? Ding Chang inquired in shock. It was as if an electric current had passed through his brain, and he hadn't even come back to his senses yet. Who would have thought that the poor D Silk that he had just despised and humiliated was a big shot that his godfather would have to nod his head and bow when he saw him? His godfather's secretary told him that his godfather was going to meet a big man. Could it be that he was meeting this poor D Silk who had been humiliated by him since just now? How is that possible? Ding Chang was completely confused. The head felt like it was exploding. The scene in front of him really made him feel like he was dreaming. The rest of those relatives of the Zhang family were also dumbfounded. Standing in front of them is the richest man in Kaesong, Suyi. When he stomps his foot, the entire Kaifeng city trembles. However, now, it is nodding to the poor D Silk in their eyes. Who the hell dares to believe that this scene is true? If this spreads out, it won't stir up the entire Kai city. Zhang Jingmei and her parents were also stunned. Although they knew that Chen Dong was rich, they really did not expect that Chen Dong was not as simple as being rich. He also had an incomparably terrifying and powerful identity. Sudi even called him Vice Alliance Master. What Vice Alliance Master? The vice leader of the Jiangnan Trade Union? It was already very difficult for Sui to become a member of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. Where did one think that Chen Dong was actually the Vice Alliance leader? It's really surprising beyond words. What happened to your face? Sui stared at Ding Chang's face and suddenly thought again. What Ding Chang had just called and told him, that he had been beaten up by a poor D Silk. And now, Ding Chang was saying that Chen Dong was a poor D Silk in front of him. Could it be that the person who beat up Ding Chang was Chen Dong? Chen Dong has already clashed with Ding Chang? Ding Chang offended Chen Dong. Isn't that looking for death? Not only are you looking for death, but you'll get me involved. Sudi was immediately shocked out of his wits. Snap! He rushed up, raised his hand and slapped him, ruthlessly smacking Ding Chang's face. Then he grabbed his hair again and dragged him to Chen Dong's front and directly pressed kneeling on the ground. You, how dare you mess with the Vice Alliance Master? You kowtow and apologize right now. Knock knock. Ding Chang refused to kowtow, and Si Bui pressed his head to kowtow, directly on his forehead, and blood flowed long. The people of the Zhang family were once again dumbfounded, and those relatives who had just ridiculed and humiliated Chen Dong were all trembling with fear at this moment. Mr. Su, I don't have any grudges against him. Don't be like this, Chen Dong faintly said. Only then did Suyi let go of his hand. Ding Chang was so frightened that he couldn't speak clearly. Actually, I'm really not Zhang Jingmei's boyfriend, so in the future, you shouldn't be targeting me because of this. If you want to go after her, go ahead. Also, I'm really not a poor D-slice either. I didn't come here to eat today to dilly-dally either. It's because I borrowed $200 million from the Zhang family before, and they thanked me for it, that's why I'm here, Chen Dong faintly said. He was just explaining the misunderstanding that had just occurred. Nothing else, really. However, Si Bui fell directly into an unimaginable rage. Ding Chang was also directly paralyzed with fear, because they all felt that this was what Chen Dong was hinting at. You dare to hit on the Vice Ally's girlfriend? And you dare to scold Vice Alliance Master D Silk, rubbing your nose in it? I'm going to get you killed today. Bang! Sudi picked up a wine bottle on the table and smashed it hard on Ding Chang's head. Ah! Ding Chang let out a piercing scream and fell to the ground, his head already bleeding. But Sabai didn't stop there, picking up another bottle and slamming it down hard. Ah! Ding Chang let out an even more miserable shriek, and all those relatives of the Zhang family, again, were all trembling with fear. Enough! Enough! Don't be hitting people, this has already passed, Chen Dong advised. He was really persuasive. However, Si Bui understood it to mean that doing it here would dirty Chen Dong's eyes, so he had to get it outside. Also, what does it mean that this matter has passed? It means that he, Sui, must completely dispose of Ding Chang if he wants this matter to pass. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You go out with me. Sudi grabbed Ding Chang's hair and directly dragged him out of the box. Godfather, I am wrong. I really don't know. Ding Chang begged for mercy, but it was no use at all. Poof. Sudi directly wrestled him to the ground and kicked him hard again before having angrily scolded. You Ding family, immediately give the old man to get out of Kaicheng, or the old man will exterminate your whole family. Godfather, this is impossible. Most of my family is physical industry in Kaicheng. Can't go ah. Ding Chang aggravated. All of them are sold cheaply to the Zhang family. I will only give you 2 days, and after 2 days, You Ding family, if you still have people in Kaicheng, be careful when you go out. There will be a car accident. Suyi sneered and finished turning around and left. Ding Chang sat there dumbfounded. He was finished, and the Ding family was completely finished. In the future, there would be no more Ding family in Kaifeng City. The meal is also finished. I should go. Chen Dong stood up and was about to head outside. Zhang Wei hurriedly gave his daughter a wink, and Zhang Jingmei immediately chased after her. Aren't you going home? Why are you following me? Chen Dong was puzzled. Coming together, wherever you go, I'll go. Zhang Jingmei laughed. I'm going to the hotel and you're going too? Chen Dong was stunned. Zhang Jingmei hesitated before nodding. Chen Dong looked her up and down, a devilish smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Great, go now, Dong Chen said. Tonight, he had to take off that humiliating title. It was Virgin. In the box, a group of friends and relatives of the Zhang family surrounded Zhang Jingmei's parents. The fawning look, just like a pug. Zhang Jingmei's parents' vanity was greatly satisfied. Dongzi, where have you been? Something's wrong. You're fired. On his way to the hotel, Chen Dong received a call from Yang Chang. It directly surprised and shocked him. How did I get fired? He thought about it for a moment. He didn't commit a school disciplinary offense. Chapter 88 Contribution of $1 billion. Dongzi, you've been missing classes all this time, so the new principal wants to set an example. So he expelled you, Yang Chang explained to Chen Dong. Chen Dong cursed angrily in his heart. The new official cracked 3 fires, and it did not occur to me that it had burned to Chen Dong's head. A diploma is useless to Chen Dong, yet he had been studying for 3 years, after all, and he really couldn't afford to give it up just like that. So he searched his mind for what to do about it. Come to think of it, there may be only one trick left. Are you still not going to take a bath? A timid voice suddenly sounded in Chen Dong's ears, and when he turned his head, it was none other than Zhang Jingmei who was looking at him sheepishly. The two are at a hotel. Zhang Jingmei had already finished her bath. Manly figure wrapped a white bath towel, hair wet, revealing the skin snow white as gelatin. Really look at the people blood spurts. Looking at Chen Dong's straight eyes, Zhang Jingmei hung her head in some embarrassment. Tonight she was mentally prepared for whatever Chen Dong would do to her. Put your clothes on. Chen Dong sighed helplessly. We need to return to Jiangzhou immediately. Why? Zhang Jingmei's face revealed a hint of surprise, and even more so, a hint of disappointment. I've been expelled from school, Chen Dong said helplessly. I have to hurry back to deal with this matter. Why were you fired? Zhang Jingmei's eyes widened in shock again. Recently absenteeism more. The new principal caught me typical. Chow. I clearly took a leave of absence. This principal is a bit excessive, Chen Dong complained in annoyance. Zhang Jingmei nodded her head obediently. Alright, next time in. The bath towel on her body slipped down, and her exquisite figure Chen Dong had a clear view. He immediately felt a surge of dryness and almost spewed out a nosebleed. Can you evade it? Chen Dong covered his eyes. If he looked any further, he would really explode in blood and die. Shouldn't you recuse yourself? Zhang Jingmei turned around and looked at Chen Dong with an exasperated look. You're still looking? Eyes gouged out for you. She did not shy away from dressing in front of Chen Dong. The two left the hotel and drove back to Jiangzhou overnight. After arriving in Jiangzhou, Chen Dong directly sent Zhang Jingmei back to the art college and then returned to Jiangzhou University himself. Chen Dong rushed to the dormitory without stopping, and Yang Chang, Zhang Tian and Xiao Bo were all there. Dongzi, you're back? When Chen Dong entered the door, the three of them told Chen Dong, the hostel manager asked you to move out tomorrow. We've already packed your things for you. We'll see you off tomorrow. Chen Dong flamed. Deliver my ass. I'm going to make the principal change his mind tomorrow and rescind his decision to expel me. Yang Chang and the three of them were surprised. Dongzi, what's your solution? Quickly tell us. Chen Dong laughed. Just wait for my good news tomorrow. He took the covers out and rearranged them on the bed, laying on them and quickly falling asleep. Yang Chang and the three of them were shocked. How could Chen Dong still sleep peacefully even at this hour? Anyway, they could not think of any way to make the principal change his decision to expel Chen Dong. Chen Dong's approach was simple and brutal. Donations. In the office, there were several big bosses sitting, all of whom had come to donate to Jiangzhou University. Chen Dong's arrival caused them to be surprised for a moment. A boss wearing a large gold chain walked towards Chen Dong. Little brother, are you here to make a donation as well? Chen Dong nodded. You're going to donate a few tens of thousands? The boss with the big gold chain asked with a smile. Ha 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 ha. Immediately, a burst of laughter rang out around them. Which of them is wearing clothes that don't start at tens of thousands of dollars? And Chen Dong came in short sleeves and shorts. So in their opinion, Chen Dong was not here to donate. He was here to be funny. More than a few tens of thousands of dollars. Chen Dong laughed lightly. How much more? The boss wearing a large gold chain inquired with another sneer and sneer. Maybe tens of thousands of times more. It could also be more than 100,000 times more. Chen Dong laughed faintly again. Ha ha ha. These bosses in the office laughed again. Tens of thousands of times more than tens of thousands of dollars. Wouldn't that be hundreds of millions? Does Dong Chen look like someone who can take out a few $100 million? Looking at him in this outfit, it's a high opinion of him to come up with $100,000. Therefore, these bosses, all of them shook their heads with a look of contempt and then walked to the side. No one dared to approach Chen Dong. Those of them who were doing business believed very much in feng shui. Being next to a poor guy like Chen Dong would definitely taint the bad luck and make them unlucky and fail in their business or something like that. So in an instant, it was like Chen Feng had turned into a plague here. No one dared to approach. It wasn't long before a woman in her 30s, wearing a wraparound skirt, appeared in the office. She was the principal's secretary, Zhang Na. Bosses, thank you so much for your support of Jiangzhou University. The principal had something to do and couldn't come in person. So if you have any questions, you can ask me, Zhang Na said. Secretary Zhang, I've decided to donate $20 million to Jiangzhou University. The boss wearing a large gold chain was the first to roar. Well. Thank you for supporting Jiangzhou University. Zhang Na had a smile on her face. My son wants to transfer to Jiangzhou University. His score is a little bit worse. You see. The boss wearing a big gold chain smiled again. Does he have any specialties? Zhang Na inquired curiously. Does fighting count? The boss with the big gold chain asked. The people around him almost didn't laugh. Zhang Na, however, was all seriousness, and this was professionalism. So he has a specialty in sports. The school is in great need of such a specialty student. Welcome him to study at Jiangzhou University. Zhang Na laughed. Really? Thank you, Secretary Zhang. Thank you, Secretary Zhang. The boss with the big gold chain roared excitedly. Other bosses have also made donations. None less than $10 million. The highest one, who donated $80 million, shocked the audience. Are you? After all the bosses had made their donations, Zhang Na finally noticed Chen Dong and she curiously walked over. Are you here to donate too? Secretary Zhang. He's prepared to donate $100,000. Ha. Before Chen Dong had a chance to speak, the boss with the large gold chain roared. This immediately drew another round of laughter from the surrounding crowd. This gentleman, we appreciate your thoughts at the school. You don't need to break the bank. Zhang Na smiled and told Dong Chen. Her professionalism from earlier was gone. The smile on her face expressed only one thing. Get the hell out of here. You can't even take $100,000? Are you here to pay off a beggar? Alright. Chen Dong smiled and nodded. I'll save another $1 billion. How much? Zhang Na instantly perked up her ears. $1 billion. What's wrong? Chen Dong said with a puzzled look on his face. I intended to donate $1 billion to Jiangzhou University. Since you guys don't want it, then I can only take the money and go. Shocker. The office was instantly thrown into deadly shock. Chapter 89, Misidentification. Even you can take out $1 billion? The boss wearing a large gold chain was the first to come back to his senses and immediately sneered at Chen Dong. What you took out is plutonium, right? Chen Dong said indifferently. Not plutonium, but real money of $1 billion. Ha. The rest of the bosses came back to their senses and all laughed out loud. These days, it's really not possible to brag without breaking the law. Look at this one, blowing the bull all the way to the sky. Is your whole body worth $200 combined? How dare you say you're donating $1 billion? Are you treating us like monkeys? I think you're just here to make trouble. And I don't know how goods like you got in here. The eyes of the crowd were filled with contempt for Chen Dong. Zhang Na, who had excellent professionalism, also changed her face. You get out right now or I'll call security. She pointed at the gate and shouted at Chen Dong. Chen Dong shook his head, somewhat helpless. If the president knows that you made Jiangzhou University lose a huge donation of $1 billion, I don't know what he will do with you. Chen Dong, who had said this, immediately took large strides towards the door. The boss who wore a large gold chain, the corner of his mouth suddenly revealed another cold smile as he walked over to Zhang Na and whispered, Secretary Zhang, since he wants to donate $1 billion, why don't you just let him donate it before he leaves? Zhang Na looked stunned. What's with this boss? Wasn't he the first to jump out and say that Chen Dong was cheating and messing up? Why is he trying to get Chen Dong to donate again at this time? With a careful thought, she understood the reason. This boss with the big gold chain was trying to make Chen Dong look bad and humiliated. Regardless of how Chen Dong lied now, as long as he was not exposed, he could not do anything to him. However, really let him donate money. He can't get this money, then he really have to disgrace here. And it's not too late to get rid of him at that point. This gentleman, wait. After figuring this out, Zhang Na immediately called out to Chen Dong with a smile. Anything else? Chen Dong turned around and inquired. Just now, my words were a bit abrupt. Please don't be offended. Zhang Na smiled. I really thank you for supporting Jiangzhou University. When will your $1 billion donation arrive? If you can, transfer the money right away. Chen Dong faintly smiled. Put, a group of bosses around them, almost couldn't hold back the spray. It wasn't that they hadn't seen braggers before, but bragging to the extent of Chendong could really only be described as rare. $1 billion and you can transfer it now? Are you kidding me? Who does he think he is? The richest man in Jiangzhou? For those of them who donate tens of millions of dollars, they have to transfer the money several times. The reason is simple. Firstly, there is not enough liquidity. And secondly, they are worried that after one transfer, the young master and young lady of their family will be kicked out by the school. Chendong, on the other hand, actually wanted to transfer $1 billion at a time? This was purely an insult to one's intelligence, so they all held back their laughter and held up their bladders to watch Chendong perform. They had already prepared in their hearts to mock Chendong's words later when Chendong couldn't get that much money. Zhang Na also held back her laughter and had someone bring the card swiper. She also secretly notified the security guards, just waiting for Chendong to make a fool of himself later and blow Chendong out. This Jiangzhou University donation is sacred. Not just anyone can come and mess with it. Today, Chendong must pay for everything he's done. Tick-tock. Transfer successful. Transfer amount $1 billion. Just when everyone was waiting to see Chendong make a fool of himself, Chendong, with one finger, had already pressed on the fingerprint scanner of the card swiper, and then the machine rang out with such a sound. In a flash, everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at Chendong incredulously and stared at the card swiper with unblinking eyes again. Zhang Na snatched it over, looking at the large string of 0, behind the one she was completely stunned. She carefully counted it, and it really was $1 billion. The expression on her face was really close to freezing. Impossible. The boss who wore a large gold chain roared as he too grabbed the card swiper from Zhang Na's hand, and when he saw the large string of numbers transacted on it, he too was instantly stunned and dumbfounded. Poof! He sat down straight away with his body paralyzed. Dong Chen turned out to be an invisible tycoon. Taking out $1 billion casually was more than double his total assets. He was the first to take the lead in mocking Chendong just now. In case a great tycoon like Chendong took him to task, wouldn't he be dead? That's why he was scared like this at this point. He really wanted to smack himself a few times. Why did he have a cheap mouth just now? Why did you have to be dog-eyed? He really wanted to go and kowtow to Chendong a few times, begging Chendong to forgive him. However, Chendong did not even look at him, because this kind of mole-like little person, Chendong was not interested in paying attention. Please, may I ask what is your name? Sir? Zhang Na's voice shook a little as she spoke, having been frightened, because she literally almost cost Jiangzhou University a huge $1 billion endowment. She also regretted that she had just belittled Chendong, and she was praying in her heart that Chendong must not be bothered with her. Other bosses, the same trembling, originally a look at the joke of the mockery of the face, and now all turned into a low voice to please the face of. Again when facing Chendong, a waist pole do not dare to play straight, really humble to the extreme. My surname is Chen, Chendong said indifferently. May I ask Mr. Chen, do you have any requirements for donating so much? Zhang Na did not even need to hint now. She directly asked Chendong. This was the charm of money. Are you and I not equal in status? Chendong inquired indifferently. Zhang Na was incredibly embarrassed. Originally, Chendong did not want to make things difficult for people. However, he was not a saint. It was impossible for him to still endure when others had ridiculed him like this. That's why he didn't give Zhang Na any face. Directly tell Zhang Na, you don't deserve to talk to me anymore. Call someone who is qualified enough to talk to me. Zhang Na was humiliated and aggrieved in her heart, but she did not dare to offend Chendong, the big gold master. She immediately smiled and said, Mr. Chen, wait a moment, I will ask the principal to come and talk to you. That's not right. Didn't she just say that the principal was too busy to come here? Under Chendong's $1 billion funding offensive, the principal who was busy would become idle. It didn't take long for the principal to arrive at the office. It was an old man in his 50s with gray hair. Hello, Mr. Chen, I am Zhang Shan, the principal of our school, and on behalf of all the teachers and students of our school, I would like to express our gratitude to you. I really appreciate your generous donation. This money you donated will help countless poor students, and I apologize for the little unpleasantness that happened here just now. I hope you'll be generous and not bother with us little people. A principal is a principal, and he really doesn't talk with any level of class. First, he was grateful to Chendong, then he bragged Chendong severely, and then he apologized to Chendong. In this way, even if Chendong had anger in his heart, it should subside. Forget about what happened just now. Dong Chen said, Thank you, Mr. Chen. The principal and the people around him rushed to express their gratitude. After a pause, the principal asked again, Is there anything Mr. Chen needs from Mr. Zhang? Mr. Zhang will definitely do his best. Chapter 90, the one who changed the principal's attention. The reason why I made this huge donation to Jiangzhou University is to thank Jiangzhou University for cultivating my younger brother, Chendong. Chen Dong said indifferently. Chen Dong? Hearing this name, the principal's face revealed surprise. It seemed like he had seen it somewhere, but for a moment, he could not recall. Just then, the female secretary Zhang Na's face changed. She immediately took out her cell phone, pulled up a file, and sent it to the principal. The principal saw the name on it, and also the photo, and in a flash, was dumbfounded again, because he finally remembered who Chen Dong was, and surprisingly, it was a student who had just been expelled by the model he had set. He took another close look at the photo. Did the fired Dong Chen look too much like this Mr. Chen who had made the donation? Even if they are brothers, they can't look so much alike, right? They can't be the same person, can they? All these years, I have been abroad. I just came back recently, and I haven't contacted my brother yet. How is he doing in school recently? Chen Dong suddenly asked with another smile. The principal had embarrassment written all over his face. He can't possibly tell Dong Chen, I just fired your brother. I'm awesome. Who can casually come up with $1 billion donation is someone to be messed with. Offending such a big shot. He, as the principal, is definitely just going to get the hell out of here, so he could only lick his smile and say, fellow student Chen Dong has performed well and excelled in school. Both teachers and students alike have nothing but praise for him. Chen Dong was stunned. Principal Zhang, are you telling the truth? This brother of mine, since he was a kid, he's never been a worrywart. Often fights and misses school and so on, because he looks so much like me. More so than twins. So every time he made a mistake, he asked me to cover for him. How come he's only been at Jiangzhou University for 3 years, and it's like he's a different person? This is all because the teaching philosophy developed by our principal is not the same as other schools. We are already nurturing, good at discovering the talent of students. Mr. Chen's younger brother, who was originally a genius, once because of a variety of reasons, so that his light were all introverted, and now we just let him this pearl rebloom light. So Mr. Chen shouldn't be feeling weird about this. Zhang Na laughed. Not bad for the principal's secretary, talking in drips and drabs. Not only did it help the principal out and diffuse the embarrassment, at the same time, when answering Chen Dong's question, he also praised Chen Dong's brother severely. This would really be just too powerful, and even Chen Dong's heart marveled at it. So it was me who underestimated that brat. Chen Dong laughed and sighed. Originally, I wanted to meet with him, but I was afraid that it would affect his studies, so we won't meet for now. And don't tell him about me coming to the school to donate. I'm afraid he's going to get carried away at school again. Good. The principal hastily nodded his head and agreed. A stone hanging in his heart finally landed, because just now he has been worried that Chen Dong is now going to meet with his so-called brother. When the time comes, his brother tells him, brother, are you surprised that I've been fired? Chen Dong was definitely fuming, and the principal was really going to be out of luck. That's why the principal was all rushed out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Chen Dong took the initiative to help him out by not meeting for the time being, so he had room to maneuver. It's getting late. I have a flight later, so I'll say goodbye first. Chen Dong laughed again. Mr. Chen, then we won't keep you. You leave your address. The donation honor certificate will be made and we'll mail it to you. The principal laughed. Chen Dong thought for a moment and left the address of Dongxing Group with him. Quickly, go tell Chen Dong that he has not been expelled. As soon as Chen Dong left, the principal yelled at the secretary. Are you kidding? Who dares to fire the brother of $1 billion donor? Are you really tired of living? In his heart, he really began to pray. Chen Dong has not been kicked out of school. Otherwise, his brother knows, this principal absolutely dead. Zhang Na hurried to the dormitory where Chen Dong lived, and at that moment, a confrontation was taking place in the dormitory. The hostel manager called the security guards to forcefully throw out Chen Dong's stuff. Yang Chang, Jiang Tian, and Xiaobo naturally refused to do so and stopped those people. My brother said that there will be a way to make the principal change his attention and not expel him today. So, his stuff, you guys can't touch it. Ha. The hostel manager and the security guard were all in a fit of mockery. It seems like you guys don't know anything about the new principal. He is known for his iron face. Because of this he offended an unknown number of people. That's why he was transferred to our school from above. Chen Dong being expelled. That's the nail in the coffin. No one can make him change his attention. Is fellow student Chen Dong in? Just then, a woman's voice suddenly rang out in the corridor. The hostess immediately frowned. Jiangzhou University dormitory management is very strict. Men and women cannot string dormitory. And now, this woman not only string dormitory, or to find Chen Dong. This must be taken seriously. The hostel manager had already thought in his mind how to take credit from the new principal, because this was another typical case. Secretary Zhang, why are you here? However, upon seeing who the woman who came was, the hostess' face instantly changed again. He never dreamed that the person who came to find Chen Dong would actually be the principal's secretary. Zhang Na, is fellow student Chen Dong still in the dormitory? Zhang Na inquired very anxiously. One must not be driven away or it will be too late. My brother is not in the dormitory, Yang Chang said. Inside, Zhang Na was hanging on by a thread. But he'll be back later, Yang Chang added. Zhang Na immediately let out a sigh of relief. She hurriedly said to Yang Chang, please tell him that the principal has made a mistake. The person who is going to be expelled, who has the same name as him, is not him. He is a good student in the school with good character and good grades, and the principal has high hopes for him, and he hopes that he will continue to work hard to win glory for the school. Yang Chang, Zhang Tian, and Xiao Bo were dumbfounded. Chen Dong has really made the principal change his attention. It's clearly written in the school database, so how could there be a mistake? It's just a euphemism. What exactly did Chen Dong use to make the so-called iron-face principal change his mind? Simply unbelievable. The hostel manager and those security guards are also stunned. A student can really make the principal change his attention. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would not believe that all this is true to death. After Zhang Na left, they also immediately left the place in ashes. A student who could make the principal change his attention was definitely not someone to be messed with. They don't want to find death. That was the end of this fiasco about firing Chen Dong. Shandong has since been given a lot of freedom at school. Come when you want to come, go when you want to go. No need to ask for leave. No one dares to say that he is absent from school so that he goes to do something. It becomes very convenient. For example, right now, Zhang Menghan had scooped up a talent for him. However, people with talent are bound to be proud of their talent. It's amazing that she's interviewing Dong Chen instead of Dong Chen interviewing her. Chapter 91, must be a Scrooge. Interviewing me? A hint of surprise appeared on Chen Dong's face. Is she the boss or am I the boss? Boss, don't be angry. Feeling that there was already a hint of dissatisfaction in Chen Dong's tone, Zhang Menghan immediately explained in a somewhat flustered manner. It's just a meeting. She wants to get to know you. That's more like it. Chen Dong asked indifferently. Where are you guys? I'm coming to find you guys. After Zhang Menghan told Chen Dong the address, Chen Dong immediately drove there. Manahan, are you not mistaken? That's your boss? On the side of the road, there stood two tall beauties. One of them was Zhang Menghan, and the other was none other than her good girlfriend, Lin Yi, who had just returned from abroad. Chen Dong came, and after he parked his car in the parking space, he walked over this way. He is still as low-key as always, casually, wearing short sleeves on top, shorts on the bottom, and stepping on slippers. Lin Yi was very dissatisfied with his look as soon as she took a look at him, and had even become suspicious of his identity. Yes, he is my boss. After noticing the trace of dissatisfaction on Lin Yi's face, Zhang Menghan immediately explained to Lin Yi again on behalf of Chen Dong. My boss is still attending college, so he is very low-key. Lin Yi sneered. In a low profile, can it be low profile like this? If there's no question about his identity, then he's an extremely stingy person. Such people will try to squeeze their employees in every way possible. I don't want to work for someone like that. Zhang Menghan immediately retorted. You've got it wrong. Dongchen is not stingy at all. The car I drove to pick you up just now was the one he gave me. Lin Yi turned her head to look at her and laughed coldly again. That's because you're useful to him right now. That's why he's a bit generous to you. However, for other employees, he definitely won't be so generous. On that note, do you think he's really going to give you that car? When you quit your job, he'll definitely file a lawsuit against you to get the car back. After all, he paid for it. You're too naive. There's no future in following such a person. Discontent appeared on Zhang Menghan's face. You're my best girlfriend. I don't want you to talk about my boss like that. He really isn't the kind of person you think he is. Lin Yi sneered. Fine, since you don't believe what I say, I'll prove it to you. I'll show him in his original form in no time. Zhang Menghan shook her head. It's impossible. Don't make a fool of yourself when the time comes. A confident smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. Obviously, she felt that the person who would make a fool of herself would not be her, but would be Zhang Menghan. What are you two chatting about? Chen Dong walked over and inquired with a smile. This is Ms. Lin Yi, right? Chen Dong. Hello, I'm Lin Yi. Nice to meet you. Lin Yi stretched out a small snow-white hand. Chen Dong also extended his hand and the two shook it. Their meeting was still considered harmonious, but in Lin Yi's heart, at this point, she had already begun to have a plan. I can't let Zhang Menghan be deceived by you. This miser. I'll immediately show you for what you are. Dong Chen. I'm a bit hungry. Can we go eat first? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Zhang Menghan was puzzled on the side. Didn't you just have dinner? You also ripped me off for a few $1,000s. I've been working out frequently lately and have a fast metabolism, so my stomach is also hungry fast. Chen Dong won't mind, right? Lin Yi laughed. Of course not. What do you want to eat? Chen Dong smiled and inquired. He had no idea that this was already Lin Yi setting a trap for him. Chen Dong, I'm a bit picky. I want to eat at the most expensive restaurant in Jiangzhou. What do you think? Lin Yi inquired with a smile. I just met a stranger. Chen Dong certainly cannot afford to spend that money. He will soon be revealed. Lin Yi is ready to see the corners of Chen Dong's mouth twitching, and then sternly refused. Then she can prove to Jiang Menghan that she is right. Chen Dong is a complete and utter miser. Chen Dong is a complete and utter miser. His generosity to Jiang Menghan is all a disguise. No problem. Where did he think that Chen Dong very simply agreed? Lin Yi's face was stunned. Why doesn't this guy hesitate at all? Does he not know how much the most expensive restaurant in Jiangzhou spends? By the way, he's such a miser. Usually eating a bowl of fried noodles might hurt. He hasn't been to that kind of high-profile hotel. It's normal that he doesn't know how high the consumption is there. Lin Yi searched her heart. It is necessary for her to remind Chen Dong how high the consumption there is, so that Chen Dong knows how difficult it is to retreat, lest everyone continue to waste time. Chen Dong, although I just came back from abroad, I also know that the consumption of the most expensive hotel in Jiangzhou is at least several $100,000. Do you really intend to invite me to eat there? Lin Yi asked with a smile, but her beautiful eyes were staring at Chen Dong's eyes. She was thinking in her heart, this time you should meet pain, the original form, right? I don't know how many misers like you this young lady has seen. You still want to pretend to be generous in front of me? You're dreaming. This young lady can't let her bosom friend fall into your fire pit. When your original form is revealed, she will immediately take her bosom friend away. Of course it's true. Chen Dong faintly laughed. The demeanor with which he answered was exactly the same as just now. And that was no hesitation at all. Lin Yi was completely stunned and searched her heart. Could it be that I've really misjudged him? He's not a miser? It can't be. It's impossible for someone in a low profile to be dressed like this. He's definitely still playing generous with me. I need to keep irritating him to get him to show his fox tail. After Lin Yi figured this out, she quickly calmed down. She smiled again and said to Dong Chen, I won't be polite if Dong Chen is so generous. Let's go to the restaurant now. Yes. Chen Dong's reply was as dry as ever. The two beauties got into a limousine. Chen Dong drove one, and the three of them went to the most expensive imperial residence hotel in Jiangzhou. When you come here to spend money, without a minimum of $200,000 to $300,000, you are embarrassed to go out and tell others. Just imagine how much money is spent here. Someone once set a record here by spending $20 million at one time, which was a sensation. Lin Yi had chosen this place to prove that she hadn't misjudged anyone and that Chen Dong was a miser. Her BFF has become obsessed and she has to prove what she says in order to drag her BFF out of the fire. You're really overthinking it. Dong Chen is really generous. You won't suffer if you work for him. On the way there, Jiang Menghan had been persuading Lin Yi not to test Chen Dong. Otherwise, the consequences of upsetting Chen Dong would be very serious. Lin Yi only thought that she was brainwashed and had already been bluffed by the big pie that Chen Dong had drawn for her, which was why she desperately tried to put in a good word for Chen Dong. Therefore what Jiang Menghan said, Lin Yi couldn't listen to a single word. She wanted to use facts to prove how wrong Jiang Menghan was now. Welcome. The three of them had just entered the Imperial Residence Hotel when a beautiful welcoming lady came over to serve them. However, as soon as they saw the cheap outfit on Chen Dong, their eyes became undisguisedly contemptuous. Chapter 92, It's time to be humiliated. How dare this kind of poor silk come to spend money in our restaurant? If it weren't for these two beauties beside him, who are not ordinary people at a glance of their dress and temperament, they would have blown him out long ago. How did two beautiful women like that end up with him? Could it be that the tastes of beautiful women have really changed now? Don't like tycoons, like poor shirts now? A few of the welcoming ladies belted out in their hearts. Chen Dong was really dipping into Jiang Menghan and Lin Yi's light right now, or else he would have been directly blown out of the room with this outfit. This way please. A welcoming lady made an inviting pack. Chen Dong and Jiang Menghan, immediately about to go and sit down over there. Lin Yi suddenly stopped in her tracks. May I ask if there is still a VIP box? We would like to go there for dinner. Jiang Menghan was instantly enraged. Lin Yi, you really don't go too far. She knew that this was another test from Lin Yi to Chen Dong. Yet these temptations are simply superfluous, because Chen Dong was really a generous person, a good boss that Jiang Menghan had never seen before. If this kind of temptation of Lin Yi lets Chen Dong notice and draws Chen Dong's dissatisfaction, Lin Yi can pat her butt and leave. She can't. She still needs this good job. That is why she was angered and directly warned Lin Yi. Lin Yi ignored her and instead turned her head to look at Chen Dong. Dong Chen, we might talk about some work matters later. It's not appropriate to eat in the hall. That's why I want to go to the VIP box. Her beautiful eyes turned, revealing her contempt without any concealment, because Chen Dong should also be exposed. Go to the VIP box, not to mention other expenses. Is that this box fee is also $100,000, where the positive tight eat down. at least is also $1 million to start. A miser like Chen Dong would definitely not be able to accept it, so he would definitely find an excuse to reject it right away. Lin Yi's heart had already prepared the words to ridicule Chen Dong when he refused later. You're very considerate. Let's go eat in the VIP box. Where did he think that Chen Dong actually directly agreed again? Lin Yi was stunned. Exactly the same as earlier. Chen Dong's reply was still as dry as ever. She searched in her heart. Could it be that I'm really mistaken? Chen Dong really isn't a miser? This is absolutely impossible. How could this young lady be wrong? He must still be in disguise. I still need to keep stimulating him. But how else can it be exciting when you've all agreed to go to the VIP box? Just when Lin Yi was having some difficulties in her heart, the welcome lady suddenly helped her a lot. I'm sorry, the VIP box needs to be reserved in advance. You guys have to pay the upgrade fee if you have to go. $500,000. The welcoming lady laughed. Lin Yi's beautiful eyes turned and looked at Chen Dong. Chen Dong, this $500,000 is too expensive. Forget it. Scrooge, the steps are ready for you. Hurry down. Don't wait and can't afford to spend the money and are too embarrassed to refuse. Die of embarrassment there. Lin Yi sneered in her heart. She was still waiting to see Chen Dong's joke. She thought that after she had said this, Chen Dong would definitely not be insisting. Immediately, you'll go along for the ride and give up on going to the VIP box. In this way, Chen Dong's true colors of a miser will be completely exposed. Immediately upgrade us to the VIP box. Where did he think that Chen Dong still did not hesitate at all? Surprisingly, he directly agreed. That was a $500,000 upgrade fee. Did Chen Dong really not feel any pain at all? Lin Yi's face was astonished. Her eyes glazed over. She searched up in her heart. Could I really be wrong about him? Impossible. How could this young lady be wrong? He must still be in disguise. This young lady will have to keep working hard in order to uncover him. After figuring this out, Lin Yi's eyes became determined again. The welcoming ladies paid no attention to what Chen Dong said, because in their opinion, the ones who could really make the decisions were the two beauties. Chen Dong, a poor D-woman, spoke like a fart, so there was absolutely no need to pay attention to him. He was just playing hard to get now when he replied back, and was deliberately trying to show in front of everyone just how powerful he really was. However, he didn't realize that the more he did this, the more others would look down on him, because there's such a thing as status, and it really does take money and status to back it up. What does a poor D-woman like Chen Dong have? A cheap dress. If it was not for the light of the two temperamental beauties, it would have been kicked out a long time ago. Let's go to the VIP box. Jiang Menghan repeated Chen Dong's words, and only then did the welcoming lady take them to the VIP box. When they got there, the three saw a picture of opulence. Everywhere is glittering with 24-karat pure gold. The gemstones are also real, and there are several famous paintings worth millions of dollars hanging on the walls. The tableware used is all made of sterling silver. Everywhere here shows luxury, elegance and honor. No wonder this place is so expensive. Just the box fee is $100,000. It's definitely value for money. After the three sat down, Lin Yi began to order. I want this deep-sea salmon, sturgeon roe sauce, tomahawk steak, supreme shark's fin, and this Conman Manor 82 red wine. Jiang Menghan was completely furious. Lin Yi, you ordered so much. Can you finish it? Lin Yi laughed. I wanted to try them all. That's why I ordered so many. Dong Chen, you won't mind, will you? As she turned her head to look at Chen Dong, she was thinking in her heart that Chen Dong must have his cheeks twisted at this time, because the dishes she ordered cost tens of thousands of dollars at the cheapest and hundreds of thousands of dollars at the most expensive. This meal would cost at least a few $1,000,000. A miser like Chen Dong definitely couldn't afford to spend so much money. That was why his heart was twitching in pain and his cheeks were twisted. However, Chen Dong, whom she turned her head to see, still had a calm face. What's going on? Doesn't he really feel any pain at all? It can't be. Just as Lin Yi was surprised, Chen Dong again said very dryly, don't mind. Feel free to order whatever you want to eat. Lin Yi was completely stunned. She couldn't help but remind Chen Dong Dao. This meal may cost a few million. Chen Dong really sheds? Chen Dong laughed lightly. I believe in Jiang Menghan's vision. Since she dug you back from abroad, it means that you definitely have the ability to eat this meal. Lin Yi completely froze. Chen Dong was really different from what she thought. Not Scrooge, a super generous boss. He's really dressed like this because he's low-key. Myself completely misunderstood him. A trace of guilt immediately welled up in Jiang Menghan's heart. Dong Chen, I'm sorry, I was rude just now. Lin Yi said apprehensively. I don't see where you are being rude. Chen Dong laughed lightly, which made Lin Yi even more uneasy. On the side, Jiang Menghan blanked Lin Yi. That means, I told you, Chen Dong is not a stingy person. You still don't believe. Have to test. Now it's good. You've made a fool of yourself, right? It's really self-defeating. This meal was definitely the most expensive meal Lin Yi had ever eaten in her life, and definitely the most apprehensive meal she had ever eaten in her life. After she finished, she smoothly entered Chen Dong's company. Chapter 93, Attack on the Hong Family. Dong, are you free? On his way back to school, Chen Dong received a call from Hong Tao. Mr. Hong, what is it? Chen Dong inquired. Dong Chen, you promised me a few days ago. Have you forgotten? Hong Tao said somewhat awkwardly on the phone. A few days before, Hong Tao had started inviting Chen Dong to the Hong family. One was to be grateful to Dong Chen. Secondly, it was to get on good terms with Chen Dong. With such a big shot like Chen Dong, the Hong family would definitely have no harm if they made good relations with him. However, because Chen Dong has really been too busy lately, he went to Kaicheng, came back and dealt with the matter of almost being expelled by the principal, and just now went to meet with the new employee, Lin Yi, to be a guest in the Hong family. He really forgot about it. I'm sorry. Chen Dong immediately said very apologetically. I'll go to your house as a guest now. Welcome. Hong Tao roared with excitement. For Dong Chen to come, it will definitely make my Hong family shine. The two made some small talk and hung up. Chen Dong turned the car around and headed to the luxurious villa where the Hong family was located. It's not a villa there. It's a cluster of villas, built on a hill, magnificent and opulent. The Hong family lives here. Hong Xiao, the Hong family's oldest son, was immediately excited upon realizing that Chen Dong was coming. Everyone go to the door together and greet that Chen Dong. Hong Tao said, Dad, I'll just bring someone. There's no need for you to go. For one thing, his father was old. Secondly, it was because, although Chen Dong had an unusual status, he was ultimately too young. His father was in his 70s and going to greet a young man in his 20s didn't seem right in any way. Asshole. Hong Xiao raised his dragon head cane and hit Hong Tao's head. If he hadn't made a move that day, you would have been dead already. Since he was invited as a guest, the Hong family will have to show their best sincerity. How am I supposed to sit here four-footed and wait for him to meet me? Hong Tao, who was scolded, did not dare to talk nonsense, and honestly followed Hong Xiao, and went to the main gate to stand guard and wait for Chen Dong's arrival. It didn't take long for Dong Chen's car to finally arrive. Looking at this mountainous and opulent villa area, Chen Dong sighed in his heart. Not too long ago, he was a poor D-man who was looked down upon by his girlfriend and kicked his ass. How much time had it been before he was actually able to drive a car to such a rich and luxurious place? A bunch of the owners of this place had to personally stand guard at the door to greet him. No way? Is he really that young? Although Hong Tao had already told the people of the Hong family that Chen Dong was a young man who was still in college. However, the Hong family was still taken aback when they saw Chen Dong. How could someone so young be so capable? It's unbelievable that the Song Tiger from the imperial capital can be driven away. Hong Zhao's face became serious. Being so young and so powerful could only mean that Chen Dong came from a terrifying family and should definitely not be messed with. Silence, Hong Xiao said in a low voice. No one should lose their manners in front of this Chen Dong, or else they will be directly expelled from the family. Yes, the Hong family responded warily. Elder Hong's words have always been said. They don't want to lose the blessing of the big tree of the Hong family. Therefore, each and every one of them could only be honest and treat Chen Dong with respect. Dong Chen, you are finally here. Let me introduce you. This is my father, Hong Xiao. As Chen Dong walked over, Hong Tao immediately greeted him. Then he introduced his father to Chen Dong. Good day, old master. Chen Dong greeted with a smile. He inwardly sighed again. This elder Hong, who was definitely the one who really made the Hong family, had even personally come to greet him? It was simply unimaginable. Dong Chen, I really thank you for what happened to my son last time. Welcome to the Hong family. Please come inside. Hong Xiao smiled and made an inviting gesture. Master, please. Chen Dong laughed. Good. Hong Xiao nodded his head hurriedly. He could not believe that Chen Dong would actually be so polite and courteous. It was reasonable to say that anyone coming out of a hidden family like Chen Dong should have a sense of arrogance in his body. That could not be hidden in any way. However, Chen Dong did not. He is easygoing, gentle and modest. In a very short time, he gained the goodwill of everyone up and down the Hong family. Boom! Just as a group of people were about to enter the Hong family villa, outside the gate, there was a sudden loud bang. Chen Dong's car, which was parked outside the door, was actually hit by another car, which was directly scrapped. Chen Dong's eyes immediately narrowed as a murderous aura filled the air. The Hong family's people were also stunned. This was the entrance to their house. The invited honored guest, the car that drove here, was actually wrecked. Who did this? Is it the second generation in the family? Hong Tao and Hong Xiao both searched in their hearts. If it really was, that second ancestor, along with everyone in his lineage, would definitely be dead. However, even in the arrogant second generation, they wouldn't dare to make trouble at this time. So the person who crashed Dong Chen's car wasn't from the Hong family. So, Who is he again? A very cold man wearing a black trench coat and sunglasses walked down from the Hummer that had crashed Chendong's luxury car. He was domineering and stood there like a lofty black mountain. An ordinary person would be heartbroken to see it. Martial artist. Those who had this kind of aura would not be other than martial artists. And it wasn't just any martial artist. It was definitely a very powerful one. What's he doing in the Hong family? Seeking revenge? Looking for a fight? Or is he sent by Song-hu from Longdu? Hong Tao suppressed the anger in his heart and stepped forward to ask, "Who are you? Why did you come to the Hong family to cause trouble?" Boom! The other party didn't say anything, and with an arrow step, he rushed towards Hong Tao, and smashed his fist down on Hong Tao's head. Hong Tao immediately sensed a death-like threat, which caused him to instantly stimulate his powerful potential. He crossed his hands with the top of his head and used his entire body's strength to defend. Bang! However, the difference in strength between the two was still too great. The visitor only used one palm and knocked Hong Tao to the ground. External strength medium. Is too trashy. The visitor shook his head and kicked Hong Tao into the distance. The Hong family was in a state of shock. Hong Tao was definitely an expert in the Hong family, yet he couldn't block a single move from this man. This person's strength is too terrifying, isn't it? Who the hell is he? What's he doing here? Do you want to kill all the people of the Hong family? Many people from the Hong family had already trembled in fear. A trace of uneasiness also surged in Chendong's heart. He didn't bring a bodyguard with him this time out. I had thought that I wouldn't encounter any troublesome things when I came to the Hong family. Where did it occur to me that the Hong family is now struggling to protect itself? I'm afraid it's too late to call Zhao Bailu and the others to come. What to do? Marred. It's time to gamble. Chendong said to the system in his mind. Use all of my remaining truthfulness values for the lottery. I want to draw the Cloud Palm instant method. Cloud Palm was the strongest technique of internal energy that Chendong had purchased from the system store with his true heart value, and as long as he drew the quick method to learn it, Chendong would not be afraid of the man in front of him. Chapter 94, The visitor is very strong. Come on, man. With a roar from Hong Shao, a group of Hong family guards rushed out and surrounded the man who was coming to cause trouble. Arrest them and deal with them harshly. Hong Shao gave another order with his dragon head cane. These guards all had weapons on them, and all of them took them out at this moment, aiming them at the one who had come to cause trouble. Crouch down on the ground with your hands on your head right now, or I'll beat you to a sieve. The chief of the guards bellowed. Ha! The one who came to make trouble, laughed contemptuously, not even putting the weapons held in these people's hands in his eyes. Suddenly, like a ghost, he disappeared at once. The next moment, he was already beside those guards when he appeared. Bang! 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 The guards of the Hong family, without any chance to react, were punched one by one and slapped. In less than 10 seconds, all of them hit the ground. The Hong family was stunned at the sight. Is this ING still human? Someone exclaimed. It's amazing how you can fight back when you're being pointed at by a group of people with weapons. You know, those people with weapons are not just ordinary people. They've been through rigorous professional training. How did you get knocked to the ground without reacting? This scene is simply mind-boggling. Does the Hong family have any more experts? Call them all out. Otherwise, I'm going to kill all of you. The person who came to make trouble sneered again. Quite a few people from the Hong family had been scared pale. This man was too powerful. He really had the potential to kill all of the Hong family. Who the hell is he? When did the Hong family get into trouble with such a powerful man? They're not impressed at all. Young man, don't speak too arrogantly. The Hong family is guarded by the four of us. Don't even think about making a scene here. There were four more figures that rushed out from within the Hong family's villa area. Their appearance caused many of the Hong family to quickly settle down. It was because the four of them were the same four inner-strength martial artists that the Hong family had spent a lot of money to provide for. With them around, no one could move the Hong family in the bright lights of Jiangzhou. It's just that last time, when there was a clash with Song-hu, all four of them were injured by the people Song-hu brought with him. During this period of time, all of them were healing their wounds. And today, when someone from the Hong family came to their door to cause trouble, they finally arrived in time. For internal energy beginners. Also want to stop me? Is this dreaming without waking up? The person who came to make trouble smiled contemptuously, and with a flash of his figure, as if he were a ghost again, rushed over. So fast. The four people who were calm and collected just a moment ago immediately changed their faces. The people who came to make trouble were moving too fast, far above them, which meant that the strength was definitely stronger than them as well. They were also injured. Now they only hoped that the four of them would join forces and defeat this person. Otherwise the Hong family would be completely finished. Boom, 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 boom. Just in the moment these four people were thinking, the person who came to cause trouble had already blasted four palms at them. Under the haste, these four people were forced to meet the battle. Also four palms blasted out, and the people who came to make trouble, ruthlessly collided together. Any way you look at it, 4 against 1. It should be 4 who win. but then an unbelievable sight appeared. Pust, 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 pust. All four of them had only exchanged one palm with the one who had come to cause trouble, and surprisingly, all of them could not withstand it and spat blood and flew out towards the back, falling to the ground. The four people lost so quickly, so miserable, simply as if they had no power to fight back. This was unexpected by the four of them, as well as by Hong Xiao and everyone else in the rest of the Hong family. A look of pity appeared on Hong Xiao's face. Even the four elders who guarded my Hong family have lost. Could it be that the heavens are really going to kill my Hong family today? His gaze blazed up as he looked at the one who came to cause trouble. Who the hell are you? You can destroy our Hong family, but you can't make our Hong family people be confused. The man who came to make trouble sneered contemptuously. I don't see that. At the end of your lives, you still have a few backbones. Let's put it this way. As long as your Hong family, under the age of 30, has someone who can catch a single move from me, I'll let you go. This is simply impossible. Hong Xiao exclaimed again. In the Hong family's younger generation, the most powerful one was his son, Hong Tao, but he had also long passed the age of 30. Yet just now, he was instantly seconded by this person. The rest of the Hong clan's people of this age were simply even more unlikely for anyone to catch a move from this man. He was purely and deliberately humiliating the Hong family. If that's not possible, then you all have no choice but to die. The person who came to cause trouble, his gaze went ice cold, and in a flash, a murderous aura swept over, chilling people. Everyone was suppressed by the murderous aura, their faces pale and their bodies unable to move. They really are like lambs about to be slaughtered. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. The lucky draw was successful and you have been given 3 chances to use the cloud palm. In Chen Dong's mind, the system's voice suddenly sounded at this time. Is there any mistake? I depleted all my true heart values and I've only gotten 3 chances to use cloud palm? Is this a joke to me? This systematic lottery, isn't it too pitiful? When the system reminded him of the draw just now, he thought that he would immediately become the strongest expert in internal energy. Where did he think that there were only 3 chances? After using it up, he was still just an external strength martial artist. Chen Dong was really getting pissed off. Host, may I ask if you want to use it? If you don't use it, the system takes it back. Don't use it now. Chen Dong droned loudly in his head. The person who came to cause trouble, his killing aura was too strong. Even though he was the strongest at the peak of the external force, his body could not withstand it. At this rate, he would really be killed by that person in an instant. Therefore, these 3 chances to use the cloud palm were incredibly important to him. Can we save our lives? It depended on Chen Dong's next maneuver. Boom! As the system allowed Chen Dong to obtain the opportunity to use the cloud palm, his aura changed abruptly, and in one go, he rushed away from the shroud of the murderous aura of the man who was causing trouble. This caused a loud sound like a thunderous explosion to ring out around his body. The gazes of the crowd were immediately attracted. The man who had come to make trouble stared at Chen Feng with a hint of surprise on his face. Only a martial artist at the intermediate level of internal energy can break through my killing aura. This guy, is he also an intermediate level martial artist of internal force? Is he hiding too deeply? He's still so young and he's an intermediate level martial artist of the internal force. Isn't this Tama too much of an exaggeration? The man who had come to make trouble exclaimed in his heart. And then there was ecstasy, because he could fulfill his target task. Didn't see it coming. You're the Hong family's deepest hidden expert. The man who had come to cause trouble turned his head and roared angrily at Chen Dong. He's not a member of my Hong family, he's just an honored guest invited by my Hong family today. If you want to deal with my Hong family, come at my Hong family, don't involve others. Hong Xiao roared. At the critical moment, he was still very righteous. He directly set aside Chen Dong's relationship with the Hong family, so as not to involve Chen Dong. However, the one who came to make trouble simply acted as if he hadn't heard it and sneered. It doesn't matter if it's not. He's my prey now. You can't be like this. If you have anything to charge at the Hong family, don't make things difficult for him. Hong Xiao roared again. The one who came to make trouble simply ignored him. He looked at Chen Dong with a sardonic smile. Do you want to live? Chapter 95, Dragon Teen Conrad. Of course I want to, Shandong said. Well then, as long as you catch one of my slaps, you can live. The person who came to make trouble sneered. You didn't lie to me? Chen Dong stared at the man with glaring eyes and asked seriously. Absolutely no lies. The man laughed again. Good. Chen Dong walked towards him and started to build up power on his palm. He didn't have many chances, only 3 times, and he hoped that he could solve this person on the first time. Otherwise, he would definitely face the danger of his life. Can I make a move now? 3 steps away from the man, Chen Dong stopped and asked. It's okay. After that person responded, Chen Dong immediately blasted out with a palm. The man's face changed instantly. Are you not eating? He could not believe that the aura that Chen Dong had just erupted out made those who sensed it know that he was an intermediate level inner strength expert. But now, this palm that he blasted out is soft and feeble, no different from like slapping dust. This person who came to cause trouble immediately felt that Chen Dong was deliberately humiliating him by doing so. This is going to be bad luck and suffering. The one who came to make trouble sneered again. Not strong enough and still want to humiliate him? It was purely looking for death. He casually blasted over with a palm, and this arm of Chen Dong's was going to be broken. Bang! A loud noise like the impact of a meteorite suddenly erupted here. That was because the two palms, in a split second, suddenly collided together here. The face of the man who came to make trouble instantly changed. He only felt that Chen Dong's soft palm suddenly seemed to have erupted with a power that was destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. How is that possible? It clearly felt soft and weak just now. How could such a terrifying power erupt in a split second? Simply because it was a cloud palm. It looked as light and soft as a white cloud. But the real situation was that the clouds were deep and unknown. All the power is hidden in the moment of explosion. That's why it's the strongest internal strength technique. The guy who came to make a scene was Ed. The first time he fought with Chen Dong, he did not know the power of the cloud palm. How could he block a random palm? He was directly blown away by Chen Dong and fell heavily to the ground. Pust. The man who was causing trouble spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. One of his arms had been fractured, the very same arm that had blown a palm against Chen Dong. Chen Dong looked at him from a distance and asked with concern, "Are you alright, little brat? How dare you shade me?" This person roared in anger, gritting his teeth, itching to swallow Chen Dong. After a lifetime of hunting, he was blinded by a goose, and he felt a bit wronged. What you just said, catching your palm. You 1T make things difficult for me. You have to keep your word, Chen Dong Dao. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll keep my word. The man responded. You can't make things difficult for the Hong family either. Chen Dong added. That bunch of trash. I'm no longer interested. The man added. When the Hong family heard this, their hearts finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were all shocked again at this moment that Chen Dong was actually so strong. Definitely a martial artist with internal strength or above. He's still so young. How did he gain such terrifying strength? It's unbelievable. The people of the Hong family desperately expressed their gratitude to Chen Dong. If it was not for Chen Dong's intervention today, they would definitely have been completely annihilated. Kid, you come with me right now. The one who came to make trouble coldly drank again. What else do you want? Chen Dong was surprised. Isn't it not difficult for me anymore? There's something to talk to you about. Don't worry. It's never going to be hard for you, the man assured. Chen Dong hesitated for a moment. This person was definitely at the peak of inner strength as well, or even stronger. Although he had already broken an arm and was vomiting blood, Chen Dong, who could only use the cloud palm twice, had a very slim chance of winning against him. His killing aura was internalized at this time, and he really did not look like he wanted to harm Chen Dong. So after some thought, Chen Dong decided to leave with him. Dong Chen, be careful. The people of the Hong family, watching the benefactor who had saved their Hong family leave, all loudly instructed. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll come visit some other day. Chen Dong Dao. His car was wrecked and he couldn't drive it, so he went straight to the car of the guy who came to make trouble. Click 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 click. After getting into the car, the man's other hand grabbed the injured hand and it for a while, and the broken bones of the injured hand were immediately connected. He moved around for a while, and although he couldn't use his strength, there was no difference between his hand and that of an ordinary person. Who the hell are you? Why did you come to the Hong family to cause trouble? Chen Dong asked curiously. My name is Kong Rui. Have you heard of the Dragon Team? The man said. Dragon Group? What the heck? Chen Dong was dumbfounded. He definitely had not heard of it. The Dragon Group is an organization specially established by our country to manage martial artists. Kong Rui explained to Chen Dong. Martial artists are so strong that ordinary people are like ants in front of them, and they may not even stand a chance with a hot weapon, so they must be strictly regulated. They cannot be allowed to injure or kill people indiscriminately. Chen Dong nodded and came to a realization. I see. Recently there were martial artists from the Hong family who injured and killed people. That is why you came to find trouble with them? Kong Rui frowned and said, I think you understand wrongly. What I said about injuring and killing people is a massacre of striking and injuring people, causing a huge bad impact on the society. Generally injuring a few, killing a few we will not care. After all, we have limited energy. At most secretly sent people to deal with it. Will not be this loud and clear. Directly move a big family. When Chen Dong heard this, he became increasingly confused. It is not the Hong family's martial artists who are hurting people, and you are not going to destroy the Hong family. So what exactly are you going for? Kong Rui laughed. I'm there to pick the talent. Pick the talent? What does that mean? Again, Chen Dong became more and more confused the more he listened. If you want to manage martial artists, you definitely need to be stronger than them. That's why those in the Dragon Group are the elite of the elite. I was given a mission from above and had to bring someone into the group. As I think about it, the fastest way to find that person is to take a chance on those big families. So I came to the Hong family, where I thought that they were two pulling across. Not a single qualified person. But fortunately, God favored me and actually I let me run into you. Follow me into the dragon team. Humph. Kong Rui finished with a cold smile. Chen Dong finally realized what was going on. The upper echelon of the dragons assigned this man the task of bringing someone into the dragons. However, the requirements to enter the dragon team were too high. One had to be within 30 years of age and reach intermediate level strength and external force. It's so hard to find people like that. So Kong Rui set his sights on the Hong family, thinking that in such a large family, there would be someone who would fit the bill. So he came to the door to cause trouble. He purposely put up a front to destroy the Hong family, just to force out the Hong family's potential people. Where did I think that the Hong family was pulling the crotch so much? In front of the life and death crisis, there is still no one to satisfy him. He was disappointed and ready to leave. Where did he think that Chen Dong suddenly appeared to give him an unexpected surprise? Just like that, Chen Dong was taken by him. Chapter 96, Attracting Chen Dong's Welfare. Why don't you go to the hidden family? It should be easy to find the person you want there. Chen Dong inquired curiously again. Kong Rui shook his head. What about the people of the hidden family who can't be moved unless they volunteer? Do you know what the biggest difference is between a hidden family and an ordinary big family? Chen Dong shook his head. Ordinary big families, at most, have a few martial artists, or spend a lot of money to hire a few martial artists to guard the family. None of them are considered to be families that have truly inherited the martial way. And the hidden families, they are families that have truly inherited the martial way. The core members are definitely all martial artists. That's why they are exceptionally powerful. They have a cooperative relationship with the state. For the most part, the country won't move them easily, unless they commit treason or go on a killing spree. The dragon group won't easily recruit people from these families to enter, simply because they are too strong, and the dragon group might in turn be controlled by them. Hearing Kong Rui say this, Chen Dong sort of understood why Kong Rui did not directly go to the hidden family to select someone. For one thing, the hidden families are too powerful and have the right to refuse outright. Secondly, it was because the country didn't want to clash with them directly, and as long as they didn't commit treason or go on a killing spree of civilians, the country generally paid no attention to what they did. The third is that the people in the dragon group are worried that if they make a big deal out of letting those people, what if the dragon group is likely to be controlled by those clans in turn. Therefore, in principle, anyone from a hidden family who wanted to enter the dragon group could only do so if they applied voluntarily. The people of the dragon group would not take the initiative to recruit them. What benefits can I obtain if I enter the dragon team? Chen Dong inquired curiously again. Normal favors won't impress him. After all, he was getting $1 billion amount of the system to use every day. First of all, after entering the dragon group, you have the entire country to back you up. Anyone who wants to touch you is an enemy of the entire country. In principle, as long as you don't commit treason, even if you kill a few people, no one will care about you. Of course, it has to be someone who does evil. Kong Rui laughed. Then there's the welfare benefits. Everyone who enters the dragon team can directly apply for a one-time $10 million of usage funds. Kong Rui laughed again. That's really the most tangible benefit. Tang Rui was tantamount to directly telling Chen Dong that by joining the dragon team, not to mention other benefits, you will directly receive $10 million. You should be moved, right? However, Chen Dong did not have a single expression on his face. He had $10 trillion a day to spend, so how could he care about that $10 million? To him, it's not even a hair's breadth. So, he won't be moved by such benefits. He was curious how it would be to have the state backing him up. Chen Dong curiously asked out. This country gives me as a backer. Can you explain it in detail? Kong Rui said. First of all of your identities will be listed in the first level of secrecy, and only people from the dragon team will be able to access them. The second thing is that you and your family will be protected by the state, and anyone who moves will be liquidated at the state level. And then there is, you and your family, to buy a house, to relocate the account and so on, can be directly dealt with. Chen Dong was somewhat mesmerized by what he was hearing. The two perks of having his identity classified as level 1, and the protection of his family, really appealed to him. His biggest worry right now was that others would probe his bottom. Everyone assumed that he was from a hidden family or either from a hidden sect. Only he knew that he was just a man who came from an ordinary family. It's because of the system that he has endless money to spend. However, money is matched with strength. Without enough strength to protect the money, it's a fat sheep that won't hesitate to make a move on him once others figure out what he's up to. Though he had also now formed his own network of forces, but it was still an impossible thing to fight against a truly powerful family. This was also the reason why Chen Dong, even after all those villas he had bought had been renovated, had not yet brought his parents to live in the city. It's that he's worried that if his real background is exposed and those people make a move on him, they'll drag his parents down with them. And now, by joining the Dragon Group, there is a country as a backer. The identity will be classified at the first level of confidentiality and will not be accessible to other people. Parents can be protected by the state, and others who move will experience liquidation at the state level. Then he just has no worries at all. Therefore, Chen Dong decided that he would join the Dragon Group. Very good. A smile appeared on Kong Rui's face. You go back first and wait for my news. After I report your information, I'll notify you to participate in the official examination. Chen Dong was stunned. There is still a test? Haven't you already tested me? Kong Rui laughed. Passing me will just allow you to enter the Dragon Group, but there are also grades in the Dragon Group, and the purpose of the examination is to allow the powerful to directly become a higher grade of existence, without having to start from the bottom a little bit. This will maximize the avoidance of dissatisfaction amongst the members of the Dragon Group. With this explanation from him, Chen Dong understood why. To be able to enter the Dragon Group, each is an elite among the elites, all high and mighty. It is impossible to use the method of managing ordinary people. For example, from the bottom to start, a little bit of acceptance of honing within the promotion, that will only make the members of the Dragon Group dissatisfied, thus endangering the entire organization. That's why the Dragon Team's management method is that those who can go up and those who can't go straight down. Is it up or down to use the assessment to measure the level? Is the best way. That's why there was such a test for entering the Dragon Team. Prepare yourself well. I'm leaving. Kong Rui drove away after sending Chen Dong back to school. Chen Dong's head was buzzing, and what he had just experienced still felt like a dream. Originally went to the Hong family as a guest, suddenly appeared Dragon Group to recruit. Inexplicably he entered the Dragon Group. It was good for him. He shook his head and went back to his dormitory and blindfolded himself to sleep, not thinking about it anymore. Captain, you're back? Why are you injured? Immediately after Kong Rui returned to one of the Dragon Team's bases, two people came over. Looking at the blood on the clothes in front of Kong Rui's body, as well as his less flexible arm, they were stunned. Was it an attack by foreign martial artists? Those two were Kong Rui's right-hand men, and they inquired again with eager concern. Marred, being shaded by a newcomer. Kong Rui cursed and grumbled. A newcomer can shade you? Those two were stunned. Even a newcomer from a hidden family can't do that. Captain, who the hell is he? Kong Rui said. This guy's identity is too weird. Not long ago, it was a poor D-Silk, and his girlfriend was snatched away by a rich second generation. Suddenly, he has transformed into a top tycoon again, and has also become the vice alliance leader of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. It's too unbelievable for people to feel. However, none of this has anything to do with him joining our Dragon Team, as long as he is a strong enough martial artist with potential. Tang Rui shook his head and pondered again in his heart. Just arrange him to go to the hardest assessment group directly. It's definitely not me retaliating against him. It's to test him better. Chapter 97. What a powerful college student. Chen Dong broke one of Kong Rui's hands, and Kong Rui definitely would not let him enter the Dragon Team that easily. Therefore, he dialed the phone number of Yang Pengfei, the head of the assessment team, with a bad smile on his face. Old Yang, I've already found a new member, so arrange for someone to assess him right away. Kong Rui said to Yang Pengfei over the phone. Yang Pengfei immediately frowned. Are the new members very powerful? Still need to send someone specifically to test them? Third or fourth level. All members are divided into 5 classes. That is, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Level 5 members will be pooled together for assessment. Members of levels 3 and 4 will be sent for a separate assessment. As for Tier 1 and Tier 2 members, they have not been encountered for a long time. That's why Yang Pengfei thought that the one newly recruited by Kong Rui should be a level 3 member or a level 4 member. However, Kong Rui's sentence directly dumbfounded him. I'm afraid we'll have to send a first-class member to test him. What? You're going to send a first-class member to test him? You're not kidding me? Do you know what this means? Yang Pengfei asked in disbelief. Send a first-class member to the test, and if they pass, they can become a first-class associate member straight away. Failing that, you can also just become a secondary member. It had been at least 50 years since such a person had appeared. That was why Yang Pengfei was so shocked. Old Yang, that young man is really powerful. Don't hesitate. Hurry up and send someone over. Kong Rui urged on the phone again. Yang Pengfei took a deep breath to calm down and asked curiously again. Such a powerful young man, is he from a hidden family? The hidden families are on their guard. After all, the hidden families were too powerful, and with their people entering the Dragon Team, it was very likely that the Dragon Team would become theirs, rather than the country's. Yang Pengfei already had a hint of worry in his heart at this time. No, this guy doesn't have any relationship with the hidden family. It's probably a young powerhouse cultivated by a hermit Highlander. I'll pass his information to you later. so just hurry up and arrange someone. Kang Rui urged again. I'll arrange it after reading the information. Yang Pengfei responded. Chen Dong, a student at Jiangzhou University, his parents are both farmers and his family is poor. A month ago, the girlfriend was rich and powerful, and since then it has exploded. Chen Dong's information was placed in front of Yang Pengfei, and the more Yang Pengfei looked at it, the more surprised he was. A month ago, the day Chen Dong was robbed of his girlfriend, was a watershed moment in his life. Until then, he had been just a mediocre person. After this, it was as if he had suddenly turned on, and he did many unthinkable things. In particular, the Songhu who came from the imperial capital was driven away. This is simply unbelievable. Songhu is a person of the hidden family. How did he do it? From all these deeds, one can infer the fact that Chen Dong has never been a simple person. In the past he was ordinary because there were some reasons why he had to suppress his abilities, and after being robbed of his girlfriend, he decided not to put up with it, and thus exploded completely into what he is now. Yang Pengfei closed Chen Dong's information. He stretched out his fingers and rhythmically tapped the desktop. As long as there is no involvement with the hidden family. Incoming. As he bellowed, a member of the dragon team pushed his way in from outside. Team leader, what are your orders? Are there any tier 1 members near Jiangzhou? Yang Pengfei inquired. Not long ago there was a Class A murderer fleeing that area, and Class 1 member Wang Long is chasing that Class A murderer there. The man consulted the information and then said to Yang Pengfei, immediately contact Wang Long. Suspend the pursuit of that Class A murderer and tell him to go to Jiangzhou University and test a student named Chen Dong. Yang Pengfei said. The man who had entered had a look of surprise on his face. Team leader, letting Wang Long test a college student. That's not a mistake, is it? He really couldn't believe what his ears were hearing. Because Wang Long was a level 1 member. The person he went to test met the level 1 standard. If it passes, it is an associate level 1 member, and if it doesn't, it is a level 2 member. He's been in the dragon team for many years, and he's still only a 4th level member. So, it's thinkable what kind of mood he's in right now. A college student, is he really that powerful? There's no mistake, contact Wang Long immediately. Yang Pengfei repeated what he had just said. Alright, this person walked out of the office apprehensively, still thinking in his heart, a college student, actually asking a first-class member to take the test? Is he really capable? Or is he a connected person? Jiangzhou, the middle district of the city. On a dimly lit street, 2 figures were constantly weaving, so fast that they were like ghosts. There were also occasional collisions as they traveled. It didn't take long for a figure to fall off the courtyard wall. The other figure, too, fell from the courtyard wall and stomped on the body of the figure on the ground, didn't it? Yang Jian, you can't run away. You've killed a total of 21 people. It's time for you to pay for your crimes. Bah! It's not just killing a few ordinary people. It's the same as crushing a few ants. How dare you send a first-class member of the dragon team to hunt down and kill me? Grass, old me won't resign to my fate. Boom! The man who was stepped on his feet, clapped his hands hard, and a raging force surged out. His body immediately catapulted off the ground, and the person who stepped on him was sent flying. When he got free, he immediately turned and ran again. The other person shook his head and was about to continue chasing after him. The other party was already at the end of their strength, and it was almost as if they could be completely finished off tonight. Just then, however, his phone rang. He pulled it out and saw that it was from the Dragon Team base. Yes? He inquired immediately after he picked up. Cough cough. A tone of uncertainty rang out over there, and only after a long time, did he say to him, Wang Long, stop your current mission. You will immediately go to Jiangzhou University to assess a student named Chen Dong, and all of his information has been transmitted to your cell phone. This person was none other than Wang Long, a first-class member of the Dragon Team. The person he had stepped on just now was none other than Class A murderer Yang Jian. Wang Long was stunned and looked carefully at the number. It was encrypted. There was no mistake. Otherwise, he must have all thought that this was the person who saved Yang Jian, deliberately calling to delay his call. He really couldn't believe that the base had asked him to test a college student. That college student is that good? He's a first-class member of the Dragon Team? No wonder the people who had called him had sounded so uncertain, and it had taken a while to talk to him. He paused his spirit before asking, is the above mistaken? I'm a first-class member. Asking me to test a college student? What kind of joke is this? There's absolutely no mistake. It's the team leader himself who ordered the mission. The caller added, okay, I will go now. I'd like to see just how powerful this college student is, to actually make me a first-class member of the Dragon Team. Go and test him. If he's not capable, he's going to get his ass kicked tonight. Wang Long sneered and hung up the phone before heading to Jiangzhou University. Chapter 98, Wang Long's Arrest. Jiangzhou University. Wang Long entered the school as if he were a ghost. He didn't make a sound. In the darkness, A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He soon found the dormitory building where Qindong lived. He continued to sneak around like a ghost and traveled to the dormitory where Qindong lived. He didn't know that two pairs of eyes were on him as soon as he stepped on campus. Beginner of inner strength. What are you doing in school? Traveled to the dormitory where the boss lives. Did he come to assassinate him? The owners of the two pairs of eyes were none other than Shu Shang and Kuyen, who were mixed up in the school as security guards. They were actually Qindong's bodyguards. After they sensed that something was wrong, they immediately headed to the dormitory where Qindong lived as well. In the corridor, all the lights suddenly all went out. A ghostly figure walked out, and it was none other than Wang Long. He had arrived outside the dormitory where Qindong lived and listened carefully. There was only one person inside. That was definitely Qindong without a doubt. I hope you won't let me down. Otherwise you will be miserable. Wang Long laughed coldly and was about to sneak into the dormitory like a ghost and capture Qindong out for examination. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong, and two cold winds came from behind him. He subconsciously shrunk his head, and on top of his head, a strong wind whistled past, and just a little bit short of the back of his head, he encountered a ferocious attack. He hastily stepped back, leaning against the wall to make sure he had no worries before asking in a cold voice, "Who is it? Why did you attack me?" In the midst of the darkness, two figures stepped out, also inquiring with cold faces, "And who are you? Why did you come here?" "Humph, it's none of your business," Wang Long sneered. "Then you're going to lie down today." Those two people drank coldly, one on the left and one on the right, attacking towards Wang Long. Their moves were very vicious, and every move was a killing move that put people to death. Within a few strokes, Wang Long could not hold on any longer. To add insult to injury, an even more powerful killing aura appeared behind him. The other man said nothing and slapped him on the side of the head. He immediately fainted and fell limply to the ground. The person who suddenly appeared to sneak attack Wang Long was none other than Zhao Bailu. Shu Shang and Kuyen had informed him when they came this way. That's why he was able to get there in time. In the darkness, Zhao Bailu, Kuyen, and Shu Shang stood in a circle, looking at Wang Long who was lying unconscious on the ground, with puzzlement on their faces. Who sent him to assassinate the boss? Just arrest them and interrogate them. Within tonight, we must pry open his mouth, get all the intelligence, or we can't make a response plan to protect the boss's safety. The three just took Wang Long away. Qindong in the dormitory room is still huffing and puffing sleep. Do not know that the dragon group sent to assess his people has been knocked out and taken away. Basement. Wang Long was awakened by the cold water and immediately realized that he was securely bound to an iron chair. The iron chair was specially made and welded to the steel bars in the cement underground. That's why the person bound to it couldn't move the iron chair in the slightest. The walls around them were lined with chains and various tools for interrogation. This basement was an interrogation room that Zhao Bailu and the others had temporarily made on purpose. The walls were 1 meter back and covered with soundproofing material, so no matter what happened here, no one outside would know. Your identity? Wang Long was still in a daze when a voice suddenly entered his ears. He looked up and there was a man with fierce eyes sitting in front of him. A book and pen were in his hand to record every word he said. If you lie, the logic back and forth doesn't make sense and it's immediately obvious. My identity is a level 1 secret. You guys don't ask. Release me immediately, or you can't afford the consequences. Wang Long calmed down and immediately threatened. It was too humiliating. A first-class member of the dragon team went to test the newcomers, and before he could get in, he was knocked out and arrested. That newcomer, what's her story? A member of a family? Why else would he be surrounded by such experts? Zhao Bailu glanced back and Shu Shang immediately walked over with a silver needle. The silver needles were pitch black in color, obviously coated with unknown potions. Wang Long's expression was a little slightly nervous. What do you want to do? Here, you cannot ask questions, only answer them. Every question you answer must be true, otherwise, you will be tortured. After Shu Shang finished saying this, he directly inserted the silver needle into one of Wang Long's acupoints. Wang Long immediately felt a burning, sharp pain. He struggled violently, but the power in his body was sealed by the silver needle. The one that binds him is again a titanium alloy chain. He can't move at all. How dare you use torture on me? Do you guys know who I am? Wang Long roared again. Zhao Bailu said with a calm face, this is exactly what I need you to tell me. What exactly are you? Who sent you here? Why did you assassinate our boss? Is there anyone else besides you? If you fail, when are those people coming? After a series of questions were asked, Wang Long was directly confused. What assassination of their boss? He's here to test Qindong. Are these people misunderstanding? He was tempted to immediately reveal his identity as a member of the dragon team. However, he was a first-class member. He was actually arrested and interrogated by these few people, and if word got out, he would have no face to hang around in the dragon team. After some thought, he decided, that it was better to let the one who was going to be tested by him, to help him out. Can you let me make a phone call? I'm going to contact the people above me so you'll know who sent me, Wang Long said. After Zhao Bailu hesitated, he took that cell phone of Wang Long's. After catching Wang Long, he was searched. All of Wang Long's personal belongings were placed on a metal table. Which number? Zhao Bailu inquired as he opened his cell phone. Old Yang, Wang Long said. Zhao Bailu immediately found Lao Yang in his contacts and dialed. He put it on speakerphone to prevent Wang Long from playing tricks. Little dragon, is the test over? Did that kid pass? Yang Pengfei's somewhat anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. He very desperately wanted to know if the newcomer introduced by Kong Roy was really that powerful that he needed a first-class member to test him. Team leader, I'm in a bit of trouble. Can you contact that man and ask him to meet me in person? I'm with his bodyguard right now, Wang Long politely pleaded. You were with his bodyguard? What happened? Yang Pengfei asked suspiciously. You can just tell him. Wang Long was about to collapse. Did he want to tell Yang Pengfei that he had been arrested and tortured by 3 of Qindong's bodyguards before he had even met him? Isn't that funny? Good. I'll contact him immediately. Yang Pengfei nodded. I think there might be a misunderstanding between us. The truth will come out later. After hanging up the phone, Wang Long smiled again and said to Zhao Bailu's 3 men. After hesitating, the 3 decided to give him some time and didn't continue interrogating him. Chapter 99 almost killed Wang Long. In the dormitory, Qindong was sleeping soundly when suddenly his cell phone rang. In a daze, he was woken up and picked up his cell phone to see that it was an unfamiliar number, and after hesitating, he answered the call. Who are you? Qindong inquired. I'm Yang Pengfei, the head of the Dragon Group's examination team, the person on the other end of the phone said. When will you send someone to assess me? Qindong instantly came into the spirit and inquired with some urgency. The person who examined you has already come, but there was a little accident. He is now with your bodyguard and wants you to meet him in person, Yang Pengfei said. Qindong immediately frowned. With his bodyguard. What does that mean? Could it be that Zhao Bailu and the 3 of them have arrested him as someone who assassinated me? This is a big misunderstanding, Qindong pondered in his heart. Team leader Yang, I know. I'll go see him immediately. Qindong made a perfunctory remark and hung up the phone. Then he immediately dialed Zhao Bailu's phone again. Old Zhao, did you arrest someone? Zhao Bailu said. Boss, indeed captured a person. Very powerful. Internal energy primary. We are interrogating. Don't interrogate. Release them immediately and send them to me. Qindong Dao. Boss, who the hell is he? Zhao Bailu asked curiously again. Don't ask. Just hurry up and send the person over to me, Dongchen said. After more than 10 minutes, Wang Long was brought to Qindong's dormitory. With an embarrassed look on his face, Qindong poured a cup of water for Wang Long and laughed. Why didn't you say hello when you came? It's not like my bodyguards know what you do. It was thought that you were going to kill me. That's why all these misunderstandings happened. Wang Long gritted his teeth and warned Qindong Dao. You mustn't say anything about this, or I won't let you off the hook. Understood. Understood. Promise not to say anything. Qindong promised with a single bite. Wang Long didn't let it be said because he was afraid of losing face. Qindong agreed so readily because he was afraid that the Dragon Group would give him small shoes. After all, he might be the first, the one who tested him, to be arrested by his bodyguards before they even met him. Follow me, Wang Long added in a cold voice. Your 3 bodyguards, don't let them follow you. Good. Qindong got up and followed Wang Long. Both of them, as if they were ghosts, sneaked out of the campus and into a park. It was a bit of a seepy night, with not a single ghostly shadow in the park, and only dim streetlights flickering. As long as you can catch 100 moves from me, you've passed the exam. Directly become an associate level 1 member of the Dragon Group. Wang Long said to Dongchen. What about failure? Qindong inquired curiously. Failed. You are also a level 2 member, Wang Long said. Qindong was stunned. Is Conrad that good to him? Even if he fails, he can directly become a 2nd level member. Simply let him not believe it. Don't be too happy. Wang Long sneered again at this time. If your strength doesn't reach the standard of a 2nd level member, you may pay the price of your life in the test later. Qindong instantly got a shiver. Is it ever that scary? He was stunned. Sure enough, favors aren't that easy to come by. Why does he get to be a 2nd class member even if he can't pass the exam? It's because he has to be a tier 2 member. The assessment is now based on the criteria of a 1st class member. Therefore, Qindong's strength may really hang up if he can't. It's not too late for you to give up now. Wang Long sneered again. Otherwise you won't get another chance later. Qindong pondered. The cloud palm could still be used twice. This guy should be able to be knocked down with 1 palm. After figuring this out, he immediately nodded. Come on, I won't give up. Humph. Wang Long laughed coldly and said in his heart, a few guts. Don't worry, what I said just now was to scare you. Even if your strength doesn't reach the standard of a level 2 member, you won't die. However, your bodyguard made me so miserable, you have to pay the price. Beat you up, that's for sure. Boom! Wang Long's leg stomped, and his body was instantly like a cannonball as he blasted towards Chen Dong's place. His clenched fists, like two small meteorites, ruthlessly smashed into Chen Dong's chest. Just then, Chen Dong reacted and also blasted out with a palm strike. What's going on? Wang Long's face changed drastically. The palm that Chen Dong had blasted out was soft and feeble. It did not look like a martial artist's attack at all. Is this guy's strength even worse than imagined? It can't be. He's the one recommended by team leader Kang Rue. With this strength in his palm, my fist would have killed him outright. Crap, there's no way to retract the force anymore. Damn, this isn't a test anymore. It's murder. Wang Long got anxious, thinking that Chen Dong was about to be killed by his double fists. This was because it was impossible for Chen Dong's flimsy palm to crush the attack of his double fists. It was too late for him to retract his fist. One could only close one's eyes, unable to bear to see the bloody scene that followed. Boom! Fists and palms collided. In a flash, Wang Long felt that his fist, as if he was hit by a dinosaur, both wrists, instantly fractured. The pain hit his brain and he immediately felt death. He mentally exclaimed again, "Am I going to die? What's going on here? How could his soft and feeble palm contain such a terrifying attacking power?" He was only a beginner in internal energy, and Chen Dong's cloud palm could definitely kill him. Just when he thought he was really dead, Chen Dong finally changed the direction of the cloud palm attack after a lot of effort. Boom! A boulder next to it turned into pieces. Wang Long sat dumbfounded on the ground, looking at the stone that had turned into dust, and the severe pain on his hands was as if he couldn't feel it anymore. He was nothing but shocked inside at this point. Where the hell is this the strength of a member? This is already the strength of a group leader level. What kind of monster is this guy? Why is it so strong? Wang Long was exclaiming in his heart. Sorry, I didn't control it just now. Am I considered to have passed the examination? Chen Dong hurriedly came over to assist Wang Long and inquired. Passed. Wang Long uttered these 3 words through gritted teeth. Just now, he was still thinking of giving Chen Dong a little lesson during the examination. When he struck out, he was again worried that he would take out Chen Dong. Where did he think that it was Chen Dong who almost killed him and broke his hands? He was really depressed in his heart. What in the world are you? Why are you so strong? Wang Long asked Chen Dong with another shocked face. I'm a member of the dragon team now, just like you. Chen Dong smiled perfunctorily. Wang Long didn't ask anymore, because he knew that asking wouldn't yield any results. Chen Dong helped him contact the dragon team to pick him up and take him back to recuperate. As for his mission to hunt down and kill Yang Jian, a Class A murderer, Chen Dong also sent Xiao Bailu and the others to help him accomplish it, and it was quickly taken care of. With this, Chen Dong smoothly became an associate level 1 member of the dragon team. Chapter 100, Wang Neng's Trap. Haicheng is the largest city in the south, and it is also the financial center of the south. Chen Dong let Jiang Menghan set up the Dongsheng Group, and if it wants to develop into a large company across the international arena, it must be headquartered in this city. After this period of inspection, Jiang Menghan had already looked at a building as the headquarters building of Dongsheng Group in Haicheng. That building was none other than the Huanyu building under the Haicheng Wang Group. Early this morning, Jiang Menghan took Lin Yi, as well as people from the investment department of Dongsheng Group, and rushed to Haicheng to meet with Wang Neng of the Wang Group to talk about the acquisition of the Huanyu building. At an upscale cafe, the two sides met. You're Jiang Dong? I didn't expect you to be so young and pretty. A man in his 30s, facing a gentleman, said with a smile as he shook hands with Jiang Menghan. He is none other than Wang Neng of the Wang Group. Good day, Mr. Wang. I am precisely Jiang Menghan. Please take care of me, Jiang Menghan said very politely. Wang Neng stared at her, his eyes suddenly flickering. To be in such a high position at such a young age, you must have climbed up by being good in bed. What Dongsheng Group? I've never heard of it before. It can't be one of Jiangzhou's burgeoning rich, right? Jiang Menghan is so young and pretty. Surely she's not willing to continue committing herself to that outrageous rich man. I'm young and golden, so it's just the right time to rope her in. Not only will I hold a beautiful woman, but I can also swallow up all of that thug's assets. Yes, just do it. Wang Neng already had a vicious plan in mind. Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang. Just then, he suddenly heard someone shouting at him. Looking up, the person who called out to him was none other than Jiang Menghan, who had an outstanding temperament. For a moment, he looked a little dumbfounded again. Sorry, Dong Jiang, I got lost in thought just now. Wang Neng laughed. Did Mr. Wang not rest well last night? Jiang Menghan asked with concern. It's true that I didn't get much rest. Wang Neng laughed. Can the matter of acquiring the Huanyu building wait? I want to have a few words with Dong Jiang alone. Jiang Menghan really thought that he hadn't rested well, and now that he wanted to chat alone, He wanted to relax and then talk about the acquisition, so she didn't think much of it. Take everyone to take a rest first. Jiang Menghan turned her head to Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded and led the people out of the box. Immediately, only Jiang Menghan and Wang Nang were left in the large box. Mr. Wang, I just came to Haicheng. There are some things I don't know. I hope you can give me more guidance. Jiang Menghan politely said. Good to say. Wang Nang smiled. Jiang Dong can ask me anything he doesn't understand. I will definitely inform in detail. Then thank you, Mr. Wang. Jiang Menghan laughed again. Looking at her smiling like a flower, Wang Nang became more and more heartfelt, and decided not to be polite and directly enter the topic. Jiang Dong, spending $20 billion to acquire the Huanyu building. Do you think it's expensive or cheap? Wang Nang asked with a smile. Jiang Menghan frowned. Wasn't this the time not to talk about work matters? How come Wang Nang suddenly asked this again? She still didn't think much about it and laughed. I've investigated the market of the property market over here, and the price of $20 billion is acceptable to our company. Wang Nang shook his head and laughed. No, you shouldn't take it because it's too cheap. Jiang Menghan frowned again and asked, Mr. Wang, what do you mean by that? You want to raise the price temporarily? Wang Nang nodded and smiled. That's right. How about I sell this building to you for $50 billion? Jiang Menghan almost jumped up. Mr. Wang, are you making fun of me? There's no way this building is worth this price. If you don't want to sell it, then I'll take my leave now. Wang Nang immediately pulled her back and laughed. Jiang Dong, I haven't even finished my words. What's your hurry? Jiang Menghan curiously said. Mr. Wang, what else do you want to say? Wang Nang stood up, ferrying back and forth in the box, and laughed. 50 billion is the offer for your company, and privately, I'm selling it to you for still only $20 billion. That way, you get a $30 billion kickback. The two of us are splitting it equally, and you'll get $15 billion. What do you think? After Wang Nang finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Jiang Menghan, and his gaze had gradually turned hideous. Jiang Menghan was completely stunned. She never expected that Wang Nang would want her to do such a thing. She definitely won't say yes. She immediately shook her head and said to Wang Nang, Mr. Wang, I feel that you are crazy. This deal, let's end it like this. After Jiang Menghan said this, she stood up and was about to leave. Wang Nang froze. How could she not be moved at all? That's a $30 billion kickback? Split it equally with me. She can get 15 billion. Is it because she's afraid? That outrageously rich person has some power in Jiangzhou. She's afraid of reprisals, so she doesn't dare to do this kind of thing? That would be completely unnecessary. As long as you follow me, a burgeoning rich man can do absolutely nothing to help you. Wang Nang figured this out, and another confident smile immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. He immediately stopped Jiang Menghan again and said, Jiang Dong, I know what you're worried about. Are you afraid of that outrageously rich man finding you in trouble? You don't have to worry about that at all. You team up with me and empty out his company. If you follow me from now on, he won't dare to come after you. I don't think you want to spend your life following a thug, do you? Following me sure beats following him. Don't worry, I've seen a lot of women like you, using your body as a bargaining chip to exchange for status in bed. It's normal. I won't mind you. Wang Nang has sort of made it completely clear this time. Jiang Menghan had understood all of his intentions. He misunderstood Jiang Menghan to be that kind of woman. So he wanted to join hands with Jiang Menghan to empty all the property of the boss behind Jiang Menghan. And then it was Jiang Menghan who became his woman. And with his protection, Jiang Menghan's original boss wouldn't dare to come to look for trouble. In Wang Nang's opinion, his plan was simply seamless and flawless. He'd already made it all clear that Jiang Menghan wouldn't be misunderstanding him, so he'd agree to him right away. Looking at the secluded surroundings of the box, a hint of an evil smile had appeared on Wang Nang's face. To work with him, it's obviously important to show a little bit of good faith first, like a little something indescribable right here. In his imagination, Jiang Menghan was that kind of woman, definitely already tied to the bone. Therefore, Jiang Menghan will come immediately. Snap! A loud slap slapped hard on Wang Nang's face. I really didn't expect that you are actually a woman. Jiang Menghan scolded angrily. Put away those crooked thoughts of yours. I'm not the kind of woman you think I am. And my boss isn't that easy to mess with. I'll pretend I didn't hear those words of his that you counted today. This deal, let's pretend my company never mentioned it to you. Farewell. Jiang Menghan angrily walked towards the door of the compartment, pulled it open and rushed out. Chapter 101. Even a beautiful woman is so angry that she explodes. Menghan, what's wrong with you? Watching Jiang Menghan walk out of the box angrily, Lin Yi immediately chased after her and asked, tell everyone that this acquisition is cancelled. Everyone will go back to the hotel now and return to Jiangzhou tomorrow. Jiang Menghan said. With those words, she stormed out of the cafe, ignoring no one. Manager Lin, What's wrong with Jiang Dong? Someone came over to inquire. Lin Yi shook her head. She didn't know what was going on and could only give orders. Everyone go back to the hotel. The takeover is cancelled. Everyone looked puzzled and followed her back to the 5-star hotel she had booked when she arrived in the morning. Mr. Wang, what happened to you? The people Wang Ning brought with him were also puzzled. They immediately rushed into the box, and seeing Wang Ning standing there with a dull face, they immediately went forward to inquire. Ha 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 ha. A moment later, Wang Ning let out a sardonic laugh. The people in the box were all startled. Mr. Wang, are you alright? Someone asked again with concern. It's fine. Wang Ning laughed fiercely. All of you go back. The acquisition is temporarily terminated. After he said this, he also walked out of the box. He underestimated Jiang Menghan. Because so many women got to the top by him, he assumed that all the beautiful women in the world were like that. Jiang Menghan, logically, was misunderstood by him as that kind of woman. And this kind of woman, love vanity, extremely greedy. He will think, find Jiang Menghan cooperation, empty Jiang Menghan behind the boss of all the wealth. In the Jiang Menghan to get, simply 2 birds with 1 stone. However, Jiang Menghan wasn't that kind of woman at all, and was relying on her ability to get to the top, and he was so wrong. That's why what happened in the box just now when Jiang Menghan hit him, this makes him even more excited, because the more you can't get a woman, the more you can stimulate the in your heart. He's already got a second plan. Menghan, what happened between you and that Mr. Wang in the box? Back at the hotel, Lin Yi immediately asked Jiang Menghan after her. I really didn't expect that the people of the Hai Changwang family would be so vicious. Jiang Menghan gritted her teeth and roared viciously. Lin Yi became even more curious. Menghan, what exactly did he do? Jiang Menghan said, he even misunderstood that I am that kind of woman, climbing up by my body. So he approached me for cooperation and asked me to offer the company $50 billion to acquire the Huanyu building. However, privately, he still only wants $20 billion. This way, there is a $30 billion kickback. Then I split it equally with him. Isn't this asshole too crazy? Lin Yi was directly stunned after hearing this. There are even crazier ones. Jiang Menghan continued to sneer again. He also asked me to continue to work with him, cheat the boss out of all his property, and then become his woman, so that he can play around with it as he pleases. Damn, this is how did he come up with such a vicious thing? Lin Yi cursed again. As a beautiful woman, she even directly burst into foul language, so one could imagine how angry she was right now. No wonder you terminated the acquisition straight away. If it was me, I would definitely beat him up hard first. Lin Yi gestured her fists and feet and said viciously again, she's not a big weak beauty. She's a real practiced fighter and kicker. A few big men can't even get close. I gave him a slap on the wrist. There's no point in continuing to offend him. Let's pretend this never happened and return to Jiangzhou tomorrow. Jiang Menghan said in a somewhat defeated manner. Chen Dong trusted her so much. The company was all handed over to her to take care of, and she never asked questions. Yet now, it had failed even in something as trivial as gaining a foothold in Haichang. She really felt so useless. In the future, the company will have to go international. She can't even do this little thing well. How can she be in charge of a big group across the world? Jiang Menghan instantly felt pressurized, and for a whole day, she lay in bed without moving a bit. Menghan, it's time to eat. In the evening, Lin Yi brought dinner to her room, and she still wasn't in the mood to take a bite. Lin Yi said, you're going to starve to death if you don't eat. Jiang Menghan shook her head and inquired, am I useless? This kind of small things are not done. Chen Dong must be very disappointed in me. Lin Yi said, it's just a failed acquisition. It's nothing great. Tomorrow you go back to Jiangzhou. I'll stay in Haichang and continue to help you investigate and find a suitable office building. Under her enlightenment, Jiang Menghan was finally in a much better mood. DDT. Just then, Jiang Menghan's cell phone rang. She took it out and saw that it was Wang Ning calling. She immediately wanted to hang up the phone, yet thought that the Wang family was a big family in Haichang. It was better not to offend Wang Ning too hard. Otherwise it would be difficult for Dongxing Group to develop in Haichang in the future. So she picked up the phone. Mr. Wang, is there something wrong? Jiang Menghan inquired coldly. Jiang Dong, I apologize for what happened during the day. I drank too much and babbled. You don't take it seriously. Wang Ning laughed on the phone. What happened during the day? I've forgotten all of it. Mr. Wang, do you have anything else? If not, I'll hang up. Jiang Menghan said. Jiang Dong, don't hang up the phone. I'm looking for you and there's something else. I want to continue to talk to you about the acquisition of the Huanyu building. Wang Ning smiled. Don't worry, that unpleasant thing during the day will not happen again. And to show my apology and sincerity, I decided to sell the Huanyu building to you at a 90% discount. Once these words came out, Jiang Menghan's expression was once again stunned. Was Wang Nang playing a trick on her? Or does he have an ulterior motive? If the Huanyu building is discounted by 90%, it is 18 billion, a whole 2 billion less. Wang can really be so generous? Associated with what happened during the day, Jiang Menghan definitely wouldn't believe him. Therefore, after some thought, Jiang Menghan still refused. Mr. Wang, there is no need for you to suffer like this. I'm not acquiring it now because the company is having money problems, so next time we have a chance, let's talk about this matter again. Wang Nang did not give up and continued to laugh on the phone. Jiang Dong, you can pay in installments. Just give 10 billion first. Don't worry, I definitely won't be lying to you this time. Let's meet tomorrow and talk carefully. I'm sure you can see my sincerity. Jiang Menghan agreed to Wang Nang after hesitating. What do you think? Jiang Menghan took the contents of the call and told Lin Yi all about it. Go meet with him again tomorrow, but not before leaving you alone with him. That way even if he has something else in mind, he can't use it. And we just need to find out that the situation is a little bit wrong, and leave immediately. Lin Yi said. She and Jiang Menghan thought of the same thing. As long as a group of people stayed together, Wang Nang couldn't play tricks. This way, Jiang Menghan wouldn't have to worry about what happened this morning repeating itself tomorrow. And if Wang Nang really had something else on his mind, Jiang Menghan and the girls would be able to notice it immediately and walk away. The next day, the second meeting between Jiang Menghan and Wang Nan was changed to a hotel box. Chapter 102, Smashing Buildings. Jiang Dong, I'm really sorry for what happened yesterday. Just as soon as they met, Wang Nang expressed his apologies to Jiang Menghan again. Mr. Wang, I've already said that I forgot about yesterday, so please don't mention it again in the future. Jiang Menghan said. Good. Wang Nang nodded his head in a hurry. Jiang Dong's generosity really puts Wang to shame. Let's cut the crap and talk directly about the acquisition. As soon as he reached out, someone, immediately, handed him a contract. Jiang Dong, take a look. This is the contract that my company has made. If there is any problem, you raise it right away. I will modify it right away. If there is no problem, just sign on it. Wang Nan laughed. Jiang Menghan took the contract and carefully consulted it, not even sparing the punctuation. She read it, no problem, and showed the contract to Lin Yi again. Lin Yi likewise looked very carefully and didn't see a problem. She took the contract, again, and showed it to someone in the investment department of Dongxing Group. Those who read it, again, found no problems. Finally again this contract, gave those two Dongxing Group spent a lot of money to hire legal advisors to see. They still did not see any problems. Jiang Menghan was still so careful because she had to be on the defensive after the unpleasant incident yesterday. Wang Nang was very patient and didn't rush Jiang Menghan while they were looking at the contract. He just said to them, yesterday, Jiang Dong told me that the funds are not enough, so let's pay in 3 installments. Give 10 billion for the first time, 5 billion for the second time, and 3 billion for the third time. What does Jiang Dong think? Jiang Menghan pondered for a moment and said, this should also be written into the contract. Wang Nang froze for a moment and laughed. Of course it should be in the contract. Jiang Menghan nodded and added, there's nothing wrong with the contract. Wang Nang laughed. Then can Jiang Dong complete this acquisition today? Jiang Menghan hesitated before nodding. Yes. She signed her name decisively. Everything went very smoothly today and nothing unpleasant happened. This made Jiang Menghan a bit skeptical in her heart. Was it really Wang Nang who got drunk and talked nonsense yesterday? He's a different man than he was yesterday. As long as there are no problems with the contract, Wang Nang can't be playing games. Jiang Menghan shook her head, not thinking about it anymore. In the evening, she held a celebration banquet. After acquiring the Wanyu building, Dongxing Group could finally gain a foothold in Haicheng. And once it has a foothold here, it can develop internationally. And it won't be long before Dongxing Group becomes a true multinational group. Menghan, what are you doing? Come over and drink. Lin Yi was already a bit drunk. Her cheeks were red and very cute. I'm going to call my boss and tell him the good news. Jiang Menghan said. Lin Yi walked over, snatching the phone out of her hand. It's too early for you to tell him now. Wait until we relocate here and get the place all fixed up. Then tell him and surprise him. When Jiang Menghan thought about it, what Lin Yi said made sense. Chen Dong the boss is not like other bosses. He didn't care about the company, and if he told him now, he would definitely complain and think that Jiang Menghan was being unsettling, trying to labor him to relocate. Therefore, it was not too late to wait for this side to get it all done before telling Chen Dong. Early the next morning, Lin Yi went to find a specialized cleaning company to clean up the Huanyu building. Jiang Menghan then returned to Jiangzhou to take charge of the relocation. Jiangzhou's company hadn't been established for long, and there wasn't much to relocate, so it was done in a day or two. After the relocation was over, there was still a large number of new employees to be recruited. The Dongxing Group, as it is now, has only put up a skeleton. and there is a serious shortage of people in all departments. It's been a busy week back and forth, and it's finally settling down. The Huanyu building was also renamed the Dongsheng Group building. Jiang Menghan and Lin Yi stood in the office on the top floor, looking out over the distant scenery, and both laughed. This office is the biggest and has the best location for the boss. Everything that should be prepared has been prepared. Can invite the boss to come to Haicheng. The two conferred and decided that they would invite Qin Dong to come to Haicheng tomorrow, so that he could take a good look at the new office building in his company and give him a surprise. Mr. Wang, they've settled down. Can we make our move? Not far from the Dongsheng Group building, in a luxury car on the side of the road, a man with a scar on the left side of his face turned his head and asked a man with a gentlemanly look and glasses. Do it at once. The man with a handsome look and glasses sneered. He was none other than Wang Nang. Okay, Mr. Wang. Scarface took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Keiko, your men come up to the Dongsheng Group building right away. In less than half an hour, a dozen vans came whizzing by. Hundreds of people came down from the car, each holding a knife, gun and club. Scarface also stepped out of the limo and walked towards the men. Brother Blade, who are we going to get today? A bald, burly man carrying a steel pipe came over and inquired. See the Dongsheng Group building? Go in and smash the whole thing inside. Scarface gave the order with a cold smile. Yes. The bald and burly man let out a roar and rushed towards the building with his minions. In the luxury car, Wang Nang lit a cigar for himself and laughed coldly again. Stupid woman, after offending me, Wang Nang, in Haicheng, you don't think of escaping immediately, but even dare to cooperate with me? It's really hopelessly stupid. Spend $10 billion to buy a lesson. He relaxed in the limo and watched the action. Stop, who are you people? What are you going to do? The security guards of the Dongsheng Group building immediately panicked when they saw a group of people rushing towards them. They rushed to close the gate as a warning. However, the other parties simply crashed the gate open, stormed into the building and started vandalizing. Jiang Menghan and Lin Yi, who were gazing at the scenery on the roof, received the news and immediately rushed down. Floor after floor of the building, all smashed to rubble. The employees were so frightened that they hid in the corners and shivered. Jiang Menghan and Lin Yi were directly furious, blocking those people and yelling loudly. Who are you people? Why did you come here to cause trouble? No one paid any attention to either of them. Those guys are still going crazy with the vandalism. Lin Yi was forced to strike and after knocking down a few, those people finally stopped. The crowd parted and a man with a scar on his face walked in. Did you tell these people to come and trash my company? Who are you? Do we have a grudge against you? Jiang Menghan angrily inquired. Sorry, I don't know you. I'm here to find Wang Nang. He owes us money and we couldn't find him, so we had to smash his company. Scarface sneered. Wang Nang has already sold this building to my company. Don't you know that? Jiang Menghan angrily inquired again. I'm sorry, we don't know about that. All we know is that this building belongs to Wang Nang. If he doesn't pay us back, we have to make him pay. Scarface sneered and waved his hand, and the people he brought with him began to smash again. Lin Yi still wanted to go and stop her, but Jiang Menghan immediately stopped her, because there were too many people on the other side, and there were weapons in their hands. Lin Yi would definitely be at a disadvantage on her own. Jiang Menghan pulled Lin Yi aside and immediately called Wang Nang. Chapter 103 An Incident. In the limousine, Wang Nang was waiting patiently, and it wasn't long before the phone did ring. He picked it up and looked at it. Everything was just as he expected. It was Jiang Menghan who called. He smiled coldly and picked up the phone. Jiang Dong, what is it? Wang Nang, why would someone come and vandalize my company? Jiang Menghan angrily questioned. Those people said that you owed them money. You have to explain clearly to them that my company no longer has half a penny to do with you. Tell them all to stop. Hearing this, Wang Nang smiled faintly. Jiang Dong, I'm really sorry. I owed a little bit of money before, and I didn't think that they would make trouble to your company. It's fine. I'll call right away to help you clarify. You hurry up. Jiang Menghan yelled again. If we wait a little while, the company building will be trashed. Well. Jiang Dong, you wait for my good news. Wang Nang laughed. After hanging up the phone, he threw the cell phone aside. From the small cooler in the car, he took out a bottle of red wine and poured himself a glass, and leisurely began to savor the wine again. A phone call? Not at all, because those people are the ones he set up. Suli and Lin Yi were both waiting anxiously over there. Originally thought that Wang Nang would immediately call those people and tell them that this company building has been sold to the Dongsheng Group, and Wang Nang no longer has half a relationship. They're smashing in the wrong place. They should leave immediately and pay compensation. However, after waiting for a long time, those smashing people didn't even show the slightest sign of stopping. Not to mention, coming to apologize to her and tell her that she had smashed in the wrong place. What's going on here? Didn't Wang Nang call these people? Jiang Menghan thought angrily and pulled out her cell phone again. dialing Wang Neng's number. Wang Neng, who was tasting red wine in the car, saw the cell phone ringing again. With a cold smile, he reached out and took the cell phone, and smiled after connecting it. Jiang Dong, what's the matter? Wang Neng, didn't you call and tell those people? Why are they still vandalizing my company building? Jiang Menghan asked angrily. Jiang Dong, I said, they don't believe Wang Neng laughed. Why don't we find a hotel tonight and talk about this matter slowly? I'm sure to help you solve it properly. When these words came out, Jiang Menghan, even if she was a little cutie, also understood. The people who vandalized were not here to ask Wang Neng for debts at all. Rather, Wang Neng arranged it. Wang Neng sold the Huanyu building to her, and the contract is no problem. But, Wang Neng has a more insidious trick. That is, deliberately find people to smash. Forcing Jiang Menghan, they couldn't stay here any longer and had to leave. Even if Jiang Menghan went to the hotel to meet Wang Neng and slept with him, Wang Neng would not let her go. Wang Neng just wants to take all of Dongxing Group's investments here. That's a whole $10 billion. It's the money to buy the building, and now it's all gone down the drain. Jiang Menghan couldn't bear such a big blow at once. Her eyes went black and she fell to the ground. Menghan, are you alright? Lin Yi asked as she helped Jiang Menghan up. I'm fine. Jiang Menghan shook her head. Her body's strength seemed to have been drained. Her face white. Lin Yi looked very distressed. Go tell those people to stop vandalizing. We'll leave Haichang immediately. Jiang Menghan said with incomparable pain. President, do we really have to go? We just gained a foothold here. Some people were reluctant and roared angrily after learning this news. After glancing at the gangsters with sticks, Jiang Menghan had another twinge in her heart. Now it is no longer a question of whether they leave or not. Rather, it was whether the other party wanted them to stay or not. It is obvious that the other party is not likely to let them stay. If they left early, they could still lose a little less. Leave today. Don't stay a moment. Jiang Menghan roared again. Wang Neng had even done this kind of thing, and probably had even more damaging tricks, like missing a few people or something like that. So if we don't hurry now, it won't just be property damage. People could get hitched. Ugh, all of them sighed helplessly, not realizing that they had just arrived in High City and it was so uneventful. In their hearts, a shadow was cast over them all. One by one, they were demoralized and frustrated to the extreme. If we can dodge the first day, we can't dodge the 15th. We're going somewhere else to find Wang Neng to ask for money. That bald, burly man yelled again. Acting was still necessary. Although they were sent by Wang Neng, they couldn't let anyone catch them. Any handle that they were associated with Wang Neng. Otherwise, Wang Neng's reputation in Haicheng is going to be bad. Although he doesn't care about this. But, one has to set up a house of cards, let alone he is the young master of the Haicheng Wang family. The bald burly man left with his men, and Jiang Menghan's group began to pack up and evacuate. Not long after, she received another call from Wang Neng. Jiang Dong, this is really a misunderstanding. Let's go to the hotel and I'll explain it to you slowly. You don't have to leave Haicheng. Dodo. This time, Wang Neng didn't even finish his sentence, and Jiang Menghan directly hung up. In the limousine, Wang Neng sneered. There is a lack of beauty. He had cheated Jiang Menghan out of $10 billion, but failed to get Jiang Menghan to sleep with him, and that was where he felt the beauty was. Jiang Dong, what are you guys? After Dongxing Group's headquarters planned to relocate to Haicheng, Su Qingru became the chief person in charge of the branch that stayed in Jiangzhou. She saw Jiang Menghan's group of people returning in a sorry state at the company's main entrance and immediately inquired with a curious face. It's fine. Jiang Menghan said nothing and walked through the crowd, going directly to the top floor office. Su Qingru asked Lin Yi again what had happened. Lin Yi still shook her head. She immediately felt that something was wrong, and thought, about it, this matter is better to notify Chen Dong. Chen Dong was in class when he received a call from Su Qingru, and he immediately got up and walked out of the classroom. The teacher treated it as if he didn't see it. There was no way around it. He had super high privileges in school nowadays. It's all because his brother donated $1 billion to the school. That's why the principal allows him these privileges. What is it? Chen Dong inquired. If something important had not happened, no matter if it was Jiang Menghan or Su Qingru or Lin Yi, they would not have called Chen Dong. Now that he's called, it means that something's really wrong. In Chen Dong's heart, a hint of a bad premonition also vaguely appeared. Chen Dong. A week ago, Jiangdong they planned to relocate their headquarters to the Sea City. Everything is very smooth. However, today, the people who went to the Sea City all came back, and all of them look very depressed. I asked and no one said. They must have had an accident in Haicheng. You hurry to come to the company to see it, Su Qingru said on the other end of the phone. Chen Dong frowned. Although he didn't care much about the company, it was his company after all. When something happened, he couldn't just ignore it. What's more, it's such a big deal. Haicheng? Could it be that someone in Haichang is bullying Jiang Menghan and the girls? Chen Dong frowned in search and immediately drove away from the school. Chapter 104, A Higher Level of Boss. It was the first time for Chen Dong to come to his company, and he was surprisingly stopped by the security guard at the entrance. The security guards did not let Chen Dong in just because he was driving a luxury car. Instead, they wanted a pass, or an appointment in advance, both of which Chen Dong clearly did not have. That's why Chen Dong was a bit embarrassed at the entrance of the company. Still, he was happy in his heart, because it shows that the company has a good management system that doesn't allow people to take advantage of the situation. Jiang Menghan and the girls were all very dedicated. Chen Feng thought in his heart that he had to give them a chicken leg. He took out his cell phone and dialed Su Qingru's number. It wasn't long before Su Qingru arrived at the door, and the security guard was directly dumbfounded when he saw the scene. Who is this guy? General Manager Su even came to pick him up in person. Is it a big client of our company? It can't be. Why did the client come without an appointment? No, you guys see Mr. Su's respectful attitude toward him. He can't also be the company's senior president, right? Amidst the shocked gazes of a group of security guards, Chen Dong was personally welcomed into the company by Su Qingru, and walking into the hall inside drew many more sideways glances. Who is that young man? General Manager Su even went to greet him personally. It's not Jiang Dong's boyfriend, is it? Jiang Dong suffered a blow in Haichang. Did her boyfriend specially come to comfort her? In the midst of those people's speculations and puzzled gazes, Chen Dong and Su Qingru entered the elevator and went directly to the top floor to look for Jiang Menghan. How is Menghan's situation now? In the elevator, Chen Dong asked with concern. It's bad. Locked herself in her office and hasn't come out for half a day. Vice President Lin is inside with her, Su Qingru said. Chen Dong frowned. What exactly did they go through when they went to Haicheng? How did they become like this? Su Qingru shook her head. I really don't know. Chen Dong sighed and could only ask Jiang Menghan personally. When he came, although he had been mentally prepared for the situation to be bad, he didn't expect to realize that it was even worse than he had imagined after he came. Many employees are all frustrated and disoriented, as if they were the walking dead. Obviously, they are all those employees who went to the Sea City. What the hell is going on? Hit them like that? To know. When Chen Dong first asked Jiang Menghan to recruit people, he only mentioned one requirement. The price does not matter, but they must all be talents. Elites. And now, these elite talents have turned out to be like the walking dead, which is really unbelievable. Knock knock. At the office door, Su Qingru knocked on the door of the room. Who? Me. Su Qingru responded. Inside, however, he only said in a cold voice, I want to be quiet. Don't disturb me now. Su Qingru glanced at Chen Dong who was standing next to her and rushed inside again. Chen Dong is here. You guys open the door quickly. Qingru, who told you to call Dongchen here? The person inside was obviously a bit flustered. Not long after, the door of the office opened and Chen Dong immediately saw a haggard figure, who was none other than Jiang Menghan. Jiang Menghan's eyes were red and swollen, obviously having just cried. Her cheeks were pale, as if she had just been very sick. Chen Dong really could not believe that the so beautiful Jiang Menghan had actually become like this. He immediately inquired curiously, Menghan, what exactly happened? Dong Chen, I'm sorry. Jiang Menghan bawled again and fell straight to the ground. Chen Dong helped her up and found a chair to sit down. With her in this state, it was obvious that she was unable to speak. Chen Dong had to ask Lin Yi who was standing next to her. What exactly happened to you guys in Haicheng? Wang Nang that. Lin Yi immediately cursed angrily. She told Chen Dong everything that Wang Nang had done to them, including Wang Nang's misunderstanding that Jiang Menghan was that kind of woman, as well as wanting to cooperate with Jiang Menghan to pit Chen Dong's family fortune did not fall. The more Chen Dong listened, the colder his face became. That Wang Nang, does he really think he's a bumpkin? Think he, Chen Dong, could really be bullied at will? Very good, very good. Chen Dong's face was icy cold as he said, I originally did not want to make a spectacle of myself, but if someone has to seek death, then I do not mind being that overgrown dragon. Qingru, immediately go and gather all the employees of the company, even if they are the security guards, cooks, drivers, and cleaners, don't leave them behind. I want to speak. Chen Dong Dao. Good. Su Qingru immediately went to do it. The morale of the company collapsed just after it was established, which is definitely not good. The purpose of Chen Dong's speech was to boost morale. What? There's a higher level boss in the company? Who is it? When they heard that Chen Dong was going to speak, everyone murmured. Previously, they had always thought that Jiang Menghan was the company's highest level boss. Where did it occur to them that there was a higher level of existence? And they were all curious as to who this person was. It didn't take long for everyone to gather in the square, all of them a little anxious and uneasy inside, and they were still discussing who that higher level boss really was. It didn't take long for Jiang Menghan, Lin Yi, and Su Qingru to arrive. They, however, walked behind, because in front of them, there was a man, very young, probably in his 20s. Is he the company's more senior boss? This can't be right, can it? How could he be so young? Many people exclaimed in their hearts, how could it be him? There were people who had just seen Dong, and all of them were stunned in their hearts at this moment, especially those security guards. They had stopped Dong outside just now. Dong Chen suddenly called the crowd to speak. Is he trying to establish authority? The security guards had stopped him outside, just the perfect object of authority. We're not going to get fired, are we? The security guards were worried. This job was great, with high bonuses, benefits, and a high salary, and they really didn't want to lose it. Each of them trembled in their hands. First of all, I want to apologize to everyone. The company has been established for such a long time, and it is only the first time that I, the company's oldest president, came to the company to visit everyone. With a simple sentence, Dong directly dissolved the uneasy emotions in many people's hearts. This made quite a few people not dare to underestimate him. Also all know that he is not ordinary. Otherwise, it is impossible to simply a simple sentence let people feel the kind of powerful confidence inside him. This time when I went to Haicheng to develop, I encountered a little setback, and many people are frustrated because of it. I don't think that's necessary, because this point of frustration I will soon erase it, Dong said again with this powerful and confident tone. But many people still lowered their heads, and it was clear that this was impossible. The Haicheng Wang family was simply not something they could mess with. So the company has, for once, really planted its feet and there's nothing it can do about it. I've decided to add 10 months of base salary for each person, Dong added. As soon as these words came out, all the people who had their heads lowered immediately all raised their heads. Mr. Chen, you're not kidding? Is it true that everyone will get a 10-month increase in base salary? The crowd inquired with shocked faces. Chapter 105, Returning to Haicheng. Raising money really is the best way to boost morale, because at this moment, even the most frustrated people raised their heads and listened carefully to what Dong was saying. I came all the way to the company for a trip. There is no way I came to cheat you guys, Dong added confidently. Our company can definitely gain a foothold in Haicheng. Please believe in me, all of you. Slap. Immediately after these words, there was thunderous applause. Dong pressed his hand. The crowd quieted down, and he continued with a smile. So, those who feel that the company may not have a future and are already getting frustrated, please take back these bad emotions of yours right now. The company will soon need you to contribute your talents. You guys, when the time comes, don't let me down. Let me raise your base salary for these 10 months for nothing. Dong, don't worry, we will never let you down. We will definitely grow our company and become a world-class company. Not only will we make Haicheng, but the entire world. We will make it tremble. The morale of the crowd was boosted, and Dong was satisfied with the result. A new company should have this kind of vibrant picture. He waved his hand and smiled. Dismissed. Everyone go about your business. Yes, the crowd left, already completely different from when they came. Each and every one of them had fire in their eyes. All of them were waiting for a big fight. Those security guards also all breathed a sigh of relief. This was because Dong had never mentioned them from the beginning to the end. This meant that Dong would not even bother with them for what had just happened. They can continue to work here in peace. Qingru, you're still in charge of Jiangzhou. Menghan, get ready. Come with me to Haicheng right away. Where you fall down you have to get up. After the speech, back in the office, Dong immediately made arrangements. Dong Chen, do you really still want to go to Haicheng? That Wang Nang is a member of the Wang family. We're afraid we can't afford to mess with him. Jiang Menghan and Lin Yi both had worried faces. Can't afford to mess with it? Dong laughed coldly. He who was born as the deputy head of the Jiangnan Business Alliance and is now a first-class member of the Dragon Group. A Wang Nang can't afford to mess with him. Isn't he mixed to the dog? Prepare immediately. We will depart in half an hour. Dong added forcefully. Jiang Menghan and Lin Yi didn't dare to say anything more. It wasn't long before Zhao Bailu, Xu Shang, and Kuyan arrived as well. There were 6 people in total, and they traveled directly to Haicheng. In front of a 30-story building, Dong's 6 men stopped in their tracks. Dong raised his head to look up. His face showed shock. This building is really good, towering into the clouds, and close to the river. You can look out over the scenery. The location is also good. Dream Han, your vision is really good. Jiang Menghan didn't feel the slightest bit happy when she heard the compliment, but instead had a worried look on her face, because this building was none other than the Wang Group's Huanyu building. After Jiang Menghan bought it, it was renamed as the Dongxing Group building. Wang Nang changed his name back after he drove Jiang Menghan and the others away by despicable means, and there's a bunch of security guards stationed in the building. At this time the smashed things in the building have been cleaned up. Obviously, Wang Nang still intends to use it to pit a second Third person, go inside. Chen Dong drank, looking at the row of security guards with sticks standing at the entrance. Lin Yi's face showed concern. There are only 6 of us, do we really have to go in? Chen Dong smiled faintly. Even if you are alone, you must go in, because this building is ours. Dong Chen, I'll open the way. Xu Weisheng stepped forward and said. Chen Dong nodded his head and said, good. Shuisheng immediately walked over. Stop, who are you? What are you doing here? Immediately, 2 strong security guards stopped him, interrogating him up and down with contempt in their eyes. This building belongs to the Dongxing Group. I am an employee of the Dongxing Group. Who are you people? Why are you in our company? Please leave immediately. Xu Weisheng asked politely. The other man's expression froze. What Dongxing Group? Where did that bull ***** company come from? This building belongs to the Wang Group. Are you here to cause trouble? Get out of here right now or I'll break your legs. 2 strong security guards waved their sticks to threaten Xu Weisheng. I'll say it again. This building belongs to the Dongxing Group. Dongxing Group did not hire you to work here as security guards. So please leave immediately. Xu Weisheng droned again, his face having turned serious. I think you're really sick. How dare you come to the Wang family's property to cause trouble? It won't work if I don't beat you up today. The 2 strong and sturdy security guards were also on fire. Straight away, he picked up his stick and smashed it down hard on Xu Weisheng's head. Jiang Menghan and Lin Yi were both a bit worried when they saw this scene. Water wins alone. I'm afraid not. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, at Xu Weisheng's place, 2 loud noises erupted. The 2 people who had attacked him instantly flew out. The rest of them were dumbfounded. What's going on? When did this guy strike? How come we didn't see it? Both Ping Wen and Ping Wu brothers weigh over 180 pounds. How could they be blown away by him? This guy has some skills. No wonder he dares to come here to cause trouble. Damn it, just because you have some skills, you think you can mess around here? Purely tired of living. Get together and get him. All the security guards rushed over together, picking up their sticks and violently beating on Xu Weisheng. It's okay to beat them to death because the Wang family will take care of it for them. That's why these people are unusually vicious in their approach. Even if a normally practiced person ran into them, they would be beaten half to death very quickly. However, they might not have dreamed that their opponent was the king of soldiers who once only practiced killing techniques. Although he couldn't kill them, he could still disable them with a simple move. Bang bang bang. Only a burst of sound was heard, and 3 minutes later, all the security guards were lying on the ground. Xu Weisheng, you're slow. You actually took so long to solve it. Go back and practice extra. Chen Dong and the girls walked over. Zhao Bailu was very dissatisfied. Yes, Captain. Xu Weisheng immediately straightened his back. Those lying on the ground wanted to die. 3 minutes for a bunch of them, and that's still slow? This is a bunch of monsters. Who are you people? A middle-aged man with dark skin crawled up from the ground as I covered my stomach, a pained look all over his face. He angrily glared at Chen Dong's 6 men and asked, do you know whose territory this is? Injuring us? Have you thought about the consequences? Chen Dong looked at him and said indifferently, this is the territory of Dongxing Group. You robbed the headquarters building of my company, and you are still powerful and boisterous? Go back and tell Wang Neng that the real boss of Dongxing Group is here, and tell him to come and apologize to me on his knees immediately. The middle-aged man was instantly stunned. What's the story? Daring to tell Wang Neng to kneel down and apologize? Does this really want to live? Chapter 106, 6 men and they dare to make a comeback. What? Jiang Menghan came back and captured the Huanyu building? Are you kidding me? Looking at the beaten middle-aged man in front of him, a hint of surprise immediately appeared on Wang Neng's face. It's not the first time he's pitted people, and the people who were usually pitted only honestly rolled out of the sea city. None of them dared to come back and make waves, because he is Wang Neng, the youngest master of the Wang family. His old man is known as Wang Chang, one of the 5 tigers of Hai Chang. Even if others knew that they were being punked by him, they could only swallow this dumb loss. However, this time, Jiang Menghan and the others, not only did they not swallow this dumb loss, they even made a comeback, captured the Huanyu building, and beat up all the security guards he had placed there. Wasn't this a slap in the face of young Master Wang? An unimaginable fury appeared on Wang Neng's face. You give me a careful account of the situation. The middle-aged man was the head of security, and Wang Neng roared at him again. Jiang Menghan and another woman brought 4 men. One of the men said that his name is Chen Dong, the boss behind Jiang Menghan, and the other 3 men. One of them was so powerful that he defeated us all by himself. That Chen Dong also said. The middle-aged man said here, and then he did not dare to open his mouth. Wang Neng became furious and yelled at him. What else did he say? I'm telling you to go kneel down and apologize. The middle-aged man said warily. Telling young Wang to go kneel down and ask for forgiveness in Hai Chang? This is really tired of living. 9 lives were not enough to die. He could already envision the fate of those people. Surely they would all die horribly. 2 women, plus 4 men, a total of just 6 people, and then dare to call my bluff in Haicheng? Wang Neng was really amused. Alright, since you want to play, I'll play with you slowly. The last time I came, I only pitched you $10 billion and didn't touch your people. You're not happy, are you? This time it's just right. I'm even moving people along. In his mind, Jiang Menghan's exquisite body surfaced again. At that time, he didn't act strongly. Jiang Menghan, he really felt sorry. I'm not interested in playing with any other women for the past 2 days. This time, Jiang Menghan even took the initiative to send the door. He naturally will not be polite. Must force Jiang Menghan into bed. He played enough to give his brother to play. He has always been so generous. That's why so many people sell their lives to him. Call the bald head here. Wang Neng gave the order. The bald name, Li Guang, and the nickname because he had no hair on his head. Baldhead is the #1 tough guy under him. After signing the contract with Jiang Menghan last time, he sent people to smash Jiang Menghan's company and drove Jiang Menghan away. The person who led the way was Li Guang. It didn't take long for Li Guang to arrive in front of him. Young Wang, what are your orders? Li Guang's head was shiny. His ox was tall. Dozens of people together were no match for him. His force value was really explosive. He stood in front of Wang Neng and inquired curiously, Jiang Menghan, that is back. Wang Neng sneered. Li Guang was taken aback. Young Wang, are you kidding? She still dares to come back? Wang Neng coldly said. Not only did he come back, but he also brought help and captured the Huanyu building. You immediately lead the men and take back the Huanyu building for me. Kill all the men and bring all the women to me. A sardonic smile appeared on Li Guang's face. Don't worry, Xiao Wang, I will definitely complete the mission. As he was about to set off, Wang Neng called out to him again. Bring more people. There are experts among them. One of them defeated the dozens of security guards I placed there. Don't worry, Xiao Wang, I'll call over 300 brothers together. As powerful as they are, those brothers of mine, with 1 punch each, can beat them to death. Li Guang said. Good, go now. Wang Neng said. If we don't get these mongrels killed, how can I, Wang Neng, gain a foothold in Haicheng in the future? Li Guang set off with his men. And at this time, the Huanyu building, Chen Feng and they have come to the top office area. Looking out at the distant river scenery, Jiang Menghan and Lin Yi always felt uneasy. After all, they were in Haicheng, the territory of the Wang family. Strong dragons don't even suppress snakes. There are only 6 of them, so they're not even strong dragons, are they? What should we do if Wang Neng calls for retaliation? 2 beautiful women, really worried. In contrast, Chen Dong had a calm face, as if he had already forgotten about this matter of Wang Neng. He looked out at the distant scenery and marveled. This is a great location. I'll definitely put my desk here in the future. Jiang Menghan and Lin Yi both sighed in their hearts. It's hard to say whether or not they'll make it back alive, and they're actually starting to think about their desks being set up here. Hey, in their hearts, they were all a bit speechless at once. Chen Dong, get out here. Jiang Menghan, get out. Everyone in the building, get out. Suddenly, the ear-shattering sound of the radio suddenly came in from outside. Jiang Menghan and Lin Yi were both startled. Chen Dong, Xu Wei Shang, Zhao Brezu, and Ku Yen, however, were calm. Wang Neng's people are finally here. Listen to this voice, it's very arrogant. How dare they tell Chen Dong to get out? Chen Dong coldly smiled, led the people to the window, immediately saw, the lower square, black pressure stood full of a group of people. There were at least 300 to 400. Jiang Menghan and Lin Yi both looked pale. Last time they came to smash the company, there were only 100 or so people. This time there are 2 or 3 times more. Can we be their opponent? Chen Dong turned his head to look at the 3 of them, Zhao Bailu, and asked, can you beat them? Zhao Bailu smiled contemptuously and replied, a bunch of trash. Any more that come will be trash. Dong Chen said, it's good to be able to fight. Go down and meet them. Seeing that Chen Dong was so confident, Jiang Menghan and Lin Yi settled down a lot inside. The 6 of them went downstairs to the square. He's the one who brought people to smash the company. Jiang Menghan gritted her teeth as soon as she saw Li Guang. Chen Dong nodded. I will avenge you today. Jiang Menghan and Lin Yi both said, good. Which is Chen Dong? I heard that you are the boss behind Jiang Menghan. I also heard that you told our young master to come here and kneel down to apologize. Li Guang carried a steel pipe and roared with a sly smile. Get out and die immediately. Chen Dong walked to the front. I am Chen Dong. Is Wang Neng afraid of me? So he didn't dare to come and ask you trash to send him to his death? Just as well. After cleaning you all up, we will go after him. Poof. Li Guang looked at Chen Dong and laughed fiercely. So you are Chen Dong. I admire your courage to say such words. I will definitely leave you a whole corpse later. Who will deal with the 6 of them? Young Wang said that the first one to make a move will be rewarded $1 million. 300 to 400 people. Immediately all yelled out, all scrambling to be the first to strike, just like in their eyes. Chendong's several people, as if it is really a fish on the plate, can be slaughtered at will by them in general. Eventually, a burly black-faced man carrying an open sword stepped out. Chapter 107, One move and you're killed. I, Black Fury, will be the first to make a move. Who dares to compete with me? I'll cut him down with one slash. The black-faced man carrying the open sword roared. He was heavy with fury because he had chopped up too many people while carrying a mountain-opening sword, and because of his dark cheeks, he got the nickname Black Fury. He was the existence of those people whose force value was second only to Li Guang. So after he opened his mouth, all of them backed away, not daring to provoke this fatalist, because when he starts to get tough, it's true that he will cut even his own people. Two pussies, get out of the way. Young master still has to play with you guys, so he won't get you killed. Black Fiend walked up to Chendong's few people carrying a mountain-opening sword and rushed at Jiang Menghan and Lin Yi to slur their words. The two big beauties were instantly scared to the point where their cheeks turned white and their bodies trembled. Which one of you will come first and try to see if this sword of mine is sharp or not? Black Fiend raised the Kaishan blade again and pointed it at Chendong, Zhao Brezu, Xu Wei Shang, and Ku Yen and roared loudly. Chendong turned his head. Who's going to fix him? Kirin stepped forward. It's my turn to move my muscles. He clasped his hands together and shrugged his waist and shoulders together. There was a crackling off bones. A moment ago, he still looked like just an ordinary person. In an instant, the body's killing chi swept out, as if the dark clouds were dense. The people who were shrouded, all of them felt a trace of chills. It's like being surrounded by thousands of stern ghosts. This horrible feeling, again, made them feel like they had fallen into a snake cave. All around them were highly poisonous snakes attacking. They had nowhere to hide but to be bitten and devoured. How is it possible? On this guy, how can there be such a terrifying fury? The arrogant look on Black Fury's face had completely disappeared. He had a heavy aura of death on him because he had chopped up a lot of people. However, compared to the person in front of him, that little bit of fury on that body was like a small puddle, while the other party was a choppy sea. He found it hard to believe that there could be so much fury in one person. How many people has this chopped? No, it's not chopping people, it's killing countless people to have such a terrifying baleful aura. Gollum, Black Fiend immediately swallowed his saliva. He really couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying existence the person in front of him was. Silly big guy, I'm going to make a move. Right at this moment, Kuyen suddenly let out an explosive cry and rushed towards Black Fury. Black Fury's palms were already sweaty as he struggled to grip the open mountain blade. His eyes were dead set on Kuyen, who was rushing over. Both hands raised the knife and chopped down with force. Good. Those behind him, who had no idea of the situation he was now facing, saw him slash down, and all of them frantically shouted, "That's it, cut him in half." Against my young master? You're so damn tired of living. In your next life, you must remember that people surnamed Wang should never be messed with. Boom! A huge crack appeared on the concrete floor as the open blade fell. No blood spattering scene appeared, because Black Fury didn't even cut it. And at that moment, Kuyen had already arrived in front of him, a hand pressed on his heart. Gulp! A sudden force on the palm of the hand immediately breaks and collapses the ribs outside the atrium. Black Fury's heart stopped suddenly. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Boom! The Black Fury's body was too huge, and when it fell to the ground, it made a loud noise. The cheering people, their voices came to an abrupt end. They were incredulous, looking at the scene in front of them. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could the Black Fury be put in one move by him? Is he still human? Simply a Tama monster. It's too scary. They never dreamed that the great battle between Black Fiend and Kuyen would have such an outcome. They had thought that Black Fury had made a move and could easily finish off Kuyen. Where did he think that Black Fury hadn't even blocked a single move from Kuyen? No wonder these people dared to make a comeback. They are all terrifying experts of Tamar. Li Guang sucked in a breath of cold air and didn't dare to be arrogant. He raised his steel pipe and pointed at Chen Dong's group of men and yelled, "Brothers, go together and get them killed. No matter how powerful you are, if 300 to 400 people do it together, you will only end up being drowned and finished off." Therefore, the corners of Li Guang's mouth again revealed a fierce smile, because he felt that Chen Dong and the others were definitely dead. And just then, Kuyen had already picked up the open sword that Black Fury had dropped on the ground. What about the fact that he hadn't slashed anyone with his blade? Because that image, surely, would have been incredibly bloody and horrifying. Already his strength, absolutely a knife one, body and head. Therefore, he was using the back of the knife to cut people. Bang! Only an explosive sound was heard, and the one who rushed at the front was directly smashed out by him. Boom! There was another explosion, and another person was viciously smashed out by him. Click, click, click. The back of a sword couldn't cut a person in two, but it could easily smash the bones in a person's body. That's why this sound of bones breaking resounded continuously in the crowd. Kiran really is a one-trick pony. One person. He blocked these 300 to 400 people. No matter how many people rushed up, he waved the mountain-opening sword in his hand, and they fell in pieces. These people who fell down, either their hands or feet were broken, and some even had their lumbar vertebrae broken, so they could only crawl on the ground, which was really miserable. But compared to the evil things they did, they are now in the end. In fact, it is still good, because at least they all saved their lives. Li Guang's eyes fluttered up. The man in front of him was too powerful to be in hard steel. The others, surely, weren't as powerful as he was. So let's spare him and take those people down as hostages first, so that it would be easier for him to throw in the towel. After figuring this out, Li Guang immediately led a group of men, bypassing Kuyen and killing towards Chendong and the others. Seek death. Zhao Bailu saw this scene and became furious. With a single stride, he rushed to Li Guang and the others, reaching out to grab Li Guang's throat. Li Guang picked up the steel pipe and smashed it. He was also considered an expert, the kind that dozens of people couldn't even get close to. However, in front of Zhao Bailu, he really wasn't even as good as a mole cricket. Zhao Bailu's stance, without any stop, but also accelerated the speed, directly avoided the steel pipe that Li Guang smashed down, and then rushed to Li Guang's front, choked Li Guang's neck, and then lifted Li Guang into the air. Boom! Just lifted it up and dropped it heavily to the ground. Li Guang's mouth and nose were shocked and bleeding, and he fell limp and fainted. When the others saw this scene, their bodies all trembled in fear. Li Guang is the #1 general under Wang Nang. I can't believe it's the same as Black Fury, still getting seconded in one move. What the hell is the other guy? Isn't the fighting power really too horrible? In their understanding, this was already completely out of the realm of human beings. So one by one, those who could still stand, didn't dare to make a move in. Hurry up and run, or else you won't be alive. Someone yelled out, and those who could still run, immediately turned to look into the wind and fled. The dogs couldn't even shoo them away. They were already scared out of their wits. Chapter 108, The Practitioner of Evil Kung Fu. More than 100 people escaped, and Chendong did not chase after them because those people were all trash and would not be coming back. The rest of them fell to the ground, broken bones and tendons, in pain and suffering. Tic-tac-toe. Right at this moment, a cell phone ringing suddenly rang on the ground. Chendong looked up and saw that there was a cell phone on the ground not far away, and it was it that was ringing. The cell phone fell out from Li Guang, who had fainted on the ground at this time. Chendong walked over and picked up the cell phone to see that the person who called was none other than Wang Nang. Chendong pressed the answer button, and Wang Nang's voice immediately came from over there. Li Guang, is it done? Are those two beauties hurt? Hurry up and bring them back to me. From the voice, one could tell that Wang Nang was now very happy, very excited, and even more very confident, because he felt that Li Guang must have gotten it all done by bringing so many people here. Two beautiful women, soon to be delivered to his bed. He really could not wait any longer. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. However, something Wang Nang never dreamed of happened. The person he was talking to was no longer Li Guang, but a stranger he had never seen before. Wang Nang heard that the voice was not right and immediately inquired, "Who are you? Where did Li Guang go?" I think it's necessary for us to start a video so that you can get a quicker understanding of the situation here. Chendong faintly said. Good. Wang Nang agreed to open the video. Not long, Chendong appeared in his screen. He looked at Chendong with a surprised face and inquired, "Who are you? Where did Li Guang go?" Chendong said indifferently, "I am Chendong, the boss behind Dongsheng Group. Is the Li Guang you mentioned the bald guy? He is on the ground." Chendong turned the cell phone camera, and Wang could immediately see Li Guang, who was unconscious on the ground. For a moment, he was stunned. He didn't expect that the boss behind the Dongsheng Group was actually so young, probably only around 20 years old. How could such a young person be the boss of such a large group of companies? He really couldn't believe it. What surprised him even more was that Li Guang actually fell to the ground. Is there a mistake? Didn't you say that Chendong and the others only came with 6 people? Li Guang has brought more than 300 people with him. How did Chendong's 6 men? How did they beat these 300 men? Wang Ning really couldn't believe the scene he saw in front of him. Is this the only trash you have under your hand? Chendong reversed the camera again, showing Wang Ning all of those people who had fallen to the ground. Then he taunted Wang Ning again. With such a small number of trash henchmen, how dare you make an enemy of me? Do you know how to write the word death? I'll give you half an hour to come here immediately and apologize to me on your knees. After compensating for my losses, I might not bother with you. Humph humph humph. After a short period of angry shock, Wang Ning regained his inner calm. Looking at Chendong in the video, he laughed fiercely. You want to see a real master, right? Lao Zi fulfills your wish. The Wang family has a real martial artist in their midst. After hanging up, he immediately found the men. Young master, we need the permission of the family head for our actions. Those martial artists, all of them looked embarrassed. The reason was simple. Martial artists were too destructive, and if they weren't controlled, the dragon team would come and help them control the Wang family. At that time, it was possible that the Wang family would be directly erased. That's why the martial artists of the Wang clan can't act easily. Wang Nang was annoyed and went straight to his father. Wang Chang, Dad, the over-the-river dragon from Jiangzhou, bullying to my head. You have to hurry out and help me deal with them. Wang Chang is in his 50s, slim and spirited, and his hair is black and thick. It doesn't look at all like a person in his 50s, but like he is only in his 30s. It was only because he had a miraculous encounter when he was young and became a formidable martial artist that he was so well maintained. At this time, he was practicing words in the study, and saw Wang Nang rushed in and made a noise, and he was a bit hateful, but he is such a son. No matter not. How many people are on the other side? Can't you deal with hundreds of people under you? Wang Chang inquired in a cold voice. 6. Wang Nang said. 6? Wang Chang was a bit surprised. You can't handle 6? Then there must be martial artists among them. Wang Nang nodded his head and agreed. Dad, you are right. If they don't have any martial artists among them, how could they dare to come to High City to call the shots with our Wang family? They want me to go on my knees and give thanks. That's definitely not an option. I can lose this person, and you can't either. So, you quickly mobilize the family martial artists to give me command. Let me go and destroy them. Wang Nang pleaded. Good. Wang Chang nodded and suddenly let out a roar. Uncle Fu. Wordlessly, an old man with gray hair appeared in front of the father and son. Wang Nang was startled. Is this a ghost? Why did it suddenly appear? Wang Nang stabilized his mind and immediately greeted this old man. Hello Uncle Fu. The old man nodded and asked Wang Chang. Family master, what are your orders? Wang Chang said with an icy face. There are a few overgrown dragons that want to move my son. You bring a few people and go with my son to take care of them. Uncle Fu immediately nodded. Yes. Why did Wang Nang clash with those people? Wang Chang never asked. He only knows that touching his son is death. That was why Wang Nang had become so arrogant and reckless. Fu Bo called a total of 5 people, and with him and Wang Nang, that made 7. The 7 drove 2 limousines and headed to the Ringwood building. When he arrived there, Wang Nang felt a sense of panic, because the ground was covered with people. All of them were his men, and each one of them had broken bones and tendons. Seeing this image in a video doesn't mean anything yet. However, when I arrived and saw the image, I realized how horrible it was. Only then did he realize how ruthless Chen Dong and the others were. Chen Dong, get out! Wang Nang roared. Chen Dong, who was resting inside, immediately walked out with Zhao Bailu, Ku Yan, and Xu Wei Shang. Zhang Menghan and Lin Yi are resting in the building. They really don't dare to come out to see the terrible scene outside. Is Wang Xiao? You will kneel down and apologize to me right here. Chen Dong pointed to an empty space in front of him and said to Wang Nang, how dare you? When Wang Nang didn't speak, Uncle Fu roared. Where did that little bastard come from? How dare you show such disrespect to the young master? I'm going to skin you, cut you into pieces, and eat you up. His eyes suddenly turned scarlet. His tongue came out and licked his lips, thin and long. Even though Chen Dong was now a martial artist, he was startled when he saw this scene. What kind of monster is this Tama? He exclaimed. This guy might be practicing evil kung fu. That's why he's so strange. Zhao Bailu analyzed behind Chen Dong. Can you handle him? Chen Dong asked. Chapter 109, Killing. The evil function makes one stronger quickly, and the aftermath is severe. For example, this old man in front of him was already inhuman and ghostly, purely a monster. Very scary. Chen Dong was really a bit worried that Zhao Bailu and the others were not opponents. However, Zhao Bailu said with a confident look on his face, as long as he's afraid of death, whatever the hell he is, he can be taken out. He learned the art of killing, just killing. So what if you look horrible like a monster? As long as you have the fear of being killed in your heart, none of you can be a match for Zhao Bailu. That was why Zhao Bailu was so full of confidence. Then he's all yours, Chen Dong said indifferently. Good. Zhao Bailu walked out with an icy face and stared at the old man, his gaze instantly turning as harsh as a knife again, little provoking the old man. Are you looking for death? The old man was furious, stretching out his hands, and his 5 fingers suddenly changed to look like iron hooks. The fingertips also flashed with a metallic luster. It could be seen that he had practiced a pair of hands that had long been more powerful than the iron claws that were being used. He took a step to leap out, and his figure was immediately like a ghost, swiftly rushing towards Zhao Bailu. Zhao Bailu was pleasantly unafraid, and with both his legs, his body powered up and charged towards him as well. Boom! The two collided together, and a loud sound was emitted in the air. The ground was shaken open with several cracks. Their great battle began miserably. Leave these few to us. Apart from the old man, there were 5 other experts, and Shui Shang and Ku Yan stared at them, both with cruel cold smiles at the corners of their mouths. Seek death. 4 of them killed towards the 2 of them. There was still one person left. He had to protect Wang Neng, so he didn't make a move. In fact, he also felt that he didn't have to do anything at all. The old man was enough to finish off Zhao Bailu. The other 4 were enough to take out the remaining 2. It was enough for him and Wang Neng to watch the show from there. A few bumpkins from Jiangzhou. How dare you provoke my Wang family? Today will definitely make you regret coming to this world. Wang Neng looked at Chen Dong and mocked. Young Wang, don't speak too soon, lest you get hit in the face later. Chen Dong faintly said. Ha 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 ha. Wang Neng laughed even more recklessly. You have no one around you now, and you still dare to contradict my old man? Believe it or not, I'll arrest you first and torture you? Chen Dong shook his head. Just you? Not qualified enough. What about me? The one protecting Wang Neng looked like a white-faced scholar, holding a folding fan in his hand with a bit of panache. However, his gaze was unusually sinister, and it was obvious that he was also practicing evil kung fu. Chen Dong shook his head and said, neither can you. Ha! The man laughed. Originally, I wanted to wait for them to split up before moving you. It didn't occur to me that you like looking for death so much, so let's make it happen. Young master, I'll finish him off. Leave him alive. I'll torture him to death. Wang Neng said, this is the price for going against me. If we let him die too painfully today, in the future, there might be more ungrateful ones. If I go and clean them up one by one, will I not die of exhaustion? Just take advantage of it now. Torture and kill him to establish authority, so that all those other ones who are not open to the world won't dare to come back to my place to make trouble. Yes, young master. The man let out a sardonic smile before walking towards Chen Dong. Bared. The old man's iron hook-like sharp claws rested on Zhao Bailu's shoulder, instantly tearing off a piece of bloody flesh. The old man took the piece of meat and brought it to his mouth, chewing on it. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. His eyes became even more red. Even his teeth became elongated, and now he was truly a horrible creature. Coupled with the image of eating human flesh and blood in the raw, Jiang Menghan and Lin Yi would definitely be immediately fainted from fear if they were here to see it. It was really horrible and very disgusting. Where can the average person stand it? The spirit immediately breaks down, and with a mental breakdown, the will to fight plummets. Fighting power follows suit. That would be even less likely to be a match for the old man. As a result, it was sure to be easily finished off by the old man. Therefore, the old man eating Zhao Bailu's flesh and blood was actually more of a psychological warfare. After deterring Zhao Bailu, killing Zhao Bailu would become very easy. However, he miscalculated one thing. That is, when Zhao Bailu made his move, there was only killing in his eyes. On a more direct note, if he doesn't control himself, there are only 2 kinds of people in his eyes, the living and the dead. Once he does, he has only one purpose, to turn the living into the dead. He doesn't care how scary you are as a living person, if you're a monster or not, or if you're eating flesh and blood and engaging in psychological warfare or anything like that. All he knows is that you're still alive, and his aim is not yet accomplished. So, he's going to attack even more ferociously. He won't stop until he turns you into a dead man. Thus, Zhao Bailu wasn't affected in the slightest and directly killed again. In contrast, the old man was there playing psychological warfare with Zhao Bailu, and he was able to scare the other party by eating blood and flesh and thinking about this horrible appearance. Whether it's offense or defense, all of that stops. When masters fight each other, a second, a move, a style, can determine the victory or defeat. When the old man realized that his move didn't work against Zhao Bailu and wanted to react to Zhao Bailu's attack, it was too late. However, in his opinion, it was just late and not really in a desperate situation, because, as long as he blocked that many moves first, he could continue to gain the upper hand again when he slowed down. This trick of psychological warfare does not work. He will definitely not be playing. And next, he will use his own truly horrifying strength to finish Zhao Bailu. However, he has no chance at all, because Zhao Bailu was using a killing technique, and every move was running towards killing. Give him an opening and he can just make a move. Pust. Zhao Bailu's palm was like a sharp sword, directly penetrating the old man's chest. The old man was astonished, incredulous. Just a little time, just a little gap, just slowed down so 1 or 2 strokes. How is it possible that he was dried up? He was somewhat dead, and a wail of pain escaped his lips. Bang! Zhao Bailu hurriedly made another move of double peak slamming, slapping the old man's head heavily. The old man collapsed to the ground with a complete loss of life this time. After finishing off the old man, Zhao Bailu hurriedly came to Chen Dong's side. At this moment, Chen Dong was fighting with that white-faced scholar-like person. He didn't put out his full strength, just circled around with his opponent. The opponent thought that Chen Dong would die in his hands immediately. Where did he expect that Zhao Bailu would suddenly kill over? Zhao Bailu coming over means that the strongest old man among them has been taken out. He couldn't help but turn his head, and sure enough, he was Ed. How is this possible? Uncle Fu's strength. It's already close to the peak of inner strength. How could it be taken so quickly? Pust. Just as he was distracted, Zhao Bailu caught another opportunity. With a direct palm, he penetrated his chest. His body fell limply to the ground. Dong Chen, are you alright? Zhao Bailu inquired about Chen Dong. It's fine. Chen Dong laughed lightly and turned his head to see that Wang Nang was already escaping when he saw that the situation was not right. Chapter 110, Destroying the Wangs to Show Off. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of monster is that? Surprisingly, even Fu Bo is no match for him. Lost count. Old me has to hurry up and escape, or else I won't be able to run away later. When we escape back, we must ask Dad to personally deal with them. Wang Neng thought in his heart, fear all over his face as he ran towards his limousine. When he came, he thought that Fu Bo and the others could easily take the other side down. Where did he think that Fubuki would be easily taken out by the other party? He was going to be a prisoner if he didn't run. Seeing this scene, Chen Dong smiled faintly and said to Zhao Bailu, you go help the two of them. Yes. Zhao Bailu immediately killed towards Xue Shang and the others, and Chen Dong went after Wang Nang. Wang Nang had already drilled into the luxury car at this time, and the car had already been started by him, and just when he was about to drive away, the click, door glass suddenly shattered, and a hand reached in, grabbed his collar, and pulled him out of the car, and fell heavily on the ground. Wang Nang immediately felt the sky spinning. He had already been emptied of his body by alcohol and color. Where could he withstand such a toss? At once, he reflexively spasmed his body, convulsed, and dry-heaved. Chen Dong stood aside and said indifferently, young Wang, if you want to leave without saying hello, aren't you putting me too little in your eyes? Chen Dong, what the hell do you want? After Wang Nang slowed down, he immediately threatened Chen Dong loudly. My father is Wang Chang, one of the 5 tigers of Haichang. If you dare to make a move, he will definitely not let you go. Snap! Chen Dong raised his hand and slapped his hand, ruthlessly smacking Wang Nang's face. Half of Wang Nang's cheek swelled as far as the eye could see. He had a nosebleed and a stinging pain in his mouth. It was his teeth that were on the verge of being knocked out. The corners of his mouth spasmed and twitched with pain. He was sucking in cold, miserable air. You better be polite when talking to me, or you will end up in a miserable situation, Chen Dong warned in a cold voice. Wang Nang's face was gloomy and did not have the arrogance he had just now. He whispered, count me out this time. I'll return the money to you, and the Huanyu building is yours. Chen Dong said indifferently, how much do you think I can believe what you said? Wang Nang said, you don't believe me? Then what do you want? Dong Chen said, take a trip to your Wang family. Wang Nang was shocked, joy almost spewing out of his eyes as he could not believe what Chen Dong said. He was worried about how to defuse the crisis at hand. Where did he think that Chen Dong, this idiot, was going to make a trip to their Wang family? That would be great. After going to the Wang family, his father Wang Chang would personally deal with Chen Dong. At that time, Chen Dong would definitely die. Wang Nang, then flipped. He was so happy that he was on the verge of kowtowing to Chen Dong. Chen Dong was really a good person. It was too good to actually help him like this. However, what he did not know was that Chen Dong was going to make a trip to his house in order to exterminate it. That's right, it's extinguished. Chen Dong wants to destroy the Wang family to establish prestige. Otherwise his Dongsheng group cannot be based in Haicheng. Young master, those 4 experts, seeing that Wang Nang had fallen into Chen Dong's hands, were instantly distracted. Adding Zhao Bailu into the battlefield, the situation instantly turned into a crushing one. After those 4 people lasted for a few more minutes, they were all killed by Zhao Bailu, Xue Shang, and Ku Yen. You are injured? Chen Dong looked at the wound on Zhao Bailu's shoulder, which was somewhat shocking. A large piece of flesh and blood was torn off. Ordinary people would have already been unable to move in pain. Zhao Bailu, however, acted like nothing was wrong. This kind of small wound is very common on the battlefield, Zhao Bailu said indifferently, not caring in the slightest. After all, he had rolled out of the battlefield dead, and had experienced even more horrific injuries, so this injury was really nothing. Chen Dong immediately took out a medicine bottle and poured some powder out, applying it to Zhao Bailu's wound. Soon the wound stopped bleeding and scabbed over and began to heal. Zhao Bailu, Xue Shang, and Ku Yen all looked very stunned. Chen Dong, what kind of medicine is this? It works so well, Dong Chen said. I configured it secretly. It was obviously not configured by him. It was purchased from the system store. The last time he saved the Hong family, the value of sincerity he gained skyrocketed. There were 20 to 30 people from the Hong family present at the time. They all thought that Conrad was there to kill them. Therefore, they all sincerely thanked Chen Dong after he helped them out. Each person had contributed more than 20 points of true heart value to Chen Dong. Adding up the total, Chen Dong had gained 5 to 600 points of true heart value at once. All these people, Hong Tao Hong Disc, were thanking Chen Dong for the second, third time. The true heart value they contributed increased tenfold, so they contribute 200 or 300 points of true heart value. In this manner, the total number of true heart values that Chen Dong had obtained now added up to almost close to 1,000. He immediately used 500 points of sincerity value to buy the Cloud Palm speed method. He had now learned the Cloud Palm, and the Cloud Palm was the strongest internal strength technique, which meant that his current strength was already the strongest internal strength. He wouldn't have dared to go to the Wang family without that underpinning. After seeing Zhao Bailu's injury, he spent another 20 points of true heart value to buy a bottle of quick-acting medicinal powder to treat trauma. Don't say, it really worked. Only a while later, Zhao Bailu was basically on the verge of fully recovering. You two should not stay here. Find a hotel to stay in. Chen Dong returned to the building, found Jiang Menghan and Lin Yi and instructed them. Where are you going? The two beauties inquired with wide eyes. Go to the Wang family to talk business, Dong Chen said. Isn't that a sheep in a tiger's mouth? The two immediately worried. One of the 5 tigers of Hai Chang, the Wang family, Chen Dong's doorstep, in their opinion, was really going to send them to their deaths. Who is the tiger and who is the goat? That's still not certain, Chen Dong said indifferently. Don't worry about me. Just hurry up and get out of here. Okay. The two beauties walked away. Chen Dong and Zhao Bailu, Xu Wei Shang, and Ke Yan escorted Wang Neng to the Wang family. The closer he got to the Wang family, the happier Wang Neng was in his heart. These 3 assholes, after beating up old me, don't think of escaping, but dare to send them to the door? Have their heads been pinched by the door? If they go to my Wang family, none of them will want to live. Wang Neng thought excitedly in his heart. Snap! Someone behind him suddenly slapped him on the head. You drove properly and ran a red light. I'm sorry. Wang Neng hurriedly apologized. The current him, where is a little bit of the young master of the Wang family's prestige? Of course, his current submission, all of them are expedient, disguised, to the Wang family, to see his father, to take down these 4 people. He will resume the arrogant posture of the young master of the Wang family again. Young master is back. The gate of the Wang family is magnificent. The residence was even more luxurious and expansive, covering dozens of acres. It was more garden-like, with all kinds of wonders inside. Wang Neng's car drove back, immediately startling the Wang family's subordinates. A group of people came out to greet them, standing on both sides and saluting respectfully. There was no obstruction along the way until the car drove outside Wang Chang's study. Chapter 111, Defeating Wang Chang. The area around Wang Chang's study is forbidden land, and Wang Neng would not dare to drive his car here even if he was bold. So Wang Chang, who was in the study, immediately judged that something had happened to his son. Now his son, surely, had been forced and driven to this study. Therefore, he stepped straight out of the study and stopped the car. Friends in the car, we've already arrived at my Wang family. Why don't you get off the car? Wang Chang asked in a cold voice. Boom! The glass of the car was instantly shattered by all the sound waves. The faces of Zhao Bailu, Xu Wei Shang, and Ku Yan in the car all changed. So powerful. Definitely peak inner strength. Zhao Bailu exclaimed. This is giving us a kick in the pants. Chen Dong faintly asked. Can you defeat him? 30% sure, Zhao Bailu said. Chen Dong frowned slightly. Then don't make a move on him later. I'll deal with him. Zhao Bailu was surprised. Dong Chen, it's not that I doubt your strength. I'm afraid you are not his opponent. Your life will be in danger. I'm only 30% sure of defeating him though. But, if I join forces with Xu Wei Shang and Ku Yan, I can still easily finish him off. Poof. Chen Dong laughed and shook his head. Do you think you will be dealing with him alone? Just at this moment, behind Wang Chang, a silhouette appeared. All of them are internal strength experts. With them around, Zhao Bailu, Xu Wei Shang, and Ku Yan. Wanting to join forces against Wang Chang is simply an impossible thing now? Don't worry, I'm not that weak. You guys deal with the rest of the people. I'll deal with him. Chen Dong's gaze was icy cold as he looked towards Wang Chang and then towards Zhao Bailu's 3 men. Alright, Dong Chen, you pay complete attention. If there is a situation, even if we lay down our lives, we will still protect you from here. Zhao Bailu, all 3 of them, solemnly assured Chen Dong. The 3 men stepped down from the car, and Wang Neng was also caught out by them. Seeing his son's face swollen and in a sorry state, Wang Chang was enraged. Where the hell are you arrogant people from? Why are you doing this to my son? Have you thought about the consequences? Chen Dong said indifferently. You're wrong. It's not us who did this to him. He asked for it. My people, in good faith, are purchasing your Wang family's Huanyu building. He sold the building, and then he actually called in another smash-up, forcing my people to have to leave. So much for effortlessly screwing me out of $10 billion. Do you think I should do this to him? I've really been merciful by not slaughtering him right away. Wang Chang said, it's your good fortune that my son can pit you. How many people want to be pitted by him, but they don't have a chance, because being pitted by him will at least prove one thing, and that is, you are considered a character. Not only are you ungrateful, but you've done this to my son? You don't want to walk out of the Wang family's door today. When these words came out, Chen Dong was directly stunned. Is there such a shameless bastard in the world? Being screwed over by Tamar is still a blessing in itself? Chen Dong obviously could not afford this kind of blessing. Therefore, it would be better to return all of it to this father and son. Just now I was wondering if it was too cruel to exterminate your Wang family. Now it seems that, if I don't get rid of you guys, you really are a great scourge in this world. Chen Dong's face, completely iced over. In his eyes, a murderous aura also surfaced for the first time. Seek death. Wang Chang let out a roar and gave the order to attack. The people behind him immediately catapulted out like ghosts and surrounded Chen Dong and the others. Dad! Save me! Wang Nan yelled. Wang Chang took a healthy step and rushed directly towards him. As long as he got his son back, he could strike even more recklessly. He had thought that Chen Dong and the others would make every effort to stop him from saving the people. Where did he think that? Chen Dong simply did not take this as a matter of fact. This surprised him to no end in his heart. The other party had captured his son, yet they didn't take his son as a hostage. What did this mean? Your son is just a piece of trash. There is no point in using him as a hostage. Just finish you off. As if Chen Dong had read his mind, he explained lightly. How dare you? Wang Chang was furious. Originally he did not intend to make a move. Those of his men were enough to finish Chen Dong and the others off. Where did he think that Chen Dong had provoked his majesty time and time again? Then, he would be forced to take matters into his own hands to give Chen Dong a bit of a biting lesson. Little man, you are the first one who dares to offend the old man like this. Peel off your face first. Throwing his son to a safe area, Wang Chang immediately charged towards Chen Dong again. He opened his palm and stuck it directly towards Chen Dong's face. Once he let him stick it on, his palm would be like a suction cup, sucking the skin of Chen Dong's face and tearing off all the flesh and blood. Wang Chang's attack was extremely perverted and vicious. Those who fell for his tricks were all in a miserable state. Chen Dong looked, but he did not panic at all as he softly blasted out a palm. When Wang Chang saw it, he was instantly puzzled. Is this guy not even a martial artist? Otherwise, how could the fists and feet be so weak? No, it's impossible to keep up with my speed if I'm not a martial artist. Originally, he was going to attack Chen Dong's cheek, but when Chen Dong blasted over with his palm, he had to change his direction to deal with Chen Dong's palm. However, Chen Dong's palm, which was soft and feeble, did not resemble a martial artist's attack at all. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still keeping up with his speed, Wang Chang would really think that the person in front of him was just an ordinary person. Don't think about that much. Let's waste one of his hands first. Wang Chang saw it again in his heart. His palm was about to stick with Chen Dong's palm, and the moment it did, he would be able to shatter all the bones in Chen Dong's palm. Then it was tearing the flesh and blood off of Chen Dong's palm. That scene would surely be bloody, spectacular, brutal, and too much to look at, but he loved it so much that in his mind's eye, he had gotten out of the lineup that early. However, something he never dreamed of discovering, just at the moment when the two palms collided together, unimaginable terrifying power erupted in Chen Dong's palm. Boom! Wang Chang, who had not exerted all his strength, could not block the power on that palm. As a result, his palm was directly shattered. The terrifying power shook his entire arm again. His body was also impacted by this power. He immediately retreated several steps before his body stabilized. He looked puzzled, stunned, amazed, and a hint of fear. He glared at Chen Dong as he roared incredulously. What was that technique of yours just now? How could it suddenly erupt with such a terrifying power? Chen Dong said indifferently. Cloud palm. The clouds are deep. You should lie down. After saying this, he was about to continue his attacks again. Because of his lightheartedness, Wang Chang, who had already had one of his arms heavily damaged, was even less likely to be his opponent. He could take it down in a short time, but just then, he saw that Zhao Bailu, Xu Wei Shang, and Ku Yen were all in danger. Chapter 112, The Hunt for the Wangs. It was really a bit unexpected for Chen Dong that the three of them, Zhao Bailu, would be in danger. It was only because those three were surrounded by enemies several times their size. The other party also cooperated well and perfectly defused the killing moves of Zhao Bailu and the three of them. So just like that, the three of them, Zhao Bailu, were in danger. Xu Wei Shang was stabbed in the abdomen, and his pants were stained red with blood. Kirin broke an arm and left bruises all over his forehead in a horrible way. A piece of bloody flesh was torn off Zhao Bailu's thigh, causing his movements to become sluggish. If no one made a move to save these three, they would definitely be surrounded and die. Therefore, Chen Dong had to give up on killing Wang Chang's father and son and turned around to save these three people. Chen Dong, don't come over. These people are really too evil. The cultivation is all bizarre and evil, unusually tricky and vicious and scary. You hurry to get out of here. When the three of them, Zhao Bailu, saw Chen Dong coming over, they immediately shouted to stop him. They are afraid that Chen Dong is the same as them, and they are caught in the middle of these people's closed circle, and at that time, Chen Dong must also be dead. The three of them, however, had still underestimated Chen Dong's strength too much. Only Chen Dong, like a fierce tiger, rushed into the battlefield with a bang. Another one looking for death. A man sneered, his tongue sticking out, half a foot long, disgusting and terrifying. His 5 fingers were also long and thin, and when they were joined together, they were like a sharp sword, stabbing directly towards Chen Dong's chest. Seeing that Chen Dong's chest was about to be pierced through, Zhao Bailu's 3 hearts were in their throats. They wanted to save him, but they were entangled and could not come over at all. Just then, a scene appeared that they had never dreamed of. Chen Dong softly swung out a palm, which did not have any offensive power by any stretch of the imagination. However, the moment it collided with the man's 5 fingers, a scene that made everyone's mind boggle appeared. How it looked like it should be. Chen Dong's palm was pierced through. Instead, it turned out to be that the man's 5 fingers were directly shattered in the air by Chen Dong's palm. Blood splattered. The man's arm also resounded with the sound of broken bones click click. His mouth issued an unimaginable pain scream. In an instant, he lost his ability to fight. Chen Dong rushed up again and added a slap on his head. In an instant, his skull shattered and his body lay limply on the ground, no longer conscious. After resolving one, Chen Dong immediately rushed towards the next one. Zhao Bailu, Xu Wei Shang, and Ku Yan all had unimaginably shocked looks on their faces when they saw this scene. The last time Chen Dong fought with them, they were all still able to easily defeat Chen Dong. And this time, how much time had it taken for Chen Dong's strength to become so terrifying? To actually kill an inner strength expert so easily, simply made them not believe that this scene was real. Chen Dong's great victory immediately boosted the morale of the 3 of them. The 3 of them struck out and became even more ferocious. After Chen Dong defeated 2 or 3 more people, the formation of this group of people became completely scattered. They were unable to cooperate with each other in neutralizing the killing moves of the 3 Zhao Bruisers. Then they would be slaughtered sheep in front of the 3 of them. Zhao Bailu. It didn't take long for only one body to remain on the ground, in none alive. Ka Qing, Ko Yan's broken arm was connected. Chen Dong took out the medicinal powder and applied it to him, and he instantly could not feel any pain, as if his arm had never been broken at all. He looked at Chen Dong with a surprised face. Dong Chen, what kind of medicine do you have here? How come it works so well? Ancestral secret recipe? Don't pry. After Chen Dong finished speaking, he gave Xu Wei Shang and Zhao Bailu the medicinal powder again. After those 2 people applied it, their injuries all healed quickly, and not only did they not feel the slightest bit of pain anymore, it was as if they had never been injured at all. Both of them were quick to express their wonder. Chen Dong, back in the battlefield, if we had these medicinal powders from you, we wouldn't have lost so many of our brothers. This medicinal powder of Chen Dong could really be described as a panacea. Not only does it work fast, there are no side effects, but it also restores one's strength and energy. It can really be called a miracle drug. Say no more. Go after Wang Chang and the others. We cannot let them go. Chen Dong said with an icy gaze. Already struck. That is absolutely to be once and for all uprooted. Wang family, he exterminated today. Otherwise his company could not gain a foothold in Haichang. Yes, Zhao Bailu's 3 men said. They followed behind Chen Dong and chased down the escape route of Wang Chang's trio. On the way, he encountered some Wang family guards blocking the way. Those who were not martial artists were just all knocked unconscious, making them lose their fighting ability. For those who were martial artists, they were all killed, not sparing a single one. Finally, Chen Dong and the others chased after them to the outside of a wigwam. The wigwam is more than 100 meters high and the surroundings are very nice, undoubtedly the same as real small mountains. Zhao Bailu frowned and told Chen Dong, in the wigwam, there must be a secret passage. Wang's father and son must have already escaped through the secret passage. Such a big family will definitely reserve a way of escape for themselves. Could it be that this time, it was really going to be this much of a failure? Chen Dong and Zhao Bailu were both a bit unwilling. Chen Dong, aren't you several people trying to kill our father and son? Why are you stopping there? A provocative voice suddenly came out from the wigwam. Chen Dong and the 4 of them were shocked. Wang Chang's father and son actually had not escaped yet and were still in the secret room in the wigwam. At this time, provoking Chen Dong and the others, was it that they didn't think they would die fast enough? There's definitely a trap in the secret room. He's luring us there. Zhao Bailu analyzed it and came to a conclusion. Chen Dong, Xu Wei Shang, and Ku Yan all agreed with what he said. Otherwise, there was no way to explain this death-seeking behavior of Wang Chang's father and son. What could the trap be? Chen Dong tried and asked the system in his mind. The system did not respond. In the end, Chen Dong's four decided to go and explore together. If there was any danger, they would immediately withdraw and find a way to clean up this Wang's father and son later. If the trap couldn't help them, kill them and take care of these two. They were all internal strength, and normal traps could not help them. The four of them immediately rushed towards the secret room of the wigwam. Wang Chang's father and son saw them coming and immediately burrowed into the secret room. The chamber passage was spacious enough to accommodate several people running parallel. It was surrounded by smooth walls and the lighting was somewhat dim. Chen Dong, the four of them, were careful, and their spirits were all highly concentrated on the changes around them. However, the passage was almost at its end, and no traps appeared. What's going on here? This would be the best place to set a trap, so why would there be no trap? The three of them were puzzled, but still didn't let their guard down. Finally, the shot of the passage was walked. There is a hall there that is very lavishly decorated, so there are all the amenities and recreational facilities. If one did not know that this is a secret room, one would certainly think that it is a small bar, opera house. On the sofa card seat in the center, Chen Dong and the others saw three people. Two of them were Wang Chang and Wang Nang, and the other, an old man with white hair but a baby-like face, made people feel weird and scary no matter how they looked at it. Chapter 113, Forced to be a Teacher. Chen Dong, roll over and die. Wang Chang and Wang Nang, upon seeing Chen Dong and the others appear, immediately roared loudly. Who would have thought that at the end of the passage, there was a small bar-like hall, where a very creepy old man was still sitting. His hair was white, but his cheeks were as tender as a baby's. There was a hint of horror in how he looked. Wang Chang and Wang Nang, at this point, were not running away, and still clamoring for Chen Dong and the others like this. It was obvious that this old man's strength was very terrifying. With him backing them up, Wang Chang and Wang Nang only dared to not fear Chen Dong's pursuit. This Haimai is definitely an old monster practicing evil kung fu. The strength is unfathomable. We are not an opponent. Hurry to escape, Zhao Bailu whispered to Chen Dongdao. Chen Dong frowned. I'm afraid I can't leave even if I want to now. Xu Wei Shang said. Then let's strike first. With the four of us attacking together, we're absolutely certain to finish him off. Ko Yen said. I'll take the lead. Without waiting for Chen Dong to agree, he had already rushed over. He attacked very quickly, and in an instant, he arrived behind the old man, and a fist blasted out as if a mountain had collapsed, directly attacking the jade pillow point at the back of the old man's head. If this hits, the old man will surely die. However, a scene that Chen Dong, Zhao Bailu, Xu Wei Shang, and Ku Yen all did not expect appeared. The old man sat there, not even moving a bit, but at the back of his head, it was as if a barrier had appeared. The barrier was not visible at all, but Ku Yan's incomparably ferocious attacking punch was resisted. Moreover, there was a force of recoil that bombarded Ku Yan's fist. Immediately, blood was shaken out of Ku Yan's fists, and his body took several steps back as his chi and blood surged, and he almost fell to the ground. Chen Dong, Zhao Bailu, and Xu Wei Shang were all shocked. Harmonization power, they exclaimed in shock. That weird old man was actually a harmonization powerhouse. A Huanjin powerhouse was able to form his power outside of his body into an attack. That's why, when Ku Yen bombarded him with a punch, he didn't even need to make a move to block it, and he even injured Ku Yen in turn. Ha ha ha. Wang Chang and Wang Nang laughed again when they saw the scene. Overrate yourself. My master is a harmonized power expert. All four of you, you're all just going to die. This old man, surprisingly, was Wang Chang's master. It is also the biggest backer of the Wang family. No rudeness. Just when Chen Dong, several people thought that the other party was going to really strike and finish them off. Suddenly, the old man reprimanded Wang Chang and Wang Nang, telling them not to be rude to Chen Dong. Several people. What was the meaning of this? A few of you come and sit over here, the old man added. Wang Chang and Wang Nang both closed their mouths and didn't dare to speak at all. After Chen Dong and the others hesitated, they walked over, wanting to see what tricks the old man was playing. I already know about your grudge with the Wang family. After Chen Dong's four sat down in front of him, he immediately said, Old husband will help you seek justice. Chen Dong, the four of them, were puzzled. Is this a mistake? Shouldn't he be the one to help Wang's father and son and finish off Chen Dong and the others? Why did he turn around and help Chen Dong and the others to get justice? Just when Chen Dong's four were still puzzled, Wang's father and son were anxious. Wang Chang said loudly, Master, how can you help them? Hurry up and finish them off. Wang Nang followed suit. Master Gong, quickly make a move to kill them. We've messed me up too much. When the old man heard these two people's request, he wasn't moved in the slightest and just said in a cold voice, immediately take out $50 billion and apologize to this Mr. Chen. Wang's father and son, once again, were dumbfounded. Chen Dong and the others, too, were even more stunned. When the old man said that he would help them seek justice, He originally thought that he was just talking and teasing Qindong and the others. Where did you think that it would be true that the Wangs, father and son, were asked to come up with $50 billion to make amends and apologize? This will definitely hurt the Wang family. Wang's father and son, really confused. Master teacher. Before Wang Chang finished speaking, the old man's stern eyes suddenly looked towards him, and in an instant, Wang Chang felt a huge pressure. His mind wavered, and his qi and blood turned over. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out and he fell to the ground. Surprisingly, he was already dead. Qindong and the others were stunned, and Wang Nang was also stunned. His cheeks instantly crawled with fear as he stared at the old man. How did you kill my father? He's already useless, the old man said gently, and then said to Wang Nang, if you want to live, you should honestly transfer the assets of your Wang family to the name of this Mr. Chun. Wang Nang trembled all over. He surely did not want to die. Then he could only agree. Ignoring him, the old man turned his head and smiled at Qindong again. Mr. Chen, I'll give you the entire assets of the Wang family. It's time to calm the anger in your heart, right? Qindong looked at him with a puzzled expression. There will be no good things falling from the sky. What exactly is your purpose in doing this? The old man laughed. The four of you are very strong. The experts I've been cultivating for years were all killed by you. Wang Chang, my disciple, is the strongest one, and was also killed by you guys, as if he was a lost dog. Your strength, it really satisfies me. So, I want to take you as my disciples. The old man's true intentions were finally exposed. He actually wants Qindong and the four of them to be his disciples. Of course, that's just a nice way of putting it. What he really needed was for Qindong and the four of them to be the tools he used. Also, like these people from the Wang family, they will serve him. When it was useful, he would treat Qindong and the others well. But when it was useless, I am afraid that he would be just like Wang Chang, and would directly erase them if they were slightly disobedient. I'm sorry, we may not be able to agree to this one, Qindong confessed. The old man didn't get angry, but continued to follow the good advice. The Wang family has a total of several $100 billion in assets. Don't you want it? As long as you agree to worship the old man as your teacher, all this money will be yours. Qindong laughed in his heart. Tempt him with anything but money. The reason is very simple. His daily 10 trillion use amount, several $100 billion in others. Maybe a lifetime cannot imagine the huge wealth. In his case, it was really just a little bit of fluff. It's simply not going to impress him. And, to worship an old monster who practiced evil kung fu as a teacher, one must surely follow him in practicing evil kung fu as well. Qindong did not want to make himself into a monster that was inhuman and ghostly. And after cultivating, one would definitely be controlled by him, with no more chance of gaining freedom. What's more, people who practiced evil gongs would experience heavy trauma to their minds, and then go uncontrollably to do things that hurt the world. These people, they are the targets that the Dragon Team focuses on. This old man, hiding in such a secret room, had obviously done an unknown number of bad things outside. He simply didn't dare to show his face in the world anymore, or else he would immediately be hunted down and killed. Qindong did not want to become like him. Also, this forever hiding in the secret room, living a life of darkness and not daring to show his face. Therefore, Qindong still decisively refused the old man. The old man's face, all of a sudden, became gloomy and a murderous aura filled the air. Obviously, refusal comes at the cost of your life. Chapter 114, Taking Down a Huanjin Powerhouse. Little friend, you are so young. Why are you seeking death? The old man loves the fact that you are a talented person, so young and so strong. It's really too bad to die. So old husband is giving you a chance. Now if you are willing to kneel down and worship old husband as your master, I'll spare your life regardless of my former enmity. The very creepy old man poured himself a glass of red wine and leisurely said while savoring it. He did not place the four Qindong people in his eyes in the slightest. It was as if he could take the lives of four people with the lift of his hand. As a Huanjing powerhouse, he did have the strength. However, what he did not know was that the Qindong in front of him was not an ordinary martial artist at all. He possessed a mysterious and powerful system. Can we draw the harmonization power technique? Qindong asked the system in his mind. Yes, 100 points of sincerity value to draw once. The system said. Qindong was stunned. You're kidding, how come it's so expensive? He also only had 200 to 300 points of sincerity value left. According to the system's pitiful attributes, this amount of sincerity value was absolutely impossible to draw. What to do? Can't you deal with this old monster in front of you even with the system? Host, don't be anxious. This old monster in front of you only has the strength of a half-step Huanjin. You can purchase some tonic medicine in the system store and be able to defeat her. The system again said in Qindong's mind. Qindong was once again stunned. You didn't lie to me? This is really good. It is fine to deal with this old monster. Qindong put down his heart. Still can't make a choice? The old man's patience is also limited. The old man looked at the red wine in the cup and said, when the old man finishes it and you still can't make a decision, the old man will take your life immediately. Zhao Bailu, Xu Wei Shang, and Ku Yan looked at each other and immediately attacked the old man. The three of them used killing moves and worked together without the slightest loophole. A peak inner strength powerhouse could also be instantly killed in seconds when encountered. However, the old man had already taken a step into harmonization power. The power within the body could form an attack outside the body. The three of them couldn't touch him at all, and their killing moves didn't work. So there was a very shocking scene. The old man didn't even move, and the three were sent flying by an unseen force. Bang! 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 The three men fell to the ground, bleeding from their mouths and noses, and were in very serious condition. Looks like you guys don't intend to worship the master. Ha! Then go to hell. The old man put down the cup in his hand, and a murderous aura permeated out as the temperature of the hall plummeted. Everyone felt an icy chill. Wait! Just as he was about to make his move, Chen Dong suddenly shouted, figured out that you want to worship the master? The old man inquired. I want to worship my master, but my status does not allow it. Chen Dong laughed. What is your status? The old man laughed. Even if you are from a hidden family, you don't need to have any scruples. The old man guarantees that he won't let your clan know. Chen Dong was so young and had such a powerful strength, anyone would associate him with the hidden family. This was one of the reasons why the old man was adamant about taking him as his disciple. He wanted to go through Chen Dong to control that family. With that family helping him to hide, he would be able to completely rest on his laurels. My identity is probably a little more advanced than someone from a hidden family. Chen Dong laughed. Yeah? Who the hell are you? The old man came to be interested, and a strange and evil sneer appeared on his baby-like face. I am an associate level 1 member of the dragon team. Chen Dong laughed. The old man's expression suddenly gathered change. The composure that he had felt just now had completely disappeared. The two words dragon group awakened the fear in his heart. Back then, he practiced evil kung fu, went off the deep end, killed countless people, and was sent by the dragon group to hunt him down, fleeing in all directions, as if he were a lost dog. Luckily, he ran into Wang Chang, who helped him hide his whereabouts, and he was able to survive until now. So in his heart, he now hated and feared the dragon group. Hence, after a brief moment of shock and fear, he regained his composure. An unimaginably evil cold smile appeared on his baby-like bizarre face as he stared at Chen Dong and laughed. Very well, you confessed your identity in front of the old man. The old man is very grateful to you, so let you die a painful death. Chen Dong Dao, since I dare to tell you this, I am naturally certain that you can't kill me. Boom! After finishing these words, Chen Dong raised his hand and blasted a palm towards the old man's body. He deliberately revealed his identity in order to mess up the old man's mind. And when the old man's mind was in a state of confusion, it was when his strength was at its weakest. This became the perfect time for Chen Dong to attack. Unconscionable. The old man laughed coldly, the same as he did with those who dealt with Zhao Bailu. Neither of them really made a move. By forming an attack outside of his body with his internal strength, he could severely injure Chen Dong of the internal strength realm. But Chen Dong is not an ordinary internal strength realm. He was, besides being the strongest at the peak of this realm, the system had enhanced his various attributes, to the point where they were 3 times more powerful than normal people. In other words, he at this realm was able to easily defeat 3 people of the same realm. The old man had not fully entered the harmonization power and had only stepped in for half a step. In other words, he was only half a realm higher than Chen Dong. He wanted to defeat Chen Dong without actually striking out, relying only on his internal strength to form an attack outside his body? That was impossible. Therefore, Chen Dong's palm, which blasted onto his body, a terrifying power erupted out, and the old man's body shook dramatically. He roared in horror. You're really just at the inner strength realm? How can you be so strong? Chen Dong Fadely, there are even more powerful means you don't know about. Ha! The old man scoffed. I've underestimated you, but that's where it ends. It's time for you to die. Within the old man's body, a steady stream of power surged out. Even if he was only half a realm higher, Chen Dong would definitely not be able to resist. However, right at this moment, Chen Dong's other hand took out a pill bottle and poured a few pills out, which Chen Dong immediately swallowed into his stomach. In an instant, the power within Chen Dong's body skyrocketed. The two were still pinpoint. The old man was simply unable to finish Chen Dong off. How is that possible? Old me is a harmonization power. How come I can't kill you? The old man roared in surprise. Your bull asterisk harmonization power. You're only half a realm above me. I'll drain you to death. Chen Dong Dao. With the other hand, he poured a few more pills and swallowed them. The old man's power was stronger than his, but it consumed a little less. Chen Dong, however, was able to continuously replenish it. Just like this, The old man had hardened himself and allowed Chendong to exhaust himself. Zhao Bailu, Xu Wei Shang, and Ku Yan were looking on in disbelief. Chendong, that's a Huan Jin powerhouse. You actually took him out? Shandun, a fluke. A fluke. Although he had the help of the system, and although it was true that the old man was only half a realm above him, killing the old man was really more of a fluke than anything else. If the old man did not take the enemy lightly, he would have struck with all his strength at the beginning, instead of waiting for Chendong to disorganize his mind, and then being hit by a palm on his body. He had to fight with Chendong to fight for consumption. Chendong was definitely unable to dry him out. After removing the old man, there was only one damned person left here. Chendong's stern gaze looked towards Wang Neng, who had fainted to death. Chapter 115. I'm also a member of the Dragon Squad. Dead yet? Chendong kicked Wang Neng in the face, bringing him to his senses. As soon as he saw the body on the ground, Wang Neng was instantly shaken with fear. He hurriedly hugged Chendong's thigh and roared, Chendong, I will be one of your dogs from now on. Do whatever you want me to do. Chendong laughed lightly. I told you to die. Hurry up. Wang Neng's face was instantly pale with fear, and he yelled again, Dong Chen, you can spare my dog's life. I shouldn't have offended you. I'll give you all of the Wang family's property. Chendong really did not care about this bit of property of the Wang family. He only wanted to kill Wang Neng right now, and no one could change his decision. Just then, several people in black robes walked in. All of them had a large dragon character embroidered on their chests, allowing people to instantly recognize their identity, the Dragon Group. Wang Neng's family was so powerful. Of course they knew about the existence of the Dragon Team. It was also known that the black-robed Dragon Group members were specialized in hunting down the poor and the vicious. Wasn't Chendong a poor and vicious man when he killed the Wang family? Therefore, Wang Neng immediately acted as if he had seen a life-saving straw, and instead of begging Chendong to spare his life, he pounced towards those Dragon Team members. You guys saved me? This man killed my father. The Dragon Group's man looked at Chendong. Who are you? Why did you create this killing? Chendong shook his head. How good it would have been if Wang Neng had not fainted just now, because then he would have heard that Chendong told the old man that he was a member of the Dragon Team, Associate Level 1 member of the Dragon Group. Chendong. Chendong smiled as he revealed his identity, and those from the Dragon Group were all shocked. You're the Chendong who just entered the Dragon Group and became a quasi-first-class member? Someone from the Dragon Group exclaimed. A genius like you hasn't appeared in 50 years. In their hearts, they were very shocked. They also did not expect to meet with Chendong here. And what did Chendong kill the Wang family for? You are actually a member of the Dragon Team as well? Wang Neng was stunned. Originally, he had wanted to seek help from the Dragon Team to deal with Chendong. Where did he think that Chendong was actually a member of the Dragon Team as well? He wanted to die now. He wasn't desperate yet, though, and had one last struggle to make. Even if you're a member of the Dragon Team, you can't just come to my Wang family and kill people. My father died at your hands. You must give an explanation. Wang Neng roared at Chendong. The members of the Dragon Group also whispered to Chendong, Elder brother, these things you are doing now make it really difficult for us. Dong Chen said, it's not difficult at all. Come and see who this is. Chendong brought the people from the Dragon Group to the old man. The old man was dead, but his cheeks were still babyish and full of creepiness. The people in the Dragon Group were all shocked. SS Class wanted criminal Yen Chao. The people from the Dragon Group immediately recognized the identity of the old man. With another shocked face, they asked Chendong, you took him out? Why is he here? Chendong nodded and smiled. Just ask this young Master Wang. Although Wang Neng knew about the Dragon Team, he didn't know that his master's grandfather was a wanted criminal of the Dragon Team. In the entire Wang family, only Wang Neng's father knew about it. And even those experts that the old man had cultivated were unclear about the old man's true identity. So at this time, he yelled again, Chendong, this bastard, even killed my master grandfather. You guys hurry up and arrest him. Your master's grandfather? The faces of the Dragon Group's people all changed, and a murderous aura surfaced. Yeah, what's wrong? Wang Neng still doesn't know that a big disaster is coming, but also to the people of the Dragon Group. Explaining in detail, my father worshipped him as a teacher. Understood. The Dragon Group's man interrupted, then turned his head to Dong Chen and said, I didn't expect that you would make a great achievement just after entering the Dragon Group. We will report your merits. The Wang family is in your hands? Chendong asked with a smile. Aha! The Dragon Group nodded. Then I will leave first. Chendong turned around and left with the injured Zhao Bailu, Xu Wei Shang, and Ku Yan. You can't leave. Quickly arrest them. Before Wang Neng could even finish his sentence, a member of the Dragon Group punched him heavily in the stomach. At once, his body spasmed and he fell to the ground. Why did you hit me? Am I the victim? He inquired in a weak voice. Hidden Dragon Team's most wanted criminals. Your Wang family really has enough guts. Your Wang family is going to disappear from this world. A person from the Dragon Group said in a cold voice. The Dragon team represents the will of the nation. When we say the Wang family will disappear from this world, it will definitely disappear completely into thin air. It caused quite a stir in Haichang at this time. Other people only knew that the Wang family had a little conflict with the Dongsheng group and then disappeared. What exactly? No one knows for sure. But it also made them realize that this new company that had come to gain a foothold in Haichang was not that easy to mess with. As a result, Dongsheng Group managed to gain a firm foothold in Haichang. Dongchen, don't worry, we will definitely not fail you. We will develop Dongsheng Group into a large international company in the shortest possible time. When Chen Dong was about to leave Haichang and return to Jiangzhou, Jiang Menghan and the girls all assured Chen Dong in this manner. Good. Chen Dong nodded and instructed again. Find me in time when you encounter something you cannot handle. Yes, Dong Chen. Jiang Menghan nodded her head. Under the respectful and adoring gazes of a group of people, Chen Dong returned to Jiangzhou with his men. I didn't realize that there are so many beautiful women in Jiangzhou University as well, especially that one. Even in Beijing University, she's superb. On the campus of Jiangzhou University, a man wearing trendy clothes with a somewhat pale face stared at a tall and beautiful figure and sneered. She was none other than the school beauty of Jiangzhou University, Qin Xiuxian, and the man in trendy clothes with a somewhat pale face, whose name was Sun Yuan, had come from Beijing University in the imperial capital. Beijing University is the top few universities in the country. Beautiful women are like clouds. Sun Yuan is used to seeing beautiful women there. At this time, when he saw Qin Xiuxian, he was also bright, and he couldn't help but go up to say hello. Young master, a man in black standing behind him reminded. We're here to find Miss Wang Xiu, so don't make any trouble. Sun Yuan's face immediately revealed unimaginable fury. Wang Xiu, this little, lousy, engaged to her. Is her 8 lifetimes of good fortune? She even dared to escape and come to this kind of small place. If I didn't know that she used to go to junior high school in this city and had a childhood friend, I wouldn't know where she went. Young master, as long as we know that Ms. Wang Xiu is in this kind of city, it won't be difficult to find her. The man in black persuaded. Sun Yuan laughed and nodded. She won't be able to escape from my old man's 5-fingered mountain. Until I find her, I'm going to have some fun. He smiled and walked towards Qin Xiuxian. The man in black still wants to persuade. However, he is just a bodyguard. What can he persuade? Can only helplessly shut his mouth? He wasn't at all surprised now why that Ms. Wang Xiu had run away. Chapter 116, Qin Xiuxian's kidnapping. Beauty, can I treat you to a meal? Sun Yuan stopped Qin Xiuxian and asked with a smile. No time. At Sun Yuan's frivolous expression and eyes, Qin Xiuxian refused without even thinking about it. Don't answer so quickly. Pretty girl, I have prepared a gift for you. Sun Yuan smiled and pulled out an exquisite box. After opening it, inside was a famous watch. The golden light flashed. At a glance, it was worth a lot, at least $1 million to start with. Come to dinner with me and this watch is yours. Sun Yuan laughed. He had always been so rough, and when he saw a beautiful woman, he took money to hit her, and he didn't believe that in this world, there was still a woman who couldn't get into bed with money. Millions of watches have been taken out. The beautiful woman in front of her who was still pretending to be high and mighty, should immediately just give in. A smug smile had appeared on Sun Yuan's face, as if he could already hear the voice of a beautiful woman daintily talking to him. Get out of the way. Yet the reality was completely out of his expectation. Qin Xiuxian didn't even look at him and only chided him to get out of the way. Then she turned around and was about to leave. Sun Yuan was stunned. Is there really a woman who was unmoved by money? Isn't it a slap in the face to reject him like that? This aroused in him an even stronger desire possession. Sun Yuan laughed fiercely again and took out the key of his luxury car. Beauty, accompany me for a meal, and my car is also for you. His luxury car, worth more than $5 million. He didn't believe that Qin Xiuxian would still be unmoved. Can you stop being a bore here? Is it so great to be rich? Get lost. Qin Xiuxian had lost her patience and directly scolded Sun Yuan. In her heart, she didn't understand how Chen Feng could be so low-key when he was also a rich man. And this man, deeply afraid that people don't know that he has money in general? One look at him makes you feel a bad odor. In Sun Yuan's heart, flames rose up. Even in the Imperial Beijing University, no beautiful woman had ever rejected him like this. A university in Jiangzhou actually had beautiful women who were so not giving him face. If this gets back to the capital, where will he hide? How will he ever be able to make a living again? It's too humiliating. He took out his book and wrote a $10 million check, and then said to Qin Xiuxian, Beauty, in giving you a chance, accompany me for a meal, and this $10 million check is yours. This time, Qin Xiuxian, words are lazy to say to him, turned around and walked back. Sun Yuan froze in place. $10 million checks, all untouched. taking $10 million and treating a beautiful woman to dinner. As a result, the beautiful woman didn't even talk to him. He was really disgraced to the extreme, like a poor clown, performing here cheaply. He immediately reached down and ripped the check to shreds. "Tie her to the car for me," Sun Yuan shouted hideously. "Since money doesn't work, let's use strong-arm tactics." He laughed sarcastically in his heart, giving face, "Later on I'll see if you can continue to pretend to be so noble." "Young master," the man in black persuaded, "this is Jiangzhou University, not the imperial capital. Let's keep a low profile." Sun Yuan turned his head and droned. "Old me dared to do this kind of thing in the imperial capital, but I can't do it in Jiangzhou? Go and kidnap someone for me right now. I'll cover for anything that goes wrong. If you're not going, get out now." The man in black and the rest of the people were somewhat helpless. They were only Sun Yuan's bodyguards and didn't dare to disobey Sun Yuan's orders. So right now, even though they knew that this was inappropriate, they had to walk towards Qin Xiushen, this beautiful woman. "Wait," the man in black shouted. "What else do you have going on?" Qin Xiushen coldly inquired. "Please accompany our young master for a meal," the man in black said in a cold voice. "Scram!" Qin Xiushen droned nonchalantly. "Since you're not giving face, we'll have no choice but to forcefully ask you to get on the bus," the man in black added. Qin Xiushen immediately panicked a bit. "What do you want? This is Jiangzhou University. Don't mess around." The man in black waved his hand, and the two men also dressed in black rushed up, one on the left and one on the right, pulling Qin Xiushen's arm and heading towards Sun Yuan. Sun Yuan laughed harshly, and Qin Xiushen saw it and panicked even more. "Let me go! Help!" she yelled. Some people around them passed by and wanted to come over to stop them. However, once they saw that Sun Yuan and these people were not to be messed with, they immediately all retreated back. Just like this, Qin Xiushen was about to be forced into Sun Yuan's car under the pull of these people. "Isn't that a younger sibling?" A loud cry suddenly came from the distance. Yang Chang, Zhang Tian, Xiaobo and the three of them came over from the distance with basketballs. They had already decided that the schoolflower Qin Xiushen was Chen Dong's girlfriend, which was why they called Qin Xiushen's sibling Grass. Dare to lay hands on younger siblings in school. What is the origin of this gang? Yang Chang immediately cursed. "Whatever they are from, go up and get them killed." Xiaobo yelled. "They don't want to walk out of the campus today." Zhang Tian was also roaring. The trio threw the basketball in their hands on the floor and charged. "Let her go." Yang Chang rushed at the front, and although he was well built, he hadn't had any real professional fighting training. One of the men in black turned around and kicked him in the stomach, and instantly he flew out backwards and fell to the ground. "Yang Chang, is everything alright?" Zhang Tian and Xiaobo, assisting him, roared. "Don't worry about my old man. Stop them." Yang Chang covered his stomach and only felt a sharp pain in his heart. He pointed at Sun Yuan and those people and roared again. "Let her go." Zhang Tian and Xiaobo immediately pounced on them as well. "Seek death." Sun Yuan's face was icy cold. It was still the first time that he had taken money to hit a girl, only to be rejected. So in his heart, he was also holding his anger. It was so hard to get that woman on the bus. Where did he expect that three nosy people would appear? Naturally, he would not be polite and immediately gave the order. "Give me a beating to death. Dare to meddle in my Sun Yuan's business. Are you tired of living?" Bang! One of the bodyguards turned around and swept a whip leg over Zhang Tian's body. Instantly, Zhang Tian felt as if his blocking arm was about to break. The fiery pain prevented him from lifting it up at all. Bang! Xiaobo is even worse. Was caught in an over-the-shoulder drop, heavily smashed on the ground. His organs and bowels shook, almost spitting blood. The difference in strength between them and those bodyguards of Sun Yuan was really too great. No matter how hard they tried to stop them, they could only watch as Qin Xiushen was stuffed into the car and taken away by Sun Yuan's people. It's over. The younger siblings are going to be spoiled by these assholes. Where the hell did these assholes come from? How dare they strike in the school? Are they too bold? What will we tell Donzi when he comes back? The three men slumped to the ground in a fit of chagrined rage. In the car, Qin Xiushen struggled violently, yet it had no effect at all. Chapter 117, Beating Sun Yuan Violently. Qin Xiushen had tears in her eyes, thinking that she was completely screwed today. And right at this moment, not far from an Audi, sitting on four people, one of them said, "Are all the rich second-generation people so arrogant now? Actually forcefully pulling people into the car right in the school. Dong Chen, want to manage this matter?" Three of them all turned their heads to look at a young man around 20 years old. They were none other than Chen Dong, Zhao Bailu, Shui Shang, and Ku Yan, who had just returned from Haichang. Zhao Bailu, Shui Shang, Ku Yan used to be the king of soldiers. The sense of justice in their hearts is bursting. When they come across this kind of injustice, they naturally want to take care of it. Although Chen Dong was not a good person, he was obviously not used to seeing this kind of thing. Since he had met it today, he naturally had to take care of it. Stop those cars. Chen Dong coldly gave the order. Yes. Zhao Bailu drove the car and rushed straight over, stopping all three of those luxury cars. What the hell are you looking for? Get out of the way. Sun Yuan was now spasmodic, only thinking of quickly taking Qin Xiuxian to the hotel. Seeing a car in front of him blocking the way, he immediately stuck his head out of the window and cursed angrily. Just then, four men came out of the blocking car and walked straight toward his car. On the two cars behind him, the doors also opened and 7 or 8 bodyguards walked down, blocking the front of this luxury car that Sun Yuan was sitting in. Don't mind your own business. Hurry up and get out of the way. The man in black was among them. He was the captain of Sun Yuan's bodyguards. His name was Ma Hu. He warned sternly, release the woman in the car. Chen Dong said in a cold voice, my young master has already taken a liking to her. That's her good fortune. My young master will not treat her poorly either. So you guys better not be meddling. Ma Hu said in a cold voice again. Chen Dong. Qin Xiuxian in the car saw Chen Dong. She simply found it hard to believe that Chen Dong would appear in time to save her at this time. Was this all God's will? She immediately stuck her head out of the window and yelled, Qin Xiuxian? Chen Dong was stunned to see her. He never thought that the girl who was forcefully pulled into the car would be Qin Xiuxian. A wave of anger rushed through him. Old Zhao. Within a minute. I don't want to see these people still standing. Chen Dong coldly gave the order. Yes, Dong Chen, Zhao Bailu, Xu Wei Shang, and Ke Yan all let out a sardonic laugh and charged towards the bodyguards who were blocking the way. Seek death. Ma Hu's group of people all became furious. They had the numerical advantage, and not making the first move was already giving face. It didn't occur to me that the other party had made the first move. This was simply not putting them in their eyes. The other guy said to lay them all down in a minute. Just as well. They had it in their minds to knock these few death seekers all to the ground. In a minute. You know that man? In the car. Sun Yuan asked Qin Xiuxian with a cold smile. Qin Xiuxian was worried about Chen Dong and did not reply. Sun Yuan sneered again. Every one of my men is an expert among experts. The 4 of them, they can't possibly be opponents. They will be lying on the ground in no time. If you don't want to see them die, obey me later and serve me well. He was all still having a headache just now. How could he make Qin Xiuxian give in and obediently play along with him? I didn't expect that the heavens would really favor him. The opportunity came to him so quickly. The people who were blocking the road were actually acquainted with Qin Xiuxian, which was great, grabbing them as hostages. There was no fear that Qin Xiuxian wouldn't give in. He was thinking in his heart, the situation in front of him, but suddenly completely out of his expectations. Boom! Zhao Bailu and Ma Hu collided. With only one move, Ma Hu's massive 5'9" frame flew out at once, in front of Zhao Bailu's charge. His body is so fragile. He spit out blood when he landed on the ground, and his ribs must have been broken. As for the rest of them, under Xu Wei Shang and Ke Yan's attacks, they all lay on the ground without even blocking for 30 seconds, not to mention 1 minute. Sun Yuan was dumbfounded. How could these bodyguards that he had spent a lot of money to hire be so unbearable? Just as he was fuming, Chen Dong had already arrived outside his car. I didn't expect you guys to be so capable of fighting. I really underestimated you guys a bit. Here's $1 million for you guys. Get the hell out of here right now. Sun Yuan quickly stabilized his mind and yelled at Chen Dong outside the car. Chen Dong's 4 men drove an Audi and were, in his opinion, proper paupers. That was why he thought of using money to make Chen Dong and the others get out of the way. Chen Dong looked at him coldly outside the car as if he had not heard. He was a bit furious in his heart, and shouted in a cold voice, do you think the money is less? Fine. I'll give you $5 million. Get out of here right now. Boom. Chen Dong smashed the glass with a punch, grabbed Sun Yuan's clothes, and then forcefully dragged him out of the car, dropping him heavily to the ground. Goo. It hurts me to death. Sun Yuan yelled. Chen Dong lifted another foot and stepped on his chest. Click. The ribs in his chest, under the pressure of his feet, cracked a little. He breathed sharply in pain and could not even scream in misery, only glaring at Chen Dong with fierce eyes. Is it a big deal to be rich? Chen Dong asked coldly. Snap. Without waiting for Sun Yuan to reply, he bent down and slapped Sun Yuan's face. Half of Sun Yuan's cheek was instantly swollen. 2 teeth flew out, and he wailed in pain. Do you know who I am? You dare to hit me? Sun Yuan's eyes were hideous as he glared at Chen Dong and roared angrily. Snap. Chen Dong slapped him again, smacking him on the face and beating him loudly before slowly inquiring. Who are you? So powerful that you dare to kidnap girls in Jiangzhou University? My name is Sun Yuan, Imperial Capital Sun Family. Have you heard of it? Sun Yuan's expression was hideous as he glared at Chen Dong and roared angrily. Snap. Chen Dong slapped Sun Yuan's face again. The original from the Imperial Capital. No wonder he is so domineering. But haven't really heard of your Sun family. Call the principal to see me. Sun Yuan yelled again. He could sort of see that his own family, could not threaten this person in front of him at all. That's why he thought of calling the president of Jiangzhou University to meet him. Already the power of his Sun family, the principal would definitely be afraid, thus stopping the man in front of him from continuing to beat him. The principal is very busy and has no time to see a brainwashed person like you. Chen Dong droned, raising his hand and slapping Sun Yuan in the face again. With these few slaps, Sun Yuan's head has been beaten like a pig's head, so you can imagine how angry Chen Dong is now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hit him so hard. Although Chen Dong did not call the principal to come, the principal already knew what was happening here and rushed over with a few security guards. Fellow student Chen Dong, what's going on? The principal asked politely immediately after seeing Chen Dong's presence. The onlookers, the students, were immediately stunned. A group of people. The principal in front of me is famous for his iron face and lack of human feelings. Just came to the school as a new official, set up a few typical students, and then directly expelled. Everyone at school is scared to death of him. Yet he was so polite when he saw Chen Dong. How was this possible? Many people had their jaws dropped in shock. Chapter 118, Don't Get Killed. This group of hooligans kidnapped female students in the school and I bumped into them, so I gave them a little lesson. Chen Dong said indifferently. Hooligans? So bold? Dare to kidnap a female student in Jiangzhou University? The principal's face instantly changed. If word of this gets out, isn't he incompetent as a principal? Would he still want to work here in the future? So he was instantly enraged. Beat me to death. The principal pointed at those people on the ground and roared at the security guards. Zhang Shan, how dare you hit me? Sun Yuan, who was lying on the ground with his head swollen like a pig's head, roared angrily. When Zhang Shan heard this voice, his heart was shocked. You are, Zhang Shan, have you forgotten about me? Sun Yuan, so quickly? Sun Yuan, who was lying on the ground, sneered again. Your Sun Yuan? Zhang Shan was once again taken aback. He was originally the vice president of Beijing University in the imperial capital, but for some reasons, he was transferred to Jiangzhou University as the president. The Sun family was powerful in the imperial capital, and Sun Yuan was the young master of the Sun family, attending Beijing University, so he definitely knew him. He knew more than anything else that this Sun Yuan was not a character to be messed with, so he had a bit of a headache all of a sudden. Why are you at Jiangzhou University? Zhang Shan inquired curiously. Why Laozi is here is none of your business. Sun Yuan pointed at Chen Dong and roared. Is he a student of Jiangzhou University? Expel him to me immediately. And, get him, I'll get him. Zhang Shan's face immediately grimaced. What does it mean when Sun Yuan yells like that? To use him, Zhang Shan, as a slave? At least Zhang Shan is now the president of Jiangzhou University. Although the Sun family is powerful, it is far away from the imperial capital, and its hand can't reach out to Jiangzhou yet. Therefore, he, Zhang Shan, was completely capable of not giving face to Sun Yuan. Just now, he was so polite to Sun Yuan, but it was only because he knew him before. Sun Yuan was so ungrateful that he wanted to use Zhang Shan as a lackey. Zhang Shan would definitely not be spoiling him. Fellow student Chen Dong, although hooligans are detestable, their offense is not punishable by death. Zhang Shan said this and patted Chen Dong's shoulder. That means, just don't get killed. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Worthy of a principal, he even teaches this. Sun Yuan was even more stunned. Zhang Shan this even dared to imply Chen Dong. He immediately flamed up and roared at Zhang Shan again. Zhang Shan, if you don't deal with him, I won't let you go. The entire Sun family won't let you go. Everyone disperse. There's nothing to see. Zhang Shan started dispersing the surrounding crowd as if he hadn't heard anything. It wasn't long before he himself was gone. Sun Yuan was in utter despair, as Zhang Shan was his biggest dependence here. As a result, now that Zhang Shan was gone, how could he still dare to face Chen Dong? Seeing Chen Dong's icy cold eyes looking towards him again, he immediately panicked and asked, What do you want? Don't you mess around. I am the young master of the Sun family. If you touch me, you will not end up well. Chen Dong said indifferently. The principal said that your offense is not punishable by death, so you can break an arm. How dare you? Sun Yuan roared. Being beaten up by Chen Dong had already caused him to lose face, and he might even be embarrassed to meet people back in the imperial capital. If Chen Dong were to break one of his arms, wouldn't that make him even more humiliated? Back in the imperial capital, if others knew, he would definitely be laughed to death. The young master of the Sun family, who came to this small place in Jiangzhou, was not only punched in the face and beaten to a pig's head, but also had an arm directly broken. What young master? It's purely a joke. So now, Sun Yuan was scared to death in his heart. If you spare me, I'll give you $100 million. Chen Dong shook his head. Sorry, I lack everything but money. When I said I'd break one of your arms, I wouldn't be merciful. Chen Dong's face turned icy cold as he finished saying this. he walked over, lifted one of Sun Yuan's hands, and stomped on it. Ka-ching! Sun Yuan's arm was broken and he howled in pain. Many of the girls around them backed away in fear, covering their eyes and not daring to look at them anymore. Even for the boys, there were quite a few of them, only feeling chills down their spines. Is this still the same poor Dongchen? Simply completely changed a person. Too ruthless and decisive, right? It was certain that anyone who saw the scene today would not come back to mess with Chen Dong in the future. All of these people also break an arm. Chen Dong pointed at Sun Yuan's bodyguards who were working for the tiger and gave another order to the three of them. Zhao Bailu. Yes, the three of them, Zhao Bailu, made their move. Click, click, cut it out. The ground was filled with the sound of bones breaking and the screams of people. Some of the onlookers had already been scared into vomiting. It was too horrifying. In their hearts, though, they were still very happy. Sun Yuan, this second-generation ancestor, is too arrogant. In broad daylight, on a college campus, he had the audacity to forcefully pull a female student into a car. If we don't give him a bit of a hard lesson, he will definitely be even more unscrupulous in the future. Chen Dong had done this for the people. The crowd was praising in their hearts that Chen Dong had done a really beautiful job. Scram! Chen Dong drank. Sun Yuan and those bodyguards of his helped each other and fled the school. Dongzi, Yang Chang's trio walked over. Luckily you arrived in time, or else the younger siblings would have been taken away. Chen Dong looked at the three people who were all injured and immediately inquired, was it those people who just did this? The three nodded. Chen Dong chagrined up. Marred, had known that they injured you guys, I would have been breaking one of their hands. Yang Chang immediately persuaded. Dongzi, don't ever. That Sun family is really powerful in the imperial capital. His dad is a small tycoon, has been to the imperial capital, knows the power of the Sun family, and has told him. So now, he is this scrupulous. From there, he persuaded Chen Dong not to make trouble at the festival. Good. Chen Dong nodded in agreement. He turned his head to see Qin Xiuxian, who was still somewhat stunned, and immediately walked over and asked, are you alright? No. Qin Xiuxian shook her head, grateful to Dong Chen Dao. Thank you for showing up in time to save me. Chen Dong laughed. No need, no need. You and I should not be so polite. Qin Xiuxian nodded and inquired curiously, where have you been during this time? It's been a long time since I've seen you. Chen Dong Dao, something happened in the company, and it was just resolved. Oh, Qin Xiuxian nodded and added, then are you free now? Can you go to dinner with me? Dong Chen said, that's fine. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you. The onlookers were envious of the students who saw this scene, especially those male students. One by one, their eyes really stared round. Laozi's goddess actually took the initiative to invite Chen Dong to dinner. After dinner, is it to go to the movies? After watching the movie is not to go to a room? Laozi's heart is really broken. Looking at the departing back of Chen Dong and Qin Xiuxian, the campus was filled with wailing sounds. A pretty girl in the crowd wearing a duck tongue also stomped her foot and said very unhappily, I came all the way from the imperial capital to look for you, and you actually. Chapter 119, Wang Xiu's Trouble. Chen Dong and Qin Xiuxian ate at the restaurant. Envying a group of single dogs, Qin Xiuxian ordered a steak, and while she cut the steak with a small knife, she asked Chen Dong Dao, do you have anything else for later? Chen Dong was curious. Why do you ask? Qin Xiuxian blankly glanced at him and said with some dissatisfaction, if there's nothing else, accompany me to the movies. Chen Dong was just about to say yes. Just then, at the table not far from them, a beautiful woman wearing a duck-tongued hat sat down with a dinner plate. When Chen Dong saw her, he immediately looked stunned. Why is she here? Chen Dong muttered in his heart, thinking he had misread it. He looked at it a couple more times. Yes, it was definitely her. Everything could be changed, but only her eyes, which looked like they were always smiling and could make people forget all their troubles, could never be changed. Since she had appeared, Chen Dong naturally went to find her, because she was Chen Dong's first love. Sorry, I have something to do later. I'll watch a movie with you some other time. Chen Dong said to Qin Xiuxian with an apologetic face. Is it to date Witch Beauty? The expression on Qin Xiuxian's face became even more dissatisfied. No, it's not a date. It's to meet an acquaintance. Chen Dong said with great embarrassment. Qin Xiuxian did not ask any more questions, because she knew that such an excellent person like Chen Dong was not something that she could dominate alone. As long as Chen Dong still had her in his heart, it would be fine. After the meal, she left and Chen Dong went to settle the bill. Chen Dong, who had finished settling the bill, walked directly towards the duck-tongued hat-wearing beauty. Wang Xiu, why are you here? Chen Dong asked directly. I thought you had forgotten about me. Wang Xiu raised her head, glanced at Chen Dong, and a hint of anger flashed in her eyes with a smile. Who was that beautiful woman just now? Your girlfriend? You have a good eye. At a glance, it's a school flower-level beauty. These words made Chen Dong very embarrassed. He and Wang Su met in middle school. Wang Su, at that time, looked like he was in the same family condition. Chen Dong then took great care of her. The two didn't understand what love was even then. Just thinking about being together every day, studying together, reading together, playing together, going to and from class together. It was only later that I realized that feeling was first love. This kind of relationship has continued for 3 years, until one day, a luxury car parked in front of the school to pick up Wang Xiu. Chen Dong realized that Wang Xiu's identity is not ordinary. She came from a big family in the imperial capital, and because of a change in the family, her parents were worried about her having an accident, so they arranged for her to study in this small place in Jiangzhou. It's also the fear of being found out that keeps her from being high profile. It's what makes her look like an ordinary girl. After she was picked up and returned to the imperial capital, the two of them had no contact. Chen Dong thought that it would be impossible to see her again in this lifetime. Where did he think that he would actually meet here today? Is it fate? Is it fate? Or is it something else? Chen Dong asked Wang Xiu curiously again. What are you doing here at Jiangzhou University? Looking for you. Wang Xiu's reply directly stunned Chen Dong. Looking for me? Are you kidding? Chen Dong shook his head, not feeling that such a good thing would come along. Alas, I'm going to go abroad, and I may not come back again this time I'm gone, so I may regret it if I don't meet you once. Thus came to find you. Wang Xiu's eyes dimmed. The laughter in his eyes also seemed to have suddenly disappeared. When Chen Dong saw it, his heart instantly twinged. What happened to you? Why did you become like this? Chen Dong asked. He couldn't believe that the smile in Wang Xiu's eyes would disappear. Must be in, like, unimaginable trouble. He had already decided in his heart that he must help Wang Xiu set things right. It's not a big deal. It's just that my parents, they want me to marry someone I don't like. Wang Xiu faintly said. Just a forced marriage? Who is that man, making you refuse to marry him even though you are hiding abroad? Chen Dong was curious. That's the guy you just beat up. Wang Xiu said. Sun Yuan? Chen Dong was once again stunned. The person he had just punched was named Sun Yuan and came from the Sun family of the imperial capital. Because the family is powerful, he does things without scruples. In the campus actually dared to pull the girl on the car. Is simply a clothed beast, rogue asshole. Wang Su's parents, they actually want to marry her off to this kind of person? Chen Dong was truly stunned. Are your parents out of their minds? How could you be forced to marry such a bastard? Chen Dong asked angrily. The big families value benefits. The Sun family is stronger than our family, so my parents want to curry favor with the Sun family. Wang Xiu shook her head. Let's not talk about this. Accompany me to the movies later. I don't want to have any regrets before I leave the country. Chen Dong's expression went cold, gazing at Wang Xiu's eyes. I don't want you to go abroad, to go to such a faraway place, alone out there, with no one to rely on. Do you believe that? I can make your parents change their attention. Wang Xiu looked at him, the expression on his face, momentarily a little dumbfounded. After so many years, the two of them were just like they were at the beginning, as if nothing had changed. At that time, she could only receive a little bit of meager living expenses from her family every month. It would be very difficult to survive. It was Chen Dong who cared for her, took care of her, and helped her overcome one difficulty after another so that she could get through those 3 years. Chen Dong is body. There is always a toughness of perseverance. This was what attracted her the most. Now that she was in trouble again, would Chen Dong still help her out? Her head suddenly shook violently. No, absolutely not, because that is the imperial capital's powerful Sun family. I can't harm him. Thinking of this, Wang Xiu immediately shook her head and rejected Chen Dong. No need. I am already satisfied to be able to come and see you. Dong Chen said. Are you not believing that I have that strength? Although Wang Xiu didn't say it outright, she also euphemized. The power of the imperial capital's powerful families is simply unimaginable to you. You've already offended them. If you're meddling in my affairs, they'll surely do whatever it takes to root you out, because it has been about their face. So you can't be meddling in this. You eat quickly. After eating we go to the hotel. I really don't want to leave regrets. Don't worry. The first time to give you back to keep. Pust. Chen Dong almost spat out a mouthful. Wang Xiu's previous words were quite decent. Analyzing the situation, the latter words were simply the words of a tiger and wolf. Isn't she ashamed to say such words as a big beautiful woman? Chen Dong was incredibly embarrassed. Why are you blushing? It can't be that after so many years, you're still a virgin, right? Wang Xiu again looked like she had discovered a new continent. With a stunned face, she asked Chen Dong. Cough cough cough. Chen Dong almost choked to death. He hurriedly said, stop this topic. Let's talk about you being forced into marriage. Chapter 120, Showing Your Strength. Chen Dong was really too embarrassed, and was actually chased by his first love to ask if he was still a virgin. His heart to jump off the building was there, so he hurriedly ended the topic. After dinner, the two of them, as a matter of course, were going to the movie theater. On the road, A Rolls-Royce, very abruptly rushed over and blocked the way of the two. In the car, a man in his 40s, wearing a tuxedo, walked down. He quickly came in front of Wang Xiu and respectfully said, "Miss, I finally found you. Please come home with me. Mr. and Mrs. are still waiting for you." Chen Dong was stunned. "Sent by your family?" Wang Xiu looked annoyed. "Uncle Boo, I won't go back." After she said this, she pulled Chen Dong and left. Seeing this scene, Bu Yun was somewhat stunned. He was the butler of the Wang family and had been in the Wang family for more than 10 years and had never seen Wang Xiu so close to any man, even Sun Yuan, who asked Wang Xiu to get engaged. Wang Xiu left without even looking at him. Who is this man? Why is he so close to Miss? Could he be Mrs.'s childhood friend? Is he the childhood friend of the young lady? Did the young lady escape her marriage and come to Jiangzhou just to look for him? Bu Yun pondered in his heart and looked Chen Dong up and down. How could he see that Chen Dong was not worthy of his young lady? So he directly rushed up and stopped Chen Dong. "You'd better let go of the hand that's grabbing my lady, or it definitely won't be able to keep it." Chen Dong looked stunned, looked at his hand and then at Bu Yun, then shook his head. "You don't have that ability to take one of my hands yet. Young man, be humble or you might not even know how you died." Bu Yun threatened again in a cold voice. Wang Xiu panicked a bit and warned Bu Yun, "Uncle Bu, don't do anything rash." Bu Yun coldly said, "Miss, you are too young and have little experience. This person beside you, at first glance, is a poor silk, a soft eater. Following this kind of person will ruin your life. So, today I'm going to take offense and bring you back by force." Wang Xiu suddenly burst into a rage. "Bu Yun, you dare to." Bu Yun was no longer looking at her, but turned his head to glare at Chen Dong. "Poor silk, are you rolling yourself? Or should I help you roll?" "Ha!" Chen Dong laughed. "Are you so confident? Be careful of hitting yourself in the face. Poor silk, looks like you won't cooperate honestly? Then don't blame me for not being polite." Bu Yun's aura changed abruptly. He was actually a martial artist. No wonder he dared to say such words. If it was an ordinary person, he would have really fallen into his hands today. But Chen Dong is not an ordinary person. He gestured, and 3 figures suddenly appeared behind him. On each of them, a powerful aura emanated. Obviously, they were all martial artists as well. They were none other than Zhao Bailu, Shui Shang and Ku Yan, who had been secretly protecting Chen Dong. Bu Yun's face instantly changed greatly, staring at those 3 people who retreated a few steps. "What kind of people are you?" The 3 of them simply ignored him and instead respectfully said to Dong Chen, "Dong Chen, I'm sorry, we're late." "Not late at all." Chen Dong responded with a smile. "This person is disturbing you. Should we get rid of him?" Zhao Bailu's eyes filled with murderous aura looked at Bu Yun. The latter was again a heartbeat. Obviously, just such a simple look has let him understand. Any one of these 3 people in front of him, he was not an opponent. He didn't do anything excessive. "Forget it," Chen Dong generously said. Zhao Bailu 3 people, cold eyes, looked at Bu Yun. "Chen Dong generosity, do not bother with you. Hurry up and roll. Otherwise, you do not want to get out of Jiangzhou." Bu Yun clenched his fists. The killing intent of Zhao Bailu's trio sent icy chills through his body. He clenched his teeth, took a deep breath, and did not immediately retreat, but instead roared at Chen Dong. "I am sorry that I underestimated you just now, and that I was able to ask 3 martial artists to protect you. However, do you think that this makes you qualified to approach the Wang family's young lady? Then you are wrong. You are still not qualified enough." The 3 of them, Zhao Bailu, became furious and were about to teach the ungrateful Bu Yun a lesson. However, Chen Dong stopped them. "It seems that the strength I have shown is not enough." Chen Dong smiled and said to Bu Yun, He, what other strength can you show? In front of the Wang family, you're a thug at best." Bu Yun mocked. Zhao Bailu and the 3 of them were furious and all wanted to teach Bu Yun a lesson right away. However, Chen Dong still stopped them. "You are right, I am a thug. Today I will use the roughest method to show you if I am worthy of your lady." Chen Dong sneered. "Yeah, let me take a good look at what other tricks you, the outrageously rich, can play." Bu Yun sneered again. Chen Dong did not pay any attention to him, but took out his cell phone and dialed Su Qingru's number. "Dong Chen, what are your orders?" Su Qingru respectfully inquired on the other end of the phone. "Transfer all of the company's luxury cars above $5 million to Tianrun Road 8. Chen Dong gave the order. Yes, Su Qingru did not ask the reason because Chen Dong usually did not call her, and once he called her, something big must have happened, so she did not need to be asking anything. She just needed to do what Chen Dong said. After hanging up the phone, she immediately sent someone, who had just purchased several luxury cars from the company, to drive to the address that Chen Dong had said. When Bu Yun saw this scene, he was astonished. "Is this the strength you want to show? Only a few luxury cars? Honestly, the ones eliminated from the Wang family's garage are more than yours." Chen Dong swore to show his strength, Bu Yun thought how powerful. It turned out to be just a few luxury cars. It really wasn't enough to look at in front of a powerful family like the Wang family. He felt even more now that Chen Dong was here to be funny. With this amount of family money, there was no way that Chen Dong could be with Wang Xiu. In his heart, he despised Chen Dong even more. Don't be in a hurry. This is just the beginning. However, Chen Dong still had a look of calmness on his face. He dialed another number. Dong Chen, what are your orders? A neutral voice came over, and the person who spoke was none other than Hong Tao. Mr. Hong, can you do me a favor and transfer all of your Hong family's luxury cars that are above $5 million to Tianran Road Intersection 8? Chen Dong smiled and inquired. Dong Chen, you are the savior of our Hong family. What do you want us to do? Just give an order. Don't be so polite. Hong Tao laughed. I'll transfer them right away. He didn't ask why. He just knew that Chen Dong needed it and he did as he was told. Before long, more than 30 luxury cars came whistling, and the cheapest one started at 5 million. The most expensive one, the limited edition, costs a few hundred million. Stepcloud seeing this scene, his face finally changed. These luxury cars, are they all Chen Dong's cars? If so, Chen Dong is too rich, isn't he? If not, then it would be even more terrifying, because he called so many luxury cars with a single phone call, which showed that his power in Jiangzhou was extraordinary. Otherwise the owner of the limousine couldn't have given him so much face. Bu Yun thought that this was already over. Where did he think that this was just the beginning? Chapter 121, I have some status. Chen Dong, what's the point of calling so many luxury cars? Hong Tao stepped down from a Rolls Royce and asked Chen Dong Dao in confusion. Someone looked down on me and said I was a thug at best, so I wanted to prove to him that I still have some status. Chen Dong laughed lightly. Hong Tao was instantly enraged. Which one dares to call you a thug? I'll get him killed immediately. Hong Tao roared again. Forget it. Chen Dong persuaded him and laughed again. Can you call? In order to call some limousines for me? Of course. Hong Tao agreed in one breath. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Old Wang, transfer all of your family's limousines to Tianran Road Intersection 8 for me. Mr. Hong, what are you doing? On the other end of the phone, a puzzled voice came. Just transfer the car over. Why are you asking so much? Hong Tao roared with dissatisfaction. By the way, it has to be a luxury car starting at $5 million. Don't drive it below that to disgrace yourself. Yes. Mr. Hong, I'll arrange it right away. The person on the other end of the phone, seeing that Hong Tao was about to get angry, didn't dare to talk nonsense, and immediately promised to transfer all of the family's luxury cars of more than $5 million to this street. After making this call, Hong Tao made the next call. The Hong family was one of the top families in the bright side of Jiangzhou, so that face, those people still had to give. Therefore the people Hong Tao called over agreed to transfer the family limousine to Tianran Road. So it didn't take long for Tianran Road to be crowded with luxury cars, none of which were less than $5 million. The whole road was blocked, and the people who passed by, all stopped and screamed in shock. Is there a car show going on here? Why are there so many luxury cars? Geez, isn't that a limited edition Ferrari? It costs more than $200 million. And that Maybach, it's also a limited edition. It costs hundreds of millions. All the famous luxury cars in the whole Jiangzhou are here, right? Who is so awesome that they transferred so many luxury cars here? Hearing the voices of those exclaiming and discussing, Bu Yun's face completely changed. Chen Dong is definitely not as simple as a thug, because boomers just have a little bit of money. Chen Dong, on the other hand, has not only money, but also power. Otherwise it is impossible, in less than an hour, to mobilize so many luxury cars. He was dog-eyed and underestimated Chen Dong. Wang Xiu was also surprised when she saw this scene. In her memory, Chen Dong was a very ordinary person. The family's situation wasn't very good either. How is it that after only a few years of not seeing each other, how did Chen Dong become so powerful and influential? Could it be that Chen Dong was not an ordinary person like her in the first place, and had to hide his identity and live a low-key life because of certain reasons? In terms of the power Chen Dong was showing now, I am afraid that it was not much worse than her family, or even a little stronger. I'm not a poor D-Silk, not a thug, right? Just as Bu Yun was still stunned in his heart, Chen Dong's smiling and inquiring voice came back into his ears. No. Bu Yun hadn't even finished his sentence. Hong Tao, who stood beside Chen Dong, has angrily yelled, so it is you who look down on Chen Dong? You don't want to walk out of Jiangzhou today. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to do it. Chen Dong was the savior of their Hong family. How dare someone dare to underestimate and humiliate Chen Dong like this? He would never let that one go. Forget it. Chen Dong reached out and stopped Hong Tao again. Then he smiled and said to Bu Yun, after you return to the Wang family, tell Wang Xiu's parents that I do not agree with Wang Xiu's marriage to Sun Yuan. Bu Yun instinctively wanted to sneer at Chen Dong's again. You don't agree? What are you? However, looking at those luxury cars parked on the road, and the murderous look Hong Tao gave him. He immediately swallowed the words into his stomach before nodding. Yes, I will definitely convey it. Chen Dong turned his head to Wang Xiu again. You go back with him first. Don't let your parents worry. I promise you that I will never let your parents marry you off to someone like Sun Yuan. Wang Xiu smiled and asked, then you marry me? Chen Dong's forehead was covered with black lines. We'll talk about this later. Are you still really a virgin? Wang Su inquired, blinking her wide eyes again. No way. Hong Tao on the side was stunned when he heard this. Chen Dong, you are surrounded by beautiful women. How can you still be? When Wang Xiu heard this, her eyes twinkled up. What beauties are around him? Hong Tao just wanted to think of something to explain. Chen Dong pulled Wang Xiu and stuffed her into the Rolls-Royce that Bu Yun drove. You're going back to the imperial capital now. Wang Su stuck her head out of the car window and inquired with a smile. When are you coming? How could Chen Dong stop her parents from marrying her to Sun Yuan if he didn't go? Therefore, Chen Dong was also going to the imperial capital. Tomorrow, Shandong said. Good. Call me when you come to the imperial capital and I'll arrange a place for you to stay. Wang Xiu said. Chen Dong nodded. Bu Yun drove, trembling with fear, back to the imperial capital with Wang Xiu. Chen Dong, are you really still? Hong Tao came up to inquire again. Chen Dong's face was grim as he hooked his neck and said coldly, do you believe that I will destroy your Hong family tonight? Hong Tao immediately shivered. Chen Dong, sorry, I want to ask, and don't tell me about it. Chen Dong said in a cold voice, not saying it out. That means you admit it? Hong Tao again looked like he had discovered a new continent, and Chen Dong really wanted to slap him to death. Bu Yun drove Wang Xiu to the airport and then took a direct flight back to the imperial capital Wang family. Good daughter, you're finally back. Just as they arrived at the front door of the villa, a beautiful woman rushed out, and she was none other than Wang Xiu's mother. Shan Bijuan, without even a greeting, you ran away. What's the fashion? Our Wang family is about to be reduced to a joke in the imperial capital, as well as that Sun family, which is already very dissatisfied with us. Another country-faced man walked out and rushed at Wang Xiu and loudly rebuked him. He was precisely Wang Xiu's father. Wang Yi, hasn't the daughter come back already? Just don't talk about her anymore. If you do, she might run away again. Shan Bijuan turned her head in dissatisfaction. If she dares to run, I'll break her legs. Wang Yi roared. Stop it. Shan Bijuan stopped him and even pushed him aside. What person did Miss go to see? Wang Yi inquired again about Bu Yun, who was standing at the side. Master and Madam indeed did not guess wrong. Miss did indeed go to Jiangzhou to see that childhood friend she once had. Bu Yun confessed. That one called Chen Dong. He helped my daughter a lot when she was in distress in Jiangzhou. We, the Wang family, cannot be ungrateful. Wang Yi indifferently instructed Bu Yun. Go find him again and give him $5 million. By the way, tell him not to have anything to do with my daughter in the future. If it were usual, after he said this, Bu Yun would immediately say yes. This time, however, on Bu Yun's face, a look of difficulty appeared. Chapter 122, call the imperial capital and I'll take a look. What's wrong with you? Noticing that something was not right on Bu Yun's face, Wang Yi immediately inquired suspiciously. Mr. Wang, I'm afraid that giving Chen Dong $5 million is too little. Bu Yun said. Are you kidding? Wang Yi's face immediately revealed a somewhat shocked look. He, Chen Dong, is just an ordinary person who cannot earn $5 million in his entire life, right? How can giving him $5 million be less? Bu Yun said. Chen Dong is not an ordinary person. He is surrounded by martial artists for protection. And, in less than an hour, he called in hundreds of luxury cars. Wang Yi was once again shocked when he heard these words. Is what you say true? He roared unimaginably. Those who had martial artists around to protect them were definitely either rich or wealthy. Calling in hundreds of luxury cars in less than an hour would be even more terrifying. Because for every luxury car, there is an owner of extraordinary status. Chen Dong was actually able to gather them all here. What exactly was his identity? In that part of Jiangzhou, it's definitely one of the biggest names, right? However, how is it that Wang Su's diary only records that he was an ordinary man? He was able to know where Wang Xiu had gone when she disappeared, and he also knew of Chen Dong's existence because he had peeked at Wang Xiu's diary. In Wang Xiu's diary written clearly, Chen Dong is an ordinary person. The family environment is not yet very good. How now? With Bu Yun said. Completely different? Wang Yi turned his puzzled gaze to his daughter. Wang Xiu, that Chen Dong, is he really that powerful? I don't know. Wang Xiu shook her head. Back when I was in middle school with him, he was indeed just an ordinary person. I also don't understand why. After not seeing him for a few years, it's like he's a completely different person. Perhaps, like me back then, he was from a big family, but for some reason had to hide his identity and live a low-key life. Wang Yi listened to these words and frowned in contemplation. On the other hand, Shan Bijuan, who who was on the side, had a smile on her face. This is really great. Chen Dong's status is not ordinary and his daughter likes him. Let's marry our daughter to him. A dissatisfied look immediately appeared on Wang Yi's face. So what if he's powerful? Living at the snail's pace in that small place in Jiangzhou, he's a native at best. What's wrong with an aborigine? 10,000 times better than Sun Yuan. Sun Yuan eats, drinks, hoard out, and gambles. You bear to marry your daughter to him? Shen Bijuan yelled in dissatisfaction. Wang Yi frowned in contemplation and didn't argue with him. Just then, Bu Yun said from the side again, Mr. Wang, that Qindong asked me to bring a message to you. He doesn't agree with the marriage between Miss and Sun Yuan. How rampant! Wang Yi immediately yelled. Who the hell is he? He disagrees when he says he doesn't agree? Does he know how powerful the Sun family is? I think he doesn't know how to die. Shen Bijuan sneered from the side. Don't underestimate people. Maybe they are just more powerful than the Sun family. Wang Yi sneered. Good. He's so powerful. Call him to the imperial capital and I'll take a look. If he is really better than Sun Yuan, I will agree to marry my daughter to him. Shen Bijuan immediately urged Wang Xiu. Daughter, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and call that Qindong. Wang Xiu said. There's no need to call. He's already promised me that he'll come to the imperial capital tomorrow. I've made arrangements for him to stay at the Hill Hotel, our family property. Good. Shen Bijuan nodded her head in a hurry and added to Wang Xiu. When he comes, be sure to bring him to that snobbish old man of yours at the first opportunity to see. Let him stop underestimating people at the door. Yes, Wang Xiu agreed. Imperial capital, international airport. Chen Dong walked out alone with his luggage. This time, Zhao Bailu and the others did not come to the imperial capital with him, mainly because Jiang Menghan and the others were going abroad to investigate a project, and Chen Dong did not feel at ease, so he sent Zhao Bailu and the others to protect them. Nowadays, his strength had also far surpassed that of Zhao Bailu and the three of them, thus also in the need for them to protect themselves. Chen Dong stopped a cab and was about to go up when suddenly a man and a woman rushed out from the side and pushed Chen Dong to the side, and the two were about to get on the car. Honey, you're not lying to me. Your brother really is a junior executive at the Hill Hotel? Of course it's true. If we go to join him this time, we can directly become official employees there. I've heard there's a good base salary and a lot of bonuses and benefits there. Is it all true? It must be true. That's a 7-star hotel. The base salary alone is $15,000, plus bonuses, overtime pay, all kinds of benefits, and tips from guests. It's no problem to get $30,000 or $40,000 a month. Honey, we're going to send it. I love you. Take me. This man and woman is a couple. They are chatting, while they are about to drill into the car when Chen Dong suddenly pulled them from behind. I called this car first. Do you understand first come first served? Chen Dong asked. I get it, Nima. You're looking for death, aren't you? The male was very hot-tempered, and with his backhand, he slapped towards Chen Dong's face. If it was in the past and Chen Dong did not have the strength, he might have endured it. However, now that Chen Dong was already a peak inner strength powerhouse, he was still holding back? That would be a brain disease. Snap! Chen Dong made a backward move, one step faster than the man, and slapped the man hard, hitting the man's face. At once, a bright red palm print appeared on the man's cheek. He almost fell to the ground. You damn dare to hit my husband! The female fumed and rushed up, stretching out her nails to scratch Chen Dong's face. Snap! Chen Dong would not spoil her and raised his hand to slap her again, fiercely smacking her face. At once, she was also hit and almost fell to the ground, and a bright red palm print appeared on her face. Get lost! After hitting the two men, Chen Dong bellowed again. The two men had to get out of the way, and Chen Dong got into a cab and took off. Honey, you have to avenge me! The female screamed and yelled at the male. The imperial capital is so big, I don't even know where he went. How can I help you take revenge? The male's face was furious. I just heard him tell the driver of the roughed-up car that he was going to the Hill Hotel. The female said. Is that true? The male laughed fiercely. My brother didn't hang out there for nothing for so many years. If he really goes there, I'll make sure he regrets coming into this world. Okay, honey, let's hurry too. The two hailed another cab and quickly made their way to the Hill Hotel. At this time in the Hill Hotel, the lobby manager has received a call from the boss above, allowing them to properly entertain a guest named Chen Dong and directly open the suite. The lobby manager did not dare to delay and also immediately called Yang Kai, the small supervisor in charge of receiving guests, and told him to properly receive the guest called Chen Dong. Yang had just walked out of the lobby manager's office when he received a call brought by his brother Yang Jian. Brother, I got beat up at the airport. That asshole has come to the Hill Hotel. He wore white short sleeves on top and black shorts underneath, and his body was slender. Probably coming to the Hill Hotel to look for a job. Chapter 123, Trapped in the Warehouse. Got it. Yang Kai responded indifferently and hung up the phone. In his heart, he was thinking, Dare to hit my brother? This is really tired of living. If he really comes to the Hill Hotel, I'll definitely make him lose an arm. Chen Dong dressed casually, still holding luggage, and beat out the rough car. He went to the Hill Hotel, and it was normal to be misunderstood as going to look for a job. Half an hour later, Chen Dong arrived at the Hill Hotel. He got out of the cab and headed straight for the hotel door. I'm sorry, sir, you are not eligible to spend money with us. At the door, Chen Dong was stopped. Everything was as he expected. This was a 7-star hotel, and if he was dressed so casually, the people at the hotel, for sure, wouldn't let him in. It's no exaggeration to say that anyone wearing clothes that aren't worth $10,000 is ineligible to enter. Chen Dong took out his cell phone and prepared to contact Wang Xiu, but at this time, the hotel's small supervisor Yang just saw Chen Dong, white short sleeves on top, black shorts underneath, slender body, holding luggage. Is not exactly this hit my brother? He laughed harshly. This really came to the hotel. He immediately called a waiter and whispered something in the other's ear. The waiter nodded and said, Supervisor Yang, don't worry, I'll do it. Yang Kai nodded. The waiter immediately walked towards the outside of the hotel. At this moment, Chen Dong, who had already taken out his cell phone, was about to dial Wang Xiu's number, but at this time, the waiter yelled at him, Hey, come here. Holding his cell phone with a puzzled look, Chen Dong walked over. Follow me. The other party did not say anything, only allowing Chen Dong to follow him and enter the hotel. Several staff members at the entrance all looked puzzled. Can such a person also enter? He's not looking for a job, is he? Chen Dong was brought to a warehouse, and he finally felt that something was wrong, for the man who received him could not, in any way, have brought him to the warehouse. Why did you bring me here? Chen Dong inquired. You'll see later, the waiter sneered. Sorry, I don't want to stay here. Chen Dong stood up and was about to leave, but at that moment, 2 tall security guards appeared at the entrance, blocking Chen Dong's way. Chen Dong frowned slightly. These 2 security guards looked robust. It would only take him a second to make the other party fall to the ground and not be able to crawl. However, this was after all the property of Wang Xiu's family, and Chen Dong did not want to have a conflict, so he endured. Stay here properly, don't run around, or break your dog-ass legs. The attendant coldly threatened and turned around to leave the warehouse. Chen Dong did not bother with him, but took out his cell phone and dialed Wang Xiu's number. Chen Dong, have you arrived at the imperial capital? Wang Xiu asked somewhat anxiously over there. Here it is. Being at the Hill Hotel, Chen Dong responded indifferently. That's good. The suite I asked them to arrange for you. Are you still used to living there? Wang Xiu asked curiously again. Not quite used to it. Chen Dong looked at his surroundings and said, I've been placed in a warehouse, and I'm still being watched by 2 security guards. I'm not allowed to go out. What? Wang Xiu, who was on a pink cot, wearing bunny pajamas, collapsed. How could they arrange for you to go to the warehouse? Why did they even ask the security guards to watch you? I don't know what's going on, Shandong said. Wait a moment, I'll immediately call the president in charge of that region to meet you, Wang Xiu exasperatedly said. She invited Chen Dong to stay in her family's hotel, but Chen Dong was arranged to go to the warehouse. He was also guarded by security guards, just like a prisoner. Isn't this a slap in her face? If she didn't have other things on her mind today, she might have just killed it. She hung up and immediately dialed the number of the president in charge of that region. Old phone, do you still want to work? After picking up the phone, Wang Xiu opened the first sentence. The regional president stared the cold sweat straight down. Miss, what happened? Old Feng inquired as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I asked you to entertain Chen Dong. How did you entertain him? Actually let him live in a warehouse and be guarded by security guards? Wang Xiu asked angrily. Old Feng was a bit confused. Miss, we haven't received news of his arrival, Wang Xiu said. He even called me personally. Is he still wronging you? Miss, I don't mean this. I'll immediately call the hotel there and ask. Old Feng wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and panicked. Don't call, go there yourself. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, you'll just get lost. Wang Xiu chided in a harsh tone again. Yes. Old Feng, who hung up the phone, was already drenched in cold sweat. He did not dare to have the slightest delay, and immediately called for a car to be prepared and sent him to the Hill Hotel. Brother, you're here? At the same time, at the entrance of Hill Hotel, Yang Kai's younger brother Yang Jian and his girlfriend Wang Mei had also arrived. Yang Kai personally went out to greet them. Brother, did you really catch that bastard? Yang Jian inquired somewhat anxiously. His brother called him just now, and the guy who beat him up has been taken under control at the hotel. He was excited beyond belief. He could finally get his revenge. It's in the hotel's warehouse, and I've asked 2 security guards to keep an eye on him. After we eat later, we'll go and clean him up. Dare to hit my brother. He's really tired of living. Which hand hit him? I'll chop off which hand later. Yang Kai sneered. Brother, go clean up that first, otherwise how can I be in the mood to eat? Yang Jian viciously said. I'll make him kneel on the ground and shout my grandfather and apologize to me. Good. Yang Kai agreed, leading the two into the hotel and heading directly to the warehouse. No sooner had they left than there was a luxury car parked in front of the hotel. The man who got out of the car was none other than Old Feng. When the hotel staff saw it, they immediately greeted him. Mr. Feng, why are you free to come to the hotel? Where's the lobby manager? Tell him to get his ass out here. Old Feng yelled. The staff were terrified. It was the first time they had seen Old Feng get so angry. Usually, Old Feng was a very amiable person. Why, this time, would he be so furious? They did not know the reason. They did not dare to have the slightest delay, and hurriedly went to inform the lobby manager Li Guei that Mr. Feng had arrived. Li Guei, who was in his 40s and had a shrewd and capable face, trotted out, bending at the waist and said, Mr. Feng, why did you come to the hotel yourself? What happened? Snap. Old Feng raised his hand and slapped it over. I told you to receive Mr. Chen Dongchen properly. How did you receive him? He even sent him to the warehouse and asked the security guards to watch over him. What the hell do you want? Do you know that he is Mrs. Guest? Li Guei was dumbfounded. Mr. Feng, I didn't hear the people below tell me that Mr. Chen has arrived. Li Guei said with another puzzled face. Chapter 124, It's too late. Miss personally called me to tell me that Mr. Chen Dong has come. Am I wronging you? Old Feng raised his hand and slapped again, ruthlessly smacking Li Gui's face. Li Gui was a bit dazed by the beating and hurriedly said to Old Feng. Mr. Feng, wait a moment, I'm going to ask. Old Feng urged, hurry the hell up. If you slow down that guest, you and I will both have to get lost. Li Gui immediately shivered. He didn't want to lose this high-paying job, because he wasn't too young to be in a position to find such a good job. So he had to work harder and sell his life now. Has any gentleman surnamed Chen come to our hotel? Li Gui gathered the staff and asked loudly. No. The surrounding employees, all panicked. Then has anyone been taken to the warehouse? Li Gui asked again with some urgency. If even that is not yet the case, then there is a real mistake. That Mr. Chen Dong is, indeed, not here yet. The crowd was silent for a few seconds before someone stepped forward and said, There's a man being taken to the warehouse. Who? Li Gui immediately rushed over as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, grabbing the man by the collar and shouting, He looks like he came to look for a job. It can't be that Mr. Chen Dong, right? The waiter panicked. Did Ji Thama ask his name? Li Gui inquired, and the waitress shook her head. Who took him to the warehouse? Li Gui asked angrily again. Yang talent supervisor. The waiter panicked. Yang Kai. What person? Old Feng asked after him immediately after he learned that Yang Kai had brought someone to the warehouse. A small supervisor who has just been promoted. I let him be responsible for receiving Chen Dong. This brainwashed person will not really bring Chen Dong to the warehouse, right? Li Gui roared. Why did Yang Kai take Chen Dong to the warehouse? Li Gui turned his head and asked the waiter again. It seems like he beat up Yang Kai's brother. The waiter responded. Don't delay here. Just go to the warehouse and take a look. Old Feng yelled. Li Gui nodded in agreement, and the two of them immediately headed to the hotel's warehouse. And at this time in the warehouse, Yang Kai, Yang Jian, and Wang Mei were sneering at Chen Dong. How dare you hit me? I didn't expect us to meet again so soon, did I? And you even fell into my hands. Let's see how I'll clean you up. Yang Jian laughed at Chen Dong. When Chen Dong saw him, he was first a bit shocked. With that it was immediately clear why he had been brought here by the hotel people. It turned out that the couple he had beaten up at the airport had connections at this hotel, which would be really coincidental. Before I get angry, I suggest that you guys should get lost immediately, or else you can't afford the consequences. Chen Dong seriously warned. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai laughed out loud. I have worked here for 8 years and finally became a small supervisor. You and them a working poor D-silk. Also dare to say such arrogant words to lousy? Knock knock. He took out a stick and smashed it on the ground a few times with a popping sound. He picked up his stick and pointed at Chen Dong and yelled, Which hand did you hit my brother with? Stretch it out. I'm going to break that hand of yours. Chen Dong shook his head. You don't have that ability, so you'd better hurry up and leave. Otherwise, when I make my move, you will definitely regret it. He. Yang Jian also laughed coldly at this time. He turned his head to his brother and said, Brother, this guy doesn't seem to put you in his eyes at all. Isn't it too cheap to break one of his hands? Yang Kai nodded his head and said, What you said makes sense, so let's break both of his hands. Come here, you two. The two tall security guards standing at the door immediately walked over. Yang Kai told them to go and hold down Chen Dong. The two men immediately walked over. Snap. Snap! Just at the moment when Chen Dong was about to be caught by them, Chen Dong suddenly struck out like lightning. 2 direct slaps, thrown in the face of those two. In a flash, the two men planted themselves on the ground. Yang Kai, Yang Jian, and Wang Mei were all shocked when they saw the scene. You Hema quite powerful Chen Dong said indifferently. It's not very powerful, but it's still more than enough to deal with a few of you trash. Yang Kai said angrily, do you know that if you mess with me, you are messing with the imperial capital Wang family? Do you still want to live? Chen Dong said indifferently. You, a piece of trash, cannot represent the Wang family yet. Yang Kai laughed fiercely. Laozi is a small supervisor in the Wang family's industry. If you hit Laozi, you are hitting the Wang family's face. The Wang family will definitely not let you go. If you want to live, kneel down and apologize to me, and then pay $100,000 in compensation for your medical bills. Chen Dong laughed. If the Wang family knew that you did this to me, whether you could live or not would be a question mark. How dare you ask me for medical expenses? Are you out of your mind? Yang Kai looked shocked and asked, what exactly are you? Right at this moment, Old Feng, Li Gui and all these people all rushed in. When Yang Kai saw them, he was instantly surprised again. He hurriedly greeted them and respectfully inquired, old boss, manager, what brings you here? The two ignored him and immediately went over to inquire after seeing Chen Dong. Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen Dong? Chen Dong said indifferently, I am Chen Dong. Poof, Old Yang and Li Gui directly fell to their knees. Mr. Chen Dong, I am really sorry. You came to the hotel. We didn't know about it and were slow. Please forgive us. Chen Dong said indifferently. It's fine. You guys get up. Yang Kai, Yang Jian, and Wang Mei were all stunned as if electrocuted when they saw this scene. Yang Jian and Wang Mei haven't felt anything. After all, they came for the first time. Yang Kai is a different story. He's been here for 8 years. Mr. Yang and Mr. Li Gui are both big shots that he can hardly reach. Yet now, they all kneel down to Chen Dong. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed the scene was real. He also never dreamed that this person who had offended his brother was the same guest that both the president and the manager had instructed to be entertained. He immediately went weak in the legs and also knelt on the ground. Mr. Chen Dong, I didn't know it was you. Please forgive me. Brother, why are you kneeling down with this guy? He's just a part-timer. Yang Jian inquired with another puzzled face. Snap! Yang Kai jumped up and slapped hard on Yang Jian's face. Kneel down. Hurry up and kneel down. And beg Mr. Chen Dong to forgive you. Yang Jian was forced to kneel down, his eyes still defiant. He always felt that Chen Dong should be fake. After all, he had watched Chen Dong take a cab to get here. How could such a person be a valued guest of the Hill Hotel? This is just unbelievable. You didn't believe me when I told you to stop just now, and now you're begging me to forgive you? It is already too late. Chen Dong said indifferently. I don't want to see these three people again. Chapter 125, Attack on the Hotel. Understood. Old Feng and Li Gui both had a sardonic smile at the corner of their mouths. Someone come. With a shout from them, a dozen security guards rushed in. Mr. Feng, what are your orders? Beat these three to death for me. Old Feng pointed at Yang Kai's trio and shouted. The security guards all had shocked faces. Yang Kai was a small supervisor of the hotel. Why did he hit them? Is it a mistake? Are your ears deaf? Didn't you hear what Mr. Feng said? Hurry up and do it. Li Gui yelled again. And only then did the security guards stop hesitating and took out their sticks, walking towards Yang Kai's trio. Mr. Chen, we were wrong. Spare us for once. The three Yang Kai roared. Chen Dong paid no attention. These three people were all to blame for ending up in such a situation. Mr. Feng, Manager Li, let us go. Seeing that begging Chen Dong was useless, the trio started begging Old Feng and Li Gui again. Old Feng and Li Gui, however, were even less likely to let them go. It was because these three people had caused them to almost offend Chen Dong. One must know that Chen Dong was a guest personally invited by MS Wang family. If they dared to offend Chen Dong, they would immediately get lost. So this made it possible to imagine how much Old Feng and Li Gui hated these three people in their hearts right now. Beat him half to death and throw him in the trash. Old Feng gave another cold order. Yes, the guards responded. Bang bang bang. A dozen security guards in the hands of the stick, as if no money general, smashed in the three people's head, face, shoulders. It didn't take more than a few blows to beat those three up. The three were beaten and cried out in a terrible way. When the security guards tired of beating them, they dragged them out again and threw them straight into the foul-smelling garbage cans at the end of the alley. Why did you come to the imperial capital to find me? I struggled for 8 years. It is not easy to become a small supervisor. Now there is nothing. It is all because of you. This asshole, Laozi beat you to death. After the three climbed out of the trash can, Yang Kai grabbed Yang Jian's collar again and slapped him with a burst of slaps. Yang Jian was very aggrieved. Brother, I really didn't expect that person to be a valued guest of Hill Hotel. He's dressed so casually, and he's carrying luggage. Anyone would think he's looking for a job. How dare you say that? It's you who are dog-eyed. Yang Kai cursed angrily again. Yang Jian became even more disgruntled and contradicted again. Brother, didn't you treat him like he was looking for a job at that time too? Otherwise, how could you have made a move on him? So, aren't you also a dog's eye view? This word almost made Yang Kai Tianlingjie all angry. He almost beat his younger brother Yang Jian to death again. Mr. Chen Dong, this is the most luxurious suite in our hotel. If you see anything unsatisfactory, we will rectify it immediately. At the Hill Hotel, Old Feng and Li Gue, cautiously, brought Chen Dong to the suite. Chen Dong took a look and nodded with satisfaction. There is no need to rectify the situation. You guys go out. I'm going to rest. Alright, Mr. Chen Dong, the two added as they exited the guest room. If you need anything, you can call us at any time. Good. Chen Dong nodded. If not for the fact that he was a guest personally invited by Wang Xiu, Old Feng and Li Gue, they must have gotten him a few beautiful women to massage him by now. Chen Dong, have you solved your troubles? Not long after lying down, Wang Xiu called to inquire. It's settled. I'm ready to rest, Chen Feng said. Well then, who offended you? I want to deal with him, Wang Xiu said again on the other end of the phone with some exasperation. Those who offended me have already been dealt with, so don't implicate the others. Chen Dong Dao. Yes, Wang Xiu nodded her head in agreement, but did not hang up the phone. Chen Dong was a bit puzzled and inquired. You still have something to do? Wang Xiu said. Can you meet me at Beijian University tomorrow? Chen Dong hesitated. Yes, okay, tomorrow at Beijian University. I won't see you there, Wang Xiu said excitedly on the other end of the phone. Chen Dong turned off all the lights in the suite. The darkness helped with sleep. However, he hadn't slept for long when he was suddenly awakened by a powerful aura. This is a martial artist who broke into his suite. What are martial artists doing here? To kill him? Chen Dong pretended not to notice as he lay on the bed and continued to pretend to be asleep, but he was secretly keeping an eye on every move around him. The suite was just a little too big and the surroundings were dark. The martial artist was well hidden. Chen Dong only sensed his presence but did not know where he was. Chen Dong could only make a risky decision. That is, the moment the other party made a move. He was making a move to finish the other party off. Chen Dong controlled his breathing and allowed his body to relax. It was only later that he would be able to power up faster. The martial artist who broke into the room was very patient and did not immediately make a move, and he was waiting for time to pass by minute by minute. Finally, he couldn't wait any longer and made his move on Chen Dong, who was lying on the bed, only to see a figure flashing out from behind a huge vase. Rushing to Chen Dong's bedside in a flash, he raised his hand to deliver a palm, which was like a muffled thunder, and ruthlessly blasted towards Chen Dong's body. If there were no accidents, Chen Dong was bound to die under the attack of this palm. The bed will go straight to pieces and the floor will be completely shattered. However, just at the moment when Chen Dong was about to be hit, Chen Dong finally stopped pretending to be asleep and he struck out. Boom! He lay back on the bed and raised his hand to blast a palm at the man as well. The two palms collided. Instantly Chen Dong was sent flying. Why is it so weak? The person who had sneaked up on Chen Dong muttered in the darkness. Chen Dong was lying on the ground. It was very bad, and the arm that had been used against the blast looked like it was about to break. The person who sneaked up on him was only at the inner strength realm, so how could he have sent him flying? It was only because he hadn't used his feats just now. It was only now that he was about to get really serious. Shoo! The opponent did not pause for a moment and immediately killed again towards Chen Dong's side. The power of his palm was still powerful, like rushing thunder. Instead, Chen Dong swung out a soft palm as if he had not eaten. The person who had sneaked up on him was even more surprised. Was this the result of being severely injured just now? How come it's so powerless? Crap! With this slap, I won't kill him, right? Just as he was rambling, his palm had collided with Chen Dong's palm. At once, he felt that above the soft palm, a monstrous power surged out. He couldn't block it at all, and his entire body flew out, smashing heavily into a wall. Boom! A loud noise was emitted from the wall as the man was shaken and spat out blood. All the bones in his body were broken. The moment he slid down from the wall, Chen Dong had already rushed to his front and slapped another soft palm towards his head. He was almost scared out of his wits. This was because he had just witnessed the power of Chen Dong's palm. It looked soft and feeble, but in fact it was like a flooding beast. If this palm had hit his head, he would have died for sure. Stop! I'm from the Dragon Team. Chapter 126 Accepting the Challenge. Chen Dong's palm was still 2 centimeters away from the man's head, and the palm wind blew the hair on the man's head. Almost all of it. The dragon group sent you to kill me? Chen Dong inquired in a cold voice. No, No, don't misunderstand, the man hurriedly explained. I heard that you are very powerful and killed the SS class wanted criminal. I just want to try your strength. Is that really the case? Chen Dong asked. Of course it's real. I have an identity card here. You can check it. The man laughed. He took out his identity card. Chen Dong looked at it for a few moments, not really understanding it, and believed him for the time being. Because of his strength, he was too much weaker than Chen Dong. If he still dared to mess around, Chen Dong would immediately finish him off. Bang bang bang. There was a sudden sharp knock on the door outside. Mr. Chen Dong. We heard a commotion inside. What happened? The people outside the door shouted loudly, fearing that Chen Dong would have an accident or they would have to get lost. I'm practicing. It's fine, Chen Dong responded, sending those people away. Chen Dong was again curious and asked the man in front of him, how did you know I was here? The man said, all martial artists who enter the imperial capital are secretly monitored. Knowing where you are is not difficult at all. You've really become famous in the dragon group. That's why I sought to spar with you. After saying this, he sighed. It's fortunate that it's just a cut and thrust, or else I would definitely be dead right now. Dong Chen said, you've seen my strength. Now you can go. Instead of leaving, the man smiled and extended an invitation to Chen Dong. Do you want to visit the dragon team base in the imperial capital? There are many monsters there. All want to meet up with you. Chen Dong frowned. He did not want to go and fight. Therefore, he directly refused. I have things to do tomorrow. I'll go next time when I'm free. The man was a little disappointed. Fine. I won't bother you. But, if you don't go, they might find their way here, just like I did. Chen Dong was immediately filled with black lines. Was this a threat? Wasn't it a bit too much? Was he still allowed to rest? He was a bit helpless and said to this person, I've changed my attention. Let's go to the dragon team base now and take a look. Watch it early and come back early. He has to rest. Well. The man said several good words in a row. Chen Dong was going to go through the main door, but he was stopped. The people in the hotel could not be alarmed now. Chen Dong could only follow him and jump out the window. There was a convertible under the window, and the two fell into it just in time for the man to start the car and quickly disappear into the night. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Han Lei, a first-class member of the dragon team. The man laughed. Chen Dong nodded in response. You've made a great achievement this time. You can be directly upgraded to a first-class member. Nope. Already with your strength, you might become a deputy team leader. But before you do that, you need to set those monsters in the first-class members straight. Listening to Han Lei chattering on and on, Chen Dong really wanted to slap him unconscious. The car drove into a park with a wigwam, under which the dragon team's base was located. Everything went very smoothly, and under Han Lei's leadership, Chen Dong arrived at one of the dragon team's bases in the imperial capital. Han Lei, is this Chen Dong? The underground base, very huge, in a hall that shimmered with metallic luster. Han Lei's car stopped and many people around him gathered around, looking at Chen Dong and asking curiously, these people, they are all members of the dragon team. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, and Level 5 are all available. They looked at Chen Dong with curiosity on their faces. I didn't expect that Chen Dong would really be so young, probably only in his early 20s. How could it be that strong? Honestly, I'm never going to believe it until I compete with him. The crowd were all talking, not believing that Chen Dong was that strong. After all, Chen Dong is too young. Here, even the weakest 5th level member in terms of strength was probably older than him. So how could these people dare to believe that such a young Chen Dong would be that strong? Han Lei, did you fight him? What was the result? Another person asked Han Lei curiously. Han Lei was really too bad. If he directly told these people that Chen Dong was very strong and that he was defeated by a single move, the people here would probably be scared away 90% directly. Chen Dong would also be able to save himself a lot of trouble. However, he didn't. What he thought in his mind was, I can't be the only one to take a beating. You guys have to come and get beat up too. Therefore, he smiled and said to the crowd, unfortunately, I haven't fought him yet. Which one of you will try first? Asterisk. How can you talk nonsense with your eyes open? Chen Dong was just about to get angry. Someone had already gotten restless and jumped out to challenge him. Chen Dong, I'm 3rd level member Zhao Kai. Please instruct me. Zhao Kai rushed up with a healthy step after saying this, then blasted his fist at Chen Dong's chest. His attack was fast and furious, very dominating. However, he was a little weaker and had just stepped into the inner strength. If Chen Dong had used a cloud palm, he might have directly killed him. Therefore, Chen Dong did not use his gung fu. He casually swung out a palm, and with that person's fist, it collided fiercely. Boom! A loud bang erupted from the shimmering metallic hall. This was followed by another miserable scream. Only one person was seen, spitting blood and flying out. He fell heavily to the ground. Amazing! A voice of astonishment immediately rang out from the surroundings. Just one move, and he actually defeated a level 3 member. It's really just too powerful. It seems like he hasn't used his feats yet, right? This is even more terrifying. Chow, Old Me is a level 2 member. I was going to challenge him. Forget it, Old Me doesn't want to go to bed for a few days. Another person shouted. The number of people who were eager to challenge Chendong was reduced by 95% at once. There were only a few first-level members left to go through a few moves with Chendong. My name is Yang Qin. Please instruct me. A tall beauty walked out and saluted Chendong with a fist. Please. Chendong responded indifferently, and the two turned to start exchanging blows. The people around them all became curious. Who do you think will win? I have a feeling that Chendong will win, right? So you guys are saying, how many moves does Chendong need to defeat Yang Qin? I feel that it will take at least 100 moves. After all, Yang Qin's strength can be ranked in the top 5 amongst the first-class members of the Dragon Group. Yes, I also feel that it takes so many fighting moves for Chendong to defeat Yang Qin. The crowd was talking, while in another hut, two people were watching the duel between Chendong and Yang Qin intently through the monitor. They were also speculating that Chendong had defeated Yang Qin in a few moves. I have a feeling that within 50 moves, Yang Qin will be defeated. The person who spoke, in his 30s, with the name Long Xing, was the first expert of the first-class members of the Dragon Group. The other person was the head of the assessment team, Yang Pengfei. Chapter 127, Defeating Yang Qin in one move. If he can really defeat Yang Qin within 50 moves, he'll be qualified to challenge you. You want to become the vice group leader? You must pass him. Yang Pengfei smiled and said to Long Xing. I understand. Long Xing nodded. I'm looking forward to a great battle with him, but tonight, it's obviously not appropriate, because he is no longer at his full strength. I want him to return to his peak state, before defeating him to really win him. Yang Pengfei nodded. You are still so proud. But your pride is worthy of your strength. While the two were staring at the screen and discussing, Chendong had already exchanged blows with Yang Qin. Yang Qin's attack was very fast, arriving in front of Chendong in an instant. His fingers were like swords, stabbing directly at Chendong's body. Chendong's attack, on the other hand, caused the people around him, all of them, to be taken aback, only to see him swing out a palm limply, as if he hadn't eaten. The crowd was puzzled. Is this also a gong method? Why is it so feeble? He's deliberately defying Yang Qin, isn't he? If that's really the case, then he's too stupid. Yang Qin is known to be the number 1 in speed, so he's bound to pay the price. Only Han Lei, who had already fought with Chendong, knew that Chendong was not defying Yang Qin. On the contrary, Chendong was going all out. Without blasting a palm against Chendong, one would not even know how terrifying the power contained in Chendong's soft palm was. At that time, Han Lei was almost crippled. Luckily, Chendong withdrew his hand in time. Otherwise the second palm would have killed him. Let's hope that Yang Qin goes all out, or else she's going to be in for a big loss. Han Lei prayed for Yang Qin in his heart. Are you looking down on me? Yang Qin's thoughts in her heart were the same as those around her, thinking that Chendong was looking down on her, and that was why this palm was so soft and feeble. She would not show mercy even because Chendong did not go all out. Once she struck out, she was going all out. Therefore, at this time, she sneered again in her heart. Since you are so arrogant and have no one in your sight, let you pay a heavy price. What's going on? Chendong's attack. How could it be so weak? It's like he didn't cultivate the technique at all. It's too unbelievable, isn't it? Yang Pengfei and Long Xing in front of the screen were also stunned. They had thought that Chendong's attack was bound to be harsh and overbearing. Where do you think, actually is this soft and weak? This kind of attack, it can fight against a martial artist? It's a joke. An ordinary person can't even be beaten to death, right? What's wrong with this Chendong? Why is he so gullible and contemptuous? He will really pay the price. Yang Pengfei and Long Xing also felt that Chendong was deliberately being lighthearted and contemptuous of Yang Qin, and that was why the palm he blasted out was so soft and feeble. Both of their faces showed concern. We need to hurry and contact the infirmary for Chendong to be rescued. If we're late, he won't survive. These two obviously know the character of Yinkin well. Yang Qin's character was relatively upright, and when he was defied like this, he would definitely go all out. Therefore, they were worried that Chendong would not survive. Boom! Chendong's attack and Yang Qin's attack collided together. A scene that took everyone by surprise happened. Just now, everyone thought that Chendong's palm, which was soft and feeble, would cause him to be heavily injured by Yang Qin, who had struck out with all his might, in a matter of moments. Where did it come to? Mind that the moment the two palms collided together, Yang Qin was attacked by a terrifying force. Her body, visible to the naked eye, trembled. With that, the entire person flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Everyone around was dumbfounded, seeing this scene like a dream, all screaming, impossible, right? Yang Qin was actually sent flying by Qindong with a single move. Is this a split? Is it a fake? Yang Qin's strength is ranked in the top 5 amongst the tier 1 members. How could she lose so easily? I don't believe it. This scene is absolutely fake. Even Long Xing, the number 1 ranked member of the first level, couldn't have defeated Yang Qin with a single move. What technique does Qindong cultivate? Why does it look soft and feeble, yet it is so powerful? There were voices of heated discussion everywhere, and the hall, glittering with metal, was on the verge of toppling over. Many people felt that Qindong and Yang Qin were faking. After all, Yang Qin was so strong that it was impossible for him to be sent flying by Qindong with a single palm strike. However, seeing that Yang Qin, who was lying on the ground, had begun to spit out blood and was extremely injured, it was only then that the crowd had to believe that she had truly been defeated by Qindong. How can this kid be so strong? He actually defeated Yang Qin in one move. Yang Pengfei and Long Xing in front of the screen were also stunned. Just now, they were still worried about Qindong, and even called in a medical team just to keep Qindong alive. Now, it seemed that the person who was going to save his life was not Qindong, but Yang Qin. This scene in front of me is really like a dream. No one can believe it's real. Now it's your turn. Go duel with him. Yang Pengfei turned his head to Long Xing. I refuse. Long Xing roared. Is this a human being? It's purely a monster. Surprisingly, he defeated Yang Qin in one move. I'm going to beat Yang Qin, and it's all going to take at least 20 moves. He only needed one move. How the hell did he do that? Am I not looking for death if I seek a duel with him? Although Long Xing was a proud man, it didn't mean that. A proud man had no brain. Qindong's strength was so strong that he still wanted to find Qindong for a duel. That was definitely out of his mind. Recall just now, he confidently said those words. Tonight Qindong is no longer in full bloom. To wait for Qindong to recover. In search of Qindong. In hindsight, those words were pure jokes. He was really embarrassed when he thought back on it. He even hated to find a crack in the ground because it was so embarrassing. Go meet him. Yang Pengfei laughed. Long Xing followed him and headed to the hall that shimmered with metallic luster. No one should dare to trouble me now, right? Qindong pondered in his heart as he was going back to rest. And just then, 2 people suddenly appeared, blocking his way. Qindong, nice to see you. Yang Pengfei smiled and took the initiative to greet him. You are? Qindong looked at him with a puzzled expression. I'm Yang Pengfei, the head of the examination team. Yang Pengfei laughed. When Kang Rui recommended you to join the dragon team and said that you were very powerful, I didn't believe him. I didn't think that you were even more powerful than he said. Qindong faintly said. No, I just won by fluke. The surrounding people were all speechless for a while. That was the top 5 ranked members of the first level. He actually won by a fluke? Who is he looking down on? Well, not to say. Your strength is already the first ranked among the first level members of the dragon group. Can be upgraded to vice group leader? Are you interested? Yang Pengfei asked with a smile. Is there any benefit? Qindong inquired. Higher wages, more bonuses, more authority, and people are more free, laughed Yang Pengfei. Chapter 128, The Exchange. How free can it be? Qindong inquired curiously. Salary, bonuses, whatever, he doesn't really care. His main concern was how much freedom he would get by becoming a deputy team leader. If he became a deputy team leader, he would have to go to work every day and punch the card. He would definitely not do it. There are many vice group leader classifications. There are those who train newcomers, those who guard the base, and those who specialize in carrying out missions. If you want to be a bit freer, you can choose to be a vice group leader who specializes in carrying out missions. When there is no mission, it will not interfere with your life. When there's a mission, you'll be notified and you'll just go and complete it. Yang Pengfei explained. Are there many tasks? Qindong asked curiously again. If it's a general mission, then it's more frequent. If it's a more dangerous mission, then it's less, and you might only come across it once or twice a year. Yang Pengfei added. Qindong pondered in his heart that with his strength, he should have no problem coping with a more dangerous task, and only a few times a year, and the rest of the time, his life is undisturbed. It was really a good choice for him. I'm willing to be the leader of a group on a dangerous mission, Shandong said. Good. Yang Pengfei nodded his head in a hurry and asked Qindong to go with him to do the formalities again. Soon enough, Qindong obtained a new identity plate, along with an encrypted contact number. The dragon group could find Qindong through this number, and Qindong could also find the dragon group directly through this number. Each group is independent. Your group has just been created. You need to pick your own personnel. Yang Pengfei smiled again and said to Qindong. It hadn't been long since Qindong had entered the dragon team, so he didn't even know much about the dragon team, and for those members, he knew even less. Let him pick the members. He can only pick indiscriminately, so in the end, he only picked 2 members before letting them go find other people to join his group. Those two were none other than Han Lei and Yang Qin, who had just fought him. After dealing with the dragon team side of things, Chen Dong went straight back to the Hill Hotel. He slept until dawn and woke up early the next morning, and after having breakfast, he headed to Beijing University. Beijing University was one of the highest institutions of learning in Xia, and those who could enter this school were either rich or wealthy, or the elite of the elite. It was absolutely impossible for there to be ordinary people here. Wang Xiu was still in class and could not come to meet with Chen Dong until noon, so Chen Dong wandered around the school alone. Suddenly, he saw several familiar figures. Kanju University School Grass, Cha Yungang, Iceberg Beauty, Lan Yuhan, Goddess in Red, Ouyang Phoenix. There were a few others remaining that Chen Dong did not recognize, but it was certain that they were all from Jiangzhou University. What's someone from Jiangzhou University doing here at Beijing University? With a puzzled look on his face, Chen Dong pricked up his ears and listened. We came to the promised university exchange meeting, but there isn't even a single person to greet us. Isn't this too much? Cha Yungang said in dissatisfaction. The more they look down on us, the more we'll let them know how powerful we are. Lan Yuhan said coldly. I'm curious to know how many moves someone from the Beijing University Martial Arts Association can catch from me. Ouyang Phoenix said with a confident expression. The rest of the people also began to talk. Chen Dong finally realized why they were here. It turned out that Beijing University and Jiangzhou University had jointly organized an exchange meeting. These people were all elite figures from various departments of Jiangzhou University. They came to Beijing University with only one purpose, and that was to have a good exchange with the elites of the various departments of Beijing University. However, the people of Beijing University obviously looked down on the people who came from Jiangzhou University. Surprisingly, there is not even a person who greets them, which is too contemptuous. As the captain of the team, Che Yungang could no longer hold back impatience. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. If your people don't come in, we're leaving. Wait, be right there. A lazy voice came from over there, and it was clear that did not put the people from Jiangzhou University in their eyes at all. After waiting for another 10 minutes or so, the people from Beijing University finally arrived late. Come with me. The location of the exchange meeting is ready. The person from Beijing University did not feel half apologetic for his late arrival. Without even a word of greeting, the people from Jiangzhou University were allowed to follow them to the location of the exchange. This made the people of Jiangzhou University, naturally, even more furious. Some are even going to just quit and really look down on them. If we leave at this time, they will look down on us even more. It will be said that we are running away from the battle. Therefore, we absolutely cannot leave. Not only do we have to stay, but we also have to let them know how powerful we are. They won't dare to look down on us in the future. Cha Yungang was the captain leading the team. He stopped the people who were about to leave and encouraged them. Under his encouragement, the people of Jiangzhou University were all highly motivated and wanted to give the people of Beijing University a little color. A group of people, following the people from Beijing University, arrived at the location of the exchange meeting. It was a large auditorium, and quite a few people had already come. All students from Beijing University. As soon as they saw the people from Jiangzhou University walk in, someone let out a boo from their seat. The experience pack is here again. When the people from Jiangzhou University heard this, they instantly became furious again. Experience packs? What do you mean? Treating us all like little monsters to brush up our experience? Aren't they too contemptuous of us? The crowd was furious and roared with discontent. Che Yungang frowned deeply as he arrived in front of Lan Yuhan and Ouyang Phoenix. The two of you were supposed to be the undercard, to come out last and shock the people of Beijing University. Now it seems that you can't come out last, because Beijing University is just too contemptuous of us. So, you guys have to go out first and directly subdue them, so that none of us would dare to underestimate us. This will boost the morale of our side. Let the students on our side who are out there have more confidence in outsmarting them. Good. Lan Yuhan and Ouyang Phoenix both agreed in one breath. Che Yungang really deserves to be the president of the Student Union of Jiangzhou University. His organizational skills, adaptability, and coordination skills are all too strong. This arrangement of his would undoubtedly maximize his side's advantage. Aren't you looking down on us at Beijing University? The first two exchange matches. Let you lose face, to see if you still dare to look down on people rampantly. Lan Yuhan walked onto the stage with her violin in her hands and fell. The people from Beijing University instantly had a feeling of amazement. Even though Beijing University was full of beautiful women and those male students had long been used to seeing them. However, when they saw Lan Yuhan, they still lit up and cheered. Lan Yuhan's temperament was too outstanding, as if she was a goddess walking down from the cold snowy mountains. There wasn't a single man who wouldn't be moved by the sight of her. Hello everyone, my name is Lan Yuhan, a student of the music department of Jiangzhou University. Lan Yuhan briefly introduced herself before starting her violin performance. Chapter 129, Lan Yuhan's Defeat. The beautiful melody echoed throughout the auditorium as if it were a heavenly sound, washing one's soul and heart. Lan Yuhan's playing skills is too high. The strength is also very powerful. Horror. A variety of Chinese and foreign famous songs at your fingertips, but also play skewer, so that people cannot listen to a little sense of dissonance. A performance of more than 20 minutes was really sound. Those present were all caught up in this wonderful music and did not want to wake up for a long time. Even when the playing was over, they were still reminiscing, with an enraptured look on their faces. Even Chen Dong, who was sitting at the very back watching, had an appreciative expression on his face. Lan Yuhan's playing skills have improved again. When Lan Yuhan finished playing and walked out of the ring, the people from Jiangzhou University all cheered. Good. Is worthy of being the iceberg goddess of our Jiangzhou University? Too good. People from Beijing University, you know our strength, right? Still dare to underestimate us? This is a bit of a lesson for you guys. In the future, don't be in the eye of the beholder. When the people from Beijing University heard these words, the corners of their mouths showed a contemptuous smile. Frogs at the bottom of the well. One of them, a male, walked onto the stage. Hello everyone, my name is Shi Yu, a student of the music department of Beijing University. I'll play the violin for you as well. After Shi Yu briefly introduced himself, he took out a violin and started playing. The auditorium was instantly plunged back into the wonderful melody. The people from Jiangzhou University, at first, still had expressions of contempt on their faces. Lan Yuhan could be said to be one of their most powerful cards, and was supposed to be exposed at the end to shock the entire audience. Because Beijing University was just too contemptuous, it had to come out early to shock the people of Beijing University, so that they would all tighten up a bit and not underestimate people in such a way. Therefore, the people from Jiangzhou University were confident that Beijing University, there was no way anyone could battle Lan Yuhan in terms of music. However, a few minutes after this person called Shi Yu played, the faces of all the people from Jiangzhou University changed. His playing skills, his strength, were not weaker than Lan Yuhan in the slightest. It's even a little more spirited and lively. The people in the auditorium were stunned to hear it. He also played for more than 20 minutes, and when it was over, the crowd was reeling, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. It's nothing great, at most it's a tie with our goddess. After a short period of shock, the people from Jiangzhou University all said in this unconvincing manner, this start, for them, is not ideal anymore. Originally, he wanted to rely on Lan Yuhan's ability to shock the entire audience. As a result of a bout of exchanges, it was just a tie. Beijing University arrogance is really a bottom. Many people from Jiangzhou University had a trace of bloom welling up in their hearts. The thing that Che Yun Gang is most worried about has happened, and that is, facing the powerful Beijing University, the people of Jiangzhou University have gradually lost their confidence. A tie? Oh, are you guys here to be funny? The people from Beijing University suddenly said, directly causing the people from Jiangzhou University to be shocked again. The two just now were indeed indistinguishable. Do you still have any objections? The person from Jiangzhou University was dissatisfied and asked the person from Beijing University. It's not that there's any disagreement, but the violin is just a hobby for Senior Shi Yu. What he really specializes in is the piano. The person from Beijing University sneered. As they said this, on the stage, someone did carry up a silver-white piano. Shi Yu was already sitting in front of the piano, as if he were a prince, elegant and noble. He moved his fingers and placed them on the keys. The beautiful melody floated out as if it were a stream, and soon it was as if the place had turned into a sea of joy. Even people who don't know anything about piano are fascinated when they hear this sound. It was because Shi Yu's playing skills were just too superb. Each tone, each symbol, is like rushing into the human heart. Mind, are like floating elves dancing. The auditorium erupted in thunderous applause at the end of the performance of several famous Chinese and foreign songs. Even quite a few people from Jiangzhou University couldn't help but applaud. This was truly a feast of music, and Shi Yu's performance just now would have been a hit even if it had been put on the international stage. I lost. The proud Lan Yuhan coldly uttered 3 words. The other party's violin, which was just a hobby, was on par with hers, and the piano, which she specialized in, was even more out of her reach. So she, who had always been proud, had to admit defeat painfully at this time. Now you know how strong our Beijing University is, right? The people from Beijing University, at this time, sneered again. A bunch of frogs in the bottom of the well, saying that you're trash and you still won't admit it. Go back and practice for 2 more years and come back to communicate with us. The people of Jiangzhou University, if they had been subjected to such insults and ridicule just now, would have inevitably retorted back. However, now, one by one, they all lowered their heads and did not dare to say anything, because they are really not as strong as others. How do you make them dare to retort? Of course, there was one exception, and that was Lan Yuhan. I'm not the strongest in the music department of Jiangzhou University. The strongest person in the music department of our Jiangzhou University didn't come. His name is Chen Dong. Lan Yuhan stood up and exclaimed, I hope that next time, beautiful you can invite that Chen Dong here to exchange words with me. Sure, you had a condescending face and contemptuously said this to Lan Yuhan before walking off the stage, not even looking at the people from Jiangzhou University anymore. Obviously, he, like everyone's at Beijing University, simply didn't believe what Lan Yuhan said. What Dong Chen must have made up the name. The purpose is to save a little face and make yourself less humiliated. Yet lying like that only makes it more despised. The morale of the crowd at Jiangzhou University instantly fell to the bottom. Che Gang came to Ouyang Phoenix's side. Lan Yuhan lost. Now we can only rely on you. We can't let Beijing University look down on our Jiangzhou University anymore. Ouyang Phoenix nodded. Don't worry, I definitely won't lose. She stood up, dressed in red, and walked onto the stage. So beautiful, so valiant. The people from Beijing University immediately exclaimed. Some even stood up from their seats. Jiangzhou University's strength isn't great. Why are there so many beautiful women? One is prettier than the other. Such a beauty. In our Beijing University is also the very best. What does she know? Is it dancing? Such a posture. Such an outstanding temperament. And this red dress. She dances a dance. We see. It is worth dying. Many people marveled again. Almost everyone thought that what a beautiful woman like Ouyang Phoenix was good at was dancing. However, at this time, Ouyang Phoenix, who was on the stage, said loudly to the people of Beijing University, Hello everyone, my name is Ouyang Phoenix, and I specialize in martial arts. Please ask the martial arts experts of Beijing University to come up here and communicate with me. The people of Beijing University were all stunned. Did I mishear my ears? She's actually good at martial arts. Not dancing? It's too bad. Who would dare to take a beautiful woman who shouts and kills like that in the future? Chapter 130, Go back. The show hasn't started yet. A well-built student from Beijing University walked onto the stage. Hello beautiful, my name is Li Jingang. Are you sure you want to exchange martial arts with me? This stocky student from Beijing University smiled and asked Ouyang Phoenix. Okay. Ouyang Phoenix's reply was very dry. That's good. I'm going to make a move. When you can't top it later, you must admit defeat in time, or I'll really hurt you. Li Jingang laughed again. After he finished saying this, below the stage, the students of Beijing University, another sound of alarm rang out. Li Jingang, you damn lightly, don't really hurt this beauty. Li Jingang turned around and said, I have my measure. The person from Jiangzhou University sneered. These fools, they probably don't know how powerful senior sister Ouyang is. Really think she's just a big dainty beauty when she's pretty. In our Jiangzhou University, I don't know how many big and thick boys like Li Jingang were knocked to the ground by her slap, and couldn't even crawl up. Underestimating senior sister Ouyang is really bad luck. The people from Jiangzhou University were full of confidence this time. With Ouyang Phoenix's strength, he could definitely easily defeat the Li Jingang from Beijing University. Boom! King Kong Li struck, stomping his foot on the stage, and the whole stage shook. Martial artist? Ouyang Phoenix's face changed slightly. The other party was actually a martial artist as well. She didn't dare to be underestimating. She gazed at her concentration and infused her strength into her hands, and with an arrow step, she rushed to Li Jingang's face, lifting her hand to deliver a palm, blasting it fiercely towards Li Jingang's body. Good coming! Li Jingang laughed as he also raised his hand and blasted out with a palm that was so powerful that it was like space was trembling. Boom! The palms of the two collided together, and Ouyang Phoenix instantly felt as if a mountain had collapsed, as if a force was coming towards her. Her arm instantly went a little numb. This person's power is too strong. We can't fight him hard. Ouyang Phoenix searched in his heart. She immediately withdrew her palm power, and with a flash of her figure, she arrived behind Li Jingang. The power on her palm coalesced again and struck towards the back of Li Jingang's heart. If this palm hits, Li Jingang will definitely lose. But right at this moment, Li Jingang suddenly put his hands together and let out a loud roar from his mouth. Golden bell. All of a sudden, his entire body's strength was condensed above the surface of his body. In an instant, it was as if he had turned into an indestructible bell. Ouyang Phoenix struck it with his palm, and a rumbling sound was heard. Li Jingang was unharmed, but Ouyang Phoenix was shaken back. Her arms were numb and she was on the verge of losing consciousness. I didn't expect that a small Jiangzhou University would have a mid-stage external force martial artist. However, it's a pity that I'm a late-stage external force. There's no way you can be my opponent. Li Jingang smiled and said to Ouyang Phoenix. Ouyang Phoenix was unconvinced and still wanted to make a move. Then when she saw Li Jingang's thick aura, she immediately backed off in her heart. In the exchange just now, Li Jingang had actually shown mercy. Otherwise, with his late-stage external strength, he could easily injure Ouyang Phoenix. There is no way it will appear. Ouyang Phoenix just arm was shocked numb. I lost. The equally proud Ouyang Phoenix was eventually forced to utter these 3 words on stage. When the people from Jiangzhou University heard this, their faces immediately darkened to the bottom. They really didn't even dream that even Ouyang Phoenix had lost. The people of Beijing University are not at all in the same level as them. It's no exaggeration to say that it just hangs them. It really wasn't an insult to say that they were all experience packs just now. They were the ones who had come to Beijing University to brush up the experience of these elite figures from various departments of Beijing University. The next exchange isn't much fun anymore. You people from Jiangzhou University, you can go home. At Beijing University, some people began to sneer again. The people from Jiangzhou University all drooped their heads, and there was no one left who dared to reply. It looks like they're really going to gray out. Actually, I'm not the strongest in the Jiangzhou University Martial Arts Club. Ouyang Phoenix, who was about to get off the stage, suddenly coldly said, the strongest president of our martial arts club, who didn't come. His name is Chen Dong. When these words came out, the people from Beijing University, again, were stunned. Why is it Chen Dong again? Don't you guys know how to change your names when you make up nonsense? The people from the music department said that he is the best, and the people from the martial arts club also came to say that he is the best. This Chen Dong is a 10 full small capable person. It really kills me with laughter. Amidst a burst of boos from those at Beijing University, Ouyang Phoenix walked off the stage. Li Jingang stood on top of it, still yelling at her, when I have time, I will definitely go to Jiangzhou University and meet that most powerful president of your martial arts club, Chen Dong. Ha ha. He laughed out loud, and with these words, he undoubtedly set off another wave of mockery from Beijing University to Jiangzhou University. Go away. Xia Yungang said with a dark face. What exchange conference? It's purely for embarrassment. The people from Beijing University were really too strong. They were completely hanged and had no power to fight back. If they didn't leave, they would only be even more humiliated here. Doorway. Suddenly someone stopped them in their tracks. The good show hasn't even started yet. Why are you in a hurry to leave? The man who stopped the road laughed. The people of Jiangzhou University raised their heads, and in an instant, one by one, they were all dumbstruck. The iceberg goddess Lan Yuhan was the first to speak. Chen Dong, why are you here? Her heart was so excited that a trace of unnaturalness surfaced on her cheeks. The always cold and noble her was actually a little slightly nervous at this moment. This was truly a shocking sight to behold. From this, one could imagine how much Chen Dong's position in her heart was. President, you came to Beijing University, why didn't you tell us? Ouyang Phoenix asked curiously. Are you also arranged by the school to exchange? Xia Yungang also inquired. Chen Dong laughed lightly. I came to the school because of something else. Well, without further ado, the exchange with Beijing University isn't over yet. Everyone go back. Immediately, someone retorted. We don't have the slightest hope. Even the iceberg goddess and the red goddess aren't their opponents. Going back would just be a disgrace. Chen Dong laughed. It's better to be embarrassed than to run away. After he said this, he ignored the rebuttals and walked straight towards the stage. Lan Yuhan didn't even think about it and immediately followed. After hesitating for a moment, Ouyang Phoenix also followed behind Chen Dong. After hesitating, Xia Yungang said to the rest of the people from Jiangzhou University, those who want to leave, hurry up, and those who want to stay, hurry back to their seats. After he said this, he also followed Chen Dong's pace. The people from Beijing University, when they saw the people from Jiangzhou University go and return, had doubts on their faces. What's going on? How dare they come back? Because of an extra person? Who is that person? Jiangzhou University lost so badly and still dares to provoke us? Oh, you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Then let's teach them another lesson. Chapter 131, One Move. 1 second. Li Jingang, are you also a student of Jiangzhou University? Standing on the stage, Li Jingang condescended and asked Chen Dongdao with a cold smile. What's your name? Chen Dongdao, 4th-year student of Jiangzhou University. Chen Dong. The moment this name came out, the people of Beijing University were all in shock. There really is such a person as Chen Dong. Among them, someone muttered again. Just now, Ouyang Phoenix from Jiangzhou University's martial arts club and Lan Yuhan from the music department both mentioned this person, Chen Dong, and said that Chen Dong was the most powerful in the martial arts club and the music department. They had all thought that it was a fictionalized character from Jiangzhou University. The purpose was to make themselves less humiliated. Where did one think that there was really such a person as Chen Dong in existence? So, is he really a martial arts expert? Also, is he really the best in the music department too? The people from Beijing University are really too curious. Chen Dong. Just now, A beautiful woman said that you are the president of Jiangzhou University's martial arts club and have the strongest strength. Is this all true? Do you dare to come up and fight with me? Li Jingang, who was on the stage, asked Chen Dongdao curiously again. I am not a president of anything, but I am indeed a bit strong in martial arts. I can fight you. Chen Dong smiled and walked onto the stage. The people from Jiangzhou University were all nervous at this moment. Chen Dong was their last hope. If even Chen Dong was defeated, then they would really not be able to lift their heads up at all. Ouyang Phoenix, however, was confident in Chen Dong, as she understood Chen Dong's strength, and that Beijing University's Li Jingang surely could not be Chen Dong's opponent. The people from Beijing University, however, still did not place Chen Dong in their eyes and even opened a betting board. I guess this guy, he probably won't even be able to hold out for 10 moves before he's knocked out of the ring by Li Jingang. Let's give them some face from Jiangzhou University. How can we let him last past 20 moves? That's right, they've already been humiliated enough. There's no need to continue to drive them to extinction. Ha ha. Hearing these mocking and laughing voices, the people from Jiangzhou University all held their faces red. They couldn't do anything about it, so they could only bear such humiliation. Chen Dong, make your move. Li Jingang has already put his hands together and made a golden bell shield, body as if it has instantly become invulnerable. The person who attacks him, not only is it impossible to cause damage to him, on the contrary, it will also be shocked by the power of his defense. It is really very horrible. Me make a move? You might not have a chance, Chen Dong said indifferently. Ha ha ha. Li Jingang laughed out loud. Chen Dong, don't be so arrogant, or else, you will suffer later. Chen Dong shook his head. He really wasn't being arrogant. For him, at the peak of inner strength, beating up an external strength martial practitioner would really be like a grandfather beating up his grandson. Chen Dong walked to Li Jingang's front, raised his hand and lightly struck Li Jingang's body with a palm. Palm power as soft as this. Is this guy really a martial artist? The people from Beijing University were stunned, and the people from Jiangzhou University were also stunned. Is Shandong up there for a laugh? How could such a light slap injure Li Jingang? It might as well be an ordinary person up there. Ugh, completely shameless. The people from Jiangzhou University lamented. Originally, they thought that Chen Dong's appearance would create a miracle, but where did they think that it would be to make them even more humiliated? Boom! However, at that very moment, a scene that no one expected happened. The moment Chen Dong's palm slapped on Li Jingang's body, Li Jingang immediately flew out, as if it was a cannonball. It smashed heavily under the stage. When the people from Beijing University saw this scene, they all stood up. Li Jingang, did you charge money for fake boxing? Beijing University's first reaction was surprisingly this, because they really can't believe that Li Jingang will be lightly slapped and knocked off the stage. This is simply an illusion. Go up and try. Li Jingang climbed up from the ground, and everyone saw that his cheeks had gone pale and the corner of his mouth was still bleeding. In the hearts of the crowd, there was another shock. Li Jingang didn't fake punch. He was really slapped down by Chen Dong. Chen Dong's strength, how can he be so strong? Thanks for being merciful. Just then, another surprising scene appeared. Li Jingang was actually thanking Chen Dong for his mercy. What do you mean? Chen Dong knocked Li Jingang off the stage, and it wasn't even a full force blow, but he showed mercy? How is this possible? How strong is he? No need, Chen Dong said indifferently. Li Jingang, which realm is he in? Someone asked Li Jingang in a low voice. Inner strength, maybe middle internal strength, may also be late internal strength. In short, if he is not merciful, he can definitely slap me to death, Li Jingang said. The people of Beijing University were, once again, shocked. Jiangzhou University, there was such a terrifyingly strong person. How is that possible? These people of theirs were either rich or noble, or they were elite people, who employed martial artists in their families. Some of them were even martial artist families. That was why they all knew how strong inner strength martial artists were, and they were all very rare in their families. However, a student so young is an inner strength master. Who dares to believe this is true? Good. The people from Jiangzhou University all roared. Finally, I've saved a bit of face. Let you Beijing University rampage. Now you know how powerful my Jiangzhou University is, right? The people who had just doubted Chen Dong's strength all lowered their heads, in shame at this time because they really underestimated Chen Dong. It's just a win. What's there to be happy about? The people from Beijing University sneered again. Sure, you also walked out at this time, smiling coldly at Chen Dong. Chen Dong, I heard that you have deep attainments in music. Can you enlighten me? Chen Dongdao, I don't dare to give instruction. You also invade silver in this area for many years. Why don't we play fighting Qin? Yes, sure, you agreed in one breath. His best skill is the piano, and even if he were to take it to an international stage to perform, he would still be able to hit the ground running. Therefore, He had absolute certainty of defeating Qin. He did not believe that Qin could really be all-powerful. Not only was he great at martial arts, but his music could also beat him. Senior Shiryu, teach him a good lesson this time, the people from Beijing University roared. Just now, Li Jingang lost to Qin, causing them to lose face. And now, Shiryu could definitely help them get it back. This was because they also did not believe that Qin was all-round, proficient in not only martial arts but also music. The people from Jiangzhou University, at this time, worried again. It's over. It's over. Qin can't be all-powerful, and if he fights with Shiryu Doqin, he'll definitely be hanged. We're going to lose face again. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. How high is Qin's attainment in music? You guys can't even imagine. No one here is his match. Hearing someone questioning Qin, Lan Yuhan immediately drank in dissatisfaction. Although those people kept their mouths shut, they still did not believe in their hearts that Qin could defeat Shiryu. Chapter 132 Qin, the Almighty Genius. A white piano and a black piano were carried to the stage. Shiryu's choice is still a white piano. He took a seat in front of the piano, poised like a little prince. Qin chose the black piano, and he still looked lazy after sitting down in front of it, which begs the question, does he really play the piano? Qin, I'll start first. Shiryu smiled coldly and placed her hands on the keys. In an instant, the sound of the zither, as if it were mercury, was delivered. The crowd felt like they had been hit by a gale. The pace was so fast. Shiryu played such a fast tempo at the beginning, obviously wanting to give Qin a kick in the pants. If Qin was not strong enough, he would instantly lose. However, he really underestimated Qin, only to see Qin at this time. His hands were also placed on the keys of the piano. In an instant, his aura changed abruptly. There was no trace of a lazy appearance. The way he was mentally focused had a fatal attraction, and some of the girls who saw it even screamed. Right at this moment, Qin's finger also moved. It was also a split second, and it was as if there was a raging storm that struck towards the crowd. The rhythm of the stone rain is still just like a gale. Qin was even more powerful. It had been like a gale plus a rainstorm. How fast-paced was that? It was simply unimaginable. The moment Shiryu heard it, his face instantly changed. He did not expect that Qin would play such a fast tempo. It overwhelmed him in one go. He was surely not going to give in and picked up the pace as well. Yet just then, a scene that he had never dreamed of came back to haunt him. That is, Qin's rhythm, suddenly soothed, just now like a torrential rain, now like a small stream of running water. It gives a spiritual, cheerful, soothing feeling. People who hear the sound of this piano cannot help but become lazy up, just feel comfortable. Who would have believed that what was just a moment ago would now be a brook? Shiryu also wanted to convert, however, it directly broke the sound, and his fingers trembled. He lost completely and utterly. If Qin was a master, he could only be regarded as a schoolboy who was just starting out right now. Yes, the people from Jiangzhou University whooped and hollered. Qin has won. The people from Beijing University all looked incredibly frustrated. How did Shiryu lose? He's the little prince of piano of our Beijing University? How could he be defeated by Qin so easily? Even if this Qin is powerful in martial arts, how come he is also proficient in music? What kind of monster is he? The people from Beijing University didn't want to admit that they had lost, nor could they accept that they had lost. However, the cruel reality was in front of them. They couldn't accept it even if they didn't. The people from Jiangzhou University all sneered at them at this time. Isn't Beijing University very powerful? Didn't they look down on us? Didn't they treat us like an experience bag? Why are they all drooping their heads now? Where is the arrogance that you had just now? When the people from Beijing University heard this, they all became furious. People from Jiangzhou University, don't be too rampant. It's just 2 wins. Dare to exchange poems and songs with us? This, Jiangzhou University's people, all of a sudden, their faces turned ugly. Among them, there must be those who are good at poetry and songs. However, based on the battle just now, those among them who were proficient in poetry and song would definitely end up being hanged once they interacted with the people from Beijing University. Someone, therefore, turned their eyes for help to Qin. Senior Qin, do you know this one too? Isn't that bull ********? As powerful as Qin was, as all-round as he was, he could not be good at everything. The person who asked the question, after asking it, didn't want an answer. He was just asking a casual question. However, Qin's reply left them all stunned. Barely will. Who's going to communicate with me? The people of Beijing University are stunned, and the people of Jiangzhou University are also stunned. Qin is still really an all-round expert. Not only is the martial arts first, the musical attainments are profound. Even this poetry, it is also really very horrible and powerful. The people from Beijing University didn't believe it, and a man in Chinese dress stepped forward. Qin, Let's play a game of poetry. I'll say the previous line, you say the next. If you can't catch it, you lose, Dong Chen said. No problem. The two began to exchange poems. No matter which line the man uttered, Chen Dong was able to answer the next line immediately. At first it was some of the more famous poems. At the back, they were all cold poems. Even for those who study poetry regularly, very few people know them. The man had pulled out all the stops, and Chen Dong still answered correctly. Eventually, cold sweat broke out on his forehead and he could not really speak anymore. But Chen Dong still had a relaxed look on his face and even smiled at him. You seem to be tired? Why don't I come and say it, and you pick it up? Yes. The man gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. The first two sentences were fine. He could catch them. The latter, not only cold children isolated. General poetry books cannot be found. To go to the ancient books among the search, he really couldn't pick it up. And at this rate, he could only disgrace himself, so he decisively admitted defeat. Chen Dong, I'm convinced. You really aren't human. You're simply a monster. The man clasped his fists and said, hurriedly running off the stage. The exchange just now must have cast a shadow over him. He probably won't be reading any poetry for 2 years. Chen Dong won again. The people from Jiangzhou University cheered. No one had expected that Chen Dong would even be able to win over the people from Beijing University, even in poetry. When they were about to exchange just now, they all pinched their sweat, thinking that Chen Dong was going to lose face. Where did you think that it was still a hanging? The faces of the people from Beijing University had darkened to the extreme. They had lost 3 games in a row. They were already on the verge of turning into the kind of experience packs they were talking about. Chen Dong was frantically brushing them off. Previously, how badly they had humiliated the people of Jiangzhou University. Now, how badly they had been humiliated by Chen Dong in turn. Each and every one of them could not wait to find a crack in the ground. It was too humiliating. Chen Dong, I am Beijing University, the president of the Go Club. Do you dare to play blind chess with me? Beijing University. Another person in black clothes stood up and asked. This is pure bullying. Go is already difficult, let alone blind. The opponent looked like he had been training since he was a child and definitely had reached the level of a professional chess player. It was impossible for Chen Dong to beat him in this aspect even if he was all-powerful. Beijing University has really lost face in order to save face. Senior Chen Dong, let me fight him. The person who was proficient in Go at Jiangzhou University shouted. He knew that he was no match for Beijing University, but it did not matter if he lost, as long as Chen Dong did not lose. He couldn't let Beijing University's plot succeed. No need. However, to everyone's surprise, Chen Dong agreed with another bite. You're even proficient at this? I haven't seen you play it before. A person from Jiangzhou University asked in shock. When I was in elementary school, I learned some chess games, Chen Dong said indifferently. Chapter 133, Cafeteria Encounter with a Provocateur. The people from Jiangzhou University were speechless. I learned some chess games when I was a kid, but I'm sure they've all been returned to the teacher by now. At this level, you dare to play against the Go Masters of Beijing University? It's purely to go and make a fool of yourself. Thus, another person from Jiangzhou University persuaded. Senior Chen Dong, it's better for me to go. You've already done enough for the school. There's no need for you to go and pay. Chen Dong smiled faintly. No need. I can handle it. His attitude was so resolute that the people from Jiangzhou University were not in a position to say anything, and the people of Beijing University, one by one, were happy and blossomed. They can always win one. Go is not like other competitive games. It requires not only great talent but also long-term training. Blind chess, not to mention, tests not only a player's memory, but also his spatial ability. It's simply impossible for someone who isn't supremely gifted to be highly accomplished at it. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for Chen Dong to be a match for that Beijing University Go Club president. Chen Dong, I won't bully you. I'll let you have 3 tiles. That person also felt that playing against Chen Dong was too bullying, so he took the initiative to say these words. No need. Start. Chen Dong's reply was dry. The man hesitated and then began to play chess. There is no board. They just say where the pieces are. The average person simply can't understand it. So everywhere there were voices asking, how did it go? Who got the upper hand? Chen Dong. In less than 10 minutes, someone was shocked to say this name. Chen Dong? He has the upper hand? This can't be possible, can it? Is he really that skillful in chess? Those who heard the answer inquired in shock again. Not prevailed. But, he has won. Another person replied. How is that possible? The sound of shocked voices nearly broke through the roof of the auditorium. It's only been 10 minutes. How many tiles? It already felt unbelievable to say that Chen Dong had the upper hand. Instead, the reality is that Chen Dong is not occupying the upper hand, but is already on the verge of winning. This really makes people speechless with amazement. Is Qindong really still human? Where is there such a horrible human being? Don't dare to imagine. I lose. After holding out for another 10 minutes, that president of the Beijing University's Go Club cast his ball and admitted defeat. He really could not hold on any longer. Qindong was like the most sophisticated computer. He only made one mistake. Qindong seized the opportunity and gave a fierce attack, directly rushed his big dragon to pieces. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Qindong let him have 7 tiles, he was bound to lose. The people from Beijing University were stunned. Couldn't even win against Qindong in Go? Then other societies, even less hopeful. They were in a mood that fell to the bottom. How could there be such a terrifying human? One person, trying to single-handedly take on all of their clubs at Beijing University? Since the founding of Beijing University, nothing like this has ever happened to it. They did not believe in it and went up to the stage one after another to look for Qindong to communicate with them, but all of them ended up failing miserably. Until the president of the dance club came on stage and wanted to exchange dances with Qindong. Only then did Qindong voluntarily admit defeat. Only then did Beijing University finally win a set. In fact, Qindong can still win, as long as in the system store, using the sincerity value to buy dance skills, to win over the president of the dance club of Beijing University. It is absolutely easy, but he's a guy. Let him dance? How he felt awkward. So, voluntarily admit defeat. The people of Beijing University breathed a sigh of relief. They were not considered to have lost completely, because they finally won a set. It was a bit of a ridiculous win, but a win was a win. It allowed them to retain some of their dignity. In the end, when they met up with the people from Jiangzhou University again, all of them put away their previous arrogance. They solemnly apologized to the people from Jiangzhou University, and also took the initiative to invite the people from Jiangzhou University to tour the imperial capital, with all expenses fully covered by them. The people from Jiangzhou University were very happy and all looked at Qindong with grateful faces, because all of these are all fought back for them by Qindong. Without Qindong, they would have already rolled back to Jiangzhou in disgrace. Qindong, thank you. The people from Jiangzhou University said with sincere gratitude. We are all classmates. Don't be so polite. Qindong lightly laughed. Can you compensate me for a few days? Lan Yuhan gathered her courage and asked Qindong Dao. I still have a few things to do. I'll come find you when I'm done. Qindong Dao. Oh, Lan Yuhan was a little lost, but she was still happy in her heart. It was because Qindong had finally agreed to accompany her. I have something to do. I'll leave first. Qindong waved goodbye to the crowd again. He appeared suddenly and left quickly, as if he had never been here at all. Thinking back to just now, the scene of his fierce exchange with Beijing University, the crowd had a feeling of being out of this world and falling into a dream. Young Song, Qindong has come to the imperial capital. Shortly after Qindong left, Xie Yingang quietly sent a message to Song Hu. When he was in Jiangzhou, Song Hu looked for trouble with Hong Tao and was stopped by Qindong. Song Hu lost face, and now that Qindong had come to the imperial capital, which was Song Hu's territory, how would Song Hu treat him? Qindong, where are you? I'm getting out of class. Not long after walking out of the auditorium, Qindong received a message from Wang Xiu. I'm playing at school. Where are you? Send me the location. Qindong Dao. Just now that's such a so intense and thrilling exchange. In Qindong's view, even just play? If those people in the club of Beijing University knew about it, I'm afraid they would be speechless again. Wang Xiu sent the location over, and Qindong quickly found her. The two went to the cafeteria to eat together. Why did you ask me to come to school to find you? Qindong asked curiously. It was a little inconvenient to let him come to the school to find Wang Xiu, so he was very puzzled in his heart. Just at this moment, a student with a somewhat pale face walked over with a dinner plate. He took a seat directly next to Qindong and Wang Xiu before smiling. Wang Xiu, it is a pleasure to dine with you. Qindong understood why Wang Xiu had asked him to come to school. It turns out that she also has numerous suitors in this school. She must have gotten bored of them long ago, so bringing Qindong here was to let those people know that she had a boyfriend, and those who wanted to harass her, get the hell away. Don't be looking for pain. Who are you? What's the relationship with Wang Xiu? The man turned his angry gaze towards Qindong. In his years of college, he had never seen any guy sit down to dinner with Wang Su except for girls. Even that one, Sun Yuan, the young master of the Sun family, who was rumored to be about to get engaged to Wang Xiu. No one had ever seen him sitting down to dinner with Wang Xiu. Yet today, a stranger, someone they've never met, is sitting down to dinner with Wang Xiu. Inside, they were angry and curious. In addition to this man, there were quite a few more people gathered in this direction. Obviously, Qindong has become the enemy of all of them. Chapter 134, Zhuofei. Qindong really did not expect in his wildest dreams just to accompany Wang Xiu for a meal, but actually also became a target. From this, We can also see how much Wang Xiu charms in Beijing University. If you do other people, surrounded by so many people watching, you have already been panicked. More even, you may pull out your legs and run, because the people who can enter Beijing University, all of them are either rich or noble, really can't be messed with. However, Chen Dong looked at the man who asked him words with a bland face. I am Wang Xiu, whoever is none of your business? The faces of the surrounding people instantly showed a shocked look. This guy is arrogant enough, how dare he talk back to Zhuo Fei? Zhuo Fei is the famous little bully of our Beijing University. This guy is going to shed his skin even if he doesn't die today. He. Zhuo Fei laughed coldly and looked at Chen Dong with interest. You kid has a lot of courage. No wonder you were able to sit and eat with Wang Xiu. I'm happy today, so I won't clean you up. On this card, there is $1 million. Take the money and get the hell out of here right now. Zhuo Fei threw a bank card in front of Chen Dong. The people around them were, at once, shocked again. This Zhuo Fei is really temperamental. The people who messed with him in the past had to at least have their hands broken. How come today, also have to give each other $1 million? This you don't understand. To be able to sit and eat with Wang Xiu, you must have already gained Wang Xiu's favor. Zhuo Fei doesn't dare to go too far, or else he will make Wang Xiu disgusted. Giving this kid $1 million and telling this kid to get lost will allow Wang Xiu to see his character clearly. This way, Wang Xiu won't be attached to him. That's a really smart move. Killing and killing, taking it shows that this kid is a money-grubbing goods. Do not take? Not to take it is impossible. Zhuo Fei is also considered to give him face. If he does not take it, Zhuo Fei will have an excuse to do it. He don't want to walk out of the cafeteria in one piece. What do you say? Does this kid take it or leave it? What's the point? Definitely take the money and get the hell out. Just when everyone thought that Chen Dong would immediately take this $1 million and roll away. Snap! Chen Dong directly slammed the bank card on Zhuo Fei's face before pointing at the cafeteria door and said, please leave immediately, or else you will be treated impolitely. Zhuo Fei's face, icy cold. A murderous aura filled the cafeteria and everyone shivered. Is this kid really crazy? Even if he rejected Zhuo Fei, he even dared to slam his bank card in Zhuo Fei's face. Does he really not want to live? And he dares to tell Zhuo Fei to leave. And he dares to tell Zhuo Fei that he will be unkind to Zhuo Fei? He's really crazy. This is a good show. Zhuo Fei is the school's little bully. This kid really can't walk out of the cafeteria today. But what exactly is this kid? I haven't seen this character in Zhongbei University before. Just as these people were still pondering and discussing, Zhuo Fei had already made a direct move. He picked up the dinner plate and smashed it hard at Chen Dong's head. Everyone thought that Chen Dong would instantly be in a sorry state. Where did it occur to them that they had guessed wrong again? Snap! A loud slap on Zhuo Fei's face. At once, Zhuo Fei was hit and planted on the dining table. Asterisk. This guy really dares to do it. Did he really slap Drayfly? Is the old man hallucinating? First time you've seen Zhuo Fei take a beating, right? This kid is really something else. Have guts. I admire that. The people around them all gave Chen Dong a thumbs up. Really too powerful. Actually dared to hit the school little bully Zhuo Fei. And still hit the face. This kind of insulting way wants people not to admire it. You dare to hit me? Zhuo Fei climbed up from the ground. Never only he smoked others. Today is the first time he was actually smoked by someone. If this spreads, how can he still mix in the future? That's why he wants to get Chen Dong killed. He clenched his fist and slammed it hard towards Chen Dong's face. Snap! However, Chen Dong's movements, which were always faster than him, was another slap that viciously smacked him in the face. Ah! Zhuo Fei let out a scream as he was hit and planted himself on the ground. Chen Dong stood up from his seat, walked over to Zhuo Fei, stretched out a foot, and stepped on Zhuo Fei's face. Are you great? Why can't I beat you? Did your mom ever teach you manners? Taught you how to behave? No? I'll help her teach you today. Chen Dong's foot exerted force, and Zhuo Fei was immediately stomped and howled again. The surrounding people were all stunned and hastily backed away. This person in front of them was really too arrogant. Actually dared to treat Zhuo Fei like this. They didn't even dare to talk about it, deeply afraid of getting into trouble. Don't be so arrogant in the future. Get lost. Chen Dong kicked Zhuo Fei out 2 to 3 meters away and shouted again. The people around, some speechless. It seems like the arrogant person is you, right? Beat Zhuo Fei to that, and still say Zhuo Fei arrogant? This is too unreasonable, right? What are you doing here? Is it comfortable to disturb someone's meal? Chen Dong turned his head to inquire again. Immediately, the crowd was all scared and backed away. When he came just now, it was still because Chen Dong was a soft persimmon, and with so many of them, how could they just pinch it? It was only now that he realized that Chen Dong was actually so bad to be messed with. But in careful retrospect, they should have thought of that a long time ago. After all, if you dare to eat with Wang Xiu, without some ability, it is absolutely impossible. However, Shuofei is really not someone to be messed with. Don't look at beating him so badly. Now waiting for him to find someone. Chen Dong will be finished. Someone. Therefore, kindly reminded Chen Dong. Hurry up and run for your life. It will be too late if you are late. Chen Dong said indifferently. What are you running away from? The meal hasn't even been finished yet. He didn't care at all. Again causing a group of people around him to exclaim. Chen Dong is really that powerful? Keiko, where are you guys? Bring someone to the restaurant immediately. Shuofei had already run outside the restaurant by now. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Shuo Xiao, come at once. Keiko yelled from the other end. He's a gym student. He's strong. Every time Shuofei had to clean up after someone at school, he was at the front of the line. It can be said that it is the school. Shuofei's first gold medal fighter. Bring more people. No. Shout all your people to the old man. Shuofei yelled again. Mr. Shua, is it that serious? Who's on the other side? Is he from the martial arts club? We wouldn't dare to mess with them. Chang Zi was a bit worried. The people from the Budokai, that's something that should never be messed with. For one thing, the other side was so powerful that they couldn't beat it. Secondly, it is because, most of the people who practice martial arts, most of them are the sons of big families, or they are martial arts families. Messing with them is really looking for death, and out of nowhere, is definitely not from the Budokai. You guys hurry up and come, I'm going to get him killed. Shuofei roared again. Strong Sun did not dare to delay, and immediately brought more than a dozen people, all sports students, all tall and sturdy, came to the restaurant. Chapter 135. A few clicks and you're done. Young Zhuo, what happened to you? Chang Zi brought someone and saw Shuofei's somewhat bruised and swollen cheeks from the beating and immediately inquired curiously. Don't ask so many questions. Follow me into the restaurant and get that killed. Shuofei roared. Keiko didn't dare to ask anymore. Still in shock. Who the hell is it? So arrogant? How dare you hit Shuofei? They really need to see it today. A group of people stormed into the restaurant. At this time in the restaurant, Chen Dong and Wang Xiao had also finished their meal. The two were about to leave when they suddenly saw Shuofei rushing in with a large group of people. Wang Xiao immediately became a bit anxious and stepped forward. Shuofei, what do you want to do? Shuofei laughed coldly. Wang Xiao, this is none of your business. Move to the halfway point. His icy cold eyes filled with murderous aura looked at Chen Dong. Since I was a child, no one has ever hit my old man. How dare you hit me in the face? Today, I will unload both of your arms. Wang Xiao was still trying to block, but Chen Dong stopped her. Don't worry, I will be fine. Chen Dong smiled and said to her before walking towards Shuofei and those people. Already let you off the hook. Do you still bring people here to seek death? Chen Dong asked indifferently. At this time, you still dare to be arrogant with me? Really don't know how to write the word death? Shuofei laughed. Who's going to give him a little lesson? I'll give him $100,000. Keiko was the first to step forward. Don't worry, Shuo Xiao. I'll clean up this kid. Chang Zi immediately walked towards Chen Dong. You are not a student of our school? Why else would you be so ungrateful to mess with Shuo Xiao? These words were actually prying into Chen Dong's bottom line. In Beijian University, there were only two kinds of people who dared to mess with Shuofei. One kind was those whose family was more powerful than Shuofei. The other kind is off-campus people. There were very few clans that were more powerful than Shuofei, and in general, Shuofei would pay attention and not clash with those people. The people outside the school, they don't know that Shuofei is powerful, so they will do such a stupid thing. What kind of person was Chen Dong? Chang Zi was curious. He had to find out before he could really go all out. I am indeed not from Beijian University. Chen Dong Dao. Keiko was relieved to be able to strike without fear. Humph. He laughed fiercely. An off-campus person. How dare you be arrogant? I'll teach you how to behave today. Boom. He raised his hand and threw a punch, slamming it hard towards Chen Dong's face. Snap. Chen Dong stood there, looking like he did not react at all. However, just a moment before the fist was about to smash on his face, he suddenly reached out and slapped hard on Chang Zi's face. Keiko's huge body of nearly 1 meter 9 fell to the ground with a thud. The people in the restaurant who saw this scene all had their hearts jumping. This guy so beatable? Keiko is a gym student. I can't believe he was slapped over on the ground. Too ferocious. I'm afraid Shuofei has messed with a tough opponent this time. Shuofei's face was slightly shocked. Obviously he did not expect that Chang Zi would be smacked over by Chen Dong on the ground. Chen Dong had just smacked him and it seemed that he had shown mercy. Otherwise, with that small body of his, a direct slap might have knocked him out with a concussion. His face grew more and more ferocious as he rushed at Chen Dong, roaring loudly and angrily again. Together, get him killed for me. Each person will be rewarded $500,000. Those who came with Chang Zi had already begun to retreat when they saw how ferocious Chen Dong was. Yet heavy rewards will be rewarded. That's $500,000. Who wouldn't want that? With so many of them swarming around, Chen Dong was definitely no match. So this money, pure and simple, is for nothing. These people immediately walked up and shouted at Chen Dong. It's not too late for you to kneel down and apologize now, Hema. Otherwise we'll do it. You definitely won't be able to walk out of this restaurant today. Chen Dong laughed lightly. Just you trash. You can't help me yet. You're really looking for death. Gave you the chance. You don't. Then don't blame us for not being polite. These gym students, laughing, swarmed up and were about to press Chen Dong to the ground and beat him violently. Just then, Chen Dong raised his leg and kicked out. Bang! A gym student, who took a hard blow to the stomach and immediately bent his body into an arch. The powerful force caused his body to fly straight up, crashing heavily into those behind him. Bang bang bang, like a bowling ball, immediately fell down a large area. The surrounding people, all stunned, asterisk. The power of this kick, is it too big? A bunch of bullheaded gym kids are about to get their asses kicked like that? This guy, he really isn't ordinary. No wonder he dares to go against Zhu Fei. Some gym students climbed up and charged towards Chen Dong again. However, the result was still the same as earlier. As Chen Dong kicked over, no one could hold it and directly fell to the ground. The people that Zhu Fei had called out to were all beaten down by Chen Dong in this manner, in 3 blows. I've already said that you guys are just a bunch of trash. Why don't you believe me? Chen Dong shook his head and did not look at these people. His stern gaze, at this time, looked at Zhu Fei again. I hope you won't be hitting Wang Xiu's attention in the future. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret coming to this world. After saying this, Chen Dong ignored Zhu Fei. He turned to Wang Xiu and said, let's go. Wang Xiu was still in shock. Obviously she did not expect that Chen Dong was so powerful that he took care of these people in a few strokes. After hearing Chen Dong call out to her, she immediately nodded her head and said, oh, got it. She walked over, shoulder to shoulder with Chen Dong, and left the restaurant. Wait, as the two were about to leave the restaurant, Zhu Fei had already recovered from his shock, and he sneered at Chen Dong. So what if you can fight? At most, you are a piker. With the money I have, I can get 100 men, 1,000 men to fight you. Can you guarantee you'll win them all? Trying to be with Wang Xiu is ultimately a dream if you can't fulfill her material needs. Get your head out of your ass and stop being stupid. Chen Dong's eyes narrowed as he inquired Zhu Fei. Listening to your words, you are very rich? Zhu Fei sneered. 10 of you tied together. I'm afraid it's not as good as lousy. Interesting. Chen Dong laughed. Since you are so confident, let's compare who is rich. When the people around them heard this, they were stunned again. Dare to compare richness with Zhu Fei? This guy is out of his mind, right? He has already defeated Zhu Fei in terms of force. He should leave in style. Yet he still wants to compare money with Zhu Fei. Does he want to be abused? The Zhu family's assets, but it's over $500 billion. What's he going to compare it to? Everyone felt that Chen Dong was humiliating himself by trying to compete with Zhu Fei in terms of money. They couldn't figure out why Chen Dong was doing this. Chapter 136, Direct Acquisition of Shops. If you let them know that Chen Dong has nothing, it's just a lot of money outside, they wouldn't be so curious. Zhu Fei laughed harshly. This was a really unexpected surprise. Chen Dong actually wanted to compete with him on who was rich. He was finally able to abuse back and humiliate Chen Dong. How do you want to compare? He immediately asked Chen Dong anxiously. Go ahead. Chen Dong said indifferently. Lest it be said that I'm bullying you. Bullying me? Zhu Fei really couldn't believe what his ears were hearing. Just this famous brand on his body was worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, while Chen Dong's clothes, which looked to be ground floor goods, added up to less than $200. Just like this, Chen Dong even told him, to bully him? He was really a bit speechless. Has Dong Chen suddenly lost his mind? It's no longer a contest of force, but a contest of who has money? How can Chen Dong still be so confident? Let's go to a jewelry store and pick a piece of jewelry to send to Wang Xiu. Whoever picks the expensive one is the winner. Zhu Fei laughed. No problem. Chen Dong agreed in a single breath. If you lose, you have to leave Wang Xiu, and you're not allowed to be near her in the future. Zhu Fei coldly laughed again. No problem. Chen Dong still agreed in one breath, then also said to Zhu Fei, if you lose, you are not allowed to harass Wang Xiu in the future either. No problem. Zhu Fei laughed sarcastically, thinking in his heart, how could I possibly lose? When I used to give Wang Su gifts, Wang Su didn't even want them. This time, Wang Su can't say no. Make sure to pick one of the most expensive ones. I'm going to get Wang Xiu while I can. Chen Dong, aren't you being a little too hasty? On the way to the jewelry store, Wang Xiu whispered to Chen Dong, with the Table family's financial strength, Zhu Fei will have no problem casually taking out a few $100 million to spend. How can you compete with him? Don't get me involved. Chen Dong laughed. Why are you always so unsure of me? I came to the imperial capital this time to help you with your troubles. How am I supposed to help you when I can't even fix a second son of a table family? Trust me, it's definitely not going to screw you over. Seeing the confident look on his face, the worries in Wang Xiu's heart were gradually dispelled. Her biggest worry was still, what would she do if Qindong lost and didn't see her in the future? That was why she was in such a hurry. Fei Xian Jewelry Store is the closest one to Beijing University. The jewelry inside is all very expensive. The cheapest ones start at $100,000. There's no way around it. It's so close to Beijing University and the store rent is expensive. And the students of Beijing University, who are either rich or wealthy, can afford to spend money. Chen Dong, Wang Xiu, Zhuo Fei, and a group of watching students from Beijing University arrived at the jewelry store. Welcome. The welcoming lady was immediately stunned when she saw such a large array. Was this some kind of major happy event? How could so many people come? They already had someone to inform the manager. Not long after, a man in his 30s with a very shrewd look appeared in front of Qindong and the others. Young Master Zhuo, how are you? Zhuo Fei was a regular customer here, and the manager recognized him and immediately came up to greet him. What would you like to pick out today? The manager inquired again curiously. Bring out your town treasure for me. Zhuo Fei drank. Young Master Zhuo, you're not joking? You really want to buy the treasure of the town store? The manager was stunned. The treasure of that town store is a diamond gold necklace. That was handcrafted by the top masters in Europe over a period of 3 years. Gold and diamonds are already worth money. And this necklace, there is also a very high artistic value. This makes it even more extravagant and precious. That's why the manager made sure that Zhuo Fei didn't really want to buy it. Hurry up and take it out. What am I doing in your store if I don't buy it? Zhuo Fei coldly said. Young Master Zhuo, this way please. The manager ate a tranquilizer and led Zhuo Fei to the showroom inside. Go and see how precious the treasure of the store is. Zhuo Fei turned around and sneered, and even gave Qindong a provocative look, as if to say, immediately you will be shocked to close your mouth, and then know how self-humiliating it is to compare money with me. Inside, there was a separate showroom, only 10 or so square feet, lavishly decorated. In the center, there was only one piece of jewelry, the very same gold and diamond necklace. The crowd was attracted by its dazzling light as soon as they entered this exhibition hall. Some girls even screamed, "Oh my god, it's so dazzling, like the stars in the sky, shrunken down and hanging here. If I could wear it once, it would be worth dying for. If Shuo Xiao gives me this necklace, I'll do anything for him." Zhuo Fei was very satisfied when he heard these murmurs. He directly asked the manager, "How much?" The manager laughed. 288,888,000,000. Is Mr. Zhuo paying it all at once, or in installments? Zhuo Fei sneered. Staging? Do you despise me? Pay it all at once. The manager immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Shuo Xiao. I'm dog-eyed and underestimated you. Around them, there was another gasp of surprise, worthy of being Zhuo Fei. Too rich. That's over $200 million. Surprisingly, you have to pay it all at once. He's a sure winner. There can't be a more valuable jewel here than the town treasure. He gave it to Wang Xiu. Wang Xiu is definitely moving. Zhuo Xiao is going to hold a beautiful woman. Congratulations to Zhuo Xiao. Spending more than $200 million to chase after a girl is really not an ordinary luxury. Those girls who came with him were almost envious of Wang Xiu. Almost everyone thought that Qindong would definitely lose. Because here, it was really impossible for there to be anything more valuable than the treasure of the town store. Even if Qindong had the money to buy all the other jewelry, it would still be a notch below the town's treasure that Zhuo Fei had bought. Besides, does Qindong have the money to buy all the jewelry here? That was definitely not the case. Therefore, he could only leave Wang Xiu in disgrace. Be a man of honor. You lost. Hurry up and go. Zhuo Fei took out his bank card and was about to swipe it when he turned back to Qindong Dao with this cold smile. Who told you that I lost? On Qindong's face, an inexplicable expression appeared. When the people around them saw this scene, they were suddenly shocked again. Could you also take out more than $200 million? Qindong turned his head and laughed. Only more than $200 million? Are you insulting me? What do you mean? On the faces of the surrounding crowd, they all showed a puzzled look again. You're the manager, right? How much does it cost to acquire your company? Qindong was no longer paying attention to those people but turned his head to ask that manager. What did you say? The manager thought that he had misheard his ears. Qindong was actually going to acquire this store? Is this a joke? That would cost at least tens of billions. Did Qindong have that much money? He felt that Qindong was joking with him. I'm sorry, sir, today is not April Fool's Day. The manager was disgruntled and said to Dong Chen, so please don't joke with me like that. Chapter 137, The Money Crackdown. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Qindong said to the manager. Ha! The manager laughed coldly. Acquiring this store would require at least tens of billions. Do you have that much money? Dong Chen said. There definitely is. If you can make the call, we can trade right away. The manager laughed and turned to one of the clerks. Bring the card swiper. The clerk immediately took the card swiper over, and the manager took it in his hand and smiled again as he said to Chen Dong, you first swipe me a deposit of $1 billion. If you really have that much money, I'll immediately bring our boss here to discuss the cooperation with you. As soon as these words came out, a burst of voices sneering at Chen Dong immediately came to mind in the surroundings. Oops, this pretending to be an idiot. He surely didn't expect that the manager would come to this trick with him, directly making him pay $1 billion deposit up front. The way he looks, let alone $1 billion. It's questionable whether he can get $100,000 out. If you can't get it, you're just messing around here, and the manager definitely won't let him go. How come even this kind of goods can be with Wang Xiu? Is there something wrong with Wang Xiu's eyes? After mocking Chen Dong, the crowd was very puzzled again. How could Wang Xiu look at a commodity like Chen Dong? Can't afford to pretend to be an idiot. I'm sure I'll be targeted by the jewelry store owner again later. He's purely embarrassing here. How could this worthless piece of Wang Xiu like him? It is simply dropping, swiping the card successfully, swiping amount, $1 billion. However, the next moment, everyone was stunned, only to see Chen Dong, after setting the amount, put his finger on the card swiper fingerprint reader. In a flash, this metallic sound rang out. The expressions on the faces of those who had just been mocking Chen Dong instantly froze. Is there something wrong with the machine? Someone yelled. The manager immediately grabbed the machine to take a closer look, only to see the screen shows a 1, followed by a large series of 0. He carefully counted it. It really is $1 billion. In order to confirm that it really received $1 billion amount, he went to check the company account again, and the result was that there was really $1 billion transferred into the account. Not the slightest difference. He was completely stunned. Looking at Chen Dong again, the contempt in his eyes, the sneer, has completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced with currying favor, deference, flattery, and a hint of fear. He obviously never dreamed that this person in front of him, who was dressed in ordinary and casual clothes, would really take out $1 billion deposit at once. Get this gentleman a chair. The manager turned his head and yelled at the clerk. Oh, I'll be right there. The clerk responded, about to move the chair. Shandong said, move too. Right, Mr. Chen. I'm really sorry, I've neglected it. The manager hurriedly remedied the situation. Why did you move too? Because Wang Su needs to sit down and rest too. The people who came with them, at this time, have already grabbed the card swiper, and are verifying whether Chen Dong has really paid $1 billion deposit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're counting that big string of numbers, how many zeros there are. It was finally determined that it was really $1 billion. One by one, they immediately cast a complicated look at Chen Dong. Obviously, they must have never dreamed that Chen Dong had actually taken out $1 billion. The person who had just scolded Chen Dong for acting like an idiot, at this time, could not wait to find a crack in the ground. These people also finally understood why Wang Xiu liked Chen Dong. Is it possible that the person Wang Xiu, such an unusual and strange woman, likes could be a poor man? Compared with him, Zhuo Fei spends more than 200 million and buys what the treasure of the town, is purely funny. And this billion, but also just a deposit. The acquisition of stores, at least tens of billions, casually take out tens of billions of dollars. How rich is this? The people who were present already didn't dare to imagine it. Quite a few girls, they have begun to throw winks at Chen Dong, hoping that Chen Dong will give them a little attention. However, Wang Xiu was here, and together, they were dim. Therefore, it was impossible for Chen Dong to pay attention to them. It wasn't long before a man in his 40s with a slight build trotted over. Are you Mr. Chen? Hello, how are you? The man greeted Chen Dong as soon as he came, then introduced himself. My name is Zhang Yi. Nice to meet you, Shandong said. The manager already told you, didn't he? Zhang Yi nodded his head and said, the manager said that you're going to acquire my store. However, my store is well run, and the road, too, is super valuable. So, I don't want to hold back. The surrounding people, all of a sudden, had a curious face. Why did Zhang Yi come if he didn't want to bear the pain? Did he say that to ask for a price? No. Look at the expression on his face. Is really do not want to sell. In that case, why is he still so polite with Chen Dong? The crowd really couldn't figure it out. In fact, this is not difficult to understand. Chen Dong is so rich. At a glance, his identity is not ordinary. Zhang Yi, such a business person, naturally want to befriend. Even if he didn't sell his store, being able to befriend such a big shot would benefit him a lot. That was why he was so polite to Chen Dong. What if I must buy it? Chen Dong asked again. Zhang Yi's face changed slightly as he asked curiously. Mr. Chen, why are you so persistent? Chen Dong laughed and turned his head to look at Zhuo Fei, who had already hid behind the crowd. For one thing, it's because I've already said my words. If I can't do it, it's a slap in my face. Secondly, it's to show some people not to be dog-eared all the time. Don't think you're so great just because you have a few dollars. There are plenty of people in this world who are richer than you. It's just that they don't like to show off as much as you do. 3 is to tell those who still want to harass my girlfriend. Want to harass can also. First take a 10 billion to make my girlfriend happy. After Chen Dong said this, the faces of the surrounding people all showed a sweaty look. Especially Dre felt. He thought that he couldn't beat Dong Chen. Chen Dong was purely a reckless person in his eyes. Comparing who's rich with him is purely self-defeating. He would hang Chen Dong on this, then make Chen Dong shameless and leave Wang Xiu in disgrace. And at that time, he would have a chance. Where did he think that he was not as strong as Chen Dong in terms of force? And surprisingly, he did not have as much money as Chen Dong. Utilizing the power of the family to acquire this store, it is not difficult. But his family, surely, will interrogate again and then think about it, and finally make a decision. I do not know when to wait. At that point, it wasn't even his acquisition anymore. It was the family's. Chen Dong is not the same. Directly open his mouth is to acquire, which has not even used the power of his family. If really utilizes his family's power, how terrifying will it be? I am afraid that it will be exactly the same as it is now, with Chen Dong's family, hanging his family, exactly the same as Chen Dong hanging him now. He didn't have the face to continue staying here at all, turned his head and fled in ashes. Chapter 138, Assassination. 1 byte price, $20 billion. Chen Dong stretched out 2 more fingers and said to Zhang Yi, if you want to sell, I'll pay you a deposit of $2 billion first and then send professionals to sign the contract with you. When the contract is signed, the rest of the money, all of it will be transferred to you at once. Of course, if you're still not willing to sell, forget it. Zhang Yi thought rapidly in his heart. $20 billion, far more than his store is worth. Selling it to Chen Dong, he would definitely not lose out. And if he did not sell, he would obviously offend a big shot like Chen Dong. So, if he doesn't sell it, he has more to lose than to gain. Why mess with money when you can make a killing? Mr. Chen Dong, it's a pleasure to conclude this business with you. Zhang Yi laughed. Bring the card swiper over, Chen Dong said. The clerk immediately brought the card swiper carefully, no longer having the look of contempt when he first brought the card swiper just now, because Chen Dong was now the god of wealth in their eyes. Tick, swipe successful. Swipe amount, $1 billion. The people around them were stunned again when they heard that number. A whole $2 billion. Spent it casually like this. This is really rich. Give me just a little and I can achieve wealth freedom. He looks so ordinary. I didn't expect that, but he's a hidden big shot. Landlord, take my knee. Do you need a little brother? I'm willing to serve you. Many people exclaimed in shock and wanted to hug Chen Dong's thighs. They all regretted why they did not make their relationship with Chen Dong better just now when they did not know that Chen Dong was so rich. After getting it right, they will definitely get the benefits given by Chen Dong. And now, all is a castle in the air. A mirror, they can only bemoan the fantasy. You leave your phone number behind. Wait for a few days and my people will come to you to discuss. Chen Dong added to Zhang Yi. Good. Zhang Yi nodded his head in a hurry and left a phone number for Chen Dong. With that, Chen Dong took Wang Xiu and left in style. The people who came with him all leaned to the sides. This is the aura of a rich man. They don't dare to approach Chen Dong at all, even though Chen Dong was still dressed so plainly. Yet to them, it looked like a mountain moving. That aura really pressed down on them. Chen Dong, what exactly do you do? How come you are so rich? As Chen Dong sent Wang Xiu back to school, Wang Xiu curiously inquired. Jiangzhou's side is leaning against the mountains, and there are mines in the mountains, and I'm a mine owner, so a little bit of money. Chen Dong laughed. Wang Su stared at him, clearly not believing what he was saying. Wang Xiu's heart, however, was filled with gratitude for him, because, no matter whether Chen Dong is fighting Zhuo Fei or not, or acquiring the jewelry store or not, is helping her. She used to be annoyed by the number of people who used to come and harass her every day, but now it's different. Those who still want to harass Wang Xiu will have to think twice. Those who think they can fight will first consider if there is a Chen Dong who can fight, and if not, they will immediately get out. Those who felt that they were rich also had to consider whether they could casually spend $20 billion to amuse Wang Xiu, just like Chen Dong, by buying a jewelry store. If you don't have this financial strength, it is better to get out immediately. Otherwise, it will be the same as Zhuo Fei, making a fool of himself. Those who can fulfill these 2 conditions, the entire Beijing University, must be as rare as a phoenix feather. In the future, Wang Xiu's life can be very quiet. Chen Dong, thank you. When she arrived at the school entrance, Wang Xiu was once again grateful to Chen Dongdao. It's too early to thank me now, as your real trouble has yet to be solved. Chen Dong laughed. That trouble, was Sun Yuan, Wang Xiu's marriage to him. Wang Xiu is not willing, then this marriage can never succeed. After seeing Wang Xiu enter the campus, Chen Dong turned to leave. He took out his cell phone and dialed Jiang Menghan's number. Boss, what's the matter? Jiang Menghan inquired with some excitement. Chen Dong took the initiative to call her again. She was very happy and jubilant. I've bought a jewelry store in the imperial capital. You arrange for someone to sign the contract as soon as possible, said Chen Dong. The joy on Jiang Menghan's face, the joy, instantly disappeared. Chen Dong looked for her and surprisingly, he was talking about work again. She was really speechless. Couldn't she talk about something personal when looking for her? Alright, I know. I'll immediately arrange for someone to come to the imperial capital, Jiang Menghan said, to send competent people, because I already have an idea that their company, not only to be based in Haicheng, but also to be based in the imperial capital, will start from this jewelry store and expand towards the surrounding. Chen Dong Dao, so, you must send competent people to run it well. Boss, I know, I will definitely not fail you, Jiang Menghan assured Chen Dong. Chen Dong was then relieved, and after giving her the contact number and address, Chen Dong hung up the phone. Chen Dong was still staying at the Hill Hotel, and walking back was a bit tiring, so Chen Dong called for a car. It didn't take long to get in the car before he felt intensely sleepy. He closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep, and at that moment, the driver, who was driving, suddenly had a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. With a wave of his hand, a sharp dagger unexpectedly appeared in his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he stabbed the dagger towards Chen Dong's heart. It turned out that Chen Dong felt drowsy, not because of the drowsiness produced by exhaustion. Rather, he had placed a special drug in the car that would make people drowsy and fall into a dream state. At that time, he could easily finish off the drowsy man. And who is he? Why did you want to kill Chen Dong? Just at the moment when Chen Dong's heart, to be pierced through, the sleeping Chen Dong suddenly reached out and grabbed his hand. With that, Chen Dong opened his eyes. How did you didn't fall asleep? The driver asked, stunned. Your medicine is too trashy. It's impossible to knock someone out. Chen Dong said indifferently. Impossible. This medicine is very powerful and precious. If it is not to deal with an expert like you, it is simply impossible to take it out. How in the world did you crack the medicine? The driver inquired with another shock. Have to admit, the medicine he used on Chen Dong is indeed good. The moment Chen Dong just got into the car, he was really hit. However, Chen Dong had a system. Not only did it wake him up, it also guided him and purchased the antidote in the system store. Just like that, the immensely valuable and powerful medicine that the driver was using turned into useless junk. Chen Dong's sincerity value has now skyrocketed to several hundred points again. One is those people from Hill Hotel who are grateful that he doesn't care. The second is the people from Jiangzhou University who are grateful that he stepped in and defeated the people from Beijing University to save their face. And then there's also Wang Xiu's gratitude to Chen Dong. So he was now, once again, able to be casually extravagant. However, there is still a long way to go from 1,000 points to sell Huanjing Gongfu, and 1,500 points to buy cultivation Gongfu. Chen Dong exerted force on his hand. The man's wrist was broken and the dagger fell to the ground. Chapter 139, Tragic Car Accident. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The driver screamed. Let go of my hand. Chen Dong said in a cold voice. Who sent you to kill me? Was it Sun Yuan? The first thing that came to his mind when he was assassinated was Sun Yuan, because in Jiangzhou, he violently beat up Sun Yuan, and at Beijing University, he had made such a big commotion. Sun Yuan must have already known that he had come to the imperial capital. Then, it would not be surprising at all for him to send an assassin to kill Chen Dong. Let go of my hand first and I'll tell you who sent me, the driver said. Chen Dong felt that he could not play any tricks, so he let go of his hand. Where did he think that just then? The driver suddenly jerked the steering wheel and rushed towards the center of the road. What are you doing? Running away? I am in the car. Can you escape? Chen Dong mocked and sneered, really not understanding the driver's actions. If Chen Dong was not in the car, this behavior of his could still be concluded as a reckless escape. However, Chen Dong was in the car. No matter how he drove, he could not get rid of Chen Dong. If that's the case, why did he panic so much about the strong road and speed up the car? It is simply, at this moment, Chen Dong suddenly sensed a crisis. Looking around, 4 trucks rushed towards him. He instantly turned pale and rushed at the driver. You turned out to be committing suicide, and trying to drag me to be buried with you. You're actually not alone, but a group. You're the enforcer. They're the backup plan. When you fail, they do it immediately. You guys are really horrible at counting. The driver did not say anything, obviously acquiescing to Chen Dong's speculation. Trapped in a car and in the center of the road, surrounded by 4 trucks rushing at the same time, the people in the car, even if they had heavenly skills, would be run over alive. Therefore, Chen Dong looked as if he was really dead. However, the person who assassinated him still missed one thing, and that is, Chen Dong's strength. His strength, already at the peak of internal force, was infinitely close to harmonization force, and with the support of tonic medicine, he could even consume someone who had taken a step into harmonization force. A car to trap him? It's a pipe dream. Boom! Chen Dong waved his hand and hit the roof of the car. At once, the roof of the car was impacted by a powerful force, and the surrounding area was immediately torn apart. Then the large roof flew out like a piece of paper. The car also shook violently with it. The driver was shocked. Impossible. This car has been specially modified. Even people with general internal strength can be trapped. How can you break it with a palm? When Chen Dong heard this, his brows immediately furrowed. The person who assassinated him wasn't generally underestimating his strength. Surprisingly, he thought that he was only an external strength powerhouse. That's why the extent of the car's remodeling was such that it would be something that could only trap strong people with average internal energy. This was a very important clue, and Chen Dong gratefully said to the driver, "Thank you for telling me so much. I won't play with you anymore." Phew! Chen Dong's body rose up from the ground and rushed out of the car at once. Rumble! Just at this moment, the trucks rushing over from all around, ruthlessly crashed into the car. In an instant, the car was crushed into a discus. The driver who stayed with you, his body directly turned into mush. Blood flowed all over the place. He died without even uttering a scream. Boom! Just then, the 4 trucks crashed hard again. The terrifying impact made a loud sound, and the sound waves spread in all directions. Appalling! The front of the car exploded in a direct hit, and the parts flew out, smashing several of the surrounding cars that were passing by. This picture, really scary. And at that moment, Chen Dong also fell down from the air as he stood on a scrap truck. Before he had time to take a breath, 4 figures around him suddenly appeared and surrounded him in the center. These 4 people, the drivers of the 4 cars, were all internal strength experts. "Who sent you guys to kill me?" Chen Dong inquired. "All 4 of them are like wood. Their expressions are wooden, and their looks are wooden. They didn't say anything, and they directly killed toward Chen Dong. Let's capture all of you first and interrogate you later," Chen Dong said in a cold voice. Boom! He swung out a palm that appeared to be soft and feeble. However, the person who collided with this palm, his arm was immediately shattered. With just one palm, Chen Dong made him lose his fighting strength. The other 3, too, they all lost an arm. If they wanted to kill Chen Dong would definitely not be able to show any mercy. Just leave them alive for interrogation. Great success, Chen Dong said indifferently. And right at this moment, those 4 people suddenly all clenched their own teeth with force. The scene that only appears in movies and TV dramas appeared in front of Chen Dong. That is, all these people actually have poison hidden in their teeth. Having failed in their mission to prevent being caught, they had actually all taken poison. Chow! Chen Dong immediately cursed angrily. Those movies and TV dramas, all seen in the dog's stomach. How come I didn't think that these people would have this trick? He immediately rushed over to see if he could save. However, those people, the poisons they took were all blood-seeing poisons. Chen Dong could not save them at all. He could only look at their corpses and look at the ocean. Chen Dong was helpless and shook his head, and could only give up on his intention of finding clues from these people. All around, the car has blocked the city along Dragon. The traffic police came and are dealing with such a tragic and spectacular car accident, apparently almost never seen. And just at this moment, there are a few more figures. The figure is extremely fast. In broad daylight ordinary people basically cannot see. Really as if the ghosts, they rushed into the scene of the car accident already, came to the front of Chen Dong. These people are obviously all from the Dragon Group. The Imperial Capital is a heavy area with an extremely large number of Dragon team members. This car accident, at first glance, is not normal. That's why the Dragon team is here to investigate. Chen Dong, it's you? What happened here? Chen Dong was now a celebrity in the Dragon Group. Who could be like him? Just entering the Dragon Group as a quasi-first-class member. Within a few days, he became a deputy leader again. This speed of promotion is really faster than riding a rocket. So the people in the Dragon Group probably all recognize him. They were curious as to why Chen Dong was here. Did the car accident have something to do with Chen Dong? I was assassinated. Here, Chen Dong said in a cold voice. The dragons guessed right. And not just right. The car accident not only has a relationship with Chen Dong, but also has a big relationship. Surprisingly, it is the person who assassinated Chen Dong who made it. Who assassinated you? How dare he assassinate the vice leader of the Dragon team? Is he tired of living? The members of the Dragon team all cursed. I don't know who did it either. Chen Dong shook his head. Although he suspected Sun Yuan, he did not have any evidence. Therefore, he did not name Sun Yuan. Got a live one? As long as there is a breath, we can pry his mouth open. The dragon team member asked angrily again. Chendong pointed at the surrounding corpses and shook his head helplessly. All of them took poison and killed themselves. Chapter 140, The Mastermind. Seeing those corpses that had taken poison and killed themselves, the members of the dragon team were also shocked for a while. Too damn ruthless. These aren't killers at all. They are all dead soldiers. A dragon team member exclaimed. Dead soldiers? Are you kidding? There are such things in the modern world? Chendong was incredibly stunned. The people who killed him were surprisingly all dead soldiers. Once the mission did not succeed, they immediately killed themselves to avoid exposing their identities and the black hand behind them. No wonder they died so decisively, leaving Chendong without a single clue. Isn't the dead soldier an ancient contraption? How can such a thing still exist in modern times? Simply let Chendong cannot believe. Ordinary families, they definitely don't have this kind of thing. However, those families with a long history of inheritance are no different from the ancient times, so it is not surprising that they have such things. After the dragon group's man explained, he then curiously asked Chendong, what kind of people have you offended? Surprisingly, they sent dead soldiers to kill you. Chendong shook his head. I really don't know who it is now. The dragon said, do you need to arrange for someone to protect you? Chendong thought for a while and said, with my current strength, as long as those old monsters do not make a move, no one should be able to do anything to me. Therefore, don't send anyone to protect me. I need to lure them out, and then I'm going to take them out. If the dragon group had sent someone to protect Chendong, those people would definitely not be in the picture. If they did not appear, Chendong would not be able to know who they really were and thus would not be able to make a move at all. As long as these people were not removed, it would be a huge hidden danger to Chendong. Therefore, Chendong must take a risk and use himself as bait to fish out all those people. Well, be careful yourself. If something happens, feel free to contact the dragon group. You are now the deputy leader of the dragon group. Hema, those people really don't open their eyes? Dare to move you? Waiting to find them, will certainly even root eradication. Dragon group people, again to Chendong Road. This gave Chendong a huge comfort in his heart. It was right to join the dragon team. There is a strong backer behind me. The bottom of the heart is also sufficient. The rest of the matters were left to the dragon team's people. Chendong left the place. What? Failed? How is it possible? How could 4 inner strength powerhouses, plus that mysterious, inexplicable, and invaluable medicine, fail? In the imperial capital, in an ancient courtyard, Samhu roared incredulously at the few men in front of him. Chendong guessed wrongly. He thought that the person who wanted to kill him was Sun Yuan. It turned out that it wasn't at all, and the person who sent the dead to kill him was actually Songhu. When he was in Zhengzhou, Songhu wanted to clean up Hong Tao, but he was blocked by Chendong and had to leave. Although Songhu left, Chendong spoke very politely. What you later come to the imperial capital, I am bound to treat you well. All is to coax the ghost, is the scene of words. Chendong prevented him from killing Hong Tao and made him lose face. He definitely wanted to get Chendong killed. It's just that Chendong is in Zhengzhou, so he doesn't have a chance. The heart has been lost, and now that Chendong had finally come to the imperial capital, he naturally wanted to seize this opportunity to finish Chendong off. However, what he had never dreamed of was that Chendong's strength would be so strong. When Chendong blocked him last time, he did not do it himself, but handed it over to a few of his men. He thought at that time that although Chendong had some strength, he might not be strong. At most he would be at the peak of the external force. Even if they entered the inner strength, they might only be in the early stages of the inner strength. He sent 4 experts of the inner strength realm, plus that valuable medicine. How do you think? Chendong should be certain death. Where did he think that Chendong had easily counterattacked? Let him lose 4 powerful dead soldiers. In his heart is not as simple as being surprised. It is almost angry. The price to be paid for cultivating a dead soldier was simply unimaginable. What's more, it was still a dead soldier of the inner strength realm. 4 of them died at once. Even a big family like the Song family can't afford it. This will surely alert the top and let him explain. No doubt, when he explains, he will be scolded. So he just got angrier and angrier the more he thought about it, and his cheeks had twitched and twisted. Chendong, you have caused my Song family to suffer huge losses. I will not let you go sooner or later. The man standing in front of him asked, young master, do you still want to continue? Songhu shook his head. It didn't work this time. He must have raised his guard. Killing him isn't easy anymore. Wait for a period of time. When he lets his guard down, then kill him. Yes, the people in the courtyard left. It didn't take long, but someone did come to deliver a message, telling Songhu to go see the old man. In the chamber, I don't know what they talked about. However, Songhu was already bruised and swollen when he came out of the chamber. Looks like it wasn't as simple as scolding him, but also beating him up pretty hard. After all, he this time, really to waste out so precious 5 dead soldiers, but also failed. Here is the imperial capital. The dragon group has been alarmed. If the investigation to the head of the Song family, then it is going to be a big disaster. While Song Hu was getting beaten up, Chen Dong had also returned to the Hill Hotel. Stop! At the doorway, a security guard shouted at Chen Dong. On Chen Dong's face, surprise immediately appeared. You told me to stand still? He couldn't believe that a security guard had stopped him. Last night, the junior supervisor, Yang Kai, was looking for trouble with him and was already cleaned up. These security guards, how dare they stop him? Have they lived long enough? You're the one who called. What are you doing here in this raggedy outfit? Scram! The security guard shouted at Chen Dong. Chen Dong had just experienced an assassination, and his clothes, indeed, were a bit tattered. Yet because of that, the security guard doesn't recognize him? He is not disfigured. His face is also very clean. These security guards, are they all face blind? In Chen Dong's heart, he revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. I'm a guest of the hotel. I'm staying here. Please get out of the way. Ha! The security guard didn't get out of the way and sneered. You still live here like this? You're a rag picker, aren't you? Get the hell out of here, or I'll be rude to you. Chen Dong's last ounce of tolerance and patience had been exhausted. The other party was too arrogant and did not check whether what Chen Dong said was true or not. Surprisingly, he still directly told Chen Dong to get lost. Chen Dong definitely could not be in a position to hold back. Even if this was the property of Wang Xiu's family, he had to teach these ungrateful security guards a lesson. I'll give you 2 seconds to get out of my way right now, or I'll be rude to you, Dong Chen said. Ha ha ha. The security guard immediately burst out laughing. How the hell do you dare to be rude to me? I'll get it first. Snap. Chen Dong raised his hand and slapped the security guard hard on his face, then faintly said, I'm sorry. 2 seconds have passed. The security guard received a slap and a bright red palm print immediately appeared on his face. He roared, how dare you hit me? Someone. With a shout from him, a dozen security guards immediately gathered around. ZZ. In the hands of these security guards, all of them are holding electric shock devices. When the switch was pressed, the current flashed and sparks splashed everywhere, which was very scary. Chapter 141, Taking a Beating for Nothing. A dozen security guards surrounded Chen Dong, all holding tasers in their hands. This formation, very appalling. However, there was no fear at all on Chen Dong's face, not to mention the fact that they were only holding stunners. Even if they were holding firearms, Chen Dong was confident that he would finish them all off within 10 seconds. That's why he didn't panic at all when he asked, what are you guys doing? The security guard who took the beating walked over with a sardonic smile. Dare to hit me? You really are bold enough. Immediately give me a knee to apologize. Otherwise, you don't want to leave here alive today. Chen Dong Dao, hitting you is because you're being cheap. I've told you that I'm a guest of the hotel, and you're still blocking me. If I don't hit you, who will I hit? That security guard, instead of getting an apology from Chen Dong, was also mocked by Chen Dong like this. He was immediately enraged. He was also holding an electric baton in his hand and immediately pestled it towards Chen Dong. Damn it, you still dare to be arrogant. I'll let you taste the taste of being electrocuted today. Seeing that the flickering electric current was about to collide on Chen Dong's body, it was as if the rest of the people had already seen when Chen Dong was being convulsed by the electric shock, and all of their faces had already revealed a perverted caricatured smile. Snap! The sound of a loud slap suddenly echoed through the place again. The crowd froze, fixed their eyes to see. I don't know when to click Chen Dong as security guard. Has been Chen Dong's slap knocked over on the ground. Just now, Chen Dong slapped him, but at that time, it was just to give him a little lesson, without exerting any force, so on his face, only a bright red palm print appeared. This time is different. He has used the taser against Chen Dong. Chen Dong will definitely not be polite, and directly slap him, smacking him to foam at the mouth, and fainting on the ground. The rest of the security guards were all stunned when they saw this scene. Why did you hit so hard? They roared at Chen Dong as if Chen Dong was cruel. This is hilarious. They even took out the taser. But they say Chen Dong is heavy-handed? Does this want billion? Chen Dong was really a bit speechless. If you don't get out of the way, you will all end up like him. Chen Dong shouted in a cold voice. Damn you! You injured our people and you dare to tell us to get lost? The rest of the security guards were all furious. There were so many of them. Wouldn't it be too humiliating to roll away in disgrace now? There were still weapons in his hands, and Chen Dong, alone, could not be their opponent even if he was powerful. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for them to get out of the way. Kneel down. Another person roared at Chen Dong. Damn it, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and apologize, then compensate 1 million medical bills. Otherwise, bang! Chen Dong's patience was completely exhausted as he directly threw a punch. In an instant, a screaming security guard was knocked to the ground. The rest of the security guards were really stunned. Chen Dong even dared to make a move? That's a dozen of them. Since Chen Dong made the first move again, they naturally don't need to be taking anything into account. All of them swarmed up. All of them pestled the electric shocker in their hands toward Chen Dong. If an ordinary person were to encounter such an attack, they might immediately be electrocuted to the ground and unable to crawl. However, who is Chen Dong? A peak inner strength powerhouse, and a few ordinary people, with a taser, wanted to subdue him? Isn't this hilarious? Snap! Chen Dong smacked over an ear, and one person was sent flying, directly knocking several people next to him, to the ground. Chen Dong took the opportunity to jump out of the encirclement, turned around and kicked again, ruthlessly kicking a security guard. The security guard also flew up, knocking a few more people to the ground. In this blink of an eye, more than a dozen security guards, all fell to the ground. Either they were injured by Chen Dong, or the electric shocker in their hands, pestle on their own people. And at once, one by one, they all began to twitch and spit white foam. There are serious ones that have been pestled and mortared several times. The smell of barbecue is coming out of their bodies. Chen Dong shook his head and turned away without paying any attention to these people. Mr. Chen, you're back? What's going on here? The hotel manager, who appeared at the door at this time, looked at the group of security guards lying on the ground and asked in confusion. Chen Dong looked at him with an icy expression and asked, "What does the hotel mean? Why are there still security guards blocking me today?" The manager whispered, "Mr. Chen, you've misunderstood. These people are not the hotel's security guards." Chen Dong was stunned. Not the hotel's security guards? Then who are they? The manager explained. A big shot held a banquet at the hotel and invited many star directors as guests. Those celebrity directors were afraid of being secretly filmed, so they hired their own security guards. The hotel security guards are almost all on vacation today. That's why these people lying on the ground don't recognize you. So that's how it is. Chen Dong nodded, finally understanding why these security guards, who did not recognize him, were still blocking him. It turned out that none of them were hotel security guards. "You handle it here. I'm going back to my room to rest," Chen Dong added. Well, the manager said hastily, reaching up to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Obviously he did not expect that Chen Dong was so powerful that he had put down a dozen people in a few hits. It's also fortunate that Chen Dong was so powerful that he knocked down the dozen or so people. Otherwise, if Chen Dong had been injured by them, he wouldn't have been able to explain to Wang Xiao. At that point, he's going to end up, surely, getting the hell out of there. "Manager, what took you so long? That guy injured us all. You hurry up and call the police." "Right. How did you let him into the hotel?" The person lying on the ground, seeing the manager come over, immediately asked curiously. "He's a guest of the hotel." "You've misunderstood," the manager said with an icy face. "What? With that raggedy look of his, he's also a guest of the hotel? Is this still a 7-star hotel?" The security guard was really stunned. Dressed like that, but also a hotel guest. It simply lowered the grade of the hotel. He's not just a simple hotel guest, he's also our young lady's friend. His stay at the hotel was all arranged by our young lady. "Do you guys still have any questions?" the manager asked again in a cold voice. This is impossible." The security guards were also stunned. Miss Wang family, such an honorable figure. How could she have a friend like him? Isn't it a mistake? There is absolutely no mistake. He's going in and out of the hotel. You're not allowed to stop him anymore. Otherwise, you are working against my lady. The manager turned around and left after saying this. The security guard on the ground, still there in shock. Originally, they were still thinking that after calling the police and arresting Chen Dong, the Wang family would step in and ask Chen Dong for medical expenses. However, now, they knew that Chen Dong was actually a friend of MS Wang's family. Then they took a beating for nothing. No one dared to go and find trouble with Chen Dong now, because to do so would be to go against MS Wang's family. These people took a beating for nothing and ate a dumb loss, and each one of them was dying of anger. But it's their own fault. If they were slightly less arrogant and went to check Chen Dong's identity, none of these misunderstandings in front of them would have occurred. Chapter 142, Saving the Starlet. The suite that Chen Dong stayed in was next to the banquet hall, and when he passed by the banquet hall, he suddenly heard a noise coming from inside. "Mr. Zhang, what do you want? Don't you come over." "Poof, Lousy invested $200 million in your movie, and you damn well won't even let Lousy touch your hand. I must put you right here today." "Mr. Zhang, when you first invested, you didn't say this. You said you appreciated my talent and wanted to work with me." "Shoot, an excellent work. How did you become like this now? Grass, you have in your ing head? Would you believe such words? Who the hell would invest $200 million in you if it wasn't to sleep with you? Do you think I got my money? Today you must obey me. Otherwise, I'll throw you down from the stairs." "Mr. Zhang, don't be like this. I'll shout for someone. Oh, shout all you want. Who dares to meddle in the old man's business? In the ballroom, the noisy two, an actress and an investor. When an investor invests in a movie with an actress, surely that's the goal, to get the actress to sleep with him. The actress also understands this rule and will sell out to serve the investor, or else who will spend money on her in the future? However, this actress is a bit different. She actually really believed that this investor surnamed Zhang was appreciating her talent and wanted to work with her to make an excellent work. By the time she sensed something was wrong, it was too late, but she was still careful and respectful. For example, when this investor surnamed Zhang asked her to go to the hotel in the evening to talk about the script, she decisively refused. However, what she never dreamed of was that the other party was determined to make a move against her. This is a banquet hall. A lot of big shots will be arriving later. The hotel staff, too, may pass by here at any time. She thought it was safe to meet the investors here. Where did it occur to me that the investor was so bold as to lay hands on her here? She really panicked and desperately begged for mercy, but it didn't help at all. At this moment, she was already pressed onto the table by the tall investor. The investor tore the clothes on her body while laughing. Be good and obedient to the old man, and serve the old man comfortably. I'll give you an additional $100 million of investment. Mr. Zhang, money, I'll return it to you. Please don't do this, the actress pleaded, 2 lines of tears flowing out. The investor was even more moved when he saw her pathetic appearance. How can you not eat the fat meat in your mouth? Boom! Just then, the door was suddenly kicked open and a man in somewhat tattered clothing walked in. The investors and actresses were shocked to see him. Who the hell are you? Who told you to come in here and ruin my day? Get out! The investor roared. The person who barged in was none other than Chen Dong, and since he had come in, he obviously would not go out. It's you? When the actress saw Chen Dong, a trace of shock appeared on her face. Chen Dong was also a little stunned when he saw her. This actress, whom he had seen before, was none other than Newlin, who he had already saved once at the Jiangnan Business Alliance banquet. Unexpectedly, she had encountered such trouble again. In Chen Dong's heart, he could not help but sigh. These stars who shine brightly in front of the public. I never thought that in private they would be so plagued. Alas, now that I've stumbled upon it again, it's only natural that I should take charge of it. Get the hell out of here immediately or I'll kill you. The investor roared at Chen Dong again. Dong Chen said, you better keep your mouth shut or I'll whip you. The investor burst into a rage, suddenly being blocked by Chen Dong. One could imagine what mood he was in right now. It was really a matter of killing Chen Dong. He threatened Chen Dong to go out, and not only did Chen Dong not go out, he said he would whip him. This made him even more annoyed, so he didn't care about the actress he was holding down and charged straight over. He was tall and big, and his fist blasted directly at Chen Dong's cheek. He wanted to finish Chen Dong off quickly and then go back to continue to play with the actress. Look out! Norlan shouted, already closing his eyes, not daring to look at it anymore. She thought that Chen Dong would immediately be hit in the head. Where did she think? Chen Dong kicked over, and the investor's knee was hit, and immediately her body bent and fell to the ground. Ouch! The investor let out a piercing scream. Chen Dong stretched out another foot and stomped on his face. With trash like you, how dare you fight me? Take your feet off. Believe it or not, I'll get security to kill you. The investor roared again. He guessed that Chen Dong might be a repairman or something, like that hired by the hotel. Otherwise, the clothes on his body, it is impossible to be so tattered. Therefore, even though he had been stepped on by Chen Dong, he was still so arrogantly cocky. Pa! Chen Dong squatted down and slapped him across the face. Scream all you want. The investor froze. A repairman, and so arrogant? Dare to go against the billionaire. What's wrong with your head? As the saying goes, a good man refuses to lose. At that time when he asked Newlin to meet, in order to not let Newlin suspect, he not only set the meeting place in the banquet hall, but also the bodyguard did not bring. So right now, he's alone here. He was clearly not a match for Chen Dong, and in fighting Chen Dong hard, he would definitely be the one to suffer. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and decided in his heart that he would endure this breath first and settle the score with Chen Dong later. Big brother, I am sorry. I am wrong. Let me go. The investor's immediate change in attitude surprised Chen Dong. Just now, he was arrogant and incomparable. Why did he wimp out so quickly now? This makes Chen Dong really a bit uncomfortable. Originally, he wanted to give him a few slaps, but the other party shouted big brother, so he could only stop. Don't do this kind of thing in the future, Chen Dong warned in a cold voice. Yes. Little brother understands. The investor panicked. Chen Dong took his foot off his face, and he immediately climbed up and fled the place without looking back. Are you alright? Chen Dong walked over to Nolan's side and inquired. Nolan is organizing his clothes. The outside has been torn, and the inside is hidden, and there is a large area of snow-white skin, which is very tempting. This scene made Chendong a little embarrassed as he hurriedly took off his outerwear. Ah! Nolan immediately let out a scream of fright. What are you doing? Did Dongchen save her? Was he also unsettled? Is he going to take her that way? Just as she was in shock, Chendong brought her own clothes to her. Put them on first. Chapter 143, Mr. Zhang is back with a vengeance. You're not going to do that to me? Norlan asked with some incredulity. Just now Chendong took off his outerwear, and Nolan body, clothes tattered. A large area of Snow White's skin are exposed. Very tempting. Whoever it was would think that Chendong was going to do that to her. Where do you think? Not at all. Chendong took off his coat, is to let Newlin wear, lest Newlin in walk light. Nolan was instantly very embarrassed. Chendong was no better as he frowned and said, in your heart, am I that kind of person? Yeah. Sorry. Nolan hurriedly apologized. It's fine. Chendong was generous and did not bother with her. After she put on Chendong's coat, although it was still tattered, her heart surged with a warmth that she had never felt before. Did you book a room at the hotel? I'll send you back. Chendong asked again. Yes. Nolan nodded and gave the room number. The two had just walked out of the banquet hall when they ran into a woman in her 30s. She saw that Newlin was wearing ragged clothes, and she saw Chendong playing a bare bladder, and immediately screamed loudly, Bastard! Beast! What did you do to Nolan? I'm going to kill you! The woman screamed, opening her teeth and claws to tear Chendong apart. With a puzzled look on his face, Chendong reached out and pushed her halfway to the side before curiously asking, What are you mad about? I didn't provoke you, Sister Hong. You're mistaken, Nolan shouted. The woman turned out to be her manager, Li Hong. When she looked at Nualan like this, she thought that Nualan had already been insulted by Chendong. That was why she had gone mad and wanted to kill Chendong. Misunderstanding? What do you mean? Li Hong calmed down and inquired suspiciously. General Manager Zhang tricked me into the banquet hall and tried to insult me. Luckily Chendong arrived in time. He saved me. Nolan briefly told Li Hong what had just happened. Impossible, right? Li Hong's face showed a surprised look. Mr. Zhang is a good friend of director Feng for many years. Feng is one of the most well-known directors in China, and has produced many excellent works. His friend? How could he be this kind of person? Newlin said. Sister Hong, what I said is true. That Mr. Zhang, in fact, has been trying to plot against me for a long time. I've been guarding against him, and I didn't tell you guys about this. Li Hong was instantly anxious. Why didn't you tell us? Newlin said. If I tell you guys, you will definitely flip out with him, and in this way, he will definitely withdraw his investment, and he will also offend Director Feng. I don't want everyone's efforts for so long to be wasted. I originally thought that I was a little more careful, and he had no chance. Where did I think that he would be so bold? The more Nolan talked, the sadder he became, and he cried again. Li Hong hurriedly comforted. It's okay, it's, stupid girl, this kind of thing, you should have told us earlier. Feng Director and that Mr. Zhang, since they are good friends, obviously, they are all one hill, hiding too deep to let people find out. If he wants to divest, so be it. Big deal. We'll take someone else's play. After some comforting from Li Hong, Nolan finally felt better. Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry for just now. I misunderstood you. Li Hong hurriedly apologized to Chendong again. It's fine. Chendong was generous and didn't count on it. He then said to Sister Hong, since you're here, send Newlin back to her room. I'm also going back. Good. Sister Hong nodded her head in a hurry. Chendong turned around and walked away, and after returning to his room, he found a piece of clothing and put it back on. When he was about to rest, suddenly another screaming sound came from outside. Where did the one that hit me go? Hallway. Norlan and Li Hong, blocked by 3 men. These 3 people were none other than Mr. Zhang and his 2 bodyguards. Mr. Zhang took a beating from Chendong and temporarily softened. He went downstairs to find his bodyguard and immediately killed him. However, it was already missing Chendong figure, and only Nualan was seen with her agent, so he immediately stopped the 2. Mr. Zhang, what are you doing? Li Hong shouted loudly. Did you try to plot against Newlin just now? If you keep this up, we'll call the police. Ha ha ha. Mr. Zhang laughed out loud. Who dares to meddle in my business? You dead. Old me invested so much money in your movie. Can't even touch it? How dare you guys threaten lousy? Really looking for death. Pop. After Mr. Zhang finished saying this, he raised his hand and slapped Li Hong's face fiercely. Li Hong was hit and fell to the ground. Sister Hong. Newlin immediately went to assist, and looking at her pathetic appearance, Mr. Zhang's heart fluttered again. After all, the medicine that he had just taken, the effects had not yet passed. He grabbed Nolan's hand and just pulled her over, then added a sardonic grin to his hand. Send me to my room, and later on, we'll come and settle the score with that guy. there are already big people coming to the hotel, and it is not convenient to do that kind of thing in going to the banquet hall. After all, his external reputation is still quite good, and he does not want to destroy the image he has worked so hard to build. Yes, the two bodyguards immediately pulled Nolan to go to Mr. Zhang's room. Let her go, you, Li Hong cursed and tried to block, but was kicked to the ground by Mr. Zhang. Seeing that Nolan was taken away, she crouched on the ground and cried very helplessly. Stop! Just at this moment, the door of a room not far away suddenly opened. A man with a cold face walked out. It was Chen Dong. When Mr. Zhang saw Chen Dong, he was first startled, then he laughed out loud. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You finally showed up? Chen Dong, leave me alone and hurry. Nolan panicked. Now Mr. Zhang was not alone. He had brought two bodyguards with him, and Chen Dong would definitely suffer a loss in clashing with him. She did not want to involve Chen Dong because of herself. Go? Where can you go? Old me has already seen him. He can't run away. Mr. Zhang laughed harshly. If Chen Dong was still hiding in the house, he did not know which room it was, and he really could not help Chen Dong. But now, he has seen that Chen Dong came out from which room. Then, even if Chen Dong is returning to which room to hide, he can violently break the door, catch Chen Dong out, and teach Chen Dong a hard lesson. As for the broken door, just pay for it. He doesn't care about the money. What are you waiting for? Go get him for me. I'll make him kneel on the ground and call out to my grandpa, begging me to spare his dog's life. Mr. Zhang turned his head to the two bodyguards again. Those two men, letting go of Nulan, with a sardonic smile on their faces, walked towards Chen Dong. Kid, if you don't want to suffer, be good. The two men laughed sardonically at Chen Dong. Chen Dong, why don't you escape? Nolan yelled anxiously again. Not only did Chen Dong not flee, but he also walked towards these two head-on. What does he want? To die? The two men laughed out loud. Chen Dong not running saved them a lot of effort. Chapter 144, Director Feng's threats. You two, go kneel in the corner. Slap yourselves, and when I am happy, I won't personally do anything to you. Looking at the two bodyguards walking towards him, Chen Dong said in a cold voice. The two bodyguards looked stunned, and an incredulous look immediately appeared on their faces. Have they reversed their positions with Dongchen? They should be the ones to say this to Dongchen. They immediately laughed. Kid, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? How dare you say such arrogant words at this time? Lousy will make you regret coming to this world today. The three were already only a few paces apart. One of the bodyguards, raising his hand, slapped Chen Dong's face fiercely. Snap! Just a moment before Chen Dong was about to be hit in the cheek, Chen Dong suddenly, he also struck out, and he rear-guarded, slapped fiercely, and threw himself on the face of that bodyguard. The bodyguard was sent flying and hit the wall hard. The rest of the people who saw the scene were all stunned. The bodyguard weighed more than 90 kilograms, yet he was sent flying by Chen Dong with a slap. Just how powerful was Chen Dong's slap? Wasn't it really a little too terrifying? Another bodyguard hastily pulled out the dagger on his body, and again rushed at Chen Dong and shouted, You give me a knee, or stab you to death. Chen Dong looked at him with a scornful expression, as if he was looking at an idiot. You want to threaten him with a dagger? Isn't this a joke? Bang! Chen Dong kicked over, and the man failed to make any reaction as his body flew straight up again, falling heavily to the ground. The surrounding people, once again dumbfounded. This bodyguard's weight, but also more than 90 kilograms, surprisingly still by Chen Dong a foot on the fly. Chen Dong's strength is not too horrible? Mr. Zhang has already changed his face dramatically. His two bodyguards were put by Chen Dong in 2 moves. On his own, he was clearly no match for Chen Dong. Therefore, he was so frightened that he turned around and ran. Phew! Chen Dong rushed over and grabbed him with a single healthy step. Mr. Zhang, where do you want to go? Chen Dong asked with a smile. Brother, I was wrong. Spare me. Mr. Zhang began to skillfully beg for mercy again. Chen Dong laughed. I have already spared you once just now. If I still spare you this time, will you still go and find someone to deal with me? Brother, I swear, I definitely won't. General Zhang desperately begged for mercy again. Do you think I will believe you? Chen Dong inquired with a smile. Slap. Mr. Zhang raised his hand and smacked himself a dozen slaps. His face was swollen, and then he said to Chen Dong, Big brother, I am really wrong. I promise that I will not be against you. Please let me go. Seeing that he slapped himself so solidly, Chen Dong was also too embarrassed to be looking for trouble from him. He kicked him to the side and then said in a cold voice, Get out of here immediately and don't let me see you again. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as slapping you a few times. Big brother, I know. I'll roll immediately. General Manager Zhang yelled. Chen Dong released him and he immediately fled with his 2 bodyguards. Nolan and Li Hong were truly dumbstruck when they saw this scene. Who would have thought that Chen Dong was so powerful? Who would have thought that the usually imposing general manager Zhang would also have this humiliating appearance? Are you guys alright? Chen Dong inquired. No. Nolan and Li Hong shook their heads. Dong Chen said, I'll send you back to your rooms. Good. Norlan and Li Hong nodded. Their rooms were a few floors below, and as Chen Dong sent them down, Li Hong's cell phone suddenly rang. She took it out and saw that it was one of the most recognized directors in the country. Director Feng? Who had called? Director Feng, what can I do for you? Li Hong inquired. Li Hong, what's wrong with you? General Manager Zhang is our investor in this drama. You even told someone to beat her up. Do you still want Newland to shoot the movie? Director Feng sternly questioned on the phone. Li Hong was instantly a bit anxious. Director Feng, things are not what you think. Mr. Zhang tried to do that to Nolan, but luckily someone came to his rescue. Mr. Zhang later sought revenge on the man who saved Nolan. Those guys were no match for him. That's why he got beat up again. You fart. Director Feng was on the other end of the phone, cursing up a storm. Mr. Zhang is a famous philanthropist, donating countless donations all over the place and supporting many movie projects. How could he be the kind of person you're talking about? Is it true that Nolan seduced him and wanted to get on top as a mistress? And when he disagreed, you guys found someone to beat and retaliate against him? Are you guys going too far? When Li Hong heard these words, she was a bit sky-high. Can there be such a reversal of black and white? Mr. Zhang wants to plot against Nolan. Fortunately, Chen Dong passed by and saved Nolan. But was Feng said that Nolan seduced Mr. Zhang to become a mistress, not to take advantage of the opportunity to find someone to take revenge on the violent beating of Mr. Zhang. Such reckless disregard for the truth and nonsense is really too much. Director Feng, things really aren't what you said. It really is Mr. Zhang. Sister Hong continued to explain again. However, Director Feng on the other end of the phone simply didn't want to be listening as he directly interrupted Li Hong's words and warned in a cold voice again. I don't care what happened just now. You guys immediately have to go to General Manager Zhang right now to apologize. Whatever he demands, you must fulfill him. If can't get his forgiveness, the female lead in this play will be replaced. Threats. The obvious threat. Feng surprisingly asked Newland to fulfill all of Mr. Zhang's demands. Isn't this Hema implying that wants Newland to have that with Mr. Zhang? If, before or speculation, this Feng director, and that Zhang is always a good friend. Zhang is the kind of shameless and underhanded person. He should not be much better. After all, things of the same kind, the same odor. So now, it's absolutely 100% certain. This director Feng, and that Mr. Zhang, are all one and the same. Otherwise, it is impossible to be this indiscriminate and still force Nolan to do that kind of thing. Sister Hong was instantly furious. Director Feng, Newland wouldn't go for that kind of thing. Director Feng was also enraged. Then you guys get lost. Not to mention the female lead. Even if it's a small supporting role in the Dragon set, don't even think about acting in it. If you don't act, you don't act. Big deal. You can take another drama. Anyway, Newland won't aggravate himself. Li Hong said forcefully again. Feng Dong sneered on the other end of the phone. You'll definitely regret saying that to me. He said all that and just hung up. Li Hong was furious. How could Director Feng be this kind of person? I really trusted him wrongly in the past. Newland hurriedly consoled. Sister Hong, don't be angry. In the future we'll just stay away from such people. Li Hong hurriedly nodded. You are so good at acting, dedicated, and beautiful. There are plenty of plays to do. You don't need to look at people's faces. Norlan nodded. She wants to gain a foothold in the movie and television industry with her excellent work, superb acting skills, and dedication. Instead of relying on sleeping with anyone, climbing into the bed of sleep, and fulfilling anyone's perverted desires. In the entertainment industry as a useless vase. Chapter 145, Retaliation. The two forcefully rejected Feng's direction and were bound to pay the price. They had prepared their hearts. Yet, what they never dreamed of was that the price came so quickly and so fiercely. Newland immediately received a text message. Probably means, her character is inferior, has been removed by the Film and Television Association. In the future cannot be in the theater out of the album, but also cannot be in the endorsement of advertising and so on. It was the equivalent of, well, outright removing her from the movie industry. How can the Film and Television Association be like this? It must be Director Feng who is behind this. He's the vice president of the Film and Television Association, and he's deliberately using the power in his hands to suppress you. When Li Hong saw this text message, she immediately said in a rage. Nolan nodded, aggravated tears streaming down his face. Is it really that hard to be a clean person in this circle? Just then, her cell phone rang, and when she opened it, it was Director Feng calling. Newland held back her tears as she picked up the phone and asked, Director Feng, what else is going on with you? Director Feng's sneering voice came over. Newland, did you get the text message? Are you regretting that you and Li Hong were both too impulsive just now? Don't worry, this text message is still only circulating internally, has not been officially sent out. You still have the opportunity to remedy the situation. As long as you go and accompany that Mr. Zhang and fulfill all his demands, I'll withdraw this message. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang will definitely not do anything to you, because I'll be there too, keeping an eye on him. You just simply go and apologize to him. This phone director is considered to be completely exposed, and disgusting enough to really want to make you vomit. He'll be there too. What do you mean? Do you want to join Mr. Zhang in plotting against Nolan? Since they are good friends, and they are both this kind of person, it is obvious that they have not been together like this before to spoil other female stars who want to be famous. This is really worse than a beast. Newlin reached out to dry her tears and gritted her teeth. Director Fong, don't even think about it. I won't give in. If it's a big deal, I'll quit the movie and television industry altogether. After saying this, she simply hung up the phone. Then he put his arms around himself again, crouched on the ground, and cried out. Li Hong comforted her, and her face was also all helpless. They are really too pitiful at this moment. How do I contact the president of your Film and Television Association? Chen Dong, who was standing on the side, suddenly inquired. Why do you ask that? Nolan looked up, inquisitively inquiring. That Director Fong. I don't see eye to eye with him and want him to get lost, Chen Dong coldly said. He had heard all of the conversation between Li Hong, Newlin and that Fong director just now. He was incredibly angry. In his heart, no wonder that all kinds of bad movies are coming out in the film and television circle now. It turns out that it is all rat like Fong Dong who was spoiling the pot of soup. Now that he had come across it, he naturally had to take care of it. Director Fong is the vice president of the Film and Television Association. Nolan and Li Hong both shook their heads. Chen Dong, I appreciate you trying to help us. However, this is simply impossible. How will we know it's impossible unless we try? Chen Dong Dao. Newlin and Li Hong both shook their heads, and were not holding a little hope in their hearts. However, they still told Chen Dong. At the banquet later, there will be many people from the movie and television industry, including the president of the Movie and Television Association. Okay, I know. When the banquet starts, notify me and I will join you. Chen Dong Dao. Marred. This dead. Still dare to refuse. Really do not want to mix in the movie and television circle? In another room, Director Fong looked at the phone that was hung up and cursed angrily. Director Fong, directly remove the small name, right? Mr. Zhang, who had a swollen nose, gnashed his teeth on the side. No way. Director Fong shook his head. This little persona and reputation are all very good. Rushing to remove her from the list will definitely cause a big wave. At that time, if she were to fish out of water and shake us out, it would be very unfavorable to us. When Mr. Zhang heard this, he was very dissatisfied. Are we still unable to help her? Director Fong sneered. This is certainly impossible. This piece of information has been spread within the film and television circle. In the future will not be in the director and actor to work with her. Otherwise it is to offend me. So she'll just have to dust herself off and get out of the ring. In a few years, no one will know she exists. Mr. Zhang immediately howled with excitement. Great! A dead man also wants to fight with us? It really has eaten the bear's heart and leopard's gall. Letting her pay the price is also a warning to the newcomers in the future. If you dare to go against us, weigh the consequences and see if you can afford it. Humbug. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the party finally began. Politics, business, and the movie and television industry all came to many big shots. Nolan also informed Chen Dong to go to the banquet. When Chen Dong saw Newlin still had a sad face. Chen Dong immediately smiled at her and said, Be happy, your enemies will be even happier when they see you unhappy. Nolan shook his head. How could she still be happy at this point? Nolan, who is this handsome guy? Is he your boyfriend? How much did he pay to keep you? Director Fong sent out a message internally saying that you have a low character and that he wants to kick you out of the movie and television industry. We all still didn't believe it, but now it seems that it's all true. Every day pretending to be ice clear and clean, not eating earthly fire, turned out to be so casually dirty in private. What are you pretending? Aren't you tired? Several actresses who had risen to the top by sleeping with them were mocked when they saw Nolan. Nolan was infuriated. His silver teeth clenched and his face reddened. All these trophy actresses, they're all full of, how can they wrong me like this? Nolan thought in his heart, again in aggravation. Norlan, it's not too late for you to change your attention. Behind her, another sneering voice rang out. Nolan turned around and saw that it was none other than Director Fong. Fong is 5 short and ugly. Before to not feel anything, after all, he is still a bit of talent. However, now, after knowing his true character, the more Nolan looked at him, the more disgusted he felt. So, it was simply ignored. That Mr. Zhang didn't show up. Apparently he didn't have the face to meet anyone because his face had been swollen. Are you the young man who offended Mr. Zhang? Director Feng saw Chen Dong and asked provocatively. Not an offense, but a lesson. To teach a beast, Chen Dong said in a cold voice. He. Director Feng immediately laughed out loud. Young man, it's not good to be impulsive. You'll definitely pay the price. Is this a threat? Chen Dong inquired in a cold voice. Without another word, Director Feng turned around and walked away. Obviously, this was a threat. That Mr. Zhang, obviously, could not let Chen Dong off so easily. 2 bodyguards are not Chen Dong's opponents. Then call 20 in, or call 200 in. Those people, who were blocking the outside of the hotel, were waiting for Chen Dong to go out and then make a move on Chen Dong. Chapter 146, Nolan is being targeted. The banquet hadn't officially started yet, and people from the movie and television industry had gathered in 2s and 3s and were talking in low voices. One person who was completely left out was Nolan. Because she offended Feng Dong, she has been ordered by Feng Dong to be blocked. Afterwards, her interpretation road is considered to be completely finished. So this kind of worthless person, there is no need to waste time. And there's also the possibility of offending Director Feng. Therefore, the crowd avoided Nolan like the plague. Nolan was sitting alone in the corner, very lonely, with only Chen Dong and her agent, Li Hong, sitting next to her. Nolan, it's okay, we can definitely get through this. Agent Li Hong was cheering her on. However, she herself has a dark look on her face. It is clear that this is said to lie to the ghost. Those people can't just reject and cold shoulder Nolan as simple as that, but they are also making nonsense rumors there. Is that the little white boy that Nolan is keeping? I can't believe she didn't avoid it and brought it to such a banquet, so I can imagine how messy her private life is. She probably plays with several of them in a day. No wonder Director Feng ordered her to be blocked. I really don't know how she used to have the face to put up an innocent persona for herself when she was so underhanded. This time I'm kind of eye-opening. No people know the face not know the heart. Surface innocence, behind the scenes but hide dirt. This kind of shameless stuff should be early to drive out of the film and television circle. Don't let her a rat bat a pot of soup. Seeing Chen Dong and Newland together, those people thought that Chen Dongsu was messing with Newland's little white boy, so they found another opportunity to attack Newland. All of them were talking unapologetically there, and all sorts of unpleasant words were said. Newland really couldn't take it anymore. She turned her head to Li Hong and said, Sister Hong, let's just go. This circle no longer belongs to her. To stay here, there is only to suffer ridicule and mockery. Why does she still want to suffer here? Good. The agent, Li Hong, nodded and was about to lead her away. Right at this moment, Chen Dong stopped the two. The president of the Film and Television Association hasn't even come yet. Why are you in a hurry to leave? Nolan wondered. What are you going to do when you see the president? Chen Dong said indifferently. Of course it is to help you seek justice. Ha ha ha. Immediately, another burst of ridicule resounded from the surroundings. It was obvious that those people, in their hearts, were mocking Chen Dong for being insouciant. How dare a bred bimbo come and say words of justice? Who gave him the guts? Someone sneered. After Chen Dong's strength became stronger, it was really a transformation. Not only is his physical quality getting better and better, skin and so on is also getting more and more delicate and smooth. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a little white boy. The fact that he is a little boy is not an exaggeration. So it is normal to be misunderstood by these people. The one Nualan offended was Director Feng. And you still want to seek justice? Is this funny? Get the hell out of here. Don't continue to stay here and disgrace yourself. Another burst of sneering and mocking voices came. Inside Newland's heart, she has almost completely despaired. What those people said is exactly right. She offended Feng Director. Could not have the slightest chance to get any justice. Therefore, she'd better hurry up and leave, lest she continue to suffer ridicule and humiliation here. However, Chen Dong's attitude, always so firm, to let her stay, and she was assured that this justice would be done today. This also made the surrounding people, their hearts couldn't help but surge a trace of curiosity. What can Chen Dong have to do to seek justice? Is he just playing around with his words? These words reached Feng Dong's ears. Feng Dong was talking to a few big-name stars in a feast. When he heard such words, he ignored them, because in his eyes, Newland was the mole cricket. If he even looks at it one more time, it is his loss. The president is coming. I don't know who. Suddenly let out a loud roar. Everyone's gazes, collectively, looked towards the gate there. A spirited old man with a head full of silver hair, who was as fit as a fiddle, walked in through the door. He was none other than the president of the Film and Television Association. All the directors and stars all swooped in to greet him. In this circle, he had absolute authority. With one word, he could get a star. A director blocked. Chen Dong saw him and curiously said to Nolan, "This is the president of the Film and Television Association." It's still the first time I've seen him. Let's go over there as well. Nolan was inwardly apprehensive. Do we really have to go over there? She was afraid. She feared that she would be subjected to another round of ridicule and humiliation after she passed. Chen Dong laughed. With me accompanying you, absolutely nothing will happen. Okay. Nolan was already beating a dead horse in her mind. She had been targeted like this. How bad could it be if it was bad? Thus, she walked over with Chen Dong to greet that president. Phone director, you released a message in the circle to block Nualan. What is going on? The president saw phone director and immediately asked curiously. As far as the old man knows, this person called Nulan is still quite good, has not played a big name, and has not made a scandal. People are still very dedicated. You said that her character is despicable. This is really true or false? Feng Dong sneered, pointing at Nulan and Chen Dong who walked over. President, look, at such an important party, Nulan even brought her own adopted gigolo. This can be imagined. How messy her private life is. All those personas she used to have, they were all disguises. She lied to everyone. Can't let her in stay in the movie and television circle. Otherwise, the reputation of our movie and television circle will be completely ruined because of her. The president turned his head and really saw that Nulan came over with a man, so he immediately believed Feng Dong, and his face showed a very dissatisfied look. She's not suitable for this industry. Let her just leave, the president said in a cold voice. With these words, it was undoubtedly a complete death sentence for Nolan. Because it was the president who had said this, there was no way Nolan would ever be able to roll over again. The director was so happy that he was about to make the announcement to Nolan, who was walking over to him. Yet at that moment, Chen Dong spoke up first. Can't people in the movie and television industry fall in love? What do you mean by that? The president looked at Chen Dong and inquired. I am Nulan's boyfriend. Don't misunderstand. Nulan's private life is clean. Absolutely no messing around. Chen Dong laughed. On the contrary, some big directors, using acting to threaten my girlfriend, let her go to accompany investors. When my girlfriend didn't agree, he created rumors that my girlfriend's character was despicable and so on, and also blocked my girlfriend. This kind of talent is really messing around, and that's why they should be kicked out of the movie industry straight away. That comment certainly stirred up a hornet's nest here. Director Feng's face turned incredibly ugly as he reached out and pointed at Chen Dong and roared, "Don't you bull me." Chen Dong turned his head to look at him and laughed. Director Feng, I didn't say anything about you. Why are you in such a hurry? Could it be that you are admitting it? Feng Dong was directly disliked by Chen Dong and could not speak. Chapter 147 Contribution of $10 billion. A mouthful. The president made a not-so-good comment to Chen Dong before adding, since you are not a member of the movie and television industry, it is inconvenient for you to stay here. You'd better leave immediately. Director Feng was relieved to hear these words. Normally, he was too well disguised, which was why the chairman had no hesitation in trusting him at this point. He gave Chen Dong and Nulan a provocative look and sneered in his heart. Just you two mole crickets, you want to fight me? Dream on. After the president said the words for Chen Dong to leave, other people also began to clamor for Chen Dong and Nulan to leave the place immediately. Nulan could not withstand the pressure and really wanted to leave. However, Chen Dong tightly grabbed her hand and laughed. Don't rush. I haven't introduced myself to them yet. Ha ha ha. This statement drew another round of mockery from around the room. Usually when you say you're going to introduce yourself, it must be a bit of a status thing to say that. And what status does Chen Dong have? How dare you say such a thing to an adopted white boy? Isn't this a laughing stock? The crowd had already scorned Chen Dong to the extreme. Director Feng was even less concerned about Chen Dong as he yelled, if you don't get lost, I'll call security. Chen Dong smiled lightly. I am the owner of Dongsheng Group. My name is Chen Dong. The moment these words came out, the surrounding people, all of their faces revealed a look of surprise. Not long ago, Dongsheng Group expanded to Haichang, clashed with the Wang family, and was pitched 10 billion. Everyone thought that Dongsheng Group surely ate this dumb loss. However, to one's wildest dreams, that's when things reversed. The mysterious boss behind the Dongsheng Group went on a trip to Haichang, and I don't know how he dealt with this matter, and the Wang family disappeared from this world. This caused a sensation at the time. Let anyone remember the big name of Dongsheng Group, and warn yourself in your heart that you should never mess with this group. These stars, who often get together with the powerful and wealthy, must know all about this news. That was why Chen Dong's statement that he was the owner of the Dongsheng Group drew surprise from the crowd. But, after a short period of surprise, the expression on the faces of the crowd turned into ridicule again. These days, bragging without a prison sentence is a real no-no. Just like you, a little white boy who's been adopted. How dare you get involved with the boss of the Dongsheng Group? Beware of them knowing about it and coming to get you killed. Don't disgrace yourself here. Talk without any logic. Nolan is blind? Surprisingly harboring a waste like you. It's not even enough that you got yourself into trouble. Nolan was also dragged into it by your stupid ass. Chen Dong looked to be in his early 20s, and it was obvious that no one would believe him when he said that he was the owner of the Dongxing Group. That's why the crowd sneered at him like that. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid that they would have already been flustered and embarrassed, ready to flee. However, Chen Dong did not make any of these moves because he was really the boss of Dongxing Group. So he laughed again and said, "These years, the movie and television industry has been in bad shape, mainly for two reasons. One reason is not dare to big investment. All want to make some low-cost movies for profiteering, which is extremely unfavorable to the long-term development of the film and television industry that is." When Chen Dong finished speaking, someone immediately sneered, "Then how much do you plan to invest?" "Ha ha ha ha," sneered the voice, echoing throughout the hall. Newland and Li Hong were so embarrassed that they already couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. "I've decided to donate 10 billion to the Film and Television Association to set up a film foundation, specifically to support talented, capable, and also virtuous people to focus on industrialized large production films." Chen Dong laughed again. As soon as these words came out, the people around them, all of them, were suddenly stunned again. "You're kidding, right? You can come up with $10 billion? For you to come up with $100,000 for a kept man's goods is tops. You're not afraid of flashing your tongue when you talk big like that? I really can't stand to hear this kid blowing awesome here anymore. Where's the security guard? Get rid of him." Same as just now when Chen Dong said that he was the boss of Dongxing Group. The people present obviously did not believe what he said. $10 billion. What's money like? It is purely funny. That's why these people all thought that Chen Dong was blowing off his power and wanted to drive Chen Dong away immediately. Chen Dong did not leave, but smiled at the president again. "President, if it is possible, that money can be transferred over now. All that is required is for you to provide an account number." "President, don't believe him. He's playing you," someone immediately advised. The president was deep in thought. If what Chen Dong said was true, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to the development of the movie and television industry. All he has to do, right now, is provide an account number. It's not like it's going to cost him anything. If Chen Dong was cheating, it would just be a matter of getting rid of him when the time came. After figuring this out, the president immediately said to Dong Chen, "Little brother, if you believe in my words, I will provide you with my private account first. If you really transfer $10 billion, I will immediately set up a foundation account." "Good." Chen Dong agreed in a single breath. The president also provided him with the account number immediately. The crowd is curious. Can Chen Dong really come up with $10 billion? Many people as faces, still hanging sneers. It's clear that it's absolutely impossible. "Jiang Menghan, transfer $10 billion to this account." Chen Dong dialed Jiang Menghan's phone. Jiang Menghan, just like before, did not ask for any reason and just did as she was told, because she knew that Chen Dong usually did not call her, and once he did, it was definitely something urgent and she could not afford to have any hesitation. For big clients like them, there was an exclusive VIP channel, so $10 billion, quickly transferred. Looking at the large series of numbers on the screen of his cell phone, the president's hands began to tremble with excitement, and his cell phone almost fell to the ground. As he turned his head to look at Chen Dong, his expression had completely changed, and he asked with incomparable excitement, "Are you, really, the owner of Dongxing Group?" Chen Dong laughed. "Haven't I already said so? Is there still any doubt about this?" The crowd was truly stunned. Chen Dong really transferred $10 billion over. It shows that there is absolutely nothing wrong with who he is. He didn't lie to everyone. He was really the owner of the Dongxing Group. Those who had just mocked and ridiculed him all hid behind the crowd at this time, joking. Chen Dong, if they find them to settle the score, they, one by one, are not all dead. At this moment, Director Feng's face also changed. He took the initiative to extend his hand to Chen Dong and smiled fawningly. "Boss Chen, how are you? My name is Feng Xiaogua. I hope that you can invest more in my movies in the future. I am especially good at big productions." Chen Dong did not even look at him and only said in a cold voice, "I don't want to throw my money in the thatched pit." What does that mean? The famous director Feng, in the eyes of Chen Dong, is just a thatched pit? Chapter 148, Fate and Change of Identity. If it was just a moment ago, when Chen Dong said this, he would definitely be mobbed by the crowd, because Feng is a big and well-known director in China. Now, however, when the crowd heard this, they all hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement, because Chen Dong's identity was even more impressive. He was already the golden father of these people. Even Feng Dong is going to look at Chen Dong's face, which is not to mention the others. One by one, they have already begun to nod their heads and desperately try to curry favor with Chen Dong. How much they had despised Chen Dong just now, how humble they were now. In this situation, to still offend Chen Dong because of Director Feng, isn't that out of your mind? The president was also very excited and said to Dong Chen, "Mr. Chen, thank you very much for your support of the film and television industry. I will immediately establish this foundation, and then transfer all the money you transferred, not less than a penny, to the foundation's account. By the way, please be the first president of the foundation. The money was from Chen Dong, and it was absolutely natural for Chen Dong to serve as the president. However, Chen Dong made another unbelievable decision to the crowd. You are highly respected in the film and television industry and are a truly virtuous old artist, so this position of president should still be yours. Chen Dong smiled and said to the president. The president was stunned. Mr. Chen, this can't be. You alone invested the money. How can I be the president? This really can't be done. Or you to be the president of this. Chen Dong laughed. It's not like I know anything about the movie and television industry. I just want it to develop better. If I want to be the president, isn't that a mess? This president must let someone who knows the industry to be the. So, you old man, don't postpone it. Otherwise I'll take back that donation. The president could only agree when Chen Dong had said so. However, the president was also a smart man, and he immediately smiled again and asked Chen Dongdao, Mr. Chen, I wonder if you have any suggestions for the candidate of this vice president? Chen Dong laughed. My girlfriend, Newlin, although she is still young, her character is definitely not a problem. Therefore, I would like to ask you to reserve the position of vice president for her. In the future, I would also like you to take care of her a bit more. Mr. Chen, it's too much of an honor for you to say that. All you need to do to make MS Nolan the vice president is to give an order, the president said. The people around them, once again, were stunned. Did Nolan just get to the top easily? The vice president of the $10 billion foundation. In the future, people in the movie and television industry who want to make movie and television works will all have to look at her face. Those who had just denigrated, rumored and slandered her all changed their faces and ran to her side, desperately trying to curry favor. Nolan, we used to be good sisters. You must help us in the future. Nolan, I'm so envious that you found such a good a boyfriend. I wish you guys well. Nolan, I misunderstood you just now. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me. Nolan was a bit overwhelmed at this point. Apparently the surprise came too soon and too suddenly. Although she and Chen Dong is not the first time to meet, know that Chen Dong is not an ordinary person. A little money. Where do you think? Chen Dong actually so generous. A breath of money to donate 10 billion. Set up a foundation, but also support her as vice president. That's a direct step up for her in the biz. In the future, all of them didn't have to look at other people's faces, but rather, all of them had to look at her face. So for a while, she was really a bit at a loss for words. After all, a few minutes ago, she was still being surrounded by people, constantly vilified, ridiculed and mocked, so that she could not wait to find a crack in the ground to escape. The reversal came a little too intense and fierce. Nolan, what are you waiting for? Quickly thank Mr. Chen, Li Hong reminded from the side. Only then did Newlin react and hurriedly said to Dong Chen, thank you, the two of us. Why are we still so polite? Chen Dong laughed, and Nuwa Lan's cheeks suddenly reddened. They were not a couple, and Chen Dong said this only to better help her. But in her heart, at this time, she was thinking that Chen Dong seemed to be very good if he was really her boyfriend. The more she thought about it, the more shy she became in her heart, and she became even more afraid to look up at Chen Dong. Don't forget the beginning and move forward. Chen Dong uttered 8 words to Newlin. He doesn't want, because of his help, Nolan's outlook on life to change. Dragon Slayer warrior into an evil dragon, like she was once bullied in general, and go back to bullying others. If that was really the case, this money, Chen Dong, was spent in vain. Newlin obviously understood what Chen Dong meant as she nodded heavily, stating that she would definitely not fail Chen Dong's expectations. Only then did Chen Dong feel relieved. Mr. Chen, you just said that there are 2 main reasons for the poor development of the film and television industry. One is the lack of funds, not daring to make big investments. You have already solved this trouble. I wonder what is the second reason you are going to say? The president suddenly asked Chen Dongdao with curiosity again. The people around them immediately pricked up their ears, like faithful believers, about to listen to God's teachings in general. It was a completely different scene from just now, when Chen Dong stated the first reason. Simply because Chen Dong's current identity has changed, is no longer the little white boy that they have been labeled as in their eyes. Rather, he is the boss behind the Dongshan Group, the Golden Father who has just invested $10 billion in the Film and Television Association and set up the Film and Television Foundation. So now, who would dare to disrespect Chen Dong? Even Director Feng, at this time, also perked up his ears, but in his heart, a trace of an unsettling premonition welled up. The second reason is that there are some rat-ass, who are human-like on the face and dog-like on the back, who force actresses to go to sleep with them. This scourge must be removed. Otherwise, The movie and television industry can't think of healthy development, Chen Dong said with an icy face. Mr. Chen, who are those people you are talking about? The president inquired. Chen Dong's stern gaze looked at Director Feng, who was immediately scared back. Sure enough, Chen Dong had come to trouble him after all. The unsettling premonition in his heart came true. Thinking back to just now, the first time he met with Chen Dong, how he interviewed Chen Dong, condescending and reprimanding Chen Dong not to be too impulsive, or else the consequences would be very serious. How long had it been? He was like a mole cricket that was about to be trampled under Chen Dong's feet. Things are unpredictable, and fate is always so magical. Mr. Chen, you are afraid of misunderstanding Director Chen. He is still a good character in the circle. The president frowned. He was a very principled person. It would not be because of Chen Dong's unusual status and donation of $10 billion that he would act as Chen Dong's answering machine and listen to Chen Dong in everything. Chen Dong must show evidence. Feng Dong's heart saw a glimmer of hope again. The president still believed in him now and was still on his side. That glimmer of hope, however, was extinguished in an instant. Chen Dong took out his cell phone and dialed a recording of exactly what Feng Dong had just talked to Newlin. At that time, Feng Dong, too arrogant, is not afraid of you to record, and dare to say anything, because even if you recorded it, he can still say that you forged it. After all, his status is there. Everyone else will believe him. However, it was different now. This recording was released by Chen Dong. Everyone immediately chose to believe Chen Dong without hesitation. The president pointed at Feng Dong and cursed. Chapter 149, Song Who Borrows Money. In the past, old me was really blind and didn't see through your true colors. I didn't think that you were such a shameless and underhanded person. You get out right now. I'm going to expel you from the Film and Television Association. The president of the Film and Television Association again pointed at Director Feng and cursed. President, I was wrong. Give me a chance. I will definitely change my ways, and I won't in the future. Feng Dong kneeled on the ground and begged bitterly. The president of the Film and Television Association, however, is a man of irony. Don't let him know and everything. Now that he had been made aware of it, even if the King of Heaven had come, it would be useless. Feng is destined to get the hell out of the Motion Picture and Television Association. No one will invest in any of his movies in the future, much less a star to act in his place. It's no exaggeration to say that he's been shut down, going to stay out of the loop completely. How could he be willing to do that? Struggle all his life, so hard, have the present achievements. Is it, all of a sudden, going to knock him back to square one? Also, he must have signed a lot of contracts in his hands now, because of his own reasons. Those contracts will not be able to fulfill. He has to take full responsibility, will compensate for the sky-high liquidated damages, and because he can no longer mix in this circle of reasons, those people will certainly double down on the well. So, he is not just as simple as being knocked back to square one. The little money that he had earned before, all of it has to be spit out. There will even be high debts. Later on, living on the streets, being forced to jump off the building is possible. It was all his fault that he ended up in such a miserable state. No one sympathized with him. There was only ridicule and coldness. He left the place in disgrace, because he was no longer qualified to stay at such a banquet in his current status. Director Feng, is the banquet over? Why did you come out so quickly? Outside the hotel, the disoriented Director Feng ran into an acquaintance, the very same Mr. Zhang who was here to block Chen Dong. He did not believe that Chen Dong could hide in the hotel for the rest of his life. Once Chen Dong came out, it was the time for Chen Dong to die. However, what he did not expect was that instead of waiting for Chen Dong, he waited for Feng Dong, and Feng Dong had a disoriented face, like he had really lost his soul. He was really curious as to what had happened. He was really curious. What exactly happened? How did Feng Dong become like this? Mr. Zhang, hurry up and leave. That person. You can't afford to mess with him. Director Feng spoke in a wooden voice. Which one? Don't you give me a riddle. Mr. Zhang was puzzled. It is the person you want to block, who directly donated $10 billion to the Film and Television Association to set up a foundation. Can you casually take out so much money? Feng Dong inquired with a cold smile, and after saying this, he turned around and left. Mr. Zhang was stumped. Obviously, it was impossible for Director Feng to lie to him. Casually take out $10 billion and set up a foundation. How rich is this? Mr. Zhang definitely couldn't take it out. So that Chen Dong really was an existence he couldn't afford to mess with. Blocking Chen Dong here was purely an act of seeking death. He was immediately shocked out of a cold sweat and fled the place with his men in a grayish manner. And at this time in a bar in the imperial capital, there were two people who had found a quiet box and sat down. Young Song, did you get rid of Chen Dong? One of them inquired. No. The other person shook his head. I seriously underestimated Chen Dong's strength. I thought that if I sent out 4 inner strength experts, he would surely die. Where did I think that all of them would be killed by him in return? Impossible. How could Qin be so strong? How young is he? In no way could he have such a terrifyingly powerful strength. The man from earlier directly stood up in surprise after hearing what the man said. The two of them were none other than Song Hu and Che Yun Gang. Che Yun just told Song Hu about Chen Dong's arrival in the imperial capital. Then Song Hu sent someone to kill Chen Dong. Che Yun just thought that Song Hu had made a move, and Chen Dong would surely die. Where did he think that the people he sent were all killed back by Chen Dong? He really couldn't believe that Chen Dong's strength would be this strong. Young Song, what are your next plans? Che Yun just inquired curiously again after calming down. Continue to kill Chen Dong. Song Hu's face was ice cold as he said, there's still nothing that I can't do. That Chen Dong must die. He was a man of stubborn character. Having already decided to kill Chen Dong, then he must succeed. No one can stop him. And, no matter what price he pays, he must succeed. What can I do to help? Che Yun just asked curiously again. He was not a little cutie. Song Hu asked him out. Surely he needed his help. But what can he do to help? Song Hu couldn't even kill Chen Dong. Should we let him go? Wouldn't that be sending him to his death? So now, he was already a little worried in his heart, fearing that Song Hu would really do such a stupid thing. After failing to kill Chen Dong, I received a stern warning from the family and can no longer use the family's power in the process, and my bank card has been restricted from spending. So, I want to ask you to lend me some money, Song Hu said. Sha Yun just breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that it is only borrowing money. It is not for him to kill Chen Dong. This is really great. Young Song, how much do you need? Cha Yun Gang asked. In order to kill Chen Dong, a strong person at the peak of the inner strength must make a move. On the black market, the price for such an expert is $1 billion. I am going to hire 2 to kill Chen Dong, so a total of 2 billion is needed. Song Hu said. That much? Cha Yun Gang was taken aback. What's wrong? Can't take it out? Song Hu inquired in a cold voice. No, not such a sum of money. I have to discuss it with my family. Che Yun just said. Fine, I'll wait for you, Song Hu said in a cold voice. Cha Yun just walked out of the box, went outside, found a quiet place, and dialed his father's phone. Dad, I want $2 billion. Transfer it to me immediately. What are you doing? Asking for that much money? Cha Yungang's father was stunned. Although it is said that the Che family is very rich, but to ask for 2 billion at once still makes them a little unbearable. Young Song is short of money, and this money was lent to him. Sha Yun Gang said. Is it that Song Hu? Isn't the Song family a hidden family in the imperial capital? How could he be short of money? Could it be that he has encountered something very difficult? Sha Yun Gang's father inquired. It's true that it's a bit tricky, but he'll set it right in no time, Sha Yun Gang said. The caller was silent for a moment, then solemnly admonished Che Yun Gang. Son, although the family does not lack this amount of money, but this matter, you must think well. Even Song Hu is coming to borrow money from you. It means that this thing, which is far beyond his control, he may not be able to solve it at all. And you're still helping him like this. I'm afraid you'll draw fire. Che Yun Gang said. Dad, it won't be. You think too much. Song Shao is so powerful. Surely it can be easily solved. You quickly call me the money is. At his urging, his father, though still feeling bad, nevertheless eventually transferred the money to him. Chapter 150, The Blood Sword and the Greedy Wolf. Blood Sword, peak inner strength, top assassin in the underground black market. Greedy Wolf, peak inner strength, top assassin in the underground black market. 2 top underground black market assassins coming to the imperial capital without reporting it and hiding their tracks. There's obviously a problem. Imperial capital, a base. A few middle-aged men were analyzing the information of 2 martial arts powerhouses. These 2, not ordinary martial arts powerhouses, were all top killers in the underground black market. Their strength, all of them had reached the peak of inner strength, and even the dragon group did not want to clash with them. However, they came to the imperial capital. Not only did they not report, but they also hid their tracks, which immediately caused the dragon group to be alerted. Guessing that they came to the imperial capital, there must be another purpose, and to what end? It's time to send someone to investigate. Who do you think would be good to send? A middle-aged man with a beard inquired. In order to investigate 2 peak inner strength martial arts powerhouses, it would have to be a harmonized strength powerhouse who would step in. But, these powerhouses, they all have something to be busy with lately and can't manage this. A middle-aged man with a dry and thin figure responded. At the moment, it seems that there is only one person that can take on this heavy responsibility. Another very tall middle-aged man said. Who? The others turned their eyes this way. Shan Dong. The very tall middle-aged man uttered a name. That's the genius martial artist who, upon entering the dragon team, became a quasi-first-class member. and within a few days, was upgraded to the position of vice team leader, Chen Dong? Someone was surprised. That's him, as of now. He's the only one who's the most suitable, the very tall middle-aged man said. This is a bit risky, isn't it? His strength. He is only at the peak of inner strength. To investigate two martial arts powerhouses at the peak of inner strength. In case of an accident, it will be a huge loss for our dragon group. The middle-aged man with a beard worried. You guys don't forget his battle record in Hai Chang, but he consumed an old monster with a half-step of Hua Jin. He against those two, even if he has no chance of winning, escaping should be no problem, the very tall middle-aged man said. Having said that, those two know the identity of his dragon group, and they definitely don't dare to do it easily. Our main objective right now is to figure out what exactly those two are doing here in the imperial capital. If it's just to assassinate other martial artists and not to wreak havoc and hurt innocents, we don't care. So us and them, we probably won't have a conflict at all. It's also possible that they're hiding their tracks just to keep it a secret. That's why I concluded that Chen Dong's life will not be in danger. It was only after he said this that the crowd agreed and sent Chen Dong to investigate. At this moment, Chen Dong was walking with actress Nolan in the park outside the hotel. Nolan lowered her head, gathered her courage, and asked the question she wanted to ask the most. Mr. Chen Dong, do you have a girlfriend? Chen Dong was startled when he heard this question. Turning his head to look at Nualan, the other party was already blushing. Chen Dong was surprised in his heart. This girl can't be liking me, right? Asking me if I have a girlfriend. It can't be that she wants to chase me backwards, right? Just kidding, she's an actress. Thinking of this, Chen Dong slapped his head again as he forgot his current identity. He's no longer the poor D-woman who was dumped by a gold-digging woman. He now has the most top-level identity, and he is not false against the hidden families. The general gentry will have to nod their heads and bow when they see him. He's also young and golden, handsome and poised, and much better looking than the vase like fresh meat in the movie and TV industry. It would be normal for actress Nolan to want to pursue him. No, Chen Dong was about to say these two words, and then further develop with Nolan, to strive to remove the shameful hat of a virgin today when his cell phone ringtone anachronistically rang. He didn't want to pick it up. However, this is the dragon group contacting him. The ringtone for ordinary people to contact him is different from the ringtone for the dragon team to contact him. This was to ensure that the dragon team could contact him first. Chen Dong was very annoyed and could only send the actress Nolan away first. He secluded himself out in the park and found a place where no one was around before picking up the video screen call from the dragons. What is it? Chen Dong inquired with a displeased expression. Chen Dong, sorry for disturbing you. I am Gao Fei. From the Dragon Group staff department. Now there is a very important mission that you need to accomplish. On the other end of the screen was a very tall middle-aged man. What mission? Chen Dong asked. This man on the left, his name is Bloodsword. This man on the right, his name is Greedy Wolf. Both of them are top killers in the underground black market. They hid their tracks and came to the imperial capital. The dragon team doesn't know their true purpose, so they need you to investigate. You must remember that everything has been to save your life. Try not to clash with them. Noticing that the situation is not right, you must flee in time. On the screen of the phone, two photos appeared. On the left side of one's face, there was a scar that was hideous. One had fierce eyes and was not a good person at first glance. The two of them were none other than Bloodsword and Greedy Wolf. After listening to what Goofy said, Chen Dong was stunned. Shouldn't everything be about accomplishing the mission? How did it become important for me to save my life with you? You're not trying to trap me, are you? Gao Fei's brow furrowed. You're not like the others. You can't sacrifice fearlessly. This mission, originally, you shouldn't have gone either. It's just that we can't spare any manpower right now, so we have to let you go. So you must remember, your life first, the mission comes second. Dong Chen said. Alright, where are those two? I'll go immediately now. The current whereabouts of the two of them are at a small bar called Dusk. Gao Fei sent the address to Chen Dong. Chen Dong is indeed different from others. He may be a genius that is hard to come by in 100 years, or even 1,000 years. Who the heck could be like him? Only in his early 20s and already at the peak of internal energy? It's only been a few days since he joined the dragon team, and he's already the deputy leader. Such a person, to focus on cultivating, one day in the future, may have to take charge of the entire dragon group. So, if they were to be sacrificed here, all of them on the staff, they should have died for their sins. Gao Fei is the only one who will instruct Chen Dong. Life first this time and again, and the task is ranked second. Dusk Bar is a very small bar, very inconspicuous kind, but many big shots in the imperial capital, but very like to come here, just because the secrecy here is done very well, suitable for doing some unseemly transactions. For example, Song Hu and Shay Yun Gang were here to discuss how to take out Chen Dong. After Bloodsword and Greedy Wolf came to the imperial capital, they also came here directly. waiting for Song Hu and Che Yun Gang to meet them and inform them of the details of the target they were going to kill. However, those two people, today happens to have something delayed, need to come over. Tomorrow this makes the blood knife and greedy wolf have to temporarily stay in the bar and wait for people. It is also in this gap in the smack. Chen Dong came to the bar first. Chapter 151, we're here to assassinate Dong Chen. Already with Chen Dong's strength, it would be impossible for those two to hide their killing aura. Therefore, Chen Dong quickly found them after closing his eyes and sensing them. Chen Dong smiled, came outside a box, and directly pushed the door and walked in. In the box, it was two middle-aged men with bearded, thinning hair. How could they not associate them with the top killers of the underground black market? Simply because these two have changed their appearance, and it's not even a low-end disguise, it's the very top of the line. Not only did the look change, but the temperament, demeanor, tone, speaking habits, and even body language, all changed. It made it look like they were two middle-aged, disheveled older men. There are old people on top and young people underneath. Mortgage, car loan pressure, they can't breathe. At this time, but also because of the age of the reason, is about to be dismissed by the company. The two had gotten a little desperate, which is why they came here to drink and get drunk. However, no matter how well they hide, there is always one thing that is absolutely unchangeable. That is the silk if any killing aura on their body. Little brother, did you go to the wrong box? One of them, with dazed eyes, curiously asked Chen Dongdao. No, I specifically came to find you guys. Chen Dong laughed. Looking for us for what? Another, surprised, asked. Is it to drink with us? Alas, it's good to be young. There's still the chance to spar. Unlike us, we have to be passive and lie flat. My third-born daughter is only 3 years old this year. Kindergarten tuition costs 20,000 a year. I just can't get the money. I should have known I wouldn't have given birth. Another person, listening to these words, immediately also sighed. Early to know. I even do not marry a wife. The house and car also do not buy. A person dashing is not good? Now ing become all kinds of slaves. Also midlife crisis to be dismissed. Old man really want to go jump off a building. I have to admit, these two top killers are really professional. With this kind of acting skill, if he goes to the movie and television industry, he can definitely be crowned as a movie star. They play disheveled middle-aged people and really get into it. After listening to them, if it were the average person, they would be touched and sympathize with them and pity them. Definitely wouldn't associate them with top killers. However, they still can't fool Chen Dong. The reason is still that, the silk if any killing aura on them, Chen Dong can feel it. Therefore, Chen Dong did not talk nonsense with them and opened the door. Blood sword, greedy wolf, you guys came to the imperial capital. In the end very purpose? If it was an ordinary killer who heard someone call out their nickname, they would probably immediately become furious and then roar at Chen Dong. How do you know our identities? These two, however, had absolutely no reaction at all, and were still there, drinking decadently and getting drunk. Chen Dong is a little helpless. Want to let these two people expose the real identity? There is only one way. Otherwise, they can really give you to act until tomorrow morning. That way is the simplest, most brutal, direct approach. Chen Dong picked up a wineglass and threw it at one of them. The wineglass was wrapped with Chen Dong's powerful strength. They really would have been killed by a wineglass if they hadn't reacted in some way. So, just as the wineglass was about to hit one of them in the head, a hand reached out from the side and directly crushed the glass. The two men's auras, instantly, steeply and drastically changed. The killing aura surged out like a tsunami. In the box, the temperature plummeted. If an ordinary person stayed here, they would instantly pass out from fear. Who are you? What do you want with us? Bloodsword inquired. Early 20s, and you're already at inner strength. Which family's son? Greedy Wolf also asked curiously. I'm sorry, now I'm the one asking you two what you're doing in the Imperial City. Not you guys asking me. Chen Dong faintly laughed. Arrogant. A hint of anger appeared on the faces of the Bloodsword's greedy wolves. A junior who dares to talk to them like this. Is he tired of living? I must make you understand some rules today, or else you will definitely pay a heavy price for your arrogance in the future. Both Bloodsword and Greedy Wolf decided that they would teach Chen Dong a hard lesson. However, who was coming? In the end, Greedy Wolf walked out, 5 fingers bent, instantly like an iron hook sharp claw, grabbing toward Chen Dong's face. This would instantly tear off a huge chunk of flesh and blood if it was scratched. Very scary. However, right at this moment, Chen Dong also lightly swung out a palm. Greedy Wolf was instantly shocked. Such a weak palm. Was it officially an attack by an inner strength powerhouse? This was looking for death. Boom! In the next moment, his face changed completely. The moment his hand and palm collided together, his 5 fingers, they were almost directly scrapped. He hastily stepped back, his face horrified as he stared at Chen Dong. How did you You get so strong? He was already at the peak of internal power. The only ones who can finish him off are Huan Jin powerhouses. Chen Dong was not a Huan Jin powerhouse, but this simple exchange of hands had made it clear to Greedy Wolf that Chen Dong was able to easily finish him off. Therefore, he could not figure out why Chen Dong was so much stronger than him when they were both in the same realm. The reason was simple. Chen Dong's body had been systematically strengthened. It was more than 3 times stronger than an ordinary person. That is to say, although Chen Dong is in the same realm as him, he must be at least 3 times more powerful than him so that he can easily finish him off. Is it really that powerful? I'll try it too. Blood Sword shouted. He stretched out his palm and after running his energy, it instantly filled with blood like a real blood knife. He headed towards Chen Dong's head and slashed down. Just like dealing with greed, Chen Dong still lightly swung his palm. Boom! Still another unbelievable scene appeared. The palm collided with the palm blade, and in a split second, the blood knife felt that his palm was going to break. He retreated several steps before he stabilized. However, in his body, the qi and blood were still surging, making it hard for him to vomit. He was stunned and stared at Chen Dong with wide eyes. How could you be so strong? Chen Dong is only in his early 20s. Surprisingly, he had knocked them back just by striking them. Given a little time, wouldn't he be invincible? How many more times do I need to tell you guys that I am the one asking you, not you asking me? Chen Dong's face was icy cold as he said, if you don't want to die here, then tell me the purpose of your visit to the imperial capital. The two were in a very stifling mood. If it was a Huanjing powerhouse that interrogated them like this, they would have endured it. The point was how it was a little too much to take being grilled like that by a young man. However, the situation is stronger than the people. Now they cannot say it. We've taken on a business deal and came here to assassinate someone. Greedy Wolf and Blood Sword said. Assassinate who? Chen Dong curiously inquired. Currently, we only know that his name is Chen Dong. Greedy Wolf and Blood Sword added. Other identity information. We don't know yet. Chapter 152. 2 Assassins Scared Stupid. Who is the person you are trying to kill? Chen Dong inquired with an incredulous expression. He thought his ears had misheard, until these two repeated to him again. Chen Dong, what happened to you? Those two, after saying the name again, noticing that Chen Dong did not look right, they inquired curiously again. No, nothing. Chen Dong really could not believe that the goal of these two people coming to the imperial capital was to kill him. There are so many people with the same name. Is it a mistake? If Chen Dong had not suffered an assassination before, he would still think so. However, he had just suffered an assassination, and then 2 powerful killers appeared to kill the target, called Chen Dong. It is impossible for there to be such a coincidence in the world. Therefore, Chen Dong can 100% conclude that the Chen Dong that they want to kill is himself. And who sent them to kill Chen Dong? Chen Dong frowned and asked, who told you to come and kill this Chen Dong? Blood Sword and Greedy Wolf shook their heads. The employer's information is still unclear. And, we don't care who the employer is, as long as he pays, it's fine, Shandong said. Can we call him now? Blood Sword and Greedy Wolf both shook their heads. Not now. It will take tomorrow for him to come. Fine. You two come with me to the Dragon Group, Chen Dong said in a cold voice again. You're from the Dragon Group? When did the Dragon Group have a young expert like you? Both of them were surprised and shocked. Just now they all thought, Chen Dong is which family's son? Is that family? Focus on cultivating out to inherit the family. Otherwise it is impossible to be so powerful. Where did he think that Chen Dong was actually a member of the Dragon Team? But on second thought, aside from the fact that the Dragon Team would send someone to investigate what these two were doing, where would any other family come to mess with these two troublesome ones of theirs? When Chen Dong told them to go to the Dragon Group, they were all a bit worried in their hearts that they would not be able to return after going there. After all, they have all done a lot of unethical things. Can we not go? The two men inquired cautiously. Chen Dong said indifferently, I will only give you 2 choices. One is to voluntarily go with me. The other is that I will injure you and then call the Dragon Team to carry you there. Which one do you choose? The two chose the first one without thinking. Exchanging hands just now had made them recognize reality clearly. When they were added together, Chen Dong could easily defeat them as well. So why are they fighting back? Do they want to die faster? The only way for them to escape from this now was to honestly listen to Chen Dong's words. Just like that, Chen Dong directly took these 2 assassins to the Dragon Team base. Did you kid just get 2 random people to fool us? At the Dragon Group base, a group of people were stunned. The Senate asked Chen Dong to investigate the purpose of the 2 top killers who secretly infiltrated the Dragon capital. Before going, he also instructed Chen Dong, if the situation is not right, pull out his legs and run. Never make a fearless sacrifice. His life comes first, the mission comes second. After Chen Dong had gone, the staff officers, who had been nervous, were afraid that Chen Dong would have an accident. Where did he think that Chen Dong would directly bring these 2 killers back to the base? Looking at the 2 killers with a temperless look on their faces, It was obvious that they had already been taught a hard lesson by Qindong. Otherwise, how could people like them be so honest? This makes the people in the Dragon Group base even more unbelievable. Those two are the top killers in the underground black market. All of them are already at the peak of the internal energy. Qindong is also in this realm. How can they fight one against two, defeat both of them easily, and then bring them to the Dragon Group base? These were all too unbelievable. That was why they suspected that Qindong had fudged and found two random people to fool them. They don't believe you yet. Show your hand. Qindong turned his head to Bloodsword and Greedy Wolf. Bloodsword and Greedy Wolf were extremely indignant in their hearts. Show your hand? What do you mean? Think they're jugglers? They're the top killers in the underground black market. This is so humiliating, isn't it? Naturally, they want to quit. However, in the bar, they didn't dare to go against Qindong's wishes, and after coming to the Dragon Group base, they dared even less. Otherwise, they would definitely not be able to leave here alive today. Therefore, the two of them, they can only hold back their anger and show their hands to these audiences. In front of them, in an instant, the murderous aura gushed out, and the temperature of the hall, which glittered with metallic luster, plummeted. The faces of many members of the Dragon Group changed horrifyingly and dramatically, and were scared back by this killing aura. Only a few people can withstand. This can be 100% sure that the identity of these two people is not a problem. You kid, is awesome. The people from the Dragon Group really did not know what to say to Qindong, so 1,000 words converged into 2 words, awesome. Almost everyone gave Qindong a thumbs up. Qindong responded with a smile. A little something, there's no need to be so surprised. In the hearts of the people, there was another burst of speechlessness. If this is all a small matter, then there is no big deal. By the way, what is their purpose of coming to the imperial capital? The man from the Dragon Group, in turn, inquired about Dong Qindao. This, Qindong's face showed an awkward look. Ask the two of them yourselves. The man from the Dragon Group turned his head and inquired, what is the purpose of your visit to the imperial capital? Assassinate Qindong. Assassinate who? The Dragon Group's people almost jumped up, thinking that their ears had misheard. Shandong. The two repeated the name again. In their hearts, they were both wondering if this person called Qindong had an uncomplicated identity. Otherwise, why would the people from the Dragon Group be surprised like this? Just then, they saw, again, a scene that left them in absolute disbelief. Qindong. Have you asked them who their employer is? Asked and they're not sure. What? You're Qindong? Bloodsword and Greedy Wolf were completely stunned when they heard the conversation between Qindong and the Dragon Team members. They probably wouldn't have dreamed that their target was the person in front of them who had defeated them and forced them to come to the Dragon Group base. Aye. We are just getting paid to do the job. Aye. The two men have been scared and are somewhat incoherent. Their target, surprisingly, is the one who defeated them? It's normal for them to worry about being taken out. Qindong ignored these two and instead said to the Dragon Group's people, it will be tomorrow before the employer comes to meet with these two. The man from the Dragon Group frowned. To be able to hire such a powerful assassin to kill you, the background must not be simple. But, no matter how much background he has, he must die this time. Where are we meeting tomorrow? The same bar? Qindong turned his head to look at the two killers. They nodded and said, yes. Then good. Tomorrow you go there and wait for your employer. The Dragon Group will keep the periphery under surveillance, without letting go of a single fish that escaped the net. The people from the Dragon Group viciously said, whoever Nima is, if he dares to touch someone from the Dragon Team, there is only one word, death. Chapter 153, Throwing Yourself into the Trap. Young Song, let those two top killers wait for us for a day for nothing. Will they be unhappy? On the way to the bar, Che Yungang asked Songhu with some worry, getting paid to do a job. What's there to be upset about? Songhu said with an indifferent face, just give enough money. By the way, has the money arrived? Che Yungang nodded. It's in the account. Songhu said, may also need to prepare a few 100 million. After all, the people to be killed are not ordinary people. Need to give them hush money. Che Yungang said, young Song, I understand. I'll be asking my father for some later. Songhu nodded his head and said, thank you for this time. After getting rid of Qindong, I will support your family to develop in the imperial capital. Young Song, is this true? Thank you so much. Che Yungang roared with excitement. Coming to the imperial capital to develop. That meant that the Che family was really going to take off. That's $2 billion well spent. Che Yungang couldn't help but think in his heart, if Dad knew, I don't know how happy he would be. Isn't it funny that he advised me before to stay out of this for fear of getting into trouble? If the rich and powerful Che family wants to rise, develop, and become more powerful, they must take a risk. Now look, everything that was done was worth it. Che Yungang clenched his fists and let out another cold laugh in his heart. Qindong, the Che family must be grateful to you, because the Che family stepped on your head to get to the top. Don't worry, I'll pay my respects to you on this day next year. Both men headed to the bar where they met with the assassin with the feeling that Shandong was 100% dead. Shandong, why are you here? Just after entering the box, Songhu and Che Yungang were stunned, because they never dreamed that it was not 2 people waiting for them in the box, but 3 people. What's more, he didn't expect that those 3 people were Shandong. The 2 killers were still disguised as middle-aged disheveled uncles, which made Songhu and Che Yungang guess in their hearts. Could it be that Shandong happened to sit and drink with these 2? While they were shocked, Shandong was also shocked. The ones who want to kill me are actually you 2? I always thought it was Sun Yuan. Shandong had always thought that it was Sun Yuan who had sent someone to kill him. Where would I have thought that it would be Songhu and Che Yungang? He thought back carefully. He didn't have any hatred with these 2, right? Why would you hire such a killer to put yourself to death? Since they had made the first move, then naturally, Shandong would not be polite. Songhu and Che Yun just heard what Shandong said and were again shocked. Shandong already knew that they were going to kill him? Why else would he say something like that? And yet, who told him? Are these the 2 killers? It's not likely, is it? How could an expert they paid good money for help their target? This is just too comical and hilarious, isn't it? Just when both of them were still holding a hint of luck in their hearts, thinking that this might be a misunderstanding, the 2 killers, who suddenly spoke, directly knocked them into the bottom. Mr. Chen, you've met the person who's going to kill you. The 2 of us can get the hell out now. Bloodsword and Greedy Wolf, with a pleasing face, asked Shandong Dao. Get lost, Shandong said in a cold voice. Do not set foot in the imperial capital in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chen. The 2 assassins were grateful and flew away from the box. Shandong let the 2 of them go so easily. There are 2 main reasons. One is that these 2 people are very obedient and cooperative. 2 is that they haven't done anything to jeopardize ordinary people. The Dragon Group exists to prevent martial artists from killing ordinary people indiscriminately. As for killings between martial artists, they were generally left alone without causing huge repercussions. Seeing the 2 killers darting away, Songhu and Che Yungang's faces again showed a look of disbelief. That's an assassin they're prepared to spend $2 billion on. How can you just run away? This Shandong, is he that powerful? They also finally understood why Shandong had stood guard with these 2 assassins, waiting for them to appear. It turned out to be that Shandong had already subdued these 2 killers long ago. However, how did Shandong know about this matter? Songhu and Che Yungang already don't have time to think so much, because Shandong's icy cold eyes have already looked toward the 2 of them. Young Song, this is the 2nd time we've met. Last time in Jiangzhou, when you left, you told me personally that, when you came to the imperial capital, you would treat me well, inviting 2 assassins. Is this your way of hospitality? Shandong inquired with an icy face, and Songhu immediately shivered. In the end, he is a person from a hidden family. Although he was flustered, he did not really mess up. He quickly calmed himself down, then smiled and said to Shandong, Shandong, I know that you are an expert. That is why I asked the 2 assassins to come to keep me company. They actually have no ill will towards you. Shandong smiled and asked, then sending 5 dead soldiers to kill me, is also without malice? On Songhu's face, a look of shock appeared. A dead soldier killed you? Who did that? You don't think this has anything to do with me, do you? I swear, I have absolutely no. Snap. Shandong raised his hand and slapped him hard on his face. It directly sent Songhu flying, hitting the wall of the box hard. Shandong was no longer paying attention to him, but turned his head to look at Che Yungang. How much do you know? Che Yungang's face, horrified, changed dramatically. I also just learned that young Song wanted to kill you. Last time, Song Xiao's actions had nothing to do with me. This time, although I was involved, it didn't work out. Shandong, please don't kill me. Che Yungang directly knelt down and kowtowed like garlic. You are still honest. Don't worry, I won't take your life, Shandong said in a cold voice, turning his head to look at Songhu again. He immediately laughed coldly again. Song Xiao, still want to continue to argue with me? Shandong, that's right, I want to kill you, because in Jiangzhou, you made me lose face, but you have nothing to lose if I don't succeed. I'll give you compensation, so let's just forget about this. Seeing that he couldn't deny it, Songhu simply admitted it. Compensation? What compensation? Shandong sneered. I only want to take your life. You dare me to kill me as I am a member of the Song family? The Song family won't let you go. Songhu threatened with a fierce face. Is the Song family very powerful? A roar suddenly came from outside, and the door to the random box was opened. Someone walked in carrying several bloody packages, throwing it on the ground and opening it up. It was none other than a couple of freshly chopped off heads. At a closer look, these heads were all, surprisingly, those henchmen that Songhu had brought with him. There was no lack of internal strength masters among them. Song Hu had just fantasized that these people could save themselves. Where did he think that they would all be cut down? Chen Dong's power. Isn't it too scary to come? Who the hell is he? A Song family can't threaten the dragon team. The person who came in sneered and taunted again. What? You are a member of the dragon team? Song Hu asked in shock as he looked at Chen Dong, vice leader of the dragon team. Chen Dong. Chen Dong responded indifferently. Chapter 154, carrying heads to the door as a warning. Bang! Song Hu sat down helplessly on the ground at once. He had never dreamed that the Chen Feng he was going to kill was the vice leader of the dragon team. Such a character, their Song family, indeed, could not afford to provoke. And taking the Song family to threaten Chen Dong, then, it really is a joke. Chen Dong, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have sent anyone to kill you. Please spare my dog's life. I'll be your slave from now on. In front of the life and death crisis, Song Hu no longer had the pride of a Song family's son. He prostrated himself on the ground like a dog, desperately kowtowing to Chen Dong and begging for mercy. However, Chen Dong's face did not even show a bit of compassion. With an icy face, he said, if, at the beginning, you had confessed to me, perhaps I would have spared your life. Yet, you're on the verge of falling into my hands, and you're still fooling me like I'm a fool? Then I won't be able to spare you. Chen Dong decided to let go of Che Yungang, but not Song Hu. In addition to Song Hu being the mastermind, who wanted to kill Chen Dong twice, there is also a more important reason. That is, Song Hu has always felt that he is above the rest, and has always used an attitude of contempt for Chen Dong in his the dialogues. Even if he was about to fall into Chen Dong's hands, this attitude still remained unchanged, and he even felt that Chen Dong was a brainwashed person who could be easily fooled. This kind of person who wants to kill Chen Dong, after being known by Chen Dong, and has such an attitude. Chen Dong, if all of them still want to let him go, then it really is a brain problem. Chop it off. With Chen Dong's order, a member of the dragon team walked up and chopped off Song Hu's head with a single slash. The sight of the Karyan gang was directly scared to pee, was really scared to pee. In front of this scene, like a nightmare, who would dare to believe that Song Hu, the young master of the Song family in the imperial capital, was cut down like this? Not long ago, they were talking to each other, thinking that they could get rid of Chen Dong right away. Even in his heart, he was thanking Chen Dong for his family's contribution. This was because after killing Chen Dong, Song Hu would support the Che family to develop in the imperial city. Where did he think that it was only 10 minutes of work? Song Hu had already been killed. The people from the dragon group picked up the head on the ground and left, with Cha Yun Gang still shivering. Dad, after a long time, he dialed a phone. What's wrong with you? Your voice is shaking? His father was a smart man, and from the sound of the call, he sensed something was wrong. Young Song was killed. Cha Yun Gang trembled for half a day before uttering a sentence. Who did this? Cha Yun Gong's father, completely stunned. Everything was just as he expected. How could someone that Song Hu couldn't solve be an ordinary person? That's why he persuaded his son to stay out of this. And now it seems to be too late. Don't dare to say it. Cha Yun Gang trembled. Are you alright? Then, his old man inquired again anxiously. They didn't kill me. Che Yun just responded. His father immediately let out a sigh of relief. It's good that he didn't kill you. You picked up a life. You must cherish it. Don't ever get involved in the fights between those big shots in the future. Although the Che family is also strong, they are mere ants compared to those people, and they will break our family in an instant. I know, Dad. What do I do now? I'm so scared. Cha Yun Gang cried again. Don't be anxious. Don't panic. Immediately take a plane to go abroad. Don't return to the country for 3 years. His father is not a simple character, and immediately planned a path for him. Definitely can't stay in the country. No one knew if Chen Dong was really letting him off the hook. In case of a reversal, he would only die. There was also the Song family. In case it was traced back to him, even if Song Hu's death had nothing to do with him, he would be buried with him. So, there was only one way for him to go and hide abroad. Okay, Dad, I'll go immediately. Che Yin just hung up the phone and bought the fastest flight to a foreign country. And at this point, Chen Dong and the people from the Dragon Group had already carried the heads of those people from Song Hu and headed directly to the Song family. Isn't this too high profile? Even if you kill, you still send the head to your home. This is a bit too much, right? Chen Dong said to the Dragon Group's people. This is what you don't understand. If you don't take a higher profile, these hidden families in the imperial capital will not take the Dragon Group seriously. The Dragon Group's man sneered. Chen Dong, you have to understand your status. You are the deputy leader, who was even assassinated. This is lawlessness. We must let these hidden families know that, in the imperial capital, the Dragon Group is the boss. Each and every one of them will end up like this if they don't behave honestly. Chen Dong was helpless. The Dragon team was actually doing this to protect him. Otherwise, the Song family will find out that it was Chen Dong who killed Song Hu, and will definitely hunt Chen Dong endlessly, and put the head of a group of people in Song Hu, directly sent to the Song family to let them know, don't be unselfish, come how many to kill how many. If your Song family wants to have the whole family killed, then just come and try. Deception. The people of the Song family, who received the heads of those from Song Hu, all hissed in anger. What's so great about the dragon group? Fight them. Too little regard for our Song family. Kill everyone in the dragon group. Who will still take our Song family seriously after this revenge is not reported? Just when a group of people in the Song family gathered together and argued loudly, the Song family old master walked in from outside with his cane. A group of people immediately pounced on him and roared, "Old master, have you seen Song Hu's body? He died a horrible death. We must avenge him." Snap! The Song family's old man raised his palm and smacked it on the faces of the ones who shouted the most. Has the Song family become the #1 family in the imperial capital? Is the Song family in control of the entire dragon kingdom? Is the Song family really qualified to fight against the dragon team? Have you all had your brains gnawed by pigs? Do you really want the Song family to be ruined? The Song family's old man asked a series of questions, and the Song family, directly dumbfounded. Indeed, avenging Song Hu and directly confronting the dragon group was really an act of looking for death. If they were really impulsive, the Song family would really be exterminated. Dad, little tiger died so tragically. Really just let it go? Song Hu, his old man, still not willing, howled. Alas, the Song family's old man sighed and said somewhat helplessly, little tiger ending up like this is all his own fault. When the first assassination didn't work, the old man had already warned him not to do it again, and even the bank card was stopped for him. Where was the thought that he was still going to die? It's fine if the assassinated one is an ordinary member, but that one is the vice group leader. Do you guys know what a deputy leader means in the dragon team? Luckily he's fine, otherwise it wouldn't be as simple as just killing Song Hu and a few of them to warn the Song family. Rather, it will really uproot the Song family. So, during this period of time, everyone should not go out. Whoever is causing trouble will be directly expelled from the clan. Chapter 155, the one even the Imperial Capital Merchants Union dare not mess with. The people of the Song family, all unwilling. Song Hu died like this, simply a strange shame. Yet so what if they were unwilling? As Elder Song said, the Song family was not as powerful as the dragon team, so they had to endure. Old master, how will it be announced to the public? Song Hu's father, again, inquired with tears in his eyes. Song Hu was set as the Song family's heir to train. His death will definitely cause a sensation. How to announce this to the public? Very important, because if you mess up, you might bring disaster to the Song family again. To the public, he died in a car accident. The Song family's old man said, isn't that a bit hasty? Will others believe it? Song Hu's father hesitantly said, others will definitely still speculate that the real reason for Song Hu's death is not even daring to be publicized. The Song family must have shown weakness. Then they are likely to pounce and take a bite. His concerns are not without merit. With a big family like the Song family, any little breeze would cause huge ripples. In particular, you cannot show weakness, because in the imperial capital, the group of wolves surrounds. You once show weakness, you may become prey. That's why those big families, why they care so much about face, because the face can show whether or not the family has shown weakness. Then what else do you want to say? Elder Song, somewhat dissatisfied, said, directly tell others that Song Hu was killed because he offended the dragon team? That would only cause the Song family to die faster. The moment Elder Song's words came out, the people around him, all of them immediately shivered. Never let others know that Song Hu's death was related to the dragon group, otherwise those clans will immediately rise up and attack. It's like a wolf offending a tiger in the forest. Can that wolf survive? Obviously it's out of the question. You guys don't have to worry too much. Seeing the Song family crowd, all in a panic, Elder Song immediately comforted again. As long as our Song family and the Ouyang family are still in a marriage relationship, no one in the imperial capital will touch us. Song Hu's father immediately said anxiously, Tiger's son is dead. How can he still join forces with the Ouyang Phoenix of the Ouyang family? Master Song said, just pick someone else to go. Song Hu's father was worried. Is this okay? The Ouyang family will agree? Elder Song said, it doesn't really matter at all who goes for the marriage. The two families are just going to ally through this relationship and support each other. After he said that, Song Hu's father sort of understood that from the beginning to the end. Song Hu was actually just a tool person. A trace of sadness inexplicably welled up in his heart. The Yellow Mountain Club was one of the few most famous clubs in the Imperial City. The big shots of the Imperial capital often converge here. Today, the place was chartered. To be able to pack this place was obviously not an ordinary person. They were none other than the Imperial Capital Business Alliance. The people of the Imperial Capital Business Alliance have gathered here to figure out only one thing: Song Hua's death. Although the Song family had already announced to the public that Song Hu died with a car accident, however, the entire Imperial Capital, anyone with a little bit of brains knew that this was absolutely impossible. And why is the Song family afraid to tell the truth? That no one knows. The Song family has said this: the Imperial Capital Business Alliance. Why do they still insist on investigating the truth? The reason was simple. Song Hu was an important figure of the Imperial Capital Business Alliance. He couldn't just die like this, or else he would be slapping the face of the Imperial Capital Business Alliance. No matter which person killed Song Hu, we must find him out, or else where can we put the face of the Imperial Capital Business Alliance? In a luxurious box. Someone was yelling. If the Song family refuses to tell the truth, then go to their door and force them to tell it. Another person roared. I don't believe that in the Imperial Capital, there are still people that our Imperial Capital Merchant Alliance can't deal with. Another person laughed. Song Hu's death had really concerned the face of the Imperial Capital Business Alliance. Therefore, even if the Song family didn't step forward, they would still figure out the truth and go for revenge. So they conferred and decided to go to the Song family together and ask the truth of the matter. And just then, the box door suddenly pushed open. A young man in his 30s with a very calm look on his face walked in. His appearance was like a magic force, and the crowd, which had been cranky and restless just a moment ago, all instantly quieted down. This person, why could he have such a powerful aura? It was simply because he was the alliance leader of the Imperial Capital Business Alliance, Long Xingwang. Good day, Alliance Master. Everyone in the box stood up and saluted Long Xingwang. Long Xingwang's identity, extremely mysterious. He created the Imperial Capital Business Alliance, but only a few years of time. But let the Imperial Capital Business Alliance become one of the most powerful forces in the Imperial Capital. Just think how good he is. The people present were all from big families, yet in front of Long Xingwang, each one of them was like a commoner. That's the difference in status between them. That's why no one dared to be restless anymore when Long Xingwang appeared. What's it all about? Long Xingwang calmly inquired. Allied Lord, Song Hu is dead. The Song family doesn't dare to tell the truth. They must have offended a great person. However, Song Hu is a person from our Imperial Capital Merchant Alliance. No matter who got him killed, we, the Imperial Capital Merchant Alliance, can't pretend we don't know. So we decided to go to the Song family to forcefully ask for the truth, and then find that person to take revenge. Someone roared angrily. I already know the truth, Long Xingwang calmly said. Everyone present was appalled. Surely the gap between their status and theirs is too great. They have used all their family connections and can't find out the slightest bit of truth. Long Xingwang, however, was easily informed. Can imagine how strong Long Xingwang's background strength is. In front of Long Xingwang, saying that they are civilians is actually all too high on them. The correct statement should be that they are all a bunch of beggars. Allied Lord, who killed Song Hu? The crowd immediately pursued with curiosity again. This matter is closed. No one should mention it again either. And you guys, you need to be more peaceful these days. That man is still in the Imperial Capital. If you accidentally provoke him, it will only end up like Song Hu. Long Xingwang calmly said again. Those present were, once again, horrified. Allied Lord, what do you mean by that? Do you know the truth and you don't dare to go? To take revenge? Just what kind of character is the other party? Is it really that terrifying and powerful? He's still in the Imperial Capital? Could it be that he's not from the Imperial Capital? Just happened to come here for a few days? The crowd inquired again in shock. They really found it hard to believe that Long Xingwang, who knew the truth, could only stop. Who is the man who killed Song Hu? Is he really that scary and powerful? Even Long Xingwang, whose identity and background were so mysterious and powerful, was scorned and couldn't believe it. Long Xingwang had already left the box. These people all fell silent, obviously no longer had the guts to be asking for the truth. And they also had to keep a low profile during this recent period. At the same time, the Ouyang family, Ouyang Phoenix is having a heated argument with the people in the family. Originally, she was not going to return to her family this time when she came to the Imperial Capital Beijing University for exchanges. However, the people from the family had found her, simply because Song Hu had died. The Song family and the Ouyang family were going to rejoin in marriage. This completely enraged her. Chapter 156, Ouyang Phoenix. It wasn't the first time that Ouyang Phoenix had been forced into a marriage. Last time she was too young to resist. And this time, she definitely won't be compromising. Ouyang Family Council Hall. Ouyang Phoenix, pointing at the crowd, hissed angrily, Song Hu only just died. You let me marry the rest of the Song family. What do you take me for? What do you take me for? A tool for your Ouyang family to utilize? You guys don't want face? I still want face. Sister, don't be angry. Having you join the Song family in marriage. that was also a necessity. Our Ouyang family is inherently weaker than the other big families in the imperial capital. If we don't form an alliance, I'm afraid we won't be able to gain a foothold in the future. A very beautiful woman walked over to persuade Ouyang Phoenix. She was Ouyang Phoenix's own sister, and her name was Ouyang Cattail. Although she was persuading and comforting, her eyes were all gloating. It was evident that she wasn't really caring about Ouyang Phoenix at all. It was just pretending to be a good person. Ouyang Phoenix, who saw through her mind at a glance, immediately asked with a cold smile, "Since it is for the sake of the family's general situation, why don't you go? You're 2 years older than me. You've already reached marriageable age. It's only right that you're more suitable than me." The moment these words came out, it was immediately like a hornet's nest had been stirred up. The people around them all cursed angrily. "Shut up, Ouyang Phoenix. You're an illegitimate daughter. What qualifications do you have to be compared to Ouyang Catkin? Marrying you off to the Song family's heir is already a great blessing for you. How dare you not know enough? This matter has already been ordered by the family, so don't be talking too much, or you'll have to eat your bitter head." Hearing these voices, Ouyang Catkin, more complacent, even lazy to do the disguise, she condescended, looking at Ouyang Phoenix. "That means I am the Ouyang family's status of an incomparable 1,000 golden lady, and you are nothing but a bastard daughter. It has been an honor for the family to raise you. Marrying you to an heir is even more of a blessing. Still dare to pick and choose." Inner dissatisfaction is purely unaware of the good. At that time, if you really do not agree, this Ouyang family is afraid that there will not be a place for you to stay. Ouyang Phoenix was angry and aggrieved, and wanted to cry. It was true that she was just a private daughter, but she was also not a tool that these people could just use to heckle. She got up and ran out of the Ouyang household. "Stop, where are you going? The family meeting hasn't ended yet. Who allowed you to leave?" Someone pointed at the departing Ouyang Phoenix and roared loudly. "Forget it, let her calm down." Ouyang Phoenix's father said in a cold voice, "Letting her marry the Song family for the second time is a bit hasty. It's normal for her to react like this when she's not prepared in her heart." At this moment, her father, finally, had a little bit of being a father, that is, defending his own daughter. However, it was just for a moment, because Ouyang Phoenix's father immediately added, however, her marriage contract with the Song family's new heir, Song Bao. No one can change. Song Bao is Song Hu's younger brother. After Song Hu died, he was groomed as the family heir. At the same time, he also became the subject of a marriage with Ouyang Phoenix. On the main street, Ouyang Phoenix walked with a lost soul. She was crying so hard that her face was full of tears. "What's wrong with you, beautiful? Just lost your love?" Suddenly, a few punks stopped her. "Do you want us to have a drink with you? Then you won't feel so bad." After the punk said those words, he didn't wait for Ouyang Phoenix's consent and started to move his hands on Ouyang Phoenix. If it was usual, Ouyang Phoenix encountered this kind of thing as her strength. These punks have long been all lying on the ground. Now, however, she was so disheartened that she had thoughts of self-destruction. Allowing these punks to pull her and move their hands, she actually didn't put up a bit of resistance. The punks, all of a sudden, got excited. "Extremely beautiful, whether it's her body or her looks. She's 1 in a million. We must have fun tonight." A few people's eyes flashed with evil light, dragging Ouyang Phoenix towards a hotel. Ouyang Phoenix still didn't react at all, because she really had already been heartbroken. She was completely desperate for the world, and whatever happened tonight, she didn't care. Isn't that Ouyang Phoenix? What happened? Why was she taken to a hotel by a few punks? Chen Dong, who was shopping, suddenly saw an unbelievable scene. Ouyang Phoenix, the president of Jiangzhou University's martial arts club, had been taken to a hotel by a few punks, which was really unbelievable. Ouyang Phoenix can already be the strength of the middle stage of external strength, not to mention a few punks. It is dozens, hundreds, of them, and it is impossible to force her to take her away. But now, she was taken away without even the slightest resistance. In Chen Dong's heart, he couldn't help but start guessing. Could it be that she was drugged? Chen Dong originally did not want to mind his own business, but after all, they were classmates from the same school, and they let him run into them, so if he did not care, his conscience would really be uneasy. Therefore he immediately followed him. The owner of the hotel saw a few punks bring a beautiful woman in and immediately knew what they were going to do, but was powerless to stop them, because he's just an ordinary hotel owner who can't afford to mess with those punks. In this way, the gangsters were very smooth and brought Ouyang Phoenix into a room. From the beginning to the end, Ouyang Phoenix still didn't react at all. Her entire body had become numb, and her eyes were dim. Those punks, still pretending to comfort her. "Beauty, it's okay. The old doesn't go away. The new doesn't come. We'll let you enjoy the pleasure you've never had before today. Guarantee you won't be thinking about your ex-boyfriend." they pushed Ouyang Phoenix onto the bed. Then one by one, excitedly, they began to undress themselves. It was as if a pack of hungry wolves was about to devour Ouyang Phoenix, the little sheep, without any bones left. Boom! However, right at this moment, the door was suddenly kicked open. A man with a somewhat cold face walked in. Looking at these punks who were taking off their clothes, he immediately shouted in a cold voice, "What are you going to do? Where did you come from? Dare to spoil our good deed? You don't want to live?" The gangsters, all of them, were furious. That's the ultimate beauty in a million. They were about to get it, and the anger in their hearts, all of them were seduced. Where did they expect that someone would suddenly barge in and interrupt? How could they stand it? They came up and wanted to kill Chendong. Snap! Chendong raised his hand and slapped the face of a punk. It directly sent the punk flying, his body hitting the wall heavily. In looking at his cheeks, they were deformed. The rest of the gangsters, at once, revealed horrified looks. A slap smacked away. How much strength is this damn? They were immediately scared and their legs went weak, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. "Dog day, big brother, we didn't know that she was your woman." Right. Sorry. Chapter 157, Quelling Anger with a Slap. Roll outside and slap yourself 200 times each. Chendong gave the order, and a difficult look appeared on the faces of the gangsters. 200 slaps. Wouldn't that swell their faces? What? Didn't hear what I said? Or do you need me to do it myself? Chendong asked in a cold voice again. The punks immediately trembled with fear. Obviously, no one wanted Chendong to do it himself, because the person that Chendong had personally beaten just now might have only had half of his life left. Slap. The punks went outside and started slapping themselves. Chendong came to the bedside and seeing Ouyang Phoenix lying on the bed, he asked with a puzzled expression, "Were you drugged?" Ouyang Phoenix's eyes were numb and lightless, not as if they were drugged, but as if they had been detained by someone's soul. Chendong reached out, touched her cheek and asked, "What happened to you? How did you become like this? Are you still the president of Jiangzhou University's martial arts club?" Ouyang Phoenix? Ouyang Phoenix. Still no reaction at all. Chendong reached out and pulled her up. At this time, Chendong could be certain that even if she slept with Ouyang Phoenix would still not react at all. However, Chendong obviously would not do that kind of despicable and shameless thing. Although I don't know what exactly happened to Ouyang Phoenix, but now, it is necessary to take her away first. It's really too dangerous for her to be like this, because she's really too pretty, and if she's being targeted by another punk, the consequences are unimaginable. Ouyang Phoenix was pulled by Chendong, walking down the street in a mute manner, completely a walking corpse. Chendong was a little unable to stand it anymore and turned around, stretching out his hands, grabbing Ouyang Phoenix's shoulders and shaking them violently as he asked loudly, "What exactly happened to you? Can you tell me about it? Perhaps I can help you." In the eyes of Ouyang Phoenix, there was finally a little essence of light, but it quickly dimmed. Obviously, she felt that Chendong could not help her at all. She had completely resigned herself to her fate. This fate was too cruel for one to make a choice at all. Can only be ravaged, bullied and toyed with. Bold fanatic, dare to take advantage of my lady. Are you tired of living? Behind them, a loud roar suddenly came from the back. Chendong looked startled and turned around to see that a middle-aged man was walking towards the side with two burly men. Chendong immediately looked stunned. These people, were they all from the Ouyang family? If so, that would be great, because he could ask these people what Ouyang Phoenix had been through. You guys came just in time. Your young lady looks a little off. What exactly did she encounter? Chendong turned his head to inquire. Suddenly, a black stick directly smashed down towards his head. He was immediately on fire. And his mother. Not to mention, he saved Ouyang Phoenix. Otherwise, Ouyang Phoenix must have been by those punks. These people, even if they misunderstood him, they should at least ask. Without anything, he came up and hit Chendong's head with a black stick without any care. If Chendong had been an ordinary person, he would have suffered from this stick and would have died of gas. So, he went straight into unimaginable rage. Seek death. Chendong let out a loud shout and kicked out with a backhanded kick, ruthlessly kicking at the body of the man who had hit him. Instantly, the man's tall body of nearly 1.9 meters was immediately kicked out 5 or 6 meters away by Chendong and fell heavily to the ground. The remaining two were directly dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What are you? You? Do you know who you hit? They asked in some panic. Who is it? Chendong asked indifferently. Someone from the Ouyang family. The middle-aged man laughed coldly. There's only one thing that can happen to anyone who hits the Ouyang family in the imperial capital, and that's death. If you don't want to die, kneel down and apologize for $5 million. Chendong laughed. A single Ouyang family cannot move me, making me kneel down and apologize. And compensation? It's even more nonsense. I now have a question to ask you. Your Ouyang family's young lady Ouyang Phoenix, why did she become like this? It's none of your business. You'd better think about how to quell the Ouyang family's anger after offending them. The middle-aged man chimed in coldly again. Chen Dong's face turned ice cold. Fine, I will quell your anger. When the middle-aged man and the other strong man heard this, their faces immediately showed a happy look. They thought that the Ouyang family had really subdued Chen Dong. Chen Dong would immediately apologize to them on his knees. However, the next second, something that made them not even dream of happened. Snap! Chen Dong raised his hand and slapped his hand, ruthlessly smacking one of them on the face. The other person. Before he could react, Chen Dong threw out another slap, which also hit his face solidly. At once, these two men, flew out and slumped to the ground. Chen Dong walked towards them and asked in a cold voice, "Has the anger in your hearts calmed down a bit? If not, I still have slaps here." Both of them were stunned. Chen Dong was actually trying to use this method to quell the anger in their hearts. Don't say, it really kind of worked, because one by one, they really didn't dare to get angry. Otherwise, surely you will still be thrashed. Miss was stimulated because of the marriage with the Song family, so she became like this, right? In the end, these three people honestly stated the reason. Song who is dead, and she is still allowed to join the marriage? Chen Dong roared with some anger, and these three immediately shivered in fear. He finally realized that Ouyang Phoenix, why he had become like this, is really completely desperate. In the Ouyang family, she really was purely a tool person. The union with Song who had been too much for her to bear. Song who died, immediately replaced with another person to marry her. What do you take her for? Chen Dong really started to feel a little bit of heartache for Ouyang Phoenix. Go back and tell your Ouyang family, her marriage, it is best to think about it for a while and not to be forcing her. Chen Dong said in a cold voice. What the hell are you? You? Those three inquired again. My name is Chen Dong. Chen Dong uttered his name, and the three men turned around and walked away. Chen Dong returned to Ouyang Phoenix's side at this time. Don't be sad yet. I can assure you that if you don't want to, no one can force you to marry the Song family. Ouyang Phoenix didn't react at all. Obviously she didn't believe what Chen Dong said. Chen Dong had no choice but to tell her a shocking truth. I killed Song Hu. In an instant, Ouyang Phoenix's dull pupils flashed with brilliance. She looked at Chen Dong with a shocked face. I know you don't believe me. This is too much. How could I possibly kill Song Hu? Chen Dong laughed at himself again. I believe. However, to his surprise, Ouyang Phoenix unexpectedly uttered these three words with unparalleled firmness. Chapter 158, a model for our generation. Ouyang Phoenix's such a firm answer had caused Chen Dong to be somewhat surprised. How many people in the imperial capital would dare to disregard the Ouyang family? On this point, I also believe that you can do what you say. Ouyang Phoenix explained with another smile. Chen Dong nodded and said, you have to help me keep the secret. Although I'm not afraid of the Song family retaliating, but if word gets out, it will ultimately have a bad influence. I know, Ouyang Phoenix said. Let me send you back to school. Chen Dong added. Good. Ouyang Phoenix nodded. Very docile. The current her, where was she still a little bit? The domineering president of the martial arts club at Jiangzhou University. She was purely a well-behaved little girl, and was even a bit cute. If this were to spread back to Jiangzhou University, it would definitely stun a group of people. Due to the last exchange meeting, Jiangzhou University won a big victory, and all people were valued by Beijing University. Therefore, they were invited to study in Beijing University for a period of time, and all food and accommodation were free. The people from Jiangzhou University were naturally happy to stay. After all, Beijing University is one of the highest institutions in the country, and the quality of teaching here is definitely better than that of Jiangzhou University, and you can learn a lot of things here. Chen Dong definitely also stayed, but still in the same with Jiangzhou University, 3 days fishing and 2 days sunshine net, almost never went to class. The teacher must be dissatisfied. However, once he thought, Chen Dong is a wizard, almost on his own, picking the major societies of Beijing University. Such a person should not be restrained, so he did not manage. Senior Ouyang, where are you? Something happened? On the way back to school, Ouyang Phoenix suddenly received a call. It's someone from JNU calling. A hint of doubt immediately appeared on her face as she inquired curiously. What is it? Senior Che is missing, the person on the phone said anxiously. Ouyang Phoenix immediately turned her head to look at Chen Dong. Related to you? The reason why she guessed like this, it was because Che Yungang was Song Hu's dog leg. Even Song Hu had been killed by Chen Dong. Could a lapdog escape? Obviously it is impossible. I am not that indiscriminate. Chen Dong waved his hand somewhat helplessly. At that time, he did spare Chai Yungang. And why did Chai Yungang suddenly disappear into thin air? Most likely, went abroad to hide, I guess. Chen Dong told Ouyang Phoenix about his guess. Ouyang Phoenix immediately again on the phone to Jiangzhou University of those people said, Che Senior may have something to go abroad. You all do not panic. Normal learning life can be. Senior Yang, is everything you said true? Senior Che really just went abroad? Why can't we contact him? The people from Jiangzhou University, again, inquired suspiciously. He will contact you when he is free, so don't be alarmed. Yang Phoenix added. Okay, that side was about to hang up the phone, but then suddenly, as if they thought of something, they immediately said to Yang Phoenix, Senior Sister Yang, that Zhang Bin came to harass student Lan Yuhan again today. She seeks death. Yang Phoenix coldly spat out 3 words. In this group of students from Jiangzhou University, Che Yun Gang was the captain, and when he was not around, the strongest Yang Phoenix became the backbone. When she heard that Zhang Bin was harassing Lan Yuhan, again, she was very angry. It had already been decided that it was time to go and teach Zhang Bin a hard lesson. What's wrong? Seeing that Yang Phoenix hung up the phone and her face did not look good, Chen Dong immediately asked curiously, our people are being harassed. Yang Phoenix said with a frosty face. Who? Puzzlement appeared on Chen Dong's face. Lan Yuhan, Yang Phoenix said. What? She was harassed? Surprise appeared on Chen Dong's face, and in a flash, it turned into anger. Yang Phoenix was slightly flabbergasted when she saw the scene. Then on her face, a hint of dissatisfaction appeared. You seem to care about her a lot? Chen Dong was immediately a bit embarrassed. We are all classmates. We should help each other. Yang Phoenix said. It's not as simple as classmates, right? I heard that she looked for you to practice the piano in the middle of the night. The two of you, a lone man and a woman, staying in the piano room, really didn't have anything happen? And you really are a gentleman who sits on his ass? Chen Dong frowned. He felt a sour pang of jealousy. In his heart, he wondered, Yang Phoenix, this girl can't be liking me, right? Why else would she go toe-to-toe with me like this? He shook his head to stabilize his mind and laughed again. Whether or not I'm a gentleman who sits on his hands, just now in the hotel, you should know. Yang Phoenix's cheeks instantly blushed as she coldly warned Dong Dao Chen, don't say anything about what happened just now. Chen Dong smiled faintly. It depends on you, whether you still dislike me or not. Yang Phoenix was dumbfounded. The two of them quickly arrived at Beijing University, causing a gasp of surprise just as they entered the campus. Asterisk. Isn't that the red goddess from Jiangzhou University? Actually walking with a guy. Is that her boyfriend? Isn't that guy the boyfriend of the ultimate goddess Wang Xiu? How come even the red goddess was taken down by him? This guy isn't generally powerful. 2 goddesses have been taken down by him, and he's still strutting around the campus without any avoidance at all. It's really a model for my generation. The boys from Beijing University were on the verge of worshipping Chen Dong, because he's really, really good. 2 days ago, making a big fuss with Wang Xiu in school had made many people recognize him and know that he was very powerful. Where do you think? There is an even more powerful. Today, he even brought the red goddess of Jiangzhou University to enter the campus again, and there is no avoidance at all. This is really too amazing. Many people were already thinking to themselves, isn't he afraid of Wang Xiu's jealousy? Have both goddesses already? This is not trying to be flush? It's awesome. Those people's heads have already begun to nastily fantasize about the image of Emperor Yi and Queen Ing sharing the same husband. The people from Jiangzhou University were all in a restaurant box at the school. Chen Dong and Yang Phoenix walked in, immediately causing another burst of surprise from the crowd. Senior Sister Yang, you turned out to have gone on a date with Dong Chen? Someone inquired curiously. A pair of sultry eyes stared at Chen Dong's body. Chen Dong did not need to think about it and knew that it must be Lan Yuhan who was looking at him. A few days ago, he promised to be free to accompany Lan Yuhan. Where did he think that he had forgotten about it in the back of his head? Today even appeared with Yang Phoenix. In Lan Yuhan's heart, she must be dissatisfied. However, she had really wronged Chen Dong. Chen Dong had encountered too many things in the past few days. Almost got assassinated too. So is really no time. Coming back with Yang Phoenix today was just a coincidence. Chen Dong hoped that Yang Phoenix could explain the misunderstanding. Where did he think that Yang Phoenix even opened his mouth and said, right, we just entered the hotel and you guys called to say that something happened. Who made the call? Stand out for me. Disturbing my good deed. I'm going to clean him up. Chapter 159 Zhang Bin's Provocation. The people of Jiangzhou University were stunned. Senior Sister Yang, you went to a room with Chen Dong? Is this true? They inquired with a surprised yell. Turning his head in to look at Chen Dong, he already had a murderous look in his eyes. Yang Phoenix said, almost, didn't I just say that? Who called to disturb me? I'm going to teach him a lesson. The guy who made the call has been scared into hiding in the corner. The crowd was really quick to admire his Chen Dong. How beautiful women all surrounded Chen Dong. And at this time, Chen Dong was already filled with black lines. Yang Phoenix obviously deliberately said it to Lan Yuhan. In Chen Dong's heart, there was a growing suspicion that Yang Phoenix just liked him, Otherwise she would not have used such despicable means to stimulate another girl who was secretly interested in Chen Dong. Lan Yuhan scratched Chen Dong twice, stood up and headed outside. Yuhan, where are you going? Someone inquired. Go out for some air. It's too stuffy. Lan Yuhan said coldly. The box is so big. Where is it boring? A puzzled look appeared on someone's face. Seeing that Chen Dong immediately chased out, they realized what was going on. At that moment, they naturally had another burst of astonishment. In their hearts two goddesses could it be that both have an interest in Chen Dong? Otherwise why are here for Chen Dong tit for tat Find some time and make sure to take lessons from Chen Dong. How did he make the goddesses all revolve around him? Some people had already begun to make calculations in their hearts. Yuhan, Chen Dong, who had chased out, shouted. Lan Yuhan stopped in her tracks and asked in a cold voice, what are you shouting at me for? Go on and get a room with your red goddess. Chen Dong frowned and said, don't listen to her nonsense. I didn't get a room with her. Then what did you go with her for? Lan Yuhan pressed again. A few days ago, you promised to accompany me, but you didn't even cast a shadow. Chen Dong frowned again. This girl's jealousy was too strong, right? He said helplessly, I met her by chance. I've had a bit too much going on in the past few days, which is why I didn't come looking for you. What's up? Hooking up with any pretty girl again? Lan Yuhan inquired. Chen Dong was somewhat speechless and could only zoom in. I suffered an assassination. What? You were assassinated? Are there any injuries? Concern appeared on Lan Yuhan's cold face as she immediately folded back to check Chen Dong's body. She was relieved to see that Chen Dong was unharmed. What era is this? Still use this kind of lame reason to attract girls. Do you want to be shameless? A mocking voice suddenly sounded behind him, and Chen Dong turned his head to look at a man wearing a white shirt with his hair organized meticulously, holding a large bunch of roses and walking over this way. After mocking Chen Dong, he then directly ignored Chen Dong and sent the rose to Lan Yuhan. Yuhan, for you. Chen Dong's eyes immediately narrowed as a murderous aura surfaced. This guy, is he the one who just said on the phone, Zhang Bin who harassed Lan Yuhan? Snap. Just as Chen Dong was still guessing if it was that person, Lan Yuhan had already reached out and knocked away the roses that were sent over to her, then coldly said, Zhang Bin, can you stop bothering me? Sure enough, it's him. The corner of Chen Dong's mouth surfaced a cold smile, harassing Lan Yuhan, but also scolded him. This is not looking for death. Yuhan, you always reject me like this. You still think your sweetheart is so great, but it turns out to be just a blowhard. Zhang Bin mocked. Knowing that girls like to hear those hot stories, he made up lies about being assassinated. However, he doesn't use his brain to think about it. He's in the imperial capital. Who the hell dares to come to the imperial capital to assassinate someone? Isn't that getting tired of living? Zhang Bin really scoffed at what Chen Dong said. However, he had gotten one thing wrong. Lan Yuhan only wanted to care about Chen Dong. Does this have anything to do with whether what Chen Dong said is true or not? It has nothing to do with it at all. Therefore, Lan Yuhan didn't even want to be listening to Zhang Bin's nonsense anymore. Pointing to the distance, you're not welcome here. You leave right now. Zhang Bin's complexion, icy cold. In the past, when chasing girls, they used to use money to hit them, and they got laid within a few days. Lan Yuhan isn't like other girls. It takes him a while. However, now, his patience was exhausted, because he hadn't expected that the person Lan Yuhan was attracted to was actually someone who only bragged and talked big. He immediately felt that he had been humiliated. Is he, the second youngest master of the Zheng family, even inferior to a person who brags and talks big? Therefore, he didn't have the patience to be circling Lan Yuhan. Today, Lan Yuhan must promise him. He hastily reached out, grabbed Lan Yuhan's hand, and smiled. This is the school cafeteria. It's not your home, so what makes you not welcome me? I've got the box. Come with me to dinner. Chen Dong frowned. Was this really treating him as if he did not exist? Snap. He raised his hand and slapped it. On Zhang Bin's face, a palm print immediately appeared. Zhang Bin was hit and almost fell to the ground. You dare to hit me? Zhang Bin pointed at Chen Dong and roared. Bang! Chen Dong did not say anything, and kicked him again, kicking him in the stomach, before he faintly said, Lousy not only beat you, but also kicked you. Wait for me. Zhang Bin climbed up from the ground and turned around and ran away. What happened? In the box, the people from Jiangzhou University heard the commotion and immediately came out to inquire. Seeing the rose that fell to the ground, they immediately understood the cause. That bastard Zhang Bin is here again, and it's already been fought off by you? Chen Dong coldly said, gave him a slap and kicked him. If he is smart, he should not be looking for trouble. The people of Jiangzhou University shook their heads, and it was obvious that Zhang Bin would not be smart. The reason is very simple. His identity is not ordinary. After receiving a beating, How can he just forget it? He'll be looking for revenge. The people of Jiangzhou University, however, were all not worried at all. After all, Chen Dong and Ouyang Phoenix were both experts. This is Beijing University, the nation's top institution. Zhang Bin, even if he retaliates, he does not dare to go too far. As long as they didn't leave Beijing University, none of them needed to worry about anything. The group returned to the box to continue eating. Lan Yuhan didn't get angry as if she was suddenly enlightened. She and Ouyang Phoenix both sat beside Chen Dong. Chen Dong, come eat this piece of chicken. Ouyang Phoenix gave Chen Dong a piece of chicken. Not to be outdone, she immediately gave Chen Dong a piece of duck meat as well. Not a few times, Chen Dong bowl, are eaten. Two beautiful women are still constantly clip over. Big eyes to small eyes, a pair of arrows in the position. The people at the table, all of them, were terrified and trembling. Chen Dong also commiserated. Can I stop eating? No. The two beauties turned their heads and both roared at him. He swore in his heart that after this meal, he would never sit down to eat with anyone from Jiangzhou University. After Zhang Bin left the restaurant, he went directly to the martial arts hall to find the president of the martial arts club of Beijing University, Li Jingang. Chapter 160, calling Chen Dong the strongest. Li Jingang, help me teach a lesson. Zhang Bin yelled as he looked at Li Jingang who was training. Li Jingang turned back, with a puzzled face. Zhang Xiao, who messed with you? Zhang Bin's identity was not ordinary. Besides being a son of a wealthy family, his brother Zhang Tao is also a member of the Imperial Capital Business Alliance. That's why there aren't many people who dare to mess with him in Beijing University. However, now he is very wretched. One cheek is swollen, and there is a bright red palm print that can really be described by the word miserable. Of who only blows awesome. Zhang Bin angrily scolded. Blowing powerful, blowing too much. Brain problems, really think they are powerful, boom boom. Invincible in the world. That's why they dared to hit Lao Zi. Right. Well, don't delay. Go clean him up with me right now. Zhang Bin thought. Chen Dong is blowing powerful, blowing too much. Too deep into the drama. Really thought he became as powerful as boasting. So he dared to hit him. Zhang Bin. It's not like we haven't seen this kind of person before. And it all ends badly. Today Shandong would be a little worse, because he really did it to Zhang Bin. This was something that Zhang Bin absolutely could not tolerate, ever since he was a child. Who dared to hit his Zhang family's second young master? Li Jingang does not want to manage this kind of thing, but Zhang Bin personally door to door, no matter what cannot, otherwise it is to offend Zhang Bin. He couldn't be bothered to step in himself, so he casually called a person from the martial arts club over. Xiao Wu, you and Zhang Xiao go teach that guy a lesson, and don't hit him too hard. A student who was nearly 1 meter 8.5 tall walked out and respectfully said, yes. Zhang Bin frowned. Just one person. Can you deal with that asshole? Xiao Wu sneered. Zhang Xiao, didn't you say he's a blowhard? I'm alone. Surely that's enough. To prove his strength, he walked up to a large 2-meter high sandbag. Boom! He kicked over and the sandbags flew straight up into a horizontal line. Zhang Bin was directly stunned as he laughed out loud. Enough! Enough! Wait, you must help me get that dead. After the people from Jiangzhou University finished eating, Chen Dong, against the murderous eyes of Ouyang Phoenix, still insisted on going out for a stroll with Lan Yuhan. No other reason. A man's word is his bond. If he had promised Lan Yuhan to accompany her before, he must do so. The two walked around campus, and at first it was okay. Everything was calm. After someone recognized Lan Yuhan, the situation was completely different. Isn't that the iceberg goddess Lan Yuhan from Jiangzhou University? Is that her boyfriend next to her? No wonder she didn't say yes when Zhang Xiao chased her. So she has a boyfriend? Who is her boyfriend? So powerful. Can't even compare to Zhang Xiao? Grass. Isn't this guy Ouyang Phoenix's boyfriend? Or Wang Xiu's boyfriend? I'm really going to faint. 3 goddesses surprisingly they were all taken by him? He is truly a model for my generation. I would call him the strongest. The students of Beijing University were on the verge of boiling over. They really found it hard to believe that there was such a powerful person in this world. The other day with Wang Xiu, the ultimate goddess of their Beijing University, just now with another goddess, and now, the goddess by his side, has changed to another one. If it were any other person, it would already be a great thing to be able to chase after a goddess. And he took all 3. It can really only be described as a model for my generation. Brother, do you have any stunts? Can you pass it on to me? Someone went to Chen Dong's side and asked in a low voice. What stunt? Chen Dong was puzzled. He didn't want to be visited. It would be like a monkey pulling Lan Yuhan to leave the place, and not far from here. Zhang Bin is sneering. Martyr, you really dare to touch my woman? Today you're dead. Xiao Wu asked from the side. Zhang Xiao, do you want to clean him up immediately? Zhang Bin shook his head. Wait, there are more people to clean him up. I'll make him kneel on the ground and apologize to me. Let him suffer humiliation here and never raise his head for the rest of his life. Wicked thoughts appeared in Zhang Bin's head. He was not just looking for revenge on Chen Dong. He also wanted to humiliate Chen Dong and make Chen Dong lose face here. He did not believe that at that time, Lan Yuhan would still like a disgraced trash. Seeing that there were more and more people, Zhang Bin felt that the time was ripe and immediately brought Xiao Wu over. Yuhan, we meet again, Zhang Bin shouted with a smile. Immediately, it caused a gasp of surprise. Zheng Xiao has come to have a good show. The people surrounding Chen Dong and Lan Yuhan all retreated to the side. Some people were already thinking in their hearts, how could it be such a coincidence? Zhang Bin just happened to find his way here. This guy is dead. Ha! Why is there a slap mark on Zhang Xiao's face? Who hit him? Is this a joke? Someone dares to hit Zhang Bin? Are you tired of living? In the hearts of the people, they were roaring in surprise and anger. Zhang Bin's sudden appearance was already enough of a surprise. Where did he think that this would be nothing more than an appetizer? Many people saw that there was a bright red palm print on Zhang Bin's cheek. This made people even more surprised. He's the Zhang family's second young master. Who would dare to hit him like this? Everyone thought that the person who hit Zhang Bin definitely die. Didn't you get enough of a lesson from the slap I gave you just now? Still dare to come? Chen Dong coldly inquired. The words stunned everyone here again. Just now these people were wondering who slapped Zhang Bin. Where did you think that it was the man in front of you? It's too arrogant, isn't it? If you steal his girlfriend from Zhang Bin, how dare you beat him up? Who the hell is this guy? Our Beijian University, is there such a powerful character? I haven't seen it before. Chen Dong had hardly appeared at Beijian University except for that exchange meeting, so it was normal that these people did not know his identity. Zhang Bin's face was immediately filled with grimace. Chen Dong even dared to say that he was beaten. This was looking for death. Xiao Wu, first break his legs for me and make him wail on his knees. Zhang Bin coldly gave the order. Young Zhang, isn't it too heavy? The president said to go easy on him. Xiao Wu frowned. Lousy give you 2 million. A leg $1 million. You do it or not? Zhang Bin angrily inquired again. Takeshi swallowed hard. In his opinion, breaking Chen Dong's legs would be a breeze. Unexpectedly, Zhang Bin was so generous that he wanted to give him $2 million. He was naturally very happy to serve. As for Li Jing'an's instructions, then roll aside. Xiao Wu sneered and walked over to Chen Dong. Kid, did you hear what Xiao Zhang said? If you don't want me to break your legs, you will immediately kneel down and apologize to Zhang Xiao to me. This guy is from the martial arts club. This is going to be a good show. There was another heated discussion in the surroundings. Chen Dong frowned slightly. This person in front of him, was he from the Beijian University Martial Arts Club? Having fought with the Budo Club before, doesn't this guy know how powerful he is? How dare he come here to provoke? Is his brain kicked by a donkey? Chapter 161, Beatings and Humiliation. Last time, Shandong and Beijian University Martial Arts Club exchanges. Xiao Wu is not in the aftermath. Li Jingang also did not mention this matter. After all, so humiliating, who would like to mention isn't that a head problem? Therefore, Xiao Wu did not know how powerful Chen Dong was, and only at this time did he dare to be so arrogant in front of Chen Dong. Chen Dong would not spoil him and directly pointed to the distance and said to him, "It's not too late for you to get lost." Ha! Xiao Wu laughed. Lao Zi's strength is ranked 8th in the Beijian University Martial Arts Society. You actually dare to yell at Lao Zi to get lost? Lao Zi wants to let you know today that living in this world, there are some words that you really can't say. He ripped off his shirt, revealing his athletic body, all tendon meat. Immediately attracted a burst of shouting and screaming from some female students around him. Kid, you are going to pay the price. Xiao Wu let out another roar, stomped hard, and rushed towards Qindong with a healthy step before punching Qindong directly in the cheek. When the people around saw this scene, they immediately let out a shocked cry. Xiao Wu's fist has so much power, it won't kill him with one punch, right? This guy is really out of his mind. Even if he messes with other people, he actually went to mess with the people from the martial arts club. Isn't he tired of living? He's going to be concussed if he doesn't die, and spend the rest of his life in bed. Snap! Just when the crowd thought that Xiao Wu would beat Qindong half to death with a single punch, Qindong suddenly reached out and slapped Xiao Wu's face. He directly knocked Xiao Wu, who was rushing towards him, to the ground. It was like a piece of iron smashing down, and the ground was splattered with dust. The surrounding people, all of them watched a burst of heartbeat, and then backed away sharply. Their mouths were all still shouting, Is this guy this powerful? Xiao Wu, the 8th-ranked martial arts club member, was actually smacked over by him? No wonder he dared to come and provoke Zhang Bin. Before, I was worried that his body wouldn't be able to handle it if he chased too many goddesses. Now it seems that this worry is all redundant. While the crowd was shocked and discussing, Qindong had already walked over to Xiao Wu's side and kicked Xiao Wu's head with his foot and asked, Are you dead yet? If you are not dead, hurry up and get lost. Don't disgrace yourself here. Xiao Wu's head was dizzy. These words from Chen Dong were like needles sticking into his heart. Just now before he made a move, he was what a bold statement. To let Chen Dong know that living in this world, there are some words that cannot be said. Where did he expect that Chen Dong would whip him to the ground with a slap? It's really ironic. Living in the world, there are indeed some words that cannot be said. But, the person who can't talk is not Chen Dong, but himself. He crawled up in humiliation, filled with indignation, and fled. Brother, hurry up and run. Beside him, the voice of persuasion suddenly resounded again. Chen Dong looked puzzled. Why did you run? The martial arts club's Li Jingang is a protective person. You beat up a member of the martial arts club like this, he'll definitely come after you. He's not an ordinary martial artist. All the members of the martial arts club combined are no match for him. You can win against Xiao Wu. There's absolutely no way you can win against him. So why don't you run and wait to be beaten to death by him? Chen Dong said indifferently. It's fine. Maybe he'll even apologize to me when he sees me. Ha! When the surrounding people heard this, they immediately burst into ridicule. Apologize to you? You really don't know how to die. People still really can't be too complacent. Otherwise, one will really forget his own form and not even know what his last name is. Taking advantage of something and you're still being a good boy? You'll spit it out twice as much later. These people, as if they had already predicted Chen Dong's ending, were all there to point out various things. Chen Dong ignored it. His gaze had already looked towards Zheng Bin, who was about to flee. Zheng Xiao, Chen Dong shouted. I allowed that martial arts club to leave, but I didn't allow you to leave. Zheng Bin clenched his fists and only felt a wave of humiliation. In Beijian University, there was actually a time when his second young master Zhang Bin escaped. This would have been unthinkable before. What is even more excessive is that the other party has not allowed him to escape, and he escaped. This is simply too humiliating. What the hell do you want? Zhang Bin turned around and asked menacingly. Snap! Chen Dong rushed to him with a healthy step, raised his hand and slapped him hard on his face. At once, Zhang Bin was beaten and planted on the ground. Chen Dong stretched out his foot and stepped on his face. I warned you at the restaurant. How dare you bring someone here? Do you really think that I have no temper? Zhang Bin was a bit out of breath from being stepped on. His face was red and his neck was thick as he yelled. Get your feet off of me, or I'll kill you. Chen Dong did not take it away and increased the force. Zhang Bin's face, at once, ground out blood on the ground. When the people around them saw it, they all had a heart attack. Someone started to persuade. Brother, forget it. This is, after all, the Zheng family's second young master. You can't afford to mess with. His brother, Zheng Tao, is a member of the Imperial Capital Business Alliance. Anyone who messes with him doesn't end well. Don't try to have a moment's pleasure. You'll surely regret it for the rest of your life when the time comes. Chen Dong really wanted to laugh when he heard these persuasions. He really wanted to tell these people, lousy deputy leader of the Dragon Group, just killed the Song family young master Song Wu. Song family finally did not even dare to put a fart. Beat you a Zhang Bin. And there are still people who dare to care about this idle matter what's going on. However, these were confidential and Chen Dong could not say anything, so he could only hold his tongue and endure. Do you hear me? My brother is Zheng Tao, a member of the Imperial Capital Business Alliance. If you don't let go of Lousy, my brother will definitely get you killed. Zhang Bin screamed madly again. Shandong let go of his foot. He got up from the ground, thinking that it was his identity. He really bluffed Chen Dong, just as he was about to continue to be able to. Snap! Chen Dong raised his hand and slapped him again, ruthlessly smacking him in the face. Don't get me wrong. Letting go of you is not because I'm afraid of you. Rather, you are lying on the ground. I am not good to whip you. Don't worry. I'll control the force this time. Won't be smacking you to the ground with a single slap. I'll smoke you slowly. Slap. When Chen Dong said these words, his hands did not stop, continuously and smoked Zhang Bin another dozen slaps. The people around, all of them want to laugh. Feel that Chen Dong is really too humorous. He not only violently beat Zhang Bin, but also killed him. This makes Zhang Bin how to mix on campus in the future. Zhang Bin's face had turned iron blue. He had never been beaten or humiliated like this. Originally, he had come to humiliate and poison Chen Dong. Where did he think that things would turn out like this? He wanted to die. At this time, is it better to continue to be tough with Chen Dong to the end? Or do we give in and beg for mercy? Tough to the end. Will continue to be beaten. Beg for mercy? Where would he put the face of the Zhang family's second young master? Just as he was at a loss for words, the crowd suddenly resounded with another shout. Li Jingang is here. Chapter 162, Apologizing for Being Beaten. Li Jingang came with his men in a murderous rage. Upon learning that Takashi had been beaten, he immediately thought it was done by someone outside the school, because almost everyone in the school who can fight is in the Budokai. That person Takashi didn't recognize either. So what was he if he wasn't an off-campus person looking for trouble? To this kind of person, Lee Jin-gang was never polite and would directly beat the other party to death. Just beat them up and throw them off campus without worrying about any consequences, because everything will be done for them by Beijing University. The onlookers naturally made a path, and almost everyone was thinking in their hearts that Chen Dong was dead. Lee Jin-gang had come. How could he still live? Immediately will be beaten half dead. Zhang Bin, who had been beaten by Chen Dong with a series of swats, thought the same thing, and he even yelled out, "Lee Jin-gang, Laozi is here, come and save me." Lee Jin-gang felt wrong as soon as he heard this voice. Too mournful. This outsider of the school is how bad Zhang Bin hit. He didn't dare to delay and immediately killed over. When he saw the person who violently beat Zhang Bin, for an instant, his gaze froze. How is he? He mentally yelled in shock. He thought it was an off-campus person. Where did he think that it was? Zhangzhou University's martial arts expert Chen Dong. During the last exchange, Chen Dong had only used one move to knock him to the ground, letting him clean up Chen Dong. Isn't that sending him to his death? He had always thought that it was an off-campus person, and he felt that he could take it casually. Where did he think that? It was a piece of iron plate with an indescribable degree of hardness, and no matter who touched it, his head would be directly broken and blood flowed. President, it is this who injured me. Xiao Wu was still unaware of Li Jingyong's current psychological changes, as he pointed at Chen Dong and roared, "You quickly avenge me." After roaring, he then yelled at Chen Dong, "The president of my Beijing University Martial Arts Club has come. You Hema still not fast enough to kneel down and apologize?" Zhang Bin is also following the angry roar. Li King Kong, waste this, Laozi give you $10 million. Finished, this guy is definitely finished. The people around also began to discuss. Zhang Bin took out $10 million to waste him. Who can resist such a temptation? Li Jin-gang will immediately make a move. This guy probably won't even have the chance to leave the campus crawling, right? Just when everyone was guessing in their hearts that Chen Dong was dead, snap, Li Jin-gang turned around and ruthlessly smacked on Xiao Wu's face. How do you usually teach you guys? Behave with manners. People from Jiangzhou University, who came all the way to our Beijing University to exchange, are our guests. Is this how you treat your guests? Immediately go over and apologize. Xiao Wu was directly confused. Chairman, I was beaten up by him. Why are you asking me to apologize? Snap, Li Jin-gang raised his hand and slapped him again, ruthlessly smacking him in the face. How dare you talk back? Go and apologize, or else I'll kill you. Li Jin-gang spoke while desperately making eyes. That means, if you don't go to apologize, I will be beaten with you. Xiao Wu was forced to walk over to Chen Dong and bowed his head. I'm sorry. He took the suffocation in his heart, and the pain was really unimaginable. He was beaten up by Chen Dong and sought out Li Jin-gang, originally to stand up for him. Where did he think that Li Jin-gang actually made him apologize, and slapped him twice? It was so aggravating that he was on the verge of crying. Chen Dong ignored him and instead looked at Li Jin-gang, who was not far away, and laughed. I know you. Didn't you enjoy the exchange in the ring last time? You still want to have a fight today? Li Jin-gang immediately winced, clasped his fists and laughed. My stomach hurts today. Let's talk about it some other day when I'm better. He turned and ran away, and the crowd was aghast. What the hell is going on here? Li King Kong got scared off? Are you kidding? He's the president of the Budo Club. This guy, is he really that powerful? Many people looked at Chen Dong, and a hint of fear had already appeared in their eyes. He had actually scared away the president of the martial arts club, something that the crowd could not even dream of. The crowd was curious in their hearts. Just how powerful was he? Zhang Bin had offered 10 million sky-high prices. Li Jin-gang would actually be scared away by him. Really can't dare to imagine it. The rest of the martial arts club also ran away, leaving Zhang Bin and Chen Dong again at the scene. Chen Dong smiled and looked at Zhang Bin. That's fine. Zhang Xiao, spending $10 million to deal with me. How rich? Zhang Bin was already chilled to the bone at this point. He had never dreamed that Li Jin-gang would actually be scared into fleeing. Although his family was powerful, distant water could not quench his thirst. Now that Chen Dong wanted to clean him up, no one could save him. So the only way to stay alive is to get down on your knees and beg for mercy. What respect for Yang? What status? Compared to life, it's all bull ********. This time, Chen Dong did not even have time to make a move. Zhang Bin directly knelt on the ground. Big brother, I was wrong. My little brother had eyes but did not recognize MT. Tai and offended you. Please forgive me. Chen Dong froze, and the people around him all froze as well. You're the Zhang family's second young master. How can you kneel down and beg for mercy? If you kneel down, how else can I whip you? I haven't had enough hands yet. Chen Dong was annoyed. The surrounding people, too, are all astonished. Tao, Zhang family's second young master. actually kneeled down and begged for forgiveness. It is simply a once-in-a-hundred-years big news. In the past, in Beijing University, anyone who dared to stare at him would be beaten half to death. Today, he actually directly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Really dare not imagine. Too exaggerated. Already beyond the limits of my cognition. Big brother, I'm really wrong. I promise I won't harass your girlfriend in the future. I swear to God, if I dare this kind of thing again, I shall not die. Zheng Bin begged bitterly again. The palm that Chen Dong raised ended up falling. It is indeed unseemly to beat a man who was on his knees begging for mercy. Get lost. Don't let Lousy see you again, or I won't let you go in so easily, Chen Dong said in a cold voice. Zheng Bin rolled and escaped. Brother, I was beaten up at school. Bring someone to help me take revenge right away. Crush that bastard to pieces. After Zheng Bin escaped, he immediately called his brother Zheng Tao's phone and asked his brother Zheng Tao to bring someone to avenge him. Don't get into trouble lately, there's something going on with the Imperial Capital Business Alliance. I have to keep a low profile lately. I can't help you. However, so that Zheng Bin wouldn't even dream of it, his brother actually said this to him. Something's happened to the Imperial Capital Merchant Union? What is it? How dare even my brother have to keep a low profile? This is too much of an exaggeration, isn't it? He immediately shivered again in his heart. He immediately took a leave of absence and went home, not daring to come back to school. Punching the crown for the red face and violently beating the Zheng family's second young master. You are now a celebrity in Beijing University. Chen Dong accompanied Lan Yuhan for the afternoon, and it was only at the end of the school day that he gained his freedom. Where did he expect that he would be blocked by Wang Xiu again? Seeing that although Wang Xiu had a smile on his face, his eyes were filled with anger. Chen Dong knew that Wang Xiu was now very unhappy. He immediately got a headache. Chapter 163, The Suppressed Wang Family. Don't get me wrong, she is my classmate. Isn't it normal for me to help out when my classmate is being harassed? Chen Dong hurriedly explained. Oh, Wang Xiu laughed. Before her, I heard that there was another red goddess who had a very close attitude with you. I also heard that you guys opened a room? Chen Dong instantly felt his head grow another size. Like you've been caught doing something bad. He hurriedly explained again. This is also a misunderstanding. At that time she was taken to the hotel by a few hooligans. I was out to save her. I heard that she is the president of the Jiangzhou Martial Arts Club. A few small hooligans are her opponents? How can you tell lies without thinking about logic? Wang Xiu pursued again, and Chen Dong was already filled with black lines. He had to tell the truth. She's poor, forced into marriage by her family, lost and at the mercy of others, before the little rascal took advantage of her and took her to the hotel. I thought that with this explanation, Wang Xiu wouldn't pursue the matter. Where did it occur to him that Wang Xiu still hadn't let him go? You heroically saved her, and you must have already gained her heart. Otherwise, how could she admit to others in such a big way that she had a room with you? Chen Dong was really speechless as he seriously asked Wang Xiu, when did you learn to be so gossipy? You weren't this kind of person before. Wang Xiu said, you're surrounded by beautiful women. You can't help but gossip. Chen Dong was really depressed and on the verge of vomiting blood. He felt that whatever he said was wrong. In that case, say nothing at all. No matter how many tricks you have, I am unchanged. To see how you toss it. Isn't that the ultimate goddess Wang Xiu? The guy next to him is really awesome. In one day, he actually hooked up with 3 goddesses in a row. I'm curious, is his back okay? At Beijing University, he must have broken the record already. Some people around them passed by and recognized Chen Dong and Wang Xiu, immediately exclaiming again. In the eyes of the male students, Chen Dong really became a worship idol. 3 goddesses. It's not even if he hooks up together. It's a stretch to actually have 3 rotating hookups in one day without repeating. This is too awesome for words. People from Beijing University. Chen Dong now if he charges a fee to teach how to chase girls, may not take a day to make him rich. Then those who sell success studies, absolutely to make money more than 100 times. Being surrounded by people. Wang Xiu was a bit uncomfortable, and finally stopped tossing Chen Dong, pulled Chen Dong to the side, and began to talk to Chen Dong about business. There's a banquet at my house tonight. My parents want to see you. Dong Chen said. It's not just as simple as seeing me, is it? Wang Xiu said. The Sun family's people will come. If there are no accidents, the elders from both sides will let me and Sun Yuan get engaged at the banquet. Chen Dong Dao, in that case, it seems I have to go? Wang Xiu gave him a blank look and said coldly, don't forget what you promised me. If you can't get rid of the Sun family tonight, I'll just jump off the building. It's not that exaggerated. Chen Dong laughed. Don't worry about it. I'll make the Sun family roll away in disgrace tonight. Okay, I believe you. See you tonight. Wang Xiu gave her home address to Chen Dong and instructed, you should be more peaceful in the future. Chen Dong looked annoyed. Where did I get restless? As if we had anything to do with it. Make no mistake. I'm only here to help you. Wang Xiu said. Good. Do you want me to make an announcement at Beijian University? You, Master Chendong Chen, have embraced several goddesses left and right, yet you are still a virgin. Chendong suddenly had a vicious chill. Don't you talk nonsense, I have already, long ago. Though he spoke in a firm tone, his nervous look betrayed him long ago. Wang Xiu was satisfied to see the scene, and like a virtuous general, he smiled and walked away. Chendong stood there sulking, annoyed in his heart. This hat of shame must be removed as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will really be misunderstood that Laozi has a problem. But who would dare to choose? He got a headache. Others are worried about not having it. He is worrying too much. Each one is still a superb goddess. Whichever one he chose he felt he had lost out. Because he thought, it's time to come together. Kids make the choices. Grown-ups want it all. Good daughter. Mom was also young. Know that at your age, you want love is romantic, is innocent, is truly like, is not a little mixed. However, mom is over. Know that all of these are just wonderful fantasies. Really live. Will know, the most important is not what romance, innocence, like, but the wealth of oil and salt, because the only way you can survive in this world is to have that. It's true that you can starve to death if you only fantasize there. At the Wang family home, Shan Bijuan, Wang Xiu's mother, begins to persuade Wang Xiu again with bitter words. So, you guys let me marry a philanderer, who has played with countless women just because he is rich and his future life can be secure. Wang Xiu asked back with a cold smile. Sun Yuan was a bit flirtatious in the past, but that was before. People are not flirtatious in vain. After getting married, they will all be mature and stable. His family's assets, more than $100 billion, you marry him, really will not be aggrieved. Shan Bijuan persuaded again. Forget it. I'd rather live a more bitter life than go through this kind of offense. Wang Xiu shook her head. In saying that, our Wang family isn't suffering either. The family fortune you have left me is enough to clothe and feed me for the rest of my life. Shan Bijuan's face completely changed when she heard this. If it were before, it would indeed allow you to live the rest of your life clothed and fed. Yet not now. Why? Wang Xiu's face showed surprise. It's because the Sun family has united several companies to suppress our Wang family. Wang Xiu's father, Wang Yi, walked in from outside with a financial sheet. See for yourself. It's only been a week or so, and the performance of our Wang family's company has dropped by 80%. At this rate, our company may be going out of business this month. How come it's so serious? Why didn't any of you tell me? Wang Xiu said in shock. Alas, your father actually didn't want you to marry Sun Yuan, so he's been struggling to hold on, and now he just can't hold on anymore. Shan Bijuan sighed and told the truth. Isn't the Sun family going too far? It's not just a marriage. Is it necessary to force our Wang family to break up like this? Wang Xiu said angrily again. If it was in the past, they definitely wouldn't be so ruthless. However, Jiangzhou University, Sun Yuan was injured by Chendong, and at Beijian University, Chendong had a lot of unspoken things with you. The Sun family will naturally think that Chendong is in league with our Wang family. It's our Wang family that was specially invited to humiliate them. That's why they are targeting us like this. Also, tonight's banquet is not just as simple as deciding on your marriage to Sun Yuan. The Wang family will also have to settle the score with Chendong. Chapter 164, The Party is a Trap. What? The Sun family wants to settle the score with Dongchen? Why are you guys only telling me now? This banquet is a trap. Wang Xiu became anxious. She never dreamed that this banquet, not as simple as an engagement, was still a conspiracy against Chendong. The Sun family wants to make a move on Chendong at the banquet, and Wang Xiu will never agree. She pulled out her cell phone and her parents. Immediately, they anxiously asked, "What are you doing?" Wang Xiu said, "I'm going to inform Chendong not to come to the banquet." Wang Xiu's parents, all of a sudden, roared angrily, "Are you crazy? If he doesn't come, the Sun family will definitely not let us go. Chendong trusts me so much, I absolutely cannot harm him." Wang Xiu said with a resolute attitude again. "What about us? You just don't care?" Her parents, too, said angrily. Wang Xiu was immediately caught in a dilemma. On one side was Chendong, who trusted her, and on the other side were her parents. How should she choose? In the end, she painfully made a decision. "I promise to marry Sun Yuan, so that the Sun family will not make a move against us." Her parents didn't know whether to be happy or sad to hear that. If it was before, it would definitely be happy. With the alliance between the Wang family and the Sun family, the future would definitely be unlimited. Now, however, when they heard their daughter, in the midst of incomparable despair, say these words, their hearts, how could they not be happy? Wang Xiu walked to the side, took out her cell phone, and dialed Chendong's number. "Chendong, you don't have to come to the banquet tonight." She tried to restrain herself and make her voice as calm as possible. She was afraid that Chendong heard the abnormality and still insisted on coming. "Tonight then, Chen Dong would fall into the trap prepared by the Sun family. She really didn't want to harm Chen Dong. Are you kidding me? I have all my gifts ready and you're telling me not to come? Chen Dong was disgruntled. Don't worry, I will be on time tonight. Chen Dong's attitude was resolute because he still heard the problem. Although Wang Xiu's tone is calm, she has never used this tone to talk to Chen Dong, so something must have happened to her there. Chen Dong did not need to think about it to know that it must be the Sun family that was causing trouble. Last time at Jiangzhou University, he had beaten up Sun Yuan severely. After coming to the imperial capital for so long, the Sun family should know that he has come, but there is no movement at all, obviously holding back big moves. That's right. This banquet, it's a trap, specifically against him. Chen Dong actually guessed it a long time ago, just not sure yet. Now, Wang Xiu suddenly called him, told him not to come, or with this kind of, never had a tone of voice to talk to Chen Dong. Chen Dong can be 100% sure, the banquet has a problem. So not only could he not run away now, he had to go. Chen Dong hung up the phone directly, and Wang Xiu cried bitterly with sadness. Shen Bijuan came over and asked, "What's wrong?" "This idiot, he insisted on coming." "Here," Wang Xiu said sadly, "and call him and tell him not to come." Wang Yi figured it out and persuaded his daughter. However, no matter how Wang Xiu was playing, Chen Dong's phone are unable to and call through. She was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. What to do? Chen Dong came tonight. The Sun family would definitely not let him go. Chen Dong, you idiot! Wang Xiu was so infuriated that she cursed. "Master, ma'am, miss, Sun family's people are here." A servant said outside the door. "Got it, you go down first." After dismissing the servants, Wang Yi said to his daughter again, "Things have come to this point. It is impossible to change. Will Chen Dong survive tonight? It depends on your attitude towards the Sun family. If you have a better attitude, maybe they will let Chen Dong live." "I know." Wang Xiu nodded feebly. Not only did the Sun family come, but also followed by several old bosses, who are all partners in the Sun family business, and also the main force of the recent suppression of the Wang family company. The last time Sun Yuan was at school, he was really hurt by Chen Dong, and is still wrapped in bandages. In his eyes, there was anger because tonight, he would be able to seek revenge on Chen Dong. Moreover, it was not the usual revenge. It was returning tenfold to Chen Dong. "Mr. Sun, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, little brother is busy with something upstairs. There is a loss of distant welcome. Please forgive me." Wang Xiu's family ordered from upstairs. Wang Yi smiled and greeted Sun Yuan's father. "Sun Shi, a group of people. Brother Wang, you and I will soon become a family. You are really too polite." Sun Shi turned around and laughed. Yes, yes, yes. Wang family's young lady, Sun family's young master, really is a talented man and a beautiful woman. A natural pair. They come together. The heavens will be jealous." The rest of the few old bosses have patted their asses. Sun Shi gave a wink towards his son. Sun Yuan immediately walked towards Wang Xiu. "Wang Xiu, I haven't seen you for a long time. I really miss you." Sun Yuan laughed. Wang Su nodded in response. Shen Bijuan was worried that her daughter's attitude would make the Sun family dissatisfied, and immediately smiled and said, "The banquet is ready. Everyone take your seats." A few of the old bosses nodded their heads and said, well, but right at this moment, Sun Ji's gaze went ice cold. There is still one more honored guest who has not yet arrived, so how come he is seated? Who is that honored guest? An old boss inquired curiously. Chen Dong, who injured lousy. Sun Yuan roared, "If I don't get him half dead first tonight, I'm not in the mood to eat." That Chen Dong, is his brain kicked by a donkey? How dare he go against young master Sun Yuan? Damn, he's tired of living. When he comes, I'll him a few times too. Messing with the Sun family and you still want to live? Simply joking. Right, when is he coming? I'll teach him a lesson first. Several of the old bosses were roaring in anger. All of them wanted to take revenge for Sun Yuan and deal with Chen Dong. When will Chen Dong come? Sun Ji's stern gaze looked at the group of Wang family members. Has he been notified? This. Wang Yi stammered a bit. Notified? Why the hesitant answer? Is there a change in it? Sun Ji asked in a cold voice. No, Wang Yi hurriedly said. It's best if there isn't, or else, your Wang family knows the consequences. Sun Ji coldly warned again. Wang Yi was too frightened to breathe. In the end, it was Wang Xiu who gathered enough courage and said to Sun Yuan, "Sun Yuan, I promise to marry you, but you have to let Chen Dong go. How dare you plead for that?" Sun Yuan was instantly enraged. He felt humiliated. The woman who was to be engaged to him was pleading for another man. No one can stand that. Wang Xiu, don't give your face. Lousy married you because I look up to you. How dare you talk to me about this kind of condition? Your Wang family, do you really not want to gain a foothold in the imperial capital? Sun Yuan asked in a cold voice. Done. It's completely over. It's hard for Chen Dong to escape death tonight, because even Wang Xiu took the promise of marriage to plead for mercy is useless. Who can still save Chen Dong? Wang Xiu could only pray in her heart that Chen Dong must not come tonight. But just at that moment, a yelling voice rang out from outside the door. Chapter 165, Disgrace. Is the Wang family here? When someone heard this voice, a disgruntled look immediately appeared on their face. Running outside the Wang family villa and yelling, "Who is this? Who is this?" An unimaginable excitement appeared on Sun Yuan's face. Wang Xiu's face showed unimaginable worry. The owner of this voice was none other than Chen Dong. "Dad, this is the one who injured me." Sun Yuan turned his head and yelled excitedly at Sun Ji. Go out to see. This who dared to injure my son. What exactly does it look like?" Sun Ji laughed fiercely and led the crowd out of the villa. Wang Yi and Shin Bijuan were also curious as to what was so attractive about this Chen Dong that their daughter couldn't get enough of. They would know once they went out to see it. Therefore they also hurriedly walked out. The rest of the old bosses were also curious. This young man, did he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Where else would he get the guts to go against the Sun family? Thus they also hurriedly walked out, wanting to catch a glimpse of Chen Dong's honor. Coming outside, they were stunned. A young man, who is arguing with the cab driver. "Isn't it too shady of you to charge me $50 for such a short distance? Man, you come to a villa residential area. You look like a rich man, and you still care about this $50? I don't care. You just screwed me over. Give me back the extra money. I don't have any change. How can I return it? You can pay for a refund on your cell phone." The young man laughed and pulled out his cell phone, forcing the driver to refund him $20 before he would stop. Sun Ji froze and asked his son, "Is this guy the Chen Dong who injured you? Is it a mistake?" Sun Yuan shook his head. "There is no mistake. But how did he take a taxi to come and counted the fare with the driver?" Both their father and son felt great humiliation. The person who injured Sun Yuan thought how great he was. Where did he think that it was a person who, even in a taxi, had to be catty? This kind of person is a waste in their eyes. How could a punk injure the young master of the Sun family? It's nonsense. Wang Yi and Shen Bijuan also froze and hurriedly asked their daughter, "This guy was your first love once? You even went so far as to reject Sun Yuan, the young master of the Sun family, for him?" Wang Xiu nodded, and suddenly, she also felt a bit embarrassed, so she hurriedly explained, "He's more low-key. In the low profile is not so. $50 to be counted, right?" Wang Yi and Shen Bijuan both said in annoyance. The rest of the old bosses were dumbfounded. Is this kid the asshole who went against the Sun family? If not for young master Sun Yuan himself admitting, that old me would have thought that he came here to ask for food. How dare this kind of goods beat up young master Sun Yuan? The world is a little too crazy, isn't it? The crowd were all astonished and stared at Chen Dong in shock. Chen Dong, however, was oblivious. It was only after the arm wrestling with the driver was over that he turned his head back. "What's with all the people? Are they all welcoming me?" Chen Dong inquired. A group of people's faces suddenly all sprouted black lines. "He is really not generally thick-skinned," the Sun family man said. "Welcome, are you ing worthy?" Chen Dong said indifferently. "How am I unworthy?" Wang Xiu was anxious, fearing that the Sun family's people would make a move against Chen Dong. She immediately yelled at Chen Dong, "Chen Dong, run! Tonight's banquet is a trap." "Trap? What trap? How come I don't even see a pit?" Chen Dong looked left and right, and that serious look drew another round of ridicule from the surroundings. "Are you sure you were really injured by this bastard?" Sun Shi asked his son once again. He really couldn't accept that his son was injured by such a person, because isn't that telling people that his son is even worse than this kind of person? Sun Yuan affirmed, "It's him, Dad. Stop talking nonsense and do it." Sun Ji nodded, took out his flare gun, and shot a flare into the air. At that moment, the somewhat dim sky turned as bright as day. In an instant, there was a rustling sound coming from all the surrounding groves and bushes. At least a few hundred people have surrounded this way, and the leaders are all martial artists, with 20 to 30 people. In order to deal with Chen Dong, the Sun family has come out in full force. Chen Dong was surrounded in the center. "What are you doing?" Chen Dong asked loudly. "Chen Dong, remember how you injured me at Jianzhou University? Today, I will repay you tenfold." Sun Yuan roared with a fierce smile. "Sun Yuan, don't hurt him, I promise to marry you." Wang Xiu yelled again. Chen Dong was surrounded and could not escape with her wings. Her heart was already in her throat. He. Sun Yuan turned around and laughed fiercely. "I won't let Chen Dong go, and you must marry me as well. Otherwise, I will directly erase your Wang family." Wang Xiu completely panicked. She agreed to marry Sun Yuan, but even she could not save Chen Dong. "What should we do now? What should we do now? Should we just watch Chen Dong die?" "Wang Xiu, don't beg. I'll be fine." Just then, Chen Dong yelled again. "Ha ha ha. Surrounded by so many people, and you still dare to say you'll be fine? It seems like your brain is really a bit abnormal. An old boss mocked Chen Dongdao. Chen Dong is a face of calm, but also took out a cell phone. Yelled, "So many of you, gathered together. That is a gathering of people to cause trouble. Careful, I report you to the police to arrest you." Everyone froze again. Chen Dong actually wants to report a crime? Are you kidding me? Which law enforcer dares to meddle in the Sun family's affairs? Sun Ji and Sun Yuan both laughed. Don't move him for now. Let him report the case. Let him know how to write the word dead heart. In the minds of the two men, a picture had emerged. After Chen Dong reported the case, the law enforcement officers came and saw that it was the Sun family. Not only would they come over and greet the Sun family, but they would also slap Chen Dong hard twice, and then leave after a long time. At that time, Chen Dong's heart was absolutely beyond despair. They expected that scene to appear, which was why they decided not to move Chen Dong first. I'm not threatening you guys. I really reported it to the police? Chen Dong held his cell phone and yelled again. Hurry up. I can't wait. Sun Yuan roared. Wang Xiao and her parents, both of them are sighing and sighing. It's really a bit humiliating. The other bosses, all of them seem to be watching the joke. Chen Dong has become a clown in their eyes. His performance, absolutely master level. Too wonderful. Alright, you were given a chance and you don't want it. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Chen Dong said and pressed the phone number to report the case. It didn't take long for several law enforcement vehicles to arrive outside the villa. The doors opened and dozens of law enforcement officers rushed down. What are you doing here? Crouch down with your hands on your heads. The law enforcement officer shouted angrily at those from the Sun family. Those people didn't take it seriously at all. And someone else laughed. We're from the Sun family. Snap. A slap. Hard on the face of the man who spoke. Chapter 166, The Sun family's men getting beaten up. The one who took the beating was confused. Did the law enforcement officer not hear what he said? He repeated loudly again. I'm a member of the Sun family. How dare you hit me? Snap. Another loud slap was thrown in his face. Then the man who had hit him pointed to the ground and yelled, Hold your head and crouch down. The one who took the beating was completely confused. Is he not aware of the Sun family? He was puzzled in his heart. And after thinking about it, he explained again. I'm a member of the Sun family. The Sun family, the Sun group, Imperial Capital's great family. Slap. This time it wasn't just a single slap on his face. 7 or 8 slaps in a row were slapped on his face, and his cheeks were directly swollen. He also felt a wave of dizziness and almost fell to the ground. The man who hit him answered him with the same words. Hold your head and crouch down. After receiving 3 consecutive beatings, he didn't dare to hesitate, honestly holding his head and squatting on the ground. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What's going on here? Can't the Sun family bluff anymore? How dare you beat up the Sun family? Isn't this too much? Sun Ji and his son, Sun Yuan, both saw that things were not right here. Sun Shi turned his head and said to a middle-aged man, Lao San, go over and ask what's going on over there. The middle-aged man was the third figure of the Sun family, known as the third master son. He immediately walked over and looked at the law enforcement officers, asking with a look of contempt, What are you doing? Don't you know that the Sun family is here? Hurry up and leave. One of the law enforcement officers turned his head and looked at him with somewhat icy eyes. Are you also here to gather and cause trouble? I gather people to cause trouble? Hearing this question, third master son laughed. This is the first time I, third master of the Sun family, have encountered someone saying that I am gathering a crowd to cause trouble. That's right, I am gathering a crowd to cause trouble. What can you do to me? Snap. A slap flew and flung him hard across the face. Then he heard another bellow. Hold your head and crouch. How dare you hit me? Dare to tell me to hold my head and crouch down? Did you not hear what I said clearly just now? I am the Sun family. Snap. Another big slap, hard on his face. Still the only thing that answered him was those 4 words. Hold your head and crouch. Third master son was completely enraged. No matter what, he is a figure in the upper-class society of the imperial capital. Surprisingly, here, he received 2 slaps in a row. How can he tolerate it? He was just about to lash out, when the person next to him immediately pulled him back. Third master, don't be impulsive. You'll suffer. Better call and get the big guy up there to fix it. Third master's son nodded and laughed fiercely. Good, I will immediately call. This person who hit me later will definitely come to apologize to me. He squatted down honestly, pulled out his cell phone, and started calling. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is off. Master Sun San frowned. Why is it turned off? He tried dialing twice more and it was still off. Just as he was in his mind, he was beyond doubt. Snap. Another loud slap, thrown in his face. Who told you to use your cell phone? Put the cell phone on the floor. I know your director Zhao. We often dine together. Master Sun San completely stopped pretending and directly stated his relationship with a certain big shot. He thought to himself, Now you should know that you hit someone you shouldn't have. It's time to come and apologize honestly. Snap. Where did he think that it was still a slap in the face? A hard slap in the face. No talking. The law enforcement officer who hit him yelled again. Now he was completely out of temper. Other people, see the Sun family's number 3 figure, have been beaten without temper. Where do they still dare to resist? One after another, all squatted down. Of course, there are exceptions, and those are the martial artists. As a martial artist, how could one give in so easily? They clamored. What makes you tell me to squat? I haven't done anything illegal. If you are giving me a beep, believe it or not, I will get you killed. The law enforcement officers didn't talk nonsense with them. They directly took out their cell phones and called for support. Calling headquarters, there are martial artists who want to kill the law enforcement officers. Please send the Dragon team for support. Those martial artists of the Sun family were instantly flustered. The Dragon group would not care about the fights between martial artists and martial artists, unless it caused a bad influence. And if a martial artist strikes out at an ordinary person, it's a straight-up felony. Hands on law enforcement officers will be characterized as treasonous and can be killed outright. So now, those martial artists of the Sun family, each and every one of them were trembling with fear. Don't talk nonsense. We just spoke up twice. Who wants to kill law enforcement officers now? Can't we just squat and cooperate? The Sun family's martial artists, one after another, all squatted down honestly, very cooperative. In their hearts, they all wondered why they were so unlucky today. These law enforcement officers, how come they don't buy into the Sun family at all? Is the Sun family still the big family in the imperial capital? Had they known it would be so stifling now, they wouldn't have come. Seeing the hundreds of people of the Sun family squatting on the ground, everyone sensed that something was wrong. Obviously, law enforcement officers don't have the guts to do that. It must have been authorized from above. However, why did the above authorize them to do so? Is it because of Chen Dong? Everyone has already begun to guess that Chen Dong is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The Sun family is being deliberately targeted in this way, and it is actually all directed by him in secret. But, if he is really so powerful, how come just now? A taxi are bargaining? Could he have been in disguise all along? Sun Ji and Sun Yuan were both anxious, taking out their cell phones and dialing the family's oldest ancestor. Hopefully, through his connections, he'll find out exactly what's going on now. What certain families in the imperial capital have been doing lately has made a great man very unhappy. Even the Imperial Capital Merchant Alliance has turned low-key. So, you guys have to keep a low profile as well. The Sun family's old ancestor, after making some inquiries through his own connections, sternly admonished the father and son duo of Sun Ji and Sun Yuan in this manner. After sternly admonishing him, he was still uneasy and made a point of instructing again. You must obey the law. Whoever dares to mess around will be directly expelled from the clan. The father and son duo of Sun Ji and Sun Yuan immediately shivered. Which family is it that has displeased a great man? Surprisingly, even the Imperial Capital Merchant Alliance had turned low-key. It's really unimaginable. Their Sun family, naturally, did not dare to be high profile. Otherwise, you don't know how to die. It's no surprise that this is happening right in front of us, but they are still very curious. Is all this so related to Chen Dong? What Chen Dong? Never heard of it. Old husband is going to rest. Don't bother me if there's nothing to do. That side hung up the phone. Sun Ji and Sun Yuan both breathed a sigh of relief. It had nothing to do with Chen Dong. That was good. Chen Dong was lucky to be against the Sun family at this time. The Sun family couldn't do anything to him because they couldn't be too high profile. The people from the Sun family were all taken away in the car. Outside the villa, it immediately became empty. Thinking back on the scene that just happened, it was like a dream. Chapter 167, is $100 billion enough? Hello uncle and auntie, I am Wang Xiu's boyfriend. With pleased to meet you. Chen Dong walked in front of Wang Yi and Shen Bijuan and said with a big smile, hello you. Both were a little overwhelmed. Obviously, he did not know how to face Chen Dong at this moment, because the Sun family is here. It's too cordial, and the Sun family will definitely be displeased, and it is not possible to not be affectionate. After all, their daughter is very close to Chen Dong, which is why they are so hesitant and do not know what to do. Is the banquet ready? But you told me on the phone that your parents prepared a lot of delicious food for me. Let's hurry up and go. Chen Dong acted as if no one else was around, pulling Wang Xiu's hand and walking inside. The people around them were shocked. That was the woman who was about to become Sun Yuan's fiancé. Sun Yuan can tolerate it? As expected, it was definitely impossible for Sun Yuan to endure. He yelled at Chen Dong. Chen Dong, let go of your ing hand. Chen Dong turned back. Why should I let go of my hand? Sun Yuan shouted. Wang Xiu is my fiancé. Chen Dong shook his head. With trash like you still want to marry Wang Xiu? Are you dreaming without waking up? Sun Yuan immediately burst into rage again. How dare Chen Dong scold him in front of so many people? This was seeking death. he immediately rushed over and shouted, "I'll get you this death." He swung his fist towards Chen Dong's face. Snap! Chen Dong raised his hand and slapped him, ruthlessly flinging it at his face. Sun Yuan was immediately hit and planted on the ground. The surrounding people, again, exclaimed, "This guy is too arrogant, isn't he? How dare he hit Sun Yuan? The Sun family will surely get him killed right away." Sun Yuan climbed up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, glaring at Chen Dong and roaring, "Come on people, get this dead. Young master, everyone in our family has been taken." Someone whispered. Only then did Sun Yuan react to the fact that the people of their Sun family who could fight had just been wiped out. The few that were left, other than their father and son, were drivers and secretaries and such, and there was no fight at all. However, Sun Yuan was still frenzied as he roared at them, "Go on, you guys, get him." Those people all shook their heads. "Young master, we can't." Just as Sun Yuan was about to force these people's hands, Sun Ji immediately stepped forward to stop his son. "Old ancestor just told us to keep a low profile. Have you forgotten?" "Son," she said in a cold voice. "Dad, my fiancé was dragged away by another man. How can I bear it?" Sun Yuan roared. "The bell must be untied." Sun Ji looked at Wang Yi and Shin Bijuan with a sardonic smile. "Your daughter did something so out of character. Don't you care? Although the Sun family has to keep a low profile now, it doesn't mean can't suppress other companies through commercial means. Do you Wang family still want to take the pain in the ass?" Wang Yi and Shin Bijuan's faces changed immediately. This Sun Ji, he's still not the usual sinister one. He did not look for trouble with Chen Dong at all. Instead, he was directly looking for trouble with Wang Xiu's parents. The crackdown a while back has sent the woofers to the bottom of the barrel. If there is a bit of suppression, the Wang family's company will, indeed, go into bankruptcy and liquidation. At that time, the family, all of them, could be on the street. Therefore, they would definitely step in personally to stop Chen Dong and Wang Xiu from dating. As expected, Wang Yi walked towards Chen Dong and Wang Xiu with a serious face. "Both of you, let go of your hands." "Why?" Chen Dong had a puzzled look on his face. Wang Yi hesitated for a moment, and in a very difficult situation, he said to Chen Dong, "Chen Dong, I know that you are a good boy, or else my daughter wouldn't have fallen in love with you. But, the Wang family is now facing a huge predicament, which makes it impossible for you and my daughter to be together at all. So, I hope you understand the decision our family has made. In the future, you are not to meet my daughter again." Very surprising. Everyone thought that when Chen Dong heard these words, he would be dissatisfied and make a big noise, and refuse to give up. Where did it occur to me that Chen Dong just calmly asked, "What predicament? Are you deaf?" Just now, the Sun family's head of the family has already said that if the Wang family doesn't honestly obey, they will continue to suppress their company. So, if you don't want to see the Wang family go bankrupt, then take the initiative to get out yourself. An old boss sneered at Chen Dongdao. Chen Dong came to a realization and nodded. "So it's a matter of money? That's good. Oh, could you still come up with the money to fight against the Sun family, and us who are allied with the Sun family? You're just hilarious, aren't you?" Another old boss sneered. "A Sun family can't suppress the Wang family so badly. The key is that these old bosses around them, allied with the Sun family, the Wang family would be completely defenseless." Therefore, they all felt that Chen Dong might be able to come up with a small amount of money. However, in the face of these behemoths like the Sun family, this small amount of money was simply a drop in the bucket and could not change anything. "Is $100 billion enough for you guys to turn around the current situation?" "Where thought?" Chen Dong said to Wang Yi and Shin Bijuan. The moment these words came out, it directly shocked the entire room. "How much did you say?" Wang Yi inquired in shock, and the people around him perked up their ears. $100 billion, Chen Dong repeated. The people around them were, once again, horrified. Only the Sun family was present with assets of that size. It's still total assets, and the real liquidity that you can come up with is probably not even $20 billion. Chen Dong even asked the Wang family if $100 billion is enough. What does that mean? He's directly injecting $100 billion into the Wang family's company? Are you kidding? How could he possibly get that much money? Therefore, someone immediately began to sneer. This bull is blowing up to the sky. 100 billion? Do you think it's plutonium? Say such big words and watch out for flashing your tongue. I'd think highly of you if you could come up with $100,000 in your trashy appearance. Upon hearing these sneers, Chen Dong did not get angry at all, but turned his head and said, I definitely cannot get this amount of money, but I have a way for the Wang family to obtain this amount of money. What way? The people around them immediately pricked up their ears again. Whether this is true or not, a sum as large as $100 billion was there, and it was ultimately very appealing. Do you guys know about the Dongsheng Group? Chen Dong laughed. It's that international investment company that suddenly rose to prominence. Had a very mysterious background. went to Haichang to develop, and clashed with a big family there. As a result, within a few days, that big family mysteriously disappeared, and no one knows the reason why. Someone was surprised. The word had spread about the Dongsheng Group long ago, not only in Haichang, but the imperial capital also had news. At this moment, hearing Chen Dong mention this investment company, the people present were the ones who were so surprised to inquire. That's right, that's it. Chen Dong laughed. Why do you mention it? Do you work as an executive in it? Someone asked with another sneer. Chapter 168, it's true. Chen Dong asked the Wang family if $100 billion was enough, and then mentioned the Dongsheng Group. Naturally, people will associate him with the fact that he holds an executive position in it. Where else could he have mobilized funds to invest in the Wang family? However, with his appearance, it is obvious that he cannot be an executive there. That's why the crowd sneered again. No, as expected, just like what everyone thought, Chen Dong admitted it in a big way. This in turn made the crowd immediately sneer and ask, "You are not an executive there. What are you doing mentioning it? Is it fun?" Chen Dong laughed. I have gotten a confidential information. The Dongsheng Group is not satisfied with only developing towards Haichang, they also want to develop towards the imperial capital here. They've already made the decision to find a potential family in the imperial capital to work with, become their foothold. If the cooperation is successful, they will give this family $100 billion up front. So uncles and aunts, do you understand? If you guys take the initiative to contact Dongsheng Group first, most likely, you will become their partners. Get this $100 billion of investment. Everyone around him was stunned after Chen Dong's words. A moment later, there was a roar of laughter. Of all the things you say, I'm afraid only one is true. The Dongsheng Group, indeed, has the potential to move towards the imperial capital, looking for families to cooperate and invest $100 billion or whatever. Absolutely all bull asterisk. Don't you take us for cuties. Really, if there is such news, how could we not know about it? With this poor look of yours, how can you still get this information ahead of us? Aren't you kidding? The crowd did not hide it and laughed at Chen Dong, thinking that what he said was all bull asterisk. If there really was such a good thing, how could it be his turn to learn the news first? It must have already spread like wildfire in the circles of the imperial capital's high society. And now, they have not received the slightest wind. Chen Dong, however, ran to swear that Dongsheng Group is ready to look for family cooperation in the imperial capital and invest $100 billion up front. Isn't this funny? Really spending money like it's nothing. Someone even sneered again. You don't have any skills, so all you can do is lie? I really can't figure out how something like you has the guts to come against the young master of the Sun family as well. You'd better get the hell out of here. Don't make a fool of yourself here. Chen Dong did not roll his eyes, but said seriously, you guys are mocking me because you don't even know some of the secrets. Do you know where the Dongsheng Group was developed? It's not Haichang, it's Jiangzhou, where I grew up, and I'm an indigenous person there who has had a lot of contact with them. That's why I was able to get their intelligence firsthand. It doesn't matter if you don't believe what I'm saying, because it's not meant for you anyway. Chen Dong turned his head to Wang Yi and Shen Bijuan. Uncle and auntie, this is the contact number of Chairman Jiang of Dongsheng Group. You can call her to inquire about this matter. Taking the initiative to find Dongsheng Group for cooperation is definitely better than Dongsheng Group finding you. Maybe you'll get this $100 billion investment fund straight away. Both Wang Yi and Shen Bijuan froze, holding their cell phones. They could never press the dial button, because what Chen Dong said was just too mysterious. Who would believe that? Plus there were a bunch of people around who sneered. Whoever believes that is a pig. If this is true, I'll pull a shong upside down. It takes a donkey in the brain to call, doesn't it? If it were up to me, I'd have kicked this babbler out long ago. Who'd waste time with him? These sneers made Wang Yi and Shen Bijuan even more afraid to make the call. Because they don't want to be a joke. The Wang family has been suppressed to such an extent. What's there to hesitate about? Dead horse? What if it works? Chen Dong added, and his words caused the thoughts in Mr. and Mrs. Wang Yi's hearts to change. Indeed, the Wang family had been suppressed to such a state now. So what was the point of being afraid of a few taunts? It's a hopeless endeavor anyway. Just for fun. It won't be a few pieces of meat missing anyway. Wang Yi pressed the dialing button. Not long, there immediately came a woman's pleasant voice. Wang Xiu's eyebrows immediately wrinkled, coldly looked at Chen Dong. Chen Dong immediately felt a murderous intent as he smiled and said to Wang Xiu, listen to what was said on the phone first. Excuse me, who are you? Jiang Menghan on the other end of the phone asked curiously. Hello, is this Chairman Jiang Menghan of the Dongsheng Group? Wang Yi inquired very politely. It's me. What are you looking for me for? Jiang Menghan continued to inquire. I got the news that you, Dongsheng Group, are preparing to move towards the imperial capital to look for a potential family to cooperate with. Are these all true? After Wang Yi finished these words, the surroundings immediately resounded with a burst of sneers again. I bet that side will say, no, you got it wrong. There's a chance they'll just call psycho. Anyway, I wouldn't believe in such a good thing. The surrounding people were talking again, all ready to see Wang Yi make a fool of himself, because beating them to death, they wouldn't believe that there would be such a good thing. Developing toward the imperial capital, finding a family to cooperate, and investing $100 billion are all bull asterisk. Mr. Wang, this is still our company's internal news. It's not open to the public. I didn't think that you knew about it. It seems that you are very powerful. Jiang Menghan praised with a smile on the other end of the phone. Wang Yi was dumbfounded. The people around them, too, were immediately stunned. This news is even true? Just kidding. Inside information. How did this guy get it? Asterisk. I'm also going to contact and cooperate with Dongsheng Group. These people around, they are all old bosses, worth tens of billions of dollars to start with. Now each and every one of them had red eyes. They never dreamed that what Chen Dong said was true. Naturally, they were curious as to how Chen Dong knew the inside information. I have told you all. I am a native of Jiangzhou. Dongsheng Group's original company is in Jiangzhou. I have been in contact with them. It is not strange to know a little bit of inside information. Chen Dong explained again lightly. On the other side, Wang Yi was still continuing to talk to Jiang Menghan. Chairman Jiang, my company does have a lot of potential. It's just that it lacks the funds to grow bigger and stronger. So I hope that you can send someone to inspect it. I swear, my company will definitely become your Dongsheng Group's best partner in the Imperial City. Alright, I'll send someone right away. I'll directly invest $100 billion in your company if it's really promising. Wang Yi was so excited that his cell phone almost fell to the ground. It's a done deal. $100 billion. That's all cash. With this investment, he no longer needs to look at those faces of the Sun family. All these assholes in front of me combined are no match for him. He'd wake up laughing in his dreams. At this moment, all the people around them were casting envious eyes. But just then, a sneer also rang out. Nice play. Chapter 169, 5 minutes to the end of your company. The crowd turned their heads to see that the one sneering was no one else, but officially Sun Yuan. A veteran general manager curiously inquired. Young Master Sun, you said acting? What do you mean? Sun Yuan laughed coldly. How did this kind of Thai scam fool each and every one of you? Chen Dong this is afraid that we look down on him, so he made up this 100 billion investment lie. He was worried beforehand that we wouldn't believe him, so he arranged for another Jiang chairman. So now, everyone understands that this before and after was all a deception designed by Chen Dong. He has been lying to us all along. The moment these words came out, the people around them, it was like an explosion. I told you, I always felt that there was something wrong here, but I couldn't figure out what was wrong. Hearing young Master Sun say this, it suddenly dawned on me. It turns out that this problem is exactly everything. Surprisingly, it was arranged long ago. You don't have the skills to be a human being, but you do the skills to lie to people. It's a pity. With young Master Sun here, it's useless even if you know how to cheat. Chen Dong froze, pointing at himself with a curious expression. I cheated? The crowd was sneering, not even needing to answer, but also expressing a meaning. Yes, you are a complete and utter big liar. Disgraceful contraption. Chen Dong smiled and nodded. Alright, I'll prove that I'm not a liar. He directly snatched the cell phone from Wang Yi's hand, then rushed to Jiang Menghan on the other end of the phone and said, Chairman Jiang, some people say that I am a liar. Doesn't that mean that you are also a liar? It's okay for me to be wronged. The key is you. You are the chairman of Dongsheng Group. How can you be wronged? So, would it be possible for you to come and clarify this in person? Jiang Menghan coldly said, yes, with a smug look on his face. Chen Dong turned his head to look at the crowd. Who said we are cheaters? Come over here and take on the line. The crowd immediately hesitated again, because for some reason, in their hearts, they all felt a trace of uneasiness. He's bluffing. Everyone, don't be fooled by him. Sun Yuan hurriedly said again at this time. Those who were restless were immediately stabilized inwardly and ordered again. An old boss surnamed Wang, who had always wanted to curry favor with the Sun family, walked out and rushed at Chen Dongdao. Laozi came to the right line. You two dead liars. You really want to bluff us? Dream on. Chen Dong gave him the phone directly. Hey, he yelled into the phone. You sound good. Which club's head girl are you? How much did Chen Dong spend to hire you to help him cheat? How about this? You come and help me. Serve me well, and I'll give you $1 million directly. This old general manager surnamed Wang finished his speech and laughed with glee. The surrounding people, also a burst of cheering uproar. Mr. Wang said the powerful opposite should not be able to act to go. to immediately reveal the stuffing. Turn up the volume, I want to hear her furious voice. Lying to us? She really has her brain kicked by a donkey. Doesn't she know that all of us are worth tens of billions of dollars to start with? It's just laughable. Jiang Menghan on the other end of the phone was so infuriated that her body trembled. Dare to call her a? Dare to call her a club head? What the hell is this? She suppressed her anger and asked in a cold voice, may I ask the name of your company? Have you heard of Wang's Garden Group? The imperial capital's famous gardening company specializes in creating gardens for the villas of big shots. Sales a year are not much, just a few tens of billions. The old general manager surnamed Wang proudly said. After saying that, he also asked, why are you asking these? Could it be that you want to get back at me? You liar. Don't act. Otherwise, beware of me finding someone to kill you. Jiang Menghan on the other end of the phone sneered. Don't worry, 5 minutes and your family's company won't exist. Ha 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 ha. That old general manager surnamed Wang laughed out loud. He felt that he had heard the funniest joke in the world. His multi-billion-dollar company will be gone in 5 minutes. What the is this if not hilarious? I really doubt that this liar, whether he used to be a professional comedian, or else, how could he say such hilarious things? Those old bosses around also began to coax. This liar probably has never seen a big scene. A company with tens of billions of dollars is gone in a few minutes? Does he think he is writing a novel? The plot of a novel wouldn't dare to be written like this. She's dying to laugh at the old man too. Would really like to meet up with her, to see what such a hilarious liar looks like? Definitely interesting. As these people sneered and laughed, time passed by 1 minute at a time. Finally, 5 minutes passed. The old boss, surnamed Wang, just wanted to say again, how come my company still has nothing at all? Just at this time, his cell phone rang, picked up and looked. Surprisingly, the vice president of the company called. His heart skipped a beat. Was something really wrong? Never. How could a con woman threaten my company? In saying that, my company is so big, tens of billions of dollars, who can get it done in 5 minutes? Isn't that a pie in the sky? So this phone call, definitely to say something else. Mr. Wang, it's not good. Our company suddenly suffered people crazy suppression. Stock directly plummeted 95%, become as worthless as waste paper. The vice president of the company yelled anxiously on the other end of the phone. This old boss, surnamed Wang, was dumbfounded. He thought this was the end. Where did he think that this was just the beginning? Not long after, he received another phone call. It was a big customer called, Lao Wang. Not with you. Someone offered twice the price for me to cooperate with them. By the way, tell you, they are behind the Dongsheng Group. This old boss, surnamed Wang, had felt a wave of vertigo and his body went limp. It's not a fraud. It's really the chairman of Dongsheng Group. Dongsheng Group has extremely strong financial strength. His tens of billions of dollars company is a small mole in the other side. A few minutes of time could knock his company's stock through, making it as worthless as scrap paper. What is even more horrible is that it can also directly buy his customers, refusing to cooperate with him. In this way, his company, absolutely completely finished. Mr. Wang, are you still there? At the head of the phone, Jiang Menghan's icy voice came back. I'm working at the Dongsheng Group clubhouse in Haicheng. Are you coming to take care of my business? Poof. General Manager Wang, who heard this, directly fell to his knees. Chairman Jiang, I'm sorry. Wang, am just a stupid pig, treating you as a liar and saying things to you that I shouldn't have said. I've got a cheap mouth. I deserve to die. Please spare my company and give me a way out. I kneel down for you. This old boss surnamed Wang cried out at the phone. Chapter 170, the Sun family's father and son are being exasperated to death. There are things to do, have to pay the price. Jiang Menghan voice very icy cold said. Give the phone back. This old boss surnamed Wang suddenly fell to the ground again. Done. His company, his family, all of it. It's all over. It was because he said a few disrespectful words to the chairman of Dongsheng Group. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe that the person calling is really the chairman of Dongsheng Group. Sun Yuan yelled again. It was difficult for him to accept this result. If it was really the chairman of Dongsheng Group, then it meant that the inside information that Chen Dong had gotten was true. It also shows that Chen Dong is far more powerful than his Grand Master of the Sun family, because he, the Grand Master of the Sun family, could not obtain such inside information in his lifetime. How could this be tolerated by Sun Yuan, who was already fighting Chen Dong to the death? So even if the facts are in front of him, he has to question them out loud. Snap. However, at this very moment, a scene that no one expected happened. Mr. Wang suddenly rushed to Sun Yuan's front, raised his hand and slapped his hand, fiercely smacked on Sun Yuan's face, and his mouth also cursed. Sun Yuan was a bit dumbfounded by the beating. Covering his face in surprise, he looked at Mr. Wang and said, You dare to hit me? Mr. Wang angrily roared. It's you that I'm beating. You killed me. Bang bang bang. Mr. Wang continuously kicked a few more feet, ruthlessly speculating on Sun Yuan's face, and the nosebleed was kicked out for Sun Yuan. Just now, if it was not for Sun Yuan questioning there, this Mr. Wang would not have taken the initiative to offend the chairman of the Dongsheng group, because he wanted to curry favor with the Sun family, thus ending up in such a situation. Although he was to blame for all of this, but Sun Yuan was definitely one of the culprits as well. Mr. Wang has been hurt so much, and Sun Yuan is still questioning there. Isn't it a deliberate attempt to irritate Mr. Wang? That was why Mr. Wang became furious and directly pressed Sun Yuan to the ground and beat him violently. Sun Yuan's old man, Sun Shi, got anxious and yelled, "How dare you hit my son? Quickly come someone to stop him." Mr. Wang is like a mad dog now, who dares to go up and fight with him. So they all hid at the back, and no one went up to stop him. Sun Ji was anxious and had to go up. Himself, however, as soon as he went up, he was also pressed by Mr. Wang and violently beaten on the ground. Both of them, father and son, were beaten loudly and miserably. On the other side, Wang Yi was still talking to Jiang Menghan. At this time, Wang Yi's heart carried a trace of fear. A big family of tens of billions of dollars, to be destroyed in 5 minutes is unbelievable. Talking to such a behemoth? Who can't be nervous and scared? Chairman Jiang, please send someone to inspect as soon as possible. My company will certainly not let you down. Wang Yi carefully and apprehensively said, the fact that you can know my company's internal news in advance shows that you are definitely not a simple character. That's why my company has a good chance of cooperating with you. Jiang Menghan said over the phone. Wang Yi immediately looked like he had eaten a tranquilizer pill and smiled. Many thanks, many thanks. The two hung up the phone, surrounded by a group of old bosses, immediately came over to curry favor. Mr. Wang, congratulations, congratulations. Being able to cooperate with the Dongsheng group, your Wang family is going to soar in the future. Previously, my little brother was compelled by someone and offended a lot. Please ask Mr. Wang not to remember the little man's fault. In the future, no matter what Mr. Wang has to do, just say the word, and I'll definitely die by all means. Sun Ji and Sun Yuan had already been beaten black and blue, and when they heard these words, they were almost killed alive again. These villains who see the wind in their sails, father and son, together, cursed angrily, because only a short while ago, these people were desperately trying to curry favor with their Sun family. The words spoken to Wang Yi now were the same words they had said to the Sun family at that time. Where do you think? This is only how much time? Just because the Dongsheng group may cooperate with the Sun family, these people are all standing to the side of the Wang family. It's really getting exasperating. Father and son both cursed bitterly. You bastards, do you still want to be shameless? Yo, isn't this Mr. Sun, who beat the snot out of you guys? Even if the Sun family is in a downward spiral, it's not so bad, right? Just like you still want to come and join the Wang family in marriage? Are you all dreaming? A playboy like Sun Yuan, who is uneducated and unworthy to lick Miss Wang's toes, still wants to marry Miss Wang? Get lost and go home. Don't embarrass yourself here. Tonight's banquet, there is no seat for your Sun family. Hurry up and leave. Don't be an eyesore here. This group of people cannot just see the wind rudder so simple, surprisingly so quickly turn the gun. Help the Wang family to bite the Sun family. A group of people. The father and son of the Sun family have been infuriated to the point that their faces and necks are red and the veins on their foreheads are exposed. In the end, it was Wang Yi who came out and rounded up the situation. Otherwise, this father and son duo might really be exasperated to death. Don't talk nonsense. Everyone, tonight's banquet, there must be a seat for the Sun family. Inside please. Wang Yi laughed. He's not one to get carried away once he's in power. The cooperation between Dongsheng Group and the Wang family has not yet been formalized, but it is just a great opportunity to get carried away at this time, and it is undoubtedly self-seeking. There is also a need to keep a low profile even if it is finalized. After all, there are still a lot of powerful big families in the imperial capital, so being too high profile won't end well. Brother Wang, there's something going on today. I'll come back to visit some other time. Sun Ji clasped his fists and roared, where he still had the face to stay here. Turning around, he left. Chen Dong, you wait for me. Sooner or later, I will settle the score with you. Sun Yuan gave Chen Dong a vicious look as he walked away. After a period of time, when the storm in the imperial capital had calmed down and there was no need to keep a low profile, he would definitely find someone to get Chen Dong killed immediately. Wife, let's go in. Chen Dong ignored Sun Yuan and instead said to Wang Xiu with a smile. When Sun Yuan heard these words, he was almost exasperated to the point of vomiting blood again. Tonight, it should have been his engagement to Wang Xiu. It is even possible. Directly to bed. Where do you think? Now he can only gray roll away. While Chen Dong affectionately shouted Wang Xiu wife. Wait, what will they do? Sun Yuan has not dared to imagine. Because the more he thinks about it, the more he is suffocating in his heart. He is going to suffer internal injuries. Who are you calling your wife? When she entered the door, Wang Xiu pinched Chen Dong's waist and asked in a cold voice. Chen Dong sucked in cold air in pain. He had to beg for mercy in a low voice. I am for sake of being angry with that bastard Sun Yuan. Since you shouted, you have to be responsible. Wang Xiu coldly said again. Chen Dong's expression immediately solidified. What do you mean? Are you going to touch the porcelain? Wang Xiu glared at him, and he immediately didn't dare to open his mouth in. Brother Wang, in the future you are our big brother. Little brothers are mixed with you. You told us to go east, we will never go west. Banquet, a group of old bosses, and then held up a glass of wine, patted his chest, assured Wang Yi. Chapter 171, The Unwanted Phone Calls. Wang Yi obviously wouldn't believe these people's complimentary words. After all, a moment ago, they were still currying favor with the Sun family, and now, it came to please him. Anyone who believes what they say must be kicked in the head by a donkey. These people, too, cannot be offended, because they are a group of small people. Offended, will certainly be and quietly find you trouble later. So with these people, there's just one thing to do, and that's blow awesome. At the table, feel free to blow it any way you want. Mr. Chen, how did you obtain the Dongsheng Group's internal information? Another person asked Chen Dongdao curiously. This secret, even Wang Yi was very curious. Chen Dongdao, didn't I say that just now? Dongsheng Group's first registered company is in Jiangzhou. I'm a native there and have had contact with them, so it's normal to know their internal information. And how much else do you know about the Dongsheng Group? Another person asked anxiously. Why are you inquiring about this? Chen Dong also asked with a curious expression. It's good to know more. In the future, we might be able to cooperate with the Dongsheng Group as well. Someone laughed. Chen Dong shook his head. It is impossible for you to cooperate with Dongsheng Group. It's okay to follow the Wang family and have some soup. Mr. Chen, you're looking down on people too much with that statement, aren't you? Maybe one day, Dongsheng Group, too, feels that my family has potential, and also takes $100 billion to invest in. Someone laughed in dissatisfaction. Obviously, they were upset that Chen Dong had said this. After all, Chen Dong, you are a native of Jiangzhou, just some contact with Dongsheng Group. What makes you so sure that Dongsheng Group won't cooperate with the others present? If these people knew that Chen Dong was the boss behind Dongsheng Group, they would not be questioning what Chen Dong said. How far have you gotten with him? Neither Wang Xiu nor her mom drank, so they quit the banquet early. At this point, Wang Xiu had already been called aside by her mom and carefully interrogated. Mom, why are you asking? Wang Xiu said with some embarrassment. Hasn't it already happened? Shen Bijuan pursued again. Wang Xiu was even more embarrassed. Mom, there's no such thing. Don't talk nonsense. Shen Bijuan added, if you don't have it, you have to hurry up. You guys finalize your relationship earlier. Wang Xiu was surprised. Aren't you going to let me get engaged to Sun Yuan? How come your attention changed so quickly? Shen Bijuan said helplessly. Letting you get engaged to Sun Yuan before was forced by circumstances. Do you really think mom and dad don't know what that Sun Yuan is? Although Chen Dong looks a bit unorthodox, your parents can sense that he is definitely not a simple character. Where could it be so easy to get the inside information of the Dongsheng Group? He must have a deep relationship with the Dongsheng Group, or perhaps he is a big shot in the Dongsheng Group himself. With such a powerful character and you like it, it's only natural that mom and dad want you to be with him. Wang Xiu was a bit touched after hearing these words. She immediately hugged her mom and said, okay, I'm all yours. Tonight, it just seems right to me, Shen Bijuan added. Wang Xiu almost jumped up. Mom, are you kidding? Tonight? How can that be? Shen Bijuan said. You've been an adult for a long time. What's not to like? Your dad is getting Chen Dong drunk with a couple of old bosses. To get Chen Dong drunk, so you'll have a chance. In Wang Xiu's heart, there was another moment of speechlessness. Shouldn't it be the woman who gets drunk by the man and then the man has a chance? How come in her case, it's the other way around? Making it seem like their family, as a whole, is committing a crime. Little friend Chen, come and keep drinking. No more. I can't drink anymore. My head is so dizzy. I want to sleep. Okay, Mrs. Wu, come over here for a moment and send little friend Chen to his room to rest. A maid in her 50s walked over and assisted Chen Dong to his room. As soon as he entered the door, Chen Dong smelled a fragrance, and looked around. The room was very dim, but still could vaguely see some furry toys. Chen Dong could not help but frown. Are all the guest rooms in your house specially arranged for women to sleep in? The servant said, Young Master Chen, you've had too much to drink. This is an ordinary guest room. Hurry up and go in. The maid pushed Chen Dong inside and then closed the door of the room heavily. Chen Dong's head was dizzy and he didn't think much more about it as he directly walked towards the bed. In the haze, he suddenly saw that there was actually a beautiful figure on the bed. She was dressed in very thin and light clothing, like a shadow, and her delicate body was as white as jade, and as beautifully carved from ivory, glistening and glowing. Chen Dong completely froze, and the wine instantly sobered up by a large margin. Who is the person on the bed if not Wang Xiu? Why is Dongchen here in Wang Xiu's room? Did the maid make a mistake? Chen Dong immediately said, Sorry, I'll go out right away. Come all the way here. Why do you still want to go out? Wang Xiu, who was lying on the bed, asked with a smile. She was also nervous inside at the moment. After all, it was her first time doing this kind of thing too. However, she couldn't let Chen Dong know that she was nervous because she had been the one who had been teasing Chen Dong about being a virgin. If she let Chen Dong know that she was also nervous, then wouldn't she instantly be at a disadvantage again? That was why she pretended to be calm like this and even had to laugh at Chen Dong. What the hell are your family up to? Chen Dong asked. It won't be to frame me and send me to jail? Wang Xiu came over. Snow White Lotus root arm, hooked Chen Dong's neck, laughed, right, it is to make you go to jail. Now you know you're afraid? If you're afraid, call out to your sister and I'll let you out. The flame in Chen Dong's heart rushed out. There's anger and there's lust. What does Wang Su mean by this? Are you underestimating him? Really thought he wouldn't dare do anything. Chen Dong gritted his teeth and angrily roared. You asked for it, so don't blame me for not being polite. His blood and energy age, and for the first time, where can he still be in the endurance? Instantly like a vicious wolf to pounce on Wang Xiu. Wang Xiu, at this time, finally panicked a bit. She wanted to break free, but then she thought that, sooner or later, she would do this kind of thing. So now, why resist? So she stopped moving. Chen Dong's blood boiled with a fiery temperature, causing his skin to burn a little. Wang Xiu's cheeks also gradually turned red. But just at this critical moment, Chen Dong's phone suddenly rang. Leave it. Wang Su was annoyed. Why don't you turn it off first? Chen Dong would like to turn off the phone, but this phone does not dare to turn it off, because it was the Dragon Group calling. What did the Dragon team want with him? Chen Dong took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and answered the phone in Wang Xiu's complaining eyes. Chen Dong, there is an urgent mission that requires your immediate execution. Chapter 172, The Secret Struggle. Can't he damned find someone else to go? Chen Dong was completely enraged and roared at the phone. I'm sorry, the others who went. All of them planted. The people from the Dragon Group told Dong Chen, we're really sorry for letting you go on another mission so soon, but the situation is urgent. Only you can go. Okay, wait for me. Chen Dong hung up the phone very helplessly. What mission? On the side, Wang Xiu stared at Chen Dong with wide eyes. You're not deliberately finding an excuse to escape, are you? Dong Chen said. Do I look like that kind of person to you? What a hell of a mission to go on when duty is at hand. Could I have left if the situation hadn't forced me to? Chen Dong was really helpless. Now he could only confess to Wang Xiu before Wang Xiu would believe him. I'm from the Dragon Team, Dong Chen said. When these words came out, Wang Xiu was directly stunned. You're from the Dragon Group? Are you kidding? Dong Chen said. No kidding. If I wasn't a member of the Dragon Group, those people from the Sun family wouldn't have been captured today. Wang Xiu instantly came to a realization. Those law enforcers capturing the Sun family's people. It turns out that it was all arranged by you using the Dragon Team's connections in the dark? You're too powerful, aren't you? Chen Dong Dao, not very powerful. Otherwise, at this moment, one wouldn't be forced to go on a mission. I can understand you. Wang Xiu nodded. Hurry up and go. Big things matter. She's not a little schoolgirl and knows her way around. After knowing that Chen Dong's identity was not ordinary, she naturally understood which end was a little more important nowadays. That was why she took the initiative to persuade Chen Dong to hurry. I'll wait for you to come back. As Chen Dong was about to leave, she looked at his back again and smiled. Make sure to be careful. At this point, she was already like a gentle little doting wife instructing her husband who was about to go on a long journey. I know. Chen Dong nodded and directly disappeared from the window. Dragon Group base. As soon as Chen Dong came in, he grabbed Gao Fei, a member of the staff, by the neck. In the end, what mission is Hema? So urgent to call me here? Cough cough cough. Gao Fei struggled violently, and only after a good half day would he break free from Chen Dong's hand, and then took out a stack of information and placed it in front of Chen Dong. Chen Dong immediately opened it to check. Zhang Xian, early stage of Huanjin, 10 years ago, destroyed 5 families in a row and killed thousands of people. Chen Dong was stunned after reading the information. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Early stage Huanjing expert. You're asking me to deal with it? Is this asking me to send myself to death? Chen Dong immediately asked in dissatisfaction. That was his strength 10 years ago, when he was surrounded by the Dragon Group. I thought that he was dead. Where did I think that he was still alive and had been hiding in the imperial capital? And it was only recently that he was suddenly discovered. 10 years ago he was seriously injured, and he is no longer at the early stage of harmonization power long ago. He is now at most at the peak of inner strength. However, during these 10 years of hiding, he has also cultivated a force that has internal strength powerhouses in it. Thus, he still cannot be underestimated. Originally, I didn't want you to go, but the first-class members of the Dragon Group who went there just now, all of them have been planted, and there's no news at all. The Senate was forced to call you out of necessity, Gao Fei said with an apologetic face. Chen Dong immediately frowned. Where are the strong harmonization force members of the Dragon Group? It is impossible that all of them are not alright, right? Calling any one of them would be able to deal with this devil, Gao Fei said. This devil has been hidden for 10 years. Why would he suddenly jump out now? Have you thought about the reason? And how did he fake his death to fool the dragon team? Do you know again? Chen Dong shook his head. I don't know. But what does this have to do with the question I asked? Of course there is a relationship, Gao Fei said. But it's not just only our dragon country that has martial artists. There are just as many in other countries. There are often great battles in the shadows. So now you understand why all the strongest people in the dragon group above the harmonized power are unavailable. And this devil, it's been hidden for 10 years. Why would he suddenly think of jumping out? Chen Dong was surprised. The experts in the dragon group that you mean have gone to battle with foreign martial artists again? That's why they didn't have time to deal with the devil? The devil was able to fool the dragon team 10 years ago with the help of a foreign martial artist? And this time he suddenly jumped out to create havoc in the imperial capital and hold back the dragon team's experts? Gao Fei nodded and said, that's probably the case. If you're not willing to go, you'll have no choice but to notify the dragon group's harmonized strength powerhouses to come back. However, once they return, the defense line is bound to slacken. The foreign martial artists, they'll have a chance to take advantage of it. At that time, the losses that the Dragon Kingdom will suffer will be absolutely incalculable. Chen Dong was silent. On the surface, the Dragon Country is calm and peaceful. The common people are living a peaceful life. There was no way to know that the secret fight was so vicious. The strongest members of the Dragon Group were all secretly fighting with the foreign martial artists at the moment. The Empire thus has a gap. The foreign martial artists were obviously unable to help the Dragon Group's experts, thus activating their hidden pawn in the imperial capital. The devil called Zhang Xian. Let them mess up in the imperial capital, forcing the experts of the Dragon Group to have to return to the aid, so that they can break through the defense line and kill the Dragon Kingdom, causing great disasters and destruction to the Dragon Kingdom. Although Chen Dong had just joined the Dragon team not long ago, he was also a hot-blooded young man, so how could he possibly back down at this moment? Where is the devil? Old me will immediately go and destroy him. Chen Dong roared angrily. The anger in his heart made Goofy suddenly tremble with fear. There's something wrong with that. Even if it was Chen Dong who wanted to kill that devil now, he should not have this kind of terrifying rage. After all, Chen Dong had not personally seen the bad things that the devil had done. Normally, it was impossible to empathize with such emotions. If let Gao Fei know, Chen Dong was about to make a good thing in bed. However, because of that devil, had to come to the mission, one would realize how much Chen Dong hated that devil. It's not at all surprising that he would be so angry at this point. Don't be in a hurry. Let's give you some equipment first. Gao Fei led Chen Dong to the weapons vault. The armory is filled with all kinds of swords, shields, and armor. As soon as Gao Fei introduced Chen Dong, these weapons, they are all made of special materials. This armor, for example, not only defends against all kinds of attacks from hot and cold weapons, but also defends against martial artists' internal energy attacks. Chen Dong was taken aback when he heard this. The internal energy of a martial artist is very terrifying. Hit you with a slap and you can't see a scratch on the surface. But the internal organs, however, may have been shattered. The stronger the strength, the more terrifying the internal energy. For example, a Wanjing powerhouse can not only release his power chi from a long distance and injure people, and this strong chi can also pass through steel plates, walls and so on, and act directly on people. Therefore, in the face of such a master, the general bulletproof undershirt, armor, is useless. Only this special armor will do the trick. Gao Fei had already picked one up and told Chen Dong to put it on, then told Chen Dong to pick out a weapon again. Chapter 174, they're all just cannon fodder to be used, though they achieved a temporary victory. But anyone with a brain that isn't stupid can see that this is really just temporary. Once the Dragon Group reacted and sent their experts to surround them, they would be dead. Therefore, they should hurry up and evacuate before the Dragon team could react. And these captured members of the Dragon team, they can't be kept. They should all be killed. But what makes them really puzzled is that their boss, that is, Zhang Xian, not only does not flee, but also does not let them kill members of the Dragon Group. It was those 4 men, known as the 4 fierce men, who asked these words. What are you afraid of? The dragon group doesn't have any experts in the imperial capital nowadays. Zhang Xian sneered. As soon as these words came out, the people around, all of them, were stunned. How is that possible? The imperial capital is a top priority. How could the dragon group not have an expert sitting here? Zhang Xian laughed. It's because their experts have all gone to fight on the outside. Outside combat? What outside battle? Zhang Xian's men, again puzzled, inquired. There's no need for you guys to know this. Zhang Xian sneered. Anyway, you must trust me. You are all safe now. There's no way the dragon group can do anything to us at this point in time. His men, immediately, were all silent. Obviously, they all have great trust in Zhang Xian, but there was one thing that they were still puzzled about. Boss, why haven't you killed these dragon group members yet? Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed and he sneered. Kill them? It's too cheap for them, isn't it? Each and every one of them, a treasure trove of the dragon team. To get the dragon team to come with money to ransom the man. At least $1 billion for one. When we get the money, we'll go abroad, and we won't even have to worry about making ends meet anymore. Good. After finishing these words, Zhang Xian immediately gained the approval of everyone. Wolf Fierce, one of the 4 fowls, said to Zhang Xian in a cold voice. Boss, should we send someone to inform the dragon group to prepare the ransom now? Zhang Xian looked at the time and sneered. What time is it? It's too early to inform them to prepare the ransom, and there aren't enough of them. Are catching some. Everyone be a little patient. The dragon group will surely send someone to the door again soon. Boss is wise. The 4 murderers and all the rest, praised. You 4 keep a close eye here. I'm going to conceptualize a retreat plan for tomorrow. Zhang Xian instructed the 4 murderers again. Yes, boss. The 4 yelled. Zhang Xian nodded and entered the inner room. It was luxuriously furnished, and on the leather sofa sat a foreigner with a full head of blonde hair, who was drinking tea. Lord Jack, when do we retreat? As soon as he arrived here, Zhang Xian did not have the calmness and composure he had outside. Obviously, things are much worse than he just said, and why doesn't he tell the truth to those under him? The reason is simple, those people are cannon fodder. Attention grabbers. The dragon group's attention, attracted by those people, was the only way he really had a chance to escape. Jack placed the tea bowl in his hand on the table and said faintly, don't be in a hurry. When the dragon group has a Huanjin powerhouse returning to the imperial capital from the outside, we'll withdraw. Zhang Xian worried. At that time, I'm afraid it's too late, right? 10 years ago, he was at the early stage of Huanjing, and was besieged by the dragon group, and he almost lost his life. Nowadays, he was only at the peak of his inner strength. If he were to be surrounded by the dragon group's experts, he would really die for sure. So now, he was, inwardly, already anxious like an ant on a hot pan. There was even a cold sweat on his forehead. Jack was still unperturbed. What are you afraid of? According to the realm division of your dragon kingdom, I also possess the strength of harmonized power, so when the time comes, I will definitely bring you out of the dragon kingdom safe and sound. Zhang Xian exclaimed. Mr. Jack, is everything you said true? Jack laughed. You've served us for so many years, how could I possibly lie to you? Hearing these words, Zhang Xian completely let go of his heart. After all, in the beginning, his life was saved by Jack and these people. At the moment Jack certainly wouldn't abandon him either. However, what he wouldn't have dreamed of was that Jack was sneering in his mind at that moment. Zhang Xian treats those people outside as cannon fodder, and Jack likewise treats him as cannon fodder. Saving his life 10 years ago was to be utilized for this moment. By allowing them to create havoc in the imperial capital and draw the dragon group experts back, the foreign martial artists would be able to break through the dragon kingdom's outer defenses. At that time, the eyes of the dragon team will be focused on Zhang Xian's group of people. He, Jack, will be able to escape unnoticed. Jack secretly laughed again in his heart. Mr. Zhang Xian, I'm really sorry. Betraying your friends is a tradition for us in the MIB. Deputy team leader, I'll lead my men in to scout around first. Outside the small factory. Who you whispered? No need to scout. Shandong said. Why? Who you asked with some incomprehension. Aren't you afraid of spooking the snakes? Dao, all those who came before had no return. These people must have already judged that the imperial capital dragon group doesn't have any experts sitting around. Then they are bound to be complacent. They won't even be looking at us. So, with our actions, we won't be in a position to frighten them. Even, they will expect us to appear, because then, they can get rid of more of us. Who you group of people? After listening to these words, a careful thought, suddenly all admire Qindong, because Qindong's analysis really made too much sense. They're still doing things the way they used to. The dragon team is so famous, who wouldn't be scared to see it? If not scouted well in advance and set up properly, the enemy will certainly have a chance to escape. However, it is different now. Many people of the dragon group have been folded here. The other side is certainly not afraid of the dragon group. It is a waste of time to still go to scout into set up. The other side must be expecting the dragons to show up. So right now, the best decision is the one that should come out directly and engage these people. Therefore, Chen Dong, in addition to arranging some people, ambushed to block the exit. Everyone else killed in with him. And at this time, in that huge secret room in the small factory, chapter offerings those henchmen, waiting for boredom, seeing a few female members of the dragon group, with a good figure and delicate appearance, they immediately had a light heart. Yankee took the brunt of it. Who called her the prettiest one? Tiger Fierce, one of the 4 ferocious men, laughed and gave the order, "Put this chick down for me. I've played with all kinds of chicks. I haven't played with the dragon group's chicks yet." Yes, a few of his men, gleefully, untied the ropes dangling the Yankee. The Yankee stumbled to the floor. She, who had been unconscious, came to her senses because of the pain. Suddenly seeing the two pulling again, she immediately yelled out in anger, "Let go of me!" She struggled violently, and with her injured body, those 2 men, surprisingly, were somewhat unable to pull. They had to turn back to Tiger Fierce and say, "Brother Tiger, this chick is too strong. I'm afraid it's not good." Chapter 175, Killing 2 people in 3 seconds. It's no fun to play with a chick who isn't strong. Tiger Fierce, one of the 4 fierce men, laughed fiercely. "Drag her to the side of the table, and press her down for me. Wait for me to play first. I played enough. It's your turn. Dozens of us, together to play her. She even in the strong, will be played obediently submit." Yes, after Tiger Fierce finished these words, a group of people around him, immediately shouted. Yang Qin was injured in the battle just now. His body was in severe pain and weak. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't exert any strength at all. All she could do was watch as she was pulled down to the table, where she was held down by 2 more men. Dead center, Tiger Fierce had already arrived behind her, and with a sardonic smile on his face, he was about to reach out and rip the clothes from her body. At this moment, Yang Qin despaired to the extreme. She painfully closed her eyes. Tears flowed. This group of beasts, what will they do to her later? Simply can't dare to imagine. Is definitely more than directly killing her, but also let her suffer a million times. Click. However, at that very moment, at the gate, there was a sudden loud bang. The door to the chamber, forged of steel, could not be penetrated by ordinary rockets, only leaving groove marks on it. But now, it was split into 4 pieces and fell to the ground. The people in the secret room were all stunned at once. Is there such a sharp weapon? How can it even easily chop up an alloy iron door? Just as they were stunned, a person, who had walked in carrying a long red sword, was none other than Chen Dong. Chen Dong was also slightly surprised when he saw the sword in his hand. How can it be so sharp? He really kind of couldn't believe that this sword was just like what Goofy said. Cutting through steel plates would be as easy as cutting through pieces of paper. What exactly is the material that was forged? Chen Dong searched his heart again. Obviously, it was not an ordinary material. The sword sliced through the gate without leaving a single nick. Obviously, the material used to forge it was hard and exceeded any kind of metal that Chen Dong was currently aware of, including titanium alloys, aluminum alloys and the like. These people from the dragon group have come to die again. Tiger Fierce yelled after seeing Chen Dong and the others clearly. Just then, 3 more, with auras similar to his, gathered around him. They were none other than the other 3 of the 4 fowls: wolf fowl, leopard fowl and lion fowl. Everything was just as Chen Dong had predicted. Because of their previous consecutive victories, these people had long since disregarded the dragon team. Seeing Chen Dong, a group of people, even arrogant to the point that, said Chen Dong, they are here to send death. This is really too arrogant. Chen Dong's heart is happy and blossoming. The more arrogant these people are, it means that the more they will not escape, so that it will become much easier to wipe them out. You bastards, how dare you underestimate the dragon team? Know how to write the word death? Chen Dong cursed. The 4 murderers reached out and pointed at the people falling in the air and laughed. This group of people, when they came here just now, said the same thing as you. Now that they've all become like this, you'll definitely be just like them later. Chen Dong immediately deliberately put on a conceited look and said to the 4 ferocious men, "You guys are farting. I can take care of the 4 of you all by myself. It's simply impossible to become like these people hanging in the air." "Yeah? Then you come and try." Those 4 people laughed hideously and coldly, looking at Chen Dong already as if they were looking at a fool. Chen Dong is so young. They immediately judged that Chen Dong does not have much experience, and young people are easily impulsive. They are slightly enraged, and they will not care about anything. Therefore, they had already formulated a battle plan in their mind, which was to use Chen Dong as a breakthrough. With the shortest time, seize Chen Dong and threaten other people. Those people are bound to throw their hands. The chances of winning by taking them all down would be 80%. What they didn't know was that Chen Dong, at this time, was also turning back to Huyu's group of people with a wink, which meant, I'll wrap up these 4. You guys pack the rest. If you guys can't even solve those stragglers, you shouldn't be in the dragon team. Huyu and the others were obviously a little worried. Those 4 people obviously all had the strength of a first-class member of the dragon team. Chen Dong dealt with them alone. Can he be a match? If Chen Dong failed, all of them, would be unable to escape. Just at the moment when they were worried, Chen Dong had already made his move and killed with his sword, and he wailed and yelled out of his mouth, "Dare to underestimate me? You'll pay for it right away." How could the dragon group have such a rash young man? One person dares to battle the 4 of us? It seems that this dragon group isn't as powerful as it used to be. It's a vanity. If you even absorb this kind of goods, you can't even think of not declining. I was afraid of the dragon group before, but now it seems that the dragon group is purely a fart. The 4 fierce men were all sneering, not taking the charging Chen Dong seriously at all. The others also had ridicule on their faces, and some were even already betting on whether Chen Dong would be able to last a single move against the 4. At this time, some of Huyu's people had already occupied all the favorable positions according to Chen Dong's previous instructions. Once Chen Dong fought with those 4, it was the moment for them to strike with the others. Who's going to teach this kid a lesson first? I'll do it. Put. One of the 4 ferocious leopard fierce, the fastest and most agile, has just responded to be the first to take action against Chen Dong. However, in this instant, Chen Dong, who rushed over, suddenly boosted his speed, with a long sword in his hand, like a 10,000-foot rainbow like chopping down. He failed to make any reaction and his body was split in half. So fast. Faster than even my fastest speed. This guy is pretending to be a pig to eat. The leopard fierce mind flashed through the last thought, split into 2 halves of the body, fell to the ground together. Impossible. The other 3 roared in horror. There was not much difference in the strength of the 4 ferocious men, so how was it that in a single glance, the leopard fierce was decapitated? As they froze, the sharp spikes slashed at another man's head, seeking death. Beast King Fist, the man known as Brother Lion, let out a roar, his hair flying, resembling a lion. His terrifying and incomparable fist directly blasted towards Chen Dong. His fist, under normal circumstances, could easily punch through a steel plate. The sword in Chen Dong's hand, if it was a sword forged from ordinary materials, would have been shattered in an instant. Then it was Chen Dong's body that was pierced by him. However, the sword in Chen Dong's hand is not forged from ordinary materials. It is a true divine weapon. The sword blade just collided with the fist and cut the fist in half, and then the entire arm was cut in half, then another half of the body, all cut off. In the process, there was not the slightest obstruction, like a sharp knife cutting tofu, unimaginably silky smooth. Another one of the 4 fowls died on the ground so inexplicably. Who could have imagined that the time that passed when Chen Dong killed 2 people in a row was less than 3 seconds? Chapter 176, The Consequences of Being Gullible. The 4 fowls were experts that Zhang Xian had spent 10 years cultivating, and these 4 had also received instruction from foreign martial artists, all of whom were extremely powerful. It was no exaggeration to say that the 4 of them, all of them, had strengths comparable to that of a level 1 member of the dragon team. Yet now, who would dare to believe that Chen Dong had only used less than 3 seconds to kill 2 of them? As for the remaining 2, it was naturally as easy as chopping a melon and cutting a vegetable for Chen Dong to finish them off. Pust! The red longsword was waved, and a head suddenly flew into the sky. Blood spurted out like a spectacular fountain. A frightening scene. The last of the 4 vandals finally reacted and pulled his legs out to run. How could Chen Dong let him get away? Reaching out, the longsword immediately flew over. It so happened that at this time, in the house inside, Zhang Xian was saying to Jack, "Another dragon group member has come to die. I'll go out and take a look." Jack didn't care and nodded his head before Chapter Xian walked out. Help! He only heard a cry, and had not yet reacted to what was going on. A stream of blood has been over him. Biao. In a closer look, it is the person who escaped, has been pierced by the long sword. A look of disbelief suddenly appeared on Zhang Xian's face. Looking around, the martial artists that he had carefully cultivated, they were already being chopped up by the people of the dragon group, chopping and chopping like a vegetable. The 4 most favorable disciples are known as the 4 fierce Ah. At this time, however, all of them have been lying on the ground. Either the body was chopped in half, or the head was separated from the body. There is also, the body was pierced by the long sword. Immediately, unimaginable anger was back on his face. Who did this? After the roar, another flash of panic bubbled up inside him. 4 people who all have the strength of a first-class member of the dragon group, but in such a short period of time, they have been dried up. Could it be that the dragon group harmonized strength powerhouses have already rushed back? Other than a strong person like that, he really couldn't think of anyone else. Who would be able to take out his 4 favored disciples so easily? Please return the sword to me. Just as Zhang Xian was surprised and fearfully puzzled in his heart, a voice suddenly reached his ears, and when he looked up, it was a young man around 20 years old who was talking to him. The expression on his face, at once, froze a bit. This sword is yours? After the long sword pierced through the body of the man who fled, the attack did not stop and almost pierced through Zhang Xian's body as well. But Zhang Xian was strong after all and eventually grabbed the long sword. So now, Chen Dong's weapon fell into his hands. Chen Dongdao, that's right, give it back to me. You are also from the dragon team? Zhang Xian had not yet realized that Chen Dong was the one who had killed 4 of his most favored disciples. He began to wonder in his mind how the dragon team could have such a young member. You're still here on this kind of mission. Aren't you sending them to their deaths? Shandong said. Right, good, give it back to you. Zhang Xian's face was icy cold as he reached out and threw his hand. The long sword immediately flew out, and in an instant, the air resounded with broken sounds. If it was an ordinary member of the dragon group, even if it was an internal strength expert, his body would care to be pierced through in an instant. So Zhang Xian had already turned his head away from looking at this young dragon team member because he felt that this young dragon team member was dead. His eyes had begun to search for who actually killed his disciple. However, right at that moment, a scene that he had never dreamed of happened. So strong, peak inner strength. Could you be the great demon Zhang Xian? Chen Dong's somewhat icy voice suddenly reached Zhang Xian's ears. Zhang Xian turned his head to take a look and was completely stunned. How are you, okay? He inquired in shock. The sword that was thrown over just now should definitely pierce Chen Dong's body. How can Chen Dong be unharmed? Since the sword is his, is he the one who killed my 4 disciples? It can't be. He's so young. Is he that terrifying? Could it be that someone is using him to strike? Otherwise, how could a RU stinker possess such terrifying strength? Just as Zhang Xian was pondering, Chen Dong asked again in a cold voice. What are you thinking? Why don't you answer my question? Zhang Xian did not look at him, but stared behind him and shouted. Since you are already here, don't be hiding your head, and roll out. Chen Dong glanced back and his face also revealed doubt. Who are you talking to? Zhang Xian laughed fiercely. Brat, who is helping you behind your back? Tell him to get his ass out here. No one is helping me. Dong Chen said. I see. You're questioning my strength. Just a brat like you ing. Your hair hasn't even grown. You have a fart strength? Lousy can waste you with one palm. Zhang Xian cursed. Yeah, then try it with your hands. Chen Dong said indifferently. Little, how dare you talk back? Today is the day you die. Zhang Xian let out another roar and directly killed him. His palms spread out, and a fierce aura whistled out, and those who felt it were all terrified. No wonder he's called a devil. Just with this fury, I don't know how many people he's already killed. His stance was extremely fast, like a ghost, and in a single glance, he had already rushed to Chen Dong's front, and his palm, which was shrouded in fury chi, was unceremoniously slapping at Chen Dong's head. Although there was still a distance between them, Chen Dong felt a hint of gloom. It made strength as strong as he was. He couldn't help but shiver. No wonder he was able to escape the pursuit of a harmonization powerhouse 10 years ago. Chen Dong sighed in his heart. He also showed no mercy at all. The long sword swung and slashed at the palm. Pust! Without a hint of surprise, the palm was directly chopped off. For one thing, it was because the long sword was sharp. A true artifact. The second was that Zhang Xian was gullible and treated Chen Dong as an ordinary member of the dragon team. How could he know that Chen Dong was an existence that could easily kill him without relying on weapons? And taking the weapon, he was lightly defeated, and it would be normal to cut one of his palms in a single shot. Ah! Zhang Xian immediately let out an ear-piercing scream as he hastily backed away while holding his broken arm, his eyes revealing horror and disbelief again. How can you be so strong? At this moment, he finally believed that Chen Dong was the one who killed his 4 honorable disciples. There was simply no one else hiding in the back, lending Chen Dong a hand to strike. He was careless and gullible, so he ended up in this situation now. I never thought that this mission would be so easy. Chen Dong sighed again. Zhang Xian has already broken one of his hands. Killing him is like slaughtering a dog. Lord Jack, save me. Just when Chen Dong was about to slash Zhang Xian to death, all of a sudden, Zhang Xian yelled, Jack, what man? When Chen Dong heard this name, a trace of doubt immediately appeared on his face. It's a foreigner's name. Could there be foreign martial artists here? If not for the fact that this martial artist is stronger than Zhang Xian, how could Zhang Xian possibly call for help from him? Zhang Xian can already be at the peak of the internal force, and this foreign martial artist, could it be that he is a Huan Jin powerhouse? If that's true, that's bad. Chapter 177, Chen Dong vs. Jack. Jack is leisurely drinking tea. What happened outside he is not worried at all. After all, the people who came from the dragon group just now were solved by Zhang Xian with a few strokes. and this time, it's sure to be exactly the same as earlier. Just then, however, something happened that he had never dreamed of. Surprisingly, Zhang Xian's voice for help suddenly came from outside. Has Zhang Xian been defeated? How is that possible? It's only been a few minutes since Mr. Chung went out. To be able to defeat him in such a short period of time, could it be that a Huanjing powerhouse had come? That's impossible. When a harmonization powerhouse returned to the imperial capital, he should have received news. But now, there's no word at all. He couldn't sit still. He couldn't drink his tea in peace. He immediately stood up and rushed out of the house. Once outside, the scene in front of him, again, stunned him instantly. Zhang Xian and those of his men have already been chopped up by the dragon group's men, killing 7 or 8 of them. Even Zhang Xian himself was seriously injured. One hand was chopped off, and the man fell to the ground, his face all horrified and miserable. Instead, there was only a young man with a sword in front of him, and he sensed that there were no Huanjing powerhouses around. Was it this young man who chopped off Zhang Xian's palm? This can't be possible, can it? He looked so young, how could he have such terrifying strength? Therefore, he couldn't help but inquire, did you do it all? Chen Dong Dao, I did it. Who are you? Chen Dong was a bit surprised in his heart. How could there be a foreigner here? Is he the Jack that Zhang Xian talked about? Chapter Xian asked him for help, and he was obviously above Chapter Xian in terms of strength. Zhang Xian is already at the peak of inner strength. If he were to be stronger, he would be at the early stage of harmonization power. Such a person can undoubtedly easily put everyone in the dragon team here in danger. Chen Dong frowned. This person was not easy to deal with anymore. He hurriedly thought of countermeasures in his mind. Ha! 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 I never thought that the dragon group would have a young expert like you. This is really too good to be true. Jack did not answer Chen Dong's question, but instead laughed out loud there. Zhang Xian was a bit furious when he saw the scene, and he roared angrily, Lord Jack, this kid killed all 4 of my disciples and seriously injured me. You hurry up and avenge us. Why are you still laughing there? Jack turned his head and said coldly, don't worry, he's going to die for sure. I'm smiling because I'm so happy. Such a young expert is definitely a key cultivator of the dragon group. It's likely that he will inherit the dragon team in the future. That will be our great enemy. However, he is now appearing in front of me, and by taking him out, I am destroying the future and hope of the dragon group. Do you think I cannot laugh with joy? A smile also instantly appeared on Zhang Xian's face after hearing Jack's smug words. Lord Jack's analysis makes too much sense. Killing this asshole kid, dragon group will definitely go crazy. Lord Jack, stop wasting time and get on with it. On the other side, the people from the dragon group, too, sensed that something was wrong. Jack was too strong and invisibly had given them a kind of oppression. Probably no one will get out of here alive tonight. If they were all going to die, then they had to do one thing, and that was to let Chen Dong leave alive. Because Chen Dong's talent was too strong, dying here was truly deplorable. Chen Dong, we'll cover your escape. Who you whispered to Chen Dong. Before Chen Dong could agree, he had already taken the initiative to pounce towards Jack. The other members of the dragon team, as if they were telepathic, swooped in after Hu Yu. With so many people, it will definitely be able to block Jack for a little while, so that Chen Dong will have a chance to escape. However, right at this moment, on Jack's face, there was a hint of a mocking sneer. Unconscionable, death-seeking. He raised his palms and powerful energy rushed out from his pores, and it immediately looked like a huge invisible meteorite appeared in the air, ruthlessly crashing into the dragon's members. Poof, poof, poof. In an instant, all the members of the dragon group, they were all knocked back, falling heavily to the ground, and their mouths all began to spit out blood. They unexpectedly did not even hold on for a few seconds, and all of them collapsed on the ground, which is the huge gap between the internal force and the chemically powerful. None of you can escape. Jack said these words indifferently, as if pronouncing a death sentence. His ice-cold eyes looked at Hu Yu again, then he laughed coldly again. You are the first person to provoke me, so you die first. A few meters away, Jack raised his palm again. Powerful chi rushed out from his pores, and it was like an invisible hammer appeared in the air again, and then it ruthlessly smashed towards Hu Yu's body. Seeing that Hu Yu was about to die in an instant, just then, a figure suddenly flashed in front of him. In his hand, he carried a red longsword as if it were dripping blood. Click! He waved his long sword and slashed into the air, and all of a sudden, there was obviously nothing in the air, but a loud noise erupted, and that was, Jack's cohesive power chi was destroyed. How is that possible? Jack stared wide-eyed. Chen Dong was not a Huanjin powerhouse, yet he was able to destroy his condensed Jin Chi. He just couldn't believe that this scene was real. No way? Chen Dong's face also revealed surprise at this moment. The long sword in his hand actually appeared a huge gap, like a dog gnawed the general, just now chopping the iron door. The above did not leave a trace. Jack cohesion of the strength of the gas. Is it so strong? Chen Dong really had some disbelief. Ha! Seeing the gaping hole on the long sword in Chen Dong's hand, Jack understood what was going on. He sneered and laughed again. Relying on such a weapon. You want to hinder me from killing you? Dream on. He lifted his palm, and the violent forceful chi, again, roared out. In an instant, it was as if an invisible hammer appeared in the air again, and then smashed viciously towards Chen Dong. When Chen Dong swung his sword into the air and there was still nothing, yet it still erupted with another loud bang just like earlier. A huge gaping hole once again appeared in Chen Dong's long sword. At this rate, it wouldn't take more than a few strokes for the longsword to crumble. At that time, even Chen Dong would not be able to resist Jack's attack. He, and everyone in the dragon team, will surely die here. Kid, seeing as you're a genius, I've changed my attention. As long as you betray the dragon group and join us, I won't kill you. Jack changed his words and smiled at Chen Dong. When Zhang Xian heard this, he was anxious. Lord Jack, how can you let him go? He killed 4 of my disciples. He also chopped off one of my palms. You have to finish him off immediately. Snap. Jack backhanded Zhang Xian and slapped him directly on the head. Pity this devil. 10 years ago even the dragon group failed to finish him off. And now, it is this extremely casual and was killed by Jack with a slap. Chapter 178. I've seen through it all. After killing Zhang Xian, Jack only said coldly, you bunch of losers, you are no longer of any use to me. Then, he turned his head to look at Chen Dong and smiled. How have you considered it? Shandong said. Not good. Jack frowned. What does that mean? Don't you want to live? Chen Dong Dao, I want to, but there are some things I cannot do. What is it? Jack frowned slightly. If you want to join you, surely you have to give a pitch, right? And that pitch, surely, is, he looked down at those dragon roughnecks. Kill them all, right? Jack laughed. You're so smart. You don't even need me to point it out. You couldn't bear to kill them, so you refused the chance I gave you to live? Chen Dong shook his head. Indeed, there is something that I cannot bear to see. After all, just now, they tried desperately to cover my escape. If I were to kill them at this moment, I would really be worse than a beast. However, this is not the main reason either. On Jack's face, curiosity suddenly appeared. That's not even the main reason. So what is? Chen Dong laughed. For one thing, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for me to survive even after giving the pitch. After all, you are just trying to utilize me. When I have no value to utilize, I will definitely be just like this one lying on the ground, having my head smashed by your slap. Jack looked slightly flabbergasted. I should have known better than to finish off Zhang Xian. He killed Zhang Xian. Apart from the fact that Zhang Xian has no use for him, there is a more important reason. That is, Zhang Xian is already incompatible with Chen Dong. Since he had decided to draw in Chen Dong, who was worth more than Zhang Xian, he had no choice but to kill Zhang Xian in order to put Chen Dong at ease. Where did it occur to me that this had, however, created fear in Chen Dong's heart? Because Chen Dong, in the future, might also end up in the same situation as Zhang Xian. He immediately smiled and comforted. Zhang Xian is a waste. You are not. You will soon be able to be in a high position. Only you utilize others. It is impossible for anyone to utilize you. Chen Dong laughed and asked, is this painting a big picture for me? Jack said, with your strength, can't you still not see the truth of my words? Could it be that you have no confidence in yourself? Chen Dong shook his head and laughed again. Forget it. Even if I could follow you and go to your place to make something of myself, I would not do so. Jack's eyes, all of a sudden, narrowed as a murderous aura surfaced, his voice cold as he inquired. Why? Why? This is exactly the second reason I am going to say. Chen Dong laughed. Because I can kill you. Why would I still defect to you? Everyone was stunned at those words. Is Chen Dong crazy? What makes him think he can kill Jack with that sword in his hand? It's a joke. That sword was on the verge of falling apart. Jack will kill him like crushing an ant when the time comes. If that's the case, why would Chen Dong say such irrelevant words? No one has noticed that Jack's face has changed slightly at this time. What is going on? Could what Chen Dong said be true? Of course, this who excluded Chen Dong, because Chen Dong had already noticed the faint change in Jack's face. He immediately laughed out loud again. Looks like I guessed right. I really do have a chance to kill you. A Wanjing powerhouse, sneaking into the imperial capital without being detected. There's definitely a problem here. Let me guess what the question is. Relying on special drugs to suppress the realm and recovering after diving in? Or was the realm already low, and after entering the imperial capital, he took special drugs to forcefully raise his realm? I think that whichever of these two reasons will cause you two huge problems. One is to cause great damage to your body, most likely curtailing your lifespan for a very long time. The other is that you can't fight for long. Therefore, in a short period of time, you won't be able to kill me. That's why you changed your attention. to trick me into defecting to you. In order to achieve your goal, you even resorted to a very drastic means, that is, to kill Zhang Xian directly. I guess I shouldn't have guessed wrong? After Qindong finished speaking, Jack's face was already so gloomy that it looked like water could drip out of it. Obviously, Qindong had guessed all of them correctly. He couldn't believe how could Qindong see through all his secrets, and all his thoughts in such a short period of time? Is Qindong able to see into people's hearts? Isn't this too scary? He did not know that Qindong's IQ, after being enhanced by the system, Qindong had long been an extremely intelligent person. For him to play mind games in front of Qindong was purely self-defeating. Jack turned grumpy. You're right but not exactly. Because you're going to die. Is that so? Qindong waved the longsword in his hand. How many more times can you attack? I think, before this long sword in my hand completely crumbles, you must have already exhausted your strength and died suddenly first. Jack instantly broke out. Brat, don't be too arrogant. Just once, I can kill you. Once? Qindong shook his head, clearly not believing it. His sword, at least, could still withstand 3 or 4 attacks. Trying to kill him all at once? Undoubtedly a fool's errand. However, the next moment, Qindong was in danger. Because Jack rushed directly to Qindong's face and attacked Qindong, not giving Qindong the chance to wield his long sword to resist at all. The Wanjing powerhouses were really too strong, and when they moved, their speed was so fast that people couldn't react at all. As for Huanjin powerhouses, they generally released their power attacks, so it was extremely easy for people to overlook that they were faster than internal power martial artists. Thus just like that, Jack not only rushed to Qindong's face, avoiding the long sword in Qindong's hand, but also placed a palm, which was attached to Qindong's body. I'll see how you can still resist the power chi released by me this time. Jack's mouth smiled hideously, and a terrifying power chi was released from the pores of his palm. At such a close distance, Qindong's body would, in an instant, be shattered into a pile of flesh and blood. Not far away, the members of the dragon group have not dared to look at. One by one, they have closed their eyes. All thought that Qindong was dead. Jack even yelled at this point, "Go to hell!" Boom! A loud bang immediately emanated from Qindong's body. He had suffered Jack's attack. However, the imagined scene of Qindong's body being shattered did not appear. Qindong only had a trace of blood coming out of his mouth. Otherwise there were no more injuries. What's going on? Jack was stunned. His eyes glazed over. The palm that was affixed to Qindong's body and attacked him was a genuine external energy attack. How could Qindong not be dead? Pust! Just when Jack was surprised, Qindong had already seized the opportunity and stabbed the sword in his hand, ruthlessly into Jack's body. And one stab is 5 or 6 times, directly stabbing the sword to break before stopping. Jack spat out blood and planted himself on the ground. He was still wondering how Qindong did not die just now. It was not until Qindong flashed the armor he wore inside that he came to a realization. Chapter 179, Wang Xiu who didn't sleep well. The armor was broken, but its mission was accomplished. Qindong reached out and peeled off the broken armor, which fell to the ground. Jack, who still had a breath left, saw this scene and was incredulous. Just this thing, blocking my attack? Damn, Dragon Kingdom has even developed this material. I'm going to pass the intel back. Jack wailed. This kind of material, he hadn't seen it before. Otherwise at this moment, he would not be so surprised. What he most certainly wants now is to pass this intelligence back. Yet, he is unlikely to have a chance. Hit the road, Qindong said coldly and chopped off his head with his broken sword. The others, the dragon group continued to clear out, not sparing a single one. After finishing off all of them, the dragon group, again, continued to search inside. Inside, there was a much larger chamber that held hundreds of people, ordinary people taken as hostages. Seeing a group of people covered in blood rushed in, those hostages, all were scared while screaming, thinking that the criminals want to get rid of them. Qindong immediately shouted, "Don't panic, everyone, we are from the special fighters, now coming to rescue you all. The robbers have already been killed by us. Please hold hands, close your eyes, and follow us outside." The crowd immediately boiled over. Is it really the special warriors coming to rescue us? Someone asked in surprise and doubt. Why did you close your eyes and head outside? Qindong smiled and explained, the corpses of those thugs outside haven't been cleaned up yet. I'm afraid that you guys won't be able to stand it if you look at them. Some people don't believe in evil, have to go outside with their eyes open, and as a result, the bitter gall is almost spit out. Outside in the open space, several hundred hostages were temporarily housed. When the law enforcement officers and ambulances arrived, Qindong and the others could evacuate. You are not special warriors. A woman's voice suddenly appeared behind Qindong. Qindong turned his head to take a look. Surprisingly, it was a very beautiful beauty who was talking to him. The beauty is wearing a slim small suit. The waist outlines a charming curve. Her peaks are proud, and her hips are straight. even if he is used to seeing beautiful women. Chen Dong. At this moment, he also looks a little dumbfounded. If it is not a special warrior, then what is it? Chen Dong asked indifferently. You're from the dragon team. The beautiful woman laughed. Chen Dong was slightly startled. She actually knew about the dragon team and was obviously not an ordinary person. So pretty and with a good temperament. She was obviously a young lady from one of the big families in Kyoto. Chen Dong had to warn in a cold voice. You better not talk nonsense, or else, be careful to arrest you and lock you up for a few days. The beautiful woman laughed. I have no other meaning. I just came to express my gratitude to you. My name is Tang Yao. What is your name? Chen Dong. Chen Dong coldly uttered 2 words. Tang Yao nodded and smiled. I remember your name. Shortly after, the law enforcement bureau took over the place. Chen Dong returned to the base with the dragon group. Chen Dong, you did a great job. As soon as Gao Fei saw Chen Dong, he immediately pounced on him and gave Chen Dong a big hug. Chen Dong hurriedly pushed him away. And he is not a beautiful woman. What is the point of hugging him? Nothing for me, right? Chen Dong asked in a cold voice. Can I go back now? Wang Xiu is still waiting for him today to say whatever he wants to take off that shameful identity. You can't leave yet, Gao Fei said with a serious face. Why? Chen Dong became annoyed. He was in the middle of something like that when he was called in on a mission. Now that it's done, why don't you let him go? Are they going to send him on another mission? It wasn't good to use him like a cow or a horse like that, and he had decided to go on strike. Your mission was accomplished too outstandingly. No one would have expected that there would be a foreign Huanjin martial artist infiltrating into the imperial capital. And even more so, you even managed to take out that kind of monster. So, this matter has already alarmed the highest level, and they want to meet with you to ask about the execution of the mission face to face. This is a great opportunity for you, getting recognized by the highest level. You'll really be flat on your back in the future. That's why you can't leave. Now you have to properly prepare yourself to meet the highest level, Gao Fei said with a serious face. Leaving Chen Dong behind, it turned out that it was not for Chen Dong to continue to go and sell out the mission. Rather, he wanted Chen Dong to meet the highest level, which was related to Chen Dong's future, and he could not afford to slack off in the slightest. That's why Chen Dong was not allowed to go. Chen Dong was annoyed, but after finally thinking about it, he decided to stay. The higher his position in the dragon team, the safer those around him would be. And, for doing such great feats and leaving without collecting his reward, isn't he out of his mind? He has already thought about it. When he meets the people at the highest level of the dragon group, he must ask them to give him a few more powerful weapons. This time, if he didn't have the sword and armor that Goofy gave him, he must have already turned in. Chen Dong did not go back. Wang Xiu lay alone in bed, tossing and turning, until the next morning her mom came knocking on the door. She surprisingly did not sleep. Mom, stop knocking, Wang Xiu said breathlessly as she walked out in her white pajamas and sleepy eyes. Young people should have moderation. The first sentence Shen Bijuan opened her mouth almost made Wang Xiu break her defenses. What does mean to be in moderation? Shen Bijuan must have misunderstood. When she saw Wang Xiu's lazy look of not waking up, she thought that Chen Dong and Wang Xiu had tossed and turned all night, and persuaded the two of them in this way, and it was also a good intention. Where did she know that at the critical moment last night, Chen Dong took the mission and left? Where's Chen Dong? Shen Bijuan inquired as she poked her head into the room again. He's gone, Wang Su said, still breathless. Gone? When? Shen Bijuan said with a surprised face. Last night, Wang Su said. Last night? Shen Bijuan stared incredulously. Don't you guys have my daughter so beautiful? Chen Dong wouldn't have a problem, right? Shen Bijuan was truly stunned. When Chen Dong was sent to his room last night, he was already drunk and confused. Wang Xiu is so beautiful and has a good body, and as a result, Chen Dong left last night. This really wants to not let people suspect that he has problems in that area. Wang Xiu gave her mom a blank look and said in a cold voice, Mom, what are you thinking nonsense? Chen Dong is normal. He had a mission before he had to leave. What mission? More important than talking to you. Shen Bijuan was once again stunned. The Sun family came to make trouble, and suddenly they were all captured. What do you think the reason is? Wang Xiu added. He is a member of the Dragon Group, and the Dragon Group suddenly gave an order for him to go on a mission. So he had to go. He's actually from the Dragon team? Shen Bijuan was once again stunned. Thinking back to everything that happened last night, the Sun family's people, they wanted to take a shot at Chen Dong, and it just so happened that by that coincidence, the law enforcement officers came, and they also did not give any face to the Sun family's people. If Chen Dong didn't have a special identity, it was unlikely that such a coincidence would happen. Chapter 180, Good News. My son-in-law is too good, Shen Bijuan exclaimed. Wang Xiu, beside her, gave her another blank look and said in a cold voice, Mom, the 8 characters haven't even started yet. Don't talk nonsense. Shen Bijuan laughed. You have to work hard. If you let such a good son-in-law get away from me, I'll sweep you off your feet. Wang Xiu immediately became disgruntled. This was because she felt like she had suddenly become an outsider. Her mom clearly valued Chen Dong a bit more than she did. Mom, Chen Dong's identity is confidential. You must not say it, or it is likely that our whole family will go to jail. Wang Xiu warned seriously again. Last night, Chen Dong said the same thing to Wang Xiu. However, Wang Xiu still told her mom, the reason is very simple. Do not tell cannot. Otherwise this morning, Wang Xiu simply cannot explain. Chen Dong last night why would leave? Is it really for her mom to suspect that Chen Dong has problems in that area? Chen Dong no still not fuming. Moreover, last night, although not to the final step, but she has already felt clearly, Chen Dong absolutely everything normal. Mom knows, come downstairs for breakfast. Shen Bijuan laughed. Wang Xiu washed up and went downstairs to the living room to eat. Usually, it is a family of 3 sitting together to eat. However, today, there is no Wang Yi. Wang Xiu immediately inquired in confusion. Mom, where did Dad go? Shen Bijuan said. Your father went to the office early in the morning. Wang Su said. Is it that busy? Shen Bijuan said. Of course there is. Dongsheng Group will soon send people to inspect your father if he does not go to the company to do a good job of preparation. How can we let Dongsheng Group believe that we have the potential to cooperate with them? Wang Xiu nodded and said. Mom, remember to tell Dad to stop working so hard. It's not good to wear out your body. Mom knows. Hurry up and eat. Go to class afterward. Shen Bijuan urged. Wang's executives, last night, all received a message that, today, no matter what they have, they must come to the headquarters building for a meeting. Therefore, early this morning, the conference room in the headquarters building was filled with people. Everyone's emotions were lost. It was because during this time, the company had been under suppression by the Sun family's band. It's already on the verge of bankruptcy. And at this moment, Wang Yi called all of them to a meeting. Obviously there was something important to announce. And this important thing, almost everyone is guessing that it might be related to the company being sold. Because the company is in such a state that it really can't be sold without it. These executives, all of them have shares in the company. And if they are sold, they will each suffer a huge loss. That's why the atmosphere in the conference room was so low. Mr. Wang is here. A female secretary walked in and exclaimed. And all the executives immediately stood up from their seats and exclaimed. Good day, Mr. Wang. Wang Yi walked in from outside. The executives all thought that the emotions on Wang Yi's face would surely be the same as theirs. That is, downcast, pessimistic, disappointed, and difficult. After all, this is Wang Yi's company, which was suppressed by the Sun family, and had to be sold cheaply. He must be more upset than everyone. However, the scene that they never dreamed of happened. Wang Yi's face, there is no pessimism, disappointment, difficult. He has a radiant face, the corners of his mouth hanging a smile, as if he had encountered some great joy. All the executives immediately showed doubts on their faces. Even if Wang Yi is optimistic, he is more than that, right? Could it be that the stimulation was so intense that it has become abnormal? Some people had already begun to think wildly that, after all, it's not uncommon to suffer such a major blow and become mentally unhinged. Therefore, some people began to persuade Wang Yi, Mr. Wang, it's fine, we can start all over again. As long as we don't give up, there will definitely be another chance to turn around. That Sun family can't defeat us. Other people immediately chimed in. Right, Mr. Wang, don't be sad, we'll always support you. When Wang Yi heard these words, he was puzzled. What to start over? Thinking carefully, he realized that it was these people who had misunderstood. They didn't know about Dongsheng Group wanting to cooperate with the company yet, so it was normal to misunderstand now. Wang Yi straightened his shirt and his expression turned serious as he exclaimed. During this recent period of time, our company, indeed, suffered a bit of a setback. Here, I would like to thank everyone who has been unfailingly supportive of the company. Thank you so much. It would have been impossible to get through this most difficult time without you. Wang Yi bent down and bowed. Many people's eyes welled up with tears when they saw this scene. They yelled out, Mr. Wang, don't say anything, even if the company closes down. We won't leave you. Yes, we will never bow down to the Sun family. The Sun family is nothing. Mr. Wang, we will always support you. The crowd roared, and in Wang Yi's heart, he was again moved. These people's dedication should be rewarded as it should be. He stretched out his hands, suppressed the crowd's voice, and laughed out loud again. Every bit of plowing, there will be a harvest. Every bit of giving, there will be a return. Calling everyone here today, is to tell everyone a good news. What's the good news? The conference room exploded. Good news at this hour? They couldn't believe what their ears were hearing. The mind is also racing to figure out what the good news is. Mr. Wang, Is the Sun family giving up on suppressing us? Someone asked speculatively. Wang Yi shook his head and laughed. Good news 100 times better than this. The crowd was stunned again at these words. Now for them, there is no better news than the Sun family letting them off the hook and not suppressing. Wang Yi went so far as to say, then this good news are 100 times better. The executives in the conference room really just cannot think out. This good news is what exactly? Someone immediately roared anxiously. Mr. Wang, don't play dumb, just say it directly. Wang Yi nodded and smiled again. Do you all know about Dongsheng Group? Their business, they are ready to move towards the imperial capital. They have decided that they will find a potential family to work with in the imperial capital. It's an honor. My Wang family has been selected by them. They will soon send someone to inspect the company. Once the inspection is passed, we will receive $100 billion of investment. Mr. Wang, how much investment are you talking about? After Wang Yi finished these words, the conference room was quiet for a full 2 minutes before someone asked with such a shocked and incredulous face. If you pass the inspection, you can get $100 billion of investment. Wang Yi repeated what he had just said. $100 billion? Are you kidding? That's more than even our company's total assets. Dongsheng Group, is it really that big? Mr. Wang, how did you get in touch with them? How come we haven't heard a word? Is this 100% reliable? If it really comes true, we won't have to be afraid of the Sun family in the future. Chapter 181 Repression on All Fronts. The conference room already looked like it had turned into a food market. All the executives are talking about whether Dongsheng Group's investment in Wang Group is reliable. And how did Wang Yi learn about this in advance? And how did he get in touch with Dongsheng Group? There were also people who were fantasizing that if this were to come true, they wouldn't have to worry about any Sun family suppression, because at that time, the Sun family would be a lapdog in front of the Wang Group. The Wang Group would definitely be able to crush them at will. With a smile on his face, Wang Yi waited for the crowd to be almost done talking before he stretched out his hands and silenced the crowd. Last night, I've already talked to Chairman Jiang of the Dongsheng Group on the phone. It was only a brief conversation, but I could sense that she was still very happy with our company. So, can this cooperation be negotiated in the end? It still depends on whether or not we're trying hard enough ourselves. When Wang Yi said this, his face turned serious again. Everyone understands, right? Why did we call you all to a meeting today? It's to let you all go back and prepare properly. When Dongsheng Group sends people to inspect, we mustn't make any mistakes. Whether or not the company can get through this hurdle to become stronger, and whether or not you can change your destiny, all depends on whether or not this cooperation with Dongsheng Group can be negotiated successfully. So when you guys go back, you can be sure to double your efforts. The conference room was silent again for a long time. It was nothing like the silence earlier, for the silence just now was a silence of pessimistic loss, and the silence now is the kind of silence that presses fire, as if a volcano is about to erupt moments before. The silence, obviously, was terrible, because the fighting spirit in the hearts of all the people, at this moment all of them were like a blazing fire, being burned up. Mr. Wang, I assure you, my department, there will never be a single problem. An executive stood up and exclaimed, Mr. Wang, I promise you, if there are any problems in my department, I'll bring my head to you. Another executive stood up and yelled, Mr. Wang, I also assure you that during this period of time, I will stay at the company, and I won't go home for a day until the cooperation with the Dongsheng Group is settled. Another executive stood up and loudly assured. Other executives, too, have made military orders, assuring Wang Yi that their departments will not have any problems. Wang Yi nodded his head with great satisfaction and smiled. Thank you very much for your support. The company will definitely not treat you all badly. Thank you, Mr. Wang. The executives roared again. Wang Yi smiled and nodded again, and was about to adjourn the meeting. Just then, however, an executive's cell phone suddenly rang. He was very embarrassed. Taking out his cell phone, he said to Wang Yi again with an apologetic face, Mr. Wang, the cell phone I usually use is turned off. This cell phone is in contact with the department. Something must have happened that is 100,000 times more urgent. Otherwise they wouldn't have called for me. So please understand. Wang Yi didn't blame him, but urged, you hurry up and answer the phone. The executive nodded and picked up the phone. To prove his innocence, he went straight to speakerphone. The crowd could hear it, so they could tell that his cell phone was ringing really because of business, not personal matters. Manager Lee, it's not good. Our exported goods were seized by the customs, saying that there are quality problems. As soon as the call was connected, an anxious voice came from the other side. How can customs possibly seize merchandise because of quality issues? That's ridiculous, isn't it? Did you show them the quality report? The executive, surnamed Lee, asked with some urgency. The ones seized by customs are all prohibited items. When did customs come to control quality? Moreover, The goods produced by the Wang Group have all passed strict inspection, and there is no problem with their quality at all. Customs has this reason to seize. Really too ridiculous, right? In everyone's heart, a trace of an unsettling premonition appeared. It's given. They still say there's a problem, and they want to keep seizing it, and they want us to pay sky-high rent fees. The person on the other end of the phone yelled anxiously again. Items seized are stacked in special warehouses where rents are high. This is normal. But now, the Customs and Excise Department wants them to pay a rent that is at least 10 times higher than the original one. What's going on? Are we being targeted? The executive surnamed Lee was already at a bit of a loss for words. He turned his gaze for help to Wang Yi. The matter was beyond what he could handle. Wang Yi was also surprised. How could this happen all of a sudden? Is it true that someone has started targeting the Wang Group again? And who is this man? Still the Sun family? That's not possible. The Sun family was present last night and already knew that Dongxing Group was about to cooperate with the Wang family. Even the old bosses who were close to the Sun family had already defected to Wang Yi's side. Therefore, they shouldn't have the guts to do such a thing. Yet, who is it if not them? Just when Wang Yi hadn't even figured out who was targeting the Wang family again. In the office, another executive's phone rings. The man also put it on speakerphone so that everyone could hear it, proving that it was business, not personal. Manager Yang, it's not good. A firefighter suddenly came to our factory to check the fire protection, saying that our fire protection is not qualified, and wanting us to stop work for a month to rectify the situation. What? A 1-month shutdown and reorganization? Do we still have to open our factory? The people in the conference room, hearing this conversation, were once again stunned. Not only were the exports seized, but even the factories were inspected, and firefighting was obviously someone deliberately targeting the Wang family. Who is this man? Really? In the conference room, another executive's phone rang. Manager Zhao, the power department said that we are in arrears with our electricity bill, and starting tomorrow, we will be penalized with a power cut. Manager Wang, the tax department's come to the company, saying we're cheating on taxes. Manager Zhang, the bank told us to pay the outstanding amount immediately, and if we don't pay it off within 3 days, they're going to seize our assets. Mr. Wang, the Environmental Protection Department is here, saying that we are polluting the environment, and that we need to stop production and rectify the situation. Eventually, even the female secretary suddenly rushed into the office and yelled at Wang Yi. Immediately, Wang Yi felt his eyes go black and almost fell to the ground. Customs, taxes, banks, fire, electricity, and even the most horrible Environmental Protection Department came. The Wang Group, obviously, was really being targeted, and it's not even being targeted in general. Who the hell is this guy? Thinking about it, Wang Yi really couldn't think of anyone else other than the Sun family. Dongxing Group is about to send people to visit, and this kind of thing happened to Wang's group. Dongxing Group will definitely be very disappointed. Working with them is just a no-brainer. Wang Yi struggled internally. He was considering whether or not to completely soften to the Sun family, thus exchanging the Sun family to let go of the Wang Group. He thought about it for a long time and finally made a decision. Chapter 182, the man who made a move on the Wang family is. The blow suffered by the Wang family this time was unprecedented and unimaginable. The tax department, the banks, the fire department, the electricity department, the customs department, and even the environmental protection department have all come together. This is a real attempt to put the Wang family to death. So Wang Yi had to compromise once again and go and beg the Sun family to spare the Wang family. Therefore he dialed Sun Ji's phone number. Brother Wang, little brother was confused in the past and shouldn't have gone against you. I beg you to look at the fact that we used to be somewhat of a friend and forgive little brother. I kowtow to you. As soon as the phone was connected, Sun Ji's incomparably humble voice came from over there, which immediately made Wang Yi confused. What's going on with Sun Ji? Why did he say such a thing? Is he still teasing me? This shouldn't be. Wang Yi pondered. Has his understanding of Sun Ji, this person wants the upper hand, is incomparable complacency, and then is the power to deceive others. Simply cannot appear today this, pretend to show weakness, and then tease the opponent scene. So now, he was really showing weakness to Wang Yi. However, with his arrogant character, how could he possibly show weakness to Wang Yi? Is this the sun coming out of the west? Wang Yi was even more puzzled. He didn't know that Sun Ji had figured it out after he went home. The cooperation between the Wang family and the Dongxing Group is definitely already a nail in the coffin. If he is continuing to work against the Wang family, then his end will definitely be miserable. Therefore, he thought of the idea of softening up to Wang Yi and begging him to let him go. He was about to call Wang Yi, but he didn't expect that Wang Yi would take the initiative to call him over. Thus he said the words he just said. However, Sun Ji was ready to give in to Wang Yi, so the person who suppressed the Wang family would definitely not be Sun Ji. If it's not him, then who is it? Wang Yi's heart is full of doubts at the moment. He asked in a cold voice. Sun Ji, did you unite the power department, banks, tax, fire, customs, and environmental protection department together to suppress my company? When Sun Ji heard these words, he was directly confused. Are you kidding? How could I have that much energy? Wang Yi heard this carefully thought. Sun Ji really does not have so much energy. So, who is the person who suppresses Wang Group? Wang Yi thought for half a day, also did not think out. He recently in the end is offended, which big god. He had no choice but to continue to Sun Ji. Can you help me find out who I have offended? Sun Ji was stunned. You don't even know who you've offended yourself? How do you want me to find out for you? Wang Yi said. I really don't know. Your Sun family roots are deeper than mine, and your sources are definitely wider than mine, so please help me check. Don't worry, I won't let you help me for nothing. The cooperation with Dongsheng Group, when the time comes, it will be shared with you. Sun Shi pondered in his mind. That's $100 billion investment. With a random share, the Sun family would be able to gain a huge benefit, and as long as he looked into this matter, as long as he wasn't involved, none of it would bring any harm to the Sun family, so it's a no-brainer, and he'd be an idiot not to do it. Give me some time. I'll check for you right away. Sun Shi said. Well, wait for your good news, Wang Yi hurriedly said, and the two hung up the phone. Mr. Wang, what's going on here? The managers of each department all anxiously inquired. This is the first time the company has been in this situation. All the relevant departments swarmed. This is not to stop until the Wang family's company is dead. Wang Yi hurriedly pacified the crowd. Don't panic everyone, this matter is already under investigation. There will be results soon. As long as everyone works together, we are definitely able to get through this difficult time. The crowd nodded. Mr. Wang, we will definitely support you. When Wang Yi heard these words, his heart was again touched in a million ways. Time passed by, and in the afternoon, Sun Ji finally called. Brother Sun, did you find out? Wang Yi asked anxiously. My family's old ancestor personally went out and asked a lot of big names, and finally we have news, Sun Ji said on the other end of the phone, and within Wang Yi's heart, he immediately became excited. As long as we know who is behind it, then things will be fine. The scariest thing in this world is, someone is trying to get you killed and you don't even know who it is. It would be really horrible to go down in flames. Wang Yi asked again hurriedly. Who the hell is it? Guan Xiaolong. Sun Ji uttered a name. On Wang Yi's face, he immediately revealed doubts again. Which big shot is this again? My Wang family hasn't had any contact with this person. Why is he making a move against the Wang family? Sun Ji said on the phone. He is the Zheng family's white glove. So you understand, the people who are dealing with your Wang family are the Zheng family. What? The Zheng family is dealing with us? Are you kidding? We, the Wang family and the Zheng family, don't have any contact with each other either. Why are they dealing with us? Wang Yi was completely confused. Surprisingly, it was the Zheng family that was behind it against the Wang family. That's a very powerful family. There were even family members that had joined the Imperial Merchant Alliance. The Wang family is really nothing compared to them. The Zheng family could slap the Wang family to death with a casual strike. For example, right now, all the authorities have taken a shot at the Wang family. The Wang family couldn't even last 3 days. This could be imagined how terrifying and powerful this Zheng family was. But, Wang Yi really has not offended them. If that's the case, why are they targeting Wang Yi like this? I've got Guan Xiaolong's phone number. What exactly? It's up to you to inquire. Sun Ji said again on the other end of the phone. Brother Wang, don't forget the agreement between us. If you can get through this and work with Dongsheng Group smoothly, don't forget to give my brother a hand. Don't worry about it. As long as my Wang family gets through this, I will definitely not forget your help to the Wang family today. Wang Yi solemnly assured. Good. Sun Ji said several good words in a row, then told Wang Yi Guan Xiaolong's phone number. After Wang Yi hung up with Sun Ji, he immediately dialed Guan Xiaolong's phone again. At this moment, Guan Xiaolong was in a villa. There were 2 other people sitting across from him, none other than the brothers Zhang Tao and Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin held a glass of red wine and said lightly, at this point, the Wang family's company is basically almost finished, right? They should be calling to beg for mercy. When Guan Xiaolong heard this, a hint of worry immediately appeared on his face. Second young master, the Wang family is too weak. They probably don't even know, right now, who is making moves against them. So, should we remind them first? Zhang Bin nodded. That makes sense. Wait for a little bit more time. If they haven't called yet, just take the initiative to call and remind them. Guan Xiaolong nodded. Yes, second young master. Xiao Bin, you're so intent on dealing with the Wang family. What exactly are you doing? Zhang Tao, who was sitting in the upper seat, also held a glass of red wine and asked Zhang Bin in a cold voice. Chapter 183 Retaliation against Dong Chen's vicious tactics. Zhang Bin pointed to his face and yelled, Brother, did you see that? Chen Dong that hit, I want to get back at him. Zhang Tao looked puzzled. What does it matter to the Wang family if you take revenge on him? Zhang Bin angrily said. Brother, you don't know. Chen Dong this is too good at chasing women. Beijian University, several goddesses, are involved with him. Among them is the Wang family's young lady Wang Xiu. The Wang family even invited him to the banquet. All their relationship. It must be extraordinary. I suppressed the Wang family in order to force the Wang family into submission, and then obediently send their young lady to my bed. This way, I can get back at Dongchen by ravaging Wang Xiu. The Wang family was suppressed, surprisingly because of Chen Dong. It's just a little ridiculous. At Beijian University, Zhang Bin harassed Lan Yuhan and was taught a lesson by Chen Dong. He's obviously not going to take it lying down. After he secretly investigated, he knew that Chen Dong was actually involved with Wang Xiu as well. Moreover, the relationship was not ordinary, as the Wang family had invited Chen Dong to all of their banquets. Therefore in his head, a vicious idea to take revenge on Chen Dong immediately surfaced. That idea is, suppress the Wang family's company, force the Wang family into submission, and then send Wang Xiu to his bed. He would torture Wang Xiu in bed, before taking videos and photos to send to Chen Dong. At that time, Chen Dong would definitely go crazy. His goal of getting back at Chen Dong was achieved. This kind of retaliation method really is not the general insidious and vicious. Only Zhang Bin this kind of person can think out. After Zhang Tao heard what Zhang Bin said, he frowned slightly and warned, you still need to keep a low profile, and during this time, don't make a big mess. Zhang Bin laughed confidently. Brother, just put your heart at ease. I'm using formal means to suppress and retaliate against the Wang family. There won't be a big mess. Still be careful. Zhang Tao warned sternly again. Zhang Bin had begun to get impatient, thinking in his heart, what kind of a big ing mess can there be? Everything was under his perfect control. He turned his head to Guan Xiaolong. Alright, you can call the Wang family now. Guan Xiaolong nodded and pulled out his cell phone, but at this time, there was already an unfamiliar number calling. He frowned and hesitated for a moment, pressing the answer button. Excuse me, who is this? Excuse me, is this Boss Guan? I'm Wang Yi, the person on the other end of the phone said. Guan Xiaolong, Zhang Bin were all slightly shocked. Originally, they all thought that the Wang family was too weak, and at this time, they definitely didn't know who was suppressing them behind the scenes. Therefore they all decided to take the initiative to call over and tell the Wang family. Where did he think that Wang Yi would take the initiative to call on his own? This meant that Wang Yi had already found out who the person behind the suppression of the Wang family was. Guan Xiaolong and Zhang Bin had both underestimated him, hence the slight surprise. Guan Xiaolong paused his mind and asked with a cold smile, what are you looking for me for? Boss Guan, little brother doesn't know where I offended you. Please make it clear, and little brother will immediately make amends and apologize. Wang Yi said humbly on the other end of the phone. Guan Xiaolong immediately turned condescending. It's not me you've offended. When Wang Yi heard this, he hurriedly added, little brother knows that little brother has offended the Zhang family. But, little brother has never been in contact with the Zhang family. Why would the Zhang family make things difficult for little brother like this? Boss Guan, please clarify. Little brother will definitely come to the door to apologize. Guan Xiaolong coldly said, an apology at the door is exempt. Prepare yourself there, I will personally come over. What's the reason? I can't tell you over the phone. I'll tell you as soon as I get here. Well. Wang Yi nodded his head in a hurry and said, I'll wait for your great visit at the company. Please be quick. Got it. Guan Xiaolong muttered and hung up. Second young master. It's done. He immediately turned his head again and smiled at Zhang Bin. I'll go to the Wang family's company now. And tonight, I'll definitely bring Wang Xiu back to you. Second young master. You should get ready for an all-night game tonight. A grimace appeared on Zhang Bin's face as he nodded with a satisfied smile. Lan Yuhan was a goddess, and Wang Xiu was likewise a goddess. If he couldn't play Lan Yuhan, he'd play Wang Xiu, and that wouldn't be a loss. What's more, it would be a way to get back at Chen Dong. Even if it was an ugly monster, he would still pinch his nose. Guan Xiaolong immediately moved to the headquarters building of the Wang Group, and by now it was a mess there. What? The inspection team from Dongqing Group will be here soon? How can it be so fast? Wang Yi's head was about to explode. Guan Xiaolong will be coming to the company soon. It had left him unsure of how to react, because he really didn't know how he had offended the Zhang family. Where to think? There is a more headache. That is, Dongqing Group inspection people are coming. If these people know that the Wang family has offended the Zhang family, they will definitely not cooperate with the Wang family. All previous efforts will be abandoned. Wang family completely to be ruined. So now, Wang Yi really didn't know what to do. Mr. Wang, in this situation now, we can only take one step and see what happens, whether it's a blessing or a curse. We can't hide from it now. Someone advised Wang Yi. Wang Yi lifted his head somewhat heavily. and now it seemed that this was really all that could be done. Can the Wang family survive this? It's all up to fate. He immediately made arrangements. The company's executives, partly with him receiving Guan Xiaolong, the other part of the group, ready to meet the people who came to visit from Dongxing Group. In Wang Yi's heart, he prayed, hopefully, before Dongxing Group comes, the matter with the Zheng family will be resolved perfectly. Time passed. Not long after, Guan Xiaolong arrived at the Wang Group headquarters building. Wang Yi personally led people to greet him up. Boss Guan, your great presence here has made my little brother's company shine. Little brother is truly grateful beyond measure. Guan Xiaolong said in a cold voice. Find a quiet place to talk about business. Wang Yi immediately nodded his head and said, well, Boss Guan, inside please. He bent his waist into 90 degrees and very humbly led the way in front. The people from the Wang clan were incomparably furious when they saw it. This Guan Xiaolong was just too rampant and arrogant. However, apart from being angry in their hearts, they couldn't do anything. The reason was simple. Behind Guan Xiaolong was the Zheng family. When the Zheng family casually made a move, the Wang group couldn't top it. So now, there was really no other way but to respond to the other side in humiliation. In the conference room, Guan Xiaolong sat down. Wang Yi immediately ordered someone to serve him tea, then asked curtly, Boss Guan, how exactly did little brother me offend the Zheng family and you? Please clarify now. Little brother will definitely change, and will definitely come to the door to make amends. Guan Xiaolong took the tea handed over by one of the executives, leisurely sipped it, and sneered, the person who offended the Zheng family and me, is not you, not me? Then why are you making a move on my company? Wang Yi was completely stunned. Chapter 184 Coercion is useless. Wang Yi never expected that Guan Xiaolong would say this to him. The person who offended the Zheng family and Guan Xiaolong was not him. If that's the case, the Zheng family and Guan Xiaolong, why did they make a move on him? What's wrong with their brains? While he was very puzzled and confused, Guan Xiaolong said to him again in a cold voice, the person who really offended the Zheng family is Chen Dong. Chen Dong? Wang Yi was once again stunned. In here, what's Chen Dong's business again? Boss Guan, why don't you just tell us the cause and effect directly? Good. Guan Xiaolong sipped another mouthful of tea, then continued in a cold voice. Chen Dong, that man, snatched his girlfriend from the Zheng family's second young master at Beijing University, and even injured the Zheng family's second young master. You, the Wang family, have made him your guest of honor. You said that the Zheng family suppressed your Wang family. Isn't it true that you guys deserved it? When these words came out, Wang Yi was once again confused. How can Chen Dong be that capable? He yelled. In his opinion, Chen Dong was at most a native of Zhengzhou. Perhaps in that part of Zhengzhou, he had a bit of his own power, but in the imperial capital, it was nothing at all. You stole the girlfriend of the Zhang family's second young master, and hurt the Zhang family's second young master? These are even more impossible. Therefore, in his opinion, involving Chen Dong was just an excuse that the Zhang family had found. Why did the Zheng family want to deal with the Wang family? The reason simply hasn't been stated yet. Guan Xiaolong laughed coldly again at this time. Don't you care if he is that capable? Anyway, you want us to let your company go? There's only one way. Wang Yi hurriedly asked. What solution? Guan Xiaolong laughed fiercely. The second young master has his eyes on your daughter. As long as you call your daughter, go back to the Zheng family with me, and compensate the second young master for a few nights. The Zheng family won't be making a move on your Wang family's company. Asterisk. Wang Yi's heart broke out in curses. It's amazing that the Zheng family is coming after his daughter. He's obviously not going to push his daughter into the fire. In his heart, he really hated to get Guan Xiaolong killed immediately, but he didn't dare, and he couldn't because, behind Guan Xiaolong is the Zheng family. He couldn't afford to mess with him, and he could still only maneuver around like he had just done, begging for mercy in a humble manner. On his face, he pretended to show a hint of surprise before shaking his head and laughing. Boss Guan, are you kidding? My little daughter is shabby looking. How could she possibly fall into the eyes of the second young master? Second young master must be mistaken. Guan Xiaolong laughed fiercely. The second young master is not mistaken. He just wants your daughter to accompany him. You only have two choices now. One is to call your daughter back and let me take her away to the Zheng family. The other one is that the Zheng family is launching a full-scale crackdown on the Wang family. Within 3 days, your company will go bankrupt. All family assets will be seized. Your family will be living on the streets. Wang Yi clenched his fists and clicked. Unimaginable anger raged out of his heart. He never thought that the Zheng family was so vicious and pungent. He doesn't send his daughter to the young family, and surprisingly, he's about to break up his family. However, the Zheng family is such a vicious person. Even if he sends his daughter, it will not be exchanged for peace and tranquility, because sooner or later, one day, they might still directly erase the Wang family from the imperial capital. So, Wang Yi is useless even if he compromises now. What's more, there was no way he was going to compromise. Unless he is a man, he would not send his daughter into the arms of a beast. His face hardened with indignation as he rushed at Guan Xiaolong. Although the Wang family isn't strong, they aren't a bunch of wimps either. You go back and tell the Zhang family's second young master that even if I die, I, Wang Yi, will not send my daughter to the Zhang family. Guan Xiaolong was stunned when he heard these words. He never dreamed that Wang Yi would be so backboned. He would rather be suppressed into bankruptcy than to give in. This was clearly not a good sign for him, because if he couldn't bring Wang Shou back, he wouldn't be able to answer to Zhang Bin at all. Thus, Guan Xiaolong's attitude immediately eased down, no longer as aggressive as he was just now. He smiled and said to Wang Yi, Mr. Wang, don't be angry. I took offense just now. Please forgive me. The second young master was long ago admiring your daughter for a long time, and only today did he have such a meaning. He didn't just want to play with your daughter and then dump her. He really wants to date your daughter. Your daughter going to the Zhang family is also a huge benefit to you. For example, if the Zhang family casually shows some investment out of their fingers, it can also take your company to the next level. Also, with the Zhang family on the list, who would dare to go against you in the imperial capital in the future? You can walk sideways. With so many benefits in front of you, what are you still hesitating for? Hurry up and call your daughter back. The words Guan Xiaolong was saying right now, those who were not in their right mind might actually fall for them after hearing them. However, Wang Yi started from nothing and struggled to build a company of tens of billions of dollars. So obviously he is not a simple person. Where can he be so easily fooled? He immediately sneered and inquired. The Zhang family's second young master has admired my daughter for a long time. So why not take the initiative to pursue? Instead, you're using this underhanded tactic. First, they suppressed my company through various rites to force my hand. And then in the mention, let my daughter meet him. What's he playing at? Don't you dare try to fool me. I won't fall for it, much less give in to him. Guan Xiaolong's face immediately turned gloomy again. Wang Yi, don't give a damn about your face. I'm talking to you like this. How dare you not agree? Think of your company and how many people you've got hanging around with you. They all have children. Do you want them to end up like you? I'm running out of patience. So I'll just ask you one last time. Do you say yes or no? These words hit Wang Yi's soft underbelly. He himself could go bankrupt, and it was fine for the family to go wandering. The key is that those in his company who once struggled with him have always been unfailingly devoted to his brothers and sisters. He really does not want. These people are also retaliated against by the Zhang family. The family is broken, and the wife is separated. What's he gonna do now? Pushing your daughter into the fire to beg the Zhang family to temporarily forgive the Wang family? Or, dead carry to the end? He and the company, all of them were retaliated by the Zhang family. Completely finished? He was genuinely at a loss as to what to do. After so many years in the eunuch world, this was the first time he had been forced into such a desperate situation. He couldn't help it, even to the point of bawling his eyes out. Mr. Wang, don't agree to him. An executive walked in through the door. We've heard everything you've said. The Zhang family uses their power to oppress others, and a temporary compromise will only make them more arrogant. They will become even more unscrupulous. So, we absolutely cannot bow down to them. That's right. Big deal is that we won't hang out in the imperial capital anymore. We'll go outside and start over again. That Zhang family is powerful, but I don't believe that he can kill us all. As long as we don't die, there is hope that we'll be able to recreate a group. Zhang family, want us to bow down? Let them dream. Chapter 185, Sabotaging Cooperation. All of them are looking for death, aren't they? Seeing the crowd roaring, Guan Xiaolong directly cursed. Going against the Zhang family will not end well, so you all get out immediately. The more vicious he was, the more it became apparent that he was bottomless, a man of color. So those who were there took him even less seriously. Wang Yi directly said to him, you go back. Even if I, Wang Yi, am incompetent, I will not send my daughter to the Zhang family. Guan Xiaolong was a bit flustered. When he came, he had patted his chest with Zhang Tao and promised that he would bring Wang Shou back. And now, if he returns empty-handed, Zhang Tao will definitely question his ability, and he won't be able to have a good time in the future. So his face, once again, dramatically changed. Already not daring to show a trace of ferocity in his face, he smiled and said to Wang Yi, Mr. Wang, after thinking about it for a while, just now it was my fault. My words were abrupt. I apologize to you. Your daughter will really get a huge benefit if she goes to the Zhang family with me. Wang Yi turned his head to look at him, sarcasm and a cold smile all over his face. He has seen too many of these people. The more he lowers his voice to you at this time, the more ferocious and vicious he will be in the future when he has the chance to retaliate against you. Therefore, Wang Yi was even more afraid to let him take his daughter away. He directly issued an expulsion order. Boss Guan, if you don't leave before, I'll call for security. Hearing this, Guan Xiaolong knew that taking Wang Xiu away was completely out of the question. He thus completely stopped pretending, and said to Wang Yi with a cold smile, Mr. Wang, one day, you will definitely regret this decision of yours. Also, do you think that if you don't take the initiative to send your daughter to the Zheng family, there's nothing the Zheng family can do? There's no escaping the woman the Zheng family has their eye on. Guan Xiaolong turned around and left after saying those words. Wang Yi's back broke out in a cold sweat. He had already made a decision in his heart to leave the imperial capital immediately, or else the Zheng family's people would jump over the wall in a hurry, and they were truly capable of doing anything. Mr. Wang, Vice President Lin from Dongshan Group is here. Outside the door, someone came in and said, if it was before, Wang Yi would have jumped up and down with joy when he heard this news. The Dongshan Group's people are here, and as long as they pass their inspection, they will be able to obtain hundreds of billions of dollars of investment, which will allow the Wang family to take off straight away. However, the Wang family has become a thorn in the side of the Zhang family. Dongshan Group knows that it will definitely not be cooperating with the Wang family. So, Dongshan Group's examination of the Wang family has become meaningless, but Wang Yi still gave the order. Invite them in. Yes, the person who reported the news turned around and left. Guan Xiaolong, who was about to leave, immediately frowned when he heard this, and he turned his head to inquire about the person who came with him. What is Dongshan Group doing here? The man replied, I heard that Dongshan Group is going to develop into the imperial capital and they seek a family to cooperate with. The Wang family was lucky enough to get inside information and was the first to take the initiative to contact the Dongshan Group. Now that the Dongshan Group is here, they must be here to inspect. When Guan Xiaolong heard these words, his heart immediately searched. Wang Yi dared to reject the Zhang family. Could it be because of the Dongshan Group? If they can really obtain hundreds of billions of dollars of investment from Dongshan Group, they really do have a bit of nerve to call the shots with the Zhang family. And if I stir this up, the Wang family will be completely hopeless. And at that time, won't they be obedient? Thinking of this, Guan Xiaolong immediately made the decision not to leave yet. He was going to stay and sabotage the cooperation between the Dongshan Group and the Wang family. When the executives of Wang Group saw that they weren't leaving, someone immediately whispered to Wang Yi, call someone to drive them away. Otherwise, when the Dongshan Group's people come later, they'll definitely cause trouble. Wang Yi shook his head. There's no need for that. They'll mess up somewhere else even if they're not here. It's not possible to hide the matter of us being at war with the Zheng family for a long time. The Dongshan Group, sooner or later, will still all know about it. So, everything is in the hands of God. Wang Yi's heart was really struggling with despair. The cooperation with Dongshan Group is already impossible. That's why it's the same whether Guan Xiaolong and these people are here or not. He didn't ask anyone to drive them away. It didn't take long for the people from the Dongshan Group to finally arrive. At the head was a tall woman with a very beautiful figure. She came in and asked curiously, which one is Mr. Wang? Wang Yi immediately walked over and said with a smile, Wang Yi, president of Wang Group. May I ask who you are? The beauty said, my name is Lin Yi, vice president of Dongshan Group. Knowing the other party's identity, Wang Yi and Guan Xiaolong and those people were all shocked. Originally thought that Dongshan Group would just send a random executive to inspect. Where did I think that the person who came to inspect was actually the vice president of Dongshan Group? Wang Yi didn't dare to be slow and immediately invited Lin Yi to sit down. And on the other side, behind Guan Xiaolong, someone whispered to him, Mr. Guan, I'll go tell that Vice President Lin right now that the Wang family has offended our Zhang family, so that the Wang family's cooperation with the Dongshan Group will be a complete bust. Guan Xiaolong shook his head. It's too early to tell. Let's wait until they're almost done talking. The man looked stunned, then praised, Mr. Guan is wise. What is the most desperate thing a person can do? Directly into the dead land? Not, is plunged into a dead place, get a glimmer of hope, and immediately dashed again. That is the most desperate and terrible. That's what Guan Xiaolong is going to do now. The Wang family's cooperation with the Dongshan Group wouldn't cause any blow to the Wang family if he sabotaged it at the beginning. And when the Wang family and the Dongshan Group negotiated almost the same time, he jumped out to sabotage it, and at that time the Wang family definitely fell into unimaginable despair. It's possible that the spirit will simply break. Wouldn't it be easy to manipulate them at that point? However, a scene that Guan Xiaolong's group of people never dreamed of occurred. Vice President Lin, I'm really sorry. Our Wang family, I'm afraid we can't cooperate with your Dongshan Group. No one expected that Wang Yi would directly show his cards. This was to confess to the Dongshan Group from the start that they were in conflict with the Zheng family. This way Dongshan Group immediately makes a decision to cancel the cooperation. In this way, neither side has to waste time on this. Guan Xiaolong was completely stunned. His plan had completely fallen through the corner of his mouth. However, quickly surfaced a cold smile again, thinking that he didn't have much to lose. Why? Lin Yi's face showed surprise. She had come with a mission. Yes, the cooperation with the Wang family had to be successful, because this was personally authorized by Chen Dong, the real big boss behind Dongsheng Group. She's going to have to roll with the punches if she screws up. With a pained face, Wang Yi said in a deep voice, "Just today, we accidentally offended the Zhang family. Our company was fully suppressed by the Zhang family. The factory stopped production and the goods were seized. Banks are still calling in debts. So in this immediate situation, it's simply impossible to be cooperating with Dongsheng Group. I'm really sorry, but you've come all this way for nothing." Chapter 186, Driving Away Guan Xiaolong. Wang Yi lowered his head after he finished speaking and apologized to Lin Yi's group. He thought that Lin Yi would immediately turn around and leave with her people after hearing these words. Where did he know that Lin Yi was actually relieved after hearing these words? Wang Yi doesn't cooperate with Dongsheng Group, so it's just these reasons. That's good, Lin Yi muttered in her heart. A smile appeared on her face. Mr. Wang, I thought it was some big deal that you weren't going to cooperate with Dongsheng Group. It turns out that it's just this small matter. Don't worry about it, as long as you're willing. Dongsheng Group's willingness to cooperate with you will definitely not change. Wang Yi was directly stunned after hearing these words. Offending the Zhang family was surprisingly trivial in Lin Yi's opinion? Wang Yi really couldn't believe what his ears were hearing. Does Lin Yi not know how powerful the Zhang family is? Is that why she said such arrogant things? On the side, Guan Xiaolong was also stunned by. In the imperial capital, how dare someone say that offending the Zhang family was a trivial matter? What kind of joke is this? If this was a trivial matter, there wouldn't be any major events in the imperial capital. He immediately laughed coldly and asked, where did the hick come from? So rampant, daring to say that offending the Zhang family is a trivial matter? Is this not wanting to live? Lin Yi immediately frowned when she heard this. Are these people also from your company? She reached out and pointed at Guan Xiaolong's few people and asked Wang Yi. Wang Yi looked ashamed. They're from the Zhang family, and they just threatened me with a beating here. Lin Yi's face immediately showed curiosity. Threatened you with what? Wang Yi did not want to say. After all, it was to that. Lin Yi didn't ask any further questions. Where did she think that Guan Xiaolong would arrogantly clamor again at this time? It's nothing. It's just that he asked his daughter to send her to the Zhang family to serve the Zhang family's second young master for a few days. Daughter? Which daughter? Lin Yi's face completely changed. She hurriedly asked after Wang Yi. Is it Wang Xiao? Wang Yi was slightly shocked that Lin Yi even knew his daughter's name. Obviously, when she came, she had already investigated the Wang family. He didn't know that Lin Yi hadn't investigated the Wang family at all. Dongsheng Group. The reason why they want to cooperate with the Wang family is that they think that his daughter has an unspoken relationship with Chen Dong, the Zhang family's second young master. If it's Wang Xiao who wants to get his hands on him, then he would really be completely screwed. Yes, I only have one daughter. Wang Xiao, Wang Yi said very helplessly. Understood. Wait for me to make a call. Lin Yi took out her cell phone and walked out of the office. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Now you know you're afraid, right? Hurry up and roll out of the imperial capital in ashes. Otherwise, if the Zhang family really gets angry, you won't be able to leave. Guan Xiaolong thought that Lin Yi was scared and that's why she went to call for instructions. He naturally gained power as a result and became even more arrogant and cocky. Wang Yi's group of people also thought the same thing, but the look on their faces didn't change much, because this result, they had already prepared for it in their hearts. However, what they all didn't expect was that Lin Yi went to make the call, and it wasn't even to ask for instructions on whether or not to continue working with the Wang family. She was there to deliver a message. The Zhang family's second young master wanted to get his hands on Wang Xiao. This matter must be known to Chen Dong as soon as possible. Okay, I know. I'll call him right away. Zhang Menghan's mood was very complicated when she received this call. Chen Dong went to the imperial capital, even with Wang Xiao, also let Dongsheng Group invest 100 billion. Now that Wang Xiao was in trouble, she also had to take the initiative to help contact Chen Dong, which could be imagined what kind of mood she was in. However, she also knew one thing very well in her heart. Chen Dong is so excellent and young, golden and talented, whereas a woman can be tied down. In her heart, she only hoped that Chen Dong could make a place for him in her heart. She was very helpless, but still dialed Chen Dong's number. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. Instead, there was a busy signal on the other end of the line. What's going on? Why did he turn off his phone? Zhang Menghan pondered. She did not know that Chen Dong was being received by the highest level of the Dragon Group at the moment. That was why the phone was turned off. Zhang Menghan had no choice but to send a message over to Chen Dong. Dong Chen, the Zhang family's second young master wants to hit on Wang Xiao. After sending it, she felt again that this one wasn't strong enough. Again, because of the jealousy in her heart, She hastily withdrew it and compiled a new text message to send. Chen Dong, your young mistress Wang Xiu has been taken by the Zhang family's second young master. By the looks of it, they'll be double-crossing each other soon. This text message was sent over, and a wry smile immediately appeared on Zhang Menghan's face. Back? Then hurry up and announce that Dongsheng Group has cancelled its cooperation with the Wang family. Looking at Lin Yi who came back from the phone call, Guan Xiaolong mockingly called out again. He couldn't wait to see the disappointed and pained faces of Wang Yi's group. Mr. Wang, since these people aren't from your company, what's the point of keeping them here? Just blow them out directly. Lin Yi's words directly stunned everyone. Guan Xiaolong's face changed dramatically, pointing at Lin Yi and yelling loudly. What do you mean? You still want to continue working with the Wang family? Lin Yi coldly said. It's none of your business. Mr. Wang, if it's inconvenient for you, then I'll ask someone to kick them out. Without waiting for Wang Yi to respond, Lin Yi turned her head to a man and said, blast them all out. That person was no other than Xu Weishang, one of the 3 bodyguards Qin Dong used to have. Without saying a word, he walked out and looked at Guan Xiaolong's several people. Several people? Are you leaving on your own? Or should I make a move to invite you out? Who are you? Do you know who we are? The Zhang family's people. Do you really dare to touch them? Guan Xiaolong screamed again. Snap. Xu Weishang wasn't that patient and directly slapped him. Guan Xiaolong was hit and spun in place. Xu Weishang pointed at the gate again and yelled, get out! Guan Xiaolong group of people, where there is still the courage to stay here. They assisted Guan Xiaolong immediately fled. Give me a weight. Dongsheng group, you hit me this slap. I will definitely pay back tenfold. Walking out of the headquarters building, Guan Xiaolong roared angrily. Never in his wildest dreams did he think it would turn out like this. Not only did he fail to bring Wang Xiu back, he was also humiliated and slapped by someone from the Dongsheng group. He had a fierce look in his eyes. No matter what, he is a dog of the Zhang family. Dongsheng group, hit the dog without looking at the master. The Zhang family will definitely not rest. Mr. Wang, what are you thinking about? Lin Yi looked at the dazed Wang Yi and inquired with a puzzled expression. Wang Yi was still wondering if what was happening in front of him was real. Lin Yi already knew that the Wang family had offended the Zhang family, but she still insisted on cooperation and drove Zhang's dog Guan Xiaolong away. He really couldn't believe that this scene was real, and that's why he was fuming. Vice President Lin, why? Are you still insisting on cooperating with us even after this situation? Wang Yi came back to his senses and immediately asked one of the most wanted questions in his heart. Chapter 187, Preparing for a Hongmen Banquet. The most important thing about cooperation is honesty. Lin Yi laughed. Having only just met, you told me about the predicament you guys are facing. Just for that, Dongsheng Group won't give up its cooperation with you. Wang Yi was slightly stunned. He never dreamed that Lin Yi insisted on working with him for this reason, but he was still very worried. What about the Zhang family's trouble with you guys? Lin Yi laughed again. It's true that the Zhang family is very powerful, but the Dongsheng Group isn't a vegetarian either. If they know what's good for them, they shouldn't come back for more trouble. Of course, if they don't know what to do, Dongsheng Group doesn't mind teaching them a lesson. When Wang Yi heard these words, he immediately sucked in another breath of cool air. This tone was really too arrogant. However, once he thought about it, the words came from the vice president of Dongsheng Group. Then everything was normal. Mr. Wang, you shouldn't be too happy too early. Whether or not the cooperation will ultimately be successful still depends on your company, whether or not it really has potential. Lin Yi reminded again with a smile. Wang Yi immediately patted his chest and assured, you can rest assured that my company will never let you down. Lin Yi laughed. Well then, let's go take a look now. On Wang Yi's face, a difficult look appeared. Lin Yi immediately inquired curiously, what's wrong? It's not convenient right now? Wang Yi replied, as I told you just now, my factory is now seized by the Zhang family. Sorry, I forgot. I'll go back and get someone to take care of it for you first. When it's taken care of, check it out. Lin Yi laughed. Yes, Wang Yi responded with immense excitement. He was thinking in his heart that Lin Yi could really help solve this trouble. Dongsheng Group, since it dares to confront the Zhang family, it definitely has the strength. My worries are completely redundant. Thinking of this, Wang Yi's heart settled down again. Originally, Wang Yi had planned to arrange for Lin Yi's group of people to stay at his hotel. His family's hotel properties, however, were all seized as well. Therefore, he could only apologize and help Lin Yi and the others reorder another hotel. And by this time, Guan Xiaolong's group of people had already returned to the Zhang family. Zhang Bin's little blue pills were all ready to go, but he only saw Guan Xiaolong's group of people returning in a sorry state, and did not see Wang Xiu. His brows immediately wrinkled as he asked in a deep voice, what happened? How did you all become like this? Guan Xiaolong immediately knelt on the ground and cried, second young master, you have to decide for me. with the Dongsheng group backing them up. The Wang family doesn't give a damn about the Zhang family. Not only did they not send Wang Xiu to serve you, they beat me up. After Zhang Bin heard what he said, he suddenly became furious. Dongsheng group? Which Dongsheng group? Are you so arrogant? Dare to go against the Zhang family? Are you tired of living? On the side, Zhang Tao, who was sitting on the sofa, said in a deep voice, this Dongsheng group is not simple. Its background is very mysterious. When they first marched into Hai City, they clashed with the Wang family, one of Hai City's native families. No one knows the exact process, but the entire Wang family has disappeared into the world. Is so terrifying? Zhang Bin frowned slightly. This Dongsheng group, it seems that it really is from an unusual source. Otherwise, where would it dare to go against the Zhang family? It's not that scary. Zhang Tao added. I've investigated. The Wang family has assets of hundreds of billions of dollars, and at most, they're at the level of a second-rate family in the imperial capital. It's not a difficult thing to make them disappear from this world. When Zhang Bin heard this, a sardonic smile immediately appeared on his face again. If that's really the case, then there's nothing to worry about. Dongsheng group came to the imperial capital to go against my Zhang family? That's really looking for death. I'll immediately lead my men to destroy them. Zhang Bin got up and was about to leave. Zhang Tao bellowed. Stop. Have you forgotten what I told you? Keep a low profile these days. Zhang Bin looked annoyed. Brother, that Dongsheng group has bullied the door. How else can we keep a low profile? Zhang Tao said. Even if they keep a low profile, there are ways to deal with them. Zhang Bin immediately inquired. Brother, what solution have you come up with? Zhang Tao laughed. Send them an invitation. Have them come to the Zhang family as guests. If they come, they're in a jar. If you don't come, you're not giving face. The Zhang family used this as an excuse to drive them out of the imperial capital, and it became reasonable. And once they're gone, won't the Wang family be meat on the table? Surprise immediately appeared in Zhang Bin's eyes. Brother, your solution is too good. I'll go prepare the invitation now. Not long afterward, Zhang Bin prepared the invitations and then called Guan Xiaolong over. Please send the invitations over to them. Guan Xiaolong was a bit embarrassed. What if the other party was beating him up? However, this was Zhang Bin's order. He didn't dare to go against it, so he could only take the invitation and set off stiffly. Wait! Just then, Zhang Tao exclaimed again. Young master, what else do you command? Guan Xiaolong respectfully inquired. No arrogance when you go. Your manners must be considerate. Make everyone think that our Zhang family is sincerely inviting them as guests, so that if they still refuse, they are not understanding the rules, and it would be reasonable to take action against them. Do you understand? Zhang Tao asked. Understood, Guan Xiaolong said with a sardonic smile on his face. This Zhang Tao is really not an ordinary person. Too calculating. The Zhang family respectfully invites you to be their guest, and if you don't go, you're really not giving face. At that time, if the Zhang family makes a move on you, whoever it is will have no reason to gossip. No wonder he was able to enter the Imperial Capital Business Alliance. The people who can enter that circle are not ordinary people. Not only do they have to have a strong background, but at least they have to be a first-class family in the Imperial Capital. The criterion for judgment was whether or not there was a strong person at the peak of the inner strength in the family. It must also be personally strong as well. To Zhang Bin such, the family background is enough. Personal ability is not good, are not qualified to go in. Where did the people from Dongsheng Group go? Guan Xiaolong re-entered the Wang Group headquarters building, causing Wang Yi and the others to all be taken aback. Wang Yi was puzzled up in his heart. Guan Xiaolong, this bastard is here again. Is he here to find trouble? At a closer look, the other party came even less this time. Just Guan Xiaolong and two of his men. Don't seem to be looking for trouble. So they were puzzled in their minds. What was Guan Xiaolong doing when he went and came back? Wang Yi did not move and asked coldly. What are you looking for them for? Guan Xiaolong took out the invitation and laughed. When I went back, the second young master reprimanded me severely. He also felt that this wasn't enough, so he prepared a banquet to entertain the honored guests of the Dongsheng Group. Excuse me, where the hell are they now? Wang Yi was completely stunned when he heard these words. The young family is hosting a banquet for the Dongsheng Group? Are you kidding me? This must be the Hongmen banquet. It doesn't take any brain thinking to guess, so Wang Yi directly shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't know where the Dongsheng Group's people are. Chapter 188, No Sincerity. Watch this. This is the invitation sent out by the Zhang family. If the people from the Dongsheng Group don't go, they are not giving face to the Zhang family. At that time, if the Zhang family makes a move against the Dongsheng Group, it's just what they deserve. So, in order to avoid a rush between the Dongsheng Group and the Zhang family, you'd better hurry up and inform the people from the Dongsheng Group to take the invitations and go to the Zhang family as guests. Guan Xiaolong sneered. Wang Yi's brows furrowed. It's simply a dilemma. It's definitely a Hongmen banquet if you go. If they don't go, the Zhang family will again say that they don't give them face. In this way, they have an excuse to take action against the Dongxing group. What's the choice? A small person like Wang Yi couldn't intervene at all. He had no choice but to call and inform Lin Yi of this. Lin Yi received the call at the hotel and only responded faintly. Got it. I'll give them an answer later. With that, she hung up the phone and then dialed Jiang Menghan's number again. Menghan, haven't you contacted the boss yet? Lin Yi inquired with some anxiety. The little bit of people she brought with her. It was obviously impossible to fight against the Zhang family. Only if Chen Dong stepped in could things turn around. Chen Dong's phone, however, still could not be reached. She was really getting anxious. Don't be anxious. I'm continuing to contact him. Jiang Menghan comforted on the other end of the phone. The Zhang family has sent all their invitations, so if they don't go to their house as a guest, they'll have a legitimate reason to make a move. Lin Yi said. Don't panic about this either. Stall for a while, Jiang Menghan reminded. How can we delay it? Lin Yi worriedly said. And once we delay, the Zhang family will think that we are afraid. At that time, they'll only be even more brazen in their actions. Jiang Menghan laughed. You're silly. Isn't the Wang family's factory still being seized? Aren't the goods also being detained? And aren't the banks, taxes, fire, protection and all of these still looking for trouble? Let the Zhang family settle these first, then we can talk about dinner. Lin Yi's eyes lit up when she heard these words. Menghan, I understand. However, this can only be delayed until the evening at most. So before the evening, we must contact Chen Dong. Otherwise, I'll be screwed. Don't worry about it, that bastard Chen Dong. Even if he hides in the earth's crust, I will find him out. Jiang Menghan said with some exasperation. This was the first time she had scolded Chen Dong like this, all because Chen Dong deserved it. At the critical moment, it disappeared, causing Lin Yi to be in imminent danger. After Lin Yi hung up with Jiang Menghan, she immediately met with the people sent by the Zhang family for the second time. Guan Xiaolong respectfully sent an invitation to Lin Yi. Vice President Lin, please forgive me for the misunderstanding before. This is an invitation prepared by my second young master himself. He invites you to be his guest at the Zhang family. Lin Yi took it in her hand and glanced at it, directly throwing it on the ground. Guan Xiaolong's face immediately changed, pointing at Lin Yi. What do you mean? Lin Yi sneered. I still have to ask what you mean. Guan Xiaolong was confused when he heard this. Lin Yi threw the invitation on the floor and even questioned him? This is hilarious, isn't it? Right at this moment, Lin Yi said again without any panic. The Wang family is already in a partnership with our Dongsheng group. The Wang family's factory, however, is still being seized by the Zhang family using their connections. The Wang family's goods are also still being seized by the Zhang family using their connections. I won't talk about those other ones. Do you tell me that the Zhang family is sincere in inviting me as a guest? Guan Xiaolong's face changed instantly. Having said that, the Zhang family really doesn't have any sincerity at all. After all, you want to invite the people of the Dongxing group as a guest, since let's first do not in targeting people's partners. People's partners have already been killed by you. Now, you guys are hypocritically saying that you are sincerely inviting guests. Isn't this hilarious? It's just ridiculous. Guan Xiaolong's face became more and more ugly and embarrassed. Finally he stifled a sentence. This is something that I can't be the master of. Vice President Lin, you and I will go to the Zhang family and find the second young master to discuss this face to face. I'm sure he'll be able to solve these troubles for you soon. Lin Yi laughed. Going to the Zhang family to settle things after? Can I understand this as a threat? Is it that if I don't go, it will never be resolved? Isn't the Zhang family too overbearing? Guan Xiaolong was almost speechless with dislike again. Only after a long time did he say somewhat helplessly, Vice President Lin, what exactly do you think should be done about this? Right? Lin Yi faintly said, go back and tell your second young master first. If you invite me as a guest, you have to show real sincerity, before the matter of the Wang family's company is resolved. Don't be so hypocritical and courteous as to make people look sick. Lin Yi reached out and pointed at the gate. Although she didn't say it explicitly, Guan Xiaolong also knew very well that Lin Yi was telling him to get lost. Guan Xiaolong fled the place in great embarrassment, then quickly returned to the Zhang family and told Zheng Tao what had happened here. What? The Dongxing group asked us to settle the matter of the Wang family's company first, and then they'll come back to the Zhang family as their guests? Shock appeared on Zhang Bin's face as he turned his head to his brother. This Dongxing group, it's really not simple. Brother, what should we do now? Do we really let the Wang family's company go first? Zheng Tao frowned. We've used a lot of contacts to suppress the Wang family's company. It's a bit of a shame to give up just like that. But with the current posture of the imperial capital, we don't dare to make a scene, without a justifiable reason. You can't make a move against the Dongxing group. So for now, it's better to leave the Wang family's company alone. When the people from the Dongsheng group come to our Zhang family, check out their strengths and weaknesses, and finish them off, the Wang family will still be a piece of meat on the table. Zhang Bin nodded and said, "Brother, I understand what to do." He took out his cell phone and started calling one by one. "Second young master, are you kidding? I risked being investigated and seized the Wang family's goods, originally to press the Wang family straight to death. Now you're even telling me to let them off the hook. What am I going to do when the top pursues this?" At the customs office, someone was dissatisfied. Seizing the goods of the Wang family, if he didn't really get some evidence out, he would face a lot of trouble. And now he hasn't had time to get a bit of evidence to press the Wang family to death completely. Zhang Bin even called again to tell him to spare the Wang family. If Zhang Bin wasn't the Zhang family's second young master, that big shot at the customs office would have already broken into a rage. Let's just say it's a mistake. A Wang family can't make waves. We'll clean them up later. Zhang Bin made a perfunctory remark and hung up the phone. That side is straight up pissed off and cursing. The same thing has been played out one by one in the power sector. Banks, environmental protection, taxation, fire. It was busy until the evening when Zhang Bin got it all done. Chapter 189, Sudden Change of Circumstances. Crisis emerges. Tired old me. Zhang Bin cursed as he lay on the sofa. All the departments that were looking for trouble with the Wang family company, I've already taken care of them. I'll see what excuse the Dongsheng group has for not coming to the Zheng family this time. Guan Xiaolong said from the side. Young master, I'll immediately go and invite the people from Dongsheng group again. Zhang Bin nodded. Guan Xiaolong immediately took the invitation and set off for his third trip to the Wang family's company. At this time, the company of the Wang family was in a state of jubilation. The company is back to normal. Dongsheng group, it's really awesome. If they step in, the Zheng family will also have to give face. So who will dare to make things difficult for our Wang family in the future? Mr. Wang, are you not happy? Why is your face so serious? While the crowd was cheering, someone noticed that Wang Yi's face was very serious. What's going on here? How could Wang Yi have such a serious expression at such a happy time? They were really too puzzled. Wang Yi's face was serious because he felt something wrong in his heart. On the surface, the Zheng family gave Dongsheng group face and spared the Wang family's company. However, upon closer inspection, Wang Yi realized that the people from the Dongsheng group were afraid of the Zheng family. Letting the Zheng family show their sincerity first and letting the Wang family's company return to normal first is actually stalling for time. The Zheng family had now taken out enough sincerity, and the Dongsheng group had no reason to stall for time. If the Zheng family invites them again, they will have to go to the Zheng family. Wouldn't that be bad? Thinking of this, Wang Yi immediately went to a deserted place and dialed Lin Yi's phone. Mr. Wang, is something wrong? Is your company back to normal? Lin Yi inquired over the phone. Vice President Lin, thanks you for helping Wang. The company has all returned to normal. You guys shouldn't go to Zhang's house. Go back to Haicheng immediately. Wang Yi said somewhat anxiously on the phone. He could already be 100% certain that, at least in the imperial capital, the Dongsheng group could not defeat the Zheng family. Since this was the case, Dongsheng group, who had helped Wang Yi so much, Wang Yi was naturally unwilling to be at risk to them. Lin Yi was slightly shocked in her heart when she heard these words. This Wang Yi really wasn't simple. From the clues, he had already sensed that the Dongsheng group was currently not a rival to the Zheng family, which was why he had persuaded the Dongsheng group to leave the imperial capital. Mr. Wang, we have a measure for this. You don't need to worry too much. Lin Yi laughed and hung up the phone. She then immediately dialed Jiang Menghan's phone again. Menghan, there's no way to stall for time. The Wang family's company has returned to normal. The Zheng family will soon invite me as a guest again, so I can't hide anymore. Have you contacted the boss? Jiang Menghan stomped her feet anxiously over there. Chen Don's phone still can't get through. You take the people back to Haicheng first. Lin Yi said. If we leave, the Zheng family will definitely make a move on the Wang family immediately. What will the Wang family do then? Jiang Menghan said. We have to ensure your safety first before we can help the Wang family. You all have your lives hanging in the balance, so isn't it the same thing? This is so stupid. Alright, stop talking. Hurry up and buy a plane ticket to leave before the Zheng family's people come. Okay, I know. Hanging up the phone, in Lin Yi's heart, a trace of guilt welled up. After all, just now, Wang Yi also called to remind him, and now, he is going to leave the Wang family to escape. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Yi's heart, is really too much? It still dialed Wang Yi's phone. Mr. Wang, Dongsheng group in Haicheng out of something. I have to go back to deal with it. It's better for you to lay low and hide for a while. Don't worry, Dongsheng group will not give up the Wang family. This result, from the moment Wang Yi called Lin Yi, he had already thought of it, so he had long been mentally prepared, without the slightest intention to blame Dongsheng group. After all, Dongsheng group still fully helped their Wang family so much. It is really because the Zheng family is too strong, and the main force of the Dongxing group is not in the imperial capital, so it has to retreat. Vice President Lin, I understand. Be careful when you guys go back, Wang Yi instructed. Both hung up the phone and both got busy quickly. Lin Yi immediately summoned the people from the hotel's Dongxing group, quickly packed up their things and drove to the airport, having already ordered the airfare in the car. Wang Yi also announced to those executives of the company who were still celebrating, from now on, the company is all on vacation. When to work, everyone wait for the notice. The executives' faces changed when they heard this. Mr. Wang, just now I saw that you don't look well. Did something happen to the company again? It's the Dongxing group, and it's no match for the Zheng family? It can't be. Our company, isn't everything back to normal? Mr. Wang, what's going on here? The crowd inquired aloud. Wang Yi didn't do too much explaining, only said to these people, leave the company on horseback. Whoever doesn't listen, directly fired. He took the lead and was the first to walk out of the company's door. The large company headquarters building, the lights gradually dimmed, and before long, it was as if the place had turned into a ghostly place. Bijuan, immediately drive to the school to pick up Xiao and Shendong and take them to the countryside to hide for a few days. Wang Yi, who had left the company, quickly called his wife Shen Bijuan again and said, what happened? Shen Bijuan looked puzzled. The second young master of the Zhang family has set his eyes on our daughter. Wang Yi put things, briefly. Shen Bijuan's face immediately changed. I know. I'll drive to the school right away. Are you rejoining us? Wang Yi shook his head over the phone. I won't join you guys. I'll attract their attention so they don't find you. Shen Bijuan worriedly said. Then aren't you in danger? Wang Yi said. As long as you and your daughter are fine. And tell that bastard boy Chendong to treat our daughter well, or I won't let him go even as a ghost. After Wang Yi said this, he directly hung up the phone. He drove to the hotel that those Lin Yi people had ordered. The people sent by the Zhang family will definitely go directly to the hotel to find Lin Yi. This time, Lin Yi has already gone. He went there to wait for the Zhang family's people, just so he could stall for a while. That way Lin Yi and his wife, and his daughter, and even those executives of the Dongxing group, would all have enough time to escape. As for what end he himself would face then, he wouldn't have time to think about that much anymore. This plan of his, it cannot be said that it is not well thought out, but he still ignored one thing, that is, how powerful the Zhang family is. It was because he overlooked this that all the plans, straight away, all collapsed. The young family, Zheng Tao received a phone call and fell into an unimaginable rage. Tricked, the Dongxing group, strong on the outside, is already running away. Zheng Tao smashed a bottle of expensive red wine heavily on the ground and cursed. Zhang Bin, who was sitting on the side, was stunned. Brother, what happened? Why are you so angry? Chapter 190 Wang Yi arrested. Lin Yi surrounded. The whereabouts of those people from the Dongxing group have always been under my surveillance. I just received a call that they ordered a direct flight from imperial capital to Haichang. Zhang Tao said in a cold voice. What's the point of ordering airfare at this hour? Are they trying to escape? Teasing us from the start? Zhang Bin said in a bit of disbelief. Zhang Tao nodded his head and said, that's right, from the beginning, we were teased. This group of people must not let them leave the imperial capital. Otherwise, where will my Zhang family's face rest in the future? Bastard! Zhang Bin cursed angrily. Dare to tease me? I'll make them all die a horrible death. Brother, I'll immediately take my men to the airport to intercept them. Zheng Tao shook his head. The people from the Dongxing group are definitely not easy to deal with. I'll personally take action. You take someone to Beijing University. Don't let Wang Yi's daughter escape. Don't spare any of these people who teased our Zhang family. Good. Zheng Bin immediately agreed. In his family, he found a random group of people and drove directly to Beijing University. At the same moment, Zheng Tao also led people to the imperial capital airport, and Zhang Bin called with Guan Xiaolong when he was on his way to Beijing University. Second young master, I've arrived at the hotel. I'm about to meet up with the people from the Dongxing group. Don't you worry, this time I'll definitely invite the people from the Dongxing group to the Zheng family. Guan Xiaolong said smugly on the phone. Dongxing group's people have already run away. You stupid pig. Zhang Bin directly scolded angrily on the phone. Guan Xiaolong had a puzzled look on his face as he looked at Wang Yi, who was at the entrance of the hotel, greeting them, and he queried, Wang Yi is all at the hotel. How could the people from the Dongxing group have run away? Second young master, isn't it a mistake? Zhang Bin said, my brother has already grasped the whereabouts of the Dongxing group. They ordered a direct flight from imperial capital to Haichang. So what is it if they didn't run away? Wang Yi, this must be helping to delay time in the hotel. You arrest him to the old man. I'll go back to the Zhang family and slowly pack him up. Second young master, I understand. This Dongxing group is too sinister. Don't worry, I will immediately arrest Wang Yi back to the Zheng family. Guan Xiaolong hung up the phone with a hideous face as he led his men towards Wang Yi. At this time, in his heart, he cursed angrily again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Even dare to tease the Zheng family? Really tired of living? Let's see how I'll clean you up. At this moment, Wang Yi did not even know that he was about to be in big trouble. In his heart, he was still calculating how to delay the time a little longer. When he saw Guan Xiaolong leading people over, he immediately greeted them with a smile. Boss Guan, you guys are finally here? But you'll have to wait for a while. Lin has something going on right now. She won't even see me. Guan Xiaolong looked at Wang Yi with a smile on his face and asked, what does Lin have to do? Tell me. Wang Yi said, this I do not know. Or, I will call to ask for you. Guan Xiaolong laughed. Yes. Wang Yi turned around and took out his cell phone and pretended to make a call. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Guan Xiaolong stood behind him and reached out his hand. And immediately someone handed a stick into Guan Xiaolong's hand. Bang! Guan Xiaolong got the stick and hit Wang Yi's head hard. Instantly, blood flowed from Wang Yi's head, and he fell to the ground, covering his head, only to feel a sharp pain of dizziness. He turned around and asked, Boss Guan, why are you hitting me? Still trying to trick me? Guan Xiaolong laughed coldly. The people from the Dongxing group, they ran away a long time ago. You're the one who's stalling for time here. You underestimate the power of the Zheng family. Your whereabouts are all under the control of the Zheng family. And you're giving me an act? I'll let you act. Guan Xiaolong raised his stick to hit Wang Yi's body again, and the people who came with him also joined in. Within a few strokes, Wang Yi was spitting blood out of his mouth, dying, half dead. I wanted to kill you directly, but the young master still has to dispose of you. So first, I'll leave you with a dog's life, Guan Xiaolong said in a cold voice. He ordered people to carry Wang Yi, who was beaten and covered in blood, to the car and then drove straight back to the Zheng family. At the same time, the airport, Lin Yi, even though she has already gotten the ticket, there is still a trace of apprehension in her heart. Vice President, it's fine, the plane will be taking off soon. When we return to Haichang, the Zheng family won't be able to do anything about us. Someone consoled Lin Yi. Let's hope it can take off properly. Lin Yi nodded in response. Dear travelers and friends, the upcoming Flight 185, due to a malfunction, has been delayed by 1 hour. Please forgive me for the inconvenience caused to you. In the waiting hall, a radio voice suddenly rang out. The group of people from the Dongxing group all changed their faces at once. Lin Yi didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately said to the crowd, leave the airport immediately. Don't take any of your traveling gifts. It can't be such a coincidence that the plane was, for no reason, delayed by an hour. Someone must be up to something. Need I say more about this guy? It must be the Young family. They've already found out that the people from the Dongxing group are leaving the imperial capital, and have found out which flight the people from the Dongxing group purchased. That's why they deliberately delayed that flight. The purpose is to delay the Dongxing group's people. This would give them time to arrive and block all the people from the Dongxing group. Lin Yi's reaction could not be described as swift, but the people from the Zhang family still came too fast. None of them were able to run away. All of them were blocked in the underground parking lot. The vice president of Dongxing group. I didn't think that it was still a big beauty. A man around 30 years old walked over from not far away. He revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. How he looked like a sunnier kind of person, but there was a hint of sinister in his eyes. He was no other than Zhang Tao. Introduce myself. My name is Zhang Tao, the youngest master of the Zhang family and a member of the Imperial Capital Business Alliance. Zhang Tao smiled again and introduced himself to Lin Yi. What do you all mean by this? Looking at the people surrounding her, Lin Yi asked with some dissatisfaction. What do you mean? At the corner of Zhang Tao's mouth, a cold smile surfaced. I should be the one to ask you this, right? The Zhang family and the Dongxing group originally had no beef. You guys have to stand up for the Wang family. Alright, the Zhang family will give you face, spare the Wang family, and invite you to be guests of the Zhang family. What do you mean you guys are just going to turn around and leave without saying hello? Is this a deliberate attempt to tell others that the Zhang family has no hospitality? You guys have not been too dismissive of the Zhang family, have you? Lin Yi said. Something happened to the Dongxing group's headquarters in Haichang. We had to rush back immediately. Zhang Tao laughed. What is it? Can you tell Mr. Zhang about it? Lin Yi said. This is Dongxing Group's business. It has nothing to do with young Master Zhang, so it's better if young Master Zhang doesn't ask. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tao laughed out loud. Are you refusing to even tell 2 lies to perfume me? How about this? Give your Dongxing Group's boss a call. I want to talk to her personally. ______.